Just after 3 minutes of military training, in front of the entire school of 3 billion people, you walked up to the aloof female instructor and said, "Instructor Sue, I like you, can you be my girlfriend?" As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at you in disbelief. Only the aloof instructor spoke up and asked, "What do you like about me?" You involuntarily glanced down, then stuttered, "I like the instructor's long legs. How would I know what I like about you? If it weren't for the system requiring me to confess to someone of the opposite sex within a minute, failing the task would result in immediate death. Who would be so foolish as to confess in front of the entire school staff and students?" It turns out that just now, the system issued a task, please touch the face of a person of the opposite sex within 1 minute. Failure of the task results in immediate death. In a hurry, you walked out of the group, wanting to make contact with someone of the opposite sex. Who to contact? The classmates have just started their freshman year and are not familiar. You slowly turned your head and finally set your sights on instructor Lu Rushue. At this moment, Lu Rushue was standing straight, feeling very upset today. She didn't want to be an instructor here, but her sister insisted that she come over because her sister wanted her to find a boyfriend. She was burning inside, wanting to vent her anger on someone. At this moment, a boy unexpectedly walked out of the line. "Chang Ba, why did you walk out of the queue without my permission?" You walked up to Lu Rushue, "Instructor Lu, can I touch your face?" Just once. When the words fell, everyone widened their eyes. Lu Rushue's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she asked, "Why?" "Because if I don't do that, I will die." You answered truthfully. "That reason is so strange." The classmates burst into laughter instantly. "Okay, I allow it." Lu Rushue agreed with her mouth, determined in her heart, "As long as you dare, I will kill you." As the words fell, you finally breathed a sigh of relief, tremblingly reached out your hand, and gently touched her cheek. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward random skill Kung Fu Super God." You suddenly feel full of explosive power all over your body, clenching your fist and making a cracking sound. Please confess to this opposite sex within a week. Successful completion of the task will be rewarded. Failure will result in immediate death. Bad system. This is too much. There's no way. You can only muster up the courage to say, "Instructor Lu, I fell in love with you at first sight. Can you be my girlfriend?" Everyone is collectively shocked. Are you crazy? Daring to confess directly to the instructor. At this moment, Lu Rushue's face turned even colder. "You fell in love with me at first sight, and want me to be your girlfriend, right? Fine. Now that I have sweat on my face, just wipe it for me, and I will consider it." "Come on, jerk, wipe it now, and in the future, I'll have you wipe it for a lifetime." "Instructor Lu, there is sweat on your face again." You slowly reach out your hand and carefully wipe her face. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge, receiving a reward, and increasing height by 6 centimeters. You turned your head and saw that you used to be only 1.75 meters tall, but now you have exceeded 1.8 meters. "Brother, do you want color or life?" The classmates exploded again, all staring at Lu Rushue with wide eyes, waiting for her to get angry. However, Lu Rushue just smiled. She had seen many impulsive people, but this kind of impulsive person who was so arrogant was the first time she had seen. She reached out a hand to you. "Since we are destined, let's shake hands. You are very cooperative. And you also extend your right hand." Lu Rushue grabs your hand, her eyes change, and she forcefully twists it. According to her strength, with just this move, 4 of your fingers will be broken, and 1 hand will be basically useless. But you still smile as if nothing has happened. "Instructor Lu, can you use a little more force?" Upon seeing the situation, Lu Rushue was startled, gritted her silver teeth, grabbed your 4 fingers tightly, and exerted force again. The next second, the classmates seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking and instinctively shrunk their necks. But you still had a calm expression on your face. "Instructor Lu, put in some effort, will you?" With those words, Lu Rushue, feeling embarrassed and angry, suddenly lifted her left leg and went straight for your crotch with a knee strike. The speed and force were so great that at least 2 months of hospitalization would be required from that single strike. After the knee attack, she felt like she was hitting a huge coconut, so painful that she had to hold her knee and felt like her knee was going to shatter. "Why is this bastard's crotch so hard? What's inside?" "Instructor Lu, are you okay?" You walked up and gently patted Lu Rushue's shoulder. The students were stunned again, being able to comfort Instructor Lu after being kicked. Willow, like snow, was in pain to the point of tears, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Get lost." New task assigned. Please ask a woman to tie your shoelaces within 3 minutes. Failure to complete the task will result in the host being infected with HIV and dying. Seeing this, you faint. System, is this never ending? But who can you ask now? You can't ask Instructor Lu. She already hates you to the core and definitely won't agree. You see a familiar figure running towards you, and your eyes light up involuntarily. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. She is your counselor. Xiaifu rushed to you and said urgently, Chang Ba, what do you want to do to Instructor Lu? Have you thought about Instructor Lu's feelings? Have you thought about school discipline? Have you thought about the consequences? With a smile, you said, Fu Jia, don't be angry. Let's talk slowly. What do you call me? Xiaifu raised her voice. Teacher Xia, you nodded repeatedly. Actually, you and Xiaifu are fellow villagers, and your two families are also neighbors. When you were young, you followed Xiaifu around like a shadow, and the two of you were more like siblings than actual siblings. Chang Ba, I'm asking you, who gave you the courage? Xiaifu pointed at Chang Ba's nose. Chang Ba still chuckled. Xia teacher, don't get excited. Let's talk slowly. What's there to talk about? Xiaifu pointed at Su Yuan. Apologize to Instructor Su quickly. This matter could be big or small. If Su Yuan doesn't forgive, even expelling Chang Ba would be lenient. Chang Ba could only nod and look at Su Yuan, who was still bent over. Ding! Friendly reminder. 1 minute left. Countdown, 60, 59, 58. Chang Ba stood in front of Xiaifu and whispered, Sister Fu, my shoelace is loose. Can you help me tie it? Then I'll apologize. Otherwise, I'll confess to Instructor Su. If you disagree, I'll leave now. Chang Ba turned around. Come back. Xiaifu glared at him, glanced at the extremely angry Su Yaya, and thought of his foul temper. So with a clench of her silver teeth she squatted down and tied his shoelaces. Su Yuan? Classmates? Out-of-class students? For a moment, time stood still and everyone around them was frozen. No one expected the counselor to squat down and tie Changba's shoes, and tied it so carefully. I'll be damned. Bah! You're crazy. Bully. Awesome class. Confessed Instructor Su, and had to thank Mr. Xia for tying his shoes. Two great goddesses have surrounded you. What I wanted to do but was afraid to do, I let you do. Brother Ba, you're domineering, and I'm convinced. Many of the students were impressed and marveled. At this point, Su Yaya was so angry that her face turned red and her legs shook. It's crazy. It's outrageous. She never dared to think that after Changba touched confessed to her, not apologizing was just a matter of fact, but also wanted to thank Ifu Xia teacher to tie his shoelace. I've seen crazy, not this crazy. Changba, you wait, I won't see you tonight. She laughed angrily, dropped the word, and limped away. Instructor Su, Xiaifu panicked, glaring at Changba and panicking to catch up. Chapter 3 as expected. Instructor Su is angry again. Ba, you're great. Brother Ba, you used to be very low-key, why are you so crazy today? Brother Ba, it must be great to have two major goddesses surrounding you, right? Ha 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 ha. The boys surrounded Changba like a tidal wave, as if they were surrounding a hero, yelling and shouting and cheering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward random skill, flying over the wall. Changba gladly accepted it. That's a good haul. And with Kung Fu, you can still fly. Looking forward to flying one. At this point, Xiaifu returned and droned at her classmates. What's all the fuss about? Dismissed. Do what you have to do. The class dispersed with a chuckle. Changba, you just don't let me worry. Xiaifu probed her hand and grabbed Changba's ear. Just now you poked a heavenly basket. You know? Changba hemmed and hawed. Sister Fu, things are already like this anyway. So let's face it. Face your ass. Xiaifu pulled him up and left. There's no use for me to say anything. Come with me and go to Instructor Su's office to apologize to her. Changba had to follow her. It's okay to meet with Instructor Su. Once you've met her, you'll have a chance to say I love you after you've met her more. Just 2 steps away. Xiaifu's cell phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a call from one of the vice principals for discipline. And this vice principal is a relative of Instructor Su. She thought of something, glared at Changba, and answered the phone. It turns out that Changba's offense against Instructor Su has been made known to the school leaders, who decide to expel him and make him have to leave the campus within 24 hours. What can we do about this? Xiaifu's eyebrows were furrowed, and she let out a long sigh, spinning around in the same spot. After thinking and thinking, he decided to give Su Yuan a call. After all, you have to unring the bell. Instructor Su, hello, I'm Xiaifu. Is there something wrong, mister? Xie? Su Yuan's voice was icy and tactful. I'm really sorry that Changba offended you just now. Now I'll bring him to your door to apologize. You see, not let the school expel him, okay? No need to come. After dinner, Wooding Restaurant, Kung Fu Hall, 4th floor, we won't see you there. The phone hung up. Ah, Xiaifu was stunned. Su Yuan was obsessed with martial arts and often practiced in the Kung Fu Hall on the 4th floor, and accompanying her were the 4 great masters by her side. Isn't calling Changba over still to punish him? What's even scarier is that the school has decided to expel him. Wouldn't it be a disaster to get beaten and fired? With tears in both eyes, Xia Yifu walked to the garden edge in the corner and squatted down, sighing sadly. She thought about covering Changba, helping him become a student council officer, and helping him progress to become the pride of the entire school. But now, he's fired, not to mention a severe beating. Fumi, don't. Changba looked at Xia Yifu heartily. I can handle this matter. What can you swing? Xia Yifu looked at him with worried eyes. Go back to the dormitory first. Don't go anywhere. Wait for my call. Don't stand there. Go, asshole. Evening. Changba walked out of the campus and went to the Wooding Hotel. He was ready to make more contact with Instructor Su so that he could solve the problem between them. The Wooding Hotel was a famous five-star hotel with an opulent interior, and the owner was Su Yu Evening's sister. Taking the elevator to the 4th floor, he strides toward the kung fu room. Walking around a corner, he stopped when he heard someone talking, a familiar voice. At first glance, it was Xia Yifu. A white shirt on top, black pants underneath, and a briefcase in his hand made him look very formal. So she's here too. Was talking to Su Yunan. Su Yu Evening was wearing a one-shoulder white dress, carrying her hands behind her back, with a haughty face, like a princess high above the world. Instructor Su, I am responsible for Changba's mistake. Xia Yifu opened her briefcase and took out a document, handing it to Su Yu Evening with both hands. This is my resignation report. I'm willing to leave the school and let Changba stay. Su Yu Evening coldly said, I'm not a school leader, so what's the use of handing me your resignation? Instructor Su, who doesn't know that Principal Wu is your aunt? One phone call from you will make him give Changba a chance. Xia Yifu stretched her resignation in front of her again. Please tell Principal Wu that I can resign as long as Changba stays. Su Yeye glanced at the other party with admiring eyes, but still shook her head. I can't do that, and Changba must be held accountable by himself. Xia Yifu bowed deeply, holding her resignation in both hands and raising it above her head. Instructor Su, please. Su Yeyang's eyebrows tightened. Seeing that Xia Yifu kept bending over, she shook her head, took the resignation letter, tore it in half with a snort, and threw it in the trash bin next to her. Mr. Xia, for an asshole, is that all you need? Xia Yifu breathed a sigh of relief. It's true that he's an asshole, but we can't watch him stay an asshole. Am I really an asshole? Changba couldn't hear any more and slowly walked up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. There's a new mission. Please grab 2 people of the opposite sex by the arm and walk into the Kung Fu Hall in half a minute. Ah! Changba was so shocked that he was about to explode. Dog system, you don't follow the rules. Are you addicted? What is it now? You're telling me to grab their arms and walk into the Kung Fu Hall? Complete the mission and the host can draw a prize. The mission fails. The host continues to roll up and go home. You told me to roll up and go home. And you are addicted to it. Dog system, you bull. There was no way out. Changba could only harden his head and stride forward. In the moment Su Yueho and Xia Yifu exchanged words, he stretched out his hands and grabbed their arms as he walked forward. The movement was skillful, like grabbing 2 friends. Both beauties were taken aback and craned their heads to observe. For the first time in their life memories, they wanted to see which of the ruffians dared to grab their arms and move forward at the same time. One look, all almond-eyed. Frequent fighter, say asshole, asshole comes, and came in such an incredible way. Xia Yifu was so angry that her willow eyebrows rose. Changba, are you crazy? Su Yu Evening was even more flamboyant. Changba, I was thinking of forgiving you for the sake of Mr. Xia's face, but now you're stomping on your nose. Changba looked at Su Yeye Evening and then at Xia Yifu. True to form, both faces were overflowing with anger, but both were beautiful. He smiled bashfully, didn't say a word, and continued to grab their arms, kicking open the door to the room and winding his way into the Kung Fu Hall. The front of the house is wide open. Ha! 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 Inside, hundreds of youths in white Tai Chi uniforms practiced boxing together. The movements were all in unison, and together they let out a shout that was breathtaking. Standing at the front were 4 green and strong men dressed in black, each as imposing as a wolf. Noticing that Zhang Feng walked in grabbing the arms of the 2 beauties, they all couldn't help but stare. Upon noticing that one of the beauties was Su Yu Evening, their eyes flashed with anger and together they turned their sharp eyes towards Changba. They had already heard something about Changba caressing Su Yueho's face, and now he was actually walking over with his arm around Su Yueho's shoulders. Frequent fighter, how crazy are you? Stand down. One of the big men with a beard waved his hand. The hundreds of youths immediately stopped practicing and quickly retreated in formation. In a short while, Changba, Su Yuehong, Xia Yifu, and 4 big men in black were left in the hall. Instructor Su, introduce me. Only then did Changba let go of Su Yueho. Only then did Su Yu Evening feel a sense of relief all over her body. Just now how she exerted her strength could not break free. With an angry glance at Changba, he rushed at the 4 black-clothed big men. Meilan Juju 4 big brothers. This guy's abdomen is harder underneath. It hurt my knee in the morning. You guys help me check it out. It turned out that these 4 big men in black were called Hu Taimei, Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju and Zaiman Uiju, and they were precisely Su Yuehuan's beloved bodyguards. Yes, they all observed Changba's abdominal band. Changba subconsciously lowered his hands and covered the bottom of his abdomen shyly. Big brothers, don't do this. Chapter 4, Bodyguard Disciplined. Instructor Su angry again and again. Of the 4 bodyguards, the big man with a beard, called Hu Taimei, was the captain. Suddenly, he bellowed and pounced on Changba. Extremely fast, like a downhill tiger. As the core of the 4 bodyguards, of course he had to take the first credit. Changba, run! Xia Yifu had never seen this situation before, and was so scared that her legs went weak and she pushed up Changba. Changba didn't move at all, watching his opponent pounce. Changba! Xia Yifu blared at Changba with tears in her eyes and cried, run away! The 4 main bodyguards, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, are definitely all first-class experts. Any one of them can be used as one. With Changba's strength, he wouldn't even be able to beat the little thumb of one of them. But he's good. He's standing still. It's not waiting to die, is it? Sister Fu, don't worry. Changba shrugged his shoulders at her. It's just a few of them. I don't even feel like pretending in front of them. Ho ho ho. Hu Taimei, who rushed towards Changba, couldn't help it and actually laughed. This guy can't be a dumbass, can he? That's all you need to do to blow your mind? Once I arrive, you won't even have a chance to kneel down. Do you know that? Hu Taimei sped up and yelled, kid, try my bagua palm first. Xia Yifu's hair stood up in fear at the sight. She felt that Hu Taimei's slap could send Changba flying. Even if you don't die in a fight, you'll land in half a body. Stop. For a moment, she couldn't care less and clenched her teeth and rushed up, shielding Changba behind her. She'd rather get hurt than let her little brother get hurt. Phew! Hu Taimei's palm as big as a bushel suddenly landed in front of Xia Yifu. A huge air current scraped her lips, and her hair floated backwards so high that it reached Changba's face. Xia Yifu was so scared that her heart stopped, and it took 3 seconds before her heartbeat resumed. Mr. Xia, this is between Changba and me. Please recuse yourself. Suyu Evening was already a bit impatient and coldly gestured. Xia Yifu still wanted to explain, but was unceremoniously lifted up by the 2 big men, Song Jinju and Shiman Shueju, who lifted their arms and set them up to go out. Changba, you need to apologize. Stop pretending and apologize to Instructor Su and several big brothers. Xia Yifu sobbed as she tried to help Changba one last time before being carried out. She couldn't imagine what would happen next and was scared to tears. As the door closed, her voice could not be heard. Kid, on the playground you dared to caress second Mrs. Face, and now you're mouthing off. Take your life. Hu Taimei bellowed and pounced on Changba once again. A palm, once again, struck out the lion's mouth. The wind is blowing, but, after typing it out, he froze. Suddenly there was nothing in front of him. Hit a blank. Turning his head, he looked in amazement. Changba stood right behind him, looking at him with a downward glance and a bashful smile. Su Yaya took a look and was also shocked, obviously looking at Changba standing right in front of Hu Taimei. But as Hu Taimei struck the 8 trigram's palm, Changba's body completed the transfer in the blink of an eye. Phantom grandeur? Zhang Yilan and the fast-returning Song Jinju and Shiman Shueju also surveyed Changba in shock. Is this kid really something? Brother Taimei, that's not how the bagua palm works. Changba grabbed Hu Taimei's shoulder with one hand and his hand with the other, and instructed on the spot. When striking the bagua palm, you have to forget about your own body as well as your opponent's body, and everything is randomized to make sure that the palm struck lands solidly on your opponent's body. Hu Taimei, of course, was not convinced and tried to fight her way out, but her body was no longer under her control. Specifically, with his shoulder gripped by Changba and one of his hands, he felt like he had been taken hostage, trying to move and not being able to. Wanted to say it, but couldn't open my mouth. A minute later, he had to practice his bagua palm again at Changba's word, a move that is quite serious. True to form, under Changba's tutelage, he felt that he was making rapid progress. Looking at Changba, the more he looked at him, the more he felt like seeing his mentor. Hu Taimei, Suyu Evening could not see to go, angry apricot eyes round. Tell you what to do. The 4 bodyguards, Plum, Lan, Bamboo and Ju. Hu Taimei is the captain. And now it's such a disgrace? Hu Taimei smiled awkwardly, his old face reddening. Second miss. I want to beat up Changba too. Beat him to death. But I can't help it now that I'm in the jungle. Go! Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Shiman Shueju shouted together and pounced on Changba. Su Yuehong is watching. Of course they want to get back their offense. Only after rushing out, they regretted it. After only a minute had passed, all three men had collapsed. It was not known whether it was hit with the hand or kicked with the foot, and they could not see clearly because Changba moved too fast. That is, they felt a lot of pain on their bodies after lying down. It hurts too much to stand up. What made their jaws drop even more was that Changba didn't even glance at them and was still instructing Hutaime to practice Bagua palm hand in hand. Sujunga? I wanted to see the image of Changba becoming a pig's head, but at this moment, her 4 bodyguards were in a worse state than a pig. What's next? Apprentice, how do you feel now? Changba asked, his hands firing. Hutaime felt the pain in his shoulder drilling through his heart, and nodded convincingly. It feels much smoother now. Thank you, Master. Master? Master? When Suyu Evening heard this, she was so angry that she was about to vomit. The other 3 bodyguards all glared at Hutaime with hatred. It's so shameless. As the boss of the 4 bodyguards, you don't have any face at all. Originally, he was told to take the lead in teaching Changba a lesson, but now he is doing well, wagging his tail and calling Changba master. That's a mouthful. Go ahead and help a couple of your little brothers up. Changba patted Hutaime's shoulder once and issued a command. Yes, master. Hutaime honestly went to assist a few juniors. Don't touch me. When Hutaime assisted Shiman Shueju let out an angry cry. When he came into contact with Hutaime, he felt ashamed and felt sorry for second Miss Suyu Evening. Now he's going to draw a line in the sand with Hutaime. Ask me to touch you? Changba swept a glance at Simon Bloju and walked towards him. Shiman Shueju instantly changed his face and smiled curtly. No, Changba, I'll do it myself. Call me what? Changba asked. Oh, my big brother calls you master. So of course I call you master. Oh, master. Simon Bloju replied with a smirk. It was really painful to take a hit just now. You don't know until you've been hit, but you're in for a shock. That's the kind of pain that no one wants to take a second time. Master. Zhang Yilan and Song Jinju both called out respectfully as well. We'll definitely be able to progress at a rapid pace when we learn martial arts from you in the future. Sujunga? The 4 bodyguards all called Changba master? This scene gives a very outrageous and exaggerated feeling, but it was happening right under her nose. Then look at their 4 major bodyguards, surrounded Changba shushing, pulling out cigarettes for cigarettes, adding WeChat for WeChat. One by one, they all do licking dog. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Is this the time for the lottery? Chapter 5, Instructor Su. I'll take you to pretend and fly. Draw. Changba was a little excited for his first draw. Inside his head, a large, colorful carousel began to spin rapidly. Stop. The big turntable came to a quick stop. A line of type appeared in the display. A message was drawn that in 2 minutes there would be a major fire on the 3rd floor due to human arson. Changba thought that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time and looked at Suyuaho. Instructor Su, there's going to be a fire downstairs in 2 minutes. We're evacuating immediately now. What are you babbling about? Suyu Evening didn't believe it at all. You weren't honest in the playground. Just now you offended me once again. Now you must apologize. As he spoke, he had already grabbed Changba's arm. Changba's head was huge. Instructor Su, lives are at stake. It's important that we go downstairs first. Cut the crap. You're not going anywhere until you apologize. Changba shook his head and pulled out his cell phone to call Xieifu, telling her to go down through the stairs at a rapid pace. This side had just persuaded Xieifu to leave when shouts came from outside. Fire! There's a fire on the 3rd floor. Run! The voice was extremely urgent. As soon as Suyu Evening heard this, they all looked out the window. The fire was fierce. Smoke rolls in. The situation is critical. Sure enough, there was a fire. The fire was up in an instant. Suyu Evening glanced at Changba with eyes full of shock and was the first to rush towards the gate. All of you, follow me. When Mylan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum heard this, they all stood still and looked at Changba. Changba went to the back window and observed the fire outside. Did you not hear me? Suyu Evening rushed to the door and shouted at the 4 people of Meilan Juju. The 4 men remained standing still and looked at Changba. Suyu Evening's head was big and she glared at Changba again. Changba, you come with me too? Changba asked. Where to? Go to the main gate, of course, and take the emergency exit. Hurry! Su Yeye waved her hand quickly at him. Changba shook his head. Instructor Su, you didn't listen to me when I spoke just now. It's too late now, and it's even more dangerous outside the gates. You know dur. Su Yeye glared at Changba and kicked the door open. Boom! A huge dragon of fire, wrapped in smoke, rushed into the hall. Back up! Suyu Evening immediately covered her mouth and nose and quickly backed away. Instructor Su, convinced or not? Changba asked. Suyu Evening smiled bitterly. This Changba is not only good at kung fu, but also has superb judgment. So where the hell is he? Feeling the smoke extremely pungent, she observed the front and rear windows. At this moment, Trying to get out through the gate was impossible, and in those few short seconds, the hall had filled with smoke. Everyone was unable to breathe. Jump out the back window. Simon Blodgett rushed to a rear window that was a little less smoky and peered down towards the bottom. The other bodyguards rushed over, craning their necks and peering down toward the bottom. At first glance, they were dumbfounded. This is the 4th floor. Jump enough to fall into a meat pie. But if you don't jump, you will surely suffocate in the hall. Both are dead. Which one to choose? Master, what do you think should be done? Hu Taimei looked at Changba and asked urgently. Changba pointed at Su Yuan. Let instructor Su speak. Su Yuevening walked to the back window and took a look towards the window. Her little face went white. If you jump, won't you die alive? She twisted her head and looked at Changba. Changba, what do you think? Changba said, pointing to the sycamore tree below. There's a sycamore tree down there. All 4 bodyguards jump to the tree and fight for once. Melancholia understands that there is a cushion of branches and that it won't fall too hard. Su Yeye asked, what about you? Me? Changba smiled bashfully. I'll jump down with you in my arms, and take you to pretend and fly with you. Already having the skill of flying through walls, he was going to try it. What's going on? Su Yuevening fainted. In this moment of life and death, this Changba fellow was even joking. Jumping off. That's pretending? That's a death sentence. Second miss. It's not too late. Hu Taimei exclaimed. Second miss. I'll jump with you in my arms. No. Su Yuevening flatly refused. If 2 people jump together, the weight increases and the danger will increase. You jump first. Hurry. The 4 major bodyguards, Neilan Juju, simultaneously knelt on one knee. Second miss. You jump first. When I tell you to jump, you jump. Su Yuevening suddenly had 2 eyes that spewed fire and an imposing aura. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them, Plum, Lan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, all glanced at each other before they all looked at Changba. Changba said, you guys dance. Plum, Orchids, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. 4 people no longer say anything. One stop and get up, clenching their teeth, successively leaped down. Su Yeye shook her head in disappointment. At this critical moment, none of her beloved bodyguards listened to her, but to Changba. What a breathlessness! Click, flutter, click, flutter. There was a loud thud from below, and one could hear it. Changba, you have to jump too. Su Yeyang grabbed Changba's arm and urged loudly. Changba jumped onto the window ledge, swept downstairs, grabbed her arm, lifted her onto the ledge, and wrapped his arms around her tiny waist. Su Yueye was shocked. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you? I'll take you to fly with you. Changba smiled bashfully and wrapped his arms around her. Su Yueho panicked and pushed him up. Are you kidding? You dance your. Hurry up. Changba no longer said anything. His hands suddenly launched a force, his feet gently a little, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, floating and flying out. Yikes! Su Yueho screamed in fear, subconsciously closing her eyes and wrapping her arms tightly around Changba's shoulders. Facing this moment of life and death, she was no longer the valiant military training instructor, but a bird-like soft girl. After flying out of the window, she subconsciously felt that she would fall with Changba, landing on the branches of the sycamore tree, smashing a branch, and finally landing heavily on the floor. It's over. It's over. It's all over this time. Falling to her death was just as good as falling to her death. What she couldn't accept was falling to her death together with Changba. When she used to watch romantic tragedy movies, she saw the hero and heroine dying together, and she thought about herself encountering this moment and also living and dying with her beloved. But after 1,000 thoughts, it was Changba who was now dying along with him. Die a loser. Dead as a doornail. Just a few seconds passed and instead of feeling that vertigo, she felt as if her body had been hurtling through the air. What's going on? She opened her eyes suspiciously. Take a look and be dazzled. Instead of falling, she and Changba flew through the air, over the tops of the dense sycamore trees and toward the red banner hanging from the hotel across the street. You don't think so? Flying through walls? What about the wigwam? Is this a movie? Her almond eyes rounded and she glanced at Changba, who was hugging her tightly. At this moment, she realized that Changba's side face, although a bit dark, was so handsome and handsome. Changba was still smiling and gazing at her. Instructor Su, I told you I was going to take care of you. Now do you believe me? Su Yuevening had a hard time arguing, shyly smiled and lowered her head. She didn't know how she could be shy, but right now, in front of him, in his arms, she was, like a scared teenage girl. Changba reached out and grabbed the banner in front of him, floating through the air as if on a swing, and floated lightly to the ground. Fast, steady and dashing. Su Yeyang was shocked and looked at Changba for a long time as if she didn't recognize him. Hearing screams from not far away, she twisted her head and saw that it was the 4 main bodyguards. Meilan Juju. Both fell to the ground. Some cradled their heads, some their stomachs, some their legs, lying in pools of blood. all screaming in agony. Looking up again, the third and fourth floors were ablaze with fire. She was secretly glad. Once again, he stared wide-eyed at Changba. You don't think so? How did Changba just fly me down? Is he a man or a god? Ding. Host, congratulations on a new mission. Please say I love you to the opposite sex in 1 minute. Dog system, this does not follow the rules. There is no head, right? Chapter 6, saying I love you to Instructor Sue. Changba was dumbfounded. He knew the system didn't play by the rules, but it's a cockamamie thing that plays its cards too fast. Originally, the last mission hadn't been completed yet, and he was thinking of completing the mission, but now the system is telling him to say I love you to Suyu evening. Isn't this a rush? System, wait for Suyu night to finish saying I love you before you set up a new task. Also, I do like this Instructor Sue, but it's too early to say I love you. Warm reminder, mission fails, host goes home. Here we go again. I'll roll your mother. Changba had the urge to kick the system to death. This system is so bad, but time was passing by. There was no way out. He only reluctantly lifted Su Yueho's rounded chin and gazed at her exquisite face before saying with unusual affection, Evening sister, I love you. Ah, Su Yeyang's petite body shook and froze. Having just been saved by Changba, now that he suddenly said this to her, she was shocked and at a loss. Anyone else would have been slapped out of the way, but the person in front of me is a lifesaver. But at the moment, it was like a dream and she didn't know what to do. Host, mission accomplished. Host, get rewarded. You're now a miracle healer. The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, the Treatise on Typhoid Miscellaneous Diseases, the Divine Husbandman's Classic of the Materia Medica, the Classic of Acupuncture and Moxibustion A and B, the Post-Elbow Preparedness and Emergency Formulas, and so on and so forth, with anatomical dissections, acupuncture, cupping, massage, and so on, waterfalls pouring into Changba's mind. Changba was dizzy for a moment, and his heart was secretly happy. This makes me a miracle doctor? Changba, don't say that again. Let my sister know. You're dead. Suyu Evening pushed him away, covered her blushing face, and ran away. This asshole really does not follow the rules. Ah, cold people are not at all prepared. It was the first time Changba had seen Suyu Evening so shy, and when she was shy, she was so cute. Couldn't help but laugh and feel good. She said I love you to Suyu Ayun. That's a bold confession, and she didn't seem to be averse to it. In that case, wouldn't an even better and more exciting story happen between him and Su Yaya Evening next? Changba, Changba, Changba. Xiaifu panting ran over, grabbed Changba's hand and looked up and down, observed some to confirm that he was safe and sound, and embrace her, cried out, scared me to death little brother. I thought that you and Instructor Su wanna burn to death inside it. Oh, 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 crying a few tears, and quickly wiping them away, he asked, how did you get down here? Little brother? Simple. Changba pointed towards the air. I flew straight down with Instructor Su in my arms, and I even switched my left hand for my right hand while holding her. Blow awesome. Xiaifu stretched out her index finger, pointing it at his chest, pointing it up hard over and over again. I told you to blow awesome. I told you to blow awesome. I didn't blow it. Think about it. How did we get down here? Xiaifu couldn't answer. She was just incredulous, scrutinizing him some more, completely relieved. He wrapped his arms around her once more and sobbed. It's a pang of fear now that I think about it. When she walked into the booth, it was her and Changba who went in together, and when it was time to leave, she left alone. If Changba burns to death in there, how will she explain to his parents? For a moment, she was scared and happy and cried her eyes out. You know, Counselor Xiaifu was 27 years old, still single, and approaching maturity with a good undeveloped body. Changba was going haywire with her arms around him all the time. But the thought of treating her like a big sister pushed her away. Fu, I'm fine. Okay, don't cry. Xiaifu wiped her tears with the back of her hand and observed him once again, confirming that she was really fine, and only then did she stop crying. Suddenly thinking of something, he took a tug on his collar and said, Little brother, don't mind sister's nagging. Don't do anything out of character to Instructor Su in the future. Look at you, touching Instructor Su's face, and now so many things have happened. Changba laughed. What are you laughing at? Fu-san, I just said I love you to Instructor Su and she didn't reject it. Ugh. Ah, Xiaifu's eyes were full of horror. Changba, have you eaten leopard's gall? Can we say that? If her sister finds out, you won't even know how to die. Stomp your feet a little and cry. It's just as well you touched her face, but you had the nerve to tell her I love you. Are you out of your mind? What's going to happen now? The sky is falling. What to do? Bury your head and cry. Changba's nose was sore, and he squatted down and put his arm around her shoulders. Fu, it's not that serious. I can handle it. You say it lightly, Su Evening's elder sister is a big sister. Throwing a glance can kill a person. She will definitely be extremely angry when she learns that her little sister is being bullied. At that time, I'm afraid blood will flow. Xia Yifu stood up and gave him a shove on the shoulder. You go back to the dormitory first. I'll accompany Instructor Su and check out the situation. Remember, never come out alone. Stop talking and go. Su Family Security Building. Inside a luxurious office sat a young woman in her 30s. A purple robe, a cold face, and no anger. Especially a pair of Danfeng triangular eyes, cold and scary. She had her cell phone handy, and the screensaver on it showed an innocent, cool girl. It's none other than Instructor Su Yuanan. The 8 big men in black stood in front of her, all respectfully bowing their heads and bending their heads to follow orders. Missy, right now the Long family, the Su family, and the Chang family, are all vying for that territory in the development zone. Dragon Lake. A bald big man reported to the woman. According to reliable information, the Long family and the Su family have already had a big fight, and the Long family has also sent out assassins. The woman faintly said, just tell them to kill each other and we'll sit back and reap the benefits. The bald big man added, Missy, they sent killers and the target is you. The woman's eyes flickered, ice chilled out of her exquisite face. Thinking for a moment, he faintly said, it's me? How dare they lay hands on me? Su Yueqi? The bald man replied, the Dragon family said that the Su family is growing faster and faster, and that eventually the Dragon Lake territory will most likely fall into your hands, so they are striking first. Su Yueqi smiled coldly, then let them do it. When this was said, the bald big man exchanged glances with the few big men around him. A murderous aura flickered in the eyes of the crowd. If you want to get close to Miss Su Yueqi, you must first step over their corpses. I'm tired. Su Yueqi slowly stood up, looking somewhat wearily at the neon outside the window. You guys just stand down. Missy, I have one more thing to report. The bald big man stepped forward. Second Miss is in the military training at Magic City University, and there was even a boy who made a move on Second Miss. Su Yueqi turned around violently, a murderous aura erupting from her eyes. What? There's such a thing? What kind of person has that kind of guts? The bald man and the others were so scared that they bent down violently and held their breath. They knew Su Yueqi too well. She was a heck of a sister protector. Anyone who dared to harm her sister would be violating her scales. Because of this, Miss Tu has never had a strange male dare to approach her since she was a child. That student's name is Chang Ba, from a small remote town, with no background in his family. The bald big man reported once again. We also didn't find out what kind of remarkable skills he has, but he went so far as to caress the second young lady's face in full view of everyone, and said that he fell in love with her at first sight. As he expressed it, his fists and those of several of the big men clenched and cackled. So it's a rash. Su Yueqi flung her long skirt. Xiao Guangming, you personally send him out of the Magic City and make him disappear in front of my little sister forever. Yes. Zhou Bright turned and laughed. As Su Yueji's core bodyguard, and as one of the chief kung fu instructors of the Su family security group, he didn't think that Changba was qualified to ask him to make a move at all. But the orders of the Lord cannot be disobeyed. He must now tell Changba to pay the heaviest price. Chapter 7 Mysterious Beater. You don't have the right to die here. Changba returned to his dormitory, stripped off his clothes, and walked towards the restroom to take a shower. Bully, I heard you were going to be fired, right? Seems like Principal Wu called Mr. Xian said he was going to fire you? What are you going to do, Buster? The 3 roommates stopped him and asked concerned questions. Changba smiled bashfully. No big deal. As for whether or not academics were a matter of expulsion, he didn't care in the slightest. Now that he's a kung fu master and a divine healer, he still has to worry about a college degree? Besides, he saved Su Evening's life, and she would still tell the school to expel him? As he was talking, his cell phone rang. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number. Still, he pressed the answer button. Su Yueho's cold, euphonious voice came from inside. Changba, I've already greeted the leaders above and will no longer fire you. Good. Changba grinned. As he expected. Changba, you saved my life, and the past is turned over. In the future, if you say or do anything excessive, I will never forgive you. The phone hung up. The past turned over? Changba grinned again. Ha 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 ha. Bah, you're great. It's 80% that the goddess instructor is in love with you. Look at that. Not letting you go at all. Knowing that, I should have stepped forward earlier to touch Instructor Su's cheeks. Ha 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 ha. All 3 roommates breathed a sigh of relief and cracked up laughing. Changba smiled back. Brother Ba, tomorrow morning's military training. Do you dare to caress Instructor Su's face again? Changba, it's time for you to kiss her and take it a step further, isn't it? Tell me to say it. Just confess. Say I love you and see how she reacts. All 3 roommates flirted. We'll see. Changba didn't know what was going to happen at the military training tomorrow morning, but he didn't dare to forget the big task, telling Su Yuehong to say I love you to him. He stripped off his clothes and headed for the shower, ready to take a shower. Old habit. He walks to the shower with no clothes on. Just 2 steps away, there was a knock on the door outside. He stopped. Who? Me. Xia Yifu. Changba rushed to get dressed. A couple of his roommates gave him a thumbs up. Bah, you're still great. It's the middle of the night and the counselor can come over to you. When did I ever get this lucky? Changba told them to off, opened the door to his room and walked out. Sister Fu, what time is it now? Why don't you take a break? Xia Yifu glared at him. Instructor Su contacted me just now and said that he would no longer expel you. So I came over here specifically to tell you. I already know. You know you're full and not hungry. And I came to also tell you that in the future you need to respect Instructor Su and not do something stupid like that again. Got it. Changba approached her. Sister Fu, this dormitory is too messy. I'll move in with you, okay? Cool off on one side. Xia Yifu clenched her silver teeth, reached out her finger to point it at his chest and turned to run away. This neighborhood boy just knows how to be naughty. Ha 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 ha. Changba's bright laughter echoed down the corridor. After showering, he and a few of his roommates laid down to sleep. Inside the house, there was a lot of snoring. Outside the window, the moonlight was like silver. Sleeping in the middle of the night, Changba opened his eyes when he heard a rustling of footsteps coming from the walkway outside. After another listen, he gets up and goes to the restroom to pee, and then opened the door to the room and stepped outside to check it out. The hallway was lit, and in the light came a man in black, hooded head and black mask, only a pair of beady eyes visible. He was tall and strong, exuding an aura of depression. Suyu Evening would not call someone. Could it be someone sent by her sister? Changba watched the black-clothed man approach step by step, walked out of the room, closed the door, and faintly said, "Dude, don't cringe, have a conversation." The man in black sneered, both wanting to vomit. He thought that the student who stroked Su Yueho's face must be very powerful, but the youth in front of him disappointed him greatly. About 5 feet 5 inches tall, how to look rustic in red pants and red flip-flops. The body was muscular but looked less explosive. It's so disappointing. What's even more disappointing is that this kid has no skill in his ass, and he still dares to pretend to be a pussy in front of him. If he was in the middle of nowhere, he could have just slapped him to death. He said coldly, "Kid, go to your room and get dressed while following me." "Where to? Take you out of Mordor forever." "What if I don't go?" The man in black stopped talking and quickly stepped forward, blasting his fist into Changba's chest. "The fist tells you how to go." Standing steadily, Changba waited for his opponent's fist to arrive and reached out to grab it. Look at the ease of writing, like grabbing a little kid's hand. Click. The sound of a fracture came out from a forceful hand. The man in black felt his hand ache and clenched his teeth, screaming darkly as he quickly retracted his fist. One look at the fists in horror. The fist had been crushed and drooped helplessly. How explosive does it have to be? At this moment, he realized that he was simply no match for his opponent. Even if he had 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough for him to fight alone. Who the hell is this guy? How inscrutable is Kung Fu? The black-robed man felt incredulous. His eyes rounded as he sized up Changba. "Brother, take it easy. I'm still saying the same thing. Take your time when you have something to say." Changba walked towards the other. "Tell me who sent you." "Go to hell." The man in black suddenly flashed out a short splinter and stabbed Changba straight in the throat. "You want to kill me?" Changba cocked his head and snatched it away, reaching out to place his palm on his opponent's chest, gently, softly, like a caress. However, a thud only came out from the black-clothed man's body, and then his entire body flew out more than 3 meters at once, falling heavily to the ground. Pust! The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and looked down to observe his chest. One look and a shiver ran through his body. 5 clear fingerprints appeared on the shirt on his chest, as if it had been burned by fire, and gave off smoke and a pungent odor. He didn't dare to fight, and with a horrified look at Changba, he climbed up and rushed to the stairs. But after just a few steps, he jerked to a halt. I just saw Changba standing right at the stairway, pulling out a box of Dakianman, taking one out, and lighting it up in a leisurely manner. "You think college dorms are for you to come and go as you please?" A shudder ran through the black-clothed man, and his legs couldn't help but go weak. Thinking that he had encountered countless masters, he now realized what a true master was. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to get past Changba tonight, he clenched his teeth together, rushed to the stairs, and took a long leap toward the bottom. This is the 3rd floor. A fall to the 1st floor is certain death, but he had no choice but to die. In any case, he could not reveal his master's secret. He squeezed his eyes shut as he thought of the agony of that moment of impact. But then, all of a sudden, he felt something catch him steadily. His eyes snapped open. At first glance, I couldn't help but shiver. It's Changba. At some point, Changba had landed on the first floor and had caught him firmly with both hands. It's too fast. It's too strong. The man in black felt for a moment that he had met not a man, but a god. Do you know why I saved you? Changba asked softly as he put him down. He shook his head in panic. Because this is a college dormitory and you don't have what it takes to die here. The black-clothed man's eyes went black, and his legs went limp as he collapsed. As Suyuchi's most trusted bodyguard, he was not even qualified to die here. Around Changba, he felt like he was living less than a dog. Go on your way, go back and give your master my regards. Changba turned around and moved with an ethereal motion up the stairway steps. The man in black smiled bitterly, lowered his head, even more groundless, and staggered outside. Within moments, it disappeared without a trace. Changba, on the other hand, quietly returned to his dormitory to rest. The night was as quiet as water, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 8 Big Sisters Begging. Instructor Su's Compromise. Su Family Security Building. Suyu Evening lay on the bed, tossing and turning, and had been unable to fall asleep. The series of events that happened today were unprecedented for her. You could say it's etched in stone. First, Changba stroked her face during military training. Then Changba confessed to her directly. Then Changba uses the phantom technique in the Kung Fu Hall. Then there's a fire in the Kung Fu Hall, and Changba actually flies out the window with her in his arms, taking her to pretend to fly with her. In the end, Changba held her face and said I love you to her. Frequent fighter. Frequent fighter. It's full of this guy. At 24 years of age, there had never been such a man who had come into her heart. And this guy, walks in, not just walks in, but walks in deeply. It's got her all mixed up now and she doesn't even know what to do next. You know, as a military training instructor, she used to be a master who did things in a thunderous manner and never dragged her feet. She sighed and turned sideways again, asking herself again and again, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Falling in love with Changba is impossible, but why can't I get rid of him again in my head? Will there be any more stories between us? With a creak, the door to the room was pushed open. Suyuichi was draped in her pajamas and walked in gently. Late night, why aren't you asleep? Insomnia. Suyu Evening sat up lazily. Sister, why aren't you sleeping? How dare I sleep if you can't? Suyuichi stretched out a hand and stroked her little sister's hair dotingly. Her little sister was so cute. She wanted to take her in her arms and kiss her. Suyu Evening smiled faintly and snuggled into her sister's arms obediently. Evening, did the fire at night scare you? Suyuichi gently stroked her little sister's ear-length hair. How? Suyuahong was thinking about people, not even thinking about fire. Then why can't you sleep? Having found a target of your choice? Which is not. Suya Yang gently shook her head. Suyuichi gently scraped her nose and laughed. Hiding the truth from your sister. Ha? No really, I could have sworn. Suyuaho very much liked the smell of her sister's body and lay down next to her again. And swear. Suyuchi laughed. Don't hide it from me. I know everything. Is there a guy named Changba that you've fallen in love with? Bah! Suyu Evening sat up violently and sneered. Who likes him? He's a northerner, while I like southerners. The kind with fair skin and standard looks. While he's a bit dark, too brown, and doesn't do things reliably. That's a relief. I'll send someone to clean him up. Don't! Suyu Evening panicked and hurriedly grabbed her sister's hand. Sister, Changba is just a student. It's normal to make mistakes. You can't move him. No matter how naughty or excessive Changba was, it was their business and she didn't dare to let her sister interfere. Because once the sister intervenes, that's when the consequences are severe. Suyuichi frowned his long brows and scrutinized her. What? Really like him? Su Yaya shook her head firmly. How can that be? Didn't I just say? I don't like his kind of northern men. Especially don't like Changba. He's too abrupt. No patting at all. Suyuichi's eyes suddenly went cold. In that case, I don't need to be polite. Tell you what, I've already sent someone over. What? Suyu Evening rose with a start. Sister, quickly call your people back. Don't hurt him. Didn't I say? He's just a student now. It's normal to make mistakes. Anxiously, he felt for Suyuichi's pajama pocket, looking for her cell phone. Her sister, as the leader of the Su family group, was surrounded by true experts. The four major bodyguards beside her, the Mei Lan Juju, were nothing compared to the bodyguards beside her sister. And if sister sends out her experts to deal with Changba, Changba must not be able to resist. She didn't want to get a reputation for retaliating against her students. Suyuchi grabbed her hand and asked very seriously. Evening, sis asks you for the last time, do you really like him? No, really. Then why are you in such a hurry? Because he's a student in my military training. Suyu Evening shook her head once again, fished out her cell phone and shoved it into her hand. Call your man quickly. Don't hurt him, please sis. Well, I'll ask him if he's arrived yet. Suyuichi took her cell phone, so she dialed. Where have you been? The voice on the phone was hoarse and with some unbearable pain. Missy, I just came back and was about to change my clothes. Come immediately to my bedroom door and report in person. Suyuichi finished hanging up the phone and sighed. Little sister, I'm sorry, but your student will definitely be in a bad way this time. Suyu Evening was even more worriedly and quickly put on her shoes and trotted out of the bedroom. She opened the front door and looked down the hallway, wanting to be the first to hear from Changba. Less than 5 minutes later, a man in black stumbled over. One hand was still holding the wall, and his legs were trembling. It was Su Yueji's beloved bodyguard, Xiao Guangming. The sisters took a look and were alarmed. How did Joe Bright get hurt? It's Changba who should be the one with the worst case scenario. Missy. Xiao Guangming stepped forward and lowered his head with a lopsided face, his gauze-wrapped right hand shivering. Joe Bright, what's wrong with you? How did you turn into this bear? Su Yueqi scolded loudly. As her beloved subordinate, who would either ride out the victory or die in battle, how could he appear so disgraceful? Joe Bright flopped down on one knee. Eldest miss, I went to look for Changba and saw him as well, but I'm no match for him. He held my right hand to pieces and sent me flying with another slap. Moving his right hand away, he opened his chest, allowing Su Yueqi to check the wound on his chest. Su Yueqi took a look and sucked in a breath of cool air. Suyu Evening took a look and was also stunned. Only an extremely clear palm print appeared on Xiao Guangming's chest. Red. Like blood-stained red. No way. Suyuchi didn't believe that a freshman would have such good kung fu. I know all the top masters inside the Magic City. It's simply impossible for a freshman like Changba to have such powerful internal kung fu. Su Yueho, on the other hand, frowned with a beautiful frown, remembering the scene where Changba took her and flew out of the window. Is Changba really an unparalleled master? Missy. Xiao Guangming was in tears. I fought him with my own eyes and experience. No. Suyuchi still didn't believe it. You must have misread it. There must be some kind of expert hidden around him. You quickly send someone to investigate. Yes. Joe Bright struggled to his feet and turned away. Walking 2 steps, he stopped violently again. By the way, Missy, Changba has one more thing to say. He called me, to tell me to give you my regards. Su Yueqi's eyes flinched. Arrogant. Changba is too arrogant. She was going to meet this arrogant person for a while. Sis, there was a fire in the hotel, and Changba flew out of the window with me in his arms, and landed firmly on the ground. Suyu Evening recalled the events of that time and was still a bit scared. At that moment, I was wondering if he knew lightweight skills. Suyuchi sneered. Impossible. An 18 or 19-year-old freshman can't be that powerful. I still believe in my judgment. There must be a mysterious expert beside him. Suddenly thinking of something, she grabbed her by the shoulders. Evening, tomorrow's military training. After the afternoon is over, you invite him to come over as a guest. I want to see this person with my own eyes. Su Yuehong nuzzled her red lips and shook her head, returning to the bedroom and slowly sitting down. Su Yueqi followed. What's wrong? I don't have a well with him. Suyu Evening has already thought about it. Tomorrow military training. She will not take care of him at all. Even more so, she dares not him to say a word. Evening, my second miss. Sister begs you, okay? You don't like him, sis likes him, okay? Su Yueji sat down and wrapped her arms around her shoulders, grunting and begging. A killing iron lady, in the little sister's side actually spilled. The softness of a small woman is undoubtedly. Suyu Evening closed her eyes and pursed her lips. I'm really afraid of you. Well, I'm just going to tie him up tomorrow. Chapter 9, Class Flower in a Coma. Today is a good day. Hello, Ba. You look so handsome today. Big brother Changba, will you touch Instructor Su's face today? After breakfast, as Changba walked towards the playground, many students greeted him. One must know that since Changba caressed Su Yueho's face yesterday, he was famous. Too many students wanted to catch a glimpse of Bully. Even many of the military training instructors wanted to recognize this person. As for Changba, he carried one hand on his back and walked idly, just smiling faintly and waving his hand at everyone. Noticing that Suyu Evening was already standing on the playground, he quickly walked over. Suyu Evening had been quietly observing Changba, watching him pretend to be a bully in front of his classmates and smiling coldly. Just wait, asshole. When I bring you back to your place, let's see what my sister will do to you. Hello, Instructor Su. Changba walked in front of Su Yueho and saluted. Taking a special look at her face, he realized that after his touch, her face was even more tender and lovely. He all but had the urge to stroke it again. Su Yeye was made to feel hairy in her heart by his look, and she coldly and delicately droned. Return to the line. Roger that. Changba walks towards the line. Meanwhile, observe a glance at your classmates. The boys all looked at him with envy and jealousy, like he had taken the woman they loved. The girls, all of them, looked at him with jealous contempt, as if he had betrayed them. As he watched the girls, his sword brows tightened. One of the girls, Long Yimin, was very pretty. with a shapely figure, and was recognized as the class flower, but she was now pale, sweating like a pig, and depressed, clearly the symptoms of pre-sunstroke. He raised one hand. Report instructor. Suyu Evening looked at him coldly. It's you again. What's the matter? Changba pointed over. Long Yimin is not feeling well and needs to rest now. Suyu Evening sneered. Student Changba, just looking at pretty girls, right? Ha 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 ha. The students laughed. Long Yimin instead glanced at Changba with a grateful look before gritting her teeth and holding on. Seriously. Attention. At ease. With Suyu Evening's shout, the students didn't dare to laugh anymore and stood up straight in a disciplined manner. A new day of military training has begun. After 10 a.m. It was even hotter. The sun was baking like a furnace. Flutter. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound from the ranks. A girl fainted. Emin Long has fainted. The class flower has fainted. The body is convulsing. The students were suddenly screaming in fear. Seeing this, Suyu Evening rushed forward, and the two girls lifted Long Yimin and carried him to the shade of the tree. And water, and face washing, and pinching. But 3 minutes had passed and Long Emin was unresponsive. Suyu Evening and the girls panicked and rushed to call for an ambulance. The students gathered around, chattering and waiting anxiously. Changba peeled through the crowd to check out the situation. With the system's enchantment, he was already a divine doctor sage, and it was not a big problem to save Long Yimin. About to walk up, a familiar mezzo-soprano voice came to his ears. Ding! Host, new mission now open. Please use the harmonica and play Good Day immediately. There will be a reward for the completion of the mission. What? Now that my classmates passed out on the floor, you're asking me to play Good Day? Dog system, UTM inhuman. Not according to the set of cards cannot be so out. Warm reminder, if you don't carry out the mission, not only will you roll up and go home, but you'll also have a heart attack. The old man quit. Unbinding system. The old man must not be kidnapped by you. Changba was never willing to be a puppet of the system. Please rest assured that the system is ultimately at the service of the host. Whether to live or die, the host chooses. Now counting down, 10, 9, 8. Changba had a black line. Thinking that he still had to live, he had to feel for his pants pocket. Sure enough, there's a harmonica. It's still a Kokomitsu brand, very beautifully made, and sparkles in the sunlight. He had learned to play the harmonica before, so he had to crouch to one side, put it to his mouth and start playing. It's a good day for anything the heart desires. Today is a good day to open the door of the house. We welcome the spring breeze. The lantern outside the door reveals a reddish light, and the nice song conveys a strong and deep feeling. Moonlight's watercolors paint tomorrow's day. Yo, a better world is in our hearts. When Suyu Evening and her classmates heard this, they all looked over with wide eyes. At first glance, it was Changba. Play the harmonica, blow the good old days, and squinting, mesmerized. Changba. Suyu Evening walked to the front and kicked Changba in the shoulder, directly kicking him to the ground. As an instructor, she didn't want to get physical, but this asshole was so out of line. Everyone was scared for student Long Yimin, and he was so good that he gloated and blew a good day. You're that happy when something really life-threatening happens to a fellow classmate? The students also looked at Changba angrily, itching to beat him up, and Changba slowly climbed to his feet, took the harmonica, and once again squinted and blew. Instructor Su, I don't want to blow it either, but if I don't, it's me who will die. Dog system, you're ing bad. Just then the ambulance came and down came a doctor and 2 nurses. They were armed with first aid tools and immediately started first aid. Cardiac compressions, artificial respiration, defibrillator, take turns. 5 minutes later, Long Yimin was still motionless. It was a moment of fear for her classmates, and a few of her roommates wailed and cried in terror. Suyu Evening and the other students were dumbfounded. If a girl dies of heat next to them, it will be in their hearts for the rest of their lives, especially Suyu Ain. She will be guilty for the rest of her life. And there was the sound of Good Day on the harmonica. It's hopeless. You call the school leaders and contact the funeral home. The EMT gave up and stood up with a helpless look on his face. Doctor, please save another one. Suyu Ahong's eyes were tearful as she grabbed the EMT's hand. The girls were begging, and one girl got on her knees for the doctor. The doctor had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head helplessly. There's no heartbeat, and he's not breathing, so face it guys. Peeling away Su Yea's hand, he got into the car with the nurse. A short while later, the ambulance whizzed away. Suyu Evening and her classmates were dumbfounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now rewarded with a set of silver needles. Changba grasped the silver needle and felt it sink in, and without hesitation, he put away his harmonica and strutted into the crowd. Get out of the way. Let me see. In the beginning, I said Long Yimin wasn't in good health, and you guys still didn't believe me. The moment when it was time for him to strike arrived, and he observed Long Yimin's situation. Snap. Su Yueho raised her hand and gave Changba a hard slap. Beads of sweat were hitting his face and splattering everywhere. Tearful eyes glared at him angrily. Changba, what are you looking at when the people aren't working? You're just an asshole. Get out. His classmates looked at him angrily as well. His 3 roommates, who were punching him in the shoulders and back. Changba, you go. We wouldn't have guessed you'd be this kind of person. Go blow your good day. Get lost. Don't let us see you again. The other students also glared at Changba and shouted angrily, itching for him to die instead of Long Yimin. Chapter 10, Silver Needle Out, Life I Have. Changba had a calm face as he looked at Su Yeyang. Instructor Su, I can save Long Yimin. What will you say after that? Su Yeye said, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I asked you to say I love you to me. Changba made a direct offer. Su Yuehong was unambiguous. It's okay. I'll say I love you 100 times, as long as you revive her. Changba stopped saying anything and squatted down next to Long Yimin, taking her pulse. Don't be a pussy. Never heard of you as a doctor. The ambulance is gone. The body is cold. And you're going to bring someone back to life? The students all stared angrily at Changba and bellowed. Changba ignored them and pulled out the silver needle. As the silver needle appeared in the air, a strong light shot out, causing Su Yueho and her classmates to feel their eyes sting and subconsciously take a step back. Suoso, Bai Hui, Ne Guan, Guan Yuan, Shan Ke. Changba used needles on each of these points. In the past, he had not even seen silver needles a few times, not to mention using them, but now he was a divine healer with the help of the system. Using a silver needle is a breeze. The students gathered around and watched with sneers to see how he would act. They'll give him a good accounting when he gives up. Noticing that a silver needle was actually buzzing, they scoffed even more. Now, even if the silver needle can sing good day, they don't believe that Changba Nun can help Long Yimin come back to life. 3 minutes later, Changba put away the silver needles one by one, pinched Long Yimin's mouth and started artificial respiration. The students took a look and became even angrier. The boys, in particular, couldn't wait to grab Changba and beat him up. Now that the class flower is dead, he's still trying to make money off of her. It's outrageous. Kissing a dead man's mouth. Does it smell that good? Su Yuening clenched her fists and made preparations to punish Changba at any time. Changba is still doing artificial respiration. When the 9th stroke was performed, Long Jimin's hand moved. When 18 strokes were performed, Long Yimin slowly opened her eyes. Wake up! Long Emin has actually woken up. Ha ha, she's alive again. Oh my god, Emin Long has come back to life. The students were in tears and cheering. Su Yuening pounced up and embraced Long Yimin, so excited that her eyes were tearful. Min, are you alright? Scare me to death. Bah, you're too good. I just realized you know acupuncture. Brother Bah, so you're a divine doctor. Changba, you're incredible. Amazing. I'm sorry for just now. Brother Bah, I was too rash. I thought I was in for a joke when you played the harmonica, but I didn't know you were celebrating early. Brother Bah, I'm sorry just now. I misunderstood you. I solemnly apologize to you. A group of students surrounded Changba, some holding hands, some putting their arms around his shoulders, praising and apologizing. And Changba just smiled blandly, glanced at Su Yueho and turned to walk away. The system told me to be a licking dog, and I played you all like monkeys. Changba, Su Yeye called. Changba didn't stop and continued to walk forward. My face was still burning hot, like it was on fire. There was an acacia next to him, and he sat down in the shade and rested. He was feeling a little tired from the acupuncture and artificial respiration just now. Noticing Su Yuening's quick steps, he twisted his head. That was a hard slap just now. Changba, I'm sorry about earlier. Su Yuening walked over to Changba's side, squatted down, and looked at him with apologetic eyes. Just now, Long Yimin fainted. She and her classmates were anxious, and Changba even played the harmonica. He blew it. He blew the good old days. In a fit of pique, she slapped him. Who would dare to think that a day with a standing bully is a good day? Changba lowered his head and didn't say anything. It must have hurt? Su Yuening glanced at the fingerprints on his face and pulled out a wet wipe, gently wiping Changba's faceplate. Changba pretended to be shocked and reached out to grab her small hand. You touched my face? Su Yuening's face was hot and red. No, I'm wiping your sweat. Wiping sweat is wiping sweat. Don't you touch it. I am just wiping my sweat. Su Yuening was just worried to the point of offending Changba and did it carefully. Your little finger touched my face. A little finger touch is touching? Su Yuening fainted and wanted to draw back her small hand, but she couldn't draw it back for a while, so she had to let him grab it. In the past, she would never let a man grab her jade hand like that. But now, Changba saved Long Yimin's life, which is also equal to saving her. Su Yu have won, so let him arrest him. Anyway, it's just for a little while. It's better than touching your face. Changba, in order to express my apologies, after school this afternoon, I invite you to have dinner at the place where I live. Do you see? Suyueho was afraid of rejection, like a shy flower, slowly lowering her head. Her sister had given her a deadly order that she had to bring Changba back, so now she had to seize such an opportunity. Changba pulled out his cell phone. Then let's add WeChat first. Suyu Evening realized that there was a scene, quietly smiled, took out her phone, and added friends with him. After 2 years of being a military instructor, this was the first time she had ever added a boy as a friend. Changba, so you promise? Let's not talk about that. It's time to fulfill your promise, right? The Changba book is back to business. He waited for Suyu Evening until now, just to hear those words, I love you. As long as Suyu Evening said I love you, then he had completed his mission in advance. Suyu Evening's face was red, biting her lips and lowering her head. Saying I love you is far from a good idea, and she still rejects him in her heart. No, I love you. She'd promised in front of all those people. She remembers very clearly. At that time, she promised that as long as Changba saved Long Yimin, she would not say I love you once, or even 100 times, without any ambiguity. Instructor Su. Instructor Su. Just when Suyu Evening was hesitating, an enchanting figure came running in a robust manner. They turned their heads to see that it was Counselor Xia Ifu. Instructor Su. As soon as the student called me, I ran over. Is Long Yimin alright? It's okay, I'll show you. Suyueho led Seifu towards her classmates. As for Changba, he looked at Seifu's back with a bitter face. Fusan, you've come at a bad time. 10 or so minutes later, Seifu came over with a smile on her face. Changba, when did you learn acupuncture? It's quite divine. I'll treat you to a chicken thigh for lunch. Changba Halo, don't say you're treating me to a chicken thigh. I don't feel like eating your thigh. What? Seifu clenched her silver teeth and grabbed his ear. Brat, is that how you talk to the counselor? Believe it or not, I'll expel you, Mr. Xia. Stop it. Suyu Evening walked over quickly and pulled away Seifu's hand. After all, Changba student saved Long Yimin's life. We can't let the hero sweat and then shed tears. Seifu laughed and grabbed her hand. Long Yimin was sent to the hospital. We have to go over and take a look. Instructor Su, what do you say? And I certainly don't feel comfortable going with you. When Changba heard this, he didn't agree and went forward to grab Su Yuewang's hand. Instructor Su, you haven't said that sentence yet. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 11, Instructor Su says I love you. Let go. Seifu pointed at Changba. Dare to grab the instructor's hand. It's against you. Do you hear me? I'm telling you to let go. Changba disliked. This has nothing to do with you. What doesn't matter? I'm your counselor and your sister. I have everything to do with you. Seifu stood in the middle of the two men and looked straight at Changba. Tell me, what did you call Instructor Su for? Honestly, Su Yeye snickered. Only now did she believe in the relationship between Changba and Seifu. It turns out that Seifu was really Changba's neighboring sister. No wonder she was willing to quit her job for his studies. You let her speak for herself. Changba pointed at Su Yuehong. Instructor Su, tell me what he's calling you for. Tell me the truth and I'll do it for you. Seifu looked at Su Yueho with great righteousness. Suyu Evening shook her head. It's nothing, Mr. Xia. This matter is between Changba and I. You don't say, do you? It's really nothing. I already know all that. A classmate just told me that you guys made a bet that Changba wanted you to say I love you to him, right? Suyu Evening's face was so hot that she couldn't help but cover her face. It's a shame that this has gotten out to everyone. Instructor Su, I for one have a spirit of contract. Seifu grabbed Suyu Evening's arm with a serious face. Whether you love Changba or not, as long as you made a bet, as long as you lost the bet, then you have to fulfill your promise. Su Yueho's cheeks turned red and she couldn't help but lower her head and, that's a lot of words to call out. If you say you love him, you just admire him in your heart. You don't feel love yet. If you don't say you love him, you've lost the bet, and you have to keep your word. And Seifu doesn't promise. Thinking and thinking, she frowned with a calculated frown and said, well, I say, Changba, I love you. With those words, covering her rolling face, she turned and ran away. It's a shame to say that to a college student. Are you satisfied this time? Seifu glared at Changba and trotted after Su Yueho. Instructor Su, wait for me. Changba was overjoyed. It's finally done. System, you heard it. Suyu Evening has already said I love you to me. Host, she's saying I love you. I don't understand what that means. What? Changba at once heart half cold. 3-year-old children know. UING do not know what it means? Host, you must get her to say I love you in Chinese or you will not be able to complete the mission. Warm reminder that the host has 6 days left. The dog system. You know everything but English. Poor review. As for Changba, he could only watch helplessly as Suyu Evening walked away step by step. With this opportunity wasted, he only had to look for the next one. Longdong Private Hospital. Emin Long was examined at a hospital and transferred to this hospital for recuperation. This hospital is the private hospital of Long Yimin's dad, Long Ji-cheong. When Su Unite and Xia Yifu arrived, Long Yimin was on in 4. Seeing them walk in, he hurriedly sat up and smiled apologetically. Instructor Su, Teacher Xie, I'm sorry to make you guys run again. Su Evening and Xia Yifu walked up and took her hand, asking questions and chatting softly. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man walked in, followed by a group of attendants. An extremely majestic aura instantly filled up the entire ward. Su Evening and Xia Yifu took a look. It was none other than Long Yimin's dad, the chairman of the Long family group, Long Ji-cheong. All stood up and gave him a greeting. This man was once the richest man in Mordor, and they had seen him on TV many times. Dad, these two guests are my military training instructor, Instructor Su, and my counselor, MS. Xia, and they're here to see me. Long Yimin smiled and introduced Long Ji-cheong. Long Ji-dome smiled gratefully and walked forward to shake hands with each of them and thank them. Long Yimin added, Dad, the one who saved me was my classmate Changba. We should show him our gratitude, don't you think? That's for sure. Long Ji-dome looked at Su Evening and Xia Yifu, both teachers. I share Yimin's feelings and am grateful to that Changba student. Why don't we invite him over for a meal at noon? Su Evening and Xia Yifu exchanged glances and both smiled in embarrassment. It's fine to invite Changba over for a meal. The problem is that guy always says and does something out of the ordinary. It's better on campus. But if you're still so carefree out there, wouldn't that be a joke? Teachers, I've already heard about the miraculous medical skills of Changba's classmates who brought the dead back to life. And while inviting him over for lunch, I'd also like to ask him to take a look at my son's illness. Long Ji-dome said, glancing at the wardroom door and clapping his hands once. The door to the room was then pushed open and a nurse walked in pushing a wheelchair. On the wheelchair sat a young boy in his late teens, with clear eyebrows. Very cute. It was the legs underneath that were very thin and disproportionate to his upper body. As soon as Su Evening and Xia Yifu took a look, they knew that this child's lower body was paralyzed and he couldn't walk at all. My son is 10 years old and has a strange disease, not to say tachyphylaxis or a brain disease, but his legs are getting thinner and thinner and he can't walk. We've begged hundreds of famous doctors and used all kinds of treatments, all of which have had little effect, which is why we've asked Changba to come over and take a look at. Long Ji-dome mentioned his son with a sad face and moist eyes. He has only one precious son, and if his son is wasted, then what hope does he have? Long Yimin took her brother's hand and was also teary-eyed, looking at Su Yueho and Xia Yifu with tears in her eyes. This, Xia Yifu smiled bitterly. Mr. Long, let me be honest with you, Changba is not a doctor of any kind. It was just a coincidence that he was able to save Yimin. To put it badly, it's just a blind cat breaking into a dead rat. I think it's okay to try. Su Yueyun Evening held a different opinion. Walking over to the little boy, he lovingly stroked his head. Changba helped Emin come back from the dead by chance. So isn't it fate that he and this child have a connection as well? Long Ji-dome was overjoyed. Instructor Su, then please give him a call. Okay? Instructor Su. Xia Yifu pulled up Su Yuewan's hand and gave her a wink. You still don't know whether Changba is reliable or not? Su Yeye shook her head. I know about Changba. When he's not reliable, he's less reliable than anyone else. But when reliable, no one is better than him. Xia Yifu fainted, letting go of Su Yuewan's hand and sighing softly. Alright then, you get him over here. You're responsible for anything that happens. Mr. Long. Standing behind Long Ji-cheong, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a white lab coat coughed and said, I've been studying acromegaly and neurological diseases for more than 20 years, and a case like young Master's is extremely complicated. So I'm afraid that calling a college student who isn't a doctor over to see him will do more harm than good. With a cold smile, he added, I've heard something about that Changba, who once directly stroked the face of a beautiful instructor during military training. For this matter, he was almost not expelled. Oh, on this character, can it be relied on? Su Yeye disagreed, glancing at her badge. This director Lu, do you know Changba? Do you know why Changba caressed the female instructor's face at that time? Walking up to the other man, he held his head high. I'm that instructor, and I'm happy to let him touch it, okay? Chapter 12, a fellow novel fan. Very busy reading right now. She felt an overpowering aura coming at her, and took a step back in panic, not daring to say anything else and casting her pleading eyes towards Long Ji-cheong. Long Ji-cheong told her to step back, striding forward, rushing towards Su Yuan with both palms together, bending down to salute, then ask Instructor Su to contact him, and if he agrees, I'll send a special car over to pick him up. Su Evening hurriedly returned with both palms together. No problem. I'll call him right now. Just as he pulled out his cell phone, Xia Yifu grabbed his hand. Instructor Su, reconsider. That Changba man is too reckless. Don't call for a joke if you can't see the disease then. Su Yeye smiled graciously and peeled away her hand. Teacher Xie, it's better to ask Changba to try it. Like you said, he's a blind cat in case he breaks into another dead rat. At the end of the morning military training, Changba returned to the dormitory. Take a shower first, while sitting on the bed with your phone reading a novel. I clicked on the tomato novel, opened my favorites, and then clicked on marrying an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm mad with joy. Every day he had this habit of reading a novel for 10 minutes to half an hour before lunch. That feeling, beautiful. A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. And he felt that reading a novel for a period of time before a meal, that feeling is also similar to a god. I was watching with great interest when my cell phone rang. Seeing that it's Suyu evening calling, call out sister evening. What do you call me? Suyueho had made the call in front of Xiaifu, Long Yamin and Long Jichong. What kind of a name is that? Oh, Instructor Su, have you seen Emin Long? Changba got serious. See, Suyuehong asked, now you're back in the dormitory? Just got back. I just took a shower and sat down. Changba spoke and clicked on the next page of the novel page. Long Yimin's dad, Mr. Long, in order to show his appreciation, sent a special car over to pick you up and wants to invite you over for a meal. So get ready. I couldn't care less at noon. What's wrong? I'm reading a novel. It's busy. I'll have 90 chapters by noon. You 250. Is it that important to read a novel? I won't read it first at noon today. Suyu evening was anxious. Changba scratched his short hair. What's wrong with me reading a book? Going out to socialize on a hot day isn't as cool as reading a novel. Suyu evening halo, to tell you the truth, Long Yimin's little brother is suffering from a strange disease, and her dad wants to ask you to come over and give him a look. Ha! It wasn't true that Changba could heal now, but he didn't think about saving lives every day. Growing up, he never dreamed of being a doctor. Shaking his head, he sighed. Don't you know if I'm a doctor or not? Suyu evening grunted in dissatisfaction and asked, do you know anything about silver needles? No, a little. Can you read? A little. Then why don't you come over here and save the day? I'm not a doctor. And besides, you know I'm a freshman now, and school is a priority. Not listening, right? Suyu evening suddenly raised 8 decibels. I'll go over and tie you up. Do you believe me? Changba is not in a hurry. You come over and tie it up. I'm not going either. Last time I made a bet. I promised to say I love you to me, but I ended up saying English to cheat. No fun. Suyu evening's face heated up and she cursed an asshole. At this moment, she was riding a tiger. Let's not ask Changba to come. She has promised Long Jichong and Long Yimin. Call Changba? The guy forced her to say what she didn't want to say again. Seeing Long Jichong and Long Yimin, as well as that little boy, all looking at her with eyes full of expectation, she clenched her silver teeth, hardened her heart, and promised, tell you what, you save little brother Long Emin, and I'll say that in Chinese. A deal? Changba's spirits rose. A gentleman's word is his bond. Changba was overjoyed, rolled out of bed, kicked on his slippers, and walked quickly out of the dormitory. He could not change his clothes and immediately rushed to the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Suyu evening's face was delicately red after she hung up the phone. Like a thief, he scrambled towards the restroom with his head down. The fact that she had just made that kind of promise to a boy worried her. What if Changba succeeds? She had always been fearless, but now her heart was in a panic. That Changba was such an asshole. Forcing her, a majestic and beautiful instructor. To this point, Instructor Su, why did you bet with Changba again? Xiaifu followed. I'm not trying to help Long Yimin. Suyu evening smiled bitterly. In fact, their Su family and Long Yimin's Long family had a conflict. One could even say that there was hatred. She wanted to have a change of heart by helping Emin Long. I have a feeling that Changba can't possibly cure Long Yimin's little brother. Xiaifu frowned her pretty eyebrows and let out a long sigh. We'll see later. Suyu evening looked at the Rolex on her wrist and walked to the faucet to wash her hands. When they returned to the ward, a curly-haired young man with a majestic figure carrying a briefcase walked quickly to Long Jichong's side, bent down and whispered a few words into his ear. Long Jidong asked them to wait for a moment and walked out of the room to the next lounge. Mr. Long, we've bid on that piece of land in Longhu. Here's the contract. The curly-haired youth opened his briefcase, took out the contract, and handed it to Long Jichong with both hands. Long Jidong took it and opened it to look at it without any joy on his face. Longhu is in the North City Development Zone, covering an area of more than 2,000 acres, is the most fertile piece of land in the development zone. Now the Long, Su, and Cheng families were all eyeing this plot of land, all willing to take it at all costs, especially Su Yuichi of the Su family, who made a poisonous oath to get that piece of land. One must know that the piece of land at Dragon Lake used to belong to Su Yuichi's grandfather. 20 years ago, The Su family group suffered a change of heart and he had to sell the land cheaply to others. Now that Su Yuqi's wings were growing, she naturally wanted to reclaim what belonged to their Su family. Long Ji-dong took another look at the hard-won contract and asked, "What's Su Yu-late's reaction now?" "Pressing on, but dark," the curly-haired youth replied. Long Ji-dong twisted his head to look at the door of the room and lowered his voice to ask, "You called for a visit to her. What is the situation now?" The curly-haired youth laughed sardonically, a murderous aura bursting from his eyes. "What should be bought and paid for has already been bought and paid for, and will be put into action tonight." Long Ji-dong nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile surfacing on his gloomy faceplate. "Mr. Long." The curly-haired youth thought of something, stepped forward and whispered in a low voice, "Instructor Su is Su Yuqi's own sister. Should we on her?" "No." Long Ji-cheong flatly refused. "Our 4 great clans have an agreement that Wo is not as bad as family members. No matter what, we must not harm her family." Stretching out his hand and pointing it at Wei Jian's eyes, he coldly said, "Wei Jian, this is the bottom line of the 4 great families, be sure to abide by it." Wei Jian lowered his head, a lecherous smile flashing in his eyes. "Yes." Long Ji-dong walked over to the back window and looked out over Long Lake in the distance, thinking of the legal procedures in the open, and then thinking of the sword in the dark. His face became even more gloomy, and he put his palms together and made a wish. "Getting Long Lake and helping my son recover are my 2 biggest wishes for Long Ji-dong. Hopefully, I'll be able to have a double celebration today." Chapter 13. Changba, like a character from a manga. Changba took a special car and arrived at the Dragon Dome Private Hospital. Accompanied by the staff, he walked towards the inpatient building and prepared to take the elevator to find Su Yueho and Xia Yifu. Noticing that they were standing near the elevator waiting for him, he waved at them. "2 sisters, it's been a long wait." Su Yu Evening and Xia Yifu took a look, and were both angry and amused. By all accounts, having received an invitation from Long Ji-dong, Changba should have attended in full costume. Even if you don't dress up, you have to wear something formal. Even wearing a college uniform will do, but he had a white sweatshirt on top, big red pants underneath, red flip-flops on his feet, and very hairy legs, so how could he look sloppy? Looked less like a college student and more like a young migrant worker. "Instructor Su, I told you he was unreliable. How's that?" Xia Yifu grumbled in dissatisfaction. "You say, just like this, how can I meet Mr. Long?" Su Yu Evening glared at the approaching Changba and chastised him. "Changba, Mr. Long invited you, and this is what you're wearing over here." Changba shrugged his shoulders. "Call me up or not? If you don't, I'm going back up. Don't delay me from reading my novel. Fiction, fiction, fiction. Can I help you eat or can I help you drink?" Su Yu Evening grabbed his arm and just pulled towards an elevator. "Hurry up. General Manager Long is waiting impatiently. There's no way around it. It's a time crunch. Let's meet first." Xia Yifu also grabbed his arm and warned, "Changba, you can be big-headed down below, but not when you're up there. That's Mr. Long, one of the richest men in Magic City, a super big brother. You have to be 12% respectful, got it? He invited me here, otherwise I wouldn't have come." Changba stopped in his tracks. "Move." Su Yu Evening and Xia Yifu held him hostage and walked into a special elevator. When they came down quickly through this elevator. There was a large mirror inside the elevator, and as they stood inside the elevator, they all noticed the 3 people in the mirror. As soon as she looked in the mirror, Su Yu Evening closed her eyes with an icy face, while Xia Yifu snorted and laughed. Su Yu Evening was dressed in black sportswear, like a cold and thorny waxberry, cold and colorful. Xia Yifu was dressed in a red leisure suit, like a blooming peony flower, enthusiastic and unrestrained. And the men they hold hostage are big undershirts, big pants and flip-flops, dirt cheap. The 3 stood together, making Changba look like a comic book character, comical and ridiculous. Su Ye sighed. "Changba, with your bear-like behavior, I'm really worried that you're powerless against Long Yimin's little brother." Xia Yifu hurriedly said, "Why don't we still let Changba go back?" Su Yu Evening grasped Changba's wrist. "It's already up. Let's beat a dead horse." And Changba didn't care about that. Observing the 2 beauties' good figure through the mirror, he asked, "Evening sister, how tall are you?" 1.7 m. "What for?" Su Yang froze. "Not for anything." Changba looked at Xia Yifu again. "Sister Fu, how tall are you?" "I'm 6'8". Xia Yifu tiptoed slightly and was shoulder to shoulder with Su Yueho. Changba looked up and down. "I think you 2 sisters have the same length of legs, not a millimeter better." Both beauties observed their legs coming in and made comparisons with their eyes. "I'll measure it." Changba first squatted down next to Su Yuein, crossed his thumb and forefinger, placed them on her ankles, and began to measure upwards. And that's when the elevator doors opened. There was a group of people standing in front of the door, all looking at the scene in the elevator. As soon as they saw Changba crouching beside Su Yaya, measuring something with both hands, the crowd all surveyed Su Yaya in shock. Su Yuehong's face heated up and she kicked at Changba's calf. The elevator's here. Don't move. Quickly step out of the elevator. Xia Yifu followed, covering her mouth and laughing. I really thought Changba was going to measure his legs, but it turns out he was teasing Instructor Su. Die laughing. As she walked towards the hospital room, Su Yueho gritted her silver teeth in warning with a red face. Changba, I'm your instructor. Be honest from now on. Changba shrugged his shoulders. There's a saying that the upper beam is the lower beam. And you're teaching me to play tricks. So why don't I learn? Who's cheating? You're cheating. What did you say last time? After saving Long Yimin, you said I love you. Didn't I tell you? In English. Speaking in English doesn't count. At first you didn't say that. Oh. Su Yuening felt like pulling back around and sneered triumphantly. Changba said in his heart, just wait. Within 6 days, I will make you say I love you in Chinese. Changba. Xia Yifu dissatisfiedly tugged Changba's arm. Instructor Su doesn't have any feelings for you at all. Why do you have to force yourself on people? Changba replied directly. If she doesn't tell me, I'll die and boom. Xia Yifu didn't believe it. It's that serious? Changba couldn't explain. Of course, and just nodded. Seeing this, Su Yuening grunted, her eyes suddenly cold, and said, want to ask me to say I love you? You can dream about it. As they spoke, they came to the door of Long Yimin's luxurious hospital room and knocked on the door first. While walking in, Long Jidong, Wei Jian, Lu Shi and the others all stood anxiously waiting on the inside of the doorway, expecting the stars and the moon to wait for him. But when he arrived and saw what he looked like, they were all suddenly disappointed. To be able to come to the rescue of Long Yimin, to be able to bring the dead back to life, they felt that Changba must be a big, handsome man with a jade-like, elegant demeanor. And now the youth standing in front of him was very casual. How he looked like a migrant laborer. However, Long Jidong still extended his hand to Changba and shook his hand to express his heartfelt gratitude. Changba exchanged a few pleasantries, greeted Long Yimin a few more times, and asked, where is the little boy? Long Jidong looked at Lu Shi. Director Lu, where is my son? Mr. Long, he's already asleep. Should we wait for the next time? Lu Shi couldn't look at Changba at all. With this kind of bear, he'll have trouble getting a foothold in Magic City in the future. And he'll still be able to save the young master's illness? Long Jidong looked at Changba, eyes sharp. Every move is calm and relaxed. Realized that people cannot look like seawater cannot be measured. Said, wake him up and push him over. Lu Shi had no choice but to walk quickly to the other room. Shortly afterward, she rolled out a wheelchair. I don't know what's going on, but the little boy in the wheelchair keeps crying. It was only after seeing Changba that he stopped crying and observed him with wide eyes. Mr. Chang, this is my son's checklist and medical records. Long Jidong took out a thick pile of materials and handed it to Changba. Changba took it and looked it over carefully from top to bottom. Su Yeye and Xia Yifu and the others took a look and nodded. Anyway, just the seriousness with which he reads the charts is very much that kind of thing. Okay, I looked at it. Changba closed the chart inside. I can't understand it when I read it before and after. What? Long Jidong was shocked. Mr. Chang, you're saying you can't read any of these materials? Everyone else was taken aback. Su Yuening's silver teeth bite. Hate to give Changba a punch. Cannot understand you still look so serious? Xia Yifu closed her eyes and had a headache. Look at that. Making a joke, isn't it? Mr. Chang, how many patients have you seen before? Long Jidong's heart began to fizzle. Changba answered truthfully. Your daughter was the first patient I saved. And your son was the second. Ah. Long Jidong was dumbfounded. He looked at Changba's deep eyes and outstanding temperament and thought how powerful he was. Who would dare to think that when it came to seeing patients, he knew nothing? Clearly a pretender. Lu Shi smiled contemptuously, pushed up the wheelchair and left. Mr. Long, I think it's better to tell the young master to go back and rest. Slow. Chapter 14, 2 feet on 2 boats. I can't do it. Slow. Su Yueyin went forward to stop and grabbed the wheelchair handle. Looking at Long Jiqiang, Mr. Long, since Changba is here, let's ask him to give it a try. I believe in him, and even more so, I believe that miracles happen. When Changba heard this, he smiled faintly in approval. Not to mention, sometimes what Instructor Su said, he still quite liked to listen to. Long Jiqiang was different. With a bitter face, Instructor Su, is there any point in trying? That's right, he can't even read medical records. How can he treat people? Lu Shi glanced angrily at Changba. When the time comes, he don't blind cure into a cripple. Tell me to say it. Even. Xia Yifu pulled Su Yuewang's hand, asking her to let go of the wheelchair, and said with a worried face, Changba is not a doctor after all. Don't aggravate the child's condition after treatment. Su Yeye was still gripping the wheelchair tightly. How can we know without trying? Changba doesn't know anything, so how did he save Long Yimin's life? You will say that it was a coincidence. So why can't it be a coincidence again? Or not? Long Jidom has invited famous doctors from all over the world, and if there were coincidences, there would have been coincidences a long time ago, and Changba's performance was extremely disappointing, and if there was a coincidence, it wouldn't have happened to him. He gestured at Changba and Su Yueyin. My daughter needs to rest. Please go to the hotel. I will call for company. Su Yueyin looked at Long Jidom with great displeasure. Mr. Long, with all due respect, my student saved your daughter, and just now I had a hard time getting Changba to come here, and this is the attitude you have? Hearing this, Xiaofu was terrified and hurriedly pulled her hand again, signaling that she must not offend Long Jiqiong. Unbridled, Wei Jian, who was standing behind Long Jiqiong, took a step forward and angrily rebuked. Who do you think you are? Yelling at Mr. Long. Su Yueyin became furious. Who are you? I'm talking to Mr. Long. Who are you to interrupt? Changba observed up Wei Jian as a person. Didn't even notice him just now. At first glance, he frowned. This man has a murderous aura about him. After becoming a kung fu supremacist and a divine healer saint, his eyes and sixth sense had become very well developed. He could tell at a glance that this Wei Jian must have killed someone. Seeing that he was still blowing his beard at Su Yueho, he quickly stepped forward and placed a slap on his face. Hit it clean, did I tell you to talk? Wei Jian didn't move and sneered. In his own territory, he was given a mouthful by a brat. It's ridiculous to think about. Does this kid think he's going to live too long? You're still laughing? Changba lifted his hand and slapped his mouth again. Snap, play louder. Wei Jian stopped laughing and his eyes exploded with murderous aura. Changba. Xiaofu was worried that Changba would make another move and scrambled forward to grab his hand. Su Yueyin gave Changba an appreciative smile. Not to mention, this guy knows how to protect the leader. He's worth cultivating. Seeing the swords drawn, Long Yimin, who was half lying on the hospital bed, stood up in a panic, walked up and stood in the center. Dad, how about this? There's a security guard named Old Lu in this hospital who usually carries a little grandson. That little grandson has a similar condition to my little brother. Why don't we ask Changba to try it on that kid first? Long Jidom felt that this was feasible to keep both sides from having any conflicts, and also to see Changba's true ability. Arrange for Lu Shi to say, Director Lu, you go over there and bring them over. Lu Shi promised and walked away quickly. As the door to the room closed, the atmosphere in the hospital room became awkward and somber. Instructor Su, Teacher Xie, Changba, why don't you guys sit on the couch and wait? Long Yimin invited them to be seated and brought them mineral water, and Long Jidong, Wei Jian and the others sat on the other side. No one had a good look on their faces, but no one had anything to say either. After 25 minutes of waiting, the door to the wardroom was pushed open. Lu Shi pushed a dirty and worn wheelchair in, making a gibbering noise. In the wheelchair sat a boy, 8 or 9 years old, with disheveled hair, bare-chested, wearing shorts, skinny and bony, and looking very frail. He was followed by an elderly, gray-haired security guard, Honest, who kept surveying everyone in the room with frightened eyes. After self-introduction, Changba they learned that the security guard surnamed Lu, 70 years old. The youngest grandson was 4 years old when he fell ill. His legs became softer and softer, and gradually he could not walk, and finally his whole body was paralyzed. The child's parents took him to many big hospitals, went to many specialists. Some said muscular dystrophy, some said tachyphylaxis, some said genetic mutation. Just could not find the real cause of the disease. With no hope in sight and too much expense, the child's mother ran away and married far away. The child's father left home in a fit of anger and traveled on clouds. Old Lu had no choice but to work as a security guard while bringing up his young grandson. He was in tears at the emotional part of the speech. Master, don't be sad. Let me show the child. Changba walked over to the wheelchair and observed the child. The old Lu did more than 10 years of security. That heard someone called his old man. Flattered, panicked and asked, and you are, young man? My name is Changba. I'm a student at Mordor University and I know a little bit about acupuncture. Changba gently touched the back of the little boy's head as he spoke. After only half a minute, the little boy closed his eyes and fell into dreamland. He carried the child to the cot, took off his pants, pulled out the silver needle case, took out the silver needles, and used them one by one on his abdomen. The acupuncture points of the middle and lower epigastric regions, Shui Shui and Shinkei, Yin Du, Shi Guan, Shang Chu, Zhongju and Si-Man are successively used with needles. Changba, this child's condition is worse than my son's. How far can you treat him? Long Jidom suddenly opened his mouth and asked. While using the needle, Changba replied, first, let him stand up and take 2 steps. Ho ho ho. Long Jidom laughed and shook his head. How is that possible? Even if a divine doctor is alive, he can't do anything about it. Changba smiled back, with a wide grin. What if I can do it? Long Jidong pulled out a black bank card and placed it on the coffee table beside him. The black card is beautifully done, with gold wrapped around the left and top sides and a sparkling 235-gram diamond set in the center of the card. This is a black card, a MasterCard with no overdraft limit. If you can help a child walk upright, I'll give you this card. Good point. Changba nodded. Long Jidong sneered and asked, what if you can't do it? If I can't do it. Changba was about to reply when a ding sounded in his ear. Host, new mission issued. Prizes for completion. Heavy fines for failure. Answer Long Jiqiong. If you can't do it, you'll be Long Yimin's house son-in-law. What? Dog system? What the is wrong with you? I'm chasing after Su Yuanan, and you want me to chase after Long Yimin. Have you ever played like this? I can't do it with 2 feet. Besides, what's my status? What's her status? Emin Long. Saying that, isn't it irritating people? Host, one passes through the flowers, and the tender stamens are stained all over. Why don't you have a good time being a flirt? Warm reminder, failing to complete the task, the host will be a eunuch in his next life. Dog system, you call me a eunuch. Really bad. Roll. Changba's head was spinning for a while, not knowing how to speak. Changba, what if you can't do it? Long Jidong asked again. Changba glanced at Long Yimin and took a deep breath. Another deep breath. Before answering, if I can't do that, I'll marry Long Yimin and become your Long family's door-to-door son-in-law. Ah, Sujunga? Sei Fu? Lung Chi Dong? The crowd was jaw-dropping. Long Yimin, in particular, was so shocked that she stood up at one stop. Everyone here, thinking of 100 answers, would not dare to think that Changba would make such a reply. What kind of status do you kid have? Daring to covet our family's missy? Wei Jian finally couldn't bear it anymore and scurried up, glaring at Changba and shouting angrily. If you can't save this child, you can't even be a dog of the Long family, and you dare to fantasize about being the son-in-law of the Long family. Chapter 15. Win or lose. Laugh at the end of the day. Stand back. Long Jidong drank lightly. Wei Jian then stepped back, but with both eyes bursting, he kept glaring angrily at Changba. Letting Changba live through today would be mercy to him. Long Jidong said, after all, Changba saved Yimin's life. He's qualified to say that. The problem is that I don't know what Yimin thinks. I agree. Long Yimin made her reply without hesitation, her 2 large eyes tearfully looking at Changba. Her life was saved by Changba, and she believes her little brother's life will change significantly because of him. Plus she admired Changba. Then she was willing. Upon hearing this, Long Jidong glared at his daughter, wanting to scold her. What kind of boy can't you find and you prefer this rash? What a retard. Besides, Changba won and he gave Changba a black card. And Changba loses, marries his beautiful daughter and becomes the dragon family's son-in-law. It also means that win or lose, the result for Changba is beautiful. He had never done this kind of lose-lose business before, and he was holding his fire. Fine, fine, you heal first. Changba continues to heal. At this moment, Su Evening glared fiercely at Changba and whispered through clenched teeth. Just now I was quite appreciative of you. Who knew that when you see a beautiful woman, you'll be someone's door-to-door son-in-law? You're really no good. Xia Yifu also looked at Changba angrily as if she was jealous, and said in a voice that only she heard, you want to kneel down when you see a rich white girl. Scum! 5 minutes later, Changba collected the needles one by one and sterilized them, while pulling the towel quilt over the little boy. It's over? Su Evening asked with round eyes. It's over? Long Jidong also asked. Xia Yifu, Long Yimin, Lao Lu, Lu Shi, Wei Jian and the others were also incredulous. So fast. Is it a doctor's appointment? How does it feel? Like a child's play? It's over. The kid will wake up in a few minutes and we'll see how he's doing. Changba sat down, opened his cell phone, and tapped on an app. What's this for? Su Evening swept a glance at his cell phone. Her tone was unkind. It's not for being a door-to-door son-in-law. Preparing any materials, right? No. I'm reading a novel. Changba clicked on his novel favorites, and then clicked on marrying an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm mad with joy. At this time, I can finish reading a chapter and have fun. If you're interested, you can download this reading software and I'll push the book for you. Su Yuehong swooned. Xia Yifu rolled her eyes. Long Yimin frowned, crying and laughing. It was said that Brother Ba loved to act like a pussy, and now that he had seen it, he was acting quite like one. The others shook their heads and ignored them, and Wei Jian even looked at Changba with a sinister look. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the little boy woke up. Grandpa! He subconsciously looked for Old Lu. Old Lu rushed forward to help him. Bang bang, Grandpa is here. Let's go back. Aha! The little boy was good and nodded, rolling over and getting out of bed. Lao Lu rushed to hug him out of habit. Gramps, hey! Changba called out. Don't move him, see if he can get down on his own. What? Old Lu looked at Changba with wide eyes. My grandson has been in a wheelchair for 3 years, and now he can get down on his own? The old man suspected he had heard wrong. Lu Shi, Wei Jian and the others sneered and even laughed out loud. Just try it out. Changba waved his hand, signaling old Lu to step back. Old Lu smiled bitterly and had to step back a bit, watching his little grandson roll over and get out of bed on his own. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene occurred. The little boy slowly rolled over, slowly got out of bed, and surprisingly stood up. It was slow and awkward, but he got up. Even more shocking is yet to come. The little boy slowly stretched out his arms and surprisingly tried to walk one small step at a time. It was wobbly, but he moved forward, little by little. It ended up being a full meter or so. You don't think so? Long Chi Dome, Lonjaman, Su Yuan, Xia Yifu, the others? Grandpa, I can walk. Ha ha, Grandpa, I can walk. The little boy was overjoyed, yelling and jumping up and down with excitement. Old Lu burst into tears of joy and rushed up, wrapping his arms around his little grandson and crying. If his little grandson can walk, he won't have to worry about anything in the future. And even if he dies in the future, he will be able to do so with a smile on his face. Suddenly thinking of something, he carried his little grandson to the side of the wheelchair, walked over to Changba, flung himself on both knees, and cried out, "Sir is really a miracle doctor. Your great kindness, I'll be an ox or a horse to repay. Get up, get up." Changba helped him up. "I'm not a divine doctor. I'm just related to your little grandson." Okay, go back and take your little grandson to exercise slowly and pay attention to his diet. He will get better." Old Lu was in tears and kowtowed to Changba again. Finally, under the persuasion of Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu and the others, he stood up, pulled out a worn wallet, and took out a dozen or so dirty and tattered banknotes. "Dr. God, this is all I have." Changba pushed it back and pointed to the black card on the coffee table. "Someone is paying for it. You take your grandson back, take care of your exercise, nutrition, and rest too." Suyu Knight and Xia Yifu sent old Lu and his little grandson out. "Emin, there's nothing to do. I'll leave first." Changba nodded at Long Yamin, grabbed the black card on the coffee table, and walked towards the door of the room. What about Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu? One of them wrapped their arms around his left arm, and the other wrapped their arms around his right arm, and walked out of the hospital room with a smile on their faces. "Mr. Chang, please stay." Long Jidong panicked and hurriedly followed him out of the ward. "What's that? My son has a similar condition to that little boy. So please, Mr. Chang, be magnanimous and give him a look as well, please." Long Yamin also followed out of the hospital room in a panic, looking at Changba's back with tears in her eyes. Changba didn't turn around either. "Mr. Long, what did you say just now? And what did your men say?" Long Jidong's old face reddened as he glared angrily at Wei Jian, who was following him. Wei Jian apologized to Mr. Chang. Wei Jian smiled sarcastically and apologized with a flustered bow. "Mr. Chang, I'm sorry, I was reckless just now. Please bear with me, both of you." Seeing that Changba did not stop walking in the company of the two beauties, and seeing that Long Jichun's eyes were going to eat people, he flung himself on both knees with a flutter and was about to cry. "Mr. Chang, I'm kneeling down for you, please save my young master." Seeing this, Director Lu Shi scrambled to follow a few steps and also flopped down on her knees, crying and begging. "Mr. Chang, you're the miracle doctor. Please don't look at the monk's face and look at the Buddha's face. Save the young master." Changba turned a deaf ear and walked towards the elevator with Suyueho and Xiaifu, talking and laughing. Angry, anxious, and helpless, Long Jidong turned to look at Long Yimin. "The only thing that can save my son now is my daughter. Emin, go beg Changba." Long Emin stood still, head down, sobbing. With her dad's inconsistent attitude just now, she wouldn't have cooperated in her place. "Emin, do you still want me to kneel down for you?" Long Jidong was in tears. It was then that Long Emin stood up and walked quickly to the edge of the doorway, looking out into the hallway. Chapter 16, one is a sister and a mom, one is a wife and a lover, only to see Changba being flanked by Su Yeye Evening and Xiaifu walking into the elevator and disappearing. Long Yimin only turned around and returned. "Dad, Changba has already left." Long Jidong was in a hurry. Min, grab some time and think of a way to invite Changba here. Remember, do whatever it takes, go down to the first floor." Suyu Knight went to the restroom. Changba and Xiaifu stood in a corner and waited. "Changba, did you just go crazy?" Xiaifu stretched out her hands and grabbed Changba's shoulders. "You originally wanted Instructor Su to say I love you, and just now you want to be the dragon family's son-in-law. Who exactly do you have in mind?" Changba had a mouthful of words and twisted his head, cursing the dog system. "Changba, as a man, we can't love one person at a time. If we do that, we'll end up harming others and ourselves. Xiaifu grabbed Changba's ear again and earnestly admonished. Just for this, Instructor Su must be very angry. When she comes out, you properly apologize to her. Do you hear me? Changba felt a pain in his ear and grabbed her hand. Sister Fu, this is between me and Instructor Su. You stay out of it, okay? Hearing this, Xiaifu more not agree. Pulling the ear pulled more hard. Silver teeth a bite. I'm your sister and your counselor. So you could say I'm a sister and a mother. So who do you think cares if I don't care about you? This mom of mine is also too young. I wonder if my dad agrees. Changba can only bow down. Okay, mom, I know. You're gentle, Mr. Xia. What are you doing? Su Yuehuan walked over and grabbed Xiaifu's hand. Let go. Only then did Xiaifu let go of her hand and smiled apologetically at her. Instructor Su, just now Changba said that he wants to be the dragon family's son-in-law. Don't be angry. Only then did Su Yuevening understand why Xiaifu made a move against Changba, saying, how could I be angry? Xiaifu didn't believe it and stared wide-eyed. You won't get mad? Changba saying that is an insult to Long Jicheng. Besides, what is Changba's status and what is Long Yimin's status? Is it possible for them to come together? Su Yeye shook her head. No matter what, I won't believe it. Xiaifu was relieved to hear this and laughed, quipping, Instructor Su, you're so calm in your actions. Sister Evening has a bosom. I like women with bosom. Changba smiled appreciatively at Su Yeye Evening and held out his hands in praise. When Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu heard this, they both refused to agree, grabbing the ears by the ears, grabbing the neck by the neck, only to make Changba whole and beg for forgiveness. Noticing how many people in the hall were staring at them, they managed to stifle their laughter and quickly walked out of the hall. Teacher Xie, let's go out and eat first. When we've eaten, you go back to school first. I'll take Changba to a place. Su Yueho took Xiaifu's hand. Let's go. Xiaifu was curious about where they were going, but it was inconvenient to ask, so she could only nod her head in agreement. Instructor Su, I won't have time after dinner. Changba didn't cooperate. It's almost 1 o'clock now. After lunch until 2 o'clock. It'll be 2:30 when I go back to school. Military training is at 3. I only have a half-hour break. I want to read a novel. Novels. You'd go crazy without novels? Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu's heads were now spinning when they heard him mention novels, and one of them grabbed an arm to control him. Su Yeye asked, not thinking about asking me to say I love you anymore? I want to, but I'm still with you at night to see your sister. You wish? How could I possibly say I love you to you in front of my sister? Su Yueho said, reaching out her hands to pinch his neck. Xiaifu resorted to the old tactic of pulling her ears. Don't ever mention fiction around us again, okay? Changbo was once again held hostage by two great beauties, in pain and pleasure, and eventually had no choice but to compromise. I know. Instructor Su, I'll go wherever you tell me to go. Hurry up and let go. I have a black card. I'll treat you at noon. Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu laughed, before letting go. For some reason, they just felt stimulated and happy with Changba. It's all getting addictive. The three men walked out of the hospital, laughing and joking, towards the west side of the street. Little brother, your mom's dream is to eat Michelin once, Xiaifu said with a smile. Changba took out his cell phone and searched around for Michelin. Okay mom, I'm full. Su Yu Evening was confused by what was said. As a counselor, when you are a mother, why do you still call him little brother? Xiaifu smiled inside. It's hard for me, being a sister and a mom at the same time. Su Yeye straight away rolled her eyes and stayed out of their relationship. Instructor Su, Xiaifu suddenly grabbed her hand. Do you want to be a sister and a mom to Changba? I'm not interested. Su Yeyang immediately refused. So what do you want to be to him? I'll be his instructor. Military training will be over soon. And after that? Su Yuehong's beautiful eyebrows were furrowed and she froze. Yeah, after military training, she left campus and basically had no interaction or contact with the students. So what kind of relationship does she maintain with Changba? Xiaifu snickered and wrapped her arm around her, rather mysteriously. Instructor Su, tell me honestly, do you want to be Changba's wife, his lover, or both wife and lover? Su Yu Evening's face rolled hot, her silver teeth clenched, feigned anger, grabbed Xiaifu's arm, and then tickled her small savage waist. Xiaifu was most afraid of tickling and screamed with laughter, laughing so hard that her body went limp and she asked Changba for help. Little brother, come save your counselor. And Changba stood off to the side, looking intently at his cell phone. Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu messed around for a while, not messing around, but also Changba was unresponsive, and together they asked, Changba, what are you looking at? Read the novel. Again, the two beauties pounced on Changba together again. Changba laughed and pulled his legs out. 10 minutes later, they found a Michelin restaurant and walked in. The dining room is high-end and filled with the aroma of food. May I ask, miss, have you made an appointment? A beautiful woman in a work uniform smiled as she looked at Suyu Evening. Suyeye shook her head. No, I'm sorry, miss. Our restaurant only receives guests with reservations at noon. The staff member smiled apologetically. Suyueho and Sieifu both looked helplessly at Changba. Changba said, Beauty, prepare a room for us and simply cook a few dishes. We'll eat and leave. The staff looked up and down at Changba's undershirt and pants and flip-flops twice, with a few sneers in his smile. Where did this poor bastard come from to spend money here? The mouth was still very polite. Sir, I'm sorry, we can't entertain without an appointment. Changba pulled out his black card and handed it over. Is this okay? The staff member froze and took it with both hands. At first glance, it's a black card. A MasterCard black card. The staff member was so shocked that his hands began to tremble, and his eyes widened as he surveyed Changba once again. You can't make a man look like a man. You can't measure the sea. Now she was convinced. Sir, miss, please, inside. We will definitely make the best lunch to entertain our most esteemed guests. She returned the black card respectfully to Changba and led them towards the second floor, towards an exclusive private room for big leaders. Suyu Evening and Sieifu looked at each other and smiled, both casting appreciative glances towards Changba. True to form, they couldn't enjoy a nice lunch here today without Changba. And just as they were about to reach the door, Changba noticed a square-faced man walking across the street and couldn't help but tighten his sword brows. This man is so murderous. And the man squeezed out a smile on his face after he saw Suyu Evening. Chapter 17, Hypnotism, Questions and Answers. Changba only took one look at this big square-faced man and was convinced that he had killed someone. Just now at the hospital, he confirmed that Wei Jian had killed someone, and now there was one more. Is it a coincidence? Or is it God's will, that we ran into two murderous people today? Evening, are you coming to dinner too? When the four square-faced man saw Suyu Evening, he jerked to a standstill and smiled cordially. Suyu Evening took a look. It was Xiao Su, the security captain of the Wooding Hotel, and her cousin. Yeah, Wook, you came alone? My friend is upstairs. I'll go up first if it's okay. Xiao Su smiled and nodded, then nodded at Sieifu and Changba and quickly walked up the stairs. After taking a few steps, he turned back to observe Changba. Changba was also observing him, and the two exchanged glances, but Xiao Su quickly avoided his eyes and walked away with large strides. Following into the luxurious private room, Changba asked, Sister Evening, who was that person just now? Xiao Su, the security captain of the Wooding Hotel, has been working with my sister for several years. Su Yuas said, this person is very good, just good at gambling. Changba knew that the 5-Tripod Hotel was a 5-star hotel managed by Suyu Evening's sister, so he stopped saying anything and sat down to order lunch with them. Ding! The host has just completed the task, rewarding one skill, hypnotism. The host can hypnotize a person in 1/10 of a second. Warm reminder, when a person is hypnotized, that person will have questions and answers. Changba was secretly delighted. This skill is awesome. With this, no one has any secrets from me. Instructor Su, you guys order first, I'm going to the restroom. Sieifu snorted a greeting, drew up 2 sheets of pumping paper, and left at a brisk pace. Su Yuehong picked up the menu and checked the recipes one by one. There were steaks, crab meat, sea urchins, roast goose, longang chicken, roasted tofu with sauce, and other delicacies. Changba, what would you like to eat? Whatever. Changba wasn't interested in food right now and asked softly, Sister Evening, you said you'd take me somewhere after lunch. Where to? Suyu Evening pretended to be mysterious. You'll know when we get to the place. Why don't you just tell me first? There's no rush. Just do what I ask when you get there. Changba Xin said, that's good. You can get some sleep first. Hypnosis has officially begun. Also in the blink of an eye, Suyueho narrowed both her eyes, and then she crooked herself on Changba's shoulder and entered into dreamland. Oh, it's really good. Changba asked softly as he smoothly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, observing her every move. Take me where? Orthopedic Rehabilitation Hospital. Su Yeye replied in a mumbled whisper. As expected, he answered all the questions. Changba asked again, what's the point of going to the hospital? Visiting the 4 bodyguards of Melancholia while investigating yesterday's fire. The fire killed 6 people and left a dozen with severe burns. My sister and I both think it was arson and are thinking of investigating the truth and catching the culprit. Yesterday, there was a fire at the Wooding Hotel. The 4 bodyguards of Meilon, Zhu and Zhu jumped down first and were all injured in the fall. And Changba flew down and landed safely while holding Su Yeye Evening. After this passed, he didn't take it to heart. I shudder to think now that the fire killed 6 people and seriously injured a dozen others. What an abomination. If it is really arson, not to mention Suyu Knight, he Changba will not be satisfied. Must let the arsonist pay the price. Why is Instructor Su asleep? Xiaifu walked back and was filled with surprise when she saw Su Yaya crookedly napping on Changba's shoulder. With Su Yu Evening's character, even if she was sleepy, there was no way she would rely on Changba's shoulder, right? What's going on here? She's probably tired. Changba stifled a laugh. Xiaifu also laughed and picked up her cell phone, taking pictures and videos of them. Walking over to Su Yuan again, he gently shook her shoulders. Wake up! Wake up! Su Yaya woke up with squinted eyes and froze, glancing at Xiaifu and then at Changba, like he had just woken up from a nap and was still a little disoriented. Instructor Su, why did you fall asleep? Xiaifu asked. Su Yu Evening stared wide-eyed. I just fell asleep? Xiaifu opened her cell phone and tapped on the video. See for yourself. Su Yu Evening took a look. Her face heated up, snatched her cell phone, and deleted the video. I wondered in my heart, why did I fall asleep? If I fell asleep, why did I sleep on Changba's shoulder? Why am I sleeping face to face? Bastard frowned at Changba with a beautiful frown. Noticing that he was snickering, she felt even more weak inside and flew up to kick him in the calf. Changba ate the pain and hurriedly raised one of his feet to guard against receiving another kick. Sister Evening, why are you hitting people? Because you owe a beating. Su Yu Evening's almond eyes rounded. Instructor Su, that's what's wrong with you, isn't it? Xiaifu looked uncomfortable and fought back. You borrowed someone else's shoulder for a while and in turn blamed them? Su Yayang sneered. He touched my face in the playground. That's a previous offense. Do you think he deserves a beating? With that said, Xiaifu had a hard time arguing. Picking up the menu. Okay, I'm hungry early. Hurry up with the food. Su Yayang clenched her silver teeth and glared at Changba again. The last time Changba touched her face in full view of everyone. And just now in the presence of Xiaifu she relied on Changba's shoulder to take a nap. It's not a good thing if there's too much intimate body contact. She was sure that if she kept this up, saying I love you to Changba wouldn't be far off. Humph. Changba, don't be smart. Instructor Su, will not fall in line. As they ordered, in less than 10 minutes, a delicious dish was served and they began to feast. Changba quickly ate his fill and stood up. You guys eat first, I'm going out for a smoke. When he got outside, he wasn't smoking, but quickly went upstairs to find Xiao Su. Xiao Su, as the security captain of the Wooding Hotel, is extremely murderous, and he's going to use hypnosis to ask him who he's actually killed. Anyway, it's nothing at the moment. For amusement, when he reached the upper level, he walked through one booth at a time. When he suddenly heard Xiao Su's voice, he went to a side corner, pulled out a box of Dichinmen, and smoked while waiting. After smoking 2 cigarettes, the door of the room next to him opened, and Xiao Su staggered out of the room, obviously drunk. They were followed by 3 youths, all dressed in gold and silver, smoking cigars and looking like thugs. One of them said, Brother Su, the car is in the underground garage. Let's go down there. Xiao Su hummed and walked to the elevator to wait. Changba turned and sprinted for the stairs, thumping down them and quickly making his way to the underground garage. Not long after, Xiao Su and the others walked out of the elevator towards a white Range Rover. Seeing no chance, Changba turned around, ready to return upstairs. At this point, Xiao Su said, I'll take a leak. Straight to a corner. One by one, the other 3 youths got into the Land Rover. Seeing his chance, Changba turned around again and quietly walked towards Xiao Su. Shoo 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 shoo. Xiao Su closed his eyes and whistled while peeing against the wall. The expression was very enjoyable. Sleep sleep sleep. Changba swept the Land Rover car and walked to Xiao Su, smelling a smell of alcohol. With that much prodding, Xiao Su leaned against the wall with his hands drooping, and fell into a state of sleep. And the flow continued down there as there were no more hands to hold it up. Peeing on his pants. You know about the fire at the Wooding Hotel, don't you? Changba began to ask softly. Xiao Su replied softly, I know. Was this a man-made arson? Yes. You know who's behind this? No. Traitor. Changba's eyes were furious and he clenched his fists, having the urge to punch him in the head. Chapter 18. Instructor Su, who rested with his eyes closed, was like a different person. Water and fire have no mercy. The most hateful thing is human arson, and Xiao Su knows the mastermind behind it, but doesn't tell the Su Yu Evening sisters. Changba held back his anger and opened his mouth to ask again when a loud shout came from the side. Brother Su, are you done solving? The sound of walking footsteps came immediately afterward, and at that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang again. Pulling out his cell phone and seeing that it was Su Yu Evening calling, he quickly walked to the other side and disappeared. Brother Wook, Brother Asahi, the young man who came along shouted. Little man Pooh, you're not going to fall asleep, are you? Xiao Su jolted awake and looked around with wide eyes. Hearing the person next to him call out, it was a shudder that brought him back to reality. Go go go. He lifted his belt and prepared to walk away, when suddenly he felt a rolling sensation on his leg and jumped back and, *******. How do you pee your pants? That's add up. The youth wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. In the meantime, Changba had returned upstairs and watched Suyueho and Xiaifu packing up their things and preparing to leave. You go that long for a cigarette? Suyu Evening asked. Changba replied, smoke too. Xiaifu touched Changba's pants pocket. You're just a freshman. Why are you smoking? Smoking is bad for your health. Don't smoke in the future. Remember? College students smoke for loneliness. Changba ducked back to keep from confiscating it. Xiaifu grabbed one of his arms and put one hand into his pants pocket to feel for a cigarette, rubbed it, and threw it in the trash. Changba shook his head and walked to the side to pick up a glass of water to drink. Still not leaving? Suyu Evening droned at Changba, her fists clenched. Go go go. Changba took a step away. 8 minutes later, Xiaifu took the subway to Mordor University, and Changba and Su Yuehon took a cab to the street. It was still very hot in the fall, and with the air conditioning on inside the cab, they were still hot and sweaty. Sister Evening, where to? Changba asked softly with a smile on his face. Suyu Evening still remained mysterious. You'll know when we get to the place. Is it to an orthopedic rehabilitation hospital? Su Yang froze, her eyebrows tightened as she looked at Changba. Is it to visit the 4 bodyguards of melancholy? Suyu Evening was taken aback, her eyes full of shock. Is it an investigation into the fire? Ah! Suyu Evening was shocked this time and couldn't help but open her mouth round. She hadn't said a word to Changba about going to the hospital to investigate the fire, but he had surprisingly made it clear. What the hell is going on here? Could Changba be a worm in her stomach? Suddenly thinking of something, she grabbed Changba's wrist and yanked it. Changba, you prying into my privacy? Changba stumbled at the pole and had to reach out and squeeze her shoulder. Laughing. What did I pry into your privacy? The secrets of your belly I can pry into? Suyu Evening thought about it. So how did Changba know all about her secret when she hadn't revealed it? Could he be a mind reader? She felt less and less able to read this guy. Sister Evening, you analyzed it correctly. That fire was arson. Changba added. The arsonists must have had their evil purpose. Suyu Evening's eyebrows tightened. Her hand subconsciously grasped his wrist. Where did you conclude that it was arson? Because there was a mole inside the hotel, and they worked inside and outside to start that fire. A mole? Su Ye's eyes plummeted cold. You have a clue? Changba nodded. A bit of a clue, and I know who the mole is. Who? Security Captain Xiao Su. Boo! Suyu Evening punched Changba's chest in the air. Xiao Su is my great-uncle's son. He is loyal to my sister. There is no way he would betray her. Don't throw dirty water on a good person. Changba didn't realize they were still related and shook his head. Where's your proof? No proof for now, but I'm sure it's him. Boo! Su Yuehon threw another punch at Changba's chest. I can warn you, if my sister hears that, she'll kill you. Changba shook his head once again and stopped talking. He was sure that he would be able to come up with conclusive evidence before too long. Seeing Suyu Evening keep staring angrily at herself, she secretly sighed. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Hurry up and go to sleep. Su Yueho's eyes narrowed, so she leaned on the backrest and entered into dreamland. Changba looked at her and told her to sleep. When this beautiful instructor opened her eyes, her face always exuded a cold glow that made people respect her, and when she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes were like little fans, and a light smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and her face became gentle and sweet and fresh. The whole thing is like a quiet, well-behaved kitten, and you can't help but love her. It's true to say that the Su Yuein with her eyes open and the Su Yuein with her eyes closed are completely different. Changba had to admit that he was liking her more and more. Need to go to a hotel. Handsome? I can introduce you to one. The cab driver, a middle-aged woman, opened the conversation with a smile. No, thanks. Changba hurriedly shook his head. Right now his relationship with instructor Su wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, so how could he go to a hotel? Handsome, my friend's hotel is cheap. Give you 50% off. The female driver grinned. No way auntie. Changba grinned and once again politely declined. Truth be told, this is not my girlfriend. The female driver froze. And who is she? She's my instructor. I'm a freshman and she's in charge of my military training. Changba answered truthfully. Oh. The female driver's mouth dropped open in shock and she scrambled to put away what she was holding. Any young woman who could become a military training instructor was definitely not simple. And to dare to treat her with disrespect, what more could be expected? While driving, he quietly observed Changba and Suyu Evening through the car's rearview mirror, secretly sighing, this young man can let the beautiful instructor rely on his shoulder to rest. Not simple When he reached the side of the gate of the orthopedic rehabilitation hospital, Changba gently patted Su Yuewang's shoulder. Sister Evening, it's here. Su Yaya woke up with squinted eyes, and it took half a minute before she felt herself snuggled up against Changba's shoulder and sat up straight with a jerk. What the hell is going on? How did I fall asleep again relying on this asshole? Auntie, how much? Changba pulled out his black card. Suyu Evening took a look at the shiny black card and swooned. Showing off. Ha, why don't you take this card and go buy an old popsicle? Changba sighed. I don't have any change. I have. Suyu Evening opened her handbag and took out 2 red bills and handed them to the cab driver. Changba waved his hand graciously at the female driver. Keep the change. Your money. Ha! Suyu Evening glared at Changba and took the recovered $20 in change from the female driver. This $20 to buy steamed buns can hold you over. Changba nodded. That's true, but with your strength, do you still need to buy steamed buns? How many meanings? Suyu Evening didn't think about it for a while, waiting for Changba to get out of the car and seeing him aiming towards his chest. His head only turned in a circle and punched him in the back. No quality. The female driver laughed and drove off. Move. Suyuho gave Changba another punch, pushed his shoulder, and pushed him into the hospital door. Chapter 19 is secrets the bodyguard knows and doesn't dare speak about. Fire. Get out of the way. Don't delay putting out the fire. As Changba and Suyuaya walked towards the ward building, a group of security guards yelled and ran towards the ward building. They looked up to see a blazing fire coming from a ward on the 8th floor of the ward block. At the same time, patients and their families poured out of the ward building exits like a wave. Fire again. Suyu Evening now felt afraid when she saw the fire and pulled out her cell phone to call Hutaime. She was worried that it was a fire in the ward of the 4 main bodyguards. Melancholy and Chrysanthemum got through, but there was no answer. Her heart sank. It can't be Hutaime and their ward on fire, right? Grabbing Changba's wrist, he ran for the entrance. Can't get in now. Changba pulled her back. Didn't you see? Security guards are holding the door. Only out, no in. Suyuahong had to stop and wait. In the blink of an eye, her face was already dripping with fragrant sweat. Changba glanced at the beads of sweat on her face and asked, why are you in such a hurry? Why do you think I'm in such a hurry? The 4 bodyguards, Meilan Juju, have been protecting me for more than 10 years. Since I was 10 years old. They're like older brothers to me. Suyu Evening pulled out her cell phone and called Zhengilan again. The phone went through and was also unanswered. Call Song Jinju again. Like earlier, the call went through and was unanswered. Call Simon Bloju again. This time someone finally answered. Second miss. Brother Bloju, did your ward catch fire? How are you guys doing? Suyu Evening asked anxiously. It was a sudden fire in our hospital room. Shiman Buju replied. Good thing none of us had napped yet. Zhengilan and I climbed out. Hutaime and Songjinju rolled out. Rolled out? Changba thought of Hutaime and Songjinju rolling around and wanted to laugh. Is this still a technical job? Suyuaho pushed him away and asked again. How are you guys doing now? Simon blowing Chrysanthemum replied. Now that we're switching to a new ward, we've already been placed, so it's not a big problem. Suyu Evening let out a long breath. A stone in her heart then landed. Suddenly, clenching her silver teeth, she clenched her fist and came at Changba's chest with a heavy punch. Boo! She felt like she was hitting a rock and sucked in her mouth in pain. Why did you hit me? Because this fire is so hateful. Changba swooned. Fire is hateful. Why are you hitting me? I'm not giving out this breath, so I'll just have to commit you. Changba fainted. When a scholar meets a soldier, he can't be reasoned with. When a male student meets a female instructor, it is difficult to argue. Changba, I suspect that the fire was also man-made and targeted at Melancholia and the others, don't you? Suyu Evening's willow brows were furrowed and anger erupted in her eyes. Changba nodded. There's no need to be suspicious. It must be intentional. Go up later and ask them nicely. They either know some secret or have caught someone else in something. Good. Suyu Evening thought that this afternoon back to school will be late. Took the phone to the leader to make a phone call to ask for leave. And in the meantime, also give Changba to ask for leave. There was a half-hour wait before they walked into the ward building. Second miss. Master, you are here. Please sit down. The 4 major bodyguards, Meilan Juju, lived in the same ward, and when they saw Suyu Evening walk in with Changba, they all raised their heads in greeting. It didn't work, and they tried to sit up, but their bodies wouldn't allow it. Yesterday's fire. They both took a nasty fall when they jumped from the 4th floor to the sycamore tree below. Both of Hutiame's arms were broken and his face was severely injured, so his mouth is now crooked and his eyes are slanted. Zhengilan broke both legs. Song Jinju broke an arm and a leg. Simon Bloju has broken bones in both arms and both legs. Coupled with the tossing and turning of the fire just now, they were all grimy and laying on the hospital beds like seriously wounded men who had just been carried off from the battlefield. I came over to see you guys, so you can recuperate at ease. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for all your medical expenses, and I'll make arrangements for the family. Seeing their appearance, Suyu Evening's heart was not in a good mood, and one by one she went up to comfort them. With a smile on his face, Changba greeted each of the 4 disciples and expressed his sympathy, especially when he walked up to Hutaime, the eldest disciple, and looked at him with admiring eyes again. Being able to roll out of the fire just now, that's an ability too. The 4 major bodyguards, Meilan, Zhu and Zhu, were all very thankful, and at the same time, they sized up Changba with shocked, puzzled eyes. Yesterday's fire. They jumped off the building one after another, and each of them fell like a grandson. In the fire just now, each of them panicked so much that they almost didn't even hang up, and Changba jumped off the building with Su Yue, surprisingly unharmed. How did he do it? Finally unable to hold back her curiosity, Hu Taimei asked in a slurred voice. Master, you jumped from the window with second miss and didn't fall at all. I've always been curious. How on earth did you do that? Lucky. Changba smiled bashfully. Everything is because of luck. Hu Taimei and the others don't believe it. Even if they are lucky, both of them can't be lucky together, right? Mei, did you fall on your face that badly? Suyu Evening saw that his mouth was crooked and his face was deformed. She picked up a towel and wiped his face painfully. Now his face must hurt a lot, right? What did the doctor say? Hu Taimei was flattered and burst into tears. Second miss. The pain is fine. The doctor said my face can only be like this. It can't go back to what it was. Twisting his head away, he looked devastated. If he kept his mouth crooked and eyes slanted like this, then he really had no face to see people. Suyu Evening looked at Changba. Don't you know how to read patients? Can you give Mei a look? Let's see. Changba stretched out his hands and cupped Hu Taimei's face with force, and suddenly pushed it to the left, then to the right, then up, then down again. Push it like a doll and it clicks, and Hu Taimei let out a scream in pain. What for? Changba, let go, let go. Suyu Evening was taken aback and wrapped her arms around Changba's neck and pulled back with force. Everyone else was taken aback. Changba let go. Look at his face. Suyu Evening and the rest of them all looked over, and at a glance, they were both surprised and delighted. Hu Taimei's face surprisingly regained its original appearance. Round face, big eyes, beard, dignified and powerful. Master, from now on, you are my own father. Hu Taimei loved it. Ha ha. Suyu Evening laughed and gave Changba a punch. Changba, you can also look at difficult cases like crooked mouth and eyes? It's just fate. Changba gave her a pat on the shoulder. Get to the point. Suyu Evening nodded. Serious down. Sat down by Hu Taimei's hospital bed. The book is back. Mei, what do you think about the two fires? Hu Taimei was silent with a bitter face. Suyu Evening added. There were many deaths and injuries in yesterday's fire, and today they are trying to burn you all to death. We must find out the arsonist and catch the real culprits behind the fire. Looking at Hu Taimei and then the other three bodyguards, he said, I have come here, not only to visit you, but also to ask you to give an account of the truth. If you know any secrets, just tell me. Upon hearing this, the four of them, Plum, Lun, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, looked at each other and lowered their heads almost simultaneously. Suyu Evening could see that they knew what the truth was, but didn't dare to say it. Seeing that they stayed silent, she grabbed one of the teacups on the coffee table and slammed it heavily on the floor. It fell to pieces with a snap. I treat you guys like big brothers and you treat me like an outsider. If you don't tell me, I'll cut you off. Chapter 20, The Enraging Ghosts. The four major bodyguards, Mei Lan Juju, panicked and all looked at Su Yunyang in horror. They knew her character too well, and she would do what she said she would do. If that happened, they would have no place in Mordor. Their families, then, will be implicated in this? The four major bodyguards, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, exchanged glances, and finally the other three placed their sights on Hu Taimei. He was the older brother of the four bodyguards, so of course he needed to say something now. After thinking about it and seeing Suyu Evening staring angrily at him, he finally made up his mind and nodded. Okay, second miss. I'll say, pointing to Changba, tell Master to recuse himself first. No need. Suyu Evening immediately refused. Her tone was without hesitation. Regardless of Changba's character, I believe he wouldn't dare to be disloyal to me. Changba sweated. What happened to my character? Did I eat you or drink you? And you say that about me? That's fine. Hu Taimei tensed his lips as if making a great effort, storing up his strength for a long while before speaking. Second miss. Both fires are related to one person. Who? A relative of yours. I want names. Don't get mad or excited when I say it. I won't. Su Yeye took a deep breath and adjusted her breath. Only then did Hu Taimei say the name, Xiao Su. This all has to do with him. What? Suyu Evening was so shocked that she took a step back. Xiao Su is my cousin and the security captain of the Wooding Hotel. He has always been loyal to my sister. How could it be related to him? Hu Taimei smiled bitterly. That is why we dare not speak to you. If we don't tell you, you won't agree. And if we do tell you, you are related to him and have always trusted him. Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Shiman Shueiju all smiled bitterly and nodded their heads repeatedly. Where's your proof? Su Yuehuan walked over to the bedside and looked down on Hu Taimei in a condescending manner. Hu Taimei looked bitter. To evidence there is no. But since last month, Xiao Su wants to buy me. Want me to act according to his wishes, and his goal is, just what? It's your sister Suyuchi Su. No way. Suyu Evening reached out, pointing at Hu Tianmei's nose, so angry that her fingers were trembling. You're slandering my brother Su. He is my cousin and my sister's beloved. How could he possibly harm my sister? Hu Tianmei clasped his hands together and wept. Second miss. Why would I lie? His strength and status are all there. How dare I offend him and slander him? He bribed me, and a few of my brothers, and I didn't agree. So he thought of killing us. If one fire doesn't work, he'll fire twice. Speaking here, he let out a long sigh. It's thanks to second Mrs. Blessing that we don't deserve to die today. Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Ximen Weiju all nodded their heads, repeating that they were thanks to second Mrs. Blessings. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Suyu Evening's face was frosty and her eyes were spitting fire. Second miss, you asked me to speak, so I'll be honest. As for evidence, I don't have any. What to do with us next is up to you. Hu Taimei twisted her head away and waited for Su Yueho to dispose of it. Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Ximen Weiju also turned their heads and let Su Yuehuang send them off. Su Yuehuang was stunned, and the fingers reaching out to Hu Taimei slowly lowered. She knew Hu Tianmei's nature and believed 100% that he was not a liar. Also Changba had told him to pay attention to Xiao Su as a person. Now it seemed that Changba's words were not empty. 4 minutes later, she looked to Changba. What do you think? Don't spook. Changba elegantly stretched out a hand and breezily made a reply. I'll find a way to meet with Xiao Su this afternoon and talk to him, telling him to hang back and turn back to the shore. Ha ha ha. Suyu Evening narrowed her eyes and sneered. Ha ha ha. The 4 bodyguards of Mei Lan Juju also laughed. They knew that Changba was somewhat capable, but as far as he was concerned, he couldn't be compared to Xiao Su. To know, Hu Taimei and their 4 bodyguards combined were not Xiao Su's opponents. Changba also mentioned what cliff to turn back to the shore. I am afraid that when the time comes to suffer is his own. Changba, don't play dumb. Suyu Evening's eyes plummeted cold as she pulled out her cell phone. I'll call him right now and ask him to come over. I want to ask him in person. No. Hu Taimei was horrified. Second miss. When the time comes and he denies it and tears his face off with you, how are we going to end it? Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju and Shimen Shueju also looked at Su Yueho with eyes full of shock. At that time, in case there was any conflict between the two sides, they were afraid that a room full of people would be annihilated by Xiao Su's group. What's not to like? Suyu Evening's eyes were resolute as she spoke with determination. He still dares to make a move on me? Give him 100 guts. He wouldn't dare. Seeing that Mylan Juju is going to say something else, he gestures for them to calm down and call Xiao Su. Evening, calling with orders? You come to the Orthopedic Rehabilitation Hospital. What's wrong? There's been another fire at Melancholia and you're coming over to help me with the aftermath. They had another fire? What's the outcome now? Get your ass over here and talk about it when we get to the place. Okay, I'm on my way. Su Yuehong hung up the phone. The 4 of them, Plum, Lun, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, were all worried and sighing. Suyu Evening, on the other hand, smiled arrogantly. Wait and see. I'll tell you to see how Xiao Su bows down to me and gives an honest account. Changba smiled without saying a word, stood up, and walked over to the back window. Pulling out a box of large front doors, he plopped down on the windowsill and smoked towards the window. There was a 40-minute wait when a black Land Rover drove up and parked in front of the hospitalization building. Changba swept a glance and it was Xiao Su who stepped out of the car. They were followed closely by 4 attendants, all of whom were agile and practiced. Changba sneered and pressed out his cigarette. Sister Evening, he's here and has walked into the entrance. Suyu Evening sneered. He doesn't dare not to come. The 4 major bodyguards, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, were resting with their eyes closed, and when they heard Changba's words, it was as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and they all snapped their eyes open. Then, they once again looked at Su Yueho with worry. Hu Taimei reminded. Second miss, you'd better talk to Big Miss and ask her to send someone over. No need. Suyu Evening flatly refused. I can't even handle a security brigade. How can I be an instructor? How can I hold my head high in front of my sister? 7 minutes later, there was a knock on the door outside. As Suyu Evening said come in, the door to the room was pushed open and a large man with a 4-square face walked in. It was the security captain they had been waiting for, Xiao Su. Changba shot him a glance, sensing that he had sobered up and had a heavier murderous aura. That is, planning the fire just now, he was trying to burn the 4 of them. Xiao Su, sit. Suyu Evening was so angry that she stopped calling her brother and called him by his name, pointing to a seat beside Changba. Okay, late. Xiao Su glanced at the hospital bed and was secretly shocked to see that the 4 people, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, were all alive. Didn't it burn? In the space of a second, he froze and stepped forward, greeting and exchanging pleasantries with Melancholia and the others. Xiao Su, I'm asking you. Su Evening stared tightly at Xiao Su, splitting her head and asking, the fire in the hotel, and the fire in the ward just now, did you plan it? Chapter 21. This is alcohol. It doesn't hurt as much as gasoline if you burn it on your body, without any excesses. Su Evening came straight to a single point. What? Xiao Su laughed and laughed very brightly. Evening, what are you kidding? Jokes also greatly opened his arms and smiled at Mei Lan Juju and the others. Xiao Su, we're all adults. Who are you pretending to be? Su Evening sneered, turning her head to look at Hu Taimei. Brother Mei, you say. Hu Taimei is worried that Xiao Su will hurt Su Yue and reminds once again. Second miss, why don't you call Missy over and we'll talk together? Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Shiman Shuoju all chimed in with their voices, very anxiously reminding Su Yuewan to do that as well. With Missy Su Yueqi around, Hu Taimei didn't dare to make a move, but the second young lady was there and couldn't calm the scene at all. I can solve this problem myself. Su Yueho was still resolute. Brother Mei, you say it. Hu Taimei had no choice but to sigh darkly, which then looked at Xiao Su and said, Team Xiao, I've already told Second Miss everything about you bribing us. You guys are relatives, and Missy and Second Miss can't get sand in their eyes, so just be honest. The smile on Xiao Su's face stiffened, and the laughter in his eyes quickly turned into killing intent, but after freezing for 2 seconds, he looked at Su Yeye and smiled cordially once again. Late, stop it, will you? I'm messing with you? Su Evening's eyes became even sharper. Hu Taimei said that after you were bribed, you tried to bribe him with the aim of harming my sister, and you say that I'm the one who messed with you? Xiao Su's smile froze once again, looking at Su Evening, and then at Mei Lan Juju. He realized that paper could no longer wrap the fire. Still, he restrained himself. Evening, do you trust Hu Taimei, or do you trust me? I believe in Hu Team. Su Evening replied without hesitation. Xiao Su added, do you believe that I was bribed and thinking of harming your sister? Believe. Su Evening's voice was even more decisive. Xiao Su no longer said anything, slowly raised his head. His mischievous eyes looked straight at the ceiling, and a murderous aura began to quietly pervade. After a full 2 minutes, he asked, so what are you going to do next? You're asking me what to do. After betraying my sister, you ask me what to do? Su Evening rushed up and served a direct slap. Xiao Su, you let us down. Your father is our uncle. Our mom is your aunt. You even did that. The more he said, the more agitated he became, and he raised his hand to give him another mouthful. For the sake of my uncle, I'll give you a chance. Now, call your sister and give an honest account of your problems for leniency. Xiao Su laughed. Second miss. So things can't be undone, can they? You still have the face to ask that. Su Yueho raised her hand and hit again. Snap. Xiao Su raised his hand this time and directly hit Su Yueho's palm. Clean. After a crisp ringing sound, Su Yaya retreated back and forth. Her right hand was in fiery pain. One look at the palm and it was red and swollen. Come in, Xiao Su said to the door of the room. The door to the room was pushed open and a large man with long hair walked in, closing the door behind him with a grim look in his eyes. Brother Su, the surroundings have been set up and are ready to. Extend your left hand and gesture around your neck. The 4 bodyguards, Mei Lan Juju, were horrified, and they all picked up their cell phones and called someone. But, the signal is jammed. It can't be called at all. Su Evening was shocked, pulled out her cell phone, and called her sister. Su Yuqi, again, the phone calls don't go through. Humbug humbug humbug. Xiao Su laughed fiercely. Just now, my little brother has already said that the surroundings have been set up. Don't you guys understand what it means? Su Evening sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her almond eyes rounded and she subconsciously stepped back. Xiao Su, you dare to lay hands on me? Xiao Su stepped closer. If I don't go after you, Missy will go after me. So what do you think my choice is? Spreading his hands in a very helpless and elegant manner. You and the 4 of you died in an accidental fire. So I can explain it to Missy when the time comes, don't you think? Su Evening was like a heavy blow, a wave of dizziness, 2 steps back, involuntarily leaning on the wall. She had thought that Xiao Su wouldn't dare to do anything to her and would give an honest account of her problems, but she underestimated Xiao Su, and even more so, she underestimated the guilty heart of an arsonist. As he spoke, the big man with long hair walked out. Not long after, he walked back again, carrying a bucket of transparent liquid in his hand and handed it to Xiao Su. Second miss. This is alcohol. It doesn't hurt as much as gasoline if it burns on your body. You and the 4 bodyguards, Mei Lan Juju, hold on for a while, okay? Xiao Su laughed fiercely, took the alcohol bucket, unscrewed the lid, and smelled the alcohol first, with a face of intoxication. Oh, I like this smell. I like this smell with death. Twisting his head to look at the 4 plum, lawn, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, he asked, Hu Taimei, why don't we start with you first? Hu Taimei sat up with all her might, pointing at Xiao Su with extreme anger and yelling, Xiao Su, the four of us, Mylan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, you can kill us if you want to, and you can kill us if you want to, but you can't hurt second miss. Xiao Su carried the alcohol bucket and walked step by step towards Hu Taimei's bedside. It's up to you, said the man, lifting the alcohol bucket and preparing to dump the alcohol. Just before he dumped it, he changed his mind, put away the alcohol bucket, and took a step towards Su Yueho again. Su Yueho gritted her silver teeth and stood still, but her heart began to thump. She knew that she would be powerless compared to Xiao Su. Second miss, close your eyes, hold on for a while and it will pass. Xiao Su stepped closer. Xiao Su, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Su Yu Evening suddenly screamed and pounced on Xiao Su. It was death, and she was going to fight her hand to the bone, but before she could strike, Xiao Su had already flown up and kicked her in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. As an instructor, he had no power to fight back against Xiao Su. Xiao Su stopped talking, with a hideous face, unscrewed the lid of the alcohol bucket, and mentioned the alcohol bucket to Su Yu Evening's head. Too late, a man's cough suddenly came from the side. Naha, wait a minute. Xiao Su was taken aback and jerked his head. Su Yu Evening and Mei Lan Juju and the others all jerked their heads as well. Oh look, it's Changba. He sat in the corner and remained silent. Everyone ignored him. You are? Only then did Xiao Su notice Changba. Oh, I remember. You followed second miss to dinner, right? Changba slowly stood up. Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Changba. I just started my freshman year this year, and Su Yu Evening is my instructor. Changba? Xiao Su realized. Long or short? Then I'm sorry to ask you to accompany the funeral. Don't you die yet. Changba strolled towards Xiao Su. There's a story about instructor Su and I that I want to tell you. Xiao Su didn't have time to listen to his story right now, much less watch him pretend before he died. Twisting his head to make a look at the long-haired big man, the long-haired big man would understand and pulled out a small knife, rushed to Changba with a single stride, and raised his hand to stab, straight to the throat. Stop. Changba raised one hand and said sleep in his mind. The long-haired big man's small knife had just been raised, and the whole man had closed his eyes, fixed in the air, and gone into slumber. Poor. Changba gave him a gentle shove on the shoulder. Flutter. The long-haired big man lay down very obediently and fell on his back. The back of his head hit the ground, and even without hypnosis, he was in dreamland. The crowd was alarmed. Xiao Su, in particular, was shocked. What's going on? How is it that people fall without doing anything? Chapter 22, Setting the Right Environment to Say I Love You. To Xiao Su, that long-haired big man was the first cadre of his men, who usually took one for one. Killing is more like never blinking an eye. But now, striking out against Changba, he fell before even a single round, and lay down very dry. Kid, I can't believe you have some skills. Xiao Su slowly put down the alcohol bucket, and walked towards Changba with his hands running. An aura spread quickly around him. The air in the room plummeted cold. Changba, run! Su Yu Evening wrapped her arms around her stomach and used all her strength to shout towards Changba. The four main bodyguards, Mei Lan Juju, were also anxious and told him to run away. Injustice has its owner. They were exterminated by Xiao Su. It was because they had a conflict of interest, and it had nothing to do with a college student. They didn't want to watch Changba get killed and give them a burial. Take it easy. Changba still wore a smile and extended both hands to Xiao Su. If you have something to say slowly, we can still communicate. Die. Xiao Su spat out only one word from his mouth and blasted his fist at Changba's face. Powerful. It was fast again and brought out a strong wind. Su Yu Evening and Mei Lan Juju took a look and both closed their eyes, not daring to look again. Changba couldn't dodge this punch at all, and if it hit him in the face, he would surely have his head blown open. It's more likely to die a horrible death. Sleep. Changba just gently uttered two words, and Xiao Su's eyes became mesmerized and instantly fell asleep. Fell asleep during the run. That is to say, the body was still lunging towards Changba under the effect of inertia. Changba caught it smoothly and asked in a whisper, "Who bribed you?" Wei Jian, Long Ji Dome's bodyguard. Long Ji Dome? Long Ji Dome is Long Yimin's dad. Changba understood and brought up his left knee to his stomach. It seems to be gentle and feeble, but it is 1,000 pounds of force. Pust. After a sound, Xiao Su flew more than 2 meters away and hit the wall heavily before falling heavily to the ground. Sprawled on the floor, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, he fell into a deep sleep. Changba. Su Yu Evening thought that it was Changba who had fallen to the ground and worried that he had been punched to death. Opening her eyes to look, at first glance, he couldn't help but look at both eyes. The one who fell was surprisingly not Changba, but Xiao Su, bleeding all over the place, passed out. Twisting his head to look at Changba again, standing at attention, he scratched his ear holes with his pinkies and grinned in great enjoyment. It looked like nothing had happened. Suyu Evening couldn't believe the scene in front of her and looked at Changba as if she didn't recognize him. The 4 major bodyguards, Meilan Juju, were also jaw-dropped. What's going on? It should have been Changba who fell. How the hell did that happen? They had to believe one thing. Just one freshman had once again refreshed their perceptions. They had to be impressed with him. Sister Evening. Changba walked up and grabbed Su Yueho's hand to pull her up. Sister Evening, is your stomach alright? Don't mention it. It hurts. Suyu Evening wrapped her arms around her stomach in excruciating pain, her little face screwed together, unable to stand up straight for a while. Where does it hurt? Tummy. Which part? Tummy. My entire stomach hurts off. And you're still catching me. Suyu Evening was so anxious that she cursed. Let's see. Changba stifled his laughter and reached out a hand, placing it on her abdomen and gently pushing it. Su Yeya instantly felt a hot current enter her body, and a minute later the pain violently disappeared, replaced by a mesmerizing sense of relaxation, 1,000,000 times more comfortable than any massage from a masseuse. The divine healer's saint. That's not blowing smoke, because it was so comfortable. She squinted and forgot herself for a moment. The 4 main bodyguards, Meilan Juju, were still watching with their eyes open, and it felt a little awkward to see them interacting intimately all the time. Besides, Xiao Su and his men are still asleep on the floor, waiting to be dealt with. Finally unable to wait any longer, Hu Taimei coughed and reminded, "Second miss. So what? Shouldn't we say hello to Missy?" Only then did Suyu Knight wake up from her enjoyment. Noticing that there wasn't much left, she punched Changba in the chest. "Changba, what are you doing?" Changba shook his head without explanation and looked at Hu Taimei. Hu Taimei holds on for dear life. "Second miss. It's not Changba's fault. You had a stomachache. You were the one who asked people to give you a massage, and you were enjoying it quite a bit just now." Zhang Yilan, Song Jinju, and Zaiman Uiju all chimed in. "That's it. You're the one who agreed. Second miss. Without Changba this time, we'd all be buried in flames by now. Second miss. We have to thank the other Changba. You're really, too, gracious. I don't know how you're an instructor." Suyu Evening knew that she was in the wrong and smiled apologetically at Changba. "I was a bit impulsive just now. How about this, Changba? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. It doesn't matter if you eat or not. My request is simple. You understand." Changba squeezed his eyes at Su Yue and glanced at Meilan Juju and the others. They responded immediately. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Second miss. He saved our lives. What else can we say? Second miss. Quickly promise master. We really have nothing to put off." The more everyone said, the more Su Yueho was filled with a delicate blush. She knew what Changba wanted to hear, and by the way, he had saved her, so she was just repaying the favor of saving her life. But it was far from time to say the words, and she felt she couldn't say them again. Hearing everyone still urging her on, she lowered her eyes in lust. That what, Changba? This environment is not suitable for saying that. After meeting my sister at night, I'll set up a suitable environment and say it to you again, okay? Yes. Changba didn't force himself and agreed readily. He was looking forward to the right environment in the evening. Okay, down to business. Suyu Evening skirted around the topic and pulled out her cell phone. "I'll send a message to my sister and ask her to deal with this matter of Xiao Su." Changba went to the back window and observed the downstairs. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Long Yimin. "Brother Ba, I'm getting a room at the Zhejiang Hotel. Come over here for a minute, okay?" "A room at the Zhejiang Hotel? Waiting for me?" "It's not for her little brother, is it?" Changba replied. "I have to go back to school. Why don't we do it some other time?" "Long Yimin, Brother Ba, there's no one else. It's just me." "You don't think so?" Changba didn't believe that Miss Long would be alone in a hotel room. "Eminence Long, I'm telling the truth. My bodyguard is not in my room. It's on the first floor below." "Changba, which bodyguard?" "Longjian, Wei Jian." "Wei Jian." Changba was thinking of investigating Wei Jian, the person who bribed Xiao Su, and now the opportunity came. Replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." He quickly walked towards the door of the room. "Sister Evening, you make good. I'll go first." "Don't go." Suyu Evening called out, "My big sister is coming. She wants to meet you. Didn't we agree on the evening? We won't see each other then." Changba opened the door to his room. "Be careful. There are Xiao Su's people outside." Suyu Evening quickly walked towards Changba. Changba smiled bashfully and floated towards the corridor. Xiao Su is down. What can his people do? Chapter 23, Holding Mr. Xia and locking him in a dark room. The autumn sun shines high. Zhejiang Hotel is full of flowers and the scenery is pleasant. 16th floor, Presidential Suite. Long Yimin stood by the front window, looking out over the street, her eyes full of worry. One is worried about whether Changba will come. Secondly, she was worried whether Changba would step in to save her little brother. Thirdly, He was worried that the bodyguards hiding around would not harm Changba. She had been so anxious about her little brother not being saved that she thought of going to the school to find Changba and plead with him. She believed that for the sake of classmates, plus the fact that Changba had saved her in the past, he would come to the rescue of his little brother. But her dad, Long Ji-cheong, can't wait and wants her to ask him out here. Even if she had to sacrifice her body, she would help her little brother get saved as soon as possible. Eventually, under the arrangement of her dad and Wei Jian, she came here and asked Changba to come over to meet her. It would be even better if Changba promised to save her little brother. If Changba didn't agree, then Wei Jian would take coercive measures to control Changba and force him to make a move. Long Yimin's eyes teared up at the thought. After all, Changba had saved her life, and she felt sorry for him when they did this, but she had no choice. In the eyes of others, she was a high and mighty lady, but in reality, she's just a pawn for her dad. Or rather, she was a valuable commodity in the hands of her dad. She will be traded away, even sacrificed, whenever needed. She wanted to be absolutely independent, but fate was merciless and tragic. While looking at the street, expecting to see Changba's figure, the cell phone placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. She walked over to the coffee table and picked up her cell phone, seeing that it was a call from her counselor. Xia Yifu, she hurriedly answered it. Teacher Xie, hello, Emin, are you feeling better? It's better, Mr. Shay, it's okay now. That's good. By the way, has Changba contacted you yet? Long Emin froze. What's going on here? Mr. Xia already knows about Changba's visit here? Emin, it's like this. I called Instructor Su and she said that Changba left the hospital, but I waited for an hour and he didn't come back to school. When I called, he turned off his cell phone, so that's why I asked you. This, Long Yimin didn't know how to answer for a moment. Tell the truth. She's worried she'll come to the hotel. What happens then is anyone's guess. If she didn't tell her, she couldn't bear to lie. Min, I know you want Changba to cure your little brother. You've been very anxious over this matter. I'm trying to help you, Xie Yifu said in a serious tone. Tell me the truth. Have you contacted Changba? Long Yimin, a moment of hot tears, choked up. Teacher, I contacted him. He came to the Jiuzheng Hotel to cure my little brother. But, twisting his head to glance at the door of the room, he wanted to speak. Wiping up her tears, she added, but it's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Min, don't cry. Changba won't save your little brother. Okay, that's it. Xia Yifu hung up the phone. Long Yimin put down her cell phone and covered her face as she sobbed. As a freshman, she hadn't known Xia Yifu for long, but Xia Yifu treated her like a big sister treating a little sister. If something unfavorable to Xia Yifu happened next, she felt sorry for her. Ultimately uneasy, she reached for her cell phone to call Changba. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please dial again later. Just like Xia Yifu said, the cell phone was turned off. She sighed and once again stood by the front window, once again looking worriedly toward the floor below. Changba, come on. You come quickly. A short while later, she glanced at her cell phone. A short while later, she glanced at her cell phone again. While waiting until the 29th minute, her cell phone rang once again. Or Xia Yifu called. Min, has Changba arrived yet? Not yet, Mr. Shay. I'll contact you when he arrives. No, I'm already here, just downstairs. Long Yimin's greatest fear still came. Although he was prepared, he was still scared and quickly ran out of the room and towards the elevator. Mr. Xia, wait, I'll pick you up downstairs. Where is Xia Yifu? Taking a cab to the downstairs of the Jiuzheng Hotel, wiping sweat while walking into the lobby, pulling out his cell phone, he called Changba again. It's still off. This asshole. Don't you know when your cell phone is out of battery? Don't you know how to charge it in advance? When we get back, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. While complaining in a low voice, Long Yimin trotted over and jumped headfirst into Xia Yifu's arms, sobbing. Emin, there's no problem. Please trust Mr. Xia. With Mr. Xia around, there won't be any problems. Xia Yifu gently patted Long Yimin's shoulder, comforting her in a good way. Among all the girls in the class, her favorite was Eminence Long, not because of her status, not because of her beauty, but because she was gentle and quiet, and kind and low-key. It hurt her even more to see her crying into tears, wiping her tears and encouraging her. Then they took the elevator, hand in hand, to the presidential suite. Teacher Xie, have a cup of tea first. Long Yimin pulled Xia Yifu into the room. It was the first time that Xia Yifu walked into the presidential suite and curiously observed the luxurious furnishings in the room. I have to say that the world of the rich is not something that the average person can imagine. Before the two could sit down, the door to the room was pushed open. Long Yimin twisted her head to see that it was her dad's bodyguard, Wei Jian, and asked coldly, "Why didn't you knock when you came in?" Wei Jian didn't reply, and without moving, he walked over to Xia Yifu's side and gestured. "This lady, please follow me to the next room. What do you want? Long Yimin panicked and shielded her behind him, glaring at him. This is my college homeroom teacher. What the hell do you want? Wei Jian still had a ruthless and cold look on his face. Missy, I don't mean anything else. You know better than me what you need to do next. I can do better when I thank my teacher for being there for me. Don't make me do it. Missy. As soon as Wei Jian's voice fell, two big men in black walked in from outside. Wei Jian. Long Yimin cried in anger. Do you know who Ms. Xia is? She's Changba's friend and her neighboring sister. If you dare to touch her, he will never let you go. Wei Jian still had a cold face and twisted his head a bit at the two big men. The two big men understood and walked towards Xia Ifu. What the hell do you guys want? Do you want to hold Mr. Xia hostage? Long Yimin cried out at them. Xia Ifu put her arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Yimin, don't worry, I'm a university teacher. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. Later on, Changba will come and we'll talk about it after we meet with him. Holding his head high, he walked towards the door of the room with a face of indifference towards Wei Jian and the others. Wei Jian and the others followed. Upon coming outside, they grabbed her by the arm and pushed her into an adjacent room and put her in a small dark room. Long Yimin was so anxious that she picked up her cell phone and called Changba once again. The phone is still off. She was so anxious that she was in tears. Changba, where have you been? Come on. You'd better come. Chapter 24, It's the free that's expensive. Just as Long Yimin was waiting anxiously, a group of people walked in front of the first floor gate. The first to bear the brunt was a handsome young man with dreadlocks, holding 9,999 roses and walking with dashing steps to the open space in front of the main gate. The group of men following him, well trained, held bunches of tulips placed around the front of the handsome young man, quickly arranging them in a large red heart-shaped pattern. With the pattern in place, the handsome young man knelt on one knee, right in the center, and looked up. Wow, how romantic. Isn't this the young master of the Chang family? Chang Hui? The girl young master Chang pursues must be a goddess. This girl must be very happy. I'm really jealous. The hotel attendants and passing girls watched with great envy, wishing they could be one of the heroines. When the young handsome man knelt down, his entourage immediately pulled out a huge banner with red and black letters. Emin Lung, I like you. Promise me. Be my girlfriend. The crowd took a look and realized that Cheng Hui was pursuing the eldest Miss Long Yimin of the Long family. Emin, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Cheng Hui picked up the megaphone and shouted at the top. Long Yimin was standing right by the front window, already overlooking the scene below, and knowing it was Cheng Hui, she simply ignored it. For some reason, she instinctively hated the man. Seeing him always feels like seeing a pile of stinking. Pick up the cell phone and send a message to Wei Jian, get rid of Cheng Hui. Wei Jian, he is the young master of the Cheng family, not someone we can offend. He shouts his words, we do our thing. Long Yimin sneered, both wanting to reply with 3 words, wimp. Against weak women like her and teacher Xie, Wei Jian was very good at dealing with the rich and powerful. He was absent-minded. Emin, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Cheng Hui was still on one knee, shouting passionately toward the top. And just then, a short-haired youth roared up on a shared bike. Make way! Make way! The brakes don't work. The youth was extremely fast, crushing right through the heart-shaped pattern laid out by the tulips. With a whoosh of sound, the heart-shaped pattern exploded and splattered right through, leaving a trail of debris and leaves, in turn leaving a long blood-like car track under the wheels. Who? Cheng Hui and his entourage were shocked and angry, both glaring at the youth. Which rash young man dares to be wild around Cheng Xiao? They believed that after the youth saw Cheng Hui's face, he would be so scared that he would kneel down and apologize. But, the young man stopped the bike, made a sharp turn and got out of the car, didn't even look at them, didn't even twist his head, and walked straight into the hall. Brash as hell. Beauty, I'm Changba, I'm here to find Long Yimin. May I ask which room she's in? The youth asked the staff as they walked into the lobby. Changba? Cheng Hui and a group of attendants exchanged glances when they heard the name. It was a name they had never heard before, and now they remembered it at once. What kind of god is it that dares to be so long and cross? With Cheng Hui's order, a big man of 1 meter 9 tall walked into the hall with quick steps. Before he could catch up, he saw that Changba had already walked into the elevator accompanied by a staff member. The big man asked the staff a few questions, and then took his cell phone to make a few calls, and quickly walked to Cheng Hui's side and reported, Young master, Changba is a freshman at Mordor University, a college classmate of Long Yimin's. His hometown is from a small county, and he doesn't have any background. Cheng Hui threw the roses in his hand to the floor and looked up, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. And just then, they saw that Changba had actually walked back again. Young master, see, he knows he did something he shouldn't have done and came over to apologize to you on his knees. The 6'9" man said, That's right, he must be scared to death right now. he must have knelt and bowed his head. I bet he kowtows all over his face. The group of attendants all said one thing to each other, looking at Changba with contemptuous eyes to see how he would obediently apologize to Chung Xiao. As for Changba, he walked over to a bouquet of tulips, kicked it with his foot, picked up an intact bouquet of tulips, turned around and walked back down the hall. Just like earlier, it still didn't even glance at Chung Hui and the others. It was as if this group of people were airborne in his eyes. Outrageous. The 1'9" big man was furious and immediately followed Changba. Come back, Chang Hui called out. How could I bully a nobody in full view? The 1'9" big man would understand and glanced at Changba's back with eyes that carried killing intent. If you don't do it in plain sight, the only way to abuse him is in secret. Changba, you're finally here. Long Yimin stood in front of the door of the presidential suite looking at the corridor, and when she saw Changba walking over, she cried tears of joy and greeted him with quick steps. She wanted to jump up and into his arms, but didn't dare. After all, the two weren't even close to that level of relationship, and she had to exercise restraint. Coming. Changba smiled, picked up a bouquet of tulips in his hand, and handed it to Long Yimin. I picked and chose 1,000 times before I found this bouquet of flowers to give to you. Long Jimin laughed, picked it up on the floor. Did you? It's the free ones that are expensive, Changba said with a serious face. Makes sense. Long Yimin laughed again, stretched out her hands to take it, put it under her nose, closed her eyes to smell it, and sighed. It smells so good. I love it so much. She didn't care where the flowers came from, as long as they were from Changba. She liked them. There's a saying that flowers don't come from anywhere, and heroes don't ask for a way out. In the meantime, someone reported to Chang Hui, young master, that Changba kid picked up your tulips and gave them to Long Yimin. She accepted it, said it smelled good, and said she liked it. Chang Hui's face turned green when he heard this. The group of attendants around him gritted their teeth even more when they heard this. I really didn't expect that. Chang Hui raised his head and looked up in the direction of the presidential suite, letting out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart. I've never been such a wimp in all my life. The 1'9" man's face was grim as he blasted his fist at a nearby sycamore tree. With a click, the trunk snapped in half. In the meantime, Changba walked into the presidential suite and took the charger to charge his cell phone. When I opened my cell phone, there were 10 or so missed calls. ********. Why did Mr. Xia call me so many times? Call her immediately. Got through, but there was no answer. Called again. Still no answer. Changba, stop fighting. Long Yimin's face was red, her eyes were hot, and she spat out the truth. She has come. Coming? Where? Changba looked into a few of the surrounding rooms and walked into 2 more to check them out. Changba, no need to look. Long Yimin pointed to the wall next to her. She's next door, saying she's a little tired and wants to rest. Changba observes a glance at her face and eyes and sees something, walking quickly out of the suite. I'll go over there and take a look. Long Yimin wanted to call out to him, but worried about Mr. Xia being bullied. She stopped saying anything and scrambled to keep up with him. Chapter 25, System. Can you not be so bad? Ms. Shay, it's an honor to meet you, and I think today is the best day of my life. Inside the next room of the presidential suite, Wei Jian admired Xia Yifu's beauty and said with a pious face, I can tell at a glance that you're not a lady of the house, but what's wrong with the beauty of a small family? Xia Yifu sat by the back window, coldly silent. A big old bodyguard is still so literal. Aren't you afraid of flashing your teeth? Mr. Shay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at something. Wei Jian casually opened a fine wooden box and took out a book of drawings. I like sketching. These are all my sketches. Xia Yifu didn't even glance at it. She wasn't interested and didn't bother to look. Jian, is that Mr. Xia you're drawing? Isn't that her in person? It's so much like it. It's so much like it. The group of minions next to him clapped their hands when they saw the sketches in the album, and others crackled their crotch bones. Xia Yifu froze for a moment and twisted her head to look at the sketch in Wei Jian's hand. At first glance, the show jumped and her eyes lit up. True to form, the artwork on the sketch comes to life, like a black and white photo of her, and it's more evocative than even a black and white photo, especially the 2 big eyes, full of autumn water, clear and soulful. She hadn't expected her sketches to be so beautiful, much less his. She looked at him squarely for the first time. Did you draw all this? Mr. Xia, if you don't believe me, I can sketch on the spot. Wei Jian picks up a pencil, lays down drawing paper and draws on the spot. Xia Yifu frowned and observed, suddenly realizing that this curly-haired bastard had a unique aura permeating his body while creating. It's true that heaven and earth are not afraid of hooligans with culture. And just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Do. Knocking with great urgency. The thing Wei Jian detested most was when someone interrupted him while he was creating his art, twisting his head around to cast a sharp look toward one of his minions. Understanding, the little brother walked quickly to the door of the room and whispered angrily, "Get out, roll." Standing outside, Changba flew up and kicked the door to the room. "I'll make it happen." Bang! A sound passed, and his 43 big feet entered the room nonchalantly, kicking the little brother directly in the stomach. With a whoosh, the little brother flew more than 2 meters away and rumbled and rolled several times before coming to a stop. The pain in my stomach was so excruciating that I couldn't even get up. Wei Jian and a few of his juniors were shocked. The paintbrush in Wei Jian's hand stood still in the air for a moment. With a click, the door of the room was opened and a young man walked in with an apologetic face. "Sorry, I knocked with my foot and it broke." "Knock with your foot?" Wei Jian and his group of juniors heard someone say that for the first time, and they even cast a grim look at him. Changba, Xia Yifu stood up and glared at him. "What took you so long? Called you several times and you turned off your phone." "My cell phone ran out of battery and I rode a shared bike." Changba looked her up and down. "Sister Fu, they didn't bother you, did they? Listen to you, don't think so badly of people." Xia Yifu's face blushed petulantly. Let's go see Emin's little brother." Ding! Host, new mission issued. Please grab Xia Yifu's ear in 1 minute. There will be a reward for the completion of the mission. If you can't do it, you'll be deprived of the ability to be a healer. I'm super you. System, can you not be so bad? Changba's head was big. Xia Yifu was my big sister. She used to pull my ears. Now I can pull her ears? But if you don't complete it, the ability of the divine healer's sage will be taken away. Fu-san, Changba had to grab a hold of Xia Yifu's arm and look into her ear. What's wrong, Changba? Xia Yifu froze and stopped in her tracks. Fu, it's not that I'm talking about you. I really need to give you a warning this time, Changba said and grabbed Xia Yifu's ears. Gently, you have to know how to protect yourself when you do things in the future. Remember? You have to know that you are the most important in my mind. Say Yifu, Eminence Long, Wei Jian and a few of his inner circle? It came so suddenly that all of them didn't realize it. Especially Xia Yifu. It wasn't true that she was Changba's neighboring sister, but it was the first time they had ever had Changba pull her ear like this. The question is, what about your sister's face when you do this in front of so many people? Long Yimin couldn't figure it out either, even with a sudden anger in her heart. Last time, in front of her dad, Changba said he wanted to marry her and be the son-in-law of the Long family, and now in front of her, he told Xia Yifu that she was the most important. What did this mean? You don't have to step on two boats. You don't have to step on them so obviously. And who do you really like? You have to have a place in your heart, right? At this time, the most angry is Wei Jian. Always feel a big green hat has been put on his head. He's chasing after Xia Yifu, and Changba is pampering her in front of him. Does that put him in his place? Does this treat him like a human being? Deception. Suddenly, a youth yelled and sprang to his feet. Changba twisted his head to see that it was the youth who had just been kicked away. Both eyes popped open, a scowl on his face. He grabbed a baseball bat and lunged. Changba shook his head and waited for the baseball bat to be about to come down, and with a dark cry of sleep, he reached out to catch it, and with both eyes closed, the youth had fallen into a state of sleep. Changba snatched the baseball bat and gave him a light tap on the head. The youth fell to the ground with a thud. Wei Jian and a few of his minders were once again greatly shocked. Those who could be in this room were the most capable fighters under Wei Jian. Even at worst, he could hit 10 or 8, but against Changba, he was surprisingly powerless. Not even a chance to make a move. Changba, don't be so casual with your sister in the future, okay? Remember? Xia Yifu froze over, grabbed Changba's ear, and walked towards the room door. Go! When we get out, see how I'll clean you up. Long Yimin followed behind and also wanted to grab Changba's ear. Like this kind of philandering man, he should be cleaned up properly. However, on second thought, this time, he called Changba over to see his little brother, and as long as his little brother could recover, then everything would be fine. As for Changba's philandering, that could only be blamed on his own bad fate. In the future, if Changba could become the son-in-law of their Long family, then she would sometimes turn a blind eye, as long as Changba was good to her. As for his philandering, then let him do so. At a certain age, his heart will still return to her. The whole way following her into the presidential suite, she rambled on. Sword, what should we do? Want to make a move? As long as Sword gives the order, I'll slaughter him. A group of Wei Jian's minions all surrounded him, grimacing and vocalizing. No, Wei Jian sat still, his heart raging with anger, but his expression rippled. Wait and see. Wait until he has shown the young master the disease. Chapter 26. The goddess, who is a counselor, is furious. Changba, are you really crazy? Let me remind you once again. I'm your counselor. After walking into the presidential suite, Xia Yifu still grabbed Changba's ear. Tell me, Why did you grab your old sister's ear? Of course Changba couldn't say that it was the system that made me do that. Sister Fu, didn't you say? You're my sister and my mom. What's wrong with me saying a few words about you? The problem is that you did it so suddenly, without saving face, that I couldn't take it. Come on, why did you do that? Well, then, I have only to show my cards, and I do that for one purpose only, to be in a good mood. I told you to be in a good mood. Xiaifu drew out the cowhide belt on her small savage waist and lifted it up to hit. Today I'll tell you to pleasure yourself to death. Help! Changba turned and ran, circling the rooms. Xiaifu kept up the chase, dropping the belt with an occasional snap, but the belt landed either on the coffee table, the couch, or the wall, never on Changba. Teacher Xie, Mr. Xie. Long Yimin kept chasing after her for a long while, chasing after her to a bedroom before catching up with Xiaifu, holding her tightly. Don't be agitated. Don't be impulsive either. Changba is momentarily confused. Please give him a chance. Xiaifu came to a stop on her breath, pointing her belt at Changba and panting. You're getting lawless. On the playground, you touched Instructor Su's face in full view of everyone. Just now in the private room, you pulled my ear again in plain sight. Say you, aren't you getting more and more lawless? If you don't give a statement today, I will never spare you. As for Changba, he walked over to the back window, sat down, took in the view of the city, and pulled out his cell phone and tapped on it. A look of quick immersion in some kind of atmosphere. Xiaifu froze. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what I just said? Fu-san, I'd like to read a novel while I'm at it. Changba raised the cell phone in his hand. People's authors have updated again. I have to catch up on my reading. Otherwise, if people drop their catch-up reading, it will affect their grades. Xiaifu fainted. This bastard. Instead of thinking about apologizing at this moment, he's thinking about reading a novel. Her petite body shook as she raised her belt once again. I told you to obsess over novels. Changba, I'll beat you to death today. Thank you, teacher. Long Yimin once again clung on tightly, so anxious that she wanted to cry. Please, give Changba a chance, okay? Looking at Changba again, he choked. Changba, what you just did was indeed excessive. Won't you give teacher Xia an apology? Changba boned his eyes, put away his cell phone and stood up, walked over to Xiaifu and said in a serious tone, Sister Fu, I was teasing you just now, but I actually did that for you. For me? Xiaifu sneered, purposely skimming her mouth with a hideously adorable expression. Changba nodded. That Wei Jian isn't chasing you. I'm irritating him. At his level, what qualifications does he have to chase you? What qualifications does he have to be with you? I'm purposely provoking him. Xiaifu remembered Wei Jian's soft eyes as he looked at her, and remembered his superb sketching ability, and said with a hum, he's good at drawing and painting. I think he's better than you. Whether it's better than me, you'll know in the future. Changba reached out and patted Xiaifu's shoulder. Remember, don't be emotionally attached to this person. Wei Jian, even if you are emotionally attached to me, don't be emotionally attached to him. Talking about a dog's mouth again. Xiaifu raised the belt and tried to hit again. Long Yimin grabbed the belt in a panic, looked at Changba, and said in exasperation, Changba, teacher Xia is very excited, and so am I. You know? I know. You want to hurry up and show your little brother. Changba replied. Long Yimin shook her head. No, it's that there's a problem that's been bothering me for a long time, and now I want to talk about it, but I don't know how to open my mouth. Say. Xiaifu put her arm around her shoulders and encouraged her. Mean, don't hold back what you have to say. Just say it. Receiving this encouragement, Long Yimin had some backbone, still staring into Changba's eyes, and said, Changba, you said that you wanted to marry me and become the son-in-law of the Long family, and just now, you kissed teacher Xia's face again, and at the earliest, you thought about making Instructor Su say I love you. So let me ask you, which one of the three of us do you really like? Hearing such a question, Xiaifu's spirit lifted and glared at Changba. She had the same confusion, wondering who Changba really liked in his heart. Like who? Changba's mind immediately conjured up that valiantly beautiful instructor. But instead of mentioning the man, he grinned, looked at this and that, and solemnly made his reply. I like all three of you. Ah! Xiaifu and Long Yimin collapsed together, grabbing Changba and beating him up at the same time. An arm around the neck, a don't leg, put him down and rubbed him against the floor. Changba wrapped his arms around his head and laughed, letting the rain of pink fists fall on him. Every now and then, he would let out a scream that would make them squeal. Both beauties eventually gasped and laughed. It couldn't be helped. They really couldn't do anything when they ran into an asshole like Changba. For a moment, the room was filled with rapturous air, and unbeknownst to them, there were already a few people standing in front of the door to the room opening it and watching them jostle and play. There's Long Yimin's dad, Long Ji-dong. There's Long Ji-dong's bodyguard Wei Jian. There was that flower being crushed by Cheng Hui Cheng Xiao. They thought that when Xie Yifu came here she would definitely admonish Changba and ask him to treat the patients. But who would have dared to think that Xie Yifu and Long Yimin were playing with Changba together? Playing isn't just playing. It's rolling around on the floor. Rolling isn't just rolling. There's physical interaction. Interacting isn't just interacting. And laughing so hard. As a father, Long Jidom's old face burned when he saw this scene of his daughter. But there was nothing he could do. What can he say when he has to turn to Changba next? Shang Hui, as Long Yimin's suitor, was furious to see her riding on Changba, but Long Jiqiong didn't even say anything, so what could he say? Wei Jian kept staring at Xie Yifu, so angry that his face was so green that he could have green grass. Just now, Xie Yifu had grabbed Changba's ears and looked unusually angry, and now she was rolling on the floor with her arms around Changba. Being a counselor makes you such a? On second thought, he felt that he couldn't blame her for this, and that Changba was the only one to blame. Don't he look 18 or 19 years old? Bad stroke. Ahem. As if they couldn't bear it, as if they had a heart-to-heart. Long Jiqiong, Cheng Hui and Wei Jian let out a cough in unison. Xie Yifu and Long Yimin held down Changba and were about to punish him when they heard the sound and both jerked their heads. As soon as they saw that there were several men standing in front of the door, they blushed, scrambled up and walked towards a corner, itching to turn into air and be blown away by the wind. Sleep. Changba swept a glance at Long Jiqiong and the others and shouted darkly. He didn't want to be embarrassed, and he didn't want Long Yimin and Xie Yifu to lose face. Seeing that Long Jidom and the others had closed their eyes, he slowly stood up. Ding! The host has completed the mission and is now rewarded. The host can harness hypnotic time. The host can tell a person to sleep for a second, for a moment, for a day, for a month, for a year, or for a lifetime. Chapter 27. Not only can you hypnotize a person, but you can hypnotize them for a lifetime. Changba was pleased with the reward. If someone offends him and he tells that person to sleep for the rest of his life, that's a declaration of his death sentence. I wonder who will be the first in the future. He was looking forward to it. Fu, Emin, let's go outside to the living room. He walked towards Xie Yifu and Long Yimin. Xie Yifu and Long Yimin were still standing shyly in the corner, not daring to turn around, not knowing how to face Long Jiqiong and the others. It was too big and too much of a show, and I don't know how to end it. Hearing Changba approach, they both turned their heads slightly to glare at him. I blame Changba for this. If he hadn't kissed those 2 times, would this be happening now? Come on. Let's go to the living room. Changba walked over to them and gave them a pat on the shoulder. They fell asleep standing in the doorway. Ah! Xie Yifu and Long Yimin didn't believe it and both quickly twisted their heads to observe the doorway. At first glance, they both froze. Fruitfulness, Long Jidom, Shang Hui, and Wei Jian all stood in the doorway, napping with their eyes closed. What's going on here? How did they fall asleep? They all looked at Changba with almond eyes, greatly puzzled. You guys don't know, do you? I can hypnotize. Changba squeezed his eyes and explained with a smile, giving a pretentious expression. Xie Yifu and Long Yimin both bristled, expressing their disbelief. Don't brag. It's hard to hypnotize a single person. How could it be possible to hypnotize several people at the same time? Not only can I hypnotize a person, but I can hypnotize them for life. Believe it or not. Changba turned toward the door of the room. Come on, let's go out. Xie Yifu and Long Yimin observed another glance at Long Jiqiong and the others, confirming that they were indeed asleep, before they followed with confidence. Changba kicked Wei Jian down to make room and led them both out. As for Wei Jian, he lay on the floor and continued to sleep, just with an extremely painful expression. Looking at his expression, it looked like he was being fatally beaten in his dream. Snap! Changba clapped his hands once after he sat down in the living room with Xie Yifu and Long Yimin. After a sound, Long Jiqiong and the others all woke up with a jolt, snapping out of their sleep and observing their surroundings in shock. Wei Jian, in particular, suddenly sat up, both eyes exploding, and looked at Long Jidom in confusion and shock. For a while, they were wide-eyed, like they didn't even recognize each other. Just now, Changba was clearly in the bedroom with Xie Yifu and Long Yimin, but why was he sitting in the living room now? They were clearly standing in front of the door just now, so how come they're all asleep? And Wei Jian, why is he sitting on the floor? In a trance, they felt that what they had just seen was like a dream. Dad, didn't you ask Changba to treat little brother? Now that he's here, where's little brother? Long Yimin forced herself to calm down and softly asked Long Jiqiong. Long Jiqiong froze over and walked towards Changba, smiling rather awkwardly. He always felt that it should be Changba who was embarrassed right now, but how did he become himself? Mr. Chang, last time you treated my son and caused some unpleasantness. I am deeply sorry. Now I'm formally inviting you to treat my son. Do you think it's okay? Of course. Before Changba could speak, Xie Yifu made his reply. Changba glanced at her. Don't look at me. You grab the doctor and after that we grab our way back to the university. There is discipline inside the university. Do you think you can come and go as you please? You think I, the counselor, can come and go as I please? I can tell you, the leaders above have already begun to pay attention to you, and I can't cover you if any consequences arise at that time. Xia Yifu gave a lengthy admonishment. Changba's head was so big from hearing this that he nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, Sister Fu. I promise you. A short while later, a boy was wheeled in a wheelchair. Changba twisted his head to see that the child was not Long Jiqiong's son, but the young grandson of the security guard he had saved. The little boy had been shivering and grinning, wanting to cry but not daring to do so, with tears in his eyes. The one pushing the wheelchair wearing a white coat was none other than the Long family's family doctor. Lu Shi, Director Lu, I told you to push my son over. Why are you pushing that old security guard's little grandson over? Long Jidong looked at Lu Shi with great displeasure. Lu Shi slanted a glance at Changba and replied, Mr. Long, you don't know, didn't Changba treat this child yesterday? As a result, the child's legs are in extreme pain today, unable to stand, and he is eating and vomiting, and is incontinent. The doctor examined him and couldn't find any disease, but warned that he won't live for more than a month if this continues. Long Jidong was startled and looked at Changba. He was skeptical yesterday when Changba helped this little boy walk upright, and now it seemed impossible for Changba to be that magical. Mr. Long, this child has been paralyzed for several years. Is it possible that Changba can help him stand and walk with a few simple stitches? Lu Shi added, this child is in unbearable pain. I'm going to do an amputation on him this afternoon to ease his pain. Long Jidong observed the little boy twice more and sighed with eyes full of disappointment. Then you just watch it. No longer looking at Changba, he turned around and left. Dad, Long Yimin called out, Changba is already here. Won't you hand it over to my little brother to try? Long Jidong sneered, you want your little brother's condition to suddenly worsen? This kid is just a freshman. He's not a doctor, let alone a medical family. How can he possibly treat this kind of serious illness? Shang Hui, who hadn't spoken, slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Long, if you trust me, I'll recommend a divine doctor to you. In the area of treating paralysis, he is definitely an expert among experts. Oh, Long Jiqiong's eyes lit up and he made a gesture of invitation. Chang Xiao, I know you know a lot of godly doctors, so I'll ask you for a favor. Cheng Hui smiled confidently and pulled out his cell phone. I'll go over and make a call. You wait a moment, walked to the restroom and made a phone call. I really regret that I didn't think of Chang Xiao. He knows famous doctors from all over the world, and he also knows miracle doctors from all over the world. Why didn't I think of him before? Long Jidong shook his head while sighing. Confused. I'm really confused. Wei Jian smiled respectfully and chimed in. The divine Dr. Chang Xiao knows is enough to crush all of our doctors in Mordor. Mr. Long, this time the young master is saved. Mr. Long, truth be told, I feel that I already have excellent medical skills, but compared to the experts of Major Cheng's family, it's still nothing compared to the experts of Major Cheng's family. Lu Shi was ashamed of herself and covered her bloated face. Several people standing behind them nodded frequently. What are you still standing here for? Wei Jian glanced angrily at Changba and suddenly let out a furious cry. You are not welcome here. Get out. Changba smiled faintly and didn't say anything. What? This guy wants to be the first to be hypnotized for life? What are you babbling about? Long Yining shielded Changba behind her and glared at Wei Jian. Wait until the expert Chang Xiao hired cures the child. As he was talking, Cheng Hui walked back quickly. Mr. Long, I've got the cell phone number of that divine doctor back. I'll call him now. You don't know. An old leader in a wheelchair had a chance encounter with a miracle doctor yesterday, who miraculously helped the old leader to stand up. Long Jidong was overjoyed. Quickly walking to Cheng Hui's side, he gestured with both hands. Chang Xiao, it's been hard on you. Quickly please make a call. Chang Hui nodded and gave Changba a cold smile, shook the pigtail behind his head, took his cell phone, and dialed the phone. Seconds later, a cell phone in the living room suddenly rang. The crowd was startled and they all looked around at the sound. At a glance, it was Changba. Slowly and methodically, he pulled out his cell phone while it played the color ringtone of an incoming call. Chapter 28, The Kneeling Plea of the Class Flower. What a coincidence! Chang Hui gave Changba a contemptuous smile. As soon as I called, your cell phone rang, as if you were that divine doctor. Long Jidong, Wei Jian, Lu Shi and the others all smiled coldly. Cheng Hui shook the pigtail behind his head and then hung up the phone. I'm not calling to see if yours still rings. Changba looked at the cell phone screen and said faintly, to tell you the truth, last night on my way back to school I happened to meet an old man in a wheelchair and incidentally cured him. I can't imagine that he is an old leader, and I can't even imagine that you know him. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Hui cracked a smile. Changba, you're too funny, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Long Ji-dong, Wei Jian, Lu Shi and the others all laughed along. At this moment, they realized that this Changba guy was quite amusing and had amused them. Xia Yifu and Long Yimin both stood towards Changba's side and looked at him, telling him with their eyes not to brag. Xia Yifu even took a tug on Changba's arm and gently reminded, Changba, this isn't the place for us to act tough. Changba replied softly, the problem is that I can fit. I told you to pretend. Xia Yifu secretly twisted his waist nest. I'll hit you again and see if you still ring. Cheng Hui took his cell phone and dialed the cell phone number from earlier once again. The call had just gone out when Changba's cell phone rang once again. Yo! Cheng Hui looked at Changba's cell phone with considerable interest. As soon as I called, your cell phone rang again. What do you want to do? Is it fun to get it going like this? Long Ji-dong, Wei Jian, Lu Shi and the others looked at Changba with even more contempt. There's no point in pretending any longer. So be it. Changba pressed the answer button. You talk into the phone. You're still not convinced? Cheng Hui scornfully glanced at Changba, laughed, and gave a hello into the cell phone. Hello? A man's voice came from Changba's cell phone. The crowd froze. Cheng Hui's even more chaotic eyebrows jumped as he looked at Changba's cell phone and asked into his own. May I ask if you're that divine doctor? May I ask if you are the divine doctor? The same sound came from Changba's cell phone. Ah! Cheng Hui and the crowd had their mouths wide open. At this moment, they had to believe one thing, that the cell phone number left by that old leader was Changba's cell phone number. It must be wrong. After Cheng Hui froze over, he pointed to the phone number on the cell phone and said with certainty, the old leader must have memorized the phone number wrongly, knowing that the wrong one is the wrong 100,000 miles. Long Ji-dong thought deeply and nodded heavily. That makes sense. Makes sense. Wei Jian and Lu Shi and the others followed suit and nodded their heads. Seeing this, Changba patted Xia Yifu's shoulder. Sister Fu, let's go then. Xia Yifu also didn't want to see their fickle faces, pulling up Changba's arm and lifting her foot to leave. Don't! Long Yimin panicked and grabbed Changba's arm. Brother Ba, it's not easy to come here. Just show my little brother. Before Changba could speak, Long Jiqiong rebuked. Emin, can't you see that he's cured this kid like this? You want him to cure your little brother into a vegetable? Long Yimin's eyes reddened. I believe in Changba. He can definitely do it. It's okay for him to pick up girls. It's okay to harass women. Long Ji-dong angrily rebuked. People like this don't deserve my trust at all. Changba glanced at him without speaking and smiled playfully. In that case, I shouldn't have persuaded Changba to come over. Xia Yifu violently yanked a handful of Changba's arm. Let's go. One moment. Changba then walked over to the little boy in the wheelchair, squatted down, stretched out his hands, pressed down on his knees, and pinched up his kneecaps with his fingers. After only half a minute, the heat was dense along the kneecaps, and the little boy's expression went from pain to calm, and half a minute later, from calm to a smile on his face. Try standing up. Changba assisted the little boy to stand up slowly. Take 2 steps. Give me 2 steps first. The little boy stretched out his arms like last time and tried to walk. After only 2 steps, his eyes were glowing. I feel more energetic than yesterday. Uncle, I couldn't walk this morning, but now I can walk again. What's going on? Yesterday you ate something unclean. You had diarrhea and were weak, so be careful what you eat in the future. Changba let go and told him to try it himself. Sure enough, it's a much steadier and faster walk than yesterday. Long Ji-dong, Cheng Hui, Wei Jian and the others were dumbfounded when they took a look. Just now, Changba was just pinching the little boy's knee with his hand, and he was actually able to walk upright? Even if he was a divine healer, he couldn't be this amazing. However, Changba had actually done it. I told you, Changba is trustworthy. Long Yimin couldn't hold back her tears as if she had already seen the scene of her little brother standing up. Dad quickly apologized to Changba while calling for someone to push his little brother over. Long Ji-dong smiled awkwardly, his face reddened, shivering his lips twice, not knowing what to say. Let's retain Changba. He had just unceremoniously kicked him out. If you don't retain Changba, your son is still waiting to be saved. Just at this time, Cheng Hui sneered. Mr. Long, don't be anxious. I'll make another call and ask a god doctor to come over. Snap. Long Ji-dong slapped Cheng Hui in the face. Get on the side. If Cheng Hui hadn't intervened just now, he wouldn't be so humiliated now. Mr. Long, this is for the sake of your daughter's face. I'm not general with you. Cheng Hui was furious. Shaking the pigtail behind the back of his head, he turned around and left. Let's go. The group of people guarding the outside all glanced angrily at Long Ji-dong and Changba, followed Cheng Hui, and left aggressively. Mr. Long, call Chang Xiao's dad. Wei Jian stepped forward and reminded. Chang Xiao, as the successor of the Chang clan, is pivotal in both the Chang family and the magic. You make a move against him. Snap. Long Jidong threw out his hand and slapped it on Wei Jian's face. Scram! It's not you guys who are blindly comparing here. Mr. Chang has already treated my son. Get lost. Wei Jian gritted his teeth, glanced angrily at Chang Ba, and retreated in ashes. Mr. Chang, I was too hasty just now. Please give me and my son a chance for Emin's sake. Long Jidong, which to a young man so sincerely apologized. Ashamed. Face a moment red, a moment purple, hate to drill under the coffee table. And without a glance at him, Changba greeted an old man in a security uniform standing outside the door. The little boy's grandfather. Old man, don't stand outside. Come over here and I'll tell you. Follow what I went on about yesterday, and the child will slowly recover. With tears in his eyes, the old guard walked into the room and flopped down on his knees once again. Divine Doctor, I'm sorry, I thought you had cured my grandson. So, stop kneeling and push your little grandson home. Changba pulled him up, helped him push up his wheelchair, and escorted them out of the room. Then he exchanged glances with Xia Yifu and walked to the elevator together. Changba, Long Yimin caught up, crying and pulling Changba's arm. Please, don't go. Show my little brother. In the middle of choking, he had already dropped to both knees and wrapped his arms around one of Changba's legs. Chapter 29, Breaking the Rules of the Four Great Families. Changba lowered his head. Emin, it's hard for me when you do that. Long Yimin lifted her head and burst into tears. Brother Ba, as long as you save my little brother, I'm willing to be a cow and horse for you in this life. Emin, get up. Xia Yifu rushed to assist Long Yimin. Seeing her cry into tears, her heart sank sourly and she looked at Changba Dao. Changba, no matter how Yimin's dad and the others treat you, you have to show Yimin some mercy in this matter. Crouching down, he reached out and wiped her tear-filled face with both hands. Before Changba could open his mouth to speak, a growl suddenly came from the corridor. Changba, if you don't make a move to save your life, I'll tell you to die here. Changba looked up and saw a man. If it's not Wei Jian, which one is it? A machete in hand. Killing. Behind him stood 8 big men, all of them also holding machetes with a murderous aura. They were tall and in formation, which made the killing aura around them even more so. Wei Jian, stand down. Long Jidong feigned anger and glared at Wei Jian. Wei Jian was stubborn. Mr. Long, this has nothing to do with you. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. The team is hard to lead. Long Jidong shakes his head in a feigned manner and steps back a bit. Now that Wei Jian and the others were about to put a machete on Changba's neck, he wanted to see how he still dared to refuse. Unless he doesn't want his little life. Wei Jian, you've bullied people too much. Long Yimin cried out, scampered up and rushed into the room. Within moments, she folded back around, grabbing a fruit knife in her hand and bringing it down to her neck. Also at the moment of release, the sharp blade cut through the skin and a gush of blood came out. The bright red blood contrasted with the snow-white skin. She gripped the hilt of her blade with both hands and gritted her teeth. If you don't pull back, I'll die before you. Wei Jian and the others were greatly shocked and all looked at Long Jidong. Long Jidong lowered his head and didn't say a word, not even blinking his eyelids. Wei Jian and the others understood and all stepped forward. At the same time, several big men on the other side suddenly rushed out, blocking Changba's back path. In this way, they surrounded Changba and made it difficult for him to fly. Dad! Long Yimin's heart was like a knife when she saw Long Jiqiong's eyes. In this moment, she could see that she was surprisingly dispensable to her father. She slowly closed her eyes, tears falling like rain, and suddenly the knife was held violently in her hand, and she wiped it hard towards her neck. In a world where even one's own father feels like air, what is one still living in this world for? Just, in the split second before she did, a large hand took hold of her small hand and snatched away the fruit knife. Get off me! Long Yimin's eyes snapped open and glared at the person who grabbed the knife. Oh look, it's Changba! She held out her hands to grab the knife and cried, give me the knife. Changba said, if you live well, I'll save your little brother. Long Yimin's delicate body shook as she looked at him with tearful eyes. Seeing his eyes clear, determined, and full of compassion, she burst out crying at once and flung herself into his arms. Her mother had died early, her father had been unloving, and she had come to feel that there was no one else in the world she could count on. But at this moment, embracing in Changba's arms, she felt that her original reliance was here. She cried tears all over her body and went limp in his arms. Where's Changba? Wiping the blood from her neck with a paper towel. Why don't you guys wheel the patient in? Xia Yifu glared at Long Jiqiong and chided. Long Jidong immediately asked Wei Jian and the others to stand down and arranged for Lu Shi to push his son in. Within 5 minutes, Lu Shi came into the room pushing a wheelchair. Changba shot a glance at the little boy in the wheelchair and saw that his face was waxy, his eyes were dull, and he was even thinner. Look at the look, like he's terminally ill. Little brother, I'll ask a friend to see you, so hang in there. Long Yimin quickly wiped away her own tears, squatted down to the side of the wheelchair, wrapped her arms around the little boy's shoulders, and gently admonished. The little boy nodded knowingly. Take the baby to the couch. Changba pointed at Lu Shi. Lu Shi agreed and carefully picked up the little boy and carefully placed him on the sofa again. Long Yamin brought a pillow and helped her little brother pillow his head. Changba pointed at Lu Shi again. Director Lu, take off your pants. Lu Shi froze. Take off your pants? Whose pants? I told you to take off your pants. Changba glared at Lu Shi and chided. Lu Shi was taken aback and subconsciously grabbed her belt. What do you mean? What do you mean by me? Changba asked rhetorically. Lu Shi's face reddened. I am so old. All a middle-aged woman. You tell me to take off my pants? What's the point of taking off your pants? Tell me to look at the junkyard. Ha! Changba pointed to the little boy lying on the hospital bed. I told you to take his pants down. Lu Shi then realized that it was not to take off her pants. Sneak a slanting glance at Changba. Secretly cursed that yours is the dump. Panicked and took off the pants of the little boy. And the little boy, who had been so calm all along, suddenly screamed loudly, stomping and kicking and not letting his pants be touched at all. After all, they were teenage boys who already knew how to protect their privacy. A moment passed. Lu Shi was tired and panting. I can't take it off. How did you get to be head of internal medicine when you can't even get a boy's pants off? Changba asked. Lu Shi was so angry that her neck and face turned red. What does my being the head of internal medicine have to do with taking off or not taking off a boy's pants? A director who can't take off a man's pants is not a good director. Changbo replied. Lu Shi fainted. A director who can take off a man's pants is a good director? So do I see patients or provide other services? What's with this college student? Changbo walked over to the bedside, grabbed one of the little boy's outstretched hands, and extended his palm to give him a gentle pat on the back of the head. As with the last time I saw the boy, the next magical scene happened. Within half a minute, the little boy was surprisingly asleep. Changba took off his pants, pulled out the silver needle box, took out the silver needles, and used them one by one on his abdomen. Also like the last time, the points of the middle and lower epigastric regions, moisture in Shinkei, Indu, Shirguan, Shangsu, Zhengzhou, and Sifan were used successively with needles. In just 5 minutes, he collected the needles one by one and sterilized them, while pulling the towel quilt over the little boy. It's over? Long Jidong asked. Before Changba could reply, a young man wearing glasses ran beside him in a panic, shouting, Mr. Long, Mr. Long. Long Jidong saw that it was Secretary Xiaosong and rebuked. What's all the yelling about? That secretary panted and walked to Long Jiqiong's side, covered his ears, and whispered a few words in his ear. After saying that, he glanced at Wei Jian with a horrified look. When Long Jidong heard the end, both eyes exploded, twisted his head, looked at Wei Jian, and reprimanded. Wei Jian, you know about the fire that happened at the Wooding Hotel, don't you? Wei Jian had a calm face. I've heard of it. You bribed Xiao Su, the security captain of the Wooding Hotel, to make a move on Su Yulate's sister. Su Unite? Long Jidong asked drily. Wei Jian met the other man's eyes without answering. Silence, then, is an admission. Standing in the corner, Changba held his cell phone, recording a video while coming in faintly. He wanted to get in touch with Wei Jian, but also to investigate the truth of the fire. Did not expect Long Jidong first. Alright, then, go along for the ride. Wei Jian glanced at Changba and remained silent. He had already heard about Xiao Su being controlled by the Su family and knew that some things could no longer be hidden. I've said many times that there is an agreement between the 4 great clans to never harm the family members of any party. You're thinking of killing Su Yueqi's sister. Aren't you thinking of telling us to kill each other? Long Jidong's face was filled with rippling veins as he growled. Men, take it down. Chapter 30, I have a proposal for a rebellion. No one moved around. No one moved, including Long Jidong's beloved bodyguards. Long Jidong was startled and looked at the group of bodyguards with wide eyes. Not only did they not follow orders, but they also stood one stop behind Wei Jian. Long Jidong's jaw dropped and his body stiffened. Changba glanced at Long Jiqiong with a sympathetic look and shook his head. Failure. Being the leader of a family like that. Failure through and through. As the first brother of the Long family group, he was usually powerful, but now when it came to the critical moment, he was so unbearable. Changba shook his head again and tapped WeChat to send the video he had just recorded to Su Yueho. Next, continue the video to see what else happens between Long Jidong and Wei Jian. Mr. Long, I've disappointed you. Wei Jian gave a grim smile and slowly drew his machete from his back. The few bodyguards standing behind him also slowly drew their knives. Long Jidong was horrified and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Wei Jian, you want to rebel? Wei Jian gripped his long sword and gently tapped on the wall, knocking rhythmically. Word for word, rebellion is not to be talked about. Rather, it's that you're no longer fit to be the boss of the dragon group. Now I'm going to ask you to post a message in the Long's group website to step down as chairman so that the board can elect another leader. Long Ji-cheon was so angry that he was about to spit out blood, and finally he couldn't bear it any longer, and directly rushed towards Wei Jian, raising his palm. He wanted to give him a hard slap as a way to show him that he, a small bodyguard, did not have that qualification to meddle in the affairs of their Long family, much less qualified to point the finger at the leader of the Long's group. Boo! Before his slap landed on Wei Jian's face, Wei Jian had already flown up and kicked him in the stomach, directly knocking him to the ground. Long Ji-dong fell to the ground in agony, clutching his stomach as he lingered. Dad! Long Yimin crouched down to Long Ji-cheon's side and assisted him. Pooh! Long Ji-dong spat out a mouthful of blood and stared angrily at Wei Jian. Now that Wei Jian dared to be so arrogant, it meant that there must be someone behind him. He hated Wei Jian, and even more so, he hated that black hand behind the scenes. Wei Jian, say, who the hell is it? Who ordered you to do this? Mr. Long, sooner or later you will know. Please make an announcement on the website. Wei Jian took a laptop and took a step towards Long Ji-cheon. You cooperate with me and we'll both be fine. If you don't cooperate, then... Speaking of which, he glanced at Long Yimin and then at the little boy lying asleep on the sofa. As his eyes plummeted cold, a murderous aura quietly filled the air. Long Ji-dong shivered and scrambled to crawl towards the sofa, shielding his son in his arms and gritting his teeth. Wei Jian, if you dare to harm my son, I'll fight you to the death. Wei Jian laughed coldly and once again forced Long Ji-cheon step by step. Long Yimin stared angrily at Wei Jian, wanting to stop him, but how could she dare to strike a blow with a stone? Panicked and retreated to the sofa, also wrapping her arms around the little boy and sobbing. Wei Jian, don't hurt my little brother and my father. As long as they're well, I'll die for it. You? Wei Jian sized up Long Yimin twice, a lecherous smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. He coveted Long Yimin's beauty for a long time, but due to his status, he had not dared to act rashly. And now that Chung Xiao liked him, he had to pay even more attention to proportion. Otherwise, he would have put her on the spot a long time ago. Staring at Long Emin, he nodded. Missy, I can guarantee the safety of your dad and little brother, provided you marry Chang Hui. I agree. Long Yimin replied without hesitation. Ho ho ho. Wei Jian smiled smugly and walked over to Long Ji-cheon, placing his laptop in front of him. Open your Long Group's website and make the announcement yourself. Long Ji-dong glanced at his son in his arms and slowly lowered his head as helpless tears quickly welled up in his eyes. After a few moments, he shivered and took the laptop, opened it up, and clicked on the Dragon Group's website. For a moment, the room was deathly quiet. It is important to realize that too many people are concerned about Long's Group and the change in leadership of Long's Group, whether it was for the Long Group, or for the Magic City Economic Circle. Replacing the family leader was a significant event, and just as Long Ji-cheon stretched out his trembling fingers and was about to prepare to make an announcement, a man's voice came out very abruptly from the side. Naha, it's time for the baby to wake up. You guys move over, I'll check on the baby. The crowd jerked their heads. It's Changba, with a smile on his face, as if the austere environment around him had nothing to do with him. He had already sent the video he had just recorded yet again to Suyu Evening, and now it was time to do his own thing. Changba. Xia Yifu was startled by him and panicked, grabbing his hand and pulling it back with all her might, lowering her voice and saying, if you want to die, tell me first, boy. Wei Jian slowly raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Changba. I have endured you for a long time. Kneel down. Everyone else glared at Changba, their eyes popping red. Changba peeled away Xia Yifu's hand and walked towards Wei Jian, still smiling. Wei Jian, right. I have a proposal regarding your rebellion. Now what? You apologize to Mr. Long and Emin and listen to their punishment. And after that, I'll just take my counselor and get out of here and pretend nothing ever happened here. Ha 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 ha. Wei Jian laughed with his head held high. His group of Minders also laughed hideously. They couldn't figure out who gave this guy the courage to be so unaware of death. Changba. Long Yimin looked at Changba with tears in her eyes and shook her head at him. Our family's matters have nothing to do with you, so quickly take teacher Xia and leave here. Please, quickly take teacher Xia out of here. Changba walked towards her and held out his hand to her. I mean, not that I'm talking about you. I don't like what you just did at all. Everyone knows about our relationship, and you even promised to marry Chang Xiao. Do you think you're infuriating? Long Yimin was so ashamed that she covered her face and cried. Changba, I'm sorry. I would give everything for my father and little brother. As for you, I'll make up for it by being an ox in my next life. You compensated her. Changba glared at her. I'm a person who lives in the moment and doesn't talk about the afterlife. As he was talking, his cell phone rang. Taking out a look, Suyu Evening called. He held out an index finger, signaling everyone not to make a sound, and answered the phone. Sister Evening. Changba, I know about Wei Jian. Give Wei Jian 2 big smacks for me. Suyu Evening drank petulantly on the phone. Pissed off old lady. This is for me to call. Copy that. Changba turned around and walked towards Wei Jian. Surname Wei. My instructor told me to hit you with 2 mouths. Wei Jian had already endured it long ago and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Just put the knife down and cooperate honestly. Changba quickly walked towards Wei Jian. Wei Jian narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword with both hands, his grip squeaking as he watched Changba walk over. It looks like it's ready to forcefully split Changba into 2 halves. Changba. Xiaofu wanted to pull Changba, but she was ultimately too scared to move her legs. Changba, you go. Long Yimin was so scared that she dropped to both knees and cried out at him. Quickly take teacher Xia away. Long Jidong even crumbled and closed his eyes. With Changba's strength, fighting against Wei Jian was like touching an egg against a stone. And he was so good that he pretended to be a pussy in front of everyone and wanted to slap Wei Jian twice. Aren't you afraid you'll lose your life? Chapter 31 Instructor Su's Mysterious Prize. Sleep. Changba walked towards Wei Jian and muttered. Wei Jian instantly narrowed both eyes and stood to doze off. He felt himself being controlled by a mysterious force and tried to break free. But no matter how hard he tried, it didn't help. The power was like a pair of big invisible hands, like a spiritual curse, and like a powerful magnetic field. Not only was he powerless in the face of this power, but he felt a sense of dread. Snap, snap. Changba walked up to him, waved his hand, and delivered 2 slaps left and right. The sound was extremely loud, like a whip cracking on Wei Jian's face, knocking his mouth askew. The curly hair on his head was even hit and floated in the air, creating a unique shape. The crowd was alarmed. Even Wei Jian's group of beloved minions were stunned and dumbfounded. What's going on here? Did Changba really hit Wei Jian in the face? Why didn't Wei Jian fight back? Wei Jian should have used his machete to cut Changba's flesh and blood, but why is he so low-key? On second glance, Wei Jian was not only beaten to the point that his mouth was askew, but he was also beaten to the point that he bled from his mouth and nose. If one didn't know it was him beforehand, then no one would dare to recognize him, but he kept his head down and squinted his eyes, still looking drowsy and unresisting. It looked like he was going to be silent to the end. Sister Evening, I just slapped him twice. Changba reported into his cell phone. What else do I have to do next? Knock him to the ground and waste him. Su Yeye gave another order. Changba wrapped his arms around his shoulders and shivered a little. Instructor Su, I'm afraid. What if the police arrest me? Trash. I'm here. Suyu Evening bellowed once more. Do what I ask and I'll have a prize when we meet tonight. Changba's spirit lifted. What prize? Mystery prize. What mystery prize? What's the mystery prize for telling you now? Give my little brother a little bit of information. It's that award you want most. Changba was overjoyed. He wanted to hear Su Yuehong say I love you the most, so the mysterious prize was this. Sister Evening, we have a deal. When have I ever not kept a promise to you? Absolutely a promise. Hearing this affirmative tone, Changba liked it so much that he flew up and kicked Wei Jian in the stomach. A cackling kick. Boo! With a loud bang, Wei Jian flew into the air, crashed through the door of a bedroom, and fell headfirst onto the couch. The upside-down woman flopped down on the couch after 2 strokes and didn't move a muscle, never to be heard from again. A leather shoe fell off and pressed against one of his hands, and his hair was still exploding, flooding his entire face, but there was blood coming out of the side. The crowd was once again in a state of shock. Wei Jian's group of beloved minions were even more shocked that their legs were trembling. One must know that Wei Jian was a godlike existence in their minds, an invincible existence in the world. However, at this moment, in front of Changba, there was no strength to fight. Even he didn't wave. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Is something wrong with him? Or is Changba too strong? Sister late. Wei Jian has fallen. Changba reported into his cell phone once again. He sprawled out on the couch, covered in blood, and won't be able to get up for a while. Beat up all his minders too. Su Yuehong ordered once again. Okay. Changba sighed and shrugged his shoulders helplessly at Wei Jian's group of beloved minions. Everyone, my instructor has given the word, so will you please cooperate? The group of bodyguards certainly wouldn't sit back and wait for death, and after exchanging glances, they all clenched their teeth and pounced on Changba. If one person couldn't defeat it, they didn't believe that a group of people couldn't defeat it as well. They all showed their teeth. They all killed. This time, even if he is killed, he will die with Changba. But, they had been struck by sleepiness the moment they had rushed out, and had been taken into dreamland immediately afterward. With the inertia of their bodies lurching forward, each one heaved to the floor. Puff, puff, puff. One is louder than the other lying down. One sprawled out more beautifully than the other. Xia Yifu, Long Yimin and Long Jidong once again stared roundly. How the hell did this happen? This is all completely out of character. As super fighters, they were all ferocious and vicious. How could one of them fall down before they could even strike? Is it because they're too good? Or is it because Changba is too godly? Say they're too rookie. They're all Wei Jian's beloved. They're all capable warriors. Call Changba too godly. He's an average college freshman. Nothing magical about him. They don't seem to have much of a knack for it other than witnessing his somewhat miraculous medical skills. Dad. Sister. That's when the little boy woke up from his nap. He opened his eyes and glanced at Long Jidong. Then Long Yimin, a little confused mentally. Long Jidong grabbed his son's small hand. Yo, how do you feel now? The little boy looked at his arms and then at his legs. I feel like I can move my legs. As he spoke, he had curled up one leg. Long Jidong cried with joy when he saw that his son's legs could move. Great! My son's legs can move. Ha ha, God has eyes. Changba shook his head. He thanked God, as if it had nothing to do with me. You, come on, try standing up. Long Yimin was even more excited with tears in her eyes, carefully assisting her little brother to stand up. At first, he was afraid to stand. Slowly, with encouragement from his dad and sister, he wobbled to his feet. Slowly again, he was actually able to walk. It's wobbling left and right, but you can walk. Thanks. Long Jidong wept with joy and flung himself onto Changba's knees. Thank you Mr. Chang for saving our family. And thank you Mr. Chang for saving my son. Thump kowtow, bleeding from the brain. Without Changba this time, he and his pair of children couldn't deal with Wei Jian at all. This time there was no Changba, and his son couldn't stand up at all. He has nothing to show for it now, so he kneels in honor of it. Long Yimin, on the other hand, was even more moved, and jumped headlong into Changba's arms, crying, Changba, thank you for saving us. In this life, not to mention being your wife, I would be willing to be a consort and concubine for you. That's fine with me. Changba grinned and gently tapped her on the shoulder. A man's heart should be broader to accommodate more people. I'll kill you if you want. At this time, Suyu Evening had not hung up the phone. Once she heard the fire. Xia Yifu, you're by his side. Give me a slap. Good. Xia Yifu raised his hand, about to hit Changba with a mouth, only to stop violently when his palm was about to land on his face. Just now, Changba had saved Long Jichong's family after all, and she felt that it was excessive to make a move against Changba. Besides, she couldn't lay her hands on it. Why don't you fight? Suyu Evening couldn't hear the sound of slapping and chastised. Xia Yifu panicked and slapped at the back of her hand. I hit. Xia Yifu, I can't understand you. You can't do it. Suyu Evening droned. Xia Yifu, because of your lack of cooperation, the mysterious prize I gave Changba is cancelled. Why? Xia Yifu raised her voice violently. He's thinking of telling me to say I love you. And over there you want other women to be consorts and concubines. That's not the way to step on two boats, is it? You tell him that the mystery prize is cancelled. Suyu Evening's voice was icy cold. Shrew. Changba couldn't help but curse. Changba, how dare you call this instructor a shrew? Suyu Evening was about to scream. Xia Yifu panicked and explained. Instructor Su, what he just scolded was me. Don't misunderstand. Put that asshole on the phone. As soon as Changba heard this, he nodded at Long Yimin, lifted his feet and stepped over one sleeping body and hurriedly slipped away. This time, he scolded Suyu Evening, and he didn't know what would happen at night. Chapter 32, My happiness only I can create it myself. A black Rolls-Royce drives down the street. 10 minutes later, it slowly drove into the compound of the Pingbao Clubhouse. At the beginning of the lights, the inside and outside of the Pingbao Clubhouse was bright. Suyu Evening and her sister Suyu Chi were sitting in the back seat of the sedan. Sis, aren't we waiting for Changba at the hotel? Why are we here at the clubhouse? Suyu Evening glanced at the clubhouse garden and casually asked. I thought you wanted spicy yuan fish. This place makes the best. Suyu Chi smiled faintly and pushed open the car door to get out. Unbeknownst to her, she has gotten word that someone has hired an assassin to assassinate her, and she must respond. There's a word for that, cunning, and for a big sister of her caliber, she needed more places to hide. The Pinkberry Clubhouse was in a remote location, but the security measures were in place, plus the food was done with a lot of flair, which was why she had brought her little sister here. On the 9th floor of the clubhouse building there are deluxe private rooms that are as luxurious and comfortable as the presidential suite. A large group of security guards and staff stood in front of the door, greeting Suyu Chi like a queen. The sisters walked into the private room, took a shower first, and then walked into the tea room to make a pot of fragrant tea, sat down, and sipped the tea while waiting. Sis, sometimes you have to admire Changba as a person. Suyu Evening admired a video in her cell phone and let out an exclamation. To be able to put Wei Jian in his place and save Long Jichong and Long Yimin's father and daughter, it's really not simple. Suyu Chi sneered, her cold face looking a little impatient. You've forgotten so quickly what he said about you being a shrew? Su Yeye rolled her eyes. It's important to look at people to see the full range of a person. Overall, I've grown to appreciate him. Little sister, Just calm down. Su Yueji picked up his teacup. I've said several times that it's impossible for Changba to have that much strength. He either has a high person behind him to help him, or he is incredibly lucky. Su Yaya leaned forward and plopped down on the tea table. My dear sister, Changba made a move to save Long Yimin and come back from the dead. My classmates and I saw it with our own eyes. So well, he's lucky. Su Yuchi placed the teacup on her red lips and took a sip of the fragrant tea. Little sister, you know me. I don't like to make false claims. And even more so, I don't like hypocrisy and cunning. After a pause, he coldly said, regarding this person Changba, you should pay attention in the future. You can't be attached to him just because he touched your face during military training. What a thing to say. Su Yuevening fainted and closed her eyes helplessly. Seeing the doctor no longer say, the other also no longer say, on the last encounter with the fire, Changba holding her jumped off the building. All landed unharmed. She felt that he is not simple, but her sister had always been prejudiced against him, and there was nothing she could do about it. There's going to be a meeting with Changba, and I'm going to test the man. A cold light erupted from Su Yuchi's eyes. If he passes the test, he is my Su Yuchi's guest. Fail to pass, and he will have to disappear from this world. The tone is light, treating a person like an ant. What? Su Yuevening stood up at one stop and spoke sharply. Sister, if you do this, you're too overbearing and ruthless, aren't you? According to her thoughts, even if Changba was unable to satisfy her sister would at most punish him. The worst thing she could do was to beat him up. But now, she even wants Changba's life. The problem was, Changba was a student in her military training. Could she not allow that kind of thing to happen? Seeing that her sister was as cold as ice, she added, Sister, even if Changba can't pass your test, you can't harm his life. He's my student. I'm responsible for him. Su Yueji was unmoved. My little sister is a golden branch, my scales and bottom line. Whoever touches her will have to pay with their life. Therefore, any man who touches my little sister will have to pass my test. Otherwise, he will surely die. The voice was not high, but the force pressed 1,000 pounds, and Su Yuevening heard every word with shock, thinking that her sister's test was very strict, and thinking that it was highly likely that Changba would not pass this test. She could not help but burst into tears. What are you crying about? Su Yuchi heavily put down the teacup. The hot tea splashed her hand. As my sister, no matter when or where, no matter what situation you encounter, you are not allowed to cry. With that chortle, the mood of the room changed abruptly. The group of people guarding the door vaguely heard Su Yueji get angry, and they all involuntarily shivered. Su Yuevening stretched out the back of her hand to wipe her tears and said somewhat gamely, I like him. Do you want to hurt him too? That you like him is your feeling. That I am satisfied with him is the indispensable condition, and both must fulfill the latter. Su Yuechi spoke with a firm voice. Su Yuevening was so shocked that she took 2 steps back, her almond eyes glaring roundly, as if she didn't recognize Su Yuchi. She kept glaring at him, as if she couldn't breathe. Her chest rose and fell violently. You're saying that if you're happy with a man, he can be my boyfriend? That's the way it is in principle. Su Yuechi replied without hesitation. No, I don't. Su Yuevening looked at Su Yuchi as if she was facing an enemy. You can be the master of everything about me, but my feelings in marriage, only I can be the master. Su Yueji froze, staring at her sister. She didn't speak for a few minutes. In a trance, she suddenly realized that her little sister had grown up and was no longer the obedient little girl, and she dared to look at her sister with angry, even hateful eyes now. After a few more moments, she sighed and held out her hand to her. Evening, come, sit next to your sister. Sit against her. Su Yuevening stood still, even without any fluctuation in her heart. In the past, she relied on her sister, who was her safest and warmest harbor, but now she had found a shoulder that was safer and warmer than her sister's, and gave her a wonderful feeling of electricity. Eventually, she shook her head. Sis, I'm not 3 years old. I need more than simply that to lean on now. She wanted to say, I want to rely on the man who moves me, not a rigid and stubborn sister. You mean you won't need me as a sister anymore? Su Yuechi's eyes suddenly went cold. Su Yeye replied, Sis, of course I need you, but not all of my life needs you. To give me some space, okay? The word space, she bites down hard. Little sister, I can decide the life and death of many people. Likewise, I can decide your happiness. Su Yuchi stared tightly into her little sister's eyes. In this world, the person who loves you the most is your elder sister. This is something that you should not doubt from the beginning to the end. When she said this, her heart sank with a sour sinking feeling. As a sister, do you still need to say such things? How is it that you now need to make a pledge in order to convince the other person? Sister, you can't decide my happiness. My happiness can only be created by myself, especially my love and marriage. It's also only up to me. Su Evening didn't want to get into any more arguments with her sister and turned around to walk out of the tea room. I'll give Changba a call and ask him where he's gone. Suyuchi watched her little sister walk out, a cold light exploding in her eyes. My little sister was still small and didn't realize what her words meant. Chapter 33 Examination Questions for the Women's Army Corps. Suyuchi picked up his cell phone and sent out a message. In less than 3 minutes, a short-haired woman in a white casual dress walked into the tea room and respectfully stood in front of Suyueji, bending her head to listen to orders. She is 8 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, thin eyebrows and long eyes, cherry small mouth, clean and elegant appearance. But the chilling aura emanating from her eyes far exceeded Suyuechi's. White foam, I'm going to test Changba tonight, so prepare yourself. Suyu laid arranged. In the end, no matter what the outcome is, you must send Changba on his way. As you wish. Foamy turned and walked away. The speed was so fast that it looked like a floating white cloud. Suyuichi looked towards the door of the room and let out an exclamation in a serious tone. Little sister, the only way you can become hard-hearted is if your beloved dies, and you can grow up fast. You have the potential to be the next leader of the family, and you have to pay a price that regular people can't. Suyu Evening then stood in a hidden corner, quietly observing. The sight of Foamy's figure was not to be missed. That white foam is the #1 assassin under my sister's command, and has always been a godsend, killing one person at 10 steps and leaving blood and no shadows. What does she mean now that she's suddenly appeared? At this moment, Suyu Evening realized the danger of Changba, and for the first time, her heart was heavy with worry for him. Perhaps it was a mistake to recognize Changba. Perhaps it was a tragedy to know Changba. Frowning at the thought, she quickly walked towards the elevator entrance, and at that point, the elevator doors dinged open, and an athletic figure walked out of the elevator at an unhurried pace. He pulls out a box of dimabangs and prepares to light it up. Changba. Suyu Evening's eyes were hot, and she accelerated her speed to run forward to greet them. She wanted to give him a hug, and she wanted to hit him hard. Giving him hugs because being in his arms gave her an indescribable sense of security, and because her sister didn't want them to be together and she was thinking about being with him. The reason he punched him was because he actually kissed Xiaifu while showing his love to her. It was also because he promised Long Yimin that she would be his consort and concubine. Until now, she couldn't figure out who this guy really liked in his heart. In the end, the emotional home of his heart will fall on which woman? Sister Evening, why are your eyes red? Who bullied you? Changba put away his cigarettes and smiled as he observed the fast-walking Suyueho. Boo, boo, boo. Suyu Evening rushed to him. All kinds of thoughts intertwined together and eventually changed into fists that landed hard on his chest over and over again. Changba, you go. You go. Didn't you ask me to come? Changba grabbed her fist. Both fists were grasped in his hands. Suyueho couldn't break free and pushed her head against his chest. Go away. You give me to go. Between drones she wanted to cry, but clenched her teeth to keep from doing so. She was a military training instructor, the second miss of the Su family, and Suyuchi's little sister. She couldn't cry. Look at you. Changba first cupped her cheeks, and then lifted her fragrant cheeks. You keep asking me to come, and now you want me to go. I don't even know what to do. Suyueho snapped open his salty hands. You're still making a move on me, and if you hadn't touched my face last time, nothing would have happened between us. Changba cried and laughed. It's true that if it wasn't for the dog system, there wouldn't be so much going on between everyone. It's just that it's happened and there's going to be a way back for everyone. Besides, he still had a mission to complete, and he couldn't skim off with Suyu Evening even if he was killed. Sister Evening, stop it. You asked me to meet your sister, didn't you? Come on. Let's go meet her. No. Su Yeye gave him another punch to the chest, followed by her head against his chest. At this moment, Changba sensed something and observed the situation around him. Out of a sixth sense, he sensed that the air around him was not very friendly. While persuading and comforting Suyu Evening, an icy voice suddenly came from the side. Second miss. Mr. Su is calling you to go in. Suyu Evening was taken aback and jerked her head up, looking at the person next to her. Oh look, it's the sister's beloved assassin. Foamy. She subconsciously grabbed Changba's arm and said, Changba has to go back to the school dormitory, so he won't go in. White Foam raises his right hand in gestures, though no words were spoken. The cold, bone-chilling eyes brooked no doubt. Changba observed a glance at her and sensed that the murderous aura on her body was even thicker than that of the Weijin. This woman is nothing but cold. Another look at her hand, with 6 fingers and thick, strong fingers. One more finger is one more point of ruthlessness and killing. I told you, Changba has business. He's going back to school. Su Yeye glared at Bai Mo and protected Changba behind her. Without speaking, White Foam kept looking at her with calm and cold eyes, as an unseen aura of depression filled the air around her. 4 women came out from each end of the corridor. They were all dressed in black and had stern eyes. Seeing this, Suyu Evening even tightened her arms around Changba. Others weren't sure, but of course she was. This was the women's army led by White Foam. A lot of part of the credit for her sister's ability to roam the magic city went to White Foam and her legion of women. A single White Foam would be difficult to deal with, let alone a legion of women. At the same time, she had to face the reality in front of her. She had to take Changba inside. She thought about it. As an instructor herself, once Changba was in danger, she would live and die with him. At that thought, she threw Changba a look that told him to be careful and walked into the booth. Changba swept a glance at the luxurious living room, saw no silhouettes, and asked, "Sister Evening, where's your sister?" "Mr. Sue is in the tea room." White Foam made a reply. "She said she'd test you, and she'll see you only after she passes." "Test me?" Changba smiled playfully and looked at Bayamo. "How is the test?" White Foam walked over to a small table and pointed to a piece of printer paper on the tabletop. "I've heard that Mr. Chang is a miraculous doctor who can heal people with his wonderful hands, so we've come up with a few questions for you to answer." "Oh." Changba walked over to the small table and sat down, picking up the printout and seeing that it was a test paper. There are 10 short answer questions on medical knowledge on it, 10 points each. Su Yuehong gasped at the sight. "Changba, this is not a question for you, so answer it." "Pick up the pen and hand it to him." Changba nodded, took the pen, and asked White Foam, "How many points pass?" 10 questions, 100%, 60 points over. Foamy replied. Once Su Yeye heard this, she was even more relieved and gently pushed Changba's shoulder. "Then hurry up and answer." Changba nodded and looked to the first question. Regarding the coefficient of inbreeding for sex-linked genes, what is the typical coefficient of inbreeding when aunt cousins, couples whose mothers are sisters and couples with different surnames, marry? After a little thought, he wrote with a pen, writing with a dash and a dragon. This, when Suyu Evening took a look at the answer, she was shocked and stared with almond eyes. "Changba, isn't it too that for you to answer like that?" White Foam swept a glance at the answer, a murderous look in his eyes. Chapter 34 9 Tigers on a Hit Woman's Tattoo. Changba's answer is, "I'll give them a prescription for a coefficient of inbreeding of 0. "Are you that cocky?" White Foam asked. Changba smiled blandly. "This is called arrogance? This is self-confidence." "Okay." White Foam sneered, 100 ways to put him to death already popping up in her mind. Changba picked up the paper to read the second question. "What do you think is the best method regarding the regulation of the menstrual cycle? Please answer with specialized knowledge." Changba picked up his pen and keeled over once more. "I massaged the patient's stomach with my hand and it was fine." "Just this?" Su Yeyang's almond eyes rounded. "You don't know anything about medicine." White Foam grabbed the test paper and angrily rebuked. "You used to save people by mistake." She felt screwed. Screwed hard. What was on her mind now was not simply getting rid of this man, to tell him to go to hell in the craziest, cruelest way possible. By mistake? Changba put down his pen and smiled playfully. "You'll give me a look at one by mistake? Unbelievable. You don't have to do this question." By Mo turned around and left. "I'll go report to Mr. Su, just wait." Like a whirlwind, he quickly left the room. Suyu Evening panicked and grabbed Changba's arm. "Changba, why did you just scribble?" "I'm my late sister alas." Changba looked innocent. "What did I write?" "I'm being realistic, okay? The problem is it doesn't look professional at all." Suyu Evening glared at him. "Then if you can help Long Yi-min come back from the dead and help her paralyzed little brother walk upright, can't you use professional theories for the whole 2 sentences? Theory and practice are 2 different things. There are things I can't say, but I can do." Changba squeezed his eyes at her. "It's just like the 2 of us. I want you to say you love me. You can't say it for a while, but then again, every action you take shows your love for me." Suyu Evening's heart trembled. Her face was hot, and she gave him a punch. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so uncharacteristic to say that. It makes your heart pound. Changba smoothly grabbed her hand and smiled. "Sister Evening, I came here. You are ready to send me the mysterious prize. You see, and think of the mystery prize." Su Yueho interrupted him. "Wait until you meet with my sister." Changba hadn't come here to meet her sister just to hear her say that to him. Grabbing her hand and rubbing it in his hand, he said, "What does it have to do with your sister when it comes to the 2 of us?" Su Yuein was rubbed to the heart itchy. There is an indescribable wonderful feeling. Want to pull out the hand, but cannot move. And I don't know. Just after that playground face stroking, she felt like she was suffering from a stroking dependency. That is, Changba doesn't touch himself, and he always feels uncomfortable. Of course it has something to do with my sister. She cares about me so much. I can't be indifferent, can I? As he was saying this, an angry voice came from the side. "Let go." Changba and Su Yeye Evening turned their heads at the same time and saw that Bai Mo had returned. An angry face glared at them. He even looked at Changba with eyes that carried a murderous aura. Suyu Evening panicked and withdrew her hand. Her face reddened and said, "By Mo. Don't misunderstand. I just had a pain in my hand. I was just asking Changba to help me look at it. You think I'm blind?" By Mo sneered, not hiding her anger. "Second miss. You are a lady of the house. A golden branch. What qualifications does a poor boy like him have to be near you? And you are good, content to let him touch your hand. Have you considered your sister's feelings when you did that?" Suyu Evening didn't eat this and sneered back. "Foamy. What kind of status are you that you're qualified to tell me what to do? I like Changba. I'm happy to let him touch my hand, okay? My sister controls the sky and the earth, but she can still control my private life?" White Foam's eyes widened in shock. She didn't dare to imagine that second miss, who used to treat her with great respect, would say such inconsequential words to her for Changba. Thinking that this was all thanks to Changba, he bellowed and pounced on Changba. She could no longer tolerate this person. Direct attack. She wanted to destroy the person she loved in front of Suyueho. Phew! A strong wind split his head and rushed towards Changba. "Changba, run!" Suyu Evening wanted to protect Changba, but she was too slow and could only watch as White Foam pounced in front of Changba. As her sister's #1 assassin, she felt that Changba didn't stand a chance and couldn't help but raise her heart to her throat. And Changba didn't move a muscle, rather playfully watching the other party come. Ding! Host, new mission issued. Please count the number of tigers on her shoulders. There will be a reward for the completion of the mission. Failure to complete. Deprivation of hypnosis. Dog system, you've done it again. Changba dodged and dodged White Foam's attack, grabbing the white sweatshirt on her shoulder in the process. White Foam was startled and took a closer look at Changba. As a member of a group of female assassins, she used to attack anyone, and no one could hide from her. But now, it was easily dodged by Changba. Is this guy really too timing? It was also in the moment when her thoughts were driving that Changba placed a palm gently on her abdomen, striking her with a yelp and bending her body over. "Come on!" Changba grabbed her tracksuit jacket and yanked hard. Swish! A sound passed and the sweatshirt was already in his grasp. White Foam felt a chill on her body and subconsciously took 2 steps back, as if his body was about to be violated. He glared at Changba with extremely hateful eyes. Changba took a look at her shoulder and raised his sword brows. "I'll go." Wow! Suyaya looked at Bai Mo's shoulders and couldn't help but let out an exclamation as well. White Foam body skin is very white, and on this snow-white skin painted a red and white curved moon and a red tiger. This kind of tattoo is a perfect match for your skin and body. It's also a perfect match for Beauty and the Beast. 1, 2, 3, 1 by 1. Changba counted up the number of manticores on White Foam's shoulders. "Changba, I don't share the same fate as you." Feeling that he had suffered a strange shame, White Foam bellowed and pounced on Changba once again. This time, there was a small, sharp knife in his hand. In the light, the small knife erupted with a compelling chill. When Suyueho took a look, her heart trembled with fear and she chanted, "Changba, be careful." Before the words fell, the small knife had already arrived in front of Changba like lightning, stabbing straight to the throat. Changba saw the small knife arrive and probed his left hand, grabbing the blade. Grabbed the sharp blade directly. Smoothly, he pulled back, his feet taking a few quick steps backward, pulling White Foam into the air. The left foot flicked up and kicked her in the stomach. Yikes! With a scream, White Foam tumbled to the ground, clutching his stomach and never able to get up again. With an extremely shocked look, she glared at Changba, racking her brain to figure out how she was no match for Changba. How do you get knocked out in less than 3 rounds? Thinking of her identity and her battle record, she clenched her teeth together, made a roll, and charged at Changba once again. Even if he dies, he will die with Changba. But just as he rolled to Changba's side, he was held down. Specifically, being held down and then being ridden. "What are you doing?" White Foam was furious. "Kill me if you want to kill me. Cut me if you want to cut me. Why are you riding on me?" Changba mounted her, grabbed her hands so she couldn't resist, and counted the number of tigers on her shoulders again. 1, 2, 3, counted 9 tigers. Then look at the 9 tigers, either standing or lying down, alive and majestic, like the real thing. Changba wanted to pet one. And just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and Suyuechi rushed in, bellowing, "Foamy, don't hurt his life." Chapter 35, You dare to covet my sister's figure. Do you want to live? Suyuchi thought that Bayamo could take Changba easily, just like a cat taking a rat, and end Changba's little life anytime, anywhere. So she rushed into the room and asked Foamy to leave him alone. The reason why she asked White Foam to leave someone under the knife was because the daughter of a very important friend of hers was paralyzed in both legs and wanted to ask Changba to take a look at her. Before White Foam sends Changba on his way, she wants to use him one last time. Just seeing the scene in the room froze her for a moment. Eyes full of shock, body stiffened. Foamy, the #1 female assassin under her command, was sprawled out on the floor. A top female assassin that's that hot? What was even more unimaginable was that Changba was pressing on her shoulders, with a triumphant smile on his face. All of this was diametrically opposed to the picture Suyuichi had imagined, and could be said to be worlds apart. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have been beaten to death to believe it. She pointed at White Foam and couldn't speak well. White Foam, you. White Foam's face was red and shivering, extremely wretched, extremely angry, yet extremely helpless. Tried to resist, couldn't, wanted to leave, but couldn't. It was at this moment that she truly understood what it meant to be a lamb to the slaughter, what it meant to be worse than death. What makes her even more ashamed is that the leader Suyueji is standing on the side, making her tall image of the #1 killer, which she has accumulated for more than 10 years, fall apart in this split second. She couldn't explain, so she just squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away. Snap! Changba gave a light slap to White Foam's face. Hey, mister! Su is calling you. White Foam was slapped and felt even more humiliated, eating Changba's heart. What are we talking about now? Shame on you for saying anything, but the leader has spoken. He is even more wretched and shameless, but also have to say something. After thinking about it, she coughed and said vaguely, Mr. Su, I'm suddenly dizzy and physically weak. Changba said the man, twisting his head away with a bitter and resigned look on his face. No wonder. Suyuichi came to a realization and glared at Changba, angrily. Changba, my secretary suddenly got dizzy and lost her strength, and you took advantage of the fire. What are you? Get up! Changba still steadily pressed by Mo's shoulders and looked Suyuichi up and down. This was his first meeting with Suyuichi. He thought that the atmosphere would be very friendly, and even if she had preconceived notions about him, the first meeting between the two sides wouldn't be so bad. But the Suyuichi in front of him clearly has no sign of friendship. In that case, so be it. When he moved, he stared intently into the other man's eyes. Suyuichi looked at him even more angrily. For a while, both sides were wide-eyed, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Changba, this is my sister. Seeing this, Suyuevening was so scared that her heart raced, and she scrambled to Changba's side, grabbing his arm and pulling him hard. Get up and meet my sister. Only then did Changba stand up and kicked White Foam's ankle with his toes. Isn't it dizziness? Climb onto the sofa and rest for a while and go. White Foam felt even more ashamed and covered her face, itching to get under the sofa. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Suyuichi was even more angry when he saw this and threw a look with a murderous aura at Bayamo. Now is the time to beat Changba in front of his little sister. Bayamo understood Suyuichi's eyes, clenched her teeth, and slowly crawled to the edge of the sofa. She tried to climb up and sit on the couch, but the stabbing pain in her abdomen made it impossible for her to do so. As for taking care of Changba after regaining his strength according to Suyuichi, it was an even more impossible thing to do. Sister, Changba and White Foam were just a misunderstanding just now. Suyuevening walked to Suyuichi's side, took her hand and said with a forced smile, now that Changba is here, you can ask him if you have something to say. Suyuichi didn't want to exchange a single word with Changba right now. From the moment she saw Changba holding down Bayamo, he was already a dead man in her eyes. No matter who it was, Changba could no longer be saved. At the thought, she once again threw a look with a slashing edge at White Foam. Kill! This Changba must be killed. Bayamo was still sitting on the floor. The upper half of his body was still sprawled out on the sofa, and when he saw Suyuichi's eyes, he smiled bitterly and lowered his head in shame. Now, let alone launching an attack at Changba, it was difficult to stand up. Ding! The host has completed the mission. Will he now receive his reward? Changba now wanted to talk to Suyuichi, and responded in his mind. Later, host, this reward is important to you. Another reminder from the system. Later, Changba walked towards Suyuevening. Instructor Su, you said your sister asked me to meet and to treat me with hospitality, and now this is how you treat me? Suyeye smiled apologetically and a sweat broke out. She had imagined the meeting between the two parties beautifully, but who knew that the scene in front of her almost got out of control. She took a handful of Suyuichi's arm and murmured softly, Sister, Changba is my student and saved me. In addition, you also promised me to meet with Changba properly. Now we cannot be so petty, right? Suyuichi saw that Bayamo was struggling, and thought that he still had to use Changba to cure his friend's daughter, so he had to go along with it and gently nodded his head. Mr. Chang, you and my secretary might have some misunderstanding. Don't mind if I do. Sit down. Throwing a look to the two bodyguards at the door, he asked them to assist White Foam out. She personally made a cup of tea and poured it for Changba. Mr. Chang, have some tea, I'll go out and be right back. Changba took the teacup and nodded, sipping the tea together with Suyuho. Suyuchi, on the other hand, quickly walked out of the room to a small private room next door and angrily rebuked Bayamo. What the hell is wrong with you? You can't even handle a tiny Changba. And you're in such a sorry state? White Foam was so ashamed that his face turned red, lowered his head, coughed twice, and explained, Mr. Su, I don't know what happened. When I launched an attack on Changba, I was suddenly head heavy and couldn't send out any power at all. You're still good for it. Su Yuqi interrupted her. Quickly arrange for someone to take control of Changba after he treats my friend's daughter, while following the original plan. Next door to the luxury private room. Changba, how do you feel about my sister as a person? Su Yu Evening asked while refilling Changba's tea. Changba sip a mouthful of tea. Bad smile. The body is quite good. Have 36. Boo. Su Yu Evening gave him a punch to his chest. Her silver teeth clenched. My sister's figure you still dare to covet. Don't want to live? Who told me to like my sister? Changba laughed evilly. Su Yu Evening stood up and stretched out her 2 hands to grab his neck, putting on a fierce look. I'll strangle you. Evening sister. Just kidding. I only like sisters like you. Changba hurriedly wrapped his arms around her willow waist and begged for mercy. Don't pinch. Don't pinch. It's hard to breathe. The two were playing around when Su Yuichi pushed the door in. Seeing the scene inside, it was even more furious. How many guts does this man have to dare molest her sister on her turf? Chapter 36 Another Fire. Man-made arson. Although Su Yuichi was angry, she was very calm, thinking that the scene in front of her could not be seen by outsiders. She heavily closed the door of the room. Boo! A sound passed by. Su Yu Evening was startled, quietly glanced at her cold and incomparable sister, panicked and let go of Changba, picking up the teapot to make tea. Without words, he asked, Changba, what kind of tea do you like to drink? Green tea, black tea, or white tea? Drink whatever you want, mainly because right now I'm a little hungry. Changba nodded at Su Yueji who walked in. Mr. Su, how are we going to eat for dinner? A dying person still wants to eat? Su Yuichi restrained his anger, sat down next to Su Yu Evening and nodded his head. Arrange it right away. By the way Changba, I heard that you can treat hemiplegia? I can't do anything. Your secretary just gave me a test and I disappointed her. Changba shook his head. Su Yuichi felt like he was punched in the face and quietly glanced at Su Yu Evening. Su Yu Evening understood and roundly said, Changba, there is a sequence of hearing the Tao, and there are specialties in academics. I think that the same is true for medical arts. Sister doesn't care how you answer, but rather how you specifically operate. Changba sipped his tea with his head down and didn't say anything. Changba, I have a good friend whose daughter has been paralyzed for years and has been in great pain over it. Why don't you give her a look? For the first time, Su Yuichi used a consultative tone, and for the first time, a hint of a smile surfaced at the corners of his mouth. It has to be. Before Changba could make a reply, Su Yuehwan made the decision for her. Changba, you cured that old security guard's son of paralysis, and you cured Long Yimin's little brother of paralysis, so I'm sure you can handle this patient as well. Changba Halo, how can we be sure we can fix it without seeing the patient? Sister, don't trust me so much, okay? In that case, I'll inform my friend to send my daughter over. Su Yuichi picked up his cell phone and sent out a message. Changba, sister believes in you. You must not let her down. Su Yu Evening picked up the teapot and refilled Changba's tea, smiling and nodding at him, quietly handing him another look. Afraid he wouldn't understand, he picked up his cell phone and quietly sent him a message. Changba, if you ask for your sister's trust, then you will be safe. Changba saw the message and smiled. Safe? Your sister can give me safety? A short while later, a woman in a wheelchair was wheeled in. Changba swept a glance at this woman and couldn't help but do a double take. The woman was 27 or 8 years old, with a duck-egg face, large eyes, thin lips, and very marked looks, together with the elegant, serene yet playful temperament. It is very much like a Jiangnan goddess, a dress that was flamboyant and understated, which in turn made her exude a mesmerizing, yet respectable, nobility. Appreciating it from top to bottom, Changba secretly sighed, this beauty is so beautiful. It can be comparable to Su Yu Evening and Xiaofu, both of them. Observing a glance at her legs covered under her white dress, he again tightened his sword brow. This beautiful woman is not a disabled woman in terms of her whole body temperament and breathing breath, but why is she sitting in a wheelchair? Keiko, you're here. Su Yuichi quickly stood up with a smile on her face and stepped forward to greet her before personally pushing up the wheelchair. This beauty is called Su Huizi, the daughter of the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, so naturally Su Yueji did not dare to treat her slowly. After a few pleasantries, she pushed her wheelchair and pushed it to the tea table. Changba, this is my friend, Miss Keiko, who suffered from a strange disease half a year ago that left her lower body paralyzed, so please take a look at her. I'm sorry Mr. Su, I can't see her. Changba refused outright. Looking at Seo Haijia up close and sniffing up her scent, he concluded that she was a healthy woman. It also means that she faked the paralysis of her legs. There's a saying that you can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. Naturally, he couldn't save a man who pretended to be sick. How much do you want? Su Yueqi raised her chin and asked coldly. Changba shook his head. It's not about money. You're not sure? Su Yueqi coldly asked again. Changba shook his head once again. I'm sorry, I can't cure it. You didn't cure it. How do you know it can't be cured? Su Yueqi asked again. Of course Changba wouldn't expose Su Huizi to her face. Can't be cured means you can't be cured. Su Yueqi said flip-flop. Her eyes were furious. Grabbed the teapot on the coffee table and ruthlessly smashed it at Changba. Do you know who MS Keiko is? Changba stretched out a hand, catching the teapot as easily as a leaf, and said indifferently, it has nothing to do with who she is. Su Yueqi was furious. Changba? She's the daughter of the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce. When her dad stomps his feet, the whole Magic City must tremble. Su Yuening quickly walked to Changba's side, grabbed his shoulders, and gently shook them. Changba, please, for the sake of my sister, show MS Keiko. Changba reached out and gently patted her hand once. Instructor Su, your sister's face is worthless. I'm here because of you. Why it can't be cured? I'll explain it to you when we're in private. Su Yuening froze with both eyes rounded. Why is this Changba so mad that he dares to talk about her sister like that? Su Yueqi was even more furious. Come on people, take Changba down for me. Before the voice fell, several inch-haired women had already rushed into the room and surrounded Changba. They are all members of the Women's Army Corps. Every single one of them was an expert, and every single one of them was an existence that could take on 100. When they saw Mo in a sorry state, they already hated Changba to the bone. In the moments that surrounded him, they hated to rub him. Mr. Su, don't hurt him. If he can't be cured, he can't be cured. I'll leave first. Su Huizi nodded and pushed the wheelchair herself, walking towards the door of the room. MS Keiko, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Su Yueqi panicked and sent him off, sending her to rest in the room across the hall. She returned to her room and closed the door behind her, her eyes flickering as she passed a look to a couple of the women. Chopped up. Sis, don't. Su Yuewan stood right beside Changba and tightly wrapped one of his arms around him. I'll persuade Changba to treat Miss Huizi. Taking a firm hand on Changba's arm, he begged. Changba, just show MS Keiko, okay? Before Changba could reply, a familiar voice once again sounded in his ears. Ding! The system reminds the host for the last time. If you don't claim your reward again, it will disappear automatically. Changba had to nod his head. Alright, I'll collect it now. Host, your reward is an important piece of information. In 2 minutes, there will be a fire around your private room. On the first floor of the private room, any life and any object will be burned to ashes. Ruthless. Changba believed that this was another man-made arson, and as soon as he picked up Su Yuewan, he ran towards the door. Very sudden. Yikes. Su Yuening was startled and struggled hard, her 2 legs stomping about. What are you doing? I told him to treat Miss Keiko, but he was so good. He picked her up and ran around. That's not a death wish, is it? Run? The Women's Army Corps idiom launched a simultaneous attack, but just as they were about to move, they all narrowed their eyes and drifted off to sleep. One by one, they instantly turned into a statue. Big sister, move over. Changba hugged the struggling Su Yuening and ran past Su Yueqi, touching her shoulder and sending her stumbling. Sorry, 1 step ahead. Su Yueqi burst into a rage and shouted angrily at the members of the women's army. What are you standing around for? Catch up and finish him off. Chapter 37, Make way. Don't delay me from going downstairs. A few of the women snapped their eyes open and woke up. For a moment, both were a little disoriented, wondering where they were standing and what they were going to do. Hurry up! Su Yueqi glared at them and shouted angrily once again. A few women looked at me and you, then froze over, looked at Su Yueqi, and then looked at Changba, who had already rushed out of the room, and they all followed with murderous vigor. They couldn't figure out why they suddenly dozed off. For about 10 seconds? What the hell happened? Outrageous! Su Yueqi was so angry that he followed suit. She wanted to see Changba captured and cut alive with her own eyes. Boo! Changba kicks open the room across the hall, looking for Co Haija. He thought that the girl was not bad, and could not let her perish in the fire. And by the way, to take the sheep. Hearing the sound of water running from inside the shower room, he pushed the small door straight open. Yikes! Co Haija took a shower, wrapped in her bathrobe, and was about to step out of the shower when she jumped in shock. Su Yuening was also taken aback. Changba, what do you want? It's dangerous upstairs. Come with me. Changba explained one sentence, picked up Su Yueho, put it on his shoulders, then lifted Su Huizi, and rushed out of the bathroom, running towards the stairs. Look at the way he writes easily, like he's carrying 2 small children. Run and yell at the same time. Make way. Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry to bring 2 beautiful women downstairs. so make way. The bodyguards, staff, and security guards outside, at a glance, were also extremely angry and followed Changba. It's crazy, the attitude is brutal. At that moment, even the customers from the other booths came out to see what was going on. Watching the crowd pour down the stairs like a tidal wave, they all follow. Changba, are you crazy? Su Yang sat on Changba's shoulders, bumping along the way, always worried that she would fall off. At that time, not to mention Changba protecting her, she could be crippled by a fall, and for Seo Haija, it felt quite exciting. From the first time she saw Changba, she felt that there was a strange charm about the man. For some reason, she liked his flavor of pretending to be 13. The fact that she had the audacity to carry out her freshly showered and rush down the stairs made her feel even more that this man was something else. That's the kind of dominant man she appreciates. Changba, the further down he ran, the more Su Knight felt dizzy. Anxious eyes grabbed up Changba's ears. Changba, what the hell are you doing? Put me in MS. Keiko down now. Do you hear me? Or I'm not done with you. Changba would not put them down and accelerated down the stairs. Bam! Bam! The more you run, the faster you go. Stop! There's a security guard blocking it. Get out of the way. Don't keep me from going downstairs. Changba then performed hypnosis. In less than half a second, the blocker goes into dreamland and sleeps for 10 seconds or so. Also at this time, Changba continued to rush downward while holding Su Yueho. Rumble! Rumble! The legions of women, the many bodyguards, security guards, and the clubhouse staff all rushed towards the stairs under Su Yuechi's leadership. For a moment, the stairs rumbled as if 1,000 armies had surged past. At this time, White Foam, who was in the next room, heard what was going on outside and also gritted her teeth in hatred. It's crazy, Changba is too arrogant. Today she wanted to see with her own eyes just how far this guy could be arrogant. She stifled the pain and stepped out of the booth, cradling her stomach as she staggered. Slowly, to follow. Make way. Make way. Don't hold me up. Changba rushed to the first floor in one breath while holding Su Yaya, and then rushed out of the hall to the courtyard outside. The group of people led by Su Yuechi all poured out of the hall as well. It looked black with hundreds of people. Each of them glared at Changba, all of them showing their teeth and being ferocious, just waiting for Su Yuechi to give the order. Then they would surround and attack. Changba, if you don't put me down, I'll cut you off. Su Yu Evening was so bumped up that she was about to vomit, and in annoyance, she let out a river lion's roar at Changba. She had been made to sweat and pant all the way down. It's more tiring than riding a roller coaster. Coupled with the fact that she was being watched by everyone, she had long been so bashful that she wanted to disappear into thin air. Sister Evening, take it easy. Changba smiled bashfully, before putting them down one after another, pointing to the fire-lit upstairs. Look up to our private room. Have you seen this scene before? Su Yeye snapped her head up. Seo Haija also raised her head. At first glance, the floor of the luxurious private room had already burned with a sky-high fire. An entire floor, surrounded by fire. Looking at the fire, it's several times more aggressive than even the last fire in the hotel. Su Yu Evening had a moment of fear, and couldn't help but recall the scene of the last time she encountered a fire and Changba rescued her. Seo Haija wrapped her arms around her wet shoulders and shivered even more in fear. That's when it dawned on him. The reason Changba was carrying them downstairs was because he already knew there was going to be a major fire in the private room. If Changba was a little bit late, then they would all be buried in the fire. At this moment, the way they looked at Changba changed. Su Yuehong became even more incomparably tender. Changba, I'm sorry just now. I thought you really wanted to pick me up. By the way, how did you know there was a fire? Sixth sense. Changba smiled wryly. Su Yeye no longer asked more questions and laughed after him. The fist that was going to hammer him loosened and wrapped around his arm tightly. Regardless of whether Changba was relying on his sixth sense or not, one fact was already in front of everyone. Changba had not only saved her, Su Yu Evening, but also her sister and a group of people around her sister. She couldn't help but lean on his shoulder, feeling that grounded sense of security that only came from snuggling up against his shoulder. Mr. Su, there's a fire up there. Someone found the fire and reported it to Su Yueji. Su Yuechi looked up and was horrified. To have a fire of this magnitude suddenly break out on her property in a very short period of time, then that tells you one thing. Someone deliberately set the fire. The goal was to burn the sisters. She remembered one person, the Wayward Sword. This is the man who hired the hitman to try and get the sisters killed. But the man had been knocked out and was now unconscious. So who could it be? It's an assassin hired by Wei Jian. Still on a mission? Or is it the mysterious power behind Wei Jian that continues to reach out to the sisters? Sis. Su Yu Evening walked over quickly and took her hand. Thanks to Changba tonight. If he hadn't carried Miss Huizi and I downstairs and attracted you and so many others downstairs, then we all would have been buried in the fire. Su Yuechi thought deeply and looked at Changba with a complicated look. It would have been nice to get rid of him and get him out of my little sister's way for good. Yet, he actually saved all of their lives. If it wasn't him, then now she and her sister and a bunch of other people would be burned alive in the fire and eventually be burned to ashes. The thought of it sent chills down her back and made her feel a million times more grateful. Changba was not his sworn enemy, but a valuable person to himself and his little sister. I'll kill you. And just then, a woman's hysterical scream suddenly came from the side. Chapter 38, You're the hero who fulfills all my fantasies. Suyuichi jerked his head. Look, it's foaming. Both eyes exploded red. Grasping a small knife, he rushed towards Changba in a murderous rage. Changba looked over at her and didn't move a muscle. When Suyu Evening and Su Huizi took a look, they both subconsciously wrapped their arms around Changba, protecting him like an old mother hen protecting her chicks. Foamy, back off, Suyuichi shouted. It was Changba who saved my little sister. White Foam stopped and stared angrily at Changba. Mr. Su, he obviously knew there was a fire. Why didn't he notify us in advance? It's obvious that he wanted to play hard to get. Suyuichi didn't say anything and looked at Changba. Changba sneered. What was our relationship before the fire? Will you believe me when I say there was a fire? Step up and give her a mouthful. Raise your voice. Would Nima believe me if I said there was a fire? He looked at Suyuichi again and drank. Would Nima believe me if I said there was a fire? Suyuichi smiled bitterly. Changba. Suyu Evening gently pulled Changba's arm a little, gently reminding, don't you scold my sister. Why are you mute? Changba raised his hand and placed another slap on Baimo's face. Answer my question. Baimo's silver teeth clenched, forcibly holding back her anger. And seeing that Suyu was late in saying anything, she had to stand to one side and spit out a few words in a low voice. Just wait. I'll waste you. Sleeping with me? You're still thinking about sleeping with me? Changba stepped forward and placed another slap on Baimo's face. Who do you think I am that you can sleep whenever you want? White Foam was sort of clueless and panicked and drilled into Suyuchi's back. The heart regrets how to meet such a tangled asshole. Until then, don't even mess with him to his face. Mr. Chang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Suyuichi smiled dryly and apologized to Changba, but after saying 2 sentences, he didn't know what to say. Can't say I want to get rid of you, only a deep bow, only long bows. Changba stretched out his pinky and scratched up his ears and eyes, ignoring Suyuichi. Changba. Suyu Evening pulled Changba's arm. My sister is apologizing to you. Why don't you say anything? Changba continued to scratch his ear holes. Changba, everyone is watching, so save some face for my sister. Suyu Hong softly begged up. This club was her sister's place after all, and everyone was watching them. Changba still ignored Suyuichi and turned his head to look at Su Huizi with a grin. MS. Keiko, is it hard on your legs to stand all the time? Su Huizi then realized that he is a 2-legged paralyzed people, rushed to greet the staff to bring the wheelchair over. After sitting down, she looked at Changba with eyes full of adoration and guffawed. Big brother Changba. Oh, you're younger than me. I'll call you brother Changba. Brother Changba, you just rushed into the shower room and startled me. I thought you were trying to make a cheap buck on me, but who knew you were a hero saving the day? You know, I've heard many stories about you. There's the matter of you saving the schoolgirl. There's the matter of you saving the beautiful instructor. There's the matter of you rescuing the child. And just now, what about you saving me? Saving second Miss Su. And saving many more people. Speaking here, Su Huizi put her palms together and choked on her tears. Brother Changba, it is truly an honor for me, Su Huizi, to meet you today. You don't know that I used to long for a hero to come alongside me who could fulfill all my fantasies about men. And now, I have to say, you're that hero. You fulfill all my fantasies. Changba was so flattered that he took her hand and just loved to see her adoring eyes. Not to mention, it felt beautiful to be looked up to by a big lady from a powerful family. But, Suyu Evening couldn't listen to it anymore. Listening to her heart getting more and more sour, hurriedly pulling away Changba, pulling up Su Huizi's hand, softly comforting. MS. Keiko, you're getting too excited. Just calm down for a moment, okay? Rushing to greet Su Huizi's people, he arranged. Just now, MS. Huizi took a shower. Now the weather outside is cool. Plus she is not well. Don't freeze. Send her home first. Su Huizi's group of assistants then pushed up the wheelchair and led Su Huizi away. Su Huizi was taking one step and turning back. All the time, brother Changba, go to the Su family compound to play on double holidays. I'll wait for you there. Okay, I'll bring Changba over then. Su Yueho waved her hand at Su Huizi and secretly gasped. She really couldn't understand it. Su Huizi being a big lady, the first time she met Changba, she was infatuated with him. And say something melodramatic. It's really degrading. Is Changba that good? Can Changba really fulfill all of a woman's fantasies about men? Noticing Changba looking in the direction Seo Haija had left, she threw a punch at his shoulder. Changba, my sister is still bowing to you. You're pretending not to see, aren't you? Changba reached out his hand again and scratched up his ears and eyes. Not caring about Su Yueji, the woman had been very rude to him, and he could say he forgave it casually? And just then, Su Yueji suddenly turned around and rushed towards the clubhouse door. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Mr. Su, come back. The crowd was so shocked that they all yelled at Su Yueji. Su Yuevening took a look and scrambled to catch up. Sister, what are you doing? I forgot an important document in the booth. I'll go back and get it. I'll be right back. Su Yueji ran faster and faster. Sis, danger, don't go in. Su Yeye fought to catch up. Everyone else went after them. Su Yueji turned around and gave her little sister an angry glance. Go back. No one should follow me. I'll go back immediately. Su Yeye and the others had to stop and had to watch as she rushed inside the building. And the fires inside the building were even more blazing, starting on the 9th floor and now on the 9th and 8th floors together. Su Yuevening was anxious, walking around like an ant on a hot pan, glancing at the gate every now and then. There was no longer a second person inside the building other than Su Yueji, and the smoke was pouring out from the main door, open teeth and claws, like a beast that could devour everything. Sister, Su Yeye cried out and pounced on the door. Several men grabbed her and pulled her back. Let me go. I'm going to save my sister. Su Yueyin desperately struggled, but couldn't break free and cried out. Sit on the floor and cry. Break down and cry. At this point in time, rushing into the building to get something, that is, if you have 10 lives, it is also very dangerous. She shuddered to think that her sister would make it out alive. Ding! Congratulations to the host on another new mission. Please rush into the fire to save Su Yueji. You're sick, aren't you? Su Yueji was unsettled with me, and now I'm risking my life to save her? Changbo wanted to break into a fit of rage. Failure of the mission will result in the host being obliterated by white foam. If the mission is successful, the host will get a chance to win a lottery. Warm reminder, time is only 10 minutes. Dog system, you let foaming obliterate the old man. Thanks to your dog system for thinking of it. Chapter 39, Saying I Love You. Instructor Su fainted. Changba made his choice in a very short period of time. It is better to go into the fire to save people than to be bullied by the white foam. There are 9 fierce tigers on that woman. It must not feel good to be pressed against her. And so, with his head held high and his athletic stride, he walked step by step toward the fire. Look at his bland expression, like he's going on a date. The crowd was shocked and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Who's near the fire? Su Yeye stopped crying and looked up as well. Frequent fighter. The one who silently walked towards the gate was surprisingly Changba. He had a calm expression, even a smile on his face. Walking into the smoke, he didn't bat an eye. Changba, be careful. Su Yeye cried out once again, tears streaming down her face. She never dared to think that Changba would rush in to save her sister. He hadn't liked her sister, but he had rushed in without hesitation for her sake. She clasped her palms together and closed her eyes, shedding tears as she prayed for them. I hope Changba is safe. I hope my sister is safe. Hopefully they are both safe. Ti-woo. The fire trucks finally arrived. You guys hurry up. Changba rushed in to save my sister. Su Yuehong climbed up and cried out at the firemen. The firefighters were alarmed. One of the captains bellowed, if we go in now to save the people, aren't we just asking for death? Within moments, the water guns were set up. Several water dragons roared out, spraying water angrily towards the place of the 9th floor private room. In the meantime, Changba had rushed into the 6th floor of the building, holding a bucket of pure water in one hand, the water inside flowing towards his head and body. The other hand slipped a bucket of pure water, which was prepared for Su Yueji. The further up you go, the bigger the fire, the stronger the smoke, and the higher the temperature. Changba felt like he was being barbecued, and his body was already squeaking. Toon-chan, does my hypnosis work on smoke and fire? Of course it works. The host's hypnosis is for everything. Or else, I'll ask my host to send him to his death? Asterisk. No sooner said than done. Changba immediately hypnotized to the fire and smoke. It was also at this instant that the fire and smoke suddenly stilled. Everything is in a state of fixation except for Changba. Changba's spirit was so high that he increased his speed and rushed to the 9th floor private room, shouting, Su Yueji, where are you? There were several rooms in this private room, and they were all ablaze with firelight, so you couldn't see much at all, and you couldn't hear much. He only had one room to go to, and rushed to the door and yelled. When rushing to the shower door, he kicked it open and bellowed once more. Su Yueji, where the hell are you? I'm here. Su Yueji was curled up in a corner and was covering her mouth with a wet towel, but her entire body was already dying. Changba rushed in, threw away the bucket over his head, lifted another bucket, ripped the lid off, and poured water toward her. Giggle, giggle. She looked like she was being roasted and white smoke was rising from her body, and she raised her face and took a big gulp of water. Looked like he hadn't had a drink in 3 days and 3 nights. In less than a minute, the whole person is much more spiritual. Hands wrapped tightly around a briefcase asked, Changba, how did you come up? I flew in, okay? Changba grabbed her, wrapped his arm around her small waist, placed it on his shoulder, and gave a hard slap to his buttocks. What kind of document is it that you're so damn desperate to come back and get it? So you laid his still hands tightly wrapped around the armpit briefcase. Raw business, lost this I dumped. Changba shook his head, carried her, and rushed to the stairs. Sister, Changba, you guys come out. You guys come out quickly. Suyu Evening let out a heartbreaking cry towards the clubhouse door. A group of people next to him also yelled in the direction of the gate. But, a minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. There was no movement along the main entrance. Only rolling smoke poured outward. Back off. Get back. All of you. Get back. The firefighters watched the first floor burn as well, and yelled at Suyu Evening and the others. Suyu Evening does not move backward, looking at the first floor of the fire, are about to collapse. So far, Changba and her sister hadn't come out, and she thought maybe they were gone. The group of people accompanying her wiped tears from their eyes and sighed long and hard, all urging her to face reality and accept it. And just as the crowd was extremely pessimistic, a loud bang suddenly came from the gate. Bang! The half doors that were burning suddenly flew out of the doorway, carrying a trail of fire that landed heavily on the floor with a shower of sparks. Immediately afterward, a tall man walked out the door carrying a woman. Smoke emanated from them, making them look very pulled together. The man in particular, with half a cigarette in his mouth, was actually puffing away. Holy, Changba, I can't believe I saved it. Awesome boom boom. It's so damn sassy, carrying a pretty girl and smoking a cigarette. Sparks and lightning all the way. The crowd was shocked and delighted, and they all shouted with excitement. Suyu Evening took a look and scampered up, running towards them. Sister, sister, everyone else surged up. Get the down. Changba slapped Suyuichi again and let her down. Suyuchi's legs were soft, but she clenched her teeth and still stood steadily. That is, she felt a fiery pain in the back of her body. I got slapped twice just now, and it really hurt. In his heart, he hated Changba. I'll remember you, sister. Suyu Evening ran up and hugged Suyuchi to death, crying, thanks to Changba, otherwise you would have lost. How can that be? If I was going to die I'd be dead already. Look, the firemen are here. They can get me out too. Suyuichi wrapped her arms around her sister, her tone light. Everyone else also wiped their tears and expressed their blessings to Suyuchi, while believing that she would be blessed after a great calamity. This woman is so cold-blooded. Changba shook his head and walked to the side. Not the system, he was too lazy to save her. Changba. After Suyu Evening separated from her sister, she jumped headfirst into Changba's arms. Thank you, thank you. Changba laughed again. Sister Evening, I'm sorry, down to the 4th floor. IP a little delay. Let you wait a long time. Ha ha ha. Suyu Evening broke into a smile, reaching out her hands, wiping the soot from his face. At this moment, she realized that he was really handsome and handsome. Changba looked at her with tears in her eyes and tenderness in both eyes. He also reached out his hand, lifted her chin and gazed into her eyes. I love you. He was sure that the words he had waited so long for would be heard, and Suyu will say these 3 words with immense affection. Su Yeye read his eyes at a glance and gently nodded her head. As for Changba and Xieifu's closeness, as for Changba to be the door-to-door son-in-law of Long Yimin's family and so on, they were all left behind by her. Just what Changba did today. She had been very moved and felt that by now it had reached the point where she had to say something. I love you. Her mind raced at the thought of those 3 words and she nodded once more. It's only 3 words, but a very, very important one. And when it's said, it will mean a new beginning. It also means that she will live up to her promises. At the thought of this, her hot tears filled her eyes and her lips trembled for a while then she slowly opened her fragrant lips and said word by word, Changba, I love. Just as she said that, she breathed heavily, her face flushed, both eyes closed, her head lowered, and she passed out. No way? Chapter 40, The Most Awesome Letter from the Counselor. Sister Evening. Sister Evening. Changba wrapped his arm around Su Yeyang's shoulders and gently patted her face. Sister Late, why did you pass out? Too excited? My little sister is so excited. Suyuchi coldly said, she used to be like this. When she encountered something particularly important, she would faint. However, it will be fine after a nap. Changba fainted, dropped the ball at a critical moment. No choice but to wait for the next one. Watching a caravan pull up, he carried her into a compartment with a single bed and set her down gently. It was at this moment that she spoke in her sleep and murmured, if you want to burn me and my sister to death, Changbo won't agree to it either. And we don't share the same fate as you arsonists. When he finished speaking, tears sprang from the corners of his eyes. Changba reached out and wiped her tears. Feeling a roll of tears, he gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder and said, "Sister Evening, don't worry, I will find them and bring them to justice." After getting out of the car, he nodded at Suyueji and walked away with big strides. Suyuechi didn't say anything, so she watched him go. The building is still ablaze with fire. In the firelight, Suyuechi then kept coldly watching his back. "Changba, no matter what, you're not qualified to be with my little sister." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Can we start the raffle now? Start the raffle. Changbo walked down the side of the street and glanced at the clothes on his back. The clothes were not only dirty, but also small, causing many passers-by to look at him. He looked at the supermarket in front of him and thought of buying 2 new clothes. The big spinning disc in his head whirred and spun faster and faster. Stop! The large carousel slowly came to a halt, the needle pointing to the very top. Host, you drew a dress and a pair of shoes. These clothes and shoes are all technology and hard work. They can change all kinds of colors, and they are warm in winter and cool in summer. Not bad, put it on me. Changba looked down and the clothes on his body changed. It was already a gray casual outfit. On his feet was a pair of black casual shoes. It looks and feels more high-end than a name brand product. I want white. As soon as the voice fell, the clothes and shoes turned white, making the whole person more spirited. Ha ha, no need to buy clothes and shoes from now on. Well, this is a good draw. Very satisfied, Changba took a big step towards the subway station. Brother Ba, you're back. When Changba returned to his college dormitory, he was greeted by his 3 roommates with smiles, as if welcoming a big leader. They held hands, patted the dust on their bodies, and served tea to those who served tea. When Changba sat down, Fatty Pangwan handed over an envelope with both hands. Bully, Mr. Xia sent this and told you to check it before you go to bed. Changba's head was big. When he was in high school, Fa liked to write to him, all by express mail. Needless to think, what she wrote must be didactic. Throw the envelope on the pillow and go ahead and take a shower. By 10 o'clock at night, he half laid down, turned on his cell phone, clicked on Tomato Novels, and once again read his beloved novel. I had just turned 2 pages when my cell phone beeped with an incoming message. Clicked it open. It was from Xiaifu. I gave you a letter. Have you read it yet? Changba, not yet. Xiaifu, what are you doing? Changba, read the novel. Xiaifu sends a fierce avatar. Here's a look. Changba, okay. Only then did he pick up the envelope, open it, and remove the paper inside. The moment he pulled out the letterhead, a scent filled the air. It was the scent of Xiaifu's body, a scent with a touch of rose, and a touch of moonshine. It's nice and friendly. When he opened the letterhead, an even more familiar scent hit him. Changba, my brother, see the letter as if it were a face. I have a message for you to hear. 2 weeks into the school year, my brother is bullish. The bullishness is astounding. Touching Instructor Su's face to save Eminence Long's life. To save Instructor Su from the fire and to cure Eminence's paralysis. Punish the domineering of the evil old boss and beat the arrogance of the bad bodyguard. Saving lives and punishing evil. It's hearty and fast. But, my brother is young and does not know the rules. A newborn calf. Wanton. Sister is very worried and has written this book. From now on, stick to the campus. Academics are important and should not be indulged in. Sign in every day, morning and evening. Do not go out without your sister's permission. If found, they will not be spared. Good. This is the end of the line. My brother thinks twice. With all due respect, I'll look for you tomorrow. Changba read it and laughed. This is the most awesome letter I've ever seen. Fu, I love you so much. The problem is that it's impossible to go out without asking me to. Yo, Xiaifu sent a message. Have you studied the spirit of letters yet? Changba made a reply. The letter has been read. Give my regards to sister. The words are engraved. My little brother has gone to bed and does not need to reply. He sent the message and clicked on the novel site, once again reading the novel up. It was late at night, at 11:30, before I lay down to sleep. Day 2, it was just after dawn, and his 3 roommates were still sound asleep when he quietly got up. It's Saturday, and he wants to find out where Wei Jian is, meet with him, and investigate the real culprit in the clubhouse arson case, both to give Su Yuein a statement and to give himself an explanation. After washing up, he put on the clothes he got from the raffle and walked out of the dormitory building all fresh. More than 200 meters to the west of the dormitory building was the west gate of the university, which he walked towards. When walking a dozen meters away from the west gate, he suddenly stopped. A familiar figure stood by the garden to one side of the gate. In the early morning light, the face looked incredibly clear and the figure looked incredibly enchanting. If it's not Xiaifu, which one is it? Thinking about the epistle he received last night, Changba turned around and walked back to the dormitory building. Changba, a chortle came from the back. Changba only stood still and squeezed out a smile. Sister Fu, it's you. Good morning, where are you going early in the morning? Xiaoyi Fu walked up to him and grabbed his arm. Changba smiled again. Go out for a spin. Didn't you study that epistolary spirit last night? Changba's head was big. Sister Fu, it's Saturday. You have to tell me to go out and take a walk, right? Xiaoyi Fu grabbed his arm and sighed. Little brother, it's been a long week, and I'd like to get you out for a break. But, with that said, he lowered his head and sighed once more. Fu, what's wrong? Changba observed her eyes and face. What's the problem? Xiaoyi Fu swallowed, not knowing what to say. Suddenly he covered his face and turned his head. Fu-san. Changba was anxious and took her hand. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't say it, I'll leave. Turning around, he feinted to leave. Little brother. Xiaoyi Fu tugged on his arm to keep him from leaving, and glanced around before she lowered her voice and said, This is my secret. I'll tell you. You mustn't tell me anyone else. That's true. You're my sister. I'd tell your secret? Changba was all tempted to hypnotize her and make her tell the truth. Tell me so I can help you. Chapter 41 A Beautiful Counselor's Secret. Too embarrassed to speak up, Xiaoyi Fu glanced around again, looking very careful. Little brother, why don't we do this? We'll go to breakfast first, and after that, I'll tell you. Changba didn't want to wait until after breakfast. You say it now. Forget it then. You go. Xiaoyi Fu turned around and lowered her head with a shy and worried look. The person is beautiful, and the look of frowning and worrying is very heartbreaking. Seeing this, Changba had no choice but to take her arm. Come on, I'll walk you to breakfast, and we'll talk about it afterward. Xiaoyi Fu guffawed and nodded, walking with him towards the campus cafeteria. The inside of the restaurant was crowded, and they waited in line for more than half an hour to get Xiaoyi Fu's favorite delicacy, grilled cold noodles. Buying 2 large portions of grilled cold noodles, they walked to a corner and sat down for breakfast. From time to time, Xiaoyi Fu would give Changba a dish, causing a sea of envious and jealous eyes to light up around them. You know, Xiaoyi Fu is the goddess of the counselor. There are not many boys in the Chinese department who don't know her. They all felt their meal sour when they saw her serving food to Changba. Although Changba was somewhat famous on campus, they all had always thought that Changba was not yet qualified to have breakfast with the goddess counselor. In particular, he was even less qualified to enjoy the goddess counselor's sandwich service. Changba and Xiaoyi Fu, on the other hand, were like no one else, eating as they should, drinking as they should, communicating as they should, and occasionally letting out a bright laugh. You don't have to care about people like these watchers. They can't affect you about anything except having a mouth. Xiaoyi Fu ate slowly, and by the time they'd had breakfast, it was already 9:30 in the morning. They walked out of the cafeteria and towards the grove and small park by the playground. The sun is getting hotter and it's still cooler in here. Fu, can you talk now? Changba suspected that Fu didn't have any secrets, but was deliberately stalling for time. Little brother, it's like this. Xiaoyi Fu glanced down at her figure. Look at me. I don't know what's going on these days. I've gained weight from eating. I'm analyzing that it might be your anger that made me fat. Changba was dumbfounded. My big sister, there's still a way to make people fat? Looking up and down Xiaoyi Fu, really don't say. She is fatter than before. The high place is obviously higher, only to make him look thumping. Muttering in his heart, Fu's sister did not talk about boyfriend. How did the body become more attractive? Anyway, I've gained weight and now I can't buy clothes well. Xiaoyi Fu sighed. Yesterday I went to a clothing store to buy clothes. No matter if it was underwear or outerwear, I couldn't get anything that fit. Changba didn't believe it. Go, I'll buy it for you. After you buy it, are you calling me out? Well, I promise you. Let's go. Xiaoyi Fu pulled him up and laughed. There is a mall on the northeast corner of campus with several clothing boutiques that carry all kinds of clothes. But, not to mention, I couldn't buy the right clothes after going around a few clothing stores, either skinny or fat, nothing that fits her figure. When it came to the last boutique, Changba still couldn't choose the right dress for her. In the fitting room, Changba personally supervised her change of clothes and couldn't even choose. Having no choice, he thought of his own clothes. This outfit is a system reward that can change colors and shapes at will and is warm in winter and cool in summer. He chose a casual outfit for himself to wear and handed her the system rewarded clothes. Fu-san, you wear mine, and it will become whatever dress you want it to be. Are you kidding? Xiaoyi Fu didn't believe me. You're telling me to wear men's clothes? This outfit can turn into a woman's dress. It can change to whatever color you want, whatever style you want. Changba pushed up her shoulders and pushed her into the fitting room. Try it on and you'll see. Xiaoyi Fu really didn't believe that there were such peculiar clothes in this world. In front of Changba, He took off the skirt on his body and put on the clothes rewarded by the system. I want a black shirt and black jeans. As the words left his mouth, the clothes on his body slowly changed, turning into a black shirt on top and black jeans underneath. And the dress fit perfectly with her body, making it even more slender and upright, even more powerful and sexy. No way? Xia Yifu's almond eyes rounded. Little brother, where did you get such a good morphing suit? Changba smiled. The aliens gave it to me. You have to keep it a secret. Xia Yifu didn't believe in aliens, but she couldn't doubt him at the moment. I want a black dress, the kind Debbie designed, with 50, 2-carat black diamonds each. Before the words fell, the clothes on his body had quietly changed into a slender, regal black dress while a crystal clear black diamond sparkled on it, glittering and beautiful. Whoa, whoa, Xia Yifu danced with excitement. Little brother, it's so wow for me to have a little brother like you. With a ha-ha laugh, he scurried up and hugged Changba. Little brother, I love you. I don't know if it was excitement or just a moment of not being able to control my feelings and kissing him. Changba had long been on fire from her great body and embraced her. For Changba, his relationship with Su Yeye Evening was still unsettled, and it was fine to have it once with Xia Yifu when his emotions were on top of him. To Xia Yifu, she felt that it was only a matter of time before she offered herself to this little brother. Now this occasion and this time is just right, so let's water it down. And at this very moment, Changba's cell phone rang abruptly. They hugged. Regardless. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door outside. They were startled, and that's when they stopped. Outside the waitress exclaimed, "The phone is ringing." Got it. Changba and Xia Yifu looked at each other and smiled before they picked up their cell phones and answered the call. The call was from Long Emin. Pa, excuse me. I didn't want to bother you, but my little brother's leg hurts and I had to contact you. Changba looked at Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu extended an index finger and shook it at him, signaling that he was not allowed to leave. That said, she had been with him today because she didn't want to ask him to go out alone. As soon as she went out, Changba would get into trouble, and she didn't want to see that situation. Brother Ba, is Mr. Xia by your side? Forget it then, just tell me what to do. Little brother's knee hurts mostly, and it hurts so much that I'm crying. Okay. Changba then sent over the method of massaging his knees. Sending over the message, he wanted to wrap his arms around Xia Yifu once again, but the waiter asked if they were done, saying that a guest needed to use the fitting room. They thought it was time to leave, smiled at each other, and walked out of the fitting room. It was time for lunch and they went back to lunch. Changba had wanted to have lunch and find a way to leave, but Long Yimin called over and over again, asking for a way to massage his knees. He had no choice but to tell her again and again, to show her again and again. It was late in the evening when she reported the joyful news that her little brother's legs were painless. He accompanied Xia Yifu to dinner again. Hi, it's been a long day. Changba thought to himself that after dinner, it would be quiet back in the dormitory, and he would have some time to himself, but after dinner, he was even more dumbfounded. Little brother, go back to the boys' dormitory and pack up and go live in my dormitory. Xia Yifu made the request. Changba suspected he had heard wrong. Where do you want me to stay? Go to my dorm. Xia Yifu rationalized. There are 2 small bedrooms inside my dormitory. There used to be a co-worker living there, but now she's moved out. Changba laughed. Sure, I'll stay at your place and I'll eat you at night. Xia Yifu's face was hot, and her heart fluttered. Okay, let's see who eats who. Shoving a hand on Changba's shoulder, he chastised. Go to your dormitory and pack your things. Changba wasn't stupid. Once he stayed in Xia Yifu's bedroom, he would have no freedom at all, and he also had to focus his time and energy on Su Yuein in order to finish his mission quickly. If Su Yu Evening heard that he was living in Xia Yifu's bedroom, would she still say I love you to him? Are you going? Xia Yifu grabbed Changba's shoulder. If you don't go, I'll call Instructor Su here. Changba was happy. You fight. This is it. Xia Yifu pulled out her cell phone and called Su Yueho. After a couple of greetings, say, Instructor Su, as you know, Changba is not a light. For the sake of safety, I want him to live in my dormitory. 2 small bedrooms inside my dormitory. He lives in. I can always supervise him. Su Yu Evening's voice was cold. Mr. Xia, I'm only in charge of military training. This is out of my hands. Xia Yifu froze. Would Instructor Su really leave Changba alone? Chapter 42. Go to Xia Yifu's bedroom and rest. But, Su Yu Evening changed the topic. Teacher Xia, you've always been clean and very conscious of your image. How could you let a boy live in your dormitory? Even though Xia Yifu called herself a sister, but wouldn't they rub off on each other if they were alone? What's more, Changba always likes to do something out of the ordinary. Can Xia Yifu resist? That can't be a cause for concern. Instructor Su, for the sake of Changba's studies and safety, I'm going out on a limb. This way, There are surveillance cameras at the entrance of both bedrooms, so I can let you supervise us. Xiaifu swore. After you bind the monitoring software, you can supervise 24 hours a day. I don't mean anything else. I'm just keeping an eye on Changba, not letting him go out and get into trouble again. I've just said it's out of my hands. Su Yeye was still cold. Changba smiled when he heard this. Sister Fu, how is it? Instructor Su is a person who understands and knows the difference. If you ask her to bind the monitoring, will she agree? In case she sees my privacy and gets scared to sleep, what does she figure? What? When Su Yu Evening heard this, she didn't agree. Seeing your privacy scares me to sleep? Just for your words. I'll have to see it even if I don't. Teacher Xie, I'll bind your monitoring software and start supervising him. Asterisk. Changba reached out and slapped himself. Ha 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 ha. Xia Yifu rejoiced. Instructor Su, thanks for cooperating. Su Yu Evening explained. Teacher Xie, you're right. For someone like Changba who likes to get into trouble, we must do our duty to supervise. Xia Yifu laughed, her smile bright and incomparable. Changba, are you staying this time? Changba had no choice but to cry and laugh, holding his head. Come on, 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 come on. Half an hour later, Changba pulled his suitcase and followed Xia Yifu to the teacher's dormitory. Xia Yifu's dormitory was a suite, with a small kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 small bedrooms. It's a little smaller, but it's clean, fresh, and cozy, much better than the boys' dorms where 4 students live together. The spare bedroom is ready to move in. With a simple cleanup, Changba had a new place to live. You go ahead and take a shower. Xia Yifu pushed on his shoulders and pushed him towards the restroom. Toiletries, I have them all ready for you. Changba turned around. You wash first. I always wash before I go to bed. When I tell you to wash, you wash. I'm really not used to this. Is this something you still engage in paternalism? Xia Yifu sighed and walked towards her bedroom. Alright then, I'll go wash first. At that moment, a sudden chortle came from the speaker on the camera. Changba, you wash first. Startled, Changba looked up to observe. No need to look. I see you. Su Yeye's voice came out of the loudspeaker. Changba then realized that Su Yueho had already bound the monitoring software here, and would have to supervise him at all times in the future. Holy, I'm not going to live when I run into these 2 women? Instructor Su, I'm warning you, don't get scared when the time comes. Have the balls to call me scared now. Changba shook his head and walked towards the restroom to take a shower. Okay. Xia Yifu gestured at the camera. 5 minutes later, Changba walked out of the restroom draped in a towel. That fast? Xia Yifu thought he was just rushing a bit. Su Yueye was still on surveillance. You just wash it that fast? Changba glanced at Xia Yifu and asked, Sister Fu, why don't you wash my hair? Looking up at the camera again. Instructor Su, why don't you come over and give Master a back rub? Changba. The 2 women stared dryly, gritting their teeth. Changba pulled back, smiled, and walked to the small bedroom. Changba, you are not to enter into my bedroom without my permission. Understand? Xia Yifu quietly glanced at the camera and issued a warning. I can tolerate how naughty you were to me in the past. Just the point of outsiders entering my bedroom. I can't tolerate it. Me too. Su Yeye responded with a sentence. Changba stretched. Got it. I'm going in to read the novel. I'm going to take a shower and you can't go in until I'm done. Xia Yifu gave 2 more warnings and walked into the restroom, clutching her pajamas. Ding. Host, congratulations on your new mission. Now go to Xia Yifu's bedroom to rest. What? Changba just laid down, so excited that he was about to jump up from the bed. You dog system, not according to the rules. There is no end to it, right? Warm reminder. Host, time is only 1 minute. Failed mission. Rolled home. Heart attack. Dog system. You. A million grass mud horses surged through Changba's heart, and he had the heart to flay it alive. But there's no way to return home and have a heart attack. He stiffened and took off his shirt and walked into Xia Yifu's bedroom. A familiar aroma comes to mind. The rooms are clean and inviting with pink colors. One double bed in particular has flat, crisp, soft pink sheets that you can't help but want to lie on. He didn't think much of it and went straight to the bed and lay down, smiling bashfully. Opened the phone, clicked on Long Yimin's WeChat, deliberately sent her a message. Rest no? Long Yimin, not yet. Buster, my little brother is doing much better. Thanks, Changba, I'm now living in the bedroom next to Mr. Xiez. Long Yimin, I know, she has another bedroom next door. If you live there, it will be convenient for her to take care of you later. Changba, what kind of care is that? It's just supervising me. I'm going to lie down on her bed and piss her off, and after that she kicks me out and I'm free. Eminence Long? Changba laughed. This matter has to be left for the record. or else he can't wash himself even if he jumps into the yellow river. Then he clicked on Tomato Fiction and began to continue reading the novel with great interest. Without realizing it, 20 minutes passed. As he was watching with great interest, a cry of alarm came from the doorway. Changba, what are you doing? Changba looked up. If it's not the hostess, which one is it? Xia Yifu came back from the bath, draped in pajamas, her body exuding water mist, a whole misty bath beauty. Changba squeezed out a not-so-natural smile. Oh, Sister Fu, I'm reading a novel. What did I tell you just now? Xia Yifu gulped lightly. Changba shrugged his shoulders and replied, it won't let me walk into your bedroom. So you're walking in now? I didn't walk in, I popped in. Say Yifu? Changba, you're such an asshole. Suyu Evening's voice suddenly came out on the surveillance speakers. I just brushed my teeth just now, and when I came back to take a look, you even slept in Teacher Xie's room. Shameless. The sound of something being dropped came from inside. Crackle, crackle. Changba smiled without saying anything. Shamelessness doesn't help. I don't want to go home in a roll, much less have a heart attack. Chapter 43, Mr. Xia, you're leading the wolf into the house. Blow him away. Changba, this is your biggest problem as a human being. Suyu Evening reprimanded once again. You helped a person who was touched and thought of thanking you, but then you suddenly did something unacceptable and broke the person down. In the long run, no one will trust you again, much less help you. Changba shook his head. There's no point in saying anything now, so let's get on with the novel. It's still better inside the novel. Or is the fictional heroine more tender? Changba, you're really out of line. Under Suyu Evening's gaze, Xia Yifu felt very disgraced and was so angry that her face turned red. Quickly walking into the room and gathering up his clothes. Forget it, you can sleep in this room. I'll stay next door. Clutching his clothes, he turned and walked away. Mr. Xia, you should blow him out. Suyu Evening was still very dissatisfied. This guy directly breaks your rules and tramples on your bottom line, and you're just going to accept it? He's a little brother after all, and considering it's his first offense, let's give him a chance. Xia Yifu sighed and walked into the next bedroom. She thought that both she and Instructor Su had criticized Changba, and next, it was time for him to sleep honestly. But things are hard to predict. Changba continued to read the novel, planning to hypnotize Xia Yifu while he went out for a trip. But now that Suyu Evening was spying on him, he couldn't hypnotize her for a while. The only way to do that is to keep reading novels. And when you get sleepy, go to bed. Ding. Host, congratulations on your new mission. Now go to the next bedroom and lie down on the bed. Wait for the completion of the mission and reward together. Changba rumbled and sprang up from his bunk. Dog system, you're really not finished, are you? What the hell? What's left to live for? Warm reminder. Host, you only have 1 minute. If you fail, you will be infected with AIDS plus syphilis, and live as if you were dying from the disease. Dog system, nigga. It's still not letting die. The problem is that it's more painful than death. Changba wanted to swear at the system at this moment, cursing its ancestors. It's getting out of hand. It's getting to be too much. Originally, Xia Yifu and Su Yeye were already very angry with him, and now going to sleep in the next bed. Wouldn't it make both of them mad with anger? The consequences are unimaginable. Dog system, are you helping or hurting people? The system is at the service of the host. In time, you will understand the system's good intentions. Countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Changba had no choice but to harden his head once again and walk towards the door of the room. And at that moment, Suyu Evening's voice came out again on the surveillance speakers. Changba, what do you want again? Suddenly jumping up from the bed. Do you want to go crazy? Changba didn't say anything and pushed the door of the room open and walked out, glancing at the closed door to the next room. He froze. I don't know what Fu is doing right now, barging in out of the blue. 40, 39, 38. The countdown continues. Duck duck duck. Changba quickly knocked on the door. Changba, what's wrong? Xia Yifu puts down on his back, sits up, and pulls on his pajamas a bit. I need something. Hurry up. So much for that. Changba pushed open the door to the room and walked in quickly. Lowering his head and not looking at Xia Yifu, he walked over to the bed and lay down on the bed's help. You need something. Hurry up and get it. I need this bed. You? Xia Yifu fainted. Changba, are you really crazy? Once again, Su Yeyang's angry voice came out from the surveillance speakers. She had been watching, just worried that Changba would play a trick on her. Fruity, he's a demon again. Where's Changba? Clicking on the novel website and reading the novel once again. But his heart was pounding and he was always worried that he was going to get his ass kicked. Changba, Suyu Evening suddenly let out a river lion roar. What the hell do you want? Can you not be so shameless? I'm shameless? There's a super energy called the system that's much more shameless than I am. Changba screamed in his heart, but his mouth didn't respond and continued to read the novel. Teacher Xie, you're leading the wolf into the house. Quickly blow him away. At this rate, he'll still strip you naked and eat you. Suyu Evening once again shouted angrily. I only now see Changba's true face clearly. From today onwards, I'll cut ties with him. I will uninstall this video software here, and at the same time pull black and delete his cell phone number and micro signal through and through. As for what you Xiaifu think, it's your business. Goodbye. There was no longer any voice of Su Yueyin on the loudspeaker. Changba tapped on WeChat and sent a message to Suyu Evening, getting a red exclamation mark. Looks like she's done what she said she would do and has blackballed him. Looks like she's really pissed off. Changba, you've trampled on my bottom line time and time again. You've disappointed me too much. Xiaifu glared at Changba with hatred. In that case, go away. I can't accommodate you here. From now on, I won't care about you, and you won't look for me if something happens. After saying that, with tears in both eyes, he twisted his head away. Fu, would you believe me if I said that it wasn't my intention to come here? Changba sat up and cursed the dog system again. Get out! Xiaifu suddenly cried out. Get the hell out of here! Changba shook his head, stood up, and walked out quickly. The air outside rolled and burned one's face. 4 minutes later, Changba pulled his suitcase out of the place. He heard sobbing, but could only leave in silence. Boo! Xiaifu grabbed the door handle of the room and closed it heavily. Boom! The door to the room was shaking. Once again, tears came to my eyes. She had high hopes for Changba, wishing him to achieve brilliant grades at the university, as well as a beautiful relationship, and even more so, wishing that he would have a great career in the future and become the pride of Mordor University. But he's such a disappointment now. Disappointed. She wiped her tears and persuaded herself that it would be better this way, that she would cut ties with him in the future, and that whether he lived or died was none of her business. She was about to take a break when a message came on her cell phone. It's from Long Yimin, Mr. Xia, did you take a break? Xiaifu froze. Why did Emin Long send a message all of a sudden now? Replied, not yet. Longjaman, Mr. Xia, does Changba still live at your place? Xiaifu sneered, don't mention it. He's already gone. Longjaman, he was pissing you off and you kicked him out, right? Xiaifu was shocked. How did you know? Long Yimin sent out a smiley face. He contacted me just now, just to piss you off, saying that you drove him away when you couldn't stand it anymore. Ah! Xiaifu was stunned. No wonder Changba did that. So it was a provocation. Oops, how did this not occur to me? Yeah, Changba's character isn't like that either. Xiaifu regretted, picked up the cell phone, then called Suyu Evening, put out the idea and asked, Instructor Su, we've been fooled by Changba, don't you think? The voice that responded on the phone was decisive. What a snub. Even if you fool around, you can't fool around without a bottom line. From now on, I don't know him. Chapter 44, The Beautiful Girl Who Kills People with Her Farts. Changba pulled his suitcase and did not return to the boys' dormitory. Leaving at night and coming back at night would be laughed at by a few roommates. He thought about going out to a hotel and dealing with it for a couple of nights. I was standing at the intersection waiting for the campus bus when my cell phone rang. Long Yimin called. Brother Ba, can I ask you something? Could be. Where are you going to go when you leave the teacher's quarters? To the hotel. Our school is far from the hotel. Why don't I recommend a place for you? It's right on campus, and it's quiet and cozy and safe. Where? Changba was instantly energized. 4th floor of the East Library. There's a bedroom in there. There used to be a librarian living in it, but now she's transferred at work. Good. Changba was overjoyed. Not only was there a place to live, but it was also convenient to read. Wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? Then wait for me. I'll be right over to set you up. It's a deal. I'll meet you downstairs in the library. Changba pulled up his suitcase and walked to the East Library. Suddenly, he heard the sound of salsa footsteps coming from behind him, and he quietly peered back. It was only an enchanting black figure that looked like a ghostly shadow fluttering about. When he stopped, so did she. When he lifted his feet to walk, she followed again. And when he looked back, she immediately hid like a ghost. Stalking me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. May I ask if I'm receiving my reward now? Sure, pick up. There are 2 types of rewards. One for skills and one for secrets. May I ask the host which one to receive? Receive the secret. Changba replied without thinking. It wasn't the skill that mattered to him now. It was the important news. Host, Xiaifu is catching up and wants you to go back to her place to stay. Changba had already expected this. Sister Fu's heart was kind and soft, and she was someone who truly loved him, so of course she would catch up. It's still a secret? The girl in black who's following you behind is ready to finish you off. This kind of thing could happen on a college campus? Changba once again quietly observed the black figure behind him, only to see that she had hidden under a gazebo. Last time you offended Cheng Hui. He has sent this young girl to keep an eye on you. She's looking for an opportunity to strike. This young girl is a killer. So what? Changba believed in his current strength. Kung Fu is superb and you can fly and walk on walls. What are you afraid of? Host, she has strange methods. As soon as the target passes by her, she falls. Her killer is her farts. Fart? Changba was blindsided. The killer is a fart? She kills people by farting? There were those who killed people with guns, those who killed people with knives, and those who killed people by other ingenious means. But killing people through farts was the first time Changba had heard of it. The fart, not the fart. Rather, it's the smell of the stuff she prepared with the poison that smells a lot like farts. Once you smell it, you'll be in a coma if it's light, or you'll die if it's heavy. Seems to be wary of her farts. Changba did not dare to be careless, took out his cell phone and put it on silent, quickly had to hide the suitcase in a garden, and then quickly went around to the woods behind the girl in black. The girl in black was answering the phone, occasionally glancing up to observe the trail not far away. Noticing the silhouette disappearing from the path, she stood up at one stop, hung up the phone, and quickly walked over. She had clearly noticed Changba's figure just now, but now his figure had disappeared without a trace. Walking quickly to the edge of the path and looking back and forth, she headed in the direction that led to the campus gates. 6 minutes later, she looked around, disappointed, and turned back, dropping a word. You can't hide from the first day. You can't hide from the 15th. Changba quietly followed. Let us see who can't hide from the 15. To the north of the East Library building is an old complex, 4 stories high, with no elevator. There were a dozen windows lit up in the night. Some of the young teachers who are new to working at the university stay here at night. The girl in black walked into the complex to a room on the top floor, opened the door and walked in, turning on the lights. Observed the room for a moment before closing the door and unlocking it from the inside. The room was sweltering as she turned on the air conditioner, closed the windows and drew the curtains. There was a tea table set up in the corner, and she tapped the power switch to start the water boiling. I don't know. There was a figure standing just behind the complex, observing the front window, which had just been lighted. It was no one else but Changba, who had quietly followed him here. Observing another glance above, he grasped the drainpipe that led from the top of the building all the way to the bottom, and climbed up it with the agility and lightness of a monkey. Next to the drainage pipe is a dense creeper, which makes it even easier and faster for him to climb. Sure, he couldn't have done this without the ability to fly through walls. Coming silently to the 4th floor window, he stopped, held his breath, and quietly peered through the gap next to the curtains to watch for movement inside. One look at it and he was amazed. The young black girl stripped off her body, wearing only her underwear, and walked across the floor in her bare feet. She was all tendon, especially her legs, very toned and obviously a fitness expert. Changba, Changba. She gritted her teeth and screamed her name as she threw darts at the dartboard on the wall. Snap, snap, each dart hit the bullseye, and the pattern on the dartboard was a picture of Changba. The whole face, which had been pierced with darts, was full of holes. How much deep hatred does this woman have with me? Hating me so much? Changba shook his head and said softly, sleep, sleep. He was afraid to get too close to the woman without letting her go to dreamland. Watching the young girl pile onto the floor and fall into a deep sleep, he watched the back of the building for a moment to make sure no one had noticed the place, and took a long leap to land on the windowsill. Instead of pulling open the window and jumping in, he sat on the windowsill and blew up the hot night air. Pulling the window open, only a gap, he asked directly, "What's your name?" "Wayward Shadow," the young girl murmured in reply. "Why do you want to hurt me?" "Because you put my brother in a coma, and we've been to a lot of specialists who can't get him to wake up." The young girl murmured another reply. Changba's sword brows tightened. "Who is your brother?" "Wei Jian." Changba came to a realization. No wonder this Wei Ying hates him so much. It turns out that her brother is Wei Jian, and she is trying to avenge her brother. "And what is your relationship with Cheng Hui?" "Cheng Hui is my brother's friend, and he wants me to finish you off. Even if he doesn't want me to do that, I won't let you go." Changba understood and asked again. "Have you ever harmed anyone else?" "Harmed. 2 are college students and 1 is a professor. They have offended my employers in succession, and they are all still lying unconscious in the hospital. Without my antidote, they will be unable to open their eyes for the rest of their lives. Killing people without blood can be. You don't target good people." Changba pulled open the curtains and observed the handsome face of this young girl, so that he could remember this killer who was not a killer. This young girl looks sweet and cute on the outside, but is actually a fierce beast, a vicious beast. Chapter 45, Host, why are you being a righteous man? For this kind of woman, Changba felt the need to punish her. Punish it hard. Opened the window, did a flip, and jumped inside the bedroom. Wayfarer's shadow was lying on the floor, mumbling and whispering, "Changba, I will add another kind of poison that will keep you in a half-consciousness, which also means that you will be able to feel pain. I'll make your skin fester and hurt. Changba kicks her in the face, calling the old man skin ulcer. Are you jealous of my good looks? Giving her another kick in the calf, he asked, so how did you detoxify? He believed that as long as he mastered the antidote to the poison, dealing with this woman would be simple. The process of detoxification may seem complicated, but it's not simple at all. To cure the poison, you need at least 5 antidotes. The grams of the 5 antidotes cannot be wrong, and the order in which these 5 antidotes are used successively cannot be wrong. Changba's head was spinning as he listened, feeling that it was harder than any high school function. He didn't have time to memorize that right now. Then go to sleep, and I'll consider waking you up when I've solved the problems with Wei Jian and Cheng Hui. He sidestepped, ready to jump up to the window and go down. And at that very moment, the familiar voice once again came from the ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host on another new mission. Please ask the host to wake up Wei Ying and do exercises with her within 1 minute. What? Changba blew up. Dog system, can you not play your ING cards like this? I'm about to leave and you're telling me to play sports with her. Mission accomplished. Rewarded. Failed mission. Hanged himself in this room. Countdown, 60, 59, 58. Holy, Changba wanted to kick the dog system to death. Telling the host to hang himself. How dare it think of that? If Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu heard about it, and if their classmates heard about it, wouldn't they die of laughter? There was no way around it. Changba had to observe Wei's shadow and think of a way to deal with it. I have to say, this beauty has a great body. But, Changba was calm. He can't afford to make a mistake, let alone commit a crime. Not to mention the rest. Who knows what the system plays with? It doesn't play by the rules. When it does, it will say, I don't play with criminals, and that's the end of the game, isn't it? Also, there was what was just mentioned. Once he and Wei Ying did that, he would not be able to explain to Suyu Evening at all, and also make it impossible for him to complete the mission, so do exercises with her. What kind of exercises? This is a pressing and necessary problem. With a calculated frown, Changba turned off the lights and sat on the back window, his back to Wei's shadow. Wake thee up. With his command, Wei Ying slowly woke up. Feeling a fiery pain on her face, she couldn't help but rub her face. Suddenly she smelled something special in the room, like a man's scent, and she sat up with a start. With the help of the light from the window, she could vaguely see a figure, surprisingly, sitting on the rear windowsill, and the figure even stretched out both hands and gestured the scissor hand movement. Who? Wei Ying was startled and jumped up with a loud cry. This was followed by a hairier roll and a reach for the pillow. Trying to fart? Changba knew that this Wei's shadow was touching her medication and preparing to release a poisonous gas like a fart on him. Go to sleep. Again. With a command, Wei Ying flopped back down on the bed with a flutter and went into the land of dreams. The unopened drug was still clutched in his hand. Changba walked up, took the drugs, and threw them in the trash. As he had done earlier, he sat on the windowsill once more, and once more he told Wayfarer to wake up. This time, Wayfarer's shadow flipped right over and glared at the back window. Seeing that there was just a black figure, a jolt ran through his body. Who the hell are you? Reach for the pillow. Realizing the drugs are not there, he grabs another dart and prepares to shoot. She would not allow anyone to come this close to her, much less allow this person to leave alive. Go to sleep. Changba wouldn't give her a chance to do it, and once again she was put to sleep. Immediately after that, she was allowed to wake up and scissor her again. Wayfarer's shadow already knew there was someone in the room, and every time he woke up, he was startled and more powerful and terrified than ever before. Finally, night sweats all over. Successive night sweats. When another carp was used to get up, his feet slammed into the bed, splashing hot sweat that barely missed Changba's face. Changba had to stand up and duck to the side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. May I ask if I'm receiving my reward now? Changba laughed. Thanks to his own cleverness, interacting with Wei Ying just now was accompanying her in doing exercise. System, you didn't expect me to use this trick, did you? Unexpected. The host is wise. May I ask the host, why didn't you touch this beautiful killer, but chose to be a decent man instead? I'm silly. If I want people to know unless I do it. If Suyu Evening finds out, do I still have a chance to make her say I love you? Besides, is this dog system of yours a saving grace? If you don't follow the rules, I can't play with you. The host is smart. The host is great. It's the system's honor to serve such a host. May I ask the host if he's going to receive his reward now? Pick up. Reward the host for being impervious to all poisons. In the future, no matter what poison you encounter, the host will be invulnerable to all poisons. Changba gladly accepted it. Ha ha, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone poisoning him in the future, no matter if it was drugs or poisonous gas. It was time for him to go, and besides, seeing as he had tortured Wei's shadow about as much as he could, he let her go back to sleep. and with a long leap jumped up onto the window ledge again and disappeared into the night sky. 20 minutes later, Wei's shadow woke up ghostly. Suddenly thinking of something, she sat up with a jolt and peered wide-eyed at the end of the bed and around her. She remembers very well that there was a dark shadowed man sitting on the end of the bed. Over and over again, she was flirting with her by gesturing with scissors. And surprisingly, she leapt up and asked you again and again, and again and again, into the land of dreams. Who is that man? What the hell did he ever do to himself? Wei's shadow timidly touched up his body and felt no difference. It was just wet underneath and smelled strongly of sweat. Turning on the light showed that half the bed was covered in sweat. How come you're sweating so much? Wei's shadow couldn't help but tremble. That body was definitely super strong, able to take her down like that over and over again, and it could easily take her little life. But why didn't he do that? What exactly is his purpose? Demanding that he must find out about this man, Wei Ying walked quickly to the windowsill, observing the curtains and windows, and found nothing out of the ordinary. But then she sensed something unusual, just looked and couldn't find anything. She knew it was no longer safe here. Extremely unsafe. Immediate evacuation is required. She took a quick shower, got dressed, and packed her things. 5 minutes later, she walked quickly out of the room with a large backpack on her back and disappeared down the stairs like a black mist. Chapter 46, 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Changba returned to the garden side of the East Library, found his suitcase, pulled it up, and continued to wait for Emin Long. Emin Long had promised him a bedroom in the library, and he figured she'd be there soon. Changba, Xiaoyi Fu jogged over, panting, and grabbed Changba's arm. Finally found you. Come back with me. Changba's head was huge. Sister Fu, you kicked me out and now you're calling me back? Xiaoyi Fu snatched the suitcase. If I tell you to go back, you go back. Didn't you kick me out and cut me off? Jilted. Xiaoyi Fu grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. I told you to mention extinction. Changba pressed her hand. Just now, Long Yimin called me and said she came to the school to find me a new place to live. In the East Library building. I'll call her. Xiaoyi Fu pulled out her cell phone and called Long Yimin to explain the matter. Long Yimin said, Teacher Xie, after all, you are a female teacher, and Changba is a male student, living in the same set of rooms. Even if it's clean, other people will talk nonsense if they know. We don't live in the same room, and besides I have to supervise Changba. His safety is most important right now. As you know, once he slips out, he's bound to get into serious trouble. Xiaoyi Fu spoke at length. That's why, others can say what they want. To me, his safety is most important. Hearing these words, a gush of warmth welled up in Changba's heart. The feelings of being together since childhood. That can't be explained in a few words. Alright then, Mr. Xia, tomorrow during the day, you can have Changba come over and give my little brother another look. Okay? Long Emin begged. Xiaoyi Fu had already rejected her once and couldn't bear to reject her a second time. Okay, I promise you. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring him over. The two agreed, and Xiaoyi Fu hung up. Fu, you can't follow me around 24 hours a day, can you? Changba couldn't believe what kind of day that would be. I'll let it go when military training is over and when your studies are on track. Xiaoyi Fu pushed his shoulder. Hurry up, you're 18 or 19 years old, and you're still asking for trouble. Cheng Family Brain Hospital. Inside a deluxe one-room hospital room. Chang Xiao, now that we've done all sorts of tests, we just can't find out the cause of Mr. Wei Jian's coma. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat reported to Cheng Hui. We've also taken various treatments on him, but we just can't help him wake up. Didn't the brain specialist from Kyoto make a special trip? Cheng Hui asked. The doctor smiled bitterly, shook his head inside. There's nothing you can do about it. Cheng Hui looked lovingly at the unconscious Wei Jian on the hospital bed inside. Brother Jian, I've done my best. Whether or not you can awaken next depends on your own destiny. As he was speaking, a red-clothed youth walked up to him and whispered something into his ear. With a glint in his eye, he asked the doctor to watch over Wei Jian and led the red-clad youth out of the ward and into a lounge next door. Young Chang, this is the video we monitored in Wei Ying's room. Please take a look. The youth in red took his cell phone and sent a video to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Hui tapped his cell phone and smiled grimly when he saw the contents of the video. In the video, Changba was standing by the bed holding Wei Ying, who was wearing only her underwear, and was looking at her with smiling eyes. The images are extremely ambiguous and evocative. Cheng Hui nodded in satisfaction and gave instructions. Arrange for someone right now to send 1 copy to Long Yimin, 1 copy to Su Yueyin, and 1 copy to Xiaoyi Fu. He was even more pleased with the thought that all 3 women would reacquaint themselves with Changba as a person. These are the 3 women who appreciate Changba the most, telling them to take a look at his face. Oh, I'm killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Insomnia. This night was another difficult one to sleep. Su Yuehan lay in bed tossing and turning, never able to enter into dreamland. Changba is getting over the top, sleeping in Seifu's room, not to mention sleeping in her bed and lying beside her over and over again, and it was still happening on her watch. She had no sand in her eyes and couldn't tolerate this. Just like what Seifu said, Changba did that on purpose in order to break free, and she couldn't accept it. In the past, when he kissed Seifu's forehead and told Long Imin that he wanted to be the son-in-law of the Long family, those were just plays, and she was able to laugh it off. But now that he had walked into a woman's private space and had no qualms about it, it completely touched her bottom line. She couldn't take it and was so angry she couldn't sleep. Eventually she couldn't even close her eyes, so she simply sat up. Brush up on your cell phone videos and brush them off. Look at a book and it's even more impossible to concentrate. Suddenly thinking of something, she opened her cell phone, installed the monitoring software she had just uninstalled again, and logged on. A little open and stunned, Seifu surprisingly brought Changba back to the bedroom again and even talked and laughed with him. Seifu, you're too bottomless, aren't you? Suyu Evening was so angry that she stood up at one stop and grabbed her cell phone, about to call Seifu, ready to scold her severely. But on second thought, this is their freedom, their choice, what can they interfere? Why are you sitting on the bed? Little sister? How can you sleep like that? Suyuichi came over to see if her little sister was asleep. Sis, I'm just going to sit for a while. Suyuho stretched. Don't mind me, you go to sleep. How can I sleep if you don't? Suyuichi sat beside her and put her arm around her shoulders. Tell sister, is it because you want Changba again? At the mention of Changba, Suyuichi instantly caught fire. Who wants him? He's an asshole, a bottomless scoundrel. Jerking to his feet, he walked over to the front window and looked out angrily into the moonlight. Suyuichi raised his long eyebrows and observed his little sister. No matter what happened before, her little sister never lost her temper around her, and now that she was so out of control, it meant that she was really in a hurry. Are you in such a hurry because of Changba? Suyuichi smiled faintly, stood up, and walked towards the front window. Little sister, what did that bastard Changba do out of the ordinary again? He doesn't, and I have no right to control him. Suyu Evening coldly said, I've already drawn a line with him. Suyuichi couldn't believe it. Really? Sis, when have I ever cheated you? Suyu Evening's tone was still cold. I'll do what I say. I won't have any interactions with him from now on. Suyuichi laughed. The other Changba is still waiting to ask you to say I love you. Never. Suyu Evening's eyes erupted with a cold light. Not to mention this life. He won't even think about it in his next life. He's not going to be bothered with his business anymore? Never again. I'm relieved to hear that. Suyuichi nodded. I came to find you, firstly to see if you were asleep, and secondly to tell you that someone wants to get rid of Changba, and that the assassin is already close to Changba. What? Suyu Evening turned around fiercely, her almond eyes glaring roundly, looking at Suyuchi very nervously. Sister, who sent the killer? And who is the killer? Suyuichi let out a giggle. Didn't you cut ties with him? Why are you so nervous now? Suyu Evening smiled bitterly and quickly walked to Suyuchi's side and grabbed her hand. Sister, you quickly tell me who exactly is that killer? Suyuichi stopped laughing and stared rather seriously into her eyes. I'll tell you the truth only if you tell me what's in your heart. Tell me, are you in love with Changba? At the mention of the word love, Suyu Evening's eyes burned and she felt the urge to cry, but she bit her lip to keep from weeping. Sis, I don't love him. It's just that he's my student and I have an obligation to keep him safe. At that, she lowered her head, not daring to meet her sister's scrutinizing eyes. Suyuichi watched her little sister's tears glisten, her eyes full of eagerness and worry, and thoroughly understood. A girl doesn't show her feelings this naturally without falling in love with a man. It was also because of love that she acted so hard. Well, the person who wants to get rid of Changba is Chun Wei. Chang Xiao? Suyu Evening's eyes were furious. Changba is just not letting him pursue Long Yimin. As for killing him? Suyuchi laughed coldly. Chang Xiao is a hypocrite who has an axe to grind. Anyone who sabotages or obstructs his pursuit of Long Yimin will be treated as a mortal enemy and sent out to eradicate them. Then who was the assassin he sent? Su Yeye asked again. Chapter 47, Goddess Xia sacrifices her life for a gentleman. The word I got was that the killer wasn't much of a killer, but it was scary. Su late to make a reply. She herself is a female college student. Who exactly she is unclear right now, but she is good at disguise. It is said that she struck out 5 times and succeeded 5 times. Suyu Evening's heart thumped as she picked up her cell phone and was ready to make a call. Suddenly noticing that her sister had been staring at her, she put down her cell phone again. Changba is also an expert. It's not something that assassin can casually deal with, right? Yes? Suyuchi coldly laughed. I just said, that assassin is good at disguise, and Changba is arrogant and likes to pretend. In case Changba encounters her, he will definitely die a 9 deaths. Suyu Evening sucked in a mouthful of cool air, Her heart fluttered and jumped up. This won't work. I have to inform him. Once he looked at his cell phone, he screamed, "Goo! I've blacked him out and deleted his cell phone number. What can we do?" Ha ha ha. Suyuichi couldn't help it, and laughed. This stupid sister. Is she getting love syndrome? I'll call Mr. Shay. Suyu Evening thought of Xiaifu, picked up her cell phone and found her cell phone number. I was about to call her when my phone beeped with a message. It was sent by a person called Biboibo, and as for who this Biboibo is, she has long forgotten. Still, she casually clicked on the message, saw it was a video, and opened it. Once she read the contents, her hands creaked as she gripped them and shuddered. It's Changba, standing next to the bed holding a fabulous beauty in nothing but her underwear. A little cutie. Could think of what he would do next with this woman. Little sister. It is better to know this man now than in the future. Suyuchi also saw the content of the video, and wrapped his arm around her somewhat trembling shoulders. For this kind of man, it's not so much to be angry. Instead you should be happy to see his true colors. Suyu Evening stood still, her eyes bursting with anger and flooded with tears. For 5 minutes, she didn't say a word. She had thought of Changba's excesses, but she hadn't expected him to be so excessive. Not to mention the other women, but the woman herself. Changba said he loved her and told her to say I love you to him, but now he has done this shameless thing. Shameful in the extreme, calling it unforgivable. Little sister, calm down. Suyuichi gently patted her little sister's shoulder. Next, you have to consider a question. Do you still want to call that Mr. Xie? Suyaya bit her lip and hardened it to bite out a line of blood. 2 minutes later, she found Xiaifu's cell phone number and called her. Little sister. Suyuichi pressed the cell phone. Is it worth it if you do this? It's worth it, no matter how disappointed or sad I am. But Changba must live. Suyu Evening peeled away her sister's hand and called Xiaifu. And no bull asterisk. Straight to the point. Teacher Xie, I heard that there's an extremely powerful assassin who's going to go after Changba, so tell him about it. Remember. Ah, you don't say I said it. Xiaifu was lying on the bed, and sat up violently upon hearing this. Just now, Suyu Evening had sworn to her that she would make a clean break with Changba in the future, and now that she suddenly made such a call mentioning the killer, it proved the seriousness of the matter. Instructor Su, what are the characteristics of that killer? She only targets Changba and no one else. It also says yes, she won't make a move as long as there are other people around him. Please go tell him now, quickly. Suyu Evening hung up the phone and threw it aside as tears came to her eyes. Frequent fighter, I won't care whether you live or die from now on. You don't even want me to say I love you. You want me to say one word to you. It's hard as hell. It's late at night. The moonlight is like silver. The entire college campus was quiet. Changba was half lying on the bed, reading a novel on his cell phone. Every now and then, he would be amused by the plot in it. The author is so much fun to write that he must be given a reward. I'm not short of money myself right now, so I'll help out my favorite authors if I can. Tap the bounty function to send out 10 great certifications one by one. If I get a 10,000 word update tomorrow, keep the bounty coming. Toodaloo. There's a knock on the door outside. Sister Fu? Changba put down his cell phone and looked towards the door of the room. Xiaifu wrapped her arms around the pillow and towel quilt and stood in front of the door. It's me. Just now, she received a call from Suyu Evening, and she was worried about Changba's safety, so she took the initiative to lean over. Just a thumping in my heart, wondering what to face next. The room is unlocked, so come in. Okay. Xiaifu gently pushed open the door of the room and walked into the bedroom with her head down. Changba took a look and was stunned, only to see Xiaifu walk in wearing her pajamas, clutching her pillow and towel quilt, her face blushing and shy. It looked like a young daughter-in-law walking into a cave. Too delicate and attractive to be true. What is this? Changba, I want to rest here. Xiaifu walked to the end side of the bed, put down the pillow and towel quilt. Her face was even more red. Her eyes didn't dare to look at Changba, and she was already drenched in fragrant sweat after saying 2 words. She didn't want to come here to sleep either, but she was afraid of what Su Yueho said. What if the killer comes over and approaches Changba? And Su Unite said that as long as there are other people around Changba, the assassin won't make a move. So she only has to give up her life and come here after shutting down all the surveillance in the room. But she couldn't explain it. It sounded too fake to her own ears when she said it like that. Then simply don't explain it. He can interpret it however he wants. Safety is most important anyway. After moving awkwardly to lie down, she lay on her side of the bed and wrapped herself tightly in a towel quilt. Because of the haste in which it was wrapped, one foot was left out. That what? I just had a nightmare. I'm too scared to sleep alone, so I'll sleep here for now. She covered her burning face, wishing she could burrow her whole body into the towel quilt. In the beginning, she was mad at Changba because he was lying in her bed, and now, She had taken it upon herself to sleep next to him, and that was called for. What? Changba was confused. Why? What's going on? What the hell happened? What exactly is Fu's purpose? He asked himself 4 questions in a row, but he couldn't answer them. If you can't figure it out, keep reading the novel. Read the novel. Keep reading the novel. The novel plot can attract more people than the beautiful woman. Just flipping through a page, he averted his eyes again. Why? What's going on? What the hell happened? What exactly is Fu's purpose? He asked once again in a series of 4, but he still couldn't answer himself. But there was a bold idea that came out of his heart, since Fu was so proactive. Did it mean that she had already prepared her mind? Did she really like herself and want to be with her? Chapter 48, Turns out you're worse than the system. Changba thought and thought. What on earth did Fumi come to this room to rest for? Want to do what? Is it a sign of affection? At the thought, his heart raced and he quietly observed Xiaifu, who had been motionless the entire time. At this moment, he had a sudden thought. How come the system doesn't tell me to finish the mission anymore? How come the system doesn't follow the rules anymore? How come the system isn't broken? Tell me to fall in love with Fu or I'll die. Can't you? Snap. At that moment, there was a sound from the window. Startled, Changba jerked his head around to observe. Look, there's nothing. It is also at this moment that he takes a look at Xiaifu and comes to his senses. Sister Fu is so good to me. How can I be imagining things? In the past I always thought the system was particularly bad. Now am I worse than it? Snap. He reached out and gave himself a slap. Played very loudly. Xiaifu hasn't been sleeping. Can't sleep with my eyes closed. Suddenly hearing a crisp ringing sound, he was taken aback and looked up sharply. Looking at Changba. What's wrong with you? Oh, there seems to be mosquitoes on my face. Changba touched his fiery face. Xiaifu was surprised. Then you can't hit that hard. I saw my cell phone light up, picked it up, and saw a message from someone, asleep? She took a look at the WeChat name. It was called Beyblade, and for a moment she couldn't remember who this person was. Looking at the other woman, she asked if she had slept yet again. Before replying, not yet. I was about to ask which friend the other person was when they sent over a video. What's the shot? She asked to herself, clicking on it. At a glance, it was Changba, standing next to the bed holding a beautiful woman in nothing but her underwear. Depends on the situation. The next step is. Xiaifu's face heated up as she hurriedly turned off the video and twisted her head to glare at Changba. Too rogue. There's so no downside. Chasing after Suyu Evening over there and picking up other girls over here. Not to mention Suyu Evening. She herself couldn't accept it. Seeing Changba sleeping with a smile on his face, like he was dreaming of getting a daughter-in-law, she couldn't hold back her anger and quickly crawled over to him and slapped him hard on his faceplate. Snap! Changba was about to go into dreamland when he was woken up with a slap. Fu-san, what's going on? You have mosquitoes on your face. Xiaifu gritted her teeth and raised her hand for another slap. Look, this mosquito is shameless, always circling around you. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He opened his bow left and right, and made a non-stop blow to Changba's faceplate. What for? Changba covered his face and stepped back. At this rate, I can be killed by you too. Looking at Xiaifu's angry face, she asked, what's wrong Sister Fu? You know what you've done yourself. Xiaifu stretched out her finger, shivering, and pointed at him. Why are you so cheap? Why did you hurt Instructor Su over and over again? Changba couldn't figure out what was going on and scratched up his short hair. What the hell is going on? See for yourself. Xiaifu clicked on the video and let him go through it. Changba took a look at it, both eyes closed, and a big headache ensued. In Wayfair's Shadow's housing, he found invisible surveillance. He didn't think much of it at the time. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, but he was spied on and caught on camera carrying Wei Ying to his bedside. Sister Fu, I am innocent. I can say this. I am still a virgin until now. If you don't believe me, you can appraise it. Appraisal? Xiaifu was so angry that her teeth itched. She pressed him under her body and crackled and beat him up. I told you to appraise the appraisal. I told you to appraise the appraisal. How can I tell my sister to be firm? Do you still bleed the first time? Changba clutched his head to the wind and rain. Get up! Suddenly Xiaifu stopped fighting, picked up the phone by the pillow and shoved it into Changba's hand. Quickly apologized to Instructor Su. Along with what happened last time. Apologize. Changba winced and widened his eyes. Sister Fu, isn't this nothing to worry about? Are you stupid? I can receive this video, but Instructor Su can't? Xiaifu glared at him viciously. I'm telling you, this matter is the big deal for her. If you don't apologize, she will never forgive you for the rest of her life and won't give you any more chances. With this reminder, cold sweat broke out on Changba's back. Come to think of it, someone is just stirring up trouble. If they send this video to Xiaifu, they will definitely send it to Su Yue1. How is this going to work? He boned his eyes and gave her a curt smile. Fu, why don't you give her a call to test the waters? If she knows, I'll apologize and ask for her forgiveness. If she doesn't know yet, then we'll wait and talk. What do you say? Thinking about it, Xiaoyi Fu glared at him again and picked up her cell phone, thinking that it was very abrupt to call at this hour. She sent her a message, Instructor Su, asleep yet? The moonlight is like silver. Suyu Evening sat by the window, looking at the moonlight, and had been sleepless. With her sister Suyuichi by her side, she was also unable to sleep. She couldn't figure out what was going on. She clearly wanted to make a clean break with Changba, but his figure lingered in her mind. Suyuchi's cell phone rang and she picked it up and walked out to answer the call. 6 minutes later, it came back into the room gingerly, sitting down next to her little sister. She frowned long and hard, wanting to say something, but tensing her lips and not knowing what to say. Another 3 minutes passed before she said seriously, Little sister, I know you're in a bad mood, but there's something I have to talk to you about. Su Yeye heard something and twisted her head to look at her. Seeing the expression and look in her sister's eyes, she subconsciously sat up straight and listened intently. Little sister, that development area in Longhu has already been gotten by Long Jiqiong, but judging from the current infighting in the Long family, he can't hold on to that territory. Su Yuichi wrapped her arm around her little sister's shoulders, her hands suddenly exerting force. When I say this, you understand what I mean, right? Of course Su Yuehong understood. My sister wants to find a chance to take back the Long Lake piece of land. The problem was that she had always been uninterested in family matters, and even less interested in the struggles between the Su family and other families. The last time Wei Jian betrayed Long Jiqiong, if Chang Ba wasn't present, he and the people behind him would have gotten their hands on him. Su Yuqi added, now Long Jiqiong will definitely not give up and will fight to the death with the reactionary forces within the family. And this is an opportunity for us. Su Yeye lowered her head and didn't say a word. Wei Jian and Cheng Hui are close, and it's rumored that Cheng Hui has already received the unconscious Wei Jian into his family's private hospital. He said that he will do whatever it takes to help Wei Jian awaken. Su Yuichi added, this makes me think of someone. Changba. He's good at treating difficult illnesses and it's entirely possible that he can help Wei Jian awaken. Should we rope in Changba and ask him to do a favor? Once he succeeds, it will save him from being hunted down, and it will also allow us to unite with Cheng Hui to deal with the Long family. Hearing this, Su Yu Evening couldn't listen anymore and flatly refused. Sis, stop it. Changba and I have broken off our favor. Chapter 49, A Night Doomed to Sleeplessness. Su Yuichi had already thought of this answer and was calmly staring into her little sister's eyes. Seeing that she was staring firmly straight ahead the whole time, she reached out a hand to gently stroke her hair and put her arm around her shoulders again, saying softly, little sister, this Changba person must be drawn in. Help your sister, okay? Su Yuehong had a resolute face. Sis, how do you want me to pull him in? I can tolerate whatever he does, but as far as him casually touching other women, I can't accept it. At that, she held out a hand, signaling her sister not to say anything else. No matter how much she pleaded, she would never forgive Changba, much less go to him for anything. That's good. Su Yuichi's eyes flinched and she turned around violently, walking quickly towards the door of the room. I'll go beg him. If he doesn't agree, I'll beg him on my knees. Sis, Su Yu Evening panicked and jogged up, grabbing her arm and pulling her hard. What is your status? How can you kneel down and beg him? Su Yuichi picks up her hand. I swore a poisonous oath to take Longhu at all costs, to stand up to my grandfather and father, and to my ancestors. For their sake, I can kneel down to Changba and even kowtow to him. Lift your feet and walk again. Sis, Su Yueho once again pulled her arm. I won't let you go. Su Yuichi pushed her away with force and lifted her foot to walk again. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Su Yu Evening burst into tears. The two of them were dependent on each other. How could it be that her sister had nothing to do with her if she had to kneel to someone? Sis, why do you say that? She trotted forward again and wrapped her arms directly around Su Yuichi's shoulders to keep her from going further. Sobbing, wet her shoulders with tears. Sis, listen to you. How can it have nothing to do with me? You don't go. I promise you, said the man, weeping. Little sister, I also know that you are aggrieved, but for the sake of the family's great cause, we have to endure what ordinary people can't endure, and be able to do what ordinary people can't. Su Yuichi wrapped her arms around her little sister and hugged her and cried. 4 minutes later, Su Yuichi wiped away her tears, picked up her little sister's cell phone, and handed it to her. You can't talk to Changba, so you'll contact Xia Yifu and ask her to put pressure on him. Su Yu Evening thought that this was the most stable. Nodded, took the phone and tapped on WeChat. Teardrops ticked on the cell phone screen. She tapped her phone, only to realize that Xia Yifu had sent a message. I was about to contact this person. She immediately replied, not yet. Mr. Xia, Just saw the message. Why are you still awake? I'm so angry I can't sleep. Xiaoyifu said on her lips, glared at Changba beside her, and typed a reply, insomnia in the middle of the night. Can't sleep. Su Yunan, please keep your eyes on Changba. You keep your eyes on him, don't you? Shay Ives, keep an eye on it. Su Yuan, so you sent a message. Something's wrong? Turning passivity into initiative. She wanted to see what Xiaoyifu wanted. Xiaoyifu kept her heart and soul, and couldn't directly mention that ambiguous video thing related to Changba. Just want to ask you, did you receive any video? Suyu Evening was ice clever, and when she saw the word video, she instantly understood. Xiaoyifu must have received that video as well. She was helping Changba to test her. She responded cleanly, no. Holy, no means no. What's with all the exclamation points after it? Changba felt suspended. Xiaoyifu also thought there was something wrong. If you really don't have one, then why don't you simply reply with 2 words and a punctuation mark, and now add so many exclamation points? For a moment, she didn't know how to recover. Suyu Evening saw that Xiaoyifu didn't respond. Worrying that she would think too much, she hurriedly left another message. Mr. Xia, I don't believe it even if someone else sends me a video. Although Changba does things out of the ordinary, he still has his bottom line. Thank you, teacher. We can't be used by bad people. Xiaoyifu smiled. It makes sense. When Changba took a look, he even put his heart down and cracked a smile. Now that Suyu Evening was able to think this way, he really didn't expect it. I have to say, the instructor is an instructor and very open-minded. Seeing that the time had come, Suyu Evening added, Mr. Xia, tell Changba to see a patient for me tomorrow. As long as I can help the patient wake up, he and I will put our differences aside. Xiaoyifu took a look and rejoiced. Changba, here's your chance. Changba didn't know who he was treating and had no idea. Ask who you're treating. Xiaoyifu replied to the message again. For whom? Suyu Evening, now the patient cannot be public. Tomorrow after breakfast, I drive to the school to pull you guys. Xiaoyifu clenched her fists. Received. Not to be seen. Stretching out his finger, he tapped Changba's shoulder. Changba, this is an opportunity I've secured for you. No matter what, you have to grasp it. Good. Changba was looking forward to seeing that patient. And even more so, he was looking forward to releasing his old enmity with Su Yuehuang. Once the two had turned their differences into a friendship, then he wasn't far from accomplishing his mission. Lay down and go to sleep. Seeing this, Xiaoyifu honestly crawled towards the end of the bed. After lying down, he turned off his cell phone and the lights and closed his eyes to sleep as well. In the meantime, Su Yeyang also lay down to sleep. It was sleeping next to my sister. Worried that her little sister was still suffering from insomnia, Su Yuqi accompanied her to rest. Seeing that her little sister was still looking out the window at the moonlight with her eyes wide open, she said softly, Don't be paranoid, little sister. Wait until tomorrow to see Wei Jian. No one can predict what will happen then. For us sisters, let's take care of our health first. Su Yeye nodded her head gently. There was sleep, but he still couldn't sleep. I don't know how long it took before she closed her heavy eyelids and drifted off into sleep. And the dream was full of Changba. The moonlight is getting brighter, like a glowing river. It washes over and over again the quiet city of Mordor. Long Yimin was half lying on the bed, wrapped around one of the pillows, quietly looking at her cell phone. She also received a video of Changba holding a beautiful woman in lingerie, standing by a bed. She saw the woman's beauty and Changba's admiration for her, and associated it with the next scene of their entanglement. In a trance, she fantasized about herself and Changba being in love. About this whole thing with Changba and other women. She didn't get angry, not even that feeling of jealousy. She thinks that a man has to experience more things and make some low-level mistakes when he is young. That way, men can progress, grow, and become comfortable with married life as they mature. Especially Changba, who she felt needed to grow up more than ever. And it is often with the help of women that men grow up. To the video, she let out a sigh, murmuring with tears in the corners of her eyes. Brother Ba, as long as you heal my little brother, I am always ready for you. For you, I would keep my body. And for you, I would give everything. Chapter 50, Mantis catching cicada. Yellow bird in the back. Coo-coo, coo-coo, coo-coo-coo. The alarm clock went off. Xiaoyifu woke up with squinted eyes and reached over to turn off her cell phone alarm. Look at the window. The sky is cloudy. It's getting light so soon? She cooed, stretched out, peeled back the towel covers, and crossed her fingers and toes in a big, comfortable gesture. It lasted half a minute before I stopped beautifully, ready to sleep some more before getting up. It's true. Sleeping in on a Sunday morning is the best. Feeling something in his arms, warm, he subconsciously wrapped his arms around it. Suddenly realizing something, he opened his eyes. At first glance, it turned out to be a furry leg, like seeing a monster. She sat up in shock. Whose leg? So much hair? How come there's more leg hair than a pet dog? Turning his head, he saw Changba sitting at the other end reading a novel on his cell phone. In this moment, she remembered again that she had slept in his room last night. And I don't know when I slept with my arm around one of his legs. Yikes! She squealed, scrambling to pull a tug on her nightgown and another towel quilt around her body as she glared at him. What did you just see? Just now she stretched out without a care in the world and crossed one of her legs. That was a spring break. I'm reading a novel, Changba replied in a serious manner. Xia Yifu didn't believe it. I just crossed my legs and stretched. And you were reading a novel? What did you expect? Changba asked rhetorically with a serious look on his face. In this world, is there anything more appealing than fiction? Is there anything more enjoyable than a novel? Xia Yifu blankly glanced at him and hurried out of bed. Noticing him snickering, she realized he must have seen something 10 times better than fiction and scrambled to wrap her towel cover around her and slink away. That was a big sniff just now. Ha 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 ha. Changba then dared to laugh with his head held high. What a high to see something wonderful just now. It's a pity that the night is so short. What are you laughing at? Xia Yifu had already walked out of the bedroom when she heard the laughter and turned around again, sticking a head in and glaring at Changba. Changba stifled his laughter and pointed to his cell phone. The plot of the novel was wonderful. I couldn't hold back just now. You better die laughing. Xia Yifu closed the door of her room with a bang and returned to her bedroom with quick steps. It's really hard to figure out how to sleep with one of Changba's legs in your arms at night. Is it the same as sleeping with your arm around him when you were a child? She was even more flushed and her heart was pounding. After a quick wash and some simple makeup, it was already 7 in the morning, and she thought that Changba should be hungry and walked out to buy breakfast. To prevent Changba from sneaking out, she left a small note and locked the door to her room from the outside. I don't know. At the same time she locked the door to her room, Changba was already standing by the window in high spirits, peeling back the curtains and looking out the window. He just waited for her to leave. This is the perfect opportunity to get out. After waiting for a good 6 minutes, he saw Xia Yifu walk out of the dormitory building and towards the school cafeteria. He didn't move, continuing to watch downstairs through the little gap between the curtains. About 3 minutes later, a white figure wearing a white ducktail hat and white mask was seen rushing towards the dormitory building at a fast pace. The figure was as light and airy as a white cloud. And this figure was the mysterious figure that he had come into close contact with last night. Wei's shadow, Wei Jian's sister. Needless to say, this beauty came at him. Only 4 minutes later, a knock was heard from outside. This was followed by a gentle inquiry. Anyone? Is anyone there? By the sound of her voice, it was a weak young girl. Is that much camouflage? Changba did not approach the door of the room outside, put on a black sun hat, jumped to the front window sill, observed a glance at the situation outside the window, leaped, and fell like a dragonfly. Now he was able to do all the poisons, but he didn't think he was ready to come face to face with her just yet. Anyone? The figure standing outside the door was none other than Wei Ying. She waited for Xia Yifu to leave, and then asked Changba to have a private talk, knocking on the door and asking again. Getting no response, she observed the hallway for a moment, pulled out her key, and unlocked the door to the room with a click. It's a breeze, like opening the door to your own room. Quickly walk in and quickly close the door to the room again. Anyone? She fished out a scented pouch in her hand and inquired once more, walking quickly to Xia Yifu's bedroom to observe. Seeing no one, he went back to Changba's bedroom door to observe. At first glance, it was empty. Checking the restrooms and kitchenette again, they were both empty as well. Strange, where is everyone? She was certain that Changba hadn't left this room, but now why was he gone? Incredulous, she surveyed each room once more. The result was the same as earlier. No one was there. She had heard some legends about Changba being able to easily defeat the 4 bodyguards of Melancholia. Xiao Su, the security captain of the Wooding Hotel, was able to relax, being able to successfully knock out her brother Wei Jian and pass out until now. He was able to save Long Yimin's life, being able to save the lives of the sisters Suyu Evening and Suyu Qi in a monstrous fire. Again, it was able to help the paralyzed Yimin Long's little brother, who had been paralyzed for many years, to walk upright. Therefore, against this person, she did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and made all sorts of preparations in order to successfully strike him down. But, at this moment, he had actually disappeared like air. Wei Ying observes the room some more, looks at a lush hanging basket placed by the front window of Changba's bedroom, and removes an invisible monitor and installs it inside. Dodging the first day but not the 15th, she grasped Changba's every move through this to see how he would escape next time. She was about to leave the room when her cell phone vibrated. Clicked to see. Is a friend called 10 Steps to Kill a Man sent a message. Su family Suyuchi contacted a doctor. Can help your brother wake up? If you are willing, she will take the doctor to the hospital this morning. Wei Ying coldly laughed. I've already invited a number of famous doctors. All of them were unable to do anything. What kind of miracle doctor can Su Yueji invite? Killing a man at 10 steps, Suyuchi didn't reveal it, saying that the success rate was extremely high. Wei Ying thought of beating a dead horse and replied, "Okay, I'll go to the hospital and wait for them." 5 minutes later, she quickly left the dormitory building and headed for the avenue. I don't know, not far away, at the edge of a garden, stood a gray figure watching her every move. It's none other than the guarded Changba. He watched Wei Shadow leave, fished out a mask and put it on, and quietly followed through the side path. The mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow finch was behind him. He wanted to see where the woman was going and what she was going to do. I had just followed it out 500 meters when a call came in on my cell phone. It's Xia Yifu calling. Needless to say, he must have realized he was missing and called in a hurry. Not answering that call, she'll keep calling. He only answered as soon as the phone call was made. Xia Yifu's splintered chastisement came over. Changba, where have you been? An appointment with Instructor Su. Did you forget? Instructor Su has driven over. Come back here. Do you hear me? Get back here. Chapter 51, The Miraculous Little Voice. Changba didn't expect Su Yui to come over so quickly, so he had to stop and helplessly watched Wei Ying walk towards the southern avenue. Changba, Changba. Just the moment he turned around, a hawk-nosed youth in a security uniform passed by Wei Ying and yelled at him. Changba turned around to see that it was a school security guard, but didn't recognize it. Changba, Mr. Xia wants you to go back now. The eagle-nosed security guard walked briskly while still yanking his loud voice at Changba. Changba understood at once that Fu was worried about him slipping away and had arranged for school security to keep an eye on him. And at that very moment, Wei Shadow turned around violently and looked at Changba in shock. She was supposed to be following Changba, but it turned out to be a good thing. At this moment, Changba also looked at her. The two men's eyes met in the morning sunlight. The air, which had already begun to become hot, suddenly became extremely cold at this moment. Changba, didn't you hear me? The eagle-nosed security guard gestured and chided at Changba. Only then did Changba turn around and walk back to the dormitory building. Wei Shadow still stood in place, looking at him with blades bursting out of his eyes over and over again. She tried to follow him, and she ended up being followed back. This man who should be killed is really not to be underestimated. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. She pulled out her cell phone and saw that it was a video from her friend. 10 Steps to Kill a Man. Click on it and be amazed. Anger flared in his eyes for a moment. In the video, Changba is holding her, standing by the bed, and she was wearing only her underwear, her snow-white body showing in front of him. She jerked her head once more, watching Changba's back. Last night she had suspected that someone had entered her room, but never dared to think that the person who entered into her room was Changba. There was a trampled bamboo leaf green viper on the floor. Could the viper have been prepared by Changba? Also, who was filming them surreptitiously? At this point, a message from 10 Steps to Kill asked how to deal with it. We Shadow, catch the person who installed the invisible surveillance and make him pay the worst price. 10 Steps to Kill a Man. Where is Changba? Wei Ying, I'll do it myself. Don't you care? Putting away his cell phone, he looked at Changba's back with bloodthirsty eyes again. Changba, MS. Xia cares a lot about you, so tell her to save her heart too. The eagle-nosed security guard accompanied Changba towards the dormitory building and shouted, as a freshman, you should also calm down in college. Changba was a little annoyed. He didn't even say anything when this eagle-nosed security guard yelled at him earlier, but now he's stomping on his nose. He asked, who are you? Me, you don't recognize? The eagle-nosed security guard sneered. Captain Xiao Tong, the security captain of Magic City University. Changba had heard of this man. This man is good at prying for information and is nicknamed Little Smart. He nodded. Oh, so it's Teen Xiao. How did Mr. Xia arrange for you to keep an eye on me? Don't ask that one. You kid. Xiao Tong laughed coldly. You're not qualified to ask about what's between Mr. Xia and I. Changba was even more furious, but didn't move and pulled out his cell phone. Teen Xiao, it's easy to contact in the future. Add a friend. I have a list of friends who are either rich or famous. Who are you? Xiao Tong gave him a shove on the shoulder and told him to move. Changba laughed. There's something about this security guard. He pointed to the small wooded area next to him. Teen Shaw, how far is this from the lawn in the woods? Xiao Tong twisted his head to look at it. It's about 10 meters away. Why are you kids asking about this? I can kick you over the edge. Changba took 2 steps backward and suddenly flew up and placed a foot on Xiao Tong's shoulder. Ah! With a miserable scream, Xiao Tong flew out at once, flying a graceful parabola, and the body spun quickly through the air, spinning one of his leather shoes out. Flutter! As his hips landed, Shotan let out another scream and rolled twice before coming to a stop. He tried to get up, but his shoulder hurt too much to stand. Only wrapping his arms around his shoulders, he looked at Changba with angry and horrified eyes. Legend had it that Changba easily defeated Su Yeye evenings for major bodyguards. Mei Lan Ju Ju, and he simply didn't believe it after hearing about it. But now, he believed. However, when he thought of his identity, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Changba, do you know who I am? Do you know what this foot of yours means?" Changba walked over to a crooked-necked weeping willow tree that was thicker than a bowl, lifted his foot, and gently placed it on the trunk. Click! The trunk broke in half. Xiao Tong shivered in fear. At this moment, he realized that the kick that Changba had sent him just now was a kick of mercy. Otherwise, he would have been broken in half. Just that kick, just that amount of force, convinced him. Seeing Changba walk over, he smiled curtly and scrambled to pull out his cell phone. "Brother Ba, we can't be friends without fighting. Add a friend. I'm nicknamed Little Smart, and I can get any information, not to mention college towns, but the whole Magic City. In the future, as long as you say a word, little brother is willing to sacrifice his liver and brain to no avail." This attitude can be. Changba was comfortable in his heart. Pulling out his cell phone, he added his friend. "Team Xiao, you know Instructor Su, right?" "Of course I know. Buster, go ahead. What news do you want?" "I want to know where she's gone and what her plans are this morning." "Good to know." Xiao Tong smiled arrogantly and opened his cell phone. "I'll send a message to my friend and ask for a quick investigation." "You wait a moment." Changba sat on a crooked tree trunk and pulled out his cell phone and waited. Seeing that Xiaofu had once again sent a message, he replied that she would be right back. 6 minutes later, Xiao Tong climbed up with difficulty and reported with a nod of his head. "Bully, the message came through. Instructor Su and her sister Suyuichi drove and have arrived at the school's east gate. They brought breakfast and are going to treat Mr. Shay and you to breakfast. After breakfast, I'll take you to the Chang Family Brain Hospital to see a patient." Changba surveyed the hawk-nosed security guard across from him in shock. This guy lives up to his reputation of being a little smart. Not only did the news come quickly, it came accurately. "Talent, Team Shaw, you really do have a pair of skills." Changba appreciated a smile, patted the seat beside him, and told Xiao Tong to sit down. Hearing the praise, Xiao Tong smiled. "Brother Ba, truth be told, I'm 28 years old this year, and I haven't even graduated from high school. But for me to be able to mix up with the security captain of Magic City University, that's definitely not blowing it off." Changba nodded. "Then let me see how deep you are. This morning someone was giving Wei Ying's brother a visit, so investigate and see who all will be concerned about this." "No problem." Xiao Tong opened his cell phone and started to make contact. After only 12 minutes, he sent the message he got to Changba. "Brother Ba, take a look." Changba tapped on the message. Seeing a total of 3. 1 Changba gave Wei Ying's brother Wei Jian a medical treatment, and he was looking at the face of Suyu Evening Sisters. Wei Ying was present, Shang Hui was present, and they all wanted to see Wei Jian awaken. Father and daughter San Long Jiqiong and Long Yimin will also be there, and they plan to thwart Changba, not wanting to see the traitor awaken. Changba was even more surprised. "I have to say, Xiao Tong's ability to spy on intelligence is truly divine." Chapter 52. How is the relationship between men and women so complicated? Changba appreciated Xiao Tong even more. Thinking that such a talent must work for him, he gave him a pat on the shoulder and asked, "Team Shaw, how did you find out this information?" "Brother Ba, about this, don't ask. Little brother, I have my own channels." Xiao Tong's face was full of smiles, and his eyes glittered with a cunning light. Changba didn't say anything, grabbing a pebble underneath him and gently holding it. Click, click, click. Dust like sand flowed out of his hands in a line. Xiao Tong was so scared that he didn't dare not to say anything. Of course I won't hide it from Brother Ba. There are my eyes inside the 4 big families and other famous families in Magic City. How should I put it? It's a hidden industry chain." Changba frowned as he observed the hawk-nosed youth. Xiao Tong was scrutinized and couldn't help but be scared. "Brother Ba, why are you looking at me like that?" "Team Xiao, to be able to have the ability to gather intelligence like this, you should appear composed. But the impression you leave is that you are impetuous and superficial." Changba shook his head. "At this rate, you will be in danger." Shotan hemmed and hawed. Standing up, he bowed to Changba. "Brother Ba, I didn't become so shallow until I ran into you. To the others, I never mentioned anything about gathering intelligence. Let me warn you, in the business of gathering intelligence, you'd better be careful." Changba stood up and patted a bit of dirt on his pants. Xiao Tong smiled curtly and nodded his head to pat up the dust on Changba's pants. "Brother Ba, I'll remember your words. By the way, can you do me a favor now?" "You say." Changba twisted his head and looked down at him. "I have trigeminal neuralgia and it hurts like hell." By 7:30 a.m. The pain was on time, and it lasted for 10 minutes or so. "Like fire, and like a knife, and the heart of death. Drugs have been taken a lot. Surgery has been done. Just not much effect." Xiao Tong took out his cell phone and looked at the time. With a bitter face, "It's still 3 minutes. I heard that Ba is a magical medical skill, and I wonder if I can raise my hand to help my little brother. That said, grit your teeth, wrap your head around it, and prepare for the sacred 10 minutes. Snap, 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 snap. Changba suddenly swung his hand and started slapping hard against the back of Xiaotong's head and the back of his neck. Brother Ba, why are you hitting people? Xiaotong was knocked to the ground, burning with pain, and glared at Changba. Without explaining, Changba squatted down, pressed down on his head, and continued to slap at the back of his head and the back of his neck. 3 minutes of slapping in a row had left the back of his neck red. That's fine. You'll see if it still hurts later. Changba lifted his foot and walked away. Xiaotong curled up on the ground with a bitter look on his face. Grass, you long dick, beating up on me to cure my trigeminal neuralgia? Mr. Su, Instructor Su, you're here, please come in. Xia Yifu stood at the doorway to greet the two sisters, Su Yuqi and Su Yu Evening. Legend has it that Su Yuqi is the ruthless big sister. She couldn't help but look at her with awe and then at Su Unite. Su Yu Evening smiled faintly and took Xia Yifu's hand to introduce her sister. Su Yuqi wouldn't put a college counselor in her eyes, but considering that she was Changba's neighboring sister and a counselor, she still nodded politely and shook her hand in greeting. The sisters had come with breakfast, which, together with what Xia Yifu had bought, nearly filled the coffee table. After sitting down, they chatted idly while waiting for Changba to return. 5 minutes later, Su Yuehong stood up to go to the restroom. It was also during this time that she quietly observed each room and the wastebaskets within. Seeing that there was nothing suspicious inside, and smelling nothing ambiguous, she nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, the relationship between Xia Yifu and Changba was still clean. A woman's keen sixth sense told her that Xia Yifu was a woman with a gentle character but with a bottom line. For that alone, she greatly admired Xia Yifu. Any other neighboring sister, coupled with this environment, would have played Changba out long ago. She couldn't help but think of the stories that would happen if she lived next door to Changba instead. She grunted and cursed herself at the thought, having already decided to make a clean break with Changba. How can one still be nostalgic about him? What a no-show. Just then, there was a sudden sound of talking from outside. Changba is back. Her heart thumped up in her chest, wondering how she was going to get out to meet him. If you don't see him, ask him to treat Wei Jian. You can't see him. It must be awkward. How do you talk? How can I talk to him? She had thought that, between her and Changba, she could make a clean break and never interact again. But reality told her again, the reality of two people is that you can't get away from me and I can't get away from you. What is it about relationships between men and women that's so complicated? Evening. Outside came the call of his sister. Su Yu Evening had no choice but to walk out with a stiff upper lip. Changba was sitting at the coffee table, already eating breakfast. With a bun stuffed in his mouth, he was about to bite into it, when he suddenly saw Su Yueho walking out, and was instantly fixed. It had to be said that Su Yu Evening looked beautiful today, a light white casual shirt on top, slim black pants underneath, and black leather shoes on his feet. It looks simple, but the whole person looks very decent, with a beautiful and generous air in her hands and feet. Even more appreciated, her expression and eyes conveyed another indescribable valor. Hey! Xia Yifu reached out her hand and gently patted Changba's bulging cheeks. The bun is asleep in your mouth. Only then did Changba freeze over, nodding at Su Yueho while wolfing down his food. That smells good. Su Yu Evening reluctantly nodded at Changba and sat next to Su Yuqi. Along with Xia Yifu's invitation, she also ate her breakfast. Noticing Changba glancing at her from time to time, she didn't look at him and looked down to eat. No one spoke, and the atmosphere of the meal seemed a little chilly. Changba ate quickly and was full in less than 10 minutes. Sister Fu, Instructor Su, Mr. Su, you guys take your time to eat. I'll go pack up my things. Just as he stood up, a familiar sound came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. There's a new mission. Please pick up Su Yuqi. Walk into your bedroom, put her on the bed, and take off her shoes in 1 minute. I'll go. Changba was startled. The dog system was very suddenly setting up missions, which he had long been used to. It was the fact that the target was Su Yuqi that made him not dare to imagine. Dog system? Who are you talking about? Is it Su Yu Evening? No, it's her sister Su Yuqi. Dog system? You're sick. I carried the woman who could potentially be my sister-in-law to my bedroom and also placed her on the bed to remove her shoes? Completion of mission. 1 draw. Mission failed. Egg crumbled and ruined. Countdown begins at. Dog system, I crash your grandfather. Chapter 53, Older brother plays with his heartbeat. Changba didn't want to try that kind of egg crumbling, so he had to take a deep breath and walk over to Su Yueji's side. Su Yueji was eating a donut and couldn't help but stare at him. Su Yu Evening and Xia Yifu also looked at him curiously. We're in the middle of a meal. Why are you next to Big Sis? Changba took another deep breath, bent down, and very suddenly took one hand around his waist and one hand around his legs, picked up Su Yueji, and walked towards his bedroom. Look at the skillful movements, just like hugging your own daughter-in-law. Su Yueji, Xia Yifu, Su Yuan, they all froze in the face of this unusual move by Changba, especially Su Yueji, who was embraced by Changba in his arms. She couldn't think 100 times, but she couldn't dare to think that Changba would dare to suddenly hug her. In the entire Magic City, who didn't know that Changba liked Su Yuehong? But now he was holding her sister in his arms extremely suddenly and walking towards his bedroom. What's he up to? What the hell is he up to? Any other man and she would have slapped him across the face and knocked his front teeth out. But in the face of Changba, she couldn't. For one thing, this man had saved her life in the fire. Secondly, the man also had to help her cure Wei Jian. But she can't be indifferent. Little sister and teacher Xia were watching from the side. If she was carried into the bedroom by Changba, she wouldn't be able to explain with 10 mouths by then. Besides, who is she? The head of the Su family, the recognized big sister of Magic City. She began to struggle. Changba, what are you doing? Put me down. Hear me or I'll get angry. Sleep. Changba had no choice but to hypnotize her in order to complete the task. With her nestled into his chest, he easily carried her into the bedroom and closed the door with his foot. With a bang, Su Yueho and Xie Yifu both stood up violently. All of them were seething with anger and gnashing their teeth. It's too much. It's outrageous. You can be shameless, but not like this. Pick up other women. Can endure. Pick up your sister-in-law. How can you bear it? After breakfast, we all had to rush to the hospital for business. But Changba was so good as to come up with such a plan. How can you do great things with a man like that? How can you do great things? What makes them sweat even more is, what next? Changba holding Su Yuechi has entered into the bedroom. What to do next? It doesn't take much thought to figure it out. And Su Yueji surprisingly did not resist, but even snuggled into his arms and went in. Could it be that she also fell in love with Changba and was willing to unconditionally sacrifice her body for him? Right next to your sister. Offering yourself to your sister's would-be boyfriend? Unbelievable. Exasperating. I can't take it anymore. Xia Yifu suddenly let out a delicate cry and rushed towards the door of the room. I want to see what they're doing. Thank you, teacher. So you took a step forward at night and grabbed her wrist. Don't. Why don't you want it? Is it because she's your sister? Xia Yifu was angry and anxious. Her face was already covered in beads of sweat. Instructor Su, I can't even stand it when it comes to this kind of thing. Can you stand it? Su Yu Evening, with tears in both eyes, was even angrier than Xia Yifu and had long wanted to rush into the room to violently beat up Changba. But when she thought that the woman inside was her sister, and the unpleasant images inside, she held back her anger and calmed herself. So what if you break down the door? Can her own face look good when she sees her sister and Changba in an explicit scene? Wouldn't both of the sisters be the laughingstock of others if this got out? It's alright to hold back for a while, but it's alright to take a step back, isn't it? Thinking of this, she shook her head at Xia Yifu. Mr. Xia, forget it, I'm not going to the hospital anymore. When my sister comes out, you tell her. Holding back hot tears, he turned and walked away. It's over. For once she ironically thought that her relationship with Changba was over for good. No longer possible. What cannot be endured is not endured. Xia Yifu stomped her foot violently and stormed towards the bedroom once again. This is my room. I won't allow anyone to be wild here. Rushing to the door of the room, he kicked it open. Boo! The door to the room was kicked in and banged against the wall again. Upon looking at the two people inside, Xia Yifu let out a gasp. Holy! Immediately afterward, cover your mouth. Su Yu Evening had already opened the door to her room and was about to walk out when she heard the sound and jerked her head around. Mr. Shay, what's wrong? Xia Yifu's face was red and she smiled in embarrassment, looking at the two people inside the room, and then at Su Yeye. He said softly, Instructor Su, we misunderstood. That, Changba he and Big Sister are not that. Su Yeyang's eyebrows tightened and she quickly walked to the door of the room to check. At first glance, she smiled back in embarrassment. It turned out that Changba was standing by the bedside, giving Su Yuechi acupuncture. Speaking of which, Changba's heart was pounding after he carried Su Yuechi to the bed. To finish the job, he had to remove her casual leather shoes. She wasn't wearing socks, and one look at her beautiful feet made him gasp. Her feet were blackened, especially the soles of her feet. Changba could tell at a glance that she was poisoned. Rushed to wake her up and make her aware of her situation. She took a look at her feet and was shocked. All this time, she did not feel any discomfort in her feet, just felt a cold patch on her feet and did not dare to think that she had been chronically poisoned. This condition could not be delayed, and Changba pulled out the silver needles, so he gave her acupuncture to detoxify her. When Xia Yifu and Su Yuewang came to the door of the room, they saw this scene. Changba, Xia Yifu suddenly laughed. rushed to Changba's side and stretched out his index finger to point at his chest. You guys just pissed me off. I thought you were going to do that to Mr. Su. Ha ha, turns out not. Changba, I'll kill you. Su Evening also laughed out loud, rushed to Changba's side, stretched out an arm around his neck, and used her strength to power back, making him have to lean back and lie in her arms. You're so bad. Just now you made me want to kill you. Changba very much enjoyed the feeling of lying in her arms. Sister Evening, you're not angry with me now? Su Evening was not angry with him now. Not at all. Instead she felt that he was bad in a very cute way. It's not angry, but I'm warning you, don't ever play like that again. It's going to give you a heart attack. Changba laughed. Evening sister, old brother is playing is the heartbeat. Just now exciting or not? You do not know our sister just thought I wanted that. Ready to take off my pantsit. Asterisk 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 I told you to still irritate people. With a parting of her legs, Su Yuehan lowered Changba to the ground and choked him. Call him credulous. Xie Yifu holds down Changba and punches and kicks him up. Su Yuqi lay on the bed, laughing so hard that tears came out of her eyes. This Changba guy is so badass. It's so endearing. Well, not to mention, if Changba had really taken off her pants just now, she wouldn't have known how to refuse. Chapter 54, Auntie's Most Reliable Friend. Morning at Magic City University. The sun is shining, the flowers are blooming, and the fragrance is overflowing. The girls are wearing a variety of dresses, flamboyant and vigorous, releasing their youth in the campus. Showdown sat within a grove of trees, cradling his head and gritting his teeth, waiting for the trigeminal neuralgia to kick in. It was a hellish time of day for him, but after waiting for a full half hour, there was no physical pain. Pulling out his cell phone and checking the time, the seizure was long overdue. Strange. Changba slapped me a few times and my trigeminal neuralgia really got better? Showdown was incredulous. Stand up and walk around. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to bounce around a bit. In the past, as long as it came to the time of the attack, he felt pain all over his body. His body was uncomfortable, and he had the heart to die. But now, it's incredibly easy, just like normal. I've heard about Changba bringing the dead back to life. Could it be that his medical skills are really powerful? Boom boom? Showdown slapped up against the back of his head and the back of his neck. He slapped here. Can he really cure my trigeminal neuralgia? After a few snaps, he didn't feel any discomfort. Ilu saw just, ha ha, Ba is really great. Encounter such a big brother. I do not cooperate with him is. Showdown was so happy that he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to his brother, asking about investigating Wei Jian and Wei Ying's siblings. 11 minutes later, he received the message and edited it to send it to Changba. Brother Ba, Wei Ying followed Cheng Fai's orders and poisoned Su Yuqi to make her die of itching and festering all over her body. Cheng Hui did that to clear the obstacles and chase after Su Unite. His biggest dream right now was to get two beauties. One was Long Yimin and the other was Su Yu Evening. This morning, he was going to take the opportunity to take care of both of them while he was treating Wei Jian. At this point, Changba stopped messing around with Su Yuan and Xie Fu and the girls, and sat on the edge of the bed, mindlessly working on acupuncture and moxibustion for Su Yuqi's feet. Changba, what the hell is wrong with my feet? Su Yuqi observed her feet and couldn't figure out why they had become like this. At first it was unbearably itchy. If it wasn't for your acupuncture, I could have scratched my skin. It's poisoned. Changba finished the acupuncture and stretched out his hands, massaging her feet. Look at the color of the palms of her feet. At first it was black, now it's slowly turning into a normal light red. If the system hadn't told him to pick her up, I'm afraid her feet would have broken the skin and seen blood. At that point, treatment can be a pain in the ass. Poisoned? Su Yuqi and Su Yu Evening exchanged glances. I'm usually in the company and don't come into contact with strangers. How could I be poisoned? Changba gently patted the back of her foot. I'll help you investigate. That won't be necessary. I'll send someone to investigate. When Su Yuqi picked up her cell phone, she sent a message to her bodyguard to give the relevant instructions. As for Changba, he opened his own cell phone. He smiled when he saw the message from Showdown. Just as he had judged, Su Yuqi was indeed poisoned. But he didn't realize it was Wei Shadow who did it. Seeing the message below, he understood that Wei Ying was working for Cheng Hui to help him get Long Yimin and Su Yu Evening. There's a buzz going on this morning. He didn't move and put away his cell phone. As expected, Su Yuqi held her cell phone, checking the message sent by the bodyguard. Her eyes flinched. As expected. Sis, what's going on? Su Yeye stood towards her side. Su Yuqi smiled coldly. The reason why I was poisoned was by Long Ji Dome. He was worried that I would take the Dragon Lake development zone from him, so he thought to strike first. Long Ji Cheong is really hateful. Su Yu Evening's silver teeth clenched. Thanks to us being so nice to his daughter, both sisters hate Long Ji Dome with a passion. Changba was dumbfounded. Two sisters? You've misunderstood. This time it's not Long Ji Dome. It must be him. Suyuchi sat up. The fire that my little sister and I encountered was related to Long Jidom's men. Other than him, there won't be a second person thinking of laying hands on me. Suyu Evening chimed in. I think so too. Since he's despicable and shameless, don't blame us for turning the other cheek. Changba Halo. This pair of sisters had extremely deep preconceived notions about Long Jicheon, and they couldn't change them for a while. He asked. There's a chance that Long Jicheon will go to Wei Jian's place as well. So are you guys still going to the hospital? Sure, go. Suyuchi didn't hesitate. With Chang Hui around, what else would he, Long Jicheon, dare to do to us? This sister-in-law regarded Cheng Hui as a reliable friend. Unbeknownst to her, it was Cheng Hui who wanted to inflict harm on her. Changba shook his head and stood up. Sister Chi, with all due respect, Cheng Hui is a person you should beware of. Suyua Chi was unimpressed, casting her icy eyes out the window. Doubting people is not a good idea. I won't have any doubts about Cheng Xiao. Once again, Suyua Yun Evening chimed in with her voice. That's right, there aren't many trustworthy friends like Cheng Xiao. We'll see when we get to the place. Changba shook his head once more and led them towards the door of the room. Cheng Family Brain Hospital. Wei Jian was lying on the hospital bed still unconscious. His face was blue, his brow was furrowed, and his mouth was a little crooked. It looked like he was cursing in his sleep. Brother, Chang Xiao invited a divine doctor over, so hold on a little longer. Wei Ying sat on the edge of the bed and took one of his hands. I'm sure a miracle will happen. Wei Jian's hand moves a bit. Wei Shadow felt it and stood up bending over. Brother, I know you can hear me. You have to believe in yourself. Wei Jian's hand took hers for a moment, extending one finger to gently trace it. Thinking to write, Wei Ying was even more excited. Brother, are you going to tell me something? You write it. Trusting that her brother would provide her with some important clue, she reached out her palm and placed it under his fingers so that he could write. Wei Jian still had his eyes closed, but his expression became grim, like he was riveted to something, and Wei Ying could clearly feel his fingers firing. One stroke just writing, but he didn't know what he was writing. Feeling it for a while longer. I still can't tell what the word is. She was in a hurry. Brother, take your time. Write slowly. Wayfarer Shadow, what are you doing? A man's questioning voice came from the doorway of the ward. Wei Ying twisted his head to see that it was Cheng Hui, stood up and said excitedly, Mr. Chang, you're here. My brother can hear us and write with his fingers, but I can't feel what he's writing. Oh, Cheng Hui was interested. Grabbing a handful of pigtails at the back of his head, he walked over to the hospital bed and sat down. Let me try. Pulling up Wei Jian's index finger and placing it on his hand. Brother Jian, whatever you want to say, just write it down. Wei Jian nodded gently as if he understood, shivering his fingers and writing with one stroke. Chicken. Chang Hui waited for the first character to be written and made a judgment with confidence. The first character is chicken. Bird chicken again. Twisting his head to look at Wei Shadow, he asked, Sword wants to eat chicken? My brother likes lamb, not chicken. Depending on what his second word is. Wei Shadow pointed a finger at Wei Jian. Chapter 55, The Divine Doctor. So it's him. Cheng Hui nodded and once again placed his palm under Wei Jian's fingers, asking him to write the second character. Ba. Cheng Hui once again made his judgment. The second character is ba. It must be ba. So 2 words in a row is chicken. Wei Shadow's second word didn't come out. Sorry to read it. She shook her head in disbelief. Why did you write those 2 words? Chickens. Bar. Cheng Hui linked up and read. That's not right. What does Brother Jian want to do by writing these 2 words? Do you want to curse? Wei Jian was able to hear them at this moment and was so angry that he wanted to open his eyes. Who am I scolding? I'm referring to Changba. It's Changba. It's Changba who did this to me. I have to find him. That pissed me off. Sword. Go ahead and write. Cheng Hui once again placed his palm under Wei Jian's fingers. Brother, write slowly. Don't rush. Wei Ying cheered him on. Wei Jian secretly powered up and once again wrote with a single stroke. Whore. 3 minutes later, Cheng Hui nodded. He's writing another horse whore. With that said, Akui Shadow sighed. Wei Shadow, you see, your brother cannot lack of women. Now even think of looking for prostitutes. I'm looking for your mom. I'm looking for your own mother. Wei Jian was shivering with anger. What he wrote was clearly, but Cheng Hui took it as, ever been to school? What the hell? To measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Working with a hypocrite like you was the biggest mistake of my life. Can't I just stop writing? Mr. Chang, I feel as if it's not. Ask my brother to write it again. Wei Ying couldn't believe that her brother was still so horny even now. He must be trying to tell some secret. Cheng Hui nodded and once again placed his palm under Wei Jian's fingers. And this time, Wei Jian's fingers didn't move. Cheng Hui waited for a while and saw that Wei Jian stopped moving. So he only gave up. It's better to wait. The divine doctor I invited will be here soon. Wei Ying frowned and sighed, not at all reassured. After all, many famous artists have been hired, and they don't work. Even foreign experts have been brought in, and there is nothing they can do to help. If this one comes, it's a sure thing? She sighed again. Mr. Chang, I'm worried about wasting everyone's time, not to mention tossing my brother. There's hope for this one, Chang Hui said with certainty. This was recommended to me by Su Yueqi. Without full certainty, she wouldn't recommend it to me. As you know, in her mind, I've always been the most trustworthy friend. At the mention of the words most trustworthy friend, Wei Shadow smiled coldly. To be able to treat Cheng Hui as his most trustworthy friend, that person's level couldn't be any higher. It was because their siblings had trusted him that they had gotten into such a mess as they were in now. She didn't have much contact with Cheng Hui, and just by the fact that he wanted to own Long Yimin while also wanting to own Suyu Evening, she knew that he was a hypocrite, someone who wasn't trustworthy at all. But for her brother's sake, she kept quiet for now. You are a distant path, a light in the mountain fog. I am a child, oh child, walking in your eyes. Cheng Hui's cell phone rang in color. He picked up his cell phone, answered it, and said, Mr. Long, I'm at the hospital. Okay, I'll wait for you and Emin to come over. When Wei Ying heard the words General Dragon, his eyes glared roundly and a fierce light burst out. Her brother got into the situation because he went against Long Jiqiong. It could be said that her brother and Long Jiqiong had not shared the same fate, but Cheng Hui was so good that he let Long Jidong come over. Will my brother still be saved once Long Jidong appears by his side? When Cheng Hui hung up, she questioned, Mr. Chang, how could you call Long Jiqiong over? Have you considered my brother's relationship with him? Cheng Hui's eyes went cold. Wei Ying, are you talking to me? I'm sorry Mr. Chang, I was too excited. Wei Ying took a step back. This was Cheng Hui's territory, and his brother was lying here in need of treatment, so she could only be under someone's roof and had to bow her head. I have my own reasons for arranging it this way, Cheng Hui added. Long Jidong bringing his daughter here doesn't conflict with treating your brother. When the time comes, just guard your brother and keep quiet. Wei Ying clenched her silver teeth and stopped speaking. She was going to see what happened next. If my brother is in danger, then we all die together. Cheng Hui glanced at Wei Ying, knowing that she was burning with anger in her heart, and comforted her. Your brother and Long Jiqiong are just a misunderstanding. With me here, they will definitely shake hands and make up. Oh, Wei Ying was about to laugh in anger. What are you doing? My brother betrayed his master and put his hands on him, and the master will shake hands with him? She said she was going to the restroom and walked away. She had a lot of herbs in her backpack, and she was going to see how many people would be poisoned by her this morning. More is better for her. As he was getting ready, Cheng Hui's voice came from outside. Wei Ying, come out. Sister Su Yuqi has brought the divine doctor over. Wei Ying quickly cleaned up, put on his mask, and walked out of the restroom. The divine doctor was coming, and she wanted to see who the so-called divine doctor was first. Follow Cheng Hui out of the hospital room and look down the corridor. Only 4 people came down the hallway. 3 women and 1 man. The 3 women were either icy, arrogant, or gentle, but all of them were beautiful in 1,000 ways. And the man was springing to life with a smile on his face as he was surrounded by 3 beautiful women. Changba. Seeing this man, Wei Ying and Cheng Hui shouted out his name in unison. It turned out that the divine doctor invited was actually Changba. Also at the same time, both Wei Ying and Cheng Hui could burst out with hatred in their eyes. To Wei Ying, Changba was the most hateful person in the world. Not only did he put her brother in a coma, he entered her room to hug her and disrespect her greatly. Now he's coming over to see his brother. Does he have that kind of heart? Humph. You come to the door to die. I'll fulfill you. To Cheng Hui, Changba was a damned man. When he was courting Emin Long, Changba crushed his flowers and sabotaged his plans to pick up girls. When he joined forces with Wei Jian to take on Long Jiqiong, Changba even sided with Long Jiqiong to knock Wei Jian out. In the entire devil's capital, who didn't know that he hated Changba to the bone, but now he was looking for the door to send him to his death. Mr. Chang, I've brought the doctor over. Su Yuqi nodded at Cheng Hui, observing his face. What? Not satisfied with the doctor I hired? No, 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 of course not. Although Cheng Hui was cynical in his heart, his face was piled with smiles. Mr. Su, the doctor you invited here, how dare I be dissatisfied? Please, inside. He also smiled and nodded at Changba, gesturing respectfully. Mr. Chang, the patient is in the inner ward. Let's go in and show him, okay? Su Yueqi smiled and nodded at Changba. Suyu Evening and Xie Yifu both looked at her as well, making eyes at him, asking him to hurry up and treat the patient. And Changba stood still, frowning, like he was thinking about something on his mind. Hurry up. Xie Yifu gently patted his arm once and urged. Changba still didn't move. It didn't help that the familiar voice came once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. A new mission has been issued. Please complete the mission within the designated time. You dog system. You Haven T rewarded me for the last time I finished the mission. Chapter 56, Releasing Unseemly Videos to the Public. Rewarded together. Please ask the host to take out his cell phone and open the video of you hugging Wei Ying within 1 minute, and later publish the video to the public. 100,000 grass mud horses surged through Changba's heart. Dog system, you're stupid. Why did you do that? Are you kicked in the head by aliens? So much for not playing by the rules? Why do you do this? The hosts find out for themselves. Failed mission. Stripped of kung fu and healing skills. Countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Changba certainly didn't want to lose his kung fu and medical skills, which were, after all, the basis of his establishment in this metropolis. He looked at Su Yueho and Xiaifu and the girls, then at Wei Ying and Cheng Hui and them, and with his arm outstretched, he pulled out his cell phone in a dashing manner. Gentlemen, before we see the doctor, I'm going to ask you to look at something. Tap on the video and zoom in to watch. And then he took his cell phone and let Su Yu Evening, Xiaifu, Su Yu Qi, Wei Ying, Cheng Hui and the others go through them one by one. It is? My God. I'll go. The crowd took a look and gasped in shock, all of them falling over themselves and shattering their 3 views. They thought that Changba was going to show them very important content, either medical knowledge or videos of a miracle cure. Who would have dared to think that what they saw was the image of Changba holding a beautiful woman and getting ready to rest? The lights made that image think, and the beautiful woman inside turned out to be Wei Ying. What's Changba up to? Showing off that he's good is to prove that he's a ravishing man? Or is it to prove that we shadow is something? In plain sight, is that like it? Wei Ying swept up her cell phone and saw that the woman in the video was herself, blushing with shame and shaking with anger. If it wasn't for Cheng Hui's presence, she would have immediately made a move against Changba, poisoned him to the bone, poisoned him to become a eunuch, poisoned him to the point where his life would be worse than death. It's an abomination. It's too much. It's not a death wish to target her so shamelessly right from the start. Changba, what are you doing? Xiaifu pulled Changba's arm and pressed down on his cell phone to prevent him from playing the video again. I called you here to see a doctor. Don't make trouble out of nothing, okay? Su Yu Evening was so angry that her face turned red. Originally, she had turned the page on things with Changba, and in the future, as long as he behaved well, then she would still give him a chance. But who would have thought that he would suddenly play such a trick? What does showing this off prove about you? Don't forget, you've been courting another goddess. Is it a shame to do that now? If you're not ashamed, are other people? Finally unable to hold back her anger, she glared at Changba and chastised him. Changba, why are you doing this? Su Yueqi and the others were also very puzzled and stared at Changba with cold eyes. Yeah, why would I do that? Changba pointed at Wei Ying and bellowed. This woman knows best. Let her speak. Holy, I know best? Wei Ying was so angry that he was about to explode. She had no idea when she was being held by Changba. When the video was taken, she wasn't sure, and now it was good that Changba was directly targeting her. It's so shameless to be evil. Why don't you say something? Changba pointed at Wei Ying and righteously said, I have to publicize my privacy. Why? I would do that unless I had no choice? Why don't you explain it to everyone? Wei Shadow stammered for words. She wasn't sure how she could explain it. Suffice it to say, she can't even explain it. Until now, she'd wondered about it. Wayfarer Shadow, say something. Cheng Hui, who was standing beside Wei Ying, was anxious. You know, he doesn't allow the women around him to be owned by other men. Even if he didn't like the woman had to be loyal to him. It's his rule. Any woman who worked for him knew and followed this rule. But Wei Shadow was good, and directly broke the rules. What's even more annoying is that she offered herself to Changba. He would rather accept her devotion to a dog than to Changba. He had the heart to kill her now. Repeating, say it, say the ing word. I. Wei Ying was sweating profusely, swallowing, still unable to say a word. She was already unable to explain, and when Cheng Hui pushed her, she was even more unreasonable. If you won't say it, I will. Changba stepped forward and pointed to his arm. His tone was very excited. Everyone, look at my arm. Is it red and purple? Looking towards Su Yueho and Xiaifu and the girls, she asked, do you know what the reason is? Su Ye and Xiaifu both glanced at his arm and shook their heads. Because I'm poisoned. Changba patted Su Yu Evening's shoulder. Sister Evening, my poisoning and your foot poisoning are the same thing. Both are poisoned by someone. I had no choice but to expose her face in order to prevent others from being victimized. Mentioning the matter of poisoning, Su Yu Evening's eyes were furious. Who exactly is the person who poisoned? Who else could it be? Changba waved his hand up and pointed at Wei Ying. It's her. She's the one who drove me to my knees. You're shameless. Who poisoned you? Wei Ying was so furious that he stormed out, finally unable to control his anger. he shouted and pounced on him. You're looking for death. I'll make you whole. When she said that she had poisoned Suyuichi, she recognized it. To Changba, she had never poisoned him, but he turned black and white and falsely accused her. Taking out videos of her unseen, she endured. Pointing fingers at her, she put up with it, but to falsely accuse her of poisoning, she couldn't bear it. Stop. Cheng Hui stepped forward and stopped Wei Ying. What do you want? Still not giving your brother medical treatment? At the mention of her brother, Wei Ying clenched her teeth and controlled before she calmed down. Also good. When the visit is over, we'll all settle the total bill. At that time, even if the fish died, she would not hesitate. Sister Evening, Sister Fu, listen to this. Changba pulled out his cell phone and tapped on a recording, placing it between them so they could both listen. It turned out to be the conversation he had when he questioned Wei Ying after hypnotizing her. Changba asked, on what basis did you inflict harm on me? Wayfarer's shadow replied, by my bomb. Changba asked again, incense pouch? Wei Ying replied again, yes. The unique scent emanating from the scented bag is poisonous and can cause a person to fall into a coma forever. Changba asked again, so how do you target me? Wei Ying replied again, I will add another kind of poison that will keep you in a half-consciousness all the time, which also means that you will be able to feel pain. I will tell you to fester in your lower body and feel pain. Hearing this, Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu understood. Turns out it's Wei's shadow. It turns out that Changba did this to expose Wei Ying's true colors. They both smiled apologetically and both put their arms around his shoulders for good measure. Little brother, we misunderstood you, so you're a victim too. You're so cornered. Come on, we're always behind you. Changba was embraced in their arms, and his heart was beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. May I ask if I'm receiving my reward now? Changba is just waiting. 2 rewards put together to claim what must be the grand prize. Claim it, I'll claim it. Chapter 57, Wei Ying kneeling to plead for mercy. Jiba's wonderful hands. Reward plus 10 for being invulnerable to all poisons. This is still a big prize? You dog system, this has already rewarded me once. Changba was disappointed. Host, before the 100 poisons were your own. Now you can take 10 people with you. It turned out to be so. Changba nodded his head and took a look at the 3 beauties around him. If everyone is poisoned, who do you take with you first to be invulnerable to all poisons? Suyuchi, the big sister, was the first to be ruled out. Looking at Suyu Evening, and then at Xia Yifu, he was in trouble. Who will be saved first when the time comes? These 2 beauties are both poisoned, or both fall into the river. Who should be saved first? Changba, stop looking and show the patient. Suyuichi pointed to Wei Ying. Look at her getting angry in a hurry. It was then that Changba didn't want to think about that question and looked at Wei Ying, giving her the middle finger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As my college classmate, you're thinking of harming me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Poisoning didn't work, and you colored. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you think you have white skin? Let me tell you, which of the 3 beauties beside me is whiter than your skin? Which is more tender than your skin? Which is softer than you? Which is more powerful than you? Which is more? When the Suyu Evening sisters and Xia Yifu heard this, they hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth. Further down the line, I don't know how he's going to make a big deal out of it, and Wei Shadow's 2 eyes erupted with fire, so angry that his body was burning up. This guy's mouth stinks. It's shameless. At this moment, her hatred for Changba had reached its peak, just waiting for the end of the visit, and then launching a fatal blow at him. Drop, 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 drop. The instruments in the ward suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Wei Jian was lying on the hospital bed, his body trembling violently. When he heard what Changba said to his little sister, he was so angry that he couldn't breathe and was so angry that he couldn't urinate. He was angrier than even his little sister. Changba was so bad. Not only did he make him look like this bear, but he also abused his little sister. He was seething with anger, his hands gripping the sheets in a death grip. With a sudden hideous smile, both eyes exploded, both legs stumped, and his body didn't move. The face was waxy and very scary. He was pissed off alive. In the moment his soul wandered. He swore darkly, Changba, you wait. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. The patient is dying. The patient is dying. The nurse standing guard was so frightened that she screamed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hui and Wei Ying both rushed into the ward to check. Everyone else went into the hospital room to check it out. The ward was 30 square meters, and it still seemed a little empty when they all walked in. Call a doctor. Call a doctor. They were shocked when they took a look at Wei Jian's dead face and rushed to call the chief physician. In less than a minute, a middle-aged doctor with gray hair, grasping a stethoscope, walked into the hospital room to check on the situation. After listening to the heart again, taking his pulse, and looking at the instruments, he finally sighed. The patient is embarrassed. Prepare the aftermath. Cheng Hui shook his head hopelessly. If it's awkward, it's awkward. We've all done our best. We can only listen to God. Wei Ying didn't cry. Seeing the expression on her brother's face, and seeing his hands, she knew he was angry. Being angry with Changba alive. Now that she had nothing to worry about, she lowered her head and slowly walked towards Changba. There was an extra sharp knife in his hand. The unnoticed sharp knife. Cold light. Instead of using poison, she uses a knife. Only with a knife. Only cut him alive. It's the only way to quench the hate in your heart. This time, God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. People aren't dead yet, Changba suddenly said. I can save it back. The crowd was alarmed. Wei Ying was about to rush to Changba's heels, but he couldn't help but violently retract his footsteps. And save it? All out of the way. Changba walked towards the hospital bed and pushed Wei Ying out of the way. Stand aside for a moment. Who are you scaring with a knife hidden in your hand? Wei Shadow stumbled as he was pushed and had to stand to the side, scrambling to put away his sharp knife. She wanted to see how Changba could be saved, and the head existed on his neck for the time being. Changba, can you do it? People are getting cold. Xia Yifu didn't believe it was possible to raise the dead and pulled Changba. The last time he saved Long Yimin, it was when Long Yimin had just breathed her last. Wei Jian, on the other hand, has been dead for a long time, and looks like he's finished reincarnating. How will you know if you don't try? Suyueho pulled away Xia Yifu's hand. I believe in miracles. Changba, try it. Su Yueji nodded repeatedly and also urged. Changba, try it. Hurry up. Mr. Chang, leave him alone. A man's bellowing voice suddenly came from the doorway of the room. Traitors like this deserve to die. Changba twisted his head. Everyone else turned their heads. Long Ji Dome. Standing in front of the door was the boss of the Long group, Long Ji Dome. He was followed by his daughter, Long Emin, and 2 bodyguards. They all glared at Wei Jian in the hospital bed with a bone-deep hatred. Who are you calling a traitor? Wei Ying was furious. You are thin-skinned and have lost the hearts of the people. My brother had to do that. With a single movement of his body, he pounced on Long Ji Dome. The figure was as fast as a white whirlwind. With Changba, she could endure. She didn't need to hold back against Long Ji Dome's people. And Long Jiqiong's 2 bodyguards moved fast, standing in front of Long Jiqiong and stopping Wei Ying. Wei Shadow, Cheng Hui bellowed, come back. If you want your brother to have a whole body, you come back. Wei Ying dared not disobey. Her brother had died a cowardly death and never again had a whole body, and she couldn't face her parents' gravestones. Mr. Long, I was waiting for you. Cheng Hui walked towards Long Jiqiong and nodded at him, then gave Long Yimin a curt smile. Yimin, you're here too. Come in. Long Yimin didn't say anything and didn't walk into the hospital room, but looked at Long Jiqiong. Long Jidong observed up Wei Jian and asked, how is he now? Wei Jian is no longer breathing and has no heartbeat. Cheng Hui sighed. The doctor has done his best. There's nothing a divine doctor can do in this world. Long Jidong saw that Wei Jian had become a dead man. Then he was completely relieved and nodded at Changba, laughing. Mr. Chang, save the people then. Hold on tight, and you might even be able to bring the dead back to life. Changba glanced at Long Jiqiong's gloating face and smiled coldly as he walked over to the hospital bed to check on Wei Jian's condition. Taking one of his hands, he saw the blackness. Is my brother still saved? Wei Ying asked urgently. Changba reached out and patted Wei Jian's waxen faceplate once. His tone light. When I say he's saved, he's saved. When I say he's not saved, he's not saved. Flutter. Wei Ying suddenly knelt down on both knees and begged. I beg Mr. Chang to save my brother's life. A great kindness that will last forever. At this moment, she no longer had that killer-like coldness, but was in tears and wagging her tail. Changba, get a hold of yourself. It'll be hard for you to bring the dead back to life if the person sticks up. Su Yueji was so anxious that she was drenched in fragrant sweat, and she couldn't wait to pull Changba's hand to save Wei Jian. Changba nodded and held out a hand to Wei Ying. Give me your little knife. Wei Shadow froze and panicked, pulling out a small knife that shone silver and sharpened iron. She had 2 small knives on her, one poisonous and one non-poisonous. This one was non-toxic, but the light of the blade still stung. Chapter 58, For Beauties, All Mine. Changba took the small knife, grabbed Wei Jian's hand, and made a deep cut into his palm. At that moment, an ebony black blood gushed out. He grabbed his other hand and crossed it as well. Another jet black blood gushed out. The blood gave off a fishy, pungent odor like that of a dead fish. After Suyu evening, Xia Yifu and Suyuqi smelled it. They all covered their noses and took a step back. As Su Yuehong opened her handbag and took out her mask, they all put on their masks. Xia Yifu took an extra one, opened it, and put it on Changba's face. Fu, you blinded me, Changba reminded gently. Oh, sorry little brother, didn't see it. Xia Yifu hurriedly pulled down a bit. Ah, Wei Jian suddenly yelled and snapped his eyes open. Palm, ouch, ah, ouch. Who the hell scratched my hand? 2 deep cuts in the palm of my hand. Blood running down my face. Of course it hurt. Wake up? Back from the dead? 2 cuts and people come back to life? Oh my god. How did this happen? No way. Would it be so God? The crowd was alarmed. It's all unbelievable. Both glared at Changba. Wei Ying, in particular, simply couldn't believe the reality in front of him and froze. Little sister, quickly help me stop the bleeding. Wei Jian yelled at Wei Ying. Wei Ying then froze and threw her arms around Wei Jian, crying out. She thought her brother was hopeless. Who would have thought that after 3 minutes of death, he would miraculously come back to life? Seeing that his palm was still bleeding, he cried as he took the gauze and bandaged him. At this point, as excited as Wei Ying, there were also the Suyu Evening Sisters and Xia Yifu. Once again, they witnessed Changba's incredible medical skills, and they hugged and hugged him, touching his face and pulling his ears, rare as they were. It's divine. God is in and God is out. You say Changba is a doctor, right? He doesn't have any certificates in medicine. He hasn't even studied medicine for a day or learned any medical skills. But then he'll be able to raise the dead with his wonderful hands. It will be able to do what other doctors can't. Do you say you're convinced? Just ask if you're convinced. Oh, this guy makes people love him by that. Changba, from now on, you'll be my family doctor. And you'll be paid $1 million a month. Suyuichi put his arm around Changba's shoulders and said with a smile, Little brother, tomorrow let's enroll in the medical exams and try to get a physician's license and then a license to practice medicine. Then we'll be able to see patients in name only. Xia Yifu touched Changba's face with one hand and grabbed his ear with the other, persuading him in a persuasive manner. Suyueho even wrapped her arms around Changba's neck and said warmly, Changba, in the past, I often misunderstood you, and I often lost my temper with you. That was all my fault. In the future, you'll see how I, Instructor Su, behave, okay? Changba hemmed and hawed, reaching out to touch her muzzle. Sister Evening, I just wanted to hear you say that to me. Suyu Evening is even more full of tenderness. Well, wait to leave here. Just as he said that, an angry shout came from the side. Wait for nothing. Do it. They were startled and turned their heads at the same time. It's Long Ji Dome. Both eyes were red and livid. Turns out he couldn't accept the reality that Wei Jian had risen from the dead and was ranting at the 2 bodyguards. Do it now. The 2 bodyguards had already prepared themselves, waiting for an order from their master. Before Long Ji Dome's voice fell, they had already leaped out and attacked Wei Jian directly, killing. Only just a meter or so after rushing out, they stopped almost simultaneously and bellowed in unison. No good. They felt dizzy and their eyes were wandering. As they stopped, they felt their legs go weak and they couldn't help but stagger, like a drunk. What's wrong with you guys? Long Ji Dome stared at them angrily, extremely dissatisfied, and was about to urge them loudly when he suddenly yelled and cradled his head. He didn't know what was going on, but suddenly he felt dizzy and shaky. Dad! Long Yimin rushed to assist him. What's wrong with you? Long Ji Dome reached out with both hands and slapped his head heavily. I don't know what's going on. Dizziness. Headache. With those words, Long Yimin also felt dizzy and had to hold onto the wall beside her. Realizing something bad was happening, she turned her pleading eyes to Changba. Buster, I'm dizzy. Come on. In this moment, her first thought was of Changba. Changba stood still, because he has seen the problems around him. Things have changed. Not only Long Jiqiong and Long Yimin, they, Suyu Evening, Xia Yifu and Suyuchi also felt dizzy. If they hadn't been relying on him one by one, they would have croaked to the ground. Poisoned. They've all been poisoned. Noticing the smug sneer surfacing on Cheng Hui and Wei Ying's faces, he understood and assisted them to sit on the sofa one by one, while sitting down as well, pretending to be poisoned. Wei Ying, now that your brother has been saved, these 4 beauties have all become mine. We are a win-win situation. Cheng Hui's eyebrows fluttered, casting his greedy eyes undisguisedly towards Long Yimin, Suyu Evening Sisters and Xia Yifu. In my mind, you guys are the 4 beauties of Magic City. He, today you will all be mine. Ha. Cool. Win-win? Wei Shadow sneered, grasping a sharp knife and taking a step towards Changba. We can't call it a win-win situation if we don't take out Changba. Changba feigned fear and leaned back. Wei Ying, I saved your brother, and you said you would repay me for saving your life. Wei Ying laughed. You believe in lying to ghosts? I believe. Then you'll become a ghost. Wei Shadow walked up to Changba and flashed his knife. It was a vicious stab directly at his stomach. Lightning General. As a result of her exertion, she flopped down on top of him. Both eyes exploded with a ferocious look, and his hands lashed out again and again. Pull it out, stab it in, pull it out again and stab it in. With each stab, she bellowed angrily. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Finally unable to stab anymore, she turned around and sat next to Changba, panting with her eyes closed. The knife was no longer visible in his hand, only the shocking blood. Changba, Little brother, Changba, Ba, Pa, Suyu evening, Xia Ifu, Suyuchi and Long Yimin, seeing the scene in front of them, all had hearts like knives and tears in their eyes. They didn't expect Changba to die in this way, and died on their watch, and they just watched, unable to do anything about it. It was important to realize that in their minds, Changba was an unresolved existence. They felt like the sky was falling and they were all limp and sobbing. Little brother, how can you leave me when you haven't even really started college? How can you leave me behind? Xia Yifu bawled. Once you're gone, what's the point of me working at the university? Back home, how can I explain to your parents? Changba, aren't you a godlike being? How did you die so soon? Suyuchi also cried. You promised to be my family doctor. Why are you such a broken promise? Brother Ba, you said you wanted to be our dragon family's son-in-law. You know, I've been preparing for this moment at any time. Long Yimin cried into tears. Now that you're gone, then what am I waiting for? What's the point of me living? Changba, you big asshole. You. Suyu Evening cried and cursed at the same time. Didn't you wait for me to say I love you? Why did you leave before I could say it? You don't count your words. Are you a man? Crying with all his might, he crawled towards Changba little by little. Chapter 59, Mission accomplished. Rewards come too fierce. The poisoned people couldn't move, but Suyu Evening didn't know where the strength came from, and even crawled to Changba's side little by little. Grabbing his pants again, he crawled bit by bit up his legs, then grabbed his shirt and crawled back up his chest. The room fell silent as the others watched with wide eyes, including Cheng Hui and Wei Jian. Changba, I know you won't die. Wake up for me. Do you hear me? Suyu Evening came up for air, trembling and reaching out her hands, holding his face, crying with tears. Changba, I was wrong. I shouldn't be so capricious. In fact, I wanted to say I love you a long time ago. Seeing that Changba didn't react at all, she wailed and cried. After a long moment of crying, she came up to her lips and kissed him on the mouth, crying again. Changba, open your eyes. Please look at me. Look at your late sister. Changba, didn't you want to hear me speak? Now I'll say it to you. I love you. I really love you. I love you for 10,000 years. Actually, I fell in love with you the day you touched my face during military training. I don't know why, but the moment you touched me, I had a feeling there was going to be so much more to come between us. Changba, why did you leave me so early when we had many stories to tell each other? Please, bring me back to life. You can help bring other people back from the dead, so why can't you do it for yourself? Please, come alive and stay with me and your late sister. Weeping with grief and tears, he slowly went limp against his chest. Unbeknownst to her, 2 lines of hot tears poured down Changba's face. Changba could have cried out if he didn't have superb control. It turned out that Suyu Han loved him. It turned out that Suyu Evening was a weak woman beside him, a little girl waiting for him to take care of her. She was no longer his instructor, but the love of his life who loved and adored him the most. At this very moment, he wanted to hug her hard. He wanted to kiss her hard. He wanted to tell her that he was alive and that he would give her everything she wanted. But, he'll have to wait a while. He would give her an explanation when what needed to be dealt with was done. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Finally completing the mission. Congratulations to the host. Successful completion of the mission. Congratulations to the host. For over-delivering. Reward Thompson 9. A Riverview house. Awarded a Lamborghini. A limited edition Bentley. A Patek Philippe. White gold chronometer. Changba nodded silently, satisfied in his heart. Mission accomplished. The rewards came too hard. System, I'm not calling you a dog system anymore. Congratulations to the host. You also get a chance to draw a prize. A hospital. A kindergarten. An island. A coffee shop. A foot wash. A KTV. The above 6. The host can draw a prize. Whichever one is drawn, the right to manage it belongs to the host. And a raffle? Hold on. I'll draw again when I've taken care of things here. Received. Please continue to play dead. Seeing that Suyu Evening was about to faint from crying, Xia Ifu, Suyuchi and Long Yimin once again burst into tears, like a deceased mother. Shut up, all of you. Cheng Hui became furious and kicked the trash basket away. Now that Changba was dead and quiet, it was surprising that they, the 4 beauties, were still crying out for him and pining for him. A dead man is that good? Is a dead man so worthy of their attachment and pain? Outrageous. He was more handsome, richer and better at pretending compared to Changba, but they were surprisingly not interested in him at all. He just couldn't figure out what it was all about. Now the heavens are dead and the yellow sky is in power. Changba was dead, so he, Cheng Hui, was the master. Spring nights are short, and this precious time must not be wasted. Seeing that they quieted down one by one and wiped up their tears, he smiled lewdly and walked towards Xia Ifu step by step. Ms. Xia, aren't you Changba's sister? Now I'll check you first. Oh, this face, This body, it's mesmerizing me. Xiaifu was horrified and scrambled to shrink back, but her whole body was so weak that she couldn't move her body at all. Chang Hui. Suyuchi used all her strength to protect Xiaifu behind her. Have you thought about the consequences when you do this? Consequences? Cheng Hui shook his head proudly and laughed. You came to the ward. Suddenly fainted. The cause of the disease could not be found out. You Su family will suspect me? Even if you suspect me, what can you do to me? Even so, what about Mr. Long? Suyuichi looked at Long Jidao. He is not afraid of offending the Su family, and he is still not afraid of offending the Long family? Ha 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 ha. Cheng Hui walked to Long Jiqiong's side and directly kicked him in the face. Now this person is not even as good as a dog in my eyes. Long Jidong's mouth and nose bled as he said angrily, Chang Xiao, I've always respected you, and you're actually treating me like this. Bah! Cheng Hui spat in Long Jiqiong's face. If it wasn't for the sake of your daughter, I would have taken care of you. Last time you slapped me, I was thinking of getting you killed. Now who the real boss of your Long family is, you know best in your heart. He can't wait for you to hurry up and die. At these words, Long Jidong twisted his head to look at Wei Jian and slowly dropped his head, unable to say a word. Cheng Hui was right just now. He knew in his heart who bribed Wei Jian. Now that he was trapped here, it was hard enough to get out. Thinking that his son had not fully recovered, thinking that the Longhu piece of land had not yet been developed, he sobbed silently in grief. You cry hammer. You're ing to blame. Wei Jian slowly sat up and glared at Long Jiqiong. After sleeping for 2 days, he woke up suddenly. His head was a little dizzy, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. He looked at Cheng Hui and added, Chang Xiao, I've already helped him get the turf of Dragon Lake. Shouldn't it fall into your hands now? Oh, I'd almost forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Cheng Hui walked over to the bedside cabinet, pulled open a drawer, took out 2 copies of the contract, along with a fountain pen, and threw it towards Long Jiqiong's side. Long Jiqiong, sign it, and after you sign it, that piece of land is mine. In order to get that piece of land, Long Jidong put in a tremendous amount of effort. In the past, whoever dared to compete for the Dragon Lake, he would fight him to the death. But at this moment, shivering, he picked up the pen and tremblingly signed his name. He knew very well that if he didn't sign this word, his and his daughter's safety would be a small matter, and Cheng Hui would definitely make his youngest son's life worse than death. For the sake of his youngest son, for the sake of his last hope, he had to bow down. Mr. Long, you didn't think, did you, that you would also have today? Wei Jian waddled over to Long Jiqiong's side, stooped down to pick up the contract book, and condescendingly scorned him. I know what's in your heart. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements for your son. At the mention of his son, Long Jiqiong trembled and raised his head, looking at Wei Jian with pleading eyes. Wei Jian enjoyed the moment very much. Oh, your son likes girls at a young age. How about I perform an operation on him and tell him to become a woman? Chapter 60 Drowning in the Saliva of a Beautiful Woman. Vile and shameless. Long Jiqiong roared and used all his strength to get up violently, to pounce on Wei Jian and die with him. His son was his lifeblood, and spoiling his son was more painful than killing him. But just as he got up, he was kicked down by Wei Jian. Just wait, I'll pop your son's balls for you to savor. Pust. Long Jidong spat out blood from his mouth. His eyes went black, and he fell limp on the ground. With his son wasted, it's all over for him. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Long Jidong limp on the ground and urinating, Cheng Hui laughed with his head held high. Laughing, he turned his head to Wei Ying, who was still panting with her eyes closed, and said, Little sister, you've rested almost enough. First collect Changba's corpse, then settle Long Jiqiong. Looking to Changba, he gritted his teeth again and said, Isn't Changba powerful? Tell him to break his body into pieces. Tell him that he can't even reincarnate. Wei Shadow was half lying on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed, not moving. Your little sister is tired. Let her rest for a while. This is my place. Nothing will happen. Cheng Hui once again walked towards Xiaifu. Anyway, I'll duo on Changba's neighboring sister first. Walking over to her, he reached out, lifted her chin and asked with a lecherous smile, Sister Xie, what do you think? Xiaifu was so angry that she was trembling, but her body couldn't exert any force, so she could only watch Cheng Hui do whatever he wanted. Come on, let's go to the inside bedroom. Cheng Hui bent down and stretched out his hands, ready to pick up Xiaifu. Just then, a man's voice came out very abruptly from the side. So want me to help? Cheng Hui was startled and ejected to his feet. Long Jidong raised his head, both eyes round. Xiaifu, Su Yueqi, and Long Yamin were also startled and turned their heads violently. Su Yaya Evening even jerked her head up and tilted her face to observe Changba. Holy! Upon hearing this, Wei Jian quickly turned around, his hairs standing up in fear. That voice is all too familiar. Until then, they all thought about never hearing his voice again. They were all extremely shocked to realize that it was him. Frequent fighter. He sat on the couch and actually moved. First, the heads up. Then open your eyes. Then proceed to straighten up. And then proceed to stretch. And laughed at the end. A big smile and flashing incisors. Looking around the room, he nodded at a couple of beautiful women. Then he lowered his head, cupped Su Yueho's wet little face and smiled charmingly at her. Evening, sister. You love me so much. I am greatly touched and alive again. Reaching out a hand, he wiped up her teary eyes. Don't ever do that again. I can't stand it. Asterisk 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 you play dead. Ha ha. Su Yu Evening was overjoyed and fought her way up, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing up his lips. Kissing. Once again. Tears flowed. Changba, I love you. I really love you. I love you too. It was at this moment that they kissed, kissing sweetly together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission once again. Congratulations to the host for another successful completion of the mission. Congratulations to the host, once again exceeding his quest. Reward a set of Su Shur paintings. 2 8-sided flat quarters with blue and white porcelain birds and flowers. Rewarded with a gilt bronze sitting statue of Siddhartha Gautama. Changba embraced and kissed his beloved beauty and collected the prize. His mouth was fragrant and his heart was happy. Don't mention how cool it is. It was 3 minutes before they stopped panting. Su Yu Evening asked, Changba, aren't we all poisoned? I feel drained right now. How come you don't seem to be affected? What do you say? Changba pinched her cheeks. Who's your boyfriend? Patting her on the shoulder and letting her rest on the couch, he slowly stood up and looked over at Wei Jian. Aren't you dead? Wei Jian took 2 steps back and stammered as he asked. After asking this, he felt like a man himself. The man is standing right in front of him with a big smile on his face and he's going to die? Your father is dead. Changba walked towards Wei Jian. Wei Jian was so scared that he backed up, slipped on his feet, and sat down on the floor with a thud, twisting his body to get inside the hospital bed. Changba shook his head and walked towards the dazed Cheng Hui again. So who do you want to gun? Talking to you. Do not know to answer. Cheng Hui remained dumbfounded. Until now, he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. His mouth was wide open and he forgot to breathe. Just now, he was clearly poisoned by Wei Ying and stabbed several times by her. So how could he be resurrected? 10 lives wouldn't be enough for that. And we Shadow, how come your eyes are closed all the time? Medieval? Hey! Changba walked towards Cheng Hui. Why are you dumb? Is it because you can't figure out that I was stabbed? A small knife was lit up in his hand. I had already grabbed it in my hand when Wei Shadow did it just now. Those last few stabs, I grabbed her hand and stabbed her. Shrugging his shoulders at Cheng Hui. Got it? Cheng Hui didn't understand. Even if Changba was correct, then what happened when Wei Ying passed out? That doesn't make sense. With Wei Shadow's ability, he wasn't so passive. At this point, not to mention Cheng Hui couldn't figure it out. Su Yuehong and the girls couldn't figure it out either. Why is that? But, to them, it no longer mattered if they wanted to understand or not. What mattered was that Changba was still alive. Also awesome to be alive. Chang Xiao, he's just pretending. Wei Jian suddenly thought of something. Grasping the hospital bedside help and struggling to climb up. A few hints of triumph emerged on his face that had been terrified just a moment ago. He's already been poisoned. He can't bounce for long. Oh, Changba turned around and looked at Wei Jian. I saved you just now, and you're so envious of me? What did you just say? Giving Long Yimin's little brother a sex change operation? And exploding his balls? Wei Jian laughed harshly. Changba, don't pretend. You've been poisoned the most. You'll have to die whoever doesn't die today. Cheng Hui also laughed sardonically. Makes sense. I think he's just coming back now. Hearing this, Su Yu Evening and their 4 beauties all looked towards Changba, once again on edge. Is Changba really a comeback? Back to the light? Changba walked up to Cheng Hui and slapped him to the ground. Old me is now red and glowing. And you're saying that I'm returning to the light? I'll shine on your mother. Cheng Hui scrambled and crawled towards a corner, wiping the blood from his mouth and sneering. A flashback is a flashback. Don't talk tough. Hades told you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep you until the 5th night? Good. Changba couldn't help but laugh. Let's put it this way. I'll detoxify them first. 100 poisons plus 10. Now he's going to try it. He walked towards Su Yueho without hesitation. It was his favorite person and certainly his first choice. Mr. Chang. Long Zhidong fought his way forward, crawling like a maggot, and wrapped his arms around Changba's ankle. Detox me first. I'll give you a sweet. Give me a sweet? Finishing touches? Changba wanted to laugh. I need your sweet now? Yes. Ocean View Villa. Finally furnished. Get out of here. Changba kicked away Long Zhiqiong and sat down on the sofa, sitting next to Su Yu Evening and wrapping his arm around her shoulder too. Being his favorite woman, of course it came first. Chapter 61, Suddenly Out of Control Big Sister. Unbelievably crazy. As Changba murmured and whispered, and as he pretended to rub the back of Su Yueho's head, Su Yueho suddenly felt a boost in spirit. Stand up and take a couple steps. Changba stood up first and took her hand. Su Yu Evening was half convinced and stared at Changba, not daring to stand up for a while. A moment ago you were dizzy, couldn't hold your head straight, gave the impression that you were dying, and now you can stand up and walk? She also gritted her teeth and stood up, encouraged by Changba. At this stop, she couldn't help but be filled with surprise. After 2 steps, she was even more excited and jumped up. That's cheering. Changba walked over to Xiaifu and did as he was told. Before long, Xiaifu was also moving freely. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Changba and kissed his forehead, like a chicken pecking for food. He kissed non-stop, causing Su Yu Evening to become jealous. Sister Fu, stop kissing. I'm drowning in the saliva of a beautiful woman. Changba couldn't stop laughing. Mr. Xia, take a break. Su Yu Evening pushed Xiaifu away and pulled Changba towards Su Yu Chi. Quickly save my sister. Changba walked over to Su Yu Chi and grabbed her arm, pulling her up. Another pat on the back of the head and another on the little cheeks. In a short while, Su Yu Chi was clear and his limbs were flexible. She was also excited and wanted to hug Changba and pick him up. But as a big sister, she controlled her emotions. She didn't want to be laughed at. Save Long Emin. Su Unite and Xia Ifu simultaneously helped Long Emin up. Long Emin looked at Long Jichong with tearful eyes. Don't. Save my father first. One by one, Changba saved Long Emin first, and only then next to Long Jichong. In less than 5 minutes before and after, several people had turned around and were alive and well. When Wei Jian and Cheng Hui saw this, they were horrified, and they both fell back on their feet. They had thought that Changba could not protect himself and could not cure Wei Ying's poison at all, because Wei Ying's poison is a strange poison. Without extremely profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and extremely superior antidote ability, it is simply not possible to cure this kind of poison. But not only did Changba save himself, but he also easily undid it. Surprised? Surprised? Changba walked towards Wei Jian and Cheng Hui. Both of you, it's time for us to talk next, isn't it? Puff. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope, Wei Jian is now afraid of Changba harmed to death. Unable to stop his legs from shaking, he dropped to both knees and knelt before him. Brother Ba, I'm just a dog. Spare me a dog's life, okay? Changba's face was expressionless. In my eyes, you're not as good as a dog. Then you treat me like a fart and let go. You're not as good as. Then you treat me like garbage and throw me away. Speaking of this, Wei Jian suddenly popped out his arms and wrapped them around Changba's legs in a deadly grip as he rushed at Cheng Hui and bellowed. Chang Xiao, you'd better go. Cheng Hui turned and ran. Run as fast as you can and lose a shoe. Want to go? Changba will not let him go. Cheng Hui wanted to harm him, but he could not tolerate the idea of possessing the 4 beauties. He kicked Wei Jian and watched Cheng Hui run outside. The faster you run, the more you tell him to plant. He was about to be hypnotized when a beautiful woman suddenly sprang up next to him and wrapped her arms around him, almost cradled him in his arms due to the high scampering. 2 long legs were still riding up to his waist. Changba was hugged tightly, and all of a sudden, the fragrant jade filled his arms, all to be intoxicated. But this is not the way to go on. Just don't care about Cheng Hui. He has to care about himself, because one can't even breathe anymore. It's killing me to snuggle like this. He grabbed the other man's arm and pulled it down hard, pushing his shoulder away again. One look and I realized who it was. Su Moonlight. He thought that the woman who was so excited must be Su Yu Evening, but not her. It was actually the big sister, the future sister-in-law. His head short-circuited for a moment. This should not be Su Yueji is a big sister should not be so casual Besides, she should be more ruthless. Cheng Hui. Why did she suddenly put her arm around me and disturb my concentration? Sis, get down here. Su Yeye grabbed her sister's arm and just yanked down hard. Not Changba's girlfriend and possibly his sister-in-law in the future. Is it decent to hug him like this now? Get down here. Xia Yifu pulled Su Yueqi up as well. Her movements were impolite. As the big sister of the Su group, she actually made this kind of move in front of everyone's eyes. Too crazy to be true. It really called for a big fall. Hugging or not hugging, but also hugging so much that your chest is deformed. Shame on you. As for Long Yimin, she just smiled and glanced at Changba, assisted Long Jiqiong, and walked towards the door of the room. Hold your horses. I'll get the contract. Long Jidong turned around, looking for the contract he had just signed for the concession of the Long Lake land. Dad, Long Yimin tugged on his arm. Forget it, don't fight over that piece of land. We already have enough money to spend. We and our brother are fine. That's all. Why do we have to be insatiable? Long Jidong froze for a moment and released a smile as if he suddenly realized. Mean, you're right. With you and your little brother, I should be content. Let's go. Let's go home. Live and let live. It's good for a family to live and let live. Long Emin breathed a sigh of relief and guffawed as she took her dad's hand and headed for the door. As he walked, he looked back at Changba. Brother Ba, we're leaving first. See you tomorrow. Changba was still haunted by Suyuichi and could barely hear Long Emin's voice. Although his head was freed, his hands had been grasped by Suyueji. He just couldn't figure it out today. What was wrong with Big Sister Su today? Was she too excited? Or was she mentally stimulated? Don't be like this, Big Sister. Your brother-in-law can't stand it. As a big sister, it's not like you to be flirty like that. Sis, Suyu Evening glared at Suyuchi, all ready to get angry. What are you doing? Suyuichi observed the door of the room with a glance and waited for Long Jichong's father and daughter to disappear before getting off Changba with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I was just so excited. Changba took off then, striding to the door of the hospital room. Where was Cheng Hui still in the corridor? Chang Xiao, you can't run away from the monk. Changba knew in his heart that if this person was not removed, he and the four beauties would have no peace. At this point, Suyuichi walked towards Wei Jian, his eyes averted. Wei Jian, you deserve to die. Wei Jian was so scared that he held his head and went under the hospital bed. Changba twisted his head to sweep underneath the hospital bed and smiled coldly. With this kind of person, it's a waste of time to look at him more than once. Sleep, permanently. Changba glanced at Wei Jian and then at Wei Ying. As he murmured and whispered, the siblings fell into a complete sleep. They will never open their eyes again, never see the light again. Sis, don't mind them. Let's go. Suyu Evening took Suyuchi's hand, took Changba's hand, and nodded at Xiaifu again. Walking towards the door of the room, the three beautiful women flanked Changba and walked towards the elevator with a smile and a laugh. Each one of them was flamboyant, smiling and brilliant. 13 minutes later, they returned to Mordor University in a special car. Changba had the raffle in mind and was very much looking forward to the results of the raffle, secretly saying, System, I'm raffling now. Ding, copy that. A hospital, a kindergarten, an island, a coffee shop, a foot wash, a KTV, the above 6. The host can draw a prize. Whichever one is drawn, the right to manage it belongs to the host, so please do your relevant duty. Chapter 62, Only Envy and Revenge. Only God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. No problem. Start the raffle. The big colorful carousel in Changba's mind began to spin rapidly. He muttered in his mind, it better be an island and I'm going to be the islander. Stop. The big wheel stops spinning and the needle points to the top option, kindergarten. How is a kindergarten? What's the point of policing a bunch of kids? Changba shook his head. Congratulations to the host, Hershey's host. The kindergarten is the Genius Kindergarten affiliated with Mundo University, west of Mundo University. This is a private kindergarten, and the host will be the director from now on. If the number of children does not decrease in January, the mission is accomplished. Changba's head was big. What kind of kindergarten director is that when you're in college? We still have to finish the job, but having already claimed his reward, it was incumbent upon him to complete the task. Maybe there's a windfall. Well, then, I'll be the kindergarten director. Holding back. It's suffocating. Cheng Hui took an SUV and returned to Cheng's headquarters building, feeling hot as hell on the way. At this moment, he all but wanted to grab someone and break him into pieces with his own hands. According to his plan, he could easily get the beauty of his dreams this morning. But in the end, the basket is empty. Not to mention that it is also a wretched escape. Frequent fighter. All thanks to Changba. The thought of this man made him want to kill him by 1,000 cuts. The death of 1,000 cuts is not enough to relieve his hatred, but he should be subjected to palace punishment, fire punishment, and water punishment, so that he may live as if he were dead, and struggle in the 18 layers of hell for all eternity. This anger must be taken out. He smoked a muffled cigarette, suddenly thought of one person, crushed the cigarette, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message to Su Yueji. Sent out a few in a row. We teamed up and used Changba to show Wei Jian. The plan is to help Wei Jian awaken, help you get the Long Lake land, and plans to help me get Eminence Long and Ifu Xie. Are you happy with the results now? Are you satisfied? Suyuchi sat on the passenger seat of the car, letting her little sister and Xie Ifu accompany Changba on the back seat. Doing so was ostensibly a sign of respect for Changba and Xie Ifu, but in reality, she was doing it for the convenience of receiving news. Hearing her cell phone ring, she quietly glanced behind her out of the corner of her eye, seeing her little sister and Xie Ifu laughing and joking with Changba, with their eyes out the window. She opened her cell phone and checked the messages she had received. Reading them one by one, she frowned. She could understand Cheng Hui's anger. Long Jidong was forced by Cheng Hui to sign the contract to cede the Longmu land, which is now in her hands. She plans to buy the land from Cheng Hui again at a low price. It's safe to say she's halfway there, and although Chang Hui had gotten the Dragon Lake turf, he had gotten nothing for him. She makes a reply, when you transfer the Longhu land to me, I will help you get Long Yimin and Xia Yifu. After sending the message, she quietly peered back one more time. A minute later, a reply was received. If you don't help me get M and Yifu, I won't cede the Dragon Lake land to you, and Changba must die. Damn! Su Yueqi's silver teeth clenched as a murderous aura erupted from her eyes. She knew very well that if she didn't agree to Cheng Hui, then he would tell Changba about their secret collaboration. At that point, she'll be on her back and festering. With that in mind, she responded once again, no problem. Sending messages, she deleted them all, while then quietly observing a glance at Changba, who was talking and laughing in the background. Changba, you saved my life. I should be grateful, but for the sake of Longhu, I have no choice but to return the favor. Only God stops God, Buddha stops Buddha. To celebrate the morning's catastrophe, Changba and the gang had a nice lunch at a 5-star restaurant. They also drank 2 pounds of Mao Tai. The three beauties all drank their cheeks red, 1,000 times more beautiful. Because of the heat, they had lunch and took a lunch break in a hotel booth. Standing bully a room, sitting on the end of the bed, with a cool breeze blowing, I turned on my cell phone and clicked on Tomato Fiction to read a novel, accompanied by a beautiful woman drinking wine, and then read a novel. The taste is beautiful. Reward. Keep rewarding authors. Quite a lot of system rewards this morning. No less. The Suyu evening sisters were in a room with Xia Yifu. Feeling sweaty, they took showers and washed the clothes they were wearing. The three beauties were draped in pajamas, lying on the same large bed and resting. One by one, they all had long snow-white legs, and the picture was quite tantalizing. Mr. Su, I have a pang of fear now when I think about it, Xia Yifu said. At that time, if Changbo was also poisoned, wouldn't I have been spoiled by that hypocrite Cheng Hui? If you are spoiled by Cheng Hui, I can even set off fireworks to celebrate now. Su Yuqi sneered in her heart and said with her mouth, Changshao is just so colorful and daring that he would do something like that. It's a good thing we all had a false alarm. Call me. We should have called the police before we left. Su Yu Evening was indignant when she remembered what happened in the hospital room. Su Yuqi sneered. What's the point of calling the police? Changshao fled. Wei Jianweiying and his siblings are so scared that they are now unconscious. Isn't that bad enough? While talking, Xia Yifu's cell phone rang. She saw that it was a co-worker named Shui Xiaomi calling and walked to a corner to answer the phone. After picking up a few sentences, I realized that Shui Xiaomi's daughter was attending the kindergarten affiliated with Magic City University, Genius Kindergarten, and this afternoon the kindergarten suddenly notified a parent-teacher conference. Shui Xiaomi had a temporary commitment and asked Xia Yifu to attend the parent-teacher conference in her place. Xia Yifu was close to Shui Xiaomi and immediately agreed. Okay, I know. I'll go over at 3. Taking the phone, he walked towards the bed and smiled. Mr. Su, when we go back to the university, please ask the driver to turn towards the Genius Kindergarten. I'll go to the kindergarten. No problem. Su Yueqi put on the blindfold and lay down to rest. Xia Yifu took a look at Su Yuqi, and then Su Yu Evening who had already laid down, and couldn't help but secretly marvel. The sisters were so well endowed, lying in their cicada-thin pajamas, both unapologetically sleeping beauties. She was a woman drooling as she watched, especially Su Yueji. It was a bit more voluptuous than her sister's figure, which was as beautiful as it was meaty and bony. It's just a shame that she's usually so cold and unapproachable that no man dares to come near her. Just such a cold flower. Should it be destroyed by old man time? What have you been looking at? Su Yueqi felt someone staring at her and peeled off her blindfold. Seeing that it was Xia Yifu, he asked coldly. Xia Yifu smiled and took a step back. Mr. Su, your body and skin are too good. I can't help but look at you more. Su Yu late fainted. Hurry up and rest for a while. After Xia Yifu laid down, she quietly observed Xia Yifu. She wondered if Xia Yifu had found something. Seeing that Xia Yifu quickly entered into dreamland, she only stopped being suspicious and slowly got up. Open the door to your room and observe the door to the room across the hall. Changbo was resting in the room across the hall, and she needed to see what he was doing at the moment. It was all because of Changba that this morning had turned out the way it did. To this person, she had to be defensive. Seeing that the door to the room was ajar, she observed the quiet corridor with a glance, tiptoed to the door, and little by little pushed open a crack. Through the doorway, Changba was seen lying on the bed, not taking a lunch break, but looking at his cell phone, letting out a hearty laugh every now and then. What's he looking at? So happy? Is it a novel? Just as she was about to close the door to her room, Changba spoke. Sister Chi, come sit over here. Su Yueqi was taken aback, his heart thumping. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Changba. Changba, I'll see if you're rested, so go to sleep. I'm in my pajamas. I can't get over there. Su Yueqi didn't dare to stay and turned around. about Cheng Hui and Wei Jian. I've poked around some important information, don't you want to know? Su Yueqi's heart rumbled and he violently closed his feet. Important news? What news? Could it be that Changba knows about my collaboration with Cheng Hui? Chapter 63, Big Sisters, Big hurts the culture. Su Yueqi didn't dare to think down, backed up to the door again, covering her mouth and making a soft response. Changba, wait until you're back at the university for anything. Changba was half lying on the bed, putting down his cell phone and looking towards the door of his room. Then forget it, and take care of yourself. Be good? Su Yueqi's heart rumbled again. How to be nice? Is this a warning? Ultimately, her heart was in the right place, and she pushed the door open and stepped into the room, closing it behind her in the process. Changba, why did you suddenly say that? We shared the same life and death in the morning, and were considered comrades in the trenches. Live and die together? Changba repeated those 4 words and smiled bashfully, pointing to the couch next to her and gesturing for her to sit down. When she sat down, he stopped talking and quietly used hypnosis. He needs to know the truth about something. When she narrowed her eyes and flopped down on the couch, he asked, why did you stop me when Cheng Hui escaped? It's because Cheng Hui and I agreed that we would deal with you and Long Jiqiong together. Why? I'm doing it to get the Longhu territory, and he's doing it to get Long Yimin and Xia Yifu. Changba sat up with a rumble. I can't imagine that Su Yuqi, this woman, has done this kind of collusion for the sake of Longhu. You know, while she was hurting him and Xia Yifu and Long Yimin, she was also hurting her little sister, Su Yu Evening, and he saved her time and time again, and she returned the favor. It's vile and vicious. Changba disgusted the woman for the first time. So what are you going to do next? Help Cheng Hui deal with you, and later help him get Long Yimin and Xia Yifu. Su Yueqi mumbled a low reply. Your little sister and I are already in a relationship. Have you thought about your little sister's feelings? I plan to divide you so that my little sister will hate you forever, and then she will always be on my side. Changba understood. This woman is ready to carry out her evil to the end. Well, then, if we're going to be divorced, we'll be divorced to the end. Changba stood up, walked over to the couch, picked up Su Yueqi, and placed her on the bed. Next, opened the door to the room, purposely leaving a gap. Then again, he lay down. Of course, he wouldn't touch her, but he was going to create an illusion. Time passes by. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yu Evening and Xia Yifu woke up. The dresses were dry. They brought the dresses and put them on. The two of them were like a pair of girlfriends, laughing and comparing figures, fat and thin. Hey, where's my sister? Seeing that there was none in the bedroom and none in the bathroom, Su Yuehuan picked up her cell phone and sent her a message. Think it went out. Should be back soon. Go get your boyfriend. Xia Yifu pulled Su Yuehuan up and left. Su Yeye laughed. Speaking of which, she and Changba hadn't settled down as boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but that deep kiss in the morning had confirmed their relationship. She also accepts and is satisfied with the relationship from the bottom of her heart. She thought about it and waited a while. She had to get Changba engaged to her. That way their relationship would be official. The two of them walked out of the room with a laugh, saw that the door of Changba's room was hidden, and knocked up the door. Hearing no movement, they gently pushed open the door to the room and walked in. One look at the beds surprised them. Su Yu Evening, in particular, was so shocked that she stepped back and covered her mouth in a panic. Surprisingly, there were Changba and her sister Su Yueqi lying on the bed. Both were in their pajamas, sound asleep. Needless to say, they slept together during nap time. Su Yuehong's hot tears came out of her eyes. She never dared to think that her sister would be lying here. She felt ashamed. She felt angry. She was shivering. She turned and ran back to the booth. How come? How? Xia Yifu's 2 eyes were rounded and panicked as she scrambled to follow Su Yueho. She would rather believe that Changba slept with a chicken in his arms than imagine him lying with an older sister. It's so out of character. It's outrageous. It's so demeaning. Instructor Su, calm down. Calm down. Walking into the room, Xia Yifu looked at Su Yue's anger and cried into tears. She put her arm around her shoulders to comfort. Now let's run through this and see how it happened. Su Yu Evening couldn't stop shaking her head, not listening to her continue. The more you talk about something like this, the more humiliating it becomes. She didn't want to hear it either. Instructor Su, no matter what, I dare say this one has nothing to do with my little brother. Xia Yifu stretched out a hand and raised it high as if swearing. In my analysis, it's that your sister drank too much, and in a moment of color from her guts, she drilled into her little brother's room to look for him. Su Yeye shook her head once again, quickly gathered her things, grabbed her handbag, and rushed to the door of her room. Instructor Su, Xia Yifu ran all the way, chased her to the door, and grabbed her hand. Are you thinking of just walking away? Su Yeye snapped her head around. What do you want to ask me to do? Expose them? What expose them? My little brother is a victim too. Xia Yifu was anxious. Didn't you notice just now? Their pajamas were fine, and there was no dirt on the floor next to them. That means there was no substantial interaction between them. Your sister did that to separate your relationship with my little brother. Su Yeye woke up to something at once. As he spoke, the door to the room next to him opened. Suyuchi walked out with a red face, and when she saw Suyu Evening, she stretched out her hands to cover her cheeks, and drilled into her room in extreme shame. Bromine is big. She couldn't figure out how things had happened with her and Changba, and had wanted to mess up her little sister's relationship with Changba. Now it's a good thing she's gotten herself into trouble explaining herself. Xia Yifu wrapped her arm around Su Yuehuan's shoulders and whispered, "See, she herself is guilty. If you walk away now, wouldn't that be right into her trap?" Suyu Evening clenched her silver teeth and kicked open the door of Changba's room and rushed in. Seeing that Changba was still asleep in bed with a grin on his face, she rushed forward and placed a slap on his chin. "I told you to smile. Get up." Changba actually woke up a long time ago, pretended to be startled and sat up violently. "Who? Little brother, do you sleep that much?" Xia Yifu pulled Su Yuehuang back and glared at Changba. "Someone came in and you didn't know?" Changba stretched and yawned. "I'm so tired from the morning. I was so sleepy just now. God knows who came in." Looking towards the frosty-faced Suyu Evening. "Sister Evening, what's wrong with you? Why are you angry again?" Suyu Evening looked at him with a confused face, thinking that he was innocent, and a little heartbroken. She looked at his faceplate and asked softly, "Does your face hurt?" "Face?" Changba touched his face. "I don't feel it." Su Yeyang puffed and laughed again. Xia Yifu laughed even more. "This guy, he's so thick-skinned." 10 minutes later, they walked out of the restaurant together and took a cab, rushing to Mordor University. As for Su Yueji, they didn't care. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they came to the front door of the Kindergarten Genius Kindergarten affiliated with Magic City University. "Here it is." Xia Yifu told the driver to stop the car. "Little brother, Instructor Su, you guys go back to school, I'll go to the kindergarten." Changba observed a glance at the kindergarten gate and asked, "It's Sunday, there are still people inside? I can't have a parent-teacher conference during work hours, so I've scheduled it for the weekend. I'm going over for a coworker for a parent-teacher conference, so you guys go." Xia Yifu opened the car door and got out. "I'm going too." Suyu Evening also opened the car door. "I want to find a job in this kindergarten. I heard that it just happens to be hiring inside, so go in and ask the leaders inside." "Get a job at the kindergarten?" Xia Yifu suspected that she had heard wrong. With Su Yuehong's qualifications, it would be easy to find a job at the university, so why did she go to the kindergarten? Seeing that she lowered her head without explanation, she stopped asking more questions. "You go back alone first." Suyu Evening got out of the car and made arrangements for Changba. Changba grinned. "Coincidentally, I'm the director of this kindergarten, so it won't take me a minute to arrange a job for you." Suyu Evening glared at him. "Changba, you're addicted to pretending, aren't you?" Xia Yifu also glared at him. "That's right, freshman year and you're a kindergarten director. Beautiful you." Chapter 64, Genius Kindergarten. "The director is here." Changba smiled without saying anything, paid the fare and got out of the car, and gestured at them, signaling that he would accompany them inside. Without further ado, the women picked up their parasols and walked to the security room on the side of the gate. The security guard came out of the security room, in his 50s, with gray hair and a cold face, and told them to show their papers. Xia Yifu showed his university teaching license and let in. Suyu Evening showed her college military training instructor card and let in as well. Changba, on the other hand, pulled out his university student ID and was denied. "This uncle, I'm going in to check on the work." Changba was polite. The old security guard sneered through his nose. "Who do you think you are? And you're going in to inspect the work? Stay away." Xia Yifu and Suyuein looked at the old security guard's insensitivity, and thought that there was nothing wrong with Changba going in, and said together, "Changba, just wait for us outside." Walking into kindergarten together, Changba shook his head and had to use hypnosis on the old guard. "Why don't you go yet?" The old security guard impatiently waved his hand at Changba, just waving his hand a little. His eyes drooped. Changba helped him sit down to rest in the security room and walked into the kindergarten with his hands behind his back. Not to mention, the kindergarten is quite small, with about 2 to 900 square meters. It contains 2 academic buildings, an office building, a complex, a dormitory building and a playground. It is dotted with several gardens and a variety of flowering trees, and is very scenic. While enjoying the view, a message came on my cell phone. It was someone who applied to add a friend. Remarks, Genius Shin, chairman of Genius Education Group. Changba was waiting for someone to contact him, and immediately went through his friends and left a message. "Yendong, this is Changba, Shin Genius, Headmaster Chang, I finally got in touch with you. The leaders above recommended you to be the headmaster a few days ago. Have you arrived at the kindergarten now? Changba, it's here. Genius Shin, okay, I'll go over there now and greet them personally. Changba smiled bashfully, no need, how big a deal. Shin Genius, no. The leader arranged it. I must be in place. Also I'll send you the details of the kindergarten. As for you, send me your ID number, 2-inch bare-headed photo and personal information so I can post an announcement on the school website. Changba, okay. Relevant information was sent over immediately. Genius Shin, I'll pull you into the work group, and you'll be better known as the gardener. Changba, roger that. Shortly afterward, he was pulled into the kindergarten work group. The name of his group was Frequent Home Visitors, which was then renamed Gardeners. Jin Genius posted a message to the group, colleagues, our gardener has joined our group, and now I'm giving him the group leader. So let's all applaud and welcome him. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The gardener finally arrived. It's been almost a month of waiting. Show us your face, Mr. Parks. Yeah, call us, we'll see if it's a boy or a girl. The head gardener is here. It's a big deal. Give out red envelopes. Colleagues responded positively and were very interested in the new gardener. Changba laughed and tapped his finger to initiate a red packet in the group. There are 66 co-workers inside the unit, and he sent 66 red envelopes in one breath, only to make his co-workers grab crazy. For a while, colleagues were even more excited about the new gardener. A lot of his co-workers sent in friend requests, and he went through them all. Ha ha, if it isn't Brother Ba, what wind blew your old man here? Suddenly there was a crisp, refreshing laugh from the side. Changba turned around to see that it was a beautiful woman in a wheelchair, none other than Su Huizi, the daughter of the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce. They'd met before at the hotel, gone through a fire together, and this beautiful woman in a wheelchair was faking it. Keiko, your child goes to kindergarten here? Blah, 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 I'm still a big girl, where am I going to get a child? Brother Changba, you're teasing me, aren't you? Su Huizi laughed and took out a bottle of mineral water that was half drunk and handed it to Changba. Changba took it, unscrewed it, smelled a peony fragrance, and took 2 sips. You work here? I'll call you right this time. I'm a teacher here. Su Huizi stretched out her fingers, crossed her orchid fingers, and smiled crookedly. I'm pinching myself. You're here to look for a job as a part-timer, aren't you? Yeah. Get a job while you go to college. That's fulfilling. Keiko, you work right here. How about doing me a favor? This is no problem. Su Huizi was looking for a deep friendship with Changba. Tell me, what do you want to do for work? Changba smiled. I want to be the head gardener. Seo Haija rolled her eyes straight up, her cute expression sweet as hell. Changba, I know you have some skills, but even if we have skills, we have to face reality. You can clean the cafeteria, do some sanitation, or help the teachers move things around, and so on. I can't even think about being the director of a kindergarten. Don't look at the kindergarten is not very big, the chairman of the Genius Education Group said. To be the director here must be a doctor, but also an education expert. Asterisk. Changba smacked his lips. I don't know until I say it, but it's a shock. That's just for our kindergarten. We now have 2 doctoral students, 10 master's students, and the rest are all undergraduates and all majoring in early childhood education. Su Huizi exclaimed, don't look at it as a kindergarten. The water is deep. Changba grinned and also sighed profusely. It does seem unusual to be a kindergarten director here. That's right. Go, push me and accompany you around. Su Huizi issued an invitation. Changba tapped her on the shoulder. Can't you walk? Don't say it. Seo Haija looked around in a panic. I had to. Everyone here thinks I'm paralyzed in both legs. Without another word, Changba pushed up his wheelchair and walked toward a green path to the north. The two walked and talked to each other. 12 minutes later, unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the office building. Egu, Director Jin sent me a message saying that the head gardener will be here this afternoon, and he's going to come over to greet him personally. Su Huizi held her cell phone, her expression a little flustered. Egu, the garden manager is here, and Director Jin is also coming. Once in 100 years my colleagues and I have to hurry to get ready to prepare. Ask Changba to turn himself, push up his own wheelchair and go. Keiko, it's just a gardener. What's the big deal? Changba grabbed the wheelchair. Listen to you. Su Huizi wiped the fragrant sweat on her face, her expression anxious. This garden manager must be a big shot, or else Director Yen wouldn't have come over personally. Turn around yourself. I have to hurry to get ready. Changba laughed. Big sister, the head gardener is standing right next to you. Changba, didn't that old guard keep you out? Su Yuehan walked out of the office building. Changba greeted him. Finally he let me in. How's your job search going? Su Yeyang's eyebrows tightened. I printed a copy of my resume and handed it in. The flat director in charge of the application said that the kindergarten is only short of 2 kindergarten teachers, but more than 20,000 people have already submitted their resumes. Asterisk 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 1 in a million. So much competition? Changba shook his head. Seems like it's just hard to find a good job these days. But, he changed the subject again. It's a nail in the coffin for you to stay here. You don't say. I won't trust my sister's connections. Suyu Evening's face was frosty when she mentioned her sister. I won't contact her, much less use her connections. She and her sister are done with the whole noon nap thing. Not with her connections, but with mine. Changba took the parasol in her hand and gave her an umbrella. One word from me and you can stay. Still pretending, aren't you? Chapter 65. Who are you? Bringing 2 women here to mess around. Suyu Nui clenched her silver teeth and gave Changba a punch to the chest. Changba, I work at this kindergarten and I mean it. Are you kidding me? After military training, she plans to come over to work. This job is extremely important to her. 5 years ago, this kindergarten still belonged to their Sioux family, and the director was her grandmother. Because of the disappearance of the 2 children, they suffered a lawsuit and had to sell the kindergarten cheaply. For this reason, her grandmother vowed to find the 2 missing children, but her body did not allow it. And coupled with anger and anxiety, she fell ill and died 3 months later. Su Yeye was raised by her grandmother and has deep feelings for her. Grandma's dream was her dream. She thought about coming in to work and investigating the case of the missing 2 children. And Changba doesn't understand it, and has taken this pretense over and over again. She's all a bit pissed off. Just wait and see. It is useless to explain Changba. No longer say more. Waiting for Genius chairman to come over. You say hello to Mr. Xia. I'll go first. Suyu Evening was not in the mood to wait. Snatched the parasol, lifted her feet and left. Don't go. Changba grabbed her hand. The leader hasn't come yet. What's the point of waiting for a leader? Suyu Evening thought about coming over after the military training was over, peeled off his hand and left. Changba didn't chase after him either. Evening sister, you'll come back after you've gone. Su Yuehong ignored him and just walked her own. Changba opened the kindergarten work group and typed a message. Who is responsible for recruiting new teachers? A co-worker named Flat Dragon answered back in seconds. Me, the gardener. It's me. Changba asked, how many people came to apply for the job this afternoon? Dianlong replied, 120 people came directly to the kindergarten to apply for the job, and nearly 20,000 people applied for the job online. Changba gave instructions, notify those who came directly to the kindergarten enrollment to come to the meeting room at 4 p.m. This afternoon, and just choose one from among so many people. Dianlong, copy that. Changba put away his cell phone and looked towards Su Yuehong who was moving away. Within 5 minutes, she was seen hurrying back, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Sister late. How about I say you'll be back? Changba laughed. I called you right this time. I have to go to the conference room. Suyu Evening walked towards the office building. Just now the group sent out a notice, calling for a meeting at 4 o'clock in the conference room, just to prepare to choose one from among so many of us. Changba followed up. How certain is that? Do your best. And since it's an opportunity, fight for it. Suyu Evening opened her handbag, took out a mirror and shone it at herself. Must make a good impression on the leader. Suddenly realizing that his lower lip was a bit red and swollen, he stopped and glared at Changba. Why is my lip swollen? This. Changba observed her red lips. Let's see. What are you looking at? You must have bitten it when you were kissing. I bit it? Changba pointed to his own mouth. Mine swollen to a sausage mouth. Suyu Evening took a look, then realized that his mouth was swollen more than hers, and snorted and laughed again. You deserve it. It couldn't be helped that the first time they kissed, both of them were inexperienced, so they just got excited and nibbled around. But that taste still makes your heart pound when you think back on it. Sorry Sister Evening. Changba lifted her chin and looked at her heartily. Why don't you give me another kiss? I won't move. Feel free to bite? Asterisk 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 you. Suyea laughed and pushed him away, her face becoming delicately red all of a sudden. This guy, he just knows how to tease, and he doesn't even look at the occasion. Let's go somewhere else where no one is around, and I'll bite you. She took out 2 masks and tossed him one. Don't let anyone see the joke. Better put on a mask. Changba took it and put it on her first, and pinched her pink earlobes to make her laugh. Suyu Evening laughed and bent her small waist, smoothly snuggling into his chest. Worried about going askew, he grabbed his belt by coincidence. To put it mildly, it was the first time she and he had ever been this close, and while grabbing the strap, she felt an indescribable sense of security, and an indescribable sense of anticipation and pleasure. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Egu, this is the start of dog food? Xiaifu walked over after the parent-teacher conference and skimmed at Su Yuehong. Instructor Su, hurry up and marry my little brother. Look at you in a hurry. When Suyu Evening heard this, she didn't agree. Her almond eyes glared. Xia Yifu, it's your little brother who bullied me, okay? And to think, all but grabbed my little brother's belt. If in no one's place, I'm afraid the pants have been taken off by you. Xia Yifu couldn't say any more and covered her mouth to laugh. Xia Yifu, I don't share the same fate as you. Suyu Evening was so shy that her face was red and panting. She rushed forward and grabbed her arm. So she scratched her armpit and also grabbed her waistline. It only tickled her so much that she couldn't stop begging for mercy. What kind of a great aunt does that? She's going to show her what she's made of. Changba didn't help anyone, just stood to the side and laughed. Seeing that they were about to fall over, they hurriedly assisted them. Touching Xia Yifu, there was almost no feeling, but touching Su Yueho, it felt like all her clothes were smooth and full of elasticity. A lover is a lover, and only those who have a true lover will know what that feels like. What's the fuss? A rebuke suddenly came from the side. What an occasion! What's all the commotion about? What a scandal! Like an adult arguing with a child. It's rude. Changba twisted his head to see that it was a handsome young man in yellow casual clothes, wearing nearsighted glasses and holding a briefcase in his hand. He looked literate and elegant, just a rather condescending expression, like a kindergarten leader. A hot wind blew, and Changba smelled a lustful aura of unspeakable teeness on this youth. He nodded at the youth. And you are? I'm the assistant head gardener here. Flat Dragon. Dian Long glared at him. Who are you? Messing around here with two women. Once he looked at Su Yuein. He eeped and his eyes glistened. Yuein. Su Yu Evening took a look. It was a college friend Dian Long. Dian Long, it's you. Didn't you go abroad after college? Dian Long smiled slightly. I came back the previous July, and as you know I love my career in education. I came to work at the kindergarten for a while. I just heard that you are working as a military training instructor at Mordor University, and I was planning to contact you, but I never thought that I would meet you today. It's really fate. Sukiakari, you brought your friend here to find me? As he spoke, he glanced at Changba and then at Xie Yifu. I'm here looking for a job. Su Yu Evening pointed to Changba and introduced. This is my boyfriend, Changba. He also pointed to Xie Yifu and introduced. This is Mr. Xia from Magic City University. Boyfriend? Dian Long observed Changba and his face changed. Yu Evening, you're engaged? Su Yeye shook her head. Not yet. Dian Long breathes a sigh of relief, pushes his glasses with his middle finger, and smiles. I'm telling you, how can you be engaged? Not being engaged. That means you don't have a boyfriend yet. Pointing to the office building. Come on Moon Knight, I'll take you to my office and talk about getting a job. After saying that, he reached out to pull Su Yueho's hand. Snap. Changba slapped open Flat Dragon's hand and grabbed Su Yueho's hand, and without saying a word, he just looked at him. Dian Long felt a fiery pain on the back of his hand, rubbing it and glaring at him. Who the are you to be so rude? Chapter 66. The aura on a pervert is different from the average person. Didn't instructor Su introduce you just now? I'm her boyfriend, a freshman at Magic City University. Changba had a calm face. Oh yeah, I have another identity. The new director of this kindergarten. We talked in the group. Ha 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 ha. Dian Long was amused and laughed. Just you. Freshman as the kindergarten director affiliated with Magic City University. Ha 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 ha. Su Yeye and Xia Yifu swooned. Brother Changba, you don't have to pretend like this. I'll let Chairman Jin Genius tell you. Changba pulled out his cell phone. Just as he was about to send a message, Su Yuehong pressed his cell phone. Changba, well, don't waste your time. Again, he said to Dian Long. Old classmate, you're busy. We're going to apply for a job. Pulling up Changba and Su Yueye, he laughed. Lunar night. Dian Long stretched out his arms and blocked the way. You're not applying for a job. I'll take care of it. You say it. What position do you want to apply for? Su Yu Evening wanted to apply for a job here where the competition was fierce, and finding a job with Dian Long's help wasn't a bad idea. After all, in today's society, who looks for a job without making connections? The only way to prepare for the next step in the program is to get a job here first. She smiled gratefully. Dian Long, it's fine to be a kindergarten teacher. It's fine to be a life teacher. It's fine to work in logistics. As long as I work in this kindergarten, I'm not picky. That's a good sentiment. Dian Long laughed. I'm missing a clerk. Come over here. There's 5 insurance and 1 gold. $20,000 a month. With me, the monthly salary increases every year. Su Yuehwan didn't care how much money was paid. She cared about being able to stay. That's good. You talked to the kindergarten leader. Stop it. I won't agree. Changba said. Dian Long looked at him with cold eyes. Who are you to disagree? What qualifications do you have to disagree? Quite simply, as the new director of the kindergarten, I will not allow the assistant director to have a clerk. Changba said. As I understand it, there are too many idle kindergartners now, and they need to be streamlined, not supplemented. Dianlong looked at him with a serious face and laughed once again. You evening, is he really your friend? You used to be the school beauty and now you're a military training instructor. And you have a friend like that? Su Yu Evening sweated and glanced at Changba with great displeasure. Changba, no one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Changba. Xiaifu pulled Changba's hand once and gave him a wink, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. Dianlong observed a glance at Su Yu Evening and smiled smugly, reaching out to grab her arm. Come on Moon Knight, let's go to my office. It's too hot out here. Snap. Once again, Changba opened his hand. Dianlong was in more pain this time, feeling the back of his hand hurt as if a layer of skin had been uncovered, and bursting into a rage. Why are you such a rude person? Hit me again and again. Think I'm easy to bully? Pulling out his cell phone, I'm going to call someone and blow you out. Changba grabbed his wrists and twisted them behind his back with a slight force. What are you doing? What do you want? Dianlong yelled in pain. Seeing this, Su Ye hurriedly pulled up Changba's arm. Get loose. Do you hear me? Let go. This asshole. Who's the worst person to mess with? Dare to mess with Dianlong. In case Flat Dragon got angry, it would be extremely detrimental to her next job search. Fine. I'll let go. Changba snatched Flat Dragon's briefcase and pushed him 2 meters away. Pulling the briefcase zipper, he opened it and dumped out the contents with a clatter. There's a box of tissues. There are 2 amorous drugs. There's a revealing picture book, and 3 boxes of condoms. The content is pretty spicy. Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu both twisted their heads as they took a look. Changba picked up the album and opened it. ****** powerful. Passing it to Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu for them to go through it. They both closed their eyes as they looked at it, their faces turning a delicate shade of red all of a sudden. It turns out that the people inside the picture book are all little girls, and the images are unappealing. What the do you want? Dianlong was exposed in public and stormed out, scrambling to pick up the things on the floor and quickly stuffing them into his briefcase. You Evening, don't get me wrong. This isn't mine. It's confiscated from a security guard. I've already fired him. Skillfully, he held up one hand and swore, if I tell a lie, tell me to go out and get hit by a car. Su Yu Evening knows him. When he went to college, he was an excellent class cadre, a moral standard bearer, a public figure that everyone respected. She didn't believe he was a pervert, and looking at the mess he'd made of Changba, she glared at Changba and asked, how are you sure these things belong to the flat gardener? That's an easy one. The aura on the pervert is different from the average person. Changba replied, as you know, I know a little bit about medicine, and I'm more or less good at looking and sniffing, whether a person is normal or not, whether they are perverted or not. I am able to tell through their personal breath. Su Yu Evening believed in Changba's medical skills, but it was the first time she had heard of such a claim. You don't say. How is that nonsense? I can tell if a person is having too much sex or masturbating, so to speak. Changba looked at Su Yue and Xiaifu. Take the 2 elder sisters. Su Yu Evening and Xiaifu were quick on their feet and both reached out to cover his mouth. Secrets that shouldn't be told. Mustn't be told. Changba, this guy has a fast mouth. They have to be on guard, in case anything is said. Don't talk about anything else. Su Yu Evening pointed to Dianlong, who was purple with anger, and averted her eyes. Dian Garden Manager has a good character. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't agree. Moonlight Knight, it's still you who understands me. Upon hearing this, Dianlong turned his anger into joy. When I went to college, what kind of character I had? You know me best. I've studied perverts, and I certainly know you. Changba added, the pervert's body and skin are different from ordinary people. Come here, take off your pants and ask me to inspect it. What are you talking about? Fearing that Changba would strike again, Dianlong clamped down on his briefcase and turned around. You're the ing pervert. With perverts like you, I'm speechless. Turn around and walk away. Fear of being caught up, trotting up. Sister Evening, don't worry. This pervert will be expelled from kindergarten. Let's go to the conference room. Changba wrapped his arm around Su Yeyang's shoulders and walked in the direction of the conference room. Su Yueho broke away from his arm and glared at him. Changba, you're still pretending, aren't you? I'm so angry my stomach hurts. Do you realize that? If I didn't ask you to come, you had to come. Now that you've come, what's the use of just knowing how to add to the chaos? Changba smiled without saying anything. She wouldn't believe me if I explained now, so I just watch her lose her temper. When she finished cursing, she wrapped her arms around her shoulders once more and put the parasol over her head. A little goes a long way. So let's go. Go, 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 and apply for the job first. Xiaifu also came over and put her arm around her shoulders, persuading her bitterly. Changba, look at Mr. Xia's face this time. Next time you mess up, the Queen Mother won't even be able to Suyu Evening warned Changba before walking towards the conference room. Chapter 67, Getting Your Girlfriend to Massage Your Shoulders in Full View of the Public. Chairman Jin. Director Yen. You're here. Hello, Chairman Jin. A sudden sound of greeting came from the side. Changba and the others twisted their heads to see a middle-aged man in a white shirt and black pants walking over. Though balding, he was full of spirit and walked with a breeze, surrounded by an entourage of attendants. It turns out that this is Chairman Jin Genius. Changba smiled at Su Yang and Xiaifu. This is Yen Dong. Come over here in a minute. I'll meet him and you'll see how he treats me. As he spoke, Jin Genius had already walked over surrounded by a group of people. Changba raised his arm high and waved at him. Jin Dong. I'm Changba. I'm the Changba that contacted you a while ago. The Changba gardener. Jin Genius didn't hear Changba's voice and didn't even glance at him as he passed by them and walked towards the office building under the front and back of a group of people. Humph. This is how the chairman treats you? Why are people ignoring you? Su Yueho clenched her silver teeth and punched Changba's shoulder. Xiaifu also skimmed her mouth, blankly glancing at him, and said in a conspiratorial manner, My regular gardener, I've warned you many times that you shouldn't blow your awesome, don't blow it. Blow it out and embarrass yourself. Raising his hand, he grabbed his ear, and called out Chang gardeners, asking, Do you think I'm right? This whole thing. Changba shook his head. Now he had to listen to whatever Suyu Evening and Xiaifu scolded him, and only continued to wait. The conference room where the job fair was held was a large conference room, on the first floor of the office building, which could seat 200 people. Changba and Xiaifu accompanied Su Yueyin to walk in and saw that there were already many people sitting inside in the dark, and there were almost no seats left. They walked to the last row and saw that there were only 2 seats left. Changba told them both to sit down and one to stand. All the others were seated, and Changba was the only one standing, and he appeared to stand out from the rest. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu were seated next to their acquaintances, and they chatted hotly on the issue of recruitment. Noticing Changba, a heavily painted, round-faced woman asked curiously, Who is he? Xiaifu replied, Freshman at Magic City University, Instructor Su's boyfriend. Ah! Both the round-faced woman and her companion couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Then they looked at each other and covered their mouths in laughter. Suyu Evening was the famous second miss of the Su family, and she was looking for such a plainly dressed, less distinguished young man. He's my boyfriend. Suyu Evening smiled graciously and patted Changba's arm. Changba smiled back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Yueho. They don't care in the slightest what people look at them. By 3:50 p.m., 2 staff members walked to the podium, wiped down the tables, cleaned the chairs, and set out bottles of imported mineral water. Then a couple of small red signs were placed with the positions of President, Director, Assistant Director, and General Services Director. By 4 o'clock, Jin Genius and Bianlong and the others walked in and sat at the podium in order of seating. Between them was the gardener's sign with the empty seat. Everyone watched curiously, talking. The venue was abuzz. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Bianlong took the microphone and yelled impatiently at everyone. Our chairman Jin is here. Everyone applaud. Jin Genius stood up and bowed to everyone. A round of applause. Applause. Hello everyone, and thank you for supporting the work of the gifted and talented preschool. Jin Genius sat down and pressed the microphone downwards. Why am I here today? Because our new director of the garden is also here, and I came here specifically to welcome him. That who? Why are you standing at the back? Pointing to Changba standing in the corner. How unattractive to stand there. Can you sit down? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Changba. Jin Dong noticed me in this way. Changba gently patted Su Ye's shoulder once, thinking to tell her to squeeze inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his new mission. In 5 minutes, please let Su Yunan massage your shoulders, complete the task and get a chance to win the raffle. Mission failed. Host is mentally deranged and running naked in the conference room. Dog system, you are here again. Changba wanted to curse his mother, and 200,000 grass mud horses swarmed over in his heart. How can you ask your girlfriend to massage your shoulders in plain sight? This is not the way to show love. But once again, the voice of reminder came, Host, please hurry up. Changba had no choice but to bend down, put his arm around Su Yueho's shoulders and discuss with her. Sister Evening, the chairman told me to sit down, and there's no seat right now. Why don't I sit down and you massage my shoulders? You're not crazy, are you? Suyu Evening glared at him fiercely. What time is it now for you to be so nonsensical? Not to mention lovers, even 2 couples? On this occasion, the woman cannot casually massage the man's shoulders. Besides, she's here to apply for a job. Once she shows her love that much, her image will be ruined. Is there any hope for a job? Seeing that he was still coming around, she shoved a hand on his shoulder and gently scolded. Get out, Changba. Of course, couldn't leave, and bent downward again to whisper to her. Evening sister, hooray for understanding. I'll go mental if you don't massage my shoulders now. I feel like you've gone crazy. Suyu Evening pushed his shoulder again. Not leaving, is it? If you don't leave, I'll leave. Bend over and be on your feet. Changba patted her shoulder once. Fine, fine, take it easy. He looked at Suyu Evening, looked at Xiaifu, and then looked at the podium, racking his brain for a solution. Little brother, you'd better get out. Xiaifu also felt that it was pointless for Changba to stand here and wait. Sit outside to cool off. The round-faced woman and her companion both laughed out loud. It's so funny. How did Instructor So find such a boyfriend? Just a tease. Director Yen told you to sit down. Why don't you sit down? Dianlong had long since spotted Changba and, thinking to get back at him, walked quickly to the very back, pointed at him, and shouted, if you don't have a seat, you're out. This dead pervert. Changba wanted to slap him away, but when he saw Su Yueho's almond eyes glaring at him, he could only shake his head and walk towards the front exit. While walking, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jin Genius. I'm in the kindergarten conference room. I see you. After sending the message, he glanced up at Jin Genius to see that he wasn't paying attention to his phone, but was staring at him. He had to raise his cell phone and tap it at Jin Genius. Jin Genius froze and saw that Changba had been signaling to look at his cell phone, so he picked it up to check. Once he read the message, he was so shocked that he stood up at one stop and observed every row of the audience. Looked and didn't see any new gardeners. Director Yen, what's wrong? Dianlong walked over quickly. Jin Genius was still looking around. The gardener is here. Head gardener? Dianlong surveyed each row of seats with wide eyes. Where do I sit? Jin Genius looked and looked, unable to determine which one was the head gardener. Opened my phone again and tapped on the free photo the gardener had sent me to look at. It's a picture of a still young face in a high school uniform. Then again, most of the people here are women, and even the men aren't that tender. After looking and not being able to find anyone, Jin Genius broke out in a sweat and sent a message to the head gardener. Where are you sitting? Why haven't I seen you? What are you always standing around for? Dianlong, also anxious and on fire, pointed at Changba and bellowed, stand outside. Chapter 68. The goddess wanted to keep a low profile, but her strength didn't allow it. Says who? Seo Haija just happened to come into the conference room pushing a wheelchair. As a kindergarten staff member, she came over to see how recruitment was going. Watching Dianlong yell at Changba nonchalantly, she glared at him. Dianlong pointed at Changba, I'm talking about him. Get out. What are you yelling about? This is my friend. Su Huizi glared at Bailong again, pushed the wheelchair and walked to Changba's side, took a pull on his arm, and said softly, Brother Changba, you can go out first. She didn't want to kick Changba out either, but she felt it was really pointless for him to stay here. He also said softly, Changba, Flat Dragon is not to be messed with. We don't step on with good shoes. As if he didn't hear it, Changba took his cell phone and typed a message to Jin Genius. Su Yueya and Xiaifu, who were sitting in the last row, watched where Changba was, both secretly anxious. Told him to leave and he never did. What's this about? Suyu Evening waved at him, saw that he had no reaction, and sent him a message. What are you still standing at the door? Hurry up and get out. As for Xiaifu, he kept waving his hand at Changba, signaling him to hurry up. They knew him too well. Good kung fu, good medical skills, but so what? Those skills wouldn't come into play here. They thought about it, as long as he didn't add to it. Changba is still standing, sending a message to Jin Genius, don't rush to me first. You arrange it, where lovers come together. Let the girlfriend massage the boyfriend's shoulders. Genius Jin, why did you do that? Mr. Parks? Changba, you do as I ask and I'll explain myself when I get on stage. Jin Genius sweated, garden manager, you reconsider. We are holding a job fair, not testing any feelings. Changba, if you don't cooperate, then I'll leave, and you'll explain any consequences to the leaders above. Jin Genius, of course, did not dare to offend the city's leadership. Well, don't go gardeners, I cooperate. He clicked the microphone and coughed. Have you brought your boyfriend or girlfriend here to recruit? Raise your hand if you have. As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of people raised their hands. Changba twisted his head and looked to the very back. Flat Dragon stood up and looked to the end as well. They all looked at Su Yueho, who was sitting in the last row. As for Suyu Evening, she raised her hand without hesitation and also glanced at Changba. Well, late sister on the point of being practical. I am very pleased. Changba smiled brightly and nodded heavily. Hey! Dianlong took the microphone, pointed at Suyu Evening in the last row, and asked at the top of his voice, that pretty girl, do you have a boyfriend? Raise your hand indiscriminately. Su Yeya continued to raise her hand as if she hadn't heard. To her, having a boyfriend was having a boyfriend, and she couldn't deny that just because of Bianlong's warning. You sit down. Jin Genius gave a displeased glance at Bianlong. Whether someone else has a boyfriend or not, they know in their own hearts. Don't speak out of turn. Dian Long smiled sarcastically and sat down. Noticing that Changba was standing at the exit and still not leaving, he once again blew at him and quickly waved his hand to signal him to hurry up and disappear. So why don't you leave? Do you still want me to ask you out? Will you stop talking? Shen Genius told Dian Long to shut up and continue to speak. Listen to me, everyone, any man who brings his girlfriend here, let her massage his shoulders. What? What the hell? We're here to apply for a job. Holy, is there a problem? What is the chairman doing? Genius Shin, you are truly a genius. The venue was in an uproar. The whole venue blew up. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Dian Long shouted at the top of his voice. The chairman must have his reasons for arranging this. Listen to his explanation. The meeting place was quiet again. Everyone looked at Jin Genius. Jin Genius said, I'll give everyone a reasonable explanation by the end of the day. Anyone whose girlfriend doesn't massage her boyfriend's shoulders doesn't have to take the job application. They can leave now. The crowd laughed, whistled, and screamed. It's an open society now, and besides it's not a big deal. Many women naturally and generously massage their boyfriend's shoulders. Of course, there were also very disgruntled ones who got up and walked away. Instructor Su, why don't you call Changba back? Xia Yifu watched many lovers do that, pulling Su Yueho's arm a bit and urging her on. Su Yu Evening took a look around and had to take her cell phone and send a message to Changba, roll back. I will massage your shoulders. There was no choice but to do what she had to do in order to apply for the job. Besides, other lovers did that, and there was nothing wrong with her and Changba doing that. Changba, Changba, Changba. Seeing that Changba was still standing stupidly at the entrance, Xia Yifu stood up and shouted at him. Your girlfriend is calling you back. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Changba. The two women sitting next to Xia Yifu sneered once again. Wouldn't it be a joke to call him back? I'm coming. Changba smilingly walked back to Su Yue inside. Sister Evening, you stand up first. Su Yeye blankly glanced at him and had to stand up. The chairman of the board arranged to have a job, and she could only get a job here if she cooperated with the work. Noticing everyone looking over, she couldn't help her face rolling. Didn't want to be noticed, but so many people did. Wanted to keep a low profile, but strength didn't allow it. Changba sat down and slumped back into a comfortable position against the backrest. Su Yu Evening's face was delicately red. She quietly glanced around, lowered her head, bent down, and massaged his shoulders. Looking at Changba's smiling and intoxicated face, she exerted force in her hand. I'll squeeze you to death. What about Changba? It feels good. Not to mention, this was the first time Su Unite had massaged his shoulders, and the taste was unimaginable. Sure, gradually, his expression became breezy, as if nothing had happened. What's the big deal about a shoulder massage for your girlfriend? If you're so excited, won't you make people laugh? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward materials are in short supply at the kindergarten. May I ask the host whether to receive the reward now? I'll get you a hammer. Now I'm getting a massage. No reward is as good as this. Changba doesn't claim it now, and is intent on enjoying the beauty of the massage. At this point, Dian Long was eyeing Su Yu Evening and Changba. Noticing Su Yu Evening massaging Changba's shoulders, he was angry and depressed, and it was hard for him to die. Today, if Changba wasn't present, he believed that he had already taken Su Yue Hong. Just inside his office, he would have taken her to enjoy a romance for two. But, now Changba was doing whatever he wanted in front of him. This is not the way to go. Definitely not the way to go. He would never allow his beloved beauty to massage another man's shoulders under his nose. He moved closer to Jin Genius and covered his ears and said, Mr. Jin, we can't keep massaging all the time. If it keeps going on like this, are we holding a job fair or a massage convention? Chapter 69, The New Director Shines. Shocking the crowd, Jin Genius thought about it. At this rate, it's not a job fair anymore. The kindergarten is at a critical period of development and there must not be any chaos. He broke out in a sweat, took his cell phone and messaged the director once again. Director, we can't keep letting the women sit on the men's laps. What are the next instructions? Changba didn't have the heart to look at his cell phone right now, so he wrapped his arms around Su Yueho and exchanged soft words with her. It was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize the chance to get intimate and nurture their relationship. Jin Genius had been staring at his phone after sending the message. Seeing that the gardener doesn't reply to the message, he is sweating profusely in a hurry. Waiting another 3 minutes to see that there would still be no message, he called the voice phone, getting through, but there was no answer. Having no choice, he simply spoke into the microphone. Gardeners, I'm sorry, the wait is over. I know you're at the meeting, so please stand up and come to the front. At these words, the crowd looked backward, and those in the back looked forward, looking for the new gardener. Upon hearing this, Changba thought that it was time for him to make an appearance and patted Su Yueho's fragrant shoulder. Sister Evening, the chairman is calling me. I have to go up. How could Su Yaya Knight believe that? And sat down with force, whispering, "Sit still." Changba felt the force of her body. A moment to kill. Really do not want to stand up, but for a career-minded man, of course, the work is the priority. Once again, he patted her fragrant shoulder once. "Sister Evening, stop it. I'm going to do business next." "You'll have business?" Worried that he was fooling around, Su Yueho simply lay back and slept in his arms. Changba was also drunk. With a gorgeous smile, he wrapped his arms around her and rested half of his face on her snow-white swan neck. Do nothing. Just feel the beauty of this two-person embrace. As for Donnie Yen's call, step aside. As for the kindergarten business, step aside. As for system missions, step aside. And Genius Yen can't wait. Grabbing the mic and continuing. "Park Master, I'm going to call you next, so get ready. Everyone stay quiet. I'll see whose cell phone rings." When the crowd heard this, they all held their breath and made no sound. The meeting place became very quiet for a moment. "I'll start a voice call." Jin Genius stretched his arm a little and called the gardener's WeChat number. Not long after, the voice of the Blade God was heard from within the venue. "I was drunk that night. Holding your hand. Talking nonsense. Just expressing the repressed thoughts in my mind in a haphazard way." The voice came from Changba's cell phone. The crowd looked for the sound. Suyu Evening jumped in shock and hurriedly stood up, looking at him. "Why is your cell phone ringing? Turn it off." Changba sees that it's Jin Genius calling and tries to explain, but she snatches it away and presses the red reject button. Before long, the sad and melodious song started once again. How annoying. Su Yueho stood up and shoved the cell phone into his hands. "You go outside and answer it." Only then did Changba stand up, take the ringing cell phone, and walk to the front. As the ringing of his cell phone echoed through the venue, everyone looked to him. Su Huizi, who was sitting in the first row, also looked at Changba. Even Jin Genius and Bian Long observed him with wide eyes. "Ha, I think I've seen this face before." Jin Genius realized that Changba's face looked familiar, but couldn't recall who it was for a moment. Suddenly realizing something, he clicked on the photo the gardener had sent and looked at it again. At this look, his pupils widened violently. How does this young lad walking along look so much like the youngster in the photo? Could this young man coming along be the new gardener everyone has been waiting for? He hung up and realized that the other person's cell phone wasn't ringing. Another call came through and the other person's cell phone rang again. That's when he was sure that the other man was the new gardener. It must be him. Jin Genius stood up violently and waved at Changba. Before he could say anything, Dian Long yelled at Changba, "Why don't you leave? Your name is Changba, right? What a chicken. Get out." "Say what?" Jin Genius opened the flat dragon with a punch, walked toward Changba, and looked up and down. "Did you contact me?" Changba opened his cell phone and tapped on the contents of the two men's connection, showing him that the, gardener. Jin Genius was shocked and delighted, clapping his hands heavily. Oops. The new gardener has indeed come a long time ago, and was standing alone at the back just now. I was. Still oops. He regretted it so much that he panicked and stretched out his hands to hold one of Changba's hands. "Head gardener, I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. I'm sorry to have missed you. Ha ha, Master Garden. Please. Smiling, he pulled him up to the podium. "Chairman, playing?" Dianlong was so shocked that he was about to jump up. "Who is he that you call him the head gardener and ask him to mount the podium?" "Yendong, where's the acting?" Su Huizi was also filled with shock. She couldn't help but tremble her petite body. "Changba is just a freshman. Military training hasn't even ended yet. How could he become our new garden manager?" And Jin Genius ignored them and pulled Changba to continue walking towards the center of the podium. "Mr. Yen." Dianlong took a look and jumped forward to stop them. "What are you doing? What's the point of pulling this guy onto the stage?" "Shut up." Jin Genius was furious. "Dianlong, he's our garden manager, the new one, and was personally arranged by the city's main leader. You think I'm blind? Holy, movies don't even work like that." Dianlong was struck by an electric shock and was dumbfounded for a moment. Su Huizi stared at Changba as if she didn't recognize him. Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu, as well as the heavily made-up round-faced woman, were also watching. Once they saw Changba walk up to the podium, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Oops, what's Changba doing up there?" Xia Yifu was worried about Changba getting into trouble. Instructor Su quickly contact him and tell him to get out. Suyu Evening was even more worried than she was. Once Changba played big, then she wouldn't have a chance to stay and work here. Ho ho ho, maybe even a speech. The round-faced woman gloated and laughed. "Instructor Su, just let your boyfriend say a few words. For him, where would he normally get a chance like this?" Suyu Evening ignored her, pulled out her cell phone, and directly called. "Changba, come down." Changba smiled brightly and waved at her. "You really?" Suyu Evening was so angry that she cursed. Xia Yifu shook her head inside. Looks like he had to make a mess today. "Colleagues and friends, Jin Genius pulled Changba down and announced loudly into the microphone. I would like to announce the arrival of our new head gardener to our site. Let's all applaud. Stand up, raise your hands and lead the applause. No one down there applauded. For a while, everyone looked at Changba and froze. So young to be the head of the garden? He looks like a college student by the looks of it. If you're opening the back door, you don't open it like this. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu were even more shocked and looked at each other. You don't think so? Is Changba really the new director of this kindergarten? How did he suddenly become the new director of this kindergarten when his college military training didn't end for another week and he didn't have much of a background? What about playing? What's the story? Brainless cool writing? Chapter 70, you're fired. Get out. Standing gardener. Say something. Jin Genius grinned as he extended the invitation. Changba nodded and looked to each row of the audience. Then to Suyueho and Xiaifu, nodded again and began to speak. Guys, I know people are skeptical about my identity. Tell you what, turn on the big TV in the back and I'll log on to WeChat. I'm going to show everyone if I'm running the gifted kindergarten workgroup. Jin Genius immediately ordered Bianlong. Bianlong, turn on the big TV. Seeing that Bianlong is still dazed, he slaps and pushes him away, manipulates himself, and turns on the big TV behind the podium. As Changba swept the code to log into WeChat, clicked on the kindergarten workgroup, and revealed the identity of the group's owner, the crowd once again stared in disbelief. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. It's really the head gardener. So young to be the head gardener? He just started his freshman year. How did he become head gardener? His dad is the oldest on the school board? Once again, the entire venue exploded. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu took a look and opened their mouths wide in shock. The two men looked at me, and I at you, with doubt and surprise in their eyes. They had to admit that this time they had been faked by that Changba guy again. Ha, that's weird. Suyu Evening sat down with her arm around Xiaifu's shoulder. Sister Fu, how did Changba suddenly become the director of the genius kindergarten? Xiaifu was dumbfounded. I'm not his girlfriend. How would I know? Che, excessive. Suyu Evening laughs cheekily and grabs Xiaifu's neck. Xiaifu laughed and pushed her away. Stop it. Stop it. Listen to your boyfriend continue talking. As Jin Genius stood up and waved his hands and kept gesticulating at the group, the venue fell silent once again. He gestured to Changba. Gardeners, after you. Changba nodded and once again began to speak. Folks, this is a job fair, so I won't say much else. We're only hiring one new teacher this afternoon. To Jin Genius, he said, Jindong, ask someone to bring a few boxes of printing paper, and a few boxes of ballpoint pens. Jin Genius immediately arranged for the staff to do so. Our test this afternoon is simple. It's all about whether or not this new teacher has a sense of ownership. Changba continued. When our staff brings in printing paper and ballpoint pens, each of our applicants can receive a pen and paper and write a 50,000 word reflection on the spot. It's about the kindergarten section, how to teach the class, how to train the children, how to help the kindergarten grow, etc. For the second test, after writing 50,000 words, go to the kindergarten boys and girls toilets and hose them down. I want to check the details of the labor. If you think you can do these two things, then please stay. If you can't do it, get out of here. At these words, there was an instant murmur. Is the new gardener a douchebag? What kind of job application is that? It's simply out of order. Write 50,000 words of sentiments and not until midnight? That's right. And flushing the men's and women's restrooms. Wouldn't that be flushing until dawn? What the hell? Going out to move bricks doesn't even make you this tired. Many people were very upset and left the meeting. In less than 10 minutes, a good portion of them were gone. Some people took a bottle of mineral water with them as they left. As the staff brought in printing paper and ballpoint pens, some applicants received paper and pens and began writing their tips. Suyu Evening also received a pen and paper, sat down, and wrote one stroke at a time without any distractions. Standing gardener, you drink water. Bien Long unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and bumbled it to Changba's hand. Can't wait to feed him myself. Changba slanted a glance at him and said nonchalantly, You're fired. Get out. Bien Long shivered and looked at Jin Genius. Jin Genius looked at Changba's resolute attitude and coldly said, The head gardener has dismissed you, so you can go to the finance office to get your paycheck and get out of here. Boo. Flat Dragon slammed the mineral water hard towards the floor. Don't stay here. Have your own place. Kicked the chair away and left. Walking to the door, he turned around, pointed at Changba, and gritted his teeth. And don't even ask who's behind me. If I can't do it, you'll have to roll up and leave too. As he snapped, the people next to him looked over. Changba was interested and pointed at Bien Long. Who are you backstage? Who am I backstage? Bien Long held his head high and his face was arrogant. My backstage is the Chung family. The Chang clan. The Chang family? Changba asked again. Cheng Hui the Chang family? Oh, Cheng Hui is famous. You've heard of him too. Dian Long stretched out his hand and patted his chest once. I'm Cheng Hui's cousin. He only has me as a cousin. Now you recognize it, right? Wow. Young Cheng's cousin. No wonder it's so awesome. That's right. Who dares to offend Cheng Xiao's relative? This time there's this new gardener to suffer. The spectators sitting nearby all murmured to see how Changba would apologize. Oh, so that's it. Changba understood, stood up, and walked off the podium. Sorry, I was a bit impulsive just now. Dian Long was even more smug as he watched Changba approach and waited for his apology. Snap! Changba stepped forward and placed a big slap on Flat Dragon's face. I'm sorry, I wasn't impulsive enough earlier. Flat Dragon stumbled 2 steps from the blow and hit the exit door hard. All at once he stormed out and yelled at the meeting. You guys don't know yet, do you? This afternoon's job application. This gardener is tailor-made for his girlfriend. I'm telling you, you're not going to get this job position even if you perform well. The room erupted once again at this statement. Everyone glared angrily at Changba and rushed to point. You new gardener overreached, treating us like monkeys? Time is money. You're wasting everyone's time. You're just trying to get rich. You just told your girlfriend to sit on her boyfriend's lap, and now you're playing like that. I'm telling you, we won't rest until we get a statement today. There were waves of angry shouts. Dian Long was very proud to see how Changba would deal with it. Changba just smiled bashfully, pulled out a black card, handed it to Jin Genius, and whispered a few words into his ear. When Jin Genius received the black card, he was even more respectful of him, nodding his head repeatedly as he took the black card and left quickly. Everyone be quiet, just wait 20 minutes, Changba said. Of course, those who would like to write testimonials, continue to do so. What the hell else are we writing about? 20 minutes is 20 minutes. We'll see how you play. We're going to race you all the way to the end. The crowd was talking and pointing, so they confronted Changba. Changba ignored them and glanced at Su Yeye, who was sitting at the very back. She was seen to be as quiet as a mouse, writing her reflections without any distractions. And you guys say I'm biased. Look at how my girlfriend behaves. And look at how each and every one of you behaves. Can one do well in the kindergarten business when they are all fickle-minded and can't sink their teeth into it? Chapter 71. Beauty and fonts go together in one word, perfection. 20 minutes later, Jin Genius pulled over a few large suitcases with a few young adults. As they set the large suitcase on the first row of tables and opened it, the crowd's eyes lit up. All that was visible were dozens and dozens of brand new bills, piled high and giving off an attractive red glow. A full 5 million. Guys, Changba spoke once again. I've delayed everyone this afternoon. So, anyone who comes here, $50,000 a person. Pick it up and get out of here. Holy, $50,000. I came with my boyfriend. I can get $100,000. Big bucks. The new gardener has money. Thank you, gardener. Thank you, Mr. Gardener. The crowd instantly changed their faces, all beaming with joy as they lined up towards the large suitcases. Forget about finding a job. You want to get ready money now. $50,000. That's enough to feed and clothe you for a year. The meeting room became filled with laughter. Everyone gets 50,000 bucks and walks away happy. In less than half an hour, the venue became empty, leaving only Su Huizi, who was sitting in the first batch, and Su Yueho and Xiaifu, who were sitting at the very back. And Su Yu Evening was not disturbed by the outside world at all, continuing to write her thoughts quietly. Sure. At the exit also stood Bian Long, both eyes popping, very angry and helpless. He didn't expect this Changba to be so rich. I can't believe I'm playing like this. Flat Dragon, you're in this afternoon. $50,000 can be taken. Jin Genius looked at Bian Long smilingly, with a happy face looking at a joke. I don't care about his stinking money, but what belongs to me? Not a penny less. Bian Long rushed over to the large suitcase, cradled a few dozen bills, and turned to go. As he walked, he also turned back to angrily look at Changba. You wait. Xiao Haija sat down right next to the large suitcase and grabbed up 24 bills and slammed them into Flat Dragon. Changba's brother can smash you to death with money. Who are you? Flat Dragon ducked with a tilt of his head, and surprisingly crouched down to painstakingly pick up 24 bills and slipped away. Ha 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 ha. Changba, Su Huizi and Jin Genius all laughed out loud. Dian Long was even more enraged when he heard Changba and the others laughing. Rushing to a Mercedes sedan, he threw the bills onto the back seat, pulled out his cell phone and called Cheng Hui. FAI. Do you know Changba? Of course I recognize it. I know it when it's burned to ashes. Cheng Hui had been cleaned up by Changba in the morning and fled, and now he was furious at the mention of this person. Dian Long, why are you suddenly mentioning him? Dian Long made a long story short, describing the matter of Changba bringing Su Yu Evening to the kindergarten to become the director. That's not right. Changba, a freshman, doesn't have any connections or background. How could he suddenly go to the kindergarten to become the director? Cheng Hui was puzzled. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. He hung up the phone and called Su Yuichi. Mr. Su, have you heard about Changba taking your little sister to become the director of the genius kindergarten? Su Yuichi returned to the Su family mansion, felt tired and lay down on the bed to rest, and slept still a little confused. After receiving the call, she realized what happened to Changba and her little sister. This can't be right. My little sister and Xia Yifu accompanied Changba back to Mordor University. They're all in the genius kindergarten now. Chang Hui raised his voice. Su Yuichi thought and analyzed. It was most likely my little sister who told Changba to go over there, since my little sister has always wanted to work at a gifted kindergarten. Mentioning this, recounting her grandmother's relationship with the gifted nursery school and how the disappearance of the two children had affected her grandmother. Your little sister took Changba over there to investigate the disappearance of two children from the kindergarten? Chang Hui suddenly shouted angrily. Su Yuichi, I'm warning, you don't let your little sister meddle in the matter of missing children. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Heavenly King will not be able to save your little sister. Su Yuichi was startled and realized the seriousness of the problem. Okay, I'll call her right away. Inside the kindergarten venue, silence reigned. Changba led Genius and Su Huizi towards the last row. Little brother, you're awesome. Xia Yifu stood up and greeted Changba, affectionately patting him on the back of the head. You've become a kindergarten director, and you still haven't told sis. Changba's head was big. I said you and Sister Evening don't believe me. Shoo. Xia Yifu pointed a finger at Su Yaya who was writing her thoughts, signaling him to keep his voice down. They all looked at Su Yueho, head down, still concentrating on the sentiment. The whole thing looked dignified and beautiful, and was itself wan and powerful. Beauty and fonts go together in one word, perfection. Genius was very appreciative and nodded his head repeatedly. This girl has been concentrating on writing her thoughts, very different from all the others. It's really rare. Director Yen, this girl is my colleague. Xia Yifu smiled and introduced. Her name is Su Yu Evening. She's a military training instructor at Magic City University, and is also the instructor of Changba's head gardener. Ouch! Genius stood in awe. No wonder. Well, that's great. And, Xia Yifu introduced once again, Instructor Su has another identity. She's the girlfriend of the head of the Chang Garden. Genius jumped in shock and looked over at Changba, giving him a deep bow. Head gardener Chang, it's really convincing that you can have such an excellent girlfriend. Changba liked it so much that he hurriedly pulled him up. I can't tell you how honorable it is to have a girlfriend like that. The moment. Xiao Haijia was very unhappy. She had never heard of Changba and Su Yuehong's engagement. Besides, the two of them had only known each other for a few days. How come Su Yuehong had become his girlfriend? She's not convinced. Sister Evening. Changba walked a bit towards Su Yaya's side, gently patted her shoulder, bent down and said softly, the chairman is coming over. Don't write. Say hello. Su Yueyin didn't answer and remained fully focused on writing her thoughts. Standing gardener, don't disturb her, just let her write. Let's sit to the side and rest. Genius led Changba and the others towards the seats next to him. At this time, Su Yu Evening's cell phone rang. Xia Yifu looked at Su Yueho without a glance and picked up her cell phone. At a glance, it was her sister Su Yuichi calling, handing her cell phone to Changba. Her sister's phone. Changba took the phone and stepped aside to answer it. Evening, why did you go to the kindergarten to apply for a job? Didn't I tell you that after the military training, I'll arrange for you to work for our family security company? Su Yuichi's voice came from the cell phone. Don't apply for the job. Come back quickly. Changba sneered. Mr. Su, it's me. Changba? The phone froze. Where's my little sister? She's finishing up her job application exam. Don't let her write. Tell her to come back here. She's my instructor. What can I do about her? Changba. The phone angrily rebuked. This noon, I slept in your bed thing. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't stomp on your nose. Changba laughed. He had saved this woman's life. And she said flip-flop, thanks to him knowing her like the back of his hand. Mr. Su, no matter what you say or do, the matter of my girlfriend working at Genius Kindergarten is settled. Changba, I'm warning you, this matter can't be thwarted by the Heavenly King. If you don't believe me, we'll see. The phone hung up. Chapter 72, System, You're My Real Father. Inside the meeting room, there was still silence. Su Yu Evening wrote furiously, wrote a full 10 sheets of printing paper, and continued to write. She was deaf to what was going on around her, to what was going on outside. There was an indescribable quiet beauty that naturally overflowed around her. Only after finishing the last piece of printout in her hand did she raise her head and look at Xiaifu. Ms. Xia, please, get me a few more sheets of printer paper. Xiaifu looked helpless and shrugged her shoulders gracefully. The printing paper had long been taken away by Genius's men, with the purpose of preventing Su Yueho from writing any further. Anyway, the kindergarten has agreed to her staying, so any further writing would be a waste of everyone's time. Changba, get me some printer paper. Su Yaya looked again at Changba, who was walking over. Changba just took Su Yuechi's call and came over. Sister, evening, there's no need to write. The chairman has agreed for you to stay. Pointing to Jin Genius, who had stood up next to him, Jin Genius smiled and introduced himself. MS. Su, how are you? I'm the chairman of our kindergarten. Jin Genius, I'm very pleased to meet you. MS. Xia has already introduced you just now, and I've seen your talent. The kindergarten and I are very happy to welcome you to the group. Reaching out his hand, he affectionately patted Changba on the back and added, now that I've handed over the kindergarten to Director Chang for management, as for what kind of work you'll be engaged in after you arrive at the kindergarten, it'll be arranged by Director Chang. He finished with an affectionate chuckle. He wanted to shake hands with Su Yuehong, but thinking that she was Changba's girlfriend, he was worried about offending her. Thank you, Chairman. Su Yuevening stood up and nodded with a smile. The main thing is this 50,000 word sentiment. I have to finish writing it as required. Jin Genius hurriedly shook his head. No. Next I'm going to show you our kindergarten and point out the most significant problems the kindergarten is facing right now. Hearing this, Su Yuevening then stopped insisting and put away the printout that was already filled with fonts. Okay, everything is at the chairman's disposal. Jin Genius shook his head quickly once again. No, everything is at the disposal of the changing gardener. In that case, I'll first show the changing gardener and all of you around. Smiling and nodding at Changba and the others, he walked ahead to lead the way. Changba walked over to Su Yayang's side, gently patted her shoulder once and whispered softly, Sister Evening, I didn't let you down, did I? Su Yuevening guffawed and nodded her head gently. Not to mention, this time Changba's performance was awesome. That unexpected surprise screams indescribable. To show her appreciation, she reached out and shook his hand. Keep up the good work, Changba whispered again. Sister Evening, you gave me a massage. My body almost didn't burn, and you told me to refuel. Su Yueho wanted to laugh. Her face heated up and she glared at him fiercely. This guy, he can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Don't talk like that when no one's around. Noticing Co Haija looking at herself coldly and jealously, she held her head high, unsmiling, and stared ahead. 5 minutes later, they were led by Jin Genius to the kindergarten cafeteria. The cafeteria is divided into 2 floors, clean and tidy, and can accommodate 600 students and teachers at the same time. They were admiring and nodding their heads as they all wanted to sit down and try a meal here. Director Chang, our kindergarten's main problem right now is the issue of drinking water. Jin Genius had a worried look on his face. For more than a decade, this problem hasn't been solved. What the hell is going on? Changba asked. Su Yuevening and Xiaifu and the girls all looked at Jin Genius with concern as well. Jin Genius smiled bitterly and shook his head, letting out a long sigh. It's the water issue. Because of its location, the kindergarten has not been able to get running water. Although it's next to the university, there are power lines and gas lines in between, and it's impossible to get running water. On the other side is a small park, and outside the small park is the main road, and it's not practical to run a water main from underneath the main road. There's no way around it. We haul in tons of mineral water every day, resulting in a waste of labor and financial resources. Changba heard this and asked darkly, System, you said the reward material is related to kindergarten. What kind of material is it? Host, there are 3 kinds of reward materials. You can choose one of them. Changba was satisfied and listened carefully to the end. The first, a purely natural living material. The second, game equipment supplies. The third, a mineral water supply. Changba asked, what about mineral water supplies? If the host chooses this one, then the system directly taps into the kindergarten's water pipes, getting running water? Through the tap water. Am I still the omnipotent system? Below the kindergarten, it leads directly to the Tianquan Spring of Wuhu Mountain, 100 miles away, and the water quality is up to the standard of mineral water, so you can drink it directly. Now the children are blessed. Changba grinned. System, you're my real father. Okay, I'll choose the third one. Copy that. Seeing Jin Genius shaking his head and sighing with a bitter look on his face, Changba laughed and put his arm around his shoulders. Jindong, don't worry, I've solved the water problem completely. In the future there will be water as soon as the faucet is twisted. How could Jin Genius believe it? Looking at him with wide eyes. Changba, don't joke around. Su Yuevening reminded Changba. Xiaifu also said, little brother, talk nicely to the chairman. Really? Changba had a serious face, his hands rhythmically gesticulating. Chairman, it's like this. 100 miles away is not 5 Tiger Mountain well. I directly from the kindergarten below a pipeline. straight through the 5 Tiger Mountain below. We are now using the 5 Tiger Mountain natural mineral water. Genius froze, then laughed out loud. It's so funny. It's amazing how serious bragging can be. Ha 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 ha. Su Huizi also laughed cheerfully. Brother Changba, I just love your bragging without drafts this pretentiousness. Changba, Su Yu Evening gave Changba a punch. I didn't ask you to joke around. Why are you opening up more and more? That's it. Xia Yifu would like to pull his ears according to the old habit. This matter is not a matter of joking. You are opening up international jokes. Changba said no more, striding towards the back kitchen. Let's go. Let's take a look at the storehouse behind the kitchen. Genius, Su Yaya and Xia Yifu, and Su Huizi all shook their heads and followed. Walked through the back kitchen and towards a storage room in the back. Before he even got close, he heard the sound of clattering water coming from inside. I purposely asked for a whole fountain, which is a spring that comes out of over 100 miles of pipes, which leads to water pipes all around the area, and the rest of it will flow into the groundwater. Changba explained as he walked into the warehouse room. Changba, if you're full of again, I'll be rude. Su Yu Evening saw that he was addicted to pretending and chastised him. Saying that, he followed into the warehouse room, and when he took a look at the scene inside, he couldn't help but stare with 2 round eyes. Oh maga, there really is a fountain? Chapter 73, I'm here as director for the money? I'm here to serve the children. When Xia Yifu took a look, she was even happier and jumped up. Fountains. There really is a fountain in the depot. Oh my god. With another bounce, he wrapped his arms around Changba's shoulders and laughed with excitement. Brother Changba, sister really loves you. Holy, holy. When Genius took a look, he couldn't help but tremble and burst out. You know, as the chairman of the education group, he has always paid attention to his image and language, but at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. My goodness, how did this fountain get straightened out? It was definitely a big project to make such a fountain, but in such a short period of time, Changba had made it. How did he do it? Genius twisted his head around and both looked at Changba with adoring eyes. The headmaster of the changing gardens wouldn't have superpowers, would he? That's right. How long has Changba's younger brother been the head of the garden? And how did the fountain get straightened out so quickly? Besides, how did it get straightened out? Su Huizi, who was sitting in the wheelchair, suddenly jumped up, jumped twice, rushed to Changba's side, and came to put her arms around his shoulders as well. It was important to know that Su Huizi hadn't known Changba for a long time and hadn't reached that level of intimacy, but at this moment, she couldn't help herself. The shock, the surprise, the incredulity, drove her crazy. Just like that, there was a left and a right beside Changba, and they grabbed his shoulders and shook wildly at him. Standing in the center, Changba just knows how to laugh. I'm just a little dizzy from them shaking me, and I can barely stand up. Ha 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 ha. Su Yu Evening looked at the fountain and couldn't help but laugh. As a cold goddess instructor, she had never laughed like this before, but at the moment, she was smiling very happily and bashfully. Take this afternoon. Changba was first turned away by security, then he was reprimanded by Bianlong, then proceeded to stand in the venue, unable to find a seat. Then again, the chairman kicked him out, and in an instant, the picture changed. He transformed himself into a kindergarten director. First the speech, next, open the kindergarten management group, then come out the test questions, then teach Flat Dragon a lesson, then they were taken to see the fountain. You know, when her grandmother used to run the kindergarten, she tried to open up the waterways too, but it never worked. And now, Changba has given an unbelievable hit. It was all so dreamy, so metaphysical, so divine. Again, it was so jarring, surprising, and moving. Su Yu Evening couldn't help but feel happy and relieved for him. It's such a high to have a boyfriend like that. At this moment, she really wanted to embrace Changba and send deep kisses instead. Only when she looked at Changba, she didn't smile. Only Su Huizi and Xia Yifu grabbed Changba's shoulders and were about to kidnap him. That's not good. It's outrageous. This seriously trampled on her instructor Su's bottom line. Hey, 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 what's this for? Su Yuawan rushed up and pulled Su Huizi away. Who are you? Pay attention to the distance between you and the head gardener. Pulling away from Xia Yifu again, he implied that she should pay attention to her image. Genius was also shocked. Keiko, you're in a wheelchair with a bad leg. Why are you suddenly jumping up and down? Su Huizi hemmed and hawed, lightly jumped twice, and sat back on the wheelchair. The moment he turned his head, he glanced at Changba with imploring eyes. Just now, she quietly kissed Changba and offered him her first kiss, not knowing what he thought in his heart. But no matter what he thought, a seed had been planted in her heart. Alright Fu, let go. Su Yueho didn't pay attention to Su Huizi's eyes, but was watching Xia Yifu. She realized that Xia Yifu had once again put her arm around Changba's shoulders. Looking at Xia Yifu's agitated appearance, He didn't know what out-of-the-ordinary action he was going to make next. Suyu Evening pulled up Xiaifu's arm and pointed at Genius. Chairman, where's the fountain check? We need to see the water quality. Makes sense. Genius was all smiles as he walked over to the fountain, extended both hands, cupped the water, and savored it. Sweet, cool, with a little bit of nature's aroma. It's the flavor of the mountain springs. It was so refreshing and delicious. Genius grinned and gave a thumbs up. Well, it's not bad. It's not bad. You guys try it too. Suyuan, Xiaifu and Su Huizi walked to the front and also cupped their hands to taste the spring water. One by one, they all marveled. Xiaifu and Su Huizi even played with fountain water. Headmaster Chang, the children will be blessed to have such a fountain in the future. Genius stretched out his hands and shook Changba's hand. I really never dared to think that Park Director Chang had such ability and strength. Thank you so much. On behalf of all the staff of the education group, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you. Changba smiled blandly. This is just the beginning. I believe the surprises are yet to come. Genius thought deeply and nodded repeatedly. Suyu Evening, Xiaifu and Su Huizi all smiled and nodded as well, casting appreciative, trusting glances at Changba. In the old days, they would have thought he was pretending again, and now, they believed that what he said was true, and that more surprises would surely await them in the future. That's right, Standing Gardener. Genius suddenly thought of something and pointed to the fountain, picking up a pipeline from 5 Tiger Mountain 100 miles away to create such a fountain. It's a huge project that must have cost a huge sum of money. You report the amount. The education group will reimburse you. Exactly how much money was spent, Changba didn't know, and asked in his heart. System, how much would it cost to build such a fountain in its entirety if it was built manually? If artificial, building such a pipeline would be like building a subway. The lowest estimate is $5 billion. Changba understood in his heart and nodded at Genius. It doesn't cost much, just $5 billion. Ah, Genius's mouth dropped open. Now his education group has only a few $100 million in liquidity. Where is he going to get $5 billion? Now that I think about it, it's true that $5 billion is less to open up a pipeline like this from underneath the 5 Tiger Mountain. Now it's not a case of hiring Changba to be the head of the garden, but he is the investor. He is the biggest boss. He had even more respect for Changba and smiled shyly. Chang, Park Director. Now the education group does not have so much money. When there is money, then reimburse you. You see, okay? Changba laughed. I came to be a gardener for the money? I'm here to serve the kids here. I'm here to live life to the fullest. Genius sighed to himself. Suyu Evening, Xiaifu, and Su Huizi all gave Changba a thumbs up, wanting to say together, Brother Changba, you're really good at this pussyfooting around. In that case, Master Chang, it's already evening. It's time for dinner. I'll sit east, and entertain you and your friends with great hospitality. Genius gestured respectfully. Well, Changba twisted his head to look at Su Yang. Listen to what Instructor Su says. Chapter 74, 2 Missing Girls, Appearances. Into the Night. FAIU Villa Neighborhood. The centerpiece villa sits on the shores of Lake Glow and is as bright as day. Chang Hui was wearing pajamas, sitting on the bedroom sofa with a glass of red wine, looking out the window at the night in a depressed manner. A beautiful woman stood bent over him, identifying his exquisite pigtails. Young master, the flat dragon from the genius kindergarten has come over. The butler walked to the bedroom door and reported softly. Chang Hui waited for Bien Long, putting down the red wine. Let him come in, all of you go down. Yes. The butler quickly retreated with the beautiful woman serving Flat Dragon. 5 minutes later, Flat Dragon appeared at the door of the bedroom, offered a smile, and knocked on the door. Brother Hui, I'm here. Cheng Hui called him in and asked, did you bring those 2 girls? Brought it, it's in the back of my car. Bien Long bent down and answered. Seeing Cheng Hui signaling him to bring it over, he turned around and returned. In another 5 minutes, he walked in with 2 teenage girls. The 2 little girls, both wearing black sportswear, were born very cute, but they were trembling, pale, with tears in their eyes, and appeared to be very frightened. They are the same 2 girls who disappeared from the gifted kindergarten 5 years ago. 5 years old then, 10 now. When they came to Cheng Hui's side, they were even more frightened. Still, they were trained to walk up to him and give him both knees. Cheng Hui sized them up twice and sneered in satisfaction, reaching out his hand to pinch their little cheeks. In 5 more years, you'll be big girls. And then you can be the most important bargaining chip in my hand. That's that. Bien Long nodded with a lewd smile. Brother Fai, they work for you anytime, anywhere. Fart. Cheng Hui suddenly sprang up, grabbed Bien Long's hair, and just thumped a few punches at his face. Didn't you hear my words? They are the most important chips in my hands. No one can touch them for the time being. Can't you understand human words? Dianlong nodded his head in panic as he was beaten and bleeding from his mouth and nose. Understand. Chang Xiao. No one dares to touch them. I want them to serve you alone. Neither can I. Hear me. Cheng Hui throws a few more boom punches at Flat Dragon's face. For a while, Flat Dragon's face was covered in blood, his mouth crooked and eyes slanted, but he didn't dare to let out a single gasp of pain. And the two girls whimpered softly in terror, their bodies shaking violently as if they were sifting chaff. Butler! Cheng Hui yelled at the door. Take them down and give them back to their mistress. Yes. The butler walked in, grabbed the two girls by the arms and dragged them straight out. The two girls didn't dare to resist in the slightest, so they watched motionlessly as the butler dragged them out. When they came outside and saw the bright moonlight, they all thought of their moms and dads at once, and they couldn't help but want to cry, because they all vaguely remember their moms and dads spending an unforgettable birthday together on a moonlit night. Their moms and dads are friends with each other and often get together for dinners. That moonlit night, that birthday party, was their last memory of their mom and dad? Waste. You're a sick son of a. Cheng Hui cursed at Bianlong. Changba went to the genius kindergarten. You're the deputy director, but you can't do anything about him, and he even stomped on you. Dianlong knelt on the floor, covering his face in agony, not daring to make any noise. Today against Changba, he was defeated miserably, and he had no face to retort. Aren't you a pervert? You can't help yourself with the female kindergarten teachers and students, but you can't help yourself with Changba. Cheng Hui got angrier and angrier as he stood up and kicked him in the face. Answer me. Dianlong was kicked to the ground and shivered as he got up, before making his reply. Young master, Changba went to the kindergarten, just with the identity of the head of the garden. What can I, a deputy head of the garden, do to him? Cheng Hui flew up again and kicked him to the ground. Aren't you a pervert? Aren't you great? Dianlong screamed in pain, feeling half of his face ripped open, seeing that Cheng Hui was still going to make a move, seeing that Cheng Hui was going to beat him to death. He was on fire and fiercely angled his head, bellowing, I'm nothing, as powerful as you Cheng Xiao? How about you deal with him this morning at the brain hospital? Didn't you get dusted off and run away in a mess by him just the same? If you have anger to take it out on Changba, take it out on me. What kind of skill is that? Of course you want to fight. Feel free to do so. I'm your cousin. Beat me to death and explain yourself to your uncle. After saying that, he lowered his head and waited for Cheng Hui's violent beating. Cheng Hui froze for a moment, staggered backward, and sat on his butt on the sofa. Come to think of it, what's the point of taking it out on your little cousin? He lit a cigar and took a hard drag. Close your eyes and inhale hard, all into your lungs. It took a long time before he exhaled a thick puff of smoke. You get up and tell us what to do next. Only then did Bianlong climb to his feet, grabbing a wet wipe from the coffee table and wiping the blood from his face. Not long after, the box of wipes was used up by him. FAI. It's simple. Find a way to get rid of Changba. Any ideas? Cheng Hui closed his eyes and smoked a cigar. Yes. Flat Dragon's red, swollen, deformed faceplate was hideous as a ghost. I'll use this method. Changba, no matter how powerful he is, there's nothing he can do. After the dinner, Changba brought Su Yueho and Xiaifu with him, talking and laughing, back to the Magic City University staff dormitory building. That is to say, back to Xiaifu's place. Now that Su Yuehuan was unwilling to go back to her sister's place, she could only temporarily stay at Xiaifu's place. Instructor Su, now that you're my little brother's girlfriend, you'll live with him. After walking into the room, Xiaifu pushed Su Yeyang and pushed her to Changba's side. Changba smoothly wrapped his arm around Su Yueho's shoulders and smiled. I have no problem with that. I'm okay with that. Su Yu Evening guffawed. Her face did not turn red, and she agreed with alacrity. Ha! Xiaifu froze and observed Su Yeye. Changba's brows also tightened as he looked towards Su Yueho. With Su Yu Evening's character, she wouldn't agree so much much less agree to it so ostentatiously. Go. Let's go back to our room. Su Yueyan pushed Changba's shoulder and pushed him towards a nearby bedroom. After pushing open the door to her room, she saw that Xiaifu was still staring blankly at her and laughed. Sister Fu, if you're willing to come over, I have no problem with it. Go. Xiaifu glared at her. I'm not going to be a light bulb for you guys. Walking into her bedroom, he slammed the door behind him. Sister Evening, you've really taken me by surprise. Changba pulled Su Yueho and pushed her towards the shower room. Quickly go and take a shower. What are you doing? Su Yuehong pushed him away. Dear sister, aren't you living with me? Cohabitation your ass. Su Yeye closed the door to her room. I want to talk to you about a serious matter. Overthinking. Changba shook his head. But then, I'm all sweaty, so I'd better take a shower first. Chapter 75, The Lover's Looseness. Sisters' Disagreements. Uncounted rose petals floated in the tub, making the entire bathroom smell like roses. Suyu Evening was lying in the bathtub with a mask on her face, quietly enjoying the cozy life. So much had happened today that she was feeling a little tired, and now she was lying in the cool water resting, not to mention intoxicated. Of course, having Changba in the next bedroom gave her that sense of security and comfort to enjoy such a time. Dodo! Dodo! The cell phone rang twice. Thinking it was Changba sending a message, she opened her eyes and picked up her cell phone, which she had set aside, and tapped it. At first glance, her eyes went cold and she put the phone back down. It was a message from her sister, Su Yueji. Ask her to return to the Su mansion. She's not going back. Her sister had even laid down on Changba's bed to rest, knowing full well about her relationship with Changba. That kind of thing. It was unacceptable to her in a million ways. 4 minutes later, the cell phone rang in color. On the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank, a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty, leaving lip prints on your mouth, florist roses, name misspelled. Su Yuehong picked up her cell phone, seeing that it was my sister calling. I put it back in its place. Sister must have called her back. My sister must not want her to work at the kindergarten. If she answers the phone, she'll only argue with her, so it's better to answer it than not to answer it at all. 30 minutes later, she had soaked, rinsed, scrubbed, and stepped out of the shower in a snow-white nightgown. She looked down and admired her figure, thinking to herself that she was an uncompromising bathing beauty, and that Changba would be infatuated to the point of obsession when he looked at her. But, walked into the bedroom to see that it was empty. Surprisingly, there's no one there. Going to Xiaifu's room? She muttered and walked over to the door of her room, listening for movement outside. It's quiet and silent outside, and you can't hear anything. She shook her head and reached for her phone to message him. Before he could send it, he heard a noise on the windowsill and twisted his head. Take a look and be shocked. A figure landed on the bed with a thud. Seeing that it was Changba, she quickly stepped forward. What have you been doing? Peeing, and you're in the shower. So I'll climb to the top floor and take a piss. Changba jumped off the windowsill and pulled the curtains closed. Su Yuehong fainted. You hurry up and take a shower. I have to talk to you about business. I've been waiting a long time for you to wait for me. Changba squeezed his eyes at her and rushed toward the shower in 3 steps. Su Yeye shook her head. This asshole. Just thinking good thoughts. A small tea table was set up next to the windowsill, and she sat down to boil and make tea. Before long, the aroma of tea curled up in the bedroom. Sister Evening, why are you sitting here drinking tea? Changba stepped out of the shower, his hair still wet. Didn't you say business? Come over here quickly. Suyu Evening's showy eyebrows tightened. Changba, let me ask you, what is the thing you think is the right thing to do? Having children. Changba laughed. Suyu Evening grabbed a box of toilet paper and smashed it at him. You're only a freshman and you want to have kids? Changba took the draw. What's wrong with having kids? I'm a kindergarten director and I'm still afraid of having kids? I wouldn't mind 10 or 8. Just see if you can give me a child. Su Yuehong grabbed the fruit knife and stood up. Changba, I'm just asking you, can you be decent? Changba glanced at the silver glittering fruit knife and honestly walked over to the coffee table and sat down. Sister Evening, between the two of us, it's not good to be too proper. Bah! Suyu Evening glared at him and sat down again. I'm serious with you now. Hurry up and sit down honestly for me. Changba sat down, took her hand, snatched the knife, and put it in his hand to admire it. Appreciate it like jade. Suyu Knight doesn't care about him. Let him heart. One hand gouging again. There will be no fun between the two. Changba, do you know why I had to work inside the kindergarten? Suyu Evening had just said this when her cell phone rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was her sister Suyu Chi calling again. What a pain in the ass. She's still not answering her phone. Evening sister, you'd better answer it. You're not unaware of your sister's foul temper. Changba picked up his cell phone and handed it to her. Suyu Evening thought about it. Then she took the cell phone and pressed the answer button. Little sister, where are you? Suyu asked nonchalantly. Su Yeye replied nonchalantly. Where do you think I am? Changba is my boyfriend now. Where can I be if I'm not with him? Changba, on the other hand, stood up, walked over to the windowsill, peeled back a crack, and peered down towards the bottom. Noticing a familiar seated car parked below, he gestured at Su Yeye, signaling that her sister was downstairs. Su Yeye was disgusted. This sister is getting out of line. And now she's chasing me here. Her eyes flashed. You came to school, didn't you? Yes. Su Yuechi didn't hide it. Then come up here and we'll talk face to face. Suyu Evening thought that sooner or later there would be a day when she and her sister would be so torn apart. So let that day come sooner. I'll go open the door for her. Don't alarm Fu about this. Changba walked out of the bedroom and walked to Xiaifu's door first, pressing against the door panel to listen to the movement inside before turning around and walking away. After waiting for about 5 minutes, there was a soft knock on the door from outside. Changba opened the door to his room. Sure enough, it was Su Yuichi, all dressed in black with a frosty face. Next to him stood her personal bodyguard, White Foam, looking at him with hateful eyes. Changba didn't care about the look in Mo's eyes and issued a warning to Su Yuichi. Mr. Su, don't interfere with what Instructor Su wants to do. Otherwise, there is no turning back for everyone. Su Yuichi sneered. Mr. Chang, I know you're somewhat capable, but you have to know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. As soon as the words left his mouth, White Foam suddenly probed his hand and grabbed Changba's shoulder. As she lashed out, Changba's shoulders creaked. Changba laughed, glancing down at her hand, which stood on 6 fingers, and then back up at her face. This beautiful woman, does she really think she's an all-powerful lady killer? Get out of the way. Su Yuichi carried Changba away with his shoulder and walked into the room. Changba didn't stop her and watched her walk into his and Su Yueho's bedroom. Mr. Chang, cut a deal? White Foam was still gripping Changba's shoulders, his eyes even colder. Changba nodded gently and took a step forward, walking out of the room and closing the door gently, looking at her with a smirk. White Foam couldn't stand his contemptuous look, and clenched his teeth together, suddenly lifting his left knee and slamming it hard against his crotch. Straight up crotch popping, without saying a word. We'll get right to it. In the past, when she dealt with other men, this was the trick that made them pass out from the pain. The end result is that men become either wastrels or eunuchs. But, now after attacking, Changba was surprisingly unresponsive, like nothing ever happened. Can you use some strength? Changba teased with a smile. White Foam was furious and used his full strength to lift his knee and explode his crotch once again. Boo! She was going to see how else he was going to pretend. Chapter 76, The Sisters Rupture. Can you use a little more energy? Changba gave another teasing smile. White Foam's face changed drastically, and with a light yell, he put his whole body's strength into use, lifting his knee, storming, and attacking his crotch once again. Boo! A sound passed and she felt the top hit the rocks, hurting as if her knees were shattered, and she could no longer get any strength out of them. The pain made her dizzy and she had to bend over. But, Changba remained unresponsive. White Foam shivered in shock and couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps, leaning against the wall before standing. At this moment, she realized the huge gap between herself and Changba. She was as worthless as a child in front of Changba. What's wrong with me? Changba stepped forward, grabbed her point-blank checklist, and pinned her against the wall. Foamy, your father's name is Zhang Yanghai and your mother's name is Lulan. Your hometown is in Sheing River, south of Hunan, in a village called Kilawan. You have a brother, Zhang Wanlin, who is attending a technical college in the northeast, as a bodyguard and as an assassin. How can you let anyone else know this information? Ah! White Foam's eyes were filled with horror. His whole body trembled, and he wanted to cry. She couldn't believe that these secrets were known clearly by Changba. And these secrets are extremely important to her. The slightest leak could spell doom for her home and family. And how did Changba know that? At this moment, she was even more convinced that she was an egg against a stone compared to Changba. To challenge him yourself is a joke. Just a disgraceful farce. I'll see what you do later. Changba gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder and turned to walk into the room, closing the door behind him. Foamy stood frozen, his face still in shock, his body shaking every now and then, as if she had lost her soul. She was disoriented and just stood there all the time. In the bedroom, already the sound of a heated argument had been heard. Changba came to the door and could hear voices inside through the door of the room. Little sister, you can't work at the genius kindergarten. Why shouldn't I? Grandma died for the kindergarten, and died in peace. And I have to fulfill her last wish. It's just 2 missing girls. What's the big deal? Besides, the kindergarten issue is complicated. Not something a weak woman like you can solve. You don't have to say another word. I've made my decision. I have to go in the genius kindergarten. Little sister, don't force me. Sis, don't make me do it either. When Changba heard this, he opened the door to the room, walked in, and closed it again. Keep your voices down. You too, don't disturb my Fusan's rest. Both sisters, Suyu Evening and Suyu Chi, stared angrily at each other without speaking, their chests both rising and falling greatly. For the sisters, this is the first time this has happened. The air in the room was freezing. Changba walked over to Su Yue's side and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be angry. Looking towards Suyu Chi, he coldly said, Mr. Su, people have their own aspirations. There's no need to force them. In the past, when Suyu Chi heard such words, he would slap open Changba, but now that she knew his strength, she held back her anger and didn't respond to him. Seeing that Su Yeye was still staring at her deadpan, she took a deep breath, walked over to her, put her arm around her shoulders, and said in a serious tone, Little sister, grandparents died a long time ago. Mom and dad are also not alive. In this world, Only we sisters are flesh and blood. We should be united. We should be on the same page, shouldn't we? If sis did anything wrong, you can say so, but don't look at sis like that, okay? Sister is so sad, choked up at the words. Ho ho ho, Changba laughed. Mr. Su, we are all adults. What's the point of acting? If you really respect and love your little sister, you shouldn't have acted that way in the hospital this morning. What are you babbling about? Su Yuichi jerked her head around and angrily stared at Changba. Mr. Chang, you have saved my life and I thank you for that, but don't think that I'm afraid of you. Ho ho ho, Changba laughed again. It wasn't because of Su Yuin. He would have let her go to sleep forever this morning. How does she have a chance to push here? Little sister. Sister please. Su Yuichi suddenly lowered her stance, just like before, stretching out a hand to caress her little sister's face, looking into her eyes with tears in her eyes. Little sister, don't stay here. Come home with me, okay? No. Su Yeye categorically refused. Her eyes were not tearful and compassionate as before, but firm and cold, even relentless. You go back. I'm not going back with you. Little sister, Su Yuichi suddenly cried out. Don't you know your sister's dream? To take back the Longhu territory. Please don't work at the kindergarten. Help your sister with all your heart, okay? No. I would definitely work at a gifted kindergarten. I must investigate the whereabouts of the two girls. I will fulfill my grandmother's last wish and let her rest in peace in the ground. Su Yu Evening spoke forcefully, decisively and unquestionably. Yes. Seeing that Su Yuichi did not show the slightest sign of compromise, she suddenly changed her face and shouted. So, you want to break up with me? Yes. Su Yeye replied through clenched silver teeth. Yes. Su Yuichi's pretty face suddenly became very fierce. Su Yu Evening, this is what you said. And I'm dropping a line as well. If you can sign a labor contract at the Genius Kindergarten, I'll run headlong into the ground. Turned, slammed the door, and whistled away. At this moment, Su Yueho's hot tears came out of her eyes. But, she bit her lip to keep from crying, clenching his teeth again to keep from crying. Now that you've made a decision, face the decision. Whoever that person is, whatever that person has to do with themselves, what you decide for yourself, you must stick to it. Sister Evening, I will do whatever it takes to help you find those two girls. Changba appreciated and was heartbroken that Su Yueho made that decision, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. You have to fulfill Grandma's dying wish. I'll work with you to fulfill her old man's dying wish. Su Yu Evening burst into tears all of a sudden and snuggled tightly into his chest. If Changba wasn't there, she didn't dare to imagine that she would break with her sister. If Changba wasn't there, she couldn't imagine how she would face the bigwigs behind the kindergarten. It was also because Changba was there that she had the courage to have that confidence. Changba quietly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiaotong. A small smartphone, the kindergarten attached to the Kindergarten Genius Kindergarten of the Magic City University. Two girls disappeared 5 years ago. You give me an investigation into this matter. The faster the better. In less than 3 seconds, he received a reply. Brother Ba, I'll check. Please wait. Changba put away his cell phone and embraced Su Yueho, just quietly looking out the window at the moonlight. In this moment, no sound could be heard anymore except the cool breeze of the air conditioner. The two just held each other quietly. The two just quietly thought about their minds. Sister Evening, you should rest. After 10 minutes or so, Changba thought that she had been standing all this time, and should have stood until her legs were sore and aching, and gently reminded her. 77. Renewed reference to the two missing girls. Su Yu Evening didn't move. Still fondly nestled in front of Changba's chest, Changba smiled slightly and had to continue to accompany him. Think about it. Splitting up with her sister. The event hit her hard. It would take her a long time to digest this. Possibly, it takes a lifetime to self-medicate. Sure, it is also because of this parting of the ways that she will become more mature, more stable and more determined. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Changba pulled out his cell phone and opened the screen. It was a message from Showdown. Several in a row. Brother Ba, we've got a little preliminary information. 5 years ago, two girls did go missing from a gifted kindergarten. One is called Pang Still and the other is called Meng Rui. 5 years old at the time, they could sing and dance and were the stars of the kindergarten. The grandmother of the eldest sister, Su Yueji, met them at the kindergarten's 10-year celebration and fell in love with them. On that day, she recognized them as her god-granddaughters and was determined to raise them well and turn them into big stars. That evening, she invited them to dinner. It was on the way home that the two girls suddenly disappeared. When Su Yueji's grandmother first learned of the news, she had her men investigate and called the police to investigate. For the past month, there has been no news. For this reason, she was sick. He died 3 months later after a long illness. Before she died, she explained that she would not rest in peace until she found the two girls. Brother Ba, My men found out that this incident is related to a pervert named Flat Dragon. My men are tracking him down. I'll report any relevant news as soon as I have it. Changba made a reply, hard work. Then he asked Xiaotong for a bank account number and transferred $3 million to him. Investigating something like this requires top intelligence talent, top detection tools and techniques, and is very, very costly. A brother is loyal to him and serves him, and he certainly does not treat his brother poorly. Evening, sister. Don't think about your sister. Look at this. Changba handed his cell phone to Su Yuehong. Su Yu Evening took the cell phone and carefully looked at them one by one, nodding her head repeatedly. This information is completely correct. Changba, I can't imagine that you still have such a talent under you. Changba smiled bashfully. There will be more such talents in the future. Sister Evening, I'm sure that important information will soon be available over there. Well, it's time to rest. I'll lock the door outside. He gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder and walked out, locking the door to the small living room outside and returning to the bedroom door. Seeing that Su Yu Evening was still standing and looking at her cell phone, she reminded again. Sister Evening, it's late. It's time to rest. Go back to Sister Fu's room and sleep. Good. Su Yeyang agreed and walked out. Suddenly thinking of something, she jerked to a halt and twisted her head to glance at Changba's bed, but then he thought of something and twisted his head and walked away again. It's just a question that comes up. She pushed the door to Xiaifu's bedroom and couldn't push it. Twist the handle and it won't open. Apparently, Xiaifu locked it from the inside. Su Yu Evening pulled out her cell phone to send a message. Didn't return. Call. On the line. This time, Su Yu Evening understood that Xiaifu was clearly doing it on purpose. It's hard to wake up someone pretending to be asleep at this moment. This made it difficult for her. Going into sleep is out of the question. So now go back to Changba's room and sleep in his bed? Thinking it was not a good idea, he took a towel quilt and went outside to lay down by the couch in the small living room, curled up in a ball and covered himself with the towel quilt. As soon as his eyes closed, his mind drifted back to his sister and the scene of her swearing. Her sister was a strong character and did what she said she would do, and she was really worried that she would keep her vow to do it. The thought of that moment sent a stab of pain through her heart, and the tears came down in a single, uncontrollable gush. Why did the sisters, who were originally close and bonded as flesh and blood, get to this point? The more I thought about my sister, the more I tossed and turned. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Just, when she rolled over onto her back for the 12th time, she snapped into dreamland. Changba was standing in the doorway. He certainly didn't allow his beloved to lose sleep, and silently used hypnosis. He guffawed as he watched her sleep soundly. Picking her up, he walked into the bedroom and laid her gently and steadily on the bed, admiring a glance at her quiet, feminine, adorable sleeping form. He smiled slightly and pulled the towel quilt over her. At this moment, he wanted to hug her and kiss her very, very much. But, he held back. That incredibly romantic moment is not now. That incredibly romantic moment belongs to the wedding night. He envisions the future for a moment, turns off the light, and tiptoes away. A short while later, he half laid down on the windowsill and turned on his cell phone, skillfully clicked on the tomato novel website, and then clicked on the marry an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm happy and crazy. The page of the book, beautifully looked. Finally a free moment. Finally, I can enjoy my own time. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw one of the heroes picking up the old widow. Worried about affecting Su Yu Evening's rest, he hurriedly covered his mouth again. The dog author had a blast writing it. Nima, if you don't make money from the manuscript, who will? Rewarded hard. Tell him to do 10,000 shifts a day. Tell him to work himself to death. Ding. Warm reminder. Host, please don't forget your mission. Changba got a little fired up at the interruption. How could I forget? Within 3 days, there can be no shortage of talented kindergarten teachers and students. Yeah, no less now. Host, there's already one less when you get rid of the flat dragon. Asterisk. Changba sat up. How can a pervert like that stay? The system didn't speak. How about this? I find the 2 missing girls and replace Bianlong? Host, this mission of yours has nothing to do with the 2 missing girls. It has nothing to do with you. But the problem is that it has something to do with Su Yu Evening. Changba had long been trying to figure out how to accomplish both tasks together. Got it. Don't bother me with my novel. Lay down and continue to read the novel beautifully. The moonlight outside the window was as bright as silver. Xiaifu sat in the moonlight, wrapped her arms around her knees and stared at the door of her room. She heard the knocking and pushing on the door outside just now. Even the sound of twisting the doorknob, she heard, but she just wouldn't open the door. Speaking of which, she didn't want to lock the door and didn't want Su Yuehong to sleep in Changba's bed, because she also loved Changba and wanted to be with him as well. In fact, when she had picked up Changba, she had wanted to be close to the water. But, Changba only thought of her as a sister, and the bond with her was the kind of bond that was caught between friendship and affection. Simple to say the least, and complex to say the least. It's not a love affair anyway. As she watched Changba, she noticed that there was light, anticipation, and sizzling love in his eyes when he looked at Su Yueho, and he had nothing in his eyes when he looked at her. His neighbor's sister. If it does, it's naughty. It's just fooling around. A girl's sixth sense, especially for love, is very powerful. She trusted her sixth sense and believed that she and he could only go the route of intimacy. But, although there was a place in his heart where he had figured it out, there was another place in his heart that was uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable to the point of wanting to grab Changba and give him a good scolding. Suddenly, she seemed to hear hugging, she heard kissing, and then she heard snapping. She rushed to cover her ears. Sitting there in the middle of the night, the voices seemed to still be there, and she grew sleepy. It was also in this moment that she convinced herself. What are you fighting with yourself for? Isn't it a good thing that my little brother found love? Isn't it something to celebrate? As a sister, you should support him without any selfishness, shouldn't you? Yes. Mr. C, you are so wise. Mr. Shay, you're so great. She complimented herself by lying down lazily, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes as she slowly fell asleep. Chapter 78, The Jealous and Confused Neighborhood Sister. Su Mansion. Late into the night, Su Yuichi was still standing by the back window, smoking a stifling cigarette. Normally she rarely smoked, but now one after the other. There were no lights on in the room, and the night was filled with a blue haze, and the cigarettes were red as fire. The betrayal of her little sister against her left her with a deep stabbing feeling in her heart when she thought about it now. Her little sister, who was usually good and obedient by her side, suddenly broke with her openly. This has never happened before, and it simply won't happen. And the only reason this happened was because she was surrounded by that hateful person. Frequent fighter. Someone who seems ordinary, but is actually unfathomable. Until now, she couldn't figure out how he was so overpowered and powerful. Not to mention the fact that he was able to pick up her little sister and still have her heart set on him. That alone is enough to show that he is definitely not human. And the thought of this man gave her a bitter, cutting pain, despite the fact that this man had saved her life. That hatred, instead of diminishing, had increased several times over. If this man is not removed, her little sister will not be freed, much less returned to her, and she will not be able to accomplish what she wants. Mr. Su. White foam appeared at the bedroom door and knocked gently on it. Su Yuichi twisted her head. The eyes burst into a black light in the darkness of the night. Seeing the cold, bone-chilling look in her eyes, White foam didn't dare to meet them and scrambled to lower her head. Mr. Su, tonight, the second Miss She, though tell me, late what happened to her? Foamy bowed his head downward again and stammered a reply. Tonight, the second young lady she lived with Changba. Su Yuichi's eyes went black and she closed her eyes in despair. How noble, how proud, how absolute her little sister used to be. And now, my little sister has turned out to be Changba's plaything, and it's delivered to your door. Pathetic, lamentable, hateful. After a long time, Su Yeye asked, Foamy, I've always trusted you. Have you figured out a way to take care of Changba? White foam laughed bitterly and dropped his head in a crumpled manner. She crossed paths with Changba once today. Changba didn't even strike at her, but she felt defenseless. What was even more frightening was that Changba knew everything about her family. It also meant that her entire being was a catfish on a plate to Changba. If you can't, then you can get someone else. Su Yuichi knew that Bai Mo knew the real masters. At those words, White foam's head snapped up. Mr. Su, there's someone. She is divine and ruthless enough to send Changba on his way. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. The alarm clock went off. Xia Yifu slowly reached out a hand to turn off her cell phone alarm. Look outside. The sky is cloudy. She wanted to sleep a little longer, but thinking of Changba and Su Yeye evening, she catapulted herself into a sitting position and made a quick dash to go to the restroom. Convenient. Brush your teeth. Wash your face. Before and after less than 5 minutes. When it was over, it rushed straight to the Changba bedroom. She wanted to see what Changba and Su Yeyang had done this night. For some reason, she was sore inside. I'm Changba's sister. I'm Changba's sister. She told herself once and for all what she was. Came to the door and knocked sharply. Put together, she would have just pushed open the door to Changba's room. But right now, no. He already has a girlfriend. His relationship with her was unknowingly undergoing a qualitative change. It used to be that a neighboring sister could become a lover. But now a neighboring sister is a sister. Do not disturb. Coming. Changba climbed up, glanced at Su Yeye, who was still sound asleep, walked to the door of the room and opened it. In this instant, Xia Yifu had grabbed his ear. Little brother, it's not that I'm talking about you. You don't know how to value yourself too much. Changba jumped in surprise. What's wrong with me, sister? Why do you pull my ears when we meet? When you have a girlfriend, you go 7 times a night. You don't know how to cherish your body at all. I'll tell you, it's a long time coming. Xiaifu stretched out both hands and grabbed both of his ears. Changba's face was aggravated. My own sister, ugh. I didn't even do it once. Anyone who does it once with her is a dog. Ah. Xiaifu froze. No way? She didn't believe that Changba and Su Yayang couldn't rub off on each other. Both are full of life and dry and will sleep peacefully? Besides, what was the purpose of her locking the door of her room and not letting Su unite in last night? If you don't believe me, you can check. Changba held up his hands. Xiaifu's almond eyes rounded. How can I check? Take off your pants and check. Changba hemmed and hawed. I told you that you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, and you know how to be poor all day long. Xiaifu grabbed his ear and shoved him into the room. A look at the beds too. Su Yueyun night sleeps alone in bed, and Changba sleeps alone on the windowsill. A second glance at the bed showed that it was clean and tidy, with little sign of having been rolled or tangled. Then look at the trash basket by the bed. It's so clean there isn't even a piece of paper in it. Xiaifu thought about it. After all, Su Yaya is the second miss of the Su family, a person with dignity and a bottom line. How could she casually cohabit with a man? Even if she were to cohabitate, she would choose a good day and an environment to cohabitate in. Sin. Guilty. Xiaifu, you're overthinking it. Xiaifu secretly blamed herself, but she used more force on her hands and gritted her teeth. Changba, your girlfriend sleeps in the same room as you and you don't even touch her. Are you nuts? Are you out of your mind? Changba cried and laughed. It's not good to sleep, and it's not good to not sleep. This sister, is she confused with jealousy? Really call for it. His ears were getting sore and he grabbed her hand, only to snub it. Sister Fu, you don't know. Instructor Su is not feeling well. He drank wine at dinner and threw up after returning to this room. Oh, Xiaifu laughed, letting go of her hand and lovingly rubbing up Changba's ears and faceplate. I'm sorry little brother. Sister is hasty. Quickly tell your girlfriend to get up. Later, sister will buy you guys something delicious. Changba shook his head and rubbed his ears as he walked towards the bed. Su Unite was still in his hypnosis. She really wouldn't wake up until he called her. With a cry from him, she then lazily got up and came to, noticing that she was sleeping on Changba's bed, and looking at Changba and Xiaifu standing at the edge of the bed watching her. She couldn't help but heat up her cheeks and brush a strand of hair from her face behind her ear. Morning both of you. Good morning. Xiaifu walked over to Su Yueho and sat down beside her, wrapping her arm around her shoulders. Instructor Su, I heard from my little brother that you vomited alcohol last night and were not feeling well. You're better now, aren't you? Su Yayang froze, glanced at Changba, and nodded. Well, it's better now. Xiaifu glared at Changba. Why don't you pour your girlfriend a cup of warm boiled water? Changba agreed and went to pour the water. A short while later, came over with a glass of warm boiled water. Xiaifu took it and brought it to Su Yueho's mouth, forcing her to drink it hard. Instructor Su, now I have a serious question for you, and you answer it truthfully. Chapter 79, I want both the fish and the bear's paw. What's the problem? Su Yuening looked at Xiaifu very serious and sat up straight. Xiaifu asked, is it that you and Changba are now prioritizing your work at the university, or your work at the kindergarten? For me, college work is the priority right now. I won't officially get into kindergarten until military training is over this week. Su Yueho looked at Changba and added, as for Changba, whether he puts his schooling first or his kindergarten work first, this is a matter for him to decide. Xiaifu nodded happily. This girlfriend of my little brother can be very democratic and not authoritarian. When the two live together in the future, my little brother will have some freedom. She looked to Changba and asked, Changba, what do you think? Me? Simple. Changba sat at the end of the bed, smiling bashfully. The next step I'm going to focus on the kindergarten work. As for the university studies, I don't care. Take a break or drop out. What? Xiaifu suddenly catapulted up and jumped straight at Changba. What did you just say? You have the guts to tell me again. Grabbing the collar of his pajamas and lifting it violently, he stared down at her with condescending fury. Mr. Xia, don't be angry. Su Yuening didn't expect Xiaifu to have such a big reaction. Stood up and pulled her arm. This matter, you can talk to Changba slowly. Xiaifu pushed her hand away and coldly said, Instructor Su, this is between me and my little brother. Please stay out of it. Su Yuewan had never seen Xiaifu so fierce, nodded and sat to the side again. She certainly knew a good grasp of the delicate relationship between the three of them. Xiaifu was Changba's neighborhood sister, and in Changba's emotional world, she is the sister. So, as Changba's girlfriend, she could only wait and see what happened in the face of the conflict between Changba and her neighboring sister. Sister Fu, You don't have to be so excited, Changba softly explained. Whether I have college studies now or not doesn't affect my kindergarten job, much less my future life. You fart. Xia Yifu nonchalantly interrupted him. You didn't even finish college, let alone being a kindergarten director, or even a kindergarten teacher. You don't have that qualification. Besides, who will serve you? Changba smiled blandly. It's not the education, but the ability that convinces. Are you really capable? If you have the ability, you build missiles, you build spaceships, you engage in space immigration. Being a kindergarten director makes you capable? The more Xia Yifu said, the more agitated she became. Her hands once again exerted force, causing the pajama collar to strangle his neck. Look at those really powerful people nowadays. Which one of them isn't highly educated? When you encountered such a kindergarten director position, you gave up your studies, your brain into the water in order to get into a good university. How many students get up in the morning and work all day long? And now you even give up. Can you face yourself? Do you think you can stand up to yourself? How can you face your parents? Tears glistened in her angry eyes as she said this. Seeing this, Changba sighed darkly. It wasn't about getting the job done, and he wouldn't have thought so. Besides, there's the pressing task of persuading Bianlong, that dead pervert, to return to work in the kindergarten, add in other things, plus reading novels, and he felt as if he was running a little short on time. Fu, I'm an adult, please respect my choice. You adult, what you become? Xia Yifu interrupted him once again. Don't just think about yourself, you have to think about me. Think about your parents. She let out a choked sob as she said this, seeing that Xia Yifu was suddenly in tears, all ready to cry out. Changba's heart sank. Fu hadn't worried or paid much for his schooling, but he had to do the most important thing now. If he didn't complete the system mission, then he would lose everything, not to mention college studies, health and life will be lost. Sister Fu, don't be like this. My character you also know. This matter I just need to make a decision. What character are you? Xia Yifu suddenly cried out. You are now just studying well. Just seriously finish your studies. What character are you talking about? I'm telling you, as long as you give up your studies, I won't teach anymore, and I'll go wherever you go in the future. If you take a step, I'll follow you, just like when you were a child you followed me and couldn't stay away from me. Hearing this, Changba couldn't help but recall the happy times when he was a child. At that time, he followed Xia Yifu like a follower. So to speak, he was inseparable. If Xia Yifu kicked him out or wasn't there for him, he'd be sad and he'd cry. And now, the one crying was actually Xia Yifu. Changba couldn't help but see her crying tears, and couldn't help but get his nose in the air, reaching out his hand, wiping her rolling tears. Okay Sister Fu, don't cry and don't get mad. Xia Yifu opened his hand and covered her face with the back of her hand and sobbed. Changba's heart was even more unpleasant, so he had to make a pledge. In that case Fu-san, I promise to get excellent grades in college and graduate successfully while I manage the kindergarten. Bottom line, I'm going to get both the fish and the bear. Xia Yifu snorted and laughed again. Turning violently, she reached out and grabbed his ear. That's more like it. Like a child. Giggling, Changba smiled back. Stand up and hug her. Xia Yifu, on the other hand, wrapped her arms around him fiercely, and kept gently pounding his back with her two fists. Su Evening sat on the side and smiled as she watched them, also with a sore nose. Not to mention, no matter how powerful this Changba person was, he couldn't argue with Xia Yifu. There's a saying that plaster points tofu, and one thing leads to another. After all, Xia Yifu really loved him, really cared for him, really put herself in his shoes and planned for him like a sister. And Changba was defenseless in the face of such care. She was getting a little jealous watching them keep hugging and reminding them, guys, it's time for us to have breakfast. Go to the school cafeteria or eat out? Changba and Xia Yifu smiled at each other before separating. Then they cleaned up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast together. Under the morning sunlight, Xia Yifu was dressed in an orange-red dress, tied with a pill head, clean and sweet. Su Evening's black halter top, paired with a long, fluttering white skirt, plus a head of floppy hair, dainty and noble. They accompanied Changba on the left and right, like two flowers that opened up to their fullest, making them the center of attention along the way. Especially many boys, after admiring the beauty, looked at Changba with envious and jealous eyes. Changba, on the other hand, didn't care about the eyes of the others, glancing at his cell phone every now and then. He was cross-referencing the schedules of the gifted kindergartners and Mordor University. Kindergarten is from 7 to 7:30 a.m. M, and 8:10 to 4:10 a.m. M, is the morning exercise program. College is 8:30 to start military training. He figured he could check out the nursery after breakfast and wait until 8:20 before returning to the university. He had just walked into the restaurant when his cell phone vibrated. Pulling out his cell phone, he tapped it to see that it was a message from Showdown. Bully, Flat Dragon has entered the genius kindergarten with about 10 gangsters. Changba was looking for this person. Bianlong, keep sending people to keep an eye on him. Showdown, brother Ba, this man hates you to the bone. Should I call someone to intercept him? Changba, no, you just spy. Don't worry about the rest. Walking into the dining room, he found a table and asked Su Yueho and Xiaifu to sit down and go get breakfast. 10 minutes later, as they ate up their breakfast, Shotan sent another message. Brother Ba, Flat Dragon led people to vandalize the kindergarten. Chapter 80, Pervert smashes kindergarten. Director speeds up little yellow car. Boo, boom, boo, boom. Genius kindergarten. A loud smashing sound came from the director's office. The sound was deafening. It could be heard throughout the kindergarten. And many people were so shocked to hear it that the children were so frightened that they had to cover their ears. Some parents are afraid to send their children inside the kindergarten when they hear the commotion. And Bien Long stood in front of the door, gesturing cozily inside as if he were pointing a finger. Smash! Smash me! Isn't he Changba great? Didn't he, Changba, become a kindergarten director right after he went to college? This time I'll see just how powerful he is, just how much backstage he has. Smash it all. The desk, the tea set, the computer, the bookcase, all of it. He was even more amused when he noticed a large group of his coworkers standing not far away, all murmuring in horror, whistling, holding a tissue, shaking his head and wiping his nearsighted glasses in his hand. He just wants his coworkers to see that where he lost his face, he is going to find it. He just wanted his coworkers to see that he and Changba must have someone miserable this time. Flat Dragon, what do you want? There was a sudden roar from the crowd. The crowd was taken aback and turned their heads. It's a beautiful woman in a wheelchair. Handsome face, clear eyes, and an unforgettable demeanor. If it's not Seo Haija, which one is it? Bien Long wanted to break into a rage, but when he saw it was her, he gritted his teeth. As the daughter of the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, Su Huizi's strength was not weak, and he had to be afraid of it. Any other woman would have pushed her into a room, overturned her wheelchair, and ravaged her, telling her to live in shadow and pain for the rest of her life. Flat Dragon. Su Huizi pushed her wheelchair and rushed forward. If you call for more vandalism, I'll call the police. Report. Bien Long took a 6-parent step to the wheelchair, bent down, and gestured with the utmost respect. My dear MS. Keiko, please call the police now. Your old man. Su Huizi knew that Bien Long was black and white in the neighborhood, pulled out his cell phone, and stopped again. So what if we call the police? He's strutting his stuff in kindergarten as usual. Suddenly thinking of Jin Genius, she picked up her cell phone again and said angrily, I'll call the chairman, please. Bien Long once again gestured with both hands. MS. Keiko, please, please quickly. Su Huizi was so angry that her face turned red and she called Jin Genius's phone and said loudly, Chairman, come to the kindergarten. Bien Long led people to smash the director's office. He's going out of his mind. If he keeps this up, he could trash the whole kindergarten. The kids are freaking out and some parents are afraid to send their kids in. The phone stayed silent. There's no sound whatsoever. Chairman, say something. Su Huizi shouted anxiously. The co-workers around us were also very anxious. As the leader of the Genius Education Group, as the leading boss of the Genius Kindergarten, at this moment, you should make a statement. After a long moment, the caller said, now that I've left the kindergarten in the hands of the headmaster Chang, you can call him. The phone hung up. Seo Haija's head exploded for a moment. This is the leader of the education group? Now even Jin Genius is afraid of Bien Long. They don't even dare to mess with him. She only had to call Changba. Brother Changba, come to the kindergarten. Bien Long brought people to vandalize your office. At this rate, he could trash the whole kindergarten. The kids are so scared now that a lot of parents are afraid to send their kids in. Get over here before it's too late. The Flat Dragon stood to the side, bent over, heckling. It's just a laugh for Changba. It's all about stimulating Changba. Changba rode a small yellow bike and sped to the kindergarten. Keiko, I hear Bien Long beside you. You put him on the phone. Seo Haija glared at Bien Long and handed him his cell phone. Bien Long took the phone, holding his glasses and scratching his ear holes again, scratching his head and smiling. What are your arrangements, Mr. Standing Gardener? Su Huizi couldn't stand to see his perverted appearance. Both felt disgusted, and saw that the inside of the office was still madly smashing, so she was so angry that her eyes were filled with tears and angrily rebuked. Flat Dragon, just wait, the headmaster of the changing gardens won't let you go. Bien Long was still scratching his head and smiling, and made a point of laughing at Changba. Standing Gardener, you heard me. Since you won't let me go, please hurry over, he said, increasing the volume of his cell phone to hear what Changba had to say. Flat Dragon, I can understand if you have a problem with me and vent about it, but there has to be a bottom line when it comes to doing things. It's fine for you to target me, but don't target the children, their parents or their kindergarten colleagues. Now if you just take the men and leave, I'll still give you a chance. Changba offered a warning as he accelerated on his little yellow bike. That's all I'm going to say. You weigh it up. Weigh your ass. Bianlong laughed out loud. At the end of the laugh, the sound was very sharp like a rooster crowing. He said, shaking his head, Changba, I'm waiting for you. Come here if you have the guts. You just started college and you get to sit as the director of a gifted kindergarten. You're awesome. Now I'm going to see how good you really are. You're not keeping from scaring the kids, are you? Hey, I'm taking my brothers to the classroom right now. I'm going to make them all cry and scare them all out of coming to school here, ha ha ha. There was another burst of extremely crazy laughter, so loud that debauchery drifted throughout the campus. When Bianlong was laughing so hard that he couldn't make a sound, Changba added, Bianlong, how about this? You ask Su Huizi to notify all of her co-workers to come to the conference room for a meeting. You and your brothers will meet in the conference room as well. I'll be right there. And at the meeting I'll make amends and apologize. Please give it a chance. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Ha 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 ha. Flat Dragon laughed once again. Open up and laugh so hard your belly hurts. Changba, there's also a time when you admit your weakness. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Bianlong laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes and looked at Su Huizi. Ms. Huizi, you heard it all, right? Su Huizi couldn't believe that Changba would talk like this and was stunned. The former Changba would have been subjected to this kind of nuisance? Would the old standing bullies have preferred things this way? The more she thought about it, the more her shoulders shook with rage. Changba, I can't imagine you'd admit defeat. Is our kindergarten not bullied enough by the punks around here? We're counting on you to back everyone up. And you're admitting defeat. Bianlong told you to kneel down and apologize. Do you also kneel down and apologize? Don't you forget. You're the kindergarten director. You're the image of the kindergarten. Changba did not respond. As for what to do when he got to the conference room, he already had a plan in mind. Keiko-sama, you've reminded me so well. I just want Changba to kneel down and apologize. Bianlong's face plate twisted with laughter. Changba, did you hear that? I told you to kneel down and apologize. No problem. Just call down. I'll be right there. The phone hung up. Bianlong shook his head once more. Miss Keiko, did you hear that? Su Huizi's two eyes closed in a burst of collapse. And send heads to apologize. Or take a knee and apologize. It turns out that when Changba meets someone really powerful, this is the virtue. It's over. It's over. This time it's all over. Chapter 81 Powerful Leopard Security Company. The masters are like clouds. Mr. Su, just got the news. Su family mansion. Suyuchi was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast when White Foam came to report. Bianlong rushed into the genius kindergarten with a few thugs and smashed the director's office. Suyuchi ate the pizza without any expression or reaction. Didn't even stop to eat. She understood Flat Dragon. This pervert was only the deputy director of the genius kindergarten. And although the backstage was Chung Hui, his personal strength was not strong. Fighting Changba, he was not even a level of opponent. He'd only be asking for trouble. Mr. Su, the head gardener's office has now been smashed to pieces. White Foam continued. Kindergarten hundreds of teachers and students. No one dared to block, but halfway through the smash, Su Huizi stood out to block the Flat Dragon. Suyuchi still continued to eat her pizza, shaking her head gently once. To Su Huizi, she also understood. Being the daughter of the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, she had some financial power, but in terms of force, the strength was limited. Su Huizi was no match for Bianlong, much less Cheng Hui. Su Huizi called Chairman Jin Genius for help. Jin Genius didn't dare to offend Bianlong and called to contact Changba. At the mention of the name Changba, Suyuichi's chewing mouth suddenly stopped. A certain string in her heart was plucked so hard that it shook her chest a little. Su Huizi contacted Changba and explained the situation, and Changba asked Bianlong to pick up the phone and ask him to take people away. And Bianlong demanded that Changba come to the kindergarten and kneel and apologize, or else vandalize the classroom and terrorize the kindergarten children. Hearing this, Suyuichi smiled coldly and put down the bamboo chopsticks in his hands. With Changba's character, he definitely won't, and the one who kneels will be Bianlong. Mr. Su, on the contrary, Changba even agreed and asked Bianlong to wait for him in the conference room. He will kneel down and apologize and will also give Bianlong a satisfactory explanation. Suyuichi froze. Is that really going to happen? Changba will concede? Changba would kneel and apologize to that pervert Bianlong? If Tokiha does that, will he still be a kindergarten principal in the future? She shook her head. Impossible. Changba doing that was just a reprieve. Mr. Su, you don't know. The people that Bianlong brought over this time are all experts from Power Leopard Security. Those experts that Bianlong couldn't invite were all invited over by Chung Hui with heavy money. At the mention of Power Leopard Security Company, Su Yuechi's icy face first showed a shock, followed by a hint of a smile. Power Leopard Security is the largest and most prestigious security group in Mordor, and is well known throughout the country. The best casual fighters, boxers and wild fighters who are ranked in the country are basically from this security company. The best of the best, so to speak. The company's chief instructor, Lin Zichong, is a national champion in sparring, not to mention in the whole country, but also in the whole of Southeast Asia is very famous. However, he rarely shows his face now and is very secretive. Su Yuechi had invited a middle-level leader inside this company for dinner 4 times, but none of the appointments had been made. This company works with people not just on money, but on power, on the family's influence in the city and the country. Otherwise, they don't even look good. Now that Cheng Hui was able to invite the experts of this company to the genius kindergarten, it meant that Cheng Hui had put in his blood this time, using all the resources at his disposal to end Changba. This company has enough masters out there to give Changba a drink. It was understandable why Changba had knelt down and apologized to Bianlong. Foamy, break the news to my little sister about this. Su Yuechi mentioned her little sister. Her eyes flashed and her silver teeth clenched. Isn't she willing to be Changba's girlfriend? This time tell her to see for herself how miserable her boyfriend is. Yes. White Foam bent his head to comply. Mr. Su, then should I still go and hire that expert to deal with Changba? Su Yuechi grabbed the bamboo chopsticks and broke them in half with a snap. Yes, of course. Now, we're going to double-prong our efforts and put Changba to death. A military training instructor's office. Su Yu Evening, dressed in camouflage clothing, stood in front of the dresser mirror and surveyed herself. She was getting ready for the morning's military training. The cell phone sitting on the desk suddenly rang. She walked over to her desk, picked up her cell phone, saw it was an unknown caller, and hung up. As she put the phone down, the ringer went off once again. That's when she answered the phone. A woman's hoarse voice came out of the phone, telling about the genius kindergarten being vandalized, and about Bianlong bringing experts from the Power Leopard Security Company to plan revenge against Changba. As soon as she heard the name Power Panther Security, she turned and stormed out of the room, rushing to the Land Rover Defender Vader in the parking space. She didn't know much about Power Leopard Security Company, but she was well aware of its strength, and the personal bodyguards under her sister's command couldn't be compared to the general masters of Power Leopard Security Company. This time when Flat Dragon brought his men over, he must have been prepared, and Changba must be in a bad way. Coming to the SUV, she opened the door while calling Changba. You went to kindergarten? I'm almost there. Changba was still on his way. It's more than 8 miles from the northeast corner of the university campus to the southwest corner. Get back here. What's wrong? Changba didn't slow down. Tell you to come back. You come back. Su Yu Evening shouted anxiously. Although Changba's kung fu was good, she felt that it was not even close to the masters of the Power Leopard Security Company. If you go there, you'll be beaten and humiliated. So why ask for it? Changba continued to fly. Sister Evening, I'll be back after I go. I won't delay the military training. Changba, you're not coming back, are you? I'm breaking up with you. Su Yu Evening had no choice but to use the breakup to make Changba listen. Sister Evening, what did you say? I can't hear you. The signal is bad. I'll call you later. The phone hung up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Yuehong threw away her cell phone and started the car with a roar. Just as he adjusted the front of the car to move forward, a figure ran up and slammed down on the front of the car. Su Yuehong was startled and braked sharply. At first glance, it was Xia Yifu. Mr. Xia, you scared me. Xia Yifu panted and said. Something happened to Changba. I rushed over. Quickly take me to the kindergarten. Open the passenger door and get in the car. Su Yu Evening drove off. How did you hear about it? A stranger called me. I don't know who it was. And when I heard it, I freaked out. Xia Yifu drew out 2 wet wipes and wiped the beads of sweat from her face. Su Yu Evening knew without asking that she must have heard that the people from Power Leopard Security Company had gone to look for Changba. Did you call him? Don't mention it. That asshole won't answer my calls. Xia Yifu pulled out her cell phone and called Changba once again. Getting through. Still no answer. How about this? This asshole just won't answer my calls. This one hit the nail on the head. Big trouble. What to do? Su Yu Evening didn't know what to do for the best, only to arrive at the place to understand the situation first. The more Xia Yifu thought about it, the more scared she became, suddenly sobbing. That's an expert from Power Leopard Security. Changba can't deal with it. What should we do? Evening, do you want to seek help from your sister? Mentioning her sister, Su Yu Evening smiled bitterly. How can she ask for help when she and her sister have broken up? Suddenly thinking of one person, she picked up her cell phone. I'll call my aunt. Her aunt is the vice-chancellor of Mordor University. That is the Hall of Cadres. He said words absolutely good. Auntie, Power Leopard Security sent people to Genius Kindergarten to vandalize the director's office. The voice was interrupted just as he spoke. You don't say anymore. I've already heard that this is something I can't control. And I don't dare to. The phone hung up. When Suyu Evening and Xiaifu heard this, they looked at each other in dismay, and were even more fearful. Even that high-ranking official didn't dare to take care of it, so you can imagine how strong Power Leopard Security was. Evening, why don't you just call your sister? My sister she can't control it. Let's go to the kindergarten first. Suyueho stepped down and the Land Rover catapulted up. Chapter 82, 3 Banners, Detonating the Kindergarten. Speedy. Changba rides his little yellow bike as fast as he can. For a moment, I wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly to kindergarten. He couldn't take it when the punks came into the kindergarten and strutted their stuff, building his office. He couldn't take it. Terrorizing kindergarten teachers and students is even more unacceptable to him. I was about to fly to the kindergarten when the familiar voice came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Changba wanted to curse. What else is there to congratulate now? The host has a new mission. Changba is going to hit his head against the wall. You don't even have the ing eyes to see if I'm busy now. If it wasn't for you, I'd be a kindergarten director. Host, this mission is related to the kindergarten. It has to be done in half an hour. Otherwise Bien Long would have scared 2 kindergartners to death. Changba had to break sharply. If you have a fart, let it go. Hosts make 3 banners and hang them in front of the kindergarten gates. Welcome to vandalizing genius kindergartens. Article, welcome to scaring kindergarten teachers and students. Article, the kindergarten director kneels down and begs the vice director of Bienlong. Are you out of your ing mind? Changba's scalp was about to explode. I'm a kindergarten director and I go and do this? I have the strength to deal with them now. So why make a fool of myself? If the system was a person, then he would not hesitate to blow his dog's head off. It's outrageous. Host, it must be completed within half an hour. Otherwise Bien Long would have scared 2 kindergartners to death. UTM. Changba all wanted to break out and curse his ancestors, but for the sake of the kindergarten children not being scared to death, he only had to bite his tongue, turn around and drive to the nearby advertising store. Half an hour is a short time to make banners, hang them in front of the kindergarten gates, and make runs. He had to scramble. At this point, the large kindergarten conference room was already packed. Under the organization of Su Huizi, and under the lustful authority of Bien Long, all the kindergarten staff came here for a meeting. Bien Long, meanwhile, was sitting on the podium, towering over his colleagues. The few young masters he had invited, all dressed in suits and with cold faces, stood on one side of the podium, gawking at the crowd below. There were also 2 young masters, patrolling outside. Both had earphones on their ears, reporting every move around them to Flat Dragon at the first opportunity. Colleagues, there is an injustice, and I am targeting not you, but someone. You all know very well who that person is. At that, he held up his cell phone. He has just called me. He said he was going to come here and apologize to me on his knees and give me a satisfactory explanation. When he's finished apologizing and making amends, I'll be out of here and won't hurt anyone one bit. When he got excited, he stood up like an orator, gesticulating with his hands and spitting. Flat Park Master. A young expert walked to the side of the podium and interrupted Bien Long's speech. Changba is here. Bien Long sat down, put on his official demeanor, and bellowed, escort him up here. Headmaster Bien. He's at the kindergarten gate, leading 2 men in hanging banners. Hang a banner? Bien Long was startled and jumped off the podium. He had thought of several possibilities, but hadn't thought that Changba would hang a banner to cry out for justice? Seeking justice from society? No, he hung 3 of them, and I filmed them for your perusal. The young master opened his cell phone and tapped on the picture. When Bien Long looked at the contents, he first raised his eyebrows and then laughed. He thought it was a cry for justice, a cry for help from the community. Who knew it was? He jumped up on the podium and operated the large television next to him, punching the contents of the 3 banners onto the screen. Colleagues, look at this. Look at it with wide eyes. Your new Changba director is hanging 3 banners in front of the kindergarten gates. Ha 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 ha. Y'all see what it's about. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. The crowd looked on with wide eyes. Su Huizi was sitting in a wheelchair, right in the first row, and could see it clearly. One look at the contents made me shiver with anger. Feel free to bash the genius kindergarten. Welcome to frightening kindergarten teachers and students. The kindergarten director kneels down and begs for a Flat Dragon vice president. What's going on with Changba? Is it a brain fart? Or is your head pushed through a doorway? Is that all the new gardener is doing? Not even a face? If you're shameless, do you still want everyone to be shameless? So disappointing. Get Changba out of here. If Changba doesn't get out of here, I'm leaving. The crowd murmured angrily. Others stood up and yelled at Changba to break into song. Colleagues, now you see the face of Changba? Dian Long was even more pleased. Go! I will lead you all to the gate to see. Didn't he want to kneel and beg me? I'll give him this chance. Ha 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 ha. Jumping off the podium, he led a large group of people to the kindergarten gate with great vigor. Seo Haijo maneuvered her motorized wheelchair ahead of her. She suspected that Bian Long was behind it, and wanted to see for herself if Changba would put up a banner like that. When I reached the side of the gate, I saw that the area around the gate was already crowded. There were kindergarten parents and children, neighborhood residents, and many others flocking this way. Make way! Make way! Seo Haijo shouted and pushed her way outside, desperate to run across the room. Come to the outside, look up at the banner and be amazed. Feel free to bash the genius kindergarten. Welcome to frightening kindergarten teachers and students. The kindergarten director kneels down and begs for a flat dragon vice president. It's just so 3 banners, and Changba was standing right underneath the banner, still smiling. Changba, how could you do this? Su Huizi was so angry that her eyes were filled with tears, and she took a few pictures and sent them to Xiaifu, leaving her a message. Mr. C, look what your brother has done. At this point, Xiaifu was sitting in Suyu Evening's car, still rushing to the kindergarten. Receive a message and tap your phone. Once she read the contents, her almond eyes rounded and her petite body shook. No way. Why would Changba do that? What's wrong? Su Yeye twisted her head a little. Xiaifu shouted angrily. Changba even pulled a banner in front of the genius kindergarten gate. Expose the ugly behavior of the flat dragon? No. Xiaifu held her cell phone out in front of Su Yueho. Su Yuehong glanced at the road ahead and glanced at her cell phone. A quick look at the contents and a sharp brake stop. The road left an ebony black trail of brakes. Welcome to smashing genius kindergartens. Welcome to scare kindergarten teachers and students. The kindergarten director kneels down and begs to flatten Deputy Director Long. Su Yeye read it out sentence by sentence. And then underneath the big red banner, the person standing was Changba. It shouldn't. Changba will humiliate himself? He was scared when he met Power Panther security? Suyu Evening punched the steering wheel. Changba, really? You're a coward. Boom! With a kick of the gas pedal, the SUV catapulted away. Chapter 83 in full view of the public. The head gardener kneels to someone? The front door of the genius kindergarten was packed with people. Like a circus, the crowd surrounded the entire gate. There were many people on the periphery, many standing on the roofs of tricycles and others on the roofs of cars, watching towards the gate area. Due to the large number of people, traffic congestion has occurred on one side of the main road, and the gate was closed, and Changba was standing in front of it, steady as she goes. Specifically, he stood under 3 banners, looking at something, and like waiting for something. In the meantime, many kindergarten parents crowded in front of the small door next to the security room, and many of them were wearing Wirong Technology overalls. You should know that they are the staff of the nearby Wirong Technology Company and their children are attending the gifted kindergarten. They pushed me and I pushed you, making a fuss about getting in and picking up the kids. We just came over to pick up the kids. Our kids aren't going to kindergarten here. We're transferring. Hurry up and let us in to get the kids. 2 security guards guarded the small door and wouldn't let them in. There were waves of voices from the many parents, with a few young dads slamming their shoulders against the small door and kicking it in with their feet. At one point, numerous parents were going to clash with the security guards. Everyone argued their case, and the sound of the wicket was about to explode. Seeing that the 2 security guards were uncompromising, a group of parents rushed at Changba again, pointing and yelling at him. Changba, tell the security guards to open the door and let us in. You're a wimp as a gardener, and our kids don't follow you, and you are welcome to vandalize the kindergarten. As the director of the school, you don't have any face at all? And welcome to frighten kindergarten teachers and students. As a director you have no obligation to protect children? And banners on your knees begging people. Don't you have any dignity at all? You might as well quit as a gardener. Get the hell out of here. You can't even protect yourself and you're still a kindergarten director. Want some face? Open the door or get out. The crowd's voices rose and fell, and there were many who spat in Changba's face. There were also angry parents who were dying to rush up and grab him and beat him up. And Changba has been very calm. Still seems to be watching, waiting for something. Quiet, quiet. The sound of a loudspeaker suddenly came from the side of the gate. The crowd turned their heads. The parents who were arguing with the security guard also stopped and looked over. It was only a young man with glasses, holding a megaphone and shouting triumphantly. If it's not Bian Long, which one is it? As he shouted, silence fell around the gate. When they saw the group of black-clad fighters around him, the crowd couldn't help but take a step back. Open the door. Bian Long shouted at the 2 guards. The 2 security guards nodded and smiled at him, scrambling to open the small door, and even gestured at Bian Long to invite him. Bian Long sneered with satisfaction, took 8 steps, and led a group of thugs to walk out of the small door in a flaunting manner. He purposely walked slowly and tugged in order to act tough. The crowd took a look and once again stepped back to give Bianlong and the others space. Those who stood on the periphery couldn't help but step back. Offending a gentleman does not offend a villain. They don't dare to offend Bianlong. And even more so, they don't dare to offend Power Leopard Security. Guys, everyone. Bianlong walked over to Changba and shouted once again with his megaphone. I give you a grand introduction. This is the new director of our genius kindergarten. His name is Changba Dash. He deliberately stretched his voice. And a regular bully. I'd say a regular wimp. He's not long. He's soft. What the? How did his parents raise such a wimp? Don't Changba. Get the hell out of here. Can't figure out how a little kid like him made it to head gardener. If I were his parents and couldn't afford to lose face, I'd run my head off. Numerous parents gave Changba the middle finger and cursed. Changba remained calm and did not utter a word. Look at it like what's happening here has nothing to do with him. Ha 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 ha. Bianlong laughed with his head held high, seeing that Changba was all about to be scolded to death by the crowd, all about to drown in their spittle. He was so refreshed that he was all about to die of laughter. Parents, watchers, please be quiet. Please keep quiet. Bianlong once again picked up the megaphone and, after waiting for the surrounding area to quiet down, added, You've all seen these 3 banners, so let's cash in one by one. Point your hand at the first banner. Everyone look at the first one. Welcome to Smash the Genius Kindergarten. As you can see, this was brought up by Changba. I'd be sorry if I didn't vandalize and smash it. The crowd cursed at Changba again. Flat Dragon points to the second banner again. Look at the second one. Everyone, you are welcome to frighten the kindergarten teachers and students. It's not my fault. It was the head teacher of the regular school who brought it up himself. Parents, if your children have any problems, you should all go to him. The crowd cursed at Changba again, cursing all 18 generations of their ancestors. Bianlong laughed and pointed to a third one. Everyone look at number 3, the kindergarten director kneeling down and begging the Flat Dragon vice director. Ha ha, that's what he said himself. Do you all want to see him kneel for me? Think. We just want to see this regular gardener take a knee. It's not about being young. It's about being good. It's about hanging banners. Right. Do what you say you're going to do. When you say you'll give a man a knee to beg, you'll give a man a knee to beg. The crowd all shouted at the top of their voices, all aiming their spearheads at Changba. As one parent shouted, Standing gardeners kneel. The crowd responded, Standing gardeners kneel. Standing gardeners kneel. Standing gardeners kneel. Standing gardeners kneel. For a moment, the crowd's voices were in unison, strong and deafening. It's more mind-blowing than a concert. And Changba unexpectedly moved, surprisingly taking a step towards Flat Dragon. The crowd stared at first, then laughed. He's really going to kneel. Ha ha, he's really going to kneel. Never seen such a wimp. Stop kneeling and throw yourself into the river to die and be reincarnated. In the meantime, Suyu Evening drove Xiaifu to the neighborhood of the kindergarten. Vehicles couldn't get in at all due to the crowds in front of them. They only stopped the car, climbed on top of it, and peered out toward the gate area. At first glance, they were dumbfounded. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Changba was walking towards Flat Dragon step by step with his head lowered. It looked like it was ready to kneel down for Flat Dragon. Changba, if you kneel, I'll break up with you. Seeing this, Suyu Evening was so furious that her face turned white, and she couldn't wait to fly over to obstruct Changba. Xiaifu took a look and was so angry that she jumped up. Changba, if you dare to kneel down for someone else, I'll cut ties with you. The moment. Bianlong was pleased with himself and loved it. Handing the megaphone over to a young thug, he pulled up a bamboo chair and sat down, crossing his legs and waiting for Changba to kneel down for him. As long as Changba kneels to him, then he won't leave the genius kindergarten again. At the same time, he would become the overlord of the kindergarten and the toast of the neighborhood for 100 miles. It even became the man of the hour in the entire Magic City. Seeing Changba approaching step by step, he was shaking his head, waiting for that solemn and honorable moment. Chapter 84, Headmaster Chang. I'm short-sighted. I'm not a human being. I'm kneeling down for you. But, when Changba walked in front of the chair, Dianlong regretted it. Dianlong thought that Changba would definitely give him a double knee and kowtow for mercy next. He will surely get the face, awe and adoration he wants. But all that was waiting was a slap in the face. A hard slap. Snap. Changba slapped on Flat Dragon's face, directly slapping his incisors away. At the same time, the entire body flew out at once, spinning in the air in a clockwise direction. Changba's eyes and hands were quick, and he stomped out of the bamboo chair. With a whoosh, the chair slid more than 3 meters away. At the moment of stopping, the Flat Dragon just happened to land heavily. Click! Flat Dragon's body smashed the bamboo chair to pieces, landing left hip first with a crunch. Ah! That's when he screamed miserably. The pain in his face hit him first, and he subconsciously covered his face. First I felt a fiery pain, and then I felt my face crooked. Specifically, a crooked mouth. Both of his eyes erupted in fire, and he let out a hysterical roar of rage at a couple of his thugs. Fight! Hit me! Beat me to death and I'll buy it. The group of fighters also didn't expect Changba to dare to make a move, and after freezing, they exchanged glances. One of them, with a loud shout, pounced on Changba. Power Panther security has rules. When they face an opponent, they never surround them, they fight one-on-one. A group of people fighting one, and if they win, they win. The first to rush out was a bald young man, striking a strong and courageous tiger fist. Blast Changba straight in the face. Without even looking, Changba opened his fist with a slap and placed a foot on his stomach. Simple. There's no setup, and there's no punch. Just a simple kick. After the poof, the big bald man sat on his ass on the floor and skidded over 4 meters before coming to a stop. The floor was concrete and the friction had torn his pants so badly that his red underwear was showing. The others were greatly shocked and couldn't help but look at each other. They had seen all kinds of experts and sparred with many of them, and had never been so traumatized. Either the opponent breaks an arm or a leg, or the opponent passes out. And now their men fell back to looking untouchable. Boo! 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 It was also in the moment they froze. Changba had already quickly struck out. It was like teaching a lesson to a child, knocking them down easily one by one. The onlookers were shocked, and they all felt that the scene in front of them was very unreal. Like an act. Like a group of people waiting for a lesson from Changba. It's like a group of masters are playing along with Changba. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu stood on the roof of the car and also saw it clearly. Holy! The two beauties let out an exclamation at the same time. None of them believed that Changba could deal with the people from Power Leopard Security. But now the people from Power Leopard Security were like child's play in front of Changba. Unbeatable. Immediately after that, the two of them looked at me and me, their eyes full of doubt. Since Changba was able to deal with Bianlong and Power Leopard Security, why did he put up 3 banners? Isn't that redundant? Isn't that self-defeating? A person with a bit of normal intelligence wouldn't do that. But why did Changba do it? In the meantime, the surrounding crowd, especially the parents, were also filled with confusion. Everyone is thinking about this. The head gardener has that power to crush the flat dragon and his accomplices. But why pull a few banners? Why attract the parents and the surrounding crowd? Is it fun to waste everyone's time? Is it fun to act like this? At this very moment. Not to mention them, Changba also wondered in his heart. The dog system made him do it today. And he still hasn't figured out what's going on. And just then, there was a sudden loud bang from the side. There was a loud explosion. Boom! Boom! A wave of air swept down the street like a force 10 gale, causing many passers-by to sway. Even the old and the sick were toppled to the ground. Changba twisted his head and looked, only to see a huge fireball and mushroom cloud rising from the Wirong Technology Building, which was more than 500 meters away. It is important to know that the first floor of the Y-Wing Technology Building is a specialty restaurant that uses gas for cooking. Half a month ago, the city's safety department warned them about gas-to-electric conversion. Changba analyzed that it was a gas explosion that triggered the restaurant fire. Just moments later, the second floor of the clothing superstore also burned a blazing fire. After only half a minute, the third and fourth floors, the fifth and upper floors above also began to flare up. Quick look! The Wirong Technology Building is on fire. My God! The fire is so big and scary. It's a good thing I came to pick up my kids from the Y-Wing Technology Building. I'm coming over to pick up the kids too. I'm coming to pick up the kids too. Thank goodness. If I hadn't come to pick up my kids from kindergarten, I would have burned to death in the tech building. All of our tech building employees will burn to death in there. We are so lucky this time. Yeah, or we'll never see the baby again. Thanks to the kindergarten for pulling banners to draw us in. Many of the people dressed in Wirong Technology's work clothes yelled out with palpitations. Some people are jumping up and down like they've been reborn after a robbery. Some people wrapped their arms around each other with tears in their eyes. Others sobbed with their arms around their children. It was only at this moment that Changba realized why the system told him to pull the banner. It turned out to be a way to draw in all the parents of the kids, and especially the young parents of VWT, to help them get away with it. He breathed a sigh of relief and kicked the Power Panther security thugs out of the way as he walked over to Flat Dragon. Flat Dragon clenched his teeth and wobbled to his feet with a scowl. Changba, don't be complacent. Today you have offended Power Leopard security. Do you know what will happen? Snap! Changba slapped him again, spinning him around in place. When he stopped, he strangled him by the hair with one hand and kicked him in the crook of the leg, bringing him to both knees. Do you know the consequences of offending me? At this moment, Flat Dragon wimped out and kowtowed dolefully. Pa, don't hit me. Please treat me like a fart and let go. Release you? Changba strangled his hair again and yanked him up. From now on, you'll still be working at the kindergarten and cleaning for me every day. Remember, as long as I'm not satisfied, you'll die without knowing how. Pushing hard. Get in there and get to work. Yes, yes, yes. Flat Dragon stumbled toward the small kindergarten door. The whole face is red and swollen, and the incisors are even more painful, but he couldn't care less about this, and only walked into the yard, looking for a broom to sweep the floor. Changba ripped off 3 banners, grabbed a megaphone, and shouted at the parents. Parents, please send your children to kindergarten. Classes will begin soon. Sorry for attracting everyone over just now, especially the young parents of Wei and Technology. As soon as these words were said, numerous parents swarmed around Changba like a trend and surrounded him in a circle 3 times inside and 3 times outside. Changing Gardener, you are too divine. Changing Gardener, you saved us. Headmaster Chang, I'm sorry about earlier. Headmaster Chang, I shouldn't have scolded you just now. Headmaster Chang, I scolded you too. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Chang Park Director, if it wasn't for you, we would have burned to death in the technology building today. Yes, Mr. Chang, if it wasn't for you, the children would never see us again. Headmaster Chang, I'm short-sighted. I'm not a human being. I'm kneeling down for you. Standing Gardener, I'm sorry, we were all big idiots just now. The sounds of praise, self-condemnation, and crying, one by one, came out around Changba in a continuous stream. Some even gave Changba both knees, some even bawled, and some even burst into tears. At this point, Suyu Evening and Xiaifu were still standing on the roof of the car overlooking it. They smiled at each other when they saw the fire at the tech building and the many parents surrounding Changba, all with big smiles on their faces. Snap! Xiaifu suddenly slapped herself in the face, blaming herself with immense regret. Brother Changba, my good brother, once again many people have misunderstood you. They are really big idiots. Chapter 85 New Reward, Restoration Technique. Alright, parents, please return. Changba waved up his hand and loudly persuaded. Our kindergarten children still have to attend classes. Everyone please go back. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his left hip, like the tingling sensation of pins and needles. He didn't think much of it, just quietly lifted his belt and continued to persuade the big guy to leave. A full 10 minutes passed before everyone walked away one after another. The roaring fire over there continued, and employees of the technology building ran over to check on their co-workers, fearing for their safety. Other parents went over to check it out. There were also spectators who went over to watch the fun. In the event of a large fire, there is a high likelihood of major injuries and fatalities, and everyone is very concerned about this at one time. Brother Changba, you are truly amazing. As soon as Changba walked towards the small door next to the security room, a few beautiful women rushed over to him and clutched him tightly in a back-and-forth attack. He didn't need to look. One sniff of the aroma around him and he knew it was the 2 sisters, Suyu Evening and Xiaifu. But there was a beautiful woman wrapped around his leg with a very different aroma emanating from her hair. He looked down, and it turned out to be Seo Highjaw in a wheelchair. I don't know when she came over too, and threw her arms around him excitedly without saying hello. A straddle is not a straddle. Not a straddle around the waist, but a straddle around a leg. Cuddle or not, and bury your head deep into his stomach. It was all he could do to stand still, and for a moment he was so tightly wrapped up in them that it felt hard to breathe. Changba, I really thought you were kneeling down for Flat Dragon. Suyu Evening hung in front of Changba and said, also, when you hung the banner, I really thought you had conceded. Xiaifu wrapped her arms around Changba's backside and smiled even more heatedly. Brother Changba, just now I have already scolded myself for being a big fool. My little brother likes to saber rattle. I can't believe I forgot that and doubted him. Poor review. Cupping his face again, he offered a kiss. No matter what the other passersby think, and no matter what Su Yeonite, just kiss her. Hey. Su Yuehong refused and pushed up Xiaifu's shoulders. Mr. Xia, you sister don't pay attention to your image either. How can you be like this in public? Xiaifu smiled wryly. Instructor Su, you mean to say that I can kiss as much as I want in a non-public setting, right? Su Yue's eyebrows tightened. Did I say that? Well. Changba's greatest fear was that the 2 sisters would tear each other apart, and in the end he was often the victim, rushing to stretch out his arms to separate them. 2 sisters, let's hurry inside and calm the children. We still have to go back to the university when this side is taken care of. Suddenly noticing that there was another beautiful woman down there with her arms around Changba, they rushed to pull together. That's when I realized it was Seo Highjaw. MS. Keiko, you're a kindergarten teacher. Aren't you afraid that other colleagues will see you hugging the kindergarten director like that? Suyu Evening coldly asked. Yes, MS. Keiko, you have to look good. Xiaifu also stared at Su Huizi unhappily. Speaking of which, the 2 of them agreed that the only women who could be close to Changba could be the 2 of them. Now that someone had suddenly appeared, they were unknowingly both jealous. Su Huizi laughed. Today, the head gardener of Chang's garden turned a bad situation into a good one and pretended to be a bully in a desperate situation. I adore it, so I'll give him a hug. Saying this, he exaggeratedly stretched his arms out again. Beloved changeling director, and also my dear brother Changba, I want to have another hug with you. Hold it. Stop. Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu guarded Changba on the left and right, pushing people, pushing wheelchairs, pushing Su Huizi away. Then he took his hand and together they walked briskly toward the kindergarten gate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Do you want to receive the reward? Changba was pleased with himself. Of course I'll get it. He is the one who faced great pressure to accomplish this task and must now enjoy the fruits of his labor. Congratulations to the host for possessing a skill, restoration. How many meanings? Anything that is destroyed can be restored in 1 second's time if the host so desires. This against all odds. Changba was overjoyed. With this recovery technique, it's even easier to pretend to be a bully in the future. At this moment, he remembered the brainless and cool article marry an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm happy and crazy. 2. The main character in the movie is the one who possesses all sorts of heavenly abilities, so that he is able to run through the city and enjoy the flowers. He couldn't have imagined that he was more powerful than the male protagonist in a brainless cool article. 2 sisters, let's go faster. He pulled Suyueho and Xiaifu, quickened his pace, and walked into the kindergarten gate. Suddenly feeling a fiery pain along his left hip that was already interfering with his walking, he stopped and craned his head to peer behind him. At first glance, the sword's brow tightened. What's wrong? Xiaifu lowered his head and helped him observe as well. Holy, why is there a needle? Suyu Evening headed to stand behind Changba and helped him observe as well. One look, almond eyes. Only a needle was stuck in the lower left side of Changba's tailbone, the needle that pierces deep into the flesh. The silver gleam that was revealed in the sunlight was blinding. When Changba took a closer look, it was a pinhead, a steel needle, the kind that looks pretty sturdy. Reach out with your left hand, pinch the topmost end and pull it out with force. Another fiery pain. Only the needle was blackened with a hint of blood. Yikes! Suyu Evening and Xiaifu took a look at the needle and were shocked. Both subconsciously let out a scream and covered their mouths. Girls are most afraid of needles and these long, sharp needles. It's too scary. And the needle in Changba's hand was 4 centimeters long, like a silver thorn, and a full 3 centimeters were stuck into Changba's flesh just now. It hurts to think about it. They didn't dare to imagine how Changba's younger brother had held on just now. In their place they would have been scurrying and jumping in pain. The more they thought about it, the angrier they all became. What parent is so bad as to stick a needle into Changba? What an abomination! The parent must be caught. No. Changba observed the needle and shook his head. This needle is blackened, which means it carries a high level of poison. To target him is to get him killed. And parents don't do that. Stabbing 3 centimeters and hard and fast. Even parents can't operate this action. Only professional killers have this technique. He craned his head to observe the passers-by around him. How can you spot the mysterious killer in a sea of people? Changba, you must be in a lot of pain. Let's go to the hospital now. Su Yaya pulled up his arm. Yeah. I wonder if there's a virus on top of the needle. We need to get to the hospital. Xiaifu also pulled up his arm with an anxious face. Changba smiled bashfully, pinched and bent the needle, and threw it into a nearby trash can. It's not in the way. Let's go into the kindergarten. Pulled them into the kindergarten. His body was already invulnerable to all poisons, and it was simply impossible for an assassin to take his life by poisoning him. But this killer must be found early, or there will be a lot of trouble. As he walked, he looked back again to observe. The bustle of people coming and going makes it impossible to spot a suspicious figure. He quietly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Showdown. Pull the surveillance from the front gate of the genius kindergarten and investigate everyone who comes near me. Chapter 86, 3 Sisters. 1 Drama. A black Maybach was traveling down the street. Suyuichi sat in the back seat and looked out the window expressionlessly, just a frown on his face, keeping his mind occupied. She wanted White Foam to hire an expert at a heavy price to deal with Changba, and the result is still unknown. She was worried about stealing a chicken. Mr. Su, there's already news. White Foam, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, twisted his head and reported to Suyuichi. Changba is in trouble this time. Suyuichi didn't believe that Changba was that unbeatable. How's that for being on the ropes? Some smugness surfaced on White Foam's face. Changba's body was injected with venom, and the man didn't even pull it out because he pushed so hard that the needle was stuck in him. The news is solid? Suyuichi still didn't believe it. White Foam opened her phone and flashed a picture in front of her. The needle went down, and this is the back of Changba's body. Then another picture was opened. Here's a picture of Miss Tu and Xiaifu finding a needle in Changba's buttocks. Su Yueqi was relieved to see this. Thoroughly relieved. A long-awaited hint of a smile appeared on her face. Okay, drive faster. I want to see how badly Changba died this time. At this point, normalcy has returned to the kindergarten. Teachers take the children into their classes, and in some cases the sound of children's laughter is already coming from within the classroom. And there was a familiar figure inside the yard, limping with a broom and sweeping the floor. Changba and the girls took a look and both smiled coldly. Su Yuehua said, Changba, you've already expelled this pervert. Dian Long, why do you still keep him? That's right, he must be fired. Seeing him cleaning makes me sick. Xia Yifu chimed in. Su Huizi followed behind and also nodded her head repeatedly. Perverts and scum like this, staying in the kindergarten will only harm the teachers and children. There's a use for this one to stay. Changba also wanted to fire the pervert Bianlong and tell him to go to sleep forever, just like the siblings Wei Jian and Wei Ying. However, in order to accomplish his mission, he could only use this person for the time being. With that said, he led them towards the head gardener's office. Where to? Su Yeyang suddenly tugged on Changba. Changba pointed to the head gardener's office. Of course, go to my office. Xiao Haijia was the first to speak out. Big brother, your office was smashed. I saw it with my own eyes. The inside was already in shambles. Go in and add to the problem? Su Yu Evening smiled bitterly. I don't have to look to know what it's like in there. Changba, it's only going to piss people off when they go in there. That's right, we don't want to add to the traffic. Let's go to the conference room. Xia Yifu chimed in. Changba laughed and secretly came to say recover me. Now that he possessed the recovery technique, he certainly wanted to try his hand at it. Three sisters, I've already sent someone over to clean it up just now, and it should be cleaned up by now. Changba strides toward the head gardener's office. No way. Su Yu Evening and the girls didn't believe it. How is it possible to pack up in such a short period of time? But, watching him walk past, they had to follow him with a stiff upper lip. Changba smiled without saying a word, walked to the office door and pushed it open. Take a moment to admire the scene inside while gesturing. Three sisters, come in. Su Yu Evening and the girls don't walk in, so they stand at the doorway, craning their necks towards the inside to observe. Xia Yifu stuck her head out from the middle of their bodies, blinking her eyes like a cute little tiny bird, looking towards the inside. At a glance at the scene inside, they both shivered and drank delicately. My god, holy, is this too fake? No way, this is the head gardener's office? Su Yu Evening and the girls all thought that the office that had been vandalized must have been full of messes and unpleasant to look at. One look at it can be extremely infuriating. But, the office in front of me is the polar opposite. Crystal chandelier glittering, mahogany desk and mahogany chair, dignified atmosphere, magnolia bloom, hanging on the wall of the plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemum for calligraphy and painting is exuding the breath of art. It was higher end than anything they'd seen on their first visit, and all of it was eye-opening and all of it was pleasant. They even felt that the office of the president of the university was not as bright and beautiful as this one. Little brother, your speed is too fast. Xia Yifu laughed out loud and once again excitedly pounced on Changba, coming straight into a princess hug. Seeing this, Su Yu Evening hurriedly pulled Xia Yifu to prevent her from hugging. This sister is really convinced that she knows how to jump on Changba and hug him indiscriminately, not caring what other people think. It was hard to pull Xia Yifu away, but over there, Su Huizi had already hugged Changba's leg. Su Yu Evening just couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with this woman? As soon as she embraced Changba, she hugged him on his lap and her face went to his stomach. What do you want? Want to be reserved? Seeing that she wrapped her arms around her and wouldn't let go, Su Yueho and Xia Yifu pulled and tugged on her together. They exchanged glances and agreed that the woman had gone a little overboard today. The action is overscaled. It was hard to pull Haijia Xiao away, and they kidnapped and generally pushed Changba into the office. Su Yeye Evening even let out a petulant cry. Changba, get your pants down. Changba was startled and looked over at her. This is the office. Sis. Xia Yifu was also taken aback. Instructor Su. Are you too sexual? Sex is a word she bites off hard. You're the one who's sexually aggressive. Su Yu Evening glared at Xia Yifu. Changba was stabbed with a needle. The wound was stabbed very deeply. Have you forgotten so quickly? Oh, this memory of mine. Xia Yifu patted her head once and reached out her hand to point at Changba's chest. Little brother. Quick. Tell sister to check and inspect. Changba embarrassed. I'll be fine. How can you be okay with a needle that long and that deep? Xia Yifu grabbed his belt and wouldn't let go. Come on, tell us to check and inspect. Su Yu Evening was also worried about the wound. In case it got infected it would be troublesome. Changba, this is no joke. Come on, I have to disinfect you. Su Huizi was also worried. Yes, brother Changba, this matter is no joke. Changba had no choice but to follow their requests bit by bit under the gawking eyes of their three beauties. As if shy, he covered half his face. The three beauties were even more motivated by the situation. With their pants peeled down some, they stared in shock once again. The wound was only red and swollen, like a small red peach, and it looked very scary. Ah, it's huge! Xiaifu let out an exclamation. Just now, my little brother was wearing pants. I thought there was an egg stuffed in the back. Suyu Evening snorted and laughed. Mr. Xia, don't say that. I think so too. Honestly, when I saw it, I felt like another little head grew behind Changba's brother. Xiao Haija gestured and held back her laughter. Rude. Suyueho and Xiaifu stretched out their hands together, pointing at Su Huizi. Rude to the core. I'm just making a sincere self-effacing statement. Xiao Haija laughed heartily as she pushed up her wheelchair to look for sterilizing water. Changba had a black line and shook his head. 3 women are one show. And he was at his wit's end when he came across these three beauties. Chapter 87, You blink and my wounds will heal. A black Maybach parked in front of the front door of the genius kindergarten. As the window glass fell, Su Yuechi's cold and compelling face was revealed. She looked at the empty gate and then at the quiet kindergarten compound and couldn't help but raise a long eyebrow. Judging by the time, Changba should have died of poisoning. So Changba died of poisoning. Why hasn't anything been done inside or outside the kindergarten? At the very least, a couple of kindergarten teachers had to be screaming in panic, and an ambulance had to be driving by. But everything was very calm and it looked like nothing had happened. Waiting a few more minutes, the surroundings remained quiet and peaceful. Mr. Su, the situation is not normal. White Foam also felt something was wrong, and observing the outside, said, Shall I go in and have a look? Su Yueji nodded. Go and come back quickly. I want the photos. Inside the director's office. Changba, that person is really vicious. The purpose is not to simply zap you. Suyu Evening squatted down, staring at the peach behind Changba. The more you look at it, the more worried you are. I don't think it's possible to just disinfect it. We have to go to the hospital. Standing up, he pulled out his cell phone, ready to call his friend at the hospital. Changba smiled bashfully. It's fine. This injury is not worth mentioning to me. To put it mildly, this time it's not on you. Su Yuehong made a video call and pointed her cell phone at Peach behind Changba, explaining the situation to her doctor friend. The doctor's friend let out a gasp. Holy, this is clearly poisoned. Hurry up and come to the hospital. Su Unite panicked, hung up the phone, and pulled Changba's arm. Come with me to the hospital. Changba smiled. Sister Evening, how about I do a magic trick for you? Su Yu Evening glared at him. You're still pretending with me, aren't you? It's just a blink of an eye. You blink and my wounds will be healed. Changba was ready to try the recovery technique again. Xia Yifu glared at him fiercely. If I blink, your injuries will be healed? If that were the case, I'd be a miracle doctor. Xiao Haija pushed her wheelchair over. I've searched the suite inside as well, and there's no sanitizing stuff. Talking and laughing aside, this can't be delayed. We need to get to the hospital. Su Yuehong thought deeply. I've just said it can't wait. Let's go. This is going to the hospital. Xia Yifu pushed up Changba's shoulder. Stop dawdling and hurry up. Changba stood still. Sister Fu, didn't I just say that I'll do a magic trick for you guys to make my wounds magically disappear? He also waved his hand at Su Huizi, telling her to have a look as well. Little brother, still pretending aren't you? This time you're just pretending to be a heaven. I won't even believe you. Xia Yifu pushed up hard on his shoulders. Changba saw that they didn't believe him, so he had to lift up his pants and take them down a bit more. Look at it, all of you, with wide eyes. What are you babbling about? Xia Yifu quickly walked behind Changba, looking at the peach area just now. At first glance, he took a step back in shock. No way, how come there's nothing left? Su Huizi pushed her wheelchair closer, and at a glance, she was even more almond-eyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really, how come the redness is gone? Worried that I was wrong, I reached out and touched the original wound to bring it in. Su Yuehong got angry, glaring at Xia Yifu and Su Huizi. Teacher Xie, Teacher Su, you guys are following the nonsense, aren't you? Come and look. Xia Yifu pointed to Changba's body. The wound is really healed. It's too evil. Little brother's so pushy now? Unbelieving. Su Yuehong walked behind Changba and bent down to observe. At first glance, it was also jaw-dropping. The red, swollen peach was there a moment ago, but now it has suddenly disappeared. Skin intact, not a trace. Can't find anything wrong with it other than the dark skin and rough flesh. Even if the wound recovers divinely, it shouldn't be this fast. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Is it on the other side? Su Yuehong picked up Changba's pants and checked the other side. Xia Yifu came up and observed together. Look at Changba's other side. There are no wounds either. And just then, a woman with a cold face appeared in front of the door. She grasped one hand on the doorframe, the 6 fingers on her hand clasping the door panel. Seeing Suyu Evening and the girls all bent over, staring at a man's wound, she couldn't help but look angry, but she didn't make any noise, quietly took out her cell phone, quietly took a picture, and quietly slipped away. The body is fine, so let's hurry back to the university. Suyu Evening pulled Changba up and left. Hurry back, don't delay the military training. Yeah, go! Xiaifu wrapped her arm around him and quickened her pace as well, seeing the two of them racking him away as if they were kidnapping Changba. Co Hijaw chortled. Headmaster Chang, since you've come to the kindergarten, then at least give everyone a meeting before you leave. Changba dashing over the top. Sister Huizi, from now on you'll be the assistant gardener. You're in full charge of the work while I'm away. Su Huizi's spirit lifted and she held her head high and smiled brightly. Thank you for your leadership's trust, and promise to get the job done. Suyuichi had been waiting anxiously for Bai Mo to get on the bus. When she saw her approaching, her face hard, she knew Changba wasn't going in the direction she expected. White Foam got into the car, signaled the driver to drive, and put on his seatbelt and gritted his teeth. Mr. Su, not only is Changba not dead, he's still alive and kicking. Suyuichi's eyes suddenly went cold. Isn't he poisoned? Isn't he walking with a limp? Isn't he bound to die within an hour? Asked 3 times in a row. White Foam couldn't answer any of them. Couldn't answer a single word. One can only scowl. And again, this had to be accounted for, and she thought for a moment before speaking. I'll contact the person who did this to Changba and hear what she has to say. Pick up your cell phone and contact a woman named Daryl. 8 minutes later, she put down her cell phone and twisted her head to report. Mr. Su, she said that the poison given to Changba was enough to kill an elephant. As for why Changba was able to survive, she's still investigating why. Suyuichi looked out the window and didn't say a word, the eyes condensed into ice. White Foam understood that Suyuichi had already suspected Dolly's strength and added, Mr. Su, don't worry, if she has taken our money, she will definitely work for us. If she fails this time, she won't allow herself to fail next time. Suyuichi changed the subject. What's the situation with Changba and my little sister now? White Foam smiled bitterly and bowed his head, not daring to tell the truth. I thought I asked you to take pictures. Send them to me. White Foam didn't dare to disobey and sent the few pictures she had taken to Suyuichi. Suyuichi opened her phone and tapped on the picture. As soon as he saw his little sister squatting down and picking off Changba's pants to look at them, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. Evening has been lowered to this level. What cannot be endured is not endured. Foamy, keep pressuring me on Dari. I will not rest until I get rid of Changba. Chapter 88. The missing girl is the roommate's little sister. Changba, do you prefer college life or kindergarten life? Walking on the campus of Magic City University, Xiaifu smiled as she reached out her hand and gently patted Changba's cheek. Changba smiled wryly and asked rhetorically, what do you think? I'd say in your heart of course you still like the college life. Why? Because there are many beautiful women inside the university. Xiaifu laughed. Changba shook his head. Nonetheless, in kindergarten, am I lacking beautiful women around me? I prefer kindergarten life because in kindergarten I can show my value. Speaking here, he looked to the side at Su Yeye Evening who was full of seriousness. Sister Evening, what do you think? Su Yeye nodded her head, but didn't say anything. The crisis about Changba was over, and now she wanted to think about herself. 5 years ago 2 children disappeared from the genius kindergarten. She applied for a job at the kindergarten in order to investigate and search for those 2 children and fulfill her grandmother's last wish. And now there is no clue at all. What made her even more anxious was what happened to the 2 missing children now. Are they living in hell? And their mom and dad, how are they living now? They must have been searching for the kids. Any leads? She couldn't even dare to think about it. And when she did, she couldn't help but be too preoccupied to do so. You guys go to military training. Bye. Xia Ifu, who had a class to teach, waved her hand at them and walked away. Suyu Evening glanced in the direction of the boys' dormitory. Changba, your injuries have just healed. You can't exercise strenuously yet. Go back to the dormitory and rest. No need. Changba smiled blandly. Suyu Evening glared at him heartily. If I tell you to rest, you rest. Good. Changba didn't mess with her and immediately agreed, patting her shoulder once. Sister Evening, I know what's on your mind. Just wait. About the missing children, I'll give you important clues tomorrow. Suyu Evening smiled bitterly. For 5 years, there were no clues, and Changba can provide an important clue tomorrow? It is important to realize that the police do not know how many police officers have been deployed to investigate the 2 missing girls, and it all turned out poorly. She knew he was capable, but this she still couldn't believe. Sister Evening, if I can't give you an important clue tomorrow, then I'll lie down in the playground and tell you to ride 3 times. So you evening puffed out a laugh and pushed him away. Don't be poor. Go go go. Go and rest. Push him away hard while watching him walk away. I don't know why, but she especially enjoyed watching his back right now. Not particularly tall, but robust and powerful and tiger-like. Staring at his back, her heart warmed once again and she couldn't help but smile, and laughing and smiling, with tears glistening in his eyes. The boys' dormitory building. Quiet. The students had gone to class and it was empty. But, as Changba walked towards his dormitory, the sound of a man's crying came faintly from the dormitory. The cries were mournful, helpless, and heartbreaking to hear. Who's crying in there? The three roommates of Changba are Pangwon, Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigo. They are both outgoing people and under his influence are not afraid of things. But why is someone crying in there now? He walked to the door and gave the door to the room a gentle push, pushing out a crack in the door. Through the doorway, all that could be seen was a fat man sprawled out on his bunk cradling his pillow and crying. If it's not Pangwon, which one is it? That's not true. Among the three roommates, the number of fat man is the most cheerful, usually is a heartless roughneck. And now how to cry so painful? A breakup? Or some change in the family? Changba muttered in his mind and pushed the door to the room open and walked in, closing it behind him. Fatty, what's wrong? Pangwon didn't answer, still hugging his pillow and crying. Changba walked to the bedside and patted up his shoulder. Fatty, what's going on here? Only then did Pangwon look up, his eyes reddening as he glanced at Changba, and buried his head in tears again. Both hands gripped the sheets with a death grip, looking to break them. This time the crying was much more intense, and after half a minute it changed to tears of pain. Changba saw that his pillow was wet from crying and gave him another pat on the shoulder. Fatty, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. I can't promise to fix it for you, but I'll do my best. Pangwon shook his head and continued to cry in pain. Seeing this, Changba had no choice but to implement hypnosis and tell him to enter into dreamland. And every now and then, in dreamland, he would shrug his shoulders and let out a mournful cry. This must have meant something big. Changba was even more concerned and began to ask questions, and Pangwon began to answer. 2 minutes later, he had a startling piece of information. One of the missing girls from the genius kindergarten is named Pang Still, and Pang Still turns out to be Pangwon's little sister. 5 years ago, Pang was still 5 years old and Pangwon was 12. After my little sister disappeared, Mom and Dad were devastated, and shortly afterward they chose to divorce. For this reason, Pangwon has been in great pain, but on the surface, he has always been talkative, smiley, and helpful. And today is his little sister Pang Still's birthday, and both his dad and mom called him about his little sister's birthday. They both cried on the phone. He wanted his mom and dad to remarry and give him a whole family, but they both refused. They said they would never get back together unless they found their little sister. He thought of his little sister who had disappeared for 5 years, and of his shattered home, and for a moment he could not control his emotions, so he cried in his dormitory. Changba understood and put his arm around Pangwon's shoulders with a sigh. Dude, why didn't you tell me earlier? If he had known this 1 day earlier, then he would have investigated the disappearance of his little sister 1 day earlier. He gave him another gentle pat on the shoulder for reassurance. Fatty, I am now the director of the genius kindergarten and have decided to look for the 2 missing girls. Since Pang is still your little sister, then it's also my little sister, and I'm more than obligated to find her. Gifted and talented kindergarten. Bien Long took a broom and cleaned up, and only when it was all cleaned up did he return to his office and lay down on the couch to rest. Now his face and the area around his incisors were still hot and painful, but he didn't dare to go to the doctor without Changba's permission. Thinking about what happened today made him indignant. He brought a few experts from Power Leopard Security over, originally wanting to easily pin down Changba, but he ended up stealing a chicken without getting it. Is Changba that strong? Was he too lucky today? The cell phone suddenly rang. Bien Long was startled and picked up his cell phone. Once he saw that it was Cheng Hui calling, he couldn't help but look bitter and sit up in a panic. Needless to say, he knew that Cheng Hui must have heard something. Calling him would definitely be a bad scolding, and this call can't be answered without it. Answering the phone, he carefully asked, Chang Xiao, what are your arrangements? Flat Dragon, I've heard about the kindergarten. You don't have to be afraid, I don't blame you. Bien Long was overjoyed, wiping the sweat from his face and thanking him. Isn't Changba still using you now? You do one thing for me. When this is done, the genius kindergarten director will be yours. Chapter 89, Perverted Family. Perverted Landlady. With a muffled thunderclap that rang out steeply, the sky rained heavily. The dry heat of the city finally cooled off. Standing under the dormitory building, Changba waited for the rain to stop. Now he has super godly kung fu and healing skills, and knows hypnosis and restoration, but he doesn't yet have the ability to navigate the weather. It would be an awesome boom to be able to harness the weather one day. He suddenly remembered that he did not own a luxury car. The last time he completed the mission to obtain the reward. Now it is raining, do not use. When to wait? Unico, where's my car? May I ask the host, do you need it now? Of course it's needed. Wait a minute. Boom! There was a sudden roar of an engine not far away, like a low roar from an adult male lion. He whipped his head around to see a solid black version of a Bentley seat slowly approaching. In the heavy rain, like a mysterious black beast, fit and fierce, yet steady and graceful, all the while shimmering eerily black in the pouring rain, giving a huge sense of oppression and breathtaking. Honorable owner, I am Miss Binbin. You can drive fully automatically or manually. May I ask which one you choose? The seat lights flashed and a pleasant mezzo-soprano voice capable of soothing the soul was emitted. Miss Binbin? Changba liked the name, nodded, and asked for autopilot. He wanted to get in the back of the car and read a novel for a while. The car door in the back opened automatically. Master, please get in. Changba bent over the car. The interior of the car is decorated in all white, elegantly chic and flowing, plus the car is scented with magnolia flowers. He nodded readily. It's a car I like. Where to, master? Go to the polymorphic neighborhood. Changba is ready to visit Bianlong, and Bianlong lives in a polymorphic neighborhood. This person has taken leave from Co Haija to go to the dentist, and he's going to wait for him at his house to investigate the two missing girls. We must find a breakthrough in Bianlong. He opened his cell phone and was about to read the novel when Miss Binbin made another sound. Master, the polymorphic neighborhood is located on the west side of Plantation Park and covers 300 acres, a new type of neighborhood built in 2022. The neighborhood boasts more than 600 households, including 5 billionaires and 121 multimillionaires, while the rest are working class. The neighborhood boasts 98 beautiful women with marked features and over 1 meter 6.5 tall, including 9 fair-skinned beauties with hot bodies in their 20s and 30s. Among these 9 beauties, there is only one who is called the school goddess. Miss Bingbin explains in detail about the polymorphic neighborhoods, especially about the introduction of the beauties. Changba nodded. Not to mention, there's a bit of a technological aspect to this ride. He became a little interested in that so-called school goddess. Oh, there are still school goddesses in that neighborhood. How does that compare to Sister Evening and Sister Fu? Then what? Miss Bim Bim asked. Are you stupid? Of course it's more than face and body. Compared to their faces and bodies, Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu aren't as beautiful as her. Yo! Changba's spirit lifted. There are beauties even more beautiful than them in this world? Yes, the master wants to see her, and Miss Bim Bim is taking you to see her. Changba still shook his head as he thought about his mission. Forget it, I'm not interested in beautiful women right now. You introduce me to Bianlong's family. Changba lay back into a comfortable position and listened with his eyes closed. When Bianlong was 10 years old, his parents divorced and he lived with his father. At the age of 11, having a stepmother. Back then, the stepmother gave him a little sister. When his father wasn't home, his stepmother abused him by making him bark and eat dog food. No wonder Flat Dragon is a pervert. So he has a perverted stepmother. As the introductions went on, Changba plummeted and couldn't stop shaking his head. Perverted families. The Bianlongs are an unabashedly perverted family. I can't imagine there are families like this in the world. This time, he was going to see how sick the family really was. An hour and 22 minutes later, Miss Bim Bim drove into the polymorphic neighborhood and pulled into a parking space in front of a residential building. The car door opens. Master, room 718 on the 7th floor, door lock code 622358. Now that the heavy rain has stopped, Master can go in. Changba bent down and got out of the car and walked into the residential building. 3 minutes later, take the elevator to the door of room 718 on the 7th floor. Listening for movement inside, he pressed the code against the lock. With a ding, he pushed open the door to his room and stepped inside. The luxuriously decorated living room was empty. The vertical air conditioner whistled cold air, and a woman's scolding voice came from one of the rooms inside. I'm raising you like a son, get it? If you don't behave, I'll beat you to death. After I beat you to death, I'll use your meat to make soup. Who is so fierce? Changba shook his head and gently closed the door to his room, tiptoeing to the door of that house. This one an improvised gym with a middle-aged woman sitting inside, braiding her hair in a mirror. The golden braid was very pretty, and she played with it very lovingly, while a bloody leather whip lay at her hand. She was wearing a white nightgown, and by the looks of her rich looks, she looked like a rent-a-cop from Kung Fu. And kneeling on the floor was a scrawny little boy, in his late teens, wearing only a pair of shorts, barefoot, with scars all over his shoulders and back, and bruises with blood. But, instead of a pained expression on his face, he smiled curtly at the landlady. Mom, I've been very obedient. Why are you still hitting me? Obey? The landlady stood up and grabbed her whip. Why did you mention your parents just now? I'm your real mom. Don't you know that? Got it. Never again. You'll be beaten even if you don't dare. The landlady swung her whip and struck. Whoosh! The moment the whip was about to fall on the little boy, a large hand grabbed it. Who the are you? Daring to break and enter? The charterer looked startled at the sudden intrusion of a youth into the room, let go of the whip, and stepped back, glaring at him with an angry face. Changba looked her up and down. It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not. What matters is that you buy and sell children. I'll buy it if I want to. What do you care? So you can easily buy children? I'm just easy. It's easier to buy a child than a pet dog. What's the matter? You don't want to call the police? Of course I'll call the police. But before I do, I want to try this. Changba swung his whip. The whip leaped like a snake's head and jumped to the charterer's shoulder. Snap! An explosive thud rang out on the charterer's back. At the same time a trail with blood on it appeared boldly on her back. Ah! The landlady screamed miserably, flopped onto the sofa next to her, grimacing in pain. Who the hell are you? Dare to hit me? My son and daughter will never let you go. Changba swung his whip once more. There was another explosion of sound. Another trail of blood. He has no mercy for such women who buy and sell children. He pointed his whip at her and faded. You yell one more time, and I'll call you a corporal. The landlady was so frightened that she panicked and bit down on one of her palms, not daring to make a single sound. Only her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Kid, you wait. Chapter 90, Pervert. Cut off your beloved pigtails. Where are you from, little friend? Changba helped the little boy up and painfully observed the bruises on his back. The little boy shivered and cried, running down a trail of snot. Uncle, I'm from Bali Dun. My mom took me to the town hospital to see a doctor. I don't know how. I was taken to the van. I don't know how. This woman became my new mom. Oh. Uncle, I'm in pain. Oh. Sure enough, children are bought and sold. Okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Changba took a wet wipe and wiped his nose, wrapped his arms around him, performed a recovery spell to return his body to the way it was before he was injured, and found him clothes to put on. Seeing that he was very skinny, he got some more snacks and fruit for him to eat outside. Hey! Once again, Changba grabbed the whip and walked over to the charterer. Why did you buy this boy? The charterer glared viciously at him. Who am I to tell you? With this, Changba raised the whip in his hand. The charterer grunted, unmoved, and laughed sardonically. Kid, you don't know my son and daughter, do you? I'm warning you, get lost now and get out of Mordor, or God can't save you. With a lift of his foot, Changba stepped on the braid of her hair and raised his whip. He wanted to see how crazy this woman really was. Don't touch my braids. My hair is freshly dyed, freshly discerned. Don't touch my braids. You can kill me, but don't touch my braids. The charterer shook her head frantically and howled, looking like she was having a seizure. Changba didn't realize that this woman valued her hair so much that braids were more valuable to her than life. Seeing a pair of scissors on the coffee table, he grabs them in his hand, walks over to her, clicks them off, cuts off half of her hair braid, and throws them in her face. If you want braids, I'll give them to you. Ah! The landlady took a look, grabbed the braid of hair in her face, and frantically stomped and rolled. My braid. Ah! I don't live. 18 rolls on the floor, rolling around. A yellow liquid appeared on the floor, causing a choking, foul odor to fill the room. Taking braids so seriously. What a nasty pervert. Changba shook his head, stepped forward and stomped on her, and performed the recovery technique again. Stop yelling. I've got you by the braid. The charterer was shocked, stopped crying and panicked to look at the cut braid in her hand. Hands are empty. Pull over the braid behind the back of his head and look at it. It's as good as new. She couldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with tugging on a braid. How did you do that? She stared at Changba with wide eyes full of incredulity. Never mind. I'm just asking you, what's going on with this little boy? Changba raised the scissors in his hand. I say. Fearing that the braid would be cut off again, the charterer held the long braid tightly in her arms. I've been so lonely and empty lately. I've been wanting a boy to keep as a pet dog. A month ago, I was asked to choose with a photo and a video, and I chose him, said with a curt smile. Handsome, you're here to borrow money from my son, right? How much are you short of? Just squeak out, Auntie will fulfill you. Changba lifted his foot and stepped on her shoulder. Don't change the subject. Let me ask you, did you know that 2 girls went missing from the Genius Kindergarten 5 years ago? At the mention of the 2 girls, the charterer shivered, her eyes filled with horror, and she shook her head in panic. I don't know. I really don't know. Big bro, sister wouldn't joke with you. Sister your head. Feeling disgusted and impatient, Changba slammed his foot down and stomped on her shoulder once again, sending her sprawling to the floor. Hold out the scissors and issue a warning. Without further ado, This is where the braid cutting begins. Operate the scissors with a deliberate clicking sound. The charterer's eyes closed in fear. Her face waxed yellow, and she couldn't stop shaking her head. I didn't know you cut off your braids. Really? I really didn't know. Click. Changba grabbed the braid and cut half of it off. If you don't tell me, I'll cut your head bald. The charterer broke down and cried in pain with her mouth wide open. Big brother, I really don't know. Changba shook his head and wasted no more time, implementing hypnosis and letting her enter into dreamland. Now the only way to get her to give a full account of her problems is to hypnotize her. Let me ask you, do you know those two girls? I know. It's my daughter who disciplines those two girls. I don't know about the rest. If there's something you can ask my daughter. Sure enough, I know. Changba nodded his head. Looks like we'll have to meet her daughter for a while. As for whether her daughter is a pervert or not, that can only be known by meeting her and taking her pulse. He asked a few more questions to get her daughter's information while wielding the scissors and clicking her long braids into shreds. Feeling ready, he dropped the scissors and kicked her. Wake up. The charterer woke up in a daze, eyes wide open, looking around as if waking from a dream. Feeling an itch on her face, she reached up to scratch it. One scratch, and it's shredded hair. At first glance, it was full of yellow, shredded hair. Both her eyes popped open and she suddenly let out a long scream. Yikes! Yikes! Why do you still cut my braids? Why did you cut my hair? Why? 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 The charterer grimaced, shuddered, and howled. Changba squeezed his eyes at her. Because I'm a pervert too. Just to cut off your beloved pigtails. People like this who buy and sell children need to be punished. Give her the punishment for making her feel pain and despair. Ah! Dead pervert. The charterer grabbed a handful of broken hair and rolled around frantically once again, ghosting and wailing endlessly. Distracted by what he heard, Changba performed hypnosis, sending her once again into dreamland, closed the door to her room, and walked out. Uncle, I want to go home, cried the little boy dolefully. Don't worry, you'll be home soon. Changba gently patted his little shoulder once and pulled out his cell phone to call the police to come and pick up the little boy and send him home. As for the charterer, after waking up, she was also taken away by the police. She's still crying her long braids, cloaked, babbling like she's gone crazy. Changba, for his part, did not leave and walked to a corner of the living room and sat down, brewed a cup of coffee and read a novel while waiting for Bianlong to return. Of course, it's better to have his sister back. That way it's all in one step. Drinking coffee and watching marrying an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm happy and cool. Changba unconsciously forgot about the things around him and immersed himself in the plot of the novel. The protagonist is having too much fun pretending to crash. The protagonist's means of eliminating evil and promoting good is also too good. It's been a while since I've rewarded an author, hasn't it? Must reward a great god. One's not enough. Let's have another one. Give chapter comments. Dog author. You don't say update 10,000 words a day. Even update 6,000. I will use the reward to smash you to death. He was bountifully rewarded when the door to his room was pushed open. A man came by. Changba looked up and was happy. Chapter 91, another female military instructor appears. It's a flat dragon. He pushed open the door to his room and returned, lazy and very tired. He kicked off his shoes and tossed his handbag onto the couch, sitting down on his butt and closing his eyes for a nap. It's been an exhausting day. In kindergarten, getting beat up by a regular bully. Tired. In the office, tired of being asked by Cheng Hui to complete instructions. Going to the dental office, treating a toothache. Being tired. Just want to sleep through the pain now. The cell phone rang as he drifted off to sleep. He opened his eyelids hard and picked up his cell phone. Seeing that it was Cheng Hui calling, he leaned out with a bitter look on his face. Rush. Pushing like a hypochondriac. He didn't want to take the call, but he couldn't do without it. Chang Xiao. Any instructions? What instructions did you say? Did you do what you were told to do? On the phone, Cheng Hui chided loudly. FAI. I just got back from the dentist. You have to give me some time too. I'm afraid that the night will be long. Changba has left the university now, but where exactly he's going is unknown. Contact him quickly and follow the plan. Bianlong was again bitter, his mouth crooked to his ears. Now the mention of Changba scared him. Even a few experts from the Power Leopard security company were not his opponents. So he could not be afraid? Ask Changba out as Cheng Hui requested. Will it work? Even if it works out, you'll be able to put Changba in his place by then? Brother FAI, call me. Why don't we let Power Leopard security come and settle Changba? Shut up. Right now Power Leopard security doesn't take Changba seriously. Just do what I ask you to do. Fine. I'll get in touch with him. Bianlong hangs up the phone and is so desperate to cry that he has to look up Changba's cell phone number. Look it up and curse at the same time. Changba, you hanging goods. Put me in a good pain. I your ancestors 18 generations. The cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was his little sister calling, he pressed the answer button and closed his eyes to take the call. Brother, our mom was taken by the police and the little boy was rescued. When did this happen? Dianlong opened his eyes. Just now. Oh, Dianlong sneered. I told her not to buy a boy, but a girl if she wants one. Now what? Deserved. He crossed his legs and lay out in a comfortable position. He always felt like raising an eyebrow when his little mom was taken away. Our mom's crazy now. The police are calling for pickup and transport to a mental institution. What's going on? Dianlong didn't believe me. She could be crazy? He wanted to laugh. That is still crazy? It's better to die of madness. The braids were cut off and cut into pieces and she couldn't take it. Oh, that's our mom's life. Dianlong realized. The police cut the braid after arresting someone? No. The police said that a man named Changba called the police at our house and he cut it. The caller added, Changba? That's the college student studying at Mordor University. Changba? Changba called the cops on our house? You're kidding. Dianlong skimmed his lips. No matter how powerful he is, he wouldn't dare to come to our house. Alright, you take care of it. I have things to do. Hang up. Right now he's too lazy to bother with his little mom. He Changba is a bit capable. But to come to my house, he wouldn't dare to give him 10 guts. Aha. Someone beside him suddenly coughed. Flat Gardener. Who are we talking about? Ah. The flat dragon scurried up in fear, his fur standing on end, and rushed to a corner, looking warily at the place where the noise had been made. At first glance, there was a man sitting at the tea table in the bay window. Surprisingly, it's Changba. Ah, Changba. Dianlong was startled again, his body bouncing a bit involuntarily. Why you? He didn't dare to imagine that Changba would come to the house. Really come to the house. And it's been sitting here for a long time, with a coffee cup in his hand. He wiped his eyes and stared in awe as he observed once more. If it's not Changba, which one is it? Dianlong's legs went weak all of a sudden and he was about to sit on the floor, stuttering and asking, Are you a human or a ghost? As a pervert, you're still afraid of ghosts? Changba put down his coffee cup and cell phone. Seeing that Dianlong was scared to death, he shook his head and pointed to the seat next to him. Come here and talk about your plans with Cheng Wei. Still in a state of shock, Dianlong looked at Changba, at the living room, and then at the room next to him, and screamed, Mom, are you there? Thinking that his old mother had already been taken away by the police, he then realized that such shouting was superfluous and smiled bitterly at Changba. You know, your mom has been picked up by the police. Changba nodded at him. I had a good talk with her, and she explained everything that needed to be explained. A good conversation? Dianlong dare not imagine that his little mother and Changba talk a lot, only to believe that Changba to his little mother to clean up bad enough, and then stammered to ask, what did she say? Said you colluded with Cheng Hui and told me to be careful. Changba pointed to the seat beside him again. Dianlong smiled sarcastically, before he shivered and walked over to the couch, sitting sideways in one corner of it. Keep a distance from Changba. What does Cheng Hui want you to do? Changba asked coldly. Have me ask you out so he can call someone to do it. Dianlong's face was covered in cold sweat as he watched Changba's every move out of the corner of his eye. The person he's looking for this time is a top-notch assassin with modern bows and crossbows at the ready. Hands gesture to the shape of a crossbow. Changba knew something about modern bows and crossbows, a weapon that could be described as technology and ruthless work, made of high-strength carbon fiber composite material. Well made, the range can reach 300 meters, and the kinetic energy is so powerful that an arrow can penetrate the skull. With the addition of an optical sight, you can shoot 100 times, all in one shot. Now that the assassin Cheng Hui had sent out had even used this kind of weapon, one could imagine how much he hated him. But he didn't care about Cheng Hui's revenge right now, but about Bianlong's sister and the two missing girls. Putting Cheng Hui's matter aside, let me ask you, how much do you know about the inside story of the missing two girls from the genius kindergarten? Dianlong was shocked, sweating and shaking his head in panic. Standing Gardener, that was 5 years ago. I don't know how they disappeared. Changba went single-handedly. So let me ask you, do you know anything about them now? Dianlong was sweating even more. He didn't dare to offend Changba, but even more so, he didn't dare to offend Cheng Hui. Once Cheng Hui knows he leaked the information, he must be killed without pardon. I don't know. You think, I wasn't working in a kindergarten at the time, so how could I know? Seeing this, Changba stopped talking nonsense and directly hypnotized. When he leaned back on the couch and fell asleep, he began to ask questions. Where are the two girls? In the hands of my little sister. Where's your little sister? At the Magic City Business School. What was she doing at the Magic City Business School? She's a military drill instructor. Flat Dragon's little sister was even a military training instructor. A match for Sister Late? He wanted to see what this military training instructor looked like and what the purpose of controlling the two girls was. Thinking it was too late, he stood up and left. The only way to follow the trail and find the two missing girls was to meet that instructor earlier. Chapter 92, Flower of Demon. The Flower of Evil. Magic City Business School. A heck of a private university. Its advanced security system is comparable to that of an airport. The Bentley seat, also known as Miss Bim Bim Bim, made a dashing turn and drove towards the luxurious gates. Changba, seeing that the gate was closed and a few young security guards were standing next to it, picked up his cell phone and prepared to open the gate through his connections. No need to bother. Honored master, the gate will open automatically. Ha! Miss Binbin will access the gate security system and open the gate for her master. Changba nodded. There really is something about this Miss Bim Bim. The question is, isn't it rude for us to go straight to the gate? Master, to Miss Binbin, master is above all else. Besides, master is trying to save lives, and time is life. Between exchanges, the doors slowly opened. Miss Bingbin whistled in with Changba. The few security guards guarding the gate watched as the Bentley drove into the courtyard and couldn't help but look at each other. In the entire university, the gate opens automatically only when the chancellor's car drives by. The principal got a new car? That's gotta be. That's a cool car. Bentley Vader, limited edition. Awesome class, powerful waistline, hard and aggressive powerline. Must be a blast to drive. Several security guards praised it, and others gave thumbs up at the cars but, Master, see, the security guard still has to give credit to Miss Binbin. I'll be damned. This Miss Bim Bim can still play hard to get. The Magic City Business School is a garden university, and after the rain, it's fresh and picturesque inside. When I came to the large playground in the southeast corner, I saw tens of thousands of students wearing camouflage uniforms in military training. Miss Bentley brought Changba to a slow stop along the southeast corner. There was a beautiful instructor next to him, leading 60 college students in military training. Master, the beautiful instructor next to him is Bianlong's half-sister, Bai Kuro. She takes the last name of Flat Dragon's stepmother. She graduated from a martial arts academy and is a female instructor at Power Panther Security. I was invited over by the university to be a military instructor this year. Changba lowered the window and fixed his eyes. Wow! Holy cow! One look, just one look, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Miss Binbin said that this beauty was even more bewitching than Suyu Evening in Siaifu, and now that I look at it, it's true. Height-wise, they were a far cry from this beauty. Their height was around 1.70 m, while this Bai Kuro was a full 1.78 m, and the hotness of her body has reached perverted levels. The legendary swan neck, straight shoulders, butterfly back, a 4 waist, pencil legs and so on can be perfectly reflected on her. In addition, her skin was extremely fair, like that of a white person, but with a healthy glow. Now with her hair coiled up and wearing a red security uniform, she looked dashing and fresh, yet majestic and domineering. It is important to know that the security uniform is made using special fabrics that look even more plate-like and intimidating than military and police uniforms. Even more mesmerizing was the fact that the beautiful instructor was always smiling, with a soft light in her eyes. Any man, seeing such a beautiful woman, would fall deeply into it and not be able to extricate himself. But, the entire class standing in front of her, especially all the boys, looked at her with eyes full of awe, without the slightest hint of disrespect, without the slightest hint of salivation, without the slightest hint of unspoken thoughts. It gave the impression that the instructor so many of the boys were facing was either a woman or an incredibly cold instructor. It shouldn't. Seeing the abnormality in front of him, Changba was puzzled. When boys see such a beautiful instructor, they should be dumbfounded. At the very least, the eyes would show something. Master, in the beginning, all the boys were drooling over Bai Kuro, but after being talked to by her alone, they all became honest. Miss Bing Bing reports, Biker Joe punished the boys individually with slapping, kneeling, eating, burning their eyebrows, and other cruel and perverted ways, and they weren't afraid. Changba understood. I see. This perverted female instructor is an evil flower. An evil flower. While Changba was admiring Bai Kuro, many of his classmates admired his ride, and even some of the girls turned their heads. Baikalo also noticed the Bentley seat and pointed to a tall boy. The taller boy saluted her and jogged over to the seat and knocked once on the window. Hello, boss. Our instructor Bai asked you to move your car. Changba pointed to Baikuru. Go get your instructor. I have something to ask her. This boss, I'd ask you to get out of here. Instructor Bai is not someone you can touch. The taller boy issued a warning. Ding. Congratulations to the host. There's a new mission. Please touch Instructor Baikuru's face in 5 minutes. Changba's head was big. Dog system, you let me touch Instructor Bai's face? At first, you let me touch Instructor Sue's face, making me and her boyfriend and girlfriend. Now you want me to touch Instructor Bai's face. What is the intention? When Instructor Sue hears about this, will he spare me? There will be a reward if the mission is successful. Failed mission. Lost the position of genius kindergarten director. Changba certainly doesn't want to lose his seat as head gardener. It's so hard to get, so of course you should cherish it. Besides, if he quit being the head gardener, it must be hard for Suyuho to accept. Having no choice, he pushed open the car door and got out. Master, be careful. Baikaru can hypnotize. Miss Binbin issued a warning. Changbo was unimpressed and walked straight into the playground towards Baikuro. Hey, what are you doing? The taller boy grabbed Changba's shoulder and warned in a low voice. If you want to die sooner, get closer to Instructor Bai. Changba ignored him and continued to walk forward. The 60 college students stood in 6 neat rows, all looking at Changba in shock. And someone else had the audacity to come near her without Instructor Bai's permission? Instructor Bai, class. Changba walked to Baikuro's side, nodded at her, and nodded at his classmates. I'll do a self-introduction. I'm from Mordor University. My name is 2 words, Chang Ba. Baogai head plus a hanging of Chang, the Ba of the king of the West Shuba. Everyone who sees me in the future can call me Ba. Bulgogi head with a hang. Changba, can't you remove the poi? Why not Kiba? Ha 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 ha. The students burst out laughing as if they had finally found an outlet, and Baikuro was still smiling, observing Chang Ba with interest. She hadn't seen many men who were so smarmy, and had already thought of ways to punish him. Once punished, let him remember it for the rest of his life. Guys, Changba coughed and added, you guys must be wondering what I'm doing in the business school as a student from Mordor University. It's not still about pretending. Someone got sarcastic. You don't know how old you are when you're driving a limited edition Bentley. Yeah. What else is there to do but pretend? It's just a pity that he met Instructor Bai. He ran himself into a gun. Who can blame him? All the other students responded, just waiting to see Changba's joke. Guys, Changba raised one hand and signaled for silence. You guys don't know. I have another identity. Pausing for a moment, he spoke aloud. The director of the kindergarten affiliated with the Magic City University, the Genius Kindergarten. Genius Kindergarten? When Baikuro heard this name, the smile on her face froze for a moment, and her eyes then erupted with a forced murderous aura. Chapter 93, Hypnosis. Counter-hypnosis. Good people don't come to good people. Baikuro had realized Chang Ba's purpose of coming here, secretly gritted her teeth and looked him up and down. How good is this man that he dares to come here? She quickly fumbled for her cell phone, opened it, and sent a message to her brother. Flat Dragon, is there a new director named Changba coming to your kindergarten? Flat Dragon did not reply. She messaged another female friend. I received a reply 5 seconds later. Yes, Changba, a very powerful character. You must be careful. Baikuro secretly sneered. How powerful? Female friend, he taught the process less, and violently beat your brother again in the kindergarten, and taught a few masters of the Power Leopard Security Company. Is it possible? Baikalo doesn't believe it. Where did you get this information? Female friends, many people have seen it with their own eyes, as well as taking pictures, so I'll send you a few. Immediately afterward, Baikaru received several photos. A quick look at the contents shows that this is the case. Not only did Changba violently beat up Bianlong, he also effortlessly taught a few of the security company guys a lesson. Baikaru believed it then, and his heart rumbled and began to beat wildly. Once again, a female friend sent a message that Changba might have some kind of special ability and you should be extra careful. Baikuro didn't dare to be careless anymore, and put one hand into her back waist, watching Changba's every move. People can ask if they don't believe me. Changba nodded at everyone again. I am the director of the kindergarten affiliated with Magic City University, Genius Kindergarten. Genius Kindergarten Director? As a college student, you would be a kindergarten director? Blow awesome, right? Asterisk. You don't even make a movie like that. Ask me to say it. You might as well just say you're the president of Mordor University. The students all pointed and jeered at Changba. Changba waved his hand at them, signaling them to be quiet, and made another stop in front of Baikuro. Baikaru didn't move a muscle, watching him stand in front of him. For a moment, the two men faced each other with only 1.5 millimeters between their chests. Changba wanted to observe her and needed a low nod. She was seen to have clear eyes, snow white and bouncy skin, and a rounded nose. The lips, in particular, were red and glossy and soft and kissable. One look at it gave him the urge to kiss it. It had to be said that this beauty was truly a natural beauty. The essence of heaven and earth condensed on her face and body. Even her breath overflowed with an orchid-like aroma. What a yukai! What a goddess! What a fairy! Any word to describe her beauty would not be too much. And just such a beauty, you'd be hard-pressed to imagine that she had an evil, horrific side. A psychopath who was very good at abusing people. What does this kid want? Close to Instructor Bai. Trying to pick up a girl? If you want to pick up instructor Bai, you don't have to see how strong you are. There's a lot of froth like that. Let's walk. The students all stared at Changba and Bai Kuro, discussing in low voices. What can I do for you, Mr. Standing Gardener? Bai Kuro was always smiling and gazing at Changba very affectionately, and in his hand he gently stroked a small, rolling knife. Nothing. Changba pointed to her face. Instructor Bai, I see that your face is covered in sweat and you're very tired, and I want to advise you to hurry up and take a rest, otherwise you'll get heat stroke. Would you be so kind? Bai Kuro sneered and didn't beat around the bush. Say, what do you want here? Changba pointed to the sycamore tree by the playground. Instructor Bai, it's cool under the tree. Let's talk. Bai Kuro craned his head to look at the sycamore tree and gestured. Yes, Master Standing Gardener, please. Changba turned and walked away. A reminder came to my ears. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 5 minutes so fast. Changba prepares to hypnotize. Twisting his head to look at Bai Kuro who was following him. He was about to execute the hypnosis technique, when suddenly he felt his eyelids extremely heavy and a great drowsiness swept over him. This instructor Bai can hypnotize? I was hypnotized by this instructor Bai? Changba had just realized this, and before he had time to react, he closed his eyes, flopped onto the lawn with a thud, and drifted off to sleep. 3 words spat softly from the side of his mouth. Sloppy. Miss Binbin had warned him that Bai Kuro could hypnotize, and thinking that he could hypnotize himself, he hadn't cared at all. Boo! Bai Kuro raised her foot and delivered a vicious kick to Changba's face. You can't stand my hypnosis either. Boo! Another hard kick. Still a TM expert. But that's it. Blood gushed from Changba's nose, but there was no response. The students watched with bated breath, not daring to move at all. They had long expected this scene. Which of the rash people who had harassed Instructor Bai in the past did not end up like this? Boo! Boo! Not relieved of her hatred, Bai Kuro delivered 2 more hard kicks to Changba's face. The kicks got blood all over her boots. As she threw a look at one of the boys, the boy immediately stepped out of line, took out a paper towel, walked over to her, knelt down, and wiped the blood from her leather boots. Wipe it down nice and clean. You 4. She pointed to the 4 boys again. Pick him up and carry him to his car first. Roger that. 4 tall boys stepped out of line and walked over to Changba, grabbing arms and feet, lifting them up and walking quickly toward the Bentley seat. As for Changba's constant nosebleeds, they didn't care. A trail of blood stained the lawn. I knew he was unlucky, and trying to eat Instructor Bai's tofu. Oh, you're not going to eat this time, are you? Numerous students looked at the carried away Changba and whispered sarcastically as you and I spoke. Go inside, big brother. The 4 boys carried Changba to the Bentley seat car, opened the back door, and threw him into the back seat. They made a point of glancing at the empty cockpit and co-pilot before closing the doors and returning to the playground. And just as the car door closed, Miss Bim Bim began to call out, Master! Master! Wake up! Wake up! Changba was passed out, still motionless, while his nose was still bleeding. Boom! Miss Bentley started up and whizzed away. A map of the city appears on the dashboard in front of you and a quick search for nearby hospitals begins. Half a minute later, Miss Bentley called a hospital emergency room. Hello, my friend has suffered a severe facial injury and is unconscious and bleeding from his nose. Will be at the hospital in 4 minutes. Please be ready to receive. Getting a response. He hung up the phone and the seat flew faster and faster, like a black lightning bolt. Holy, why it flew right off. There's no one in the driver's seat. Could it be unmanned? The 4 boys who walked up to Bai Kuro took a look and let out gasps of surprise. Bai Kuro coldly smiled, watched the Bentley leave, and pulled out her cell phone to call the security guard at the gate. A black Bentley is approaching the gate. Intercept it. The security guard called back. Sorry, Instructor Bai. There was a black Bentley, but it just drove off. Bai Kuro was startled. If you don't open the door, Bentley will drive away? The guard sighed. The gate opened automatically before the Bentley got there. Bai Kuro couldn't believe that the Bentley seat could be so magical. Ordered. Find out for me if there are any of his men inside the security office. Putting his cell phone away, he peered out with beady eyes in the direction of the front door. Changba, you're lucky this time. Don't fall into my hands next time. Chapter 94, A Ship in the Gutter. Su Mansion. Inside a luxury gym, Su Yueji was wearing a workout outfit and sweating out her workout. With every move she made, her sexy bursting body became even more alluring. Mr. Su. There was a knock on the door. Su Yeye stopped and gasped as she looked towards the door of the room. Come in. The door of the room was pushed open, and white foam stood in front of it, reporting in a quick voice. Mr. Su, just got the news. Changba went to the Magic City Business School to look for Bai Kuro, and was brutally beaten up by Bai Kuro. Now Changba is being treated at Dewey Rehabilitation Hospital and is still in a coma. Su Yuechi raised his long eyebrows and stood up at one stop. To Bai Kuro, she knew very well. A demonic flower, an evil flower. It was completely normal for Changba to be able to fall into Baikuro's hands. Just for a moment, she couldn't figure out why Espa had suddenly gone to find Baikuro. What did Changba go to see Baikalo for? The cause is being investigated. It could be that Changba was mesmerized by Baikuro's sultriness. White Phone walked quickly into the gym. Mr. Su, what do you see as the next instruction? Su Yueji smiled. A wry smile appeared on her cold face. Now that Changba was lying unconscious in the hospital, to her, it was a catfish on a case, and she could handle it however she wanted. It's easy to want him dead, but it's too cheap. White Foam, you take people to the hospital, control Changba's ward, and after that she signaled White Foam to come closer and whispered into her ear, and afterward, you sleep beside him and with him. What? Mo was shocked. Mr. Su, you're asking me to offer myself to Changba? You must know that I am still. Su Yuechi's face changed and she held out her hand to signal her to stop talking. Don't you see what I mean? Not daring to meet her stern eyes, White Foam lowered her head and shook it. Su Yuechi coldly said, I meant to provoke the relationship between Changba and my little sister. White Foam laughed bitterly. At this time the neighboring sister named Changba, Xia Ifu, is sleeping next to him, and will have the greatest impact on my little sister. The question is now, can you talk Xia Ifu into sleeping next to Changba? White Foam shook his head in panic. Time was of the essence now, and by the time he went to work on Xia Ifu's mind, Changba might have already woken up. Suddenly, he thought of something and jerked his head up. Mr. Su, we can abolish Changba. You can take his little life, or you can tell him to become a vegetable. No, Su Yuchi shook her head, her tone resolute. That would be too cheap for him. This time call him a gutter. White Foam lowered her head again and bit her lip, not daring to say anything else. There are 3 women my little sister knows best. One is Xia Ifu, one is me, and one is you. It's not realistic to go and work through Xia Ifu's mind. Asking me to go and sleep with Changba is also impossible. Then, there's only you to be entrusted with. When Su Yuechi said this, he pushed by Mo's shoulder. It's not too late. You go. Fomi remained standing with his head down. Mr. Su, you told me to finish off Changba. I am determined to complete the task. But you told me to accompany him. I snapped his head around. Fomi, didn't you tell me that you wanted to wash your hands in gold and stop doing the fighting and killing thing? Suyuchi spoke long and hard, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. This time, as long as you follow my request, I will agree to your request. From now on, you will only be my secretary, or you can leave the country with a huge amount of money and never have to come back. Only after receiving this assurance did White Foam nod and turn to walk away. Dewey Rehabilitation Hospital. Changba was in a hospital gown, lying in a hospital bed, still drowsy, with an 4 in his arm. His face was red and bruised, and one eye was surrounded by a black eye. The doctor had already checked his head and it was not a big problem, waiting for him to wake up naturally. When the time came to 11 o'clock in the morning, he was still in dreamland, and at that moment, a woman in a white casual dress walked into the hospital room. She removed the sun hat from her head and the mask from her face, revealing her wet hair and clean, elegant face. If it's not Fomi, which one is it? She'd taken a cool shower for this mission, and her hair hadn't even dried yet. She took out a small vial, opened it, and placed it under Changba's nose for him to enjoy. This medicine can strengthen the body, make people swell, and what other wonderful uses. White Foam is the most clear. She turned on her cell phone and clicked on the video to place it on the nightstand to one side, directly in front of the sleeping Changba. Then she stripped off her clothes, lifted the thin quilt from Changba's body, and lay down next to him. Changba, this time it's cheaper for you. Magic City University. After the military training, Suyu Evening returned to her room, took a shower, and changed into a cool long dress. When it was time for lunch, she cleaned up and looked in the mirror, admiring a glance at her blooming face and hot body. She smiled faintly at herself and walked out of the room to go to the cafeteria with Xia Ifu for lunch. Xia Ifu flashed her cell phone. Instructor Su, where's Changba? I called and there's been no answer. That asshole. I didn't call him for military training. I told him to go back to his dorm and rest. I'll call him. Suyu Evening took out her cell phone and called Changba. Like Xia Ifu, the call went through, but there was no answer. Probably didn't have his cell phone with him. We don't care about him. The two men walked towards the cafeteria, talking and laughing. By 12:40, they were back in their housing and ready for a nap. At this point, they called Changba once again, and there was still no answer. They were starting to get a little anxious. Instructor Su, you rest, I'll go to his dormitory to take a look. This guy, he's not out getting into trouble again, is he? Xia Ifu turned toward the door of the room, just 2 steps away. Suyu Evening's cell phone rang. Sister Fu, wait a minute. Hui Zi Su called me. Xiaifu turned around and walked back again, watching Su Yueho answer the phone. Instructor Su, I have some bad news for you. Changba has resigned and is no longer the director of the Genius Kindergarten. What? Su Yeyang and Xiaifu let out a gasp at the same time. Changba had been the director of the Genius Kindergarten for less than 2 days when he suddenly resigned? Su Yeye asked. Where did you get this information? Our Genius Kindergarten's official website. Ah, it's already posted an announcement on it. I'll give you a screenshot. Su Yuevening opened WeChat and received a screenshot. Sure enough, it was posted on the official website of the gifted kindergarten. Mr. Changba, due to his heavy academic workload, has taken a leave of absence from the position of director of Genius Kindergarten for the time being. For the time being, Ms. Su Huizi is in charge of the overall work of Genius Kindergarten. Notice is hereby given. How? Su Yuevening and Xiaifu couldn't figure it out and looked at each other. Instructor Su, I've called the head gardener Chang, and I've called several times but there's no answer. Why don't you call him and ask? Su Huizi cried out. Genius Kindergarten situation is complicated. Not good management. Without the Chang director as the backbone, I was really clueless for a while. Director Su, you preside over the work first and wait for my news. Su Yuevening hung up the phone and called Changba. The call went through once again, but there was still no answer. That asshole. They both cursed sharply, and at that moment, Su Yuevening's cell phone received a few more messages. Clicking on it, it was a couple of pictures sent by an acquaintance of hers. The photo is of a man and a woman, lying on the bed with nothing on. The faces of both men and women are clearly visible. Damn it! Su Yuehong took a look. Her eyes went black, and a wave of dizziness came over her. Chapter 95, Failure of the First Mission. The man is Changba. The woman is foaming. Su Yuehong couldn't believe they were together. After a while, she clenched her silver teeth and said, That's impossible. Yeah, it's a setup. Xiaifu didn't believe it either. Although Changba does things impulsively, he still has a bottom line when it comes to men and women. Immediately after that, Su Yeye received another video. Click on it and it's still Changba and white foam. Still in bed. The picture is much clearer. In person and in voice, it's both of them. Su Yuevening confirms out that it's Changba. He's the one despite his nose. But it's him. She threw away her cell phone, closed both eyes, and sat down in a heap on the couch at once. A general dizziness of the sky. At the same time, hot tears came to my eyes. She and Changba weren't engaged yet, but they already considered both parties to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She believes he will be loyal to her and help her find the 2 missing girls from the gifted kindergarten. But now, not only did Changba resign from his position as head gardener, but he also did something that betrayed her. She couldn't accept it for a moment, not in a million years. Unable to say whether it was anger or pain, her teeth were clenched, her fists were clenched, and her body was shaking. Changba, how could you do this? I can't imagine that you would be so shameless. You are so disappointing. Xiaifu was so angry that she stomped her feet and grabbed the pillows on the couch and thumped them heavily over and over again. No way. I'll get him. I'm going to ask him why he did it. He must give an account. Xiaifu stormed towards the door of the room in a huff. Fu-san, Su Yuevening called out. Where are you going to find him? Besides, things have already been done. What's the point of finding him? Xiaifu was stunned. Yeah, we don't even know where Changba is now. Where can we find him? Besides, it's up to him to decide which woman he'll be with. What does anyone else care? Even if he did something to betray Instructor Su, could she, the neighboring sister, salvage the situation? Forget it. Su Yuevening wiped away the tears that filled her face. Since Changba made such a choice, I don't blame him. He can find a better woman. I bless him. What better woman? A woman with 6 fingers is a better woman? Bah. Xiaifu walked around in anger. It's normal for a man to be a womanizer, but I would never dare to think that he would have an affair with your sister's secretary. Mentioning her sister's secretary, Su Yuevening's heart was even more like a knife. Once again, the tears came in a flood. In the beginning, in order to be with Changba, and to fulfill her grandmother's last wish, she did not hesitate to part ways with her sister. And now that Changba had taken up with his sister's secretary, what would she think? When the time came, she would have to listen to the training honestly. No matter how much her sister scolded her or how sarcastic she was, the more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, and she had to cover her chest and flop down on the couch. Evening, are you okay? Xiaifu took a big step forward and wrapped her arms around Su Yuewang's shoulders. Don't worry, Changba has done something like this. I will definitely take it out on you. Su Yeye smiled, laughing all the way to the bank. Out of breath. Out of what? Do you think I'll give Changba another chance? Changba woke up, like waking up after a drunken stupor. Your head is a little foggy. It feels like I just had a dream. A very beautiful, beautiful dream. A dream of falling in love with a beauty. But What that beautiful woman's face looked like, I couldn't remember for a moment. Just thought she was beautiful, with a beautiful face and a beautiful body. The process of loving each other is even more beautiful. Suddenly he felt a fiery pain in his face, and he grinned to clear his head a bit, reaching out and touching my cheeks. They felt a circle larger than before. Why is my face swollen? I'm not fighting anyone. When I met with Baikoro, there was no conflict between the two of us. Changba racked his brain and couldn't figure out how exactly his face had gotten red and swollen. Shaking his head, he slowly sat up. A look at the sheets. Nope, the sheets were full of wrinkles. It's full of roll-throughs. And then look at the snow-white pillows. It actually had a hair on it. The hair wasn't much longer, but it was about 10 centimeters, and it definitely wasn't his hair. Pinch it up and put it under your nose to smell it. There's a fresh scent, a fragrance that only a woman can have. The thin quilt was lifted, and a large plum blossom bloomed on the snow-white sheets. No way. Is a nurse here? And still in the body of innocence? Changba thought about it and thought it was impossible. Did another woman come over? So who could it be? Su Moon Knight? No way. She has her own bottom line. Yvonne, see? She was the sister next door and her love for him was definitely not physical. Co Hijaw? She's in kindergarten now, and she's busy as hell. That pervert Baikalo? It's not possible. People are perverts but they're also a condescending master. They have to have a reason to stay in bed with them. So who could it be? For a moment he couldn't think of anything. His mind was a muddle. I couldn't think of anything else, so I sat up. Both the college campus and the kindergarten are waiting for him to return. Feeling another fiery pain in his face, he remembered his recovery and murmured, "My face recovered to pre-injury." As soon as the words left his mouth, his face stopped hurting. Reach out and touch it. It's smooth. His clothes and cell phone were sitting by the locker next to him, and he quickly changed into his clothes and shoes, grabbed his phone, and walked out of the hospital room. People came and went outside, but no one noticed him. He took the elevator to the downstairs parking lot and searched for his Bentley ride. Boom! There was a sudden roar from the corner. Miss Bimbin spotted Changba, ejected herself from the start, drove up to him, braked sharply to a stop, and opened the door behind her. "Master, please get in." Changba bent over the car. "Master, I'm sorry." Miss Binbin let out a low voice. "In the Magic City Business School playground, Baikuro kicked you off with her foot. It was impossible for me to intercept her, so I could only catch you and take you away." "Master, I'm sorry." Changba then realized that his facial injuries were the result of Baikuro, and at the same time, knowing that Miss Bim surprisingly has feelings too. "Well, Miss Binbin, I don't blame you. You've done a good job. Come on, let's go to the Magic City Business School." Miss Bim stopped apologizing at that point and drove to the exit. Changba asked, "How long will I be in the hospital bed?" "Close to 4 hours. Did a woman sleep in my hospital bed?" "Yes." "Who?" "Suyuchi's secretary, White Foam. She came over half an hour ago and drove off." "Foamy?" Changba instantly remembered the six-fingered girl. "Accompany me with White Foam?" He couldn't imagine for a moment. Why did she do that? As she drove away, she called Suyueji and said she had completed her mission. "Oh, I see." Changba understood at once. The reason why White Foam accompanied him was because of Suyuchi. Suyuchi wants to catch the evidence of them sleeping together and later hand it over to Suyunite, thus provoking the relationship between the two of them. This time it's broken. Changba opened his cell phone. At first glance, there were countless phone calls and countless messages. The phone calls were from Genius Education Group's Stomach in Genius, from Su Huizi, from Suyu Evening, and from Xia Ifu. Looking at WeChat again, there was a message from Jin Genius, a message from Su Huizi that opened, a message from Suyu Evening, and a message from Xia Ifu, and there are only two contents. One is that he no longer holds the position of director of the gifted kindergarten. One is that his affair with Bai Mo has been known by Suyu Evening, who has decided to break up with him. Chapter 96, Female Pervert Who Slaps Her Face and Hypnotizes Her. Sloppy. It's too sloppy. Carelessness. Changba had thought that dealing with a Baikuro would be very simple and the process would be very smooth. Who knew that she, being a pervert, was really perverted, and had let him fall in the gutter, now landing in this extremely passive situation, being hypnotized, not to mention the fact that it caused him to issue an indescribable encounter with White Foam. What made his head spin even more was the sudden breakup of his relationship with Su Yaya Evening. Snap, snap, snap. He slapped himself heavily on the head, blaming himself for being too gullible, too hasty. "Master, please don't blame yourself," Miss Binbin reminded softly. Miss Binbin is searching for information on Baikuro, and Miss Binbin is sure that her master will get up wherever he falls. Changba thought deeply. The only way to break the situation at hand now was to go see Baikuro, clean her up first, and then rescue the two missing girls. As for whether or not to still be the director of the Genius Kindergarten, and whether or not to salvage the relationship with Suyu evening. There was only one step to take. Master. Right now Baikuro is still in military training at the Magic City Business School. The student's performance was extremely unsatisfactory to her and she was calling for extra practice. Changba agreed with what Miss Binbin had just said. That where you fall, you get up, and go to the Mordor Business School playground and meet Baikalo again. Master, be careful, Baikuro will hypnotize you again, Miss Binbin reminded softly. Changba looked out of the car, his tone bland. If that's the case, then I'm not a Changba. Boom! The Bentley seat rushed out of the underground garage, suddenly accelerated, and headed for the avenue. Dog system, listen to me. Changba actively communicated with the system. I'm going to issue a quest to myself. Host, please speak. I'm going to the Magic City Business School playground to punch Baikalo in the face. The mission was successful. I don't want a reward. The mission failed. I'm out of the system and still being the normal person I was before. Copy that. System alert, beware of Baikalo's hypnotism. As Miss Binbin said, beware of being hypnotized by her again. I know. I'm going to see how else she hypnotizes me this time. Magic City Business School. Under the setting sun, there was only one class left in the playground for military training. One by one, they were lying on the lawn doing push-ups, sweating and panting with exhaustion. Some of the girls were already so tired they wanted to cry, and with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face, Baikuro stood in front, gently staring at them. Students cheer oh, cannot finish the training task, to stand all night oh. The students only had to bite the bullet and keep practicing. Many men are muttering curses, saying gentle words and doing heartless things. Female perverts, dead pervert, rise. 10 minutes later, Baikuro let out a soft cry. Students are tired and loose, already not much strength, but do not dare to slacken off. Once again clench their teeth, and fight the spirit to stand up, standing neatly in 2 rows. Baikuro smiled and swept a glance at them, and was about to shout dismissed when a sudden roar came from the side. Boom boom, it's the roar of a car engine. Bickle and her classmates turned their heads to see that it was a black Bentley, a familiar black Bentley. Immediately afterward, they saw a familiar figure step out of the car, like a new president attending an inauguration, taking 6 steps forward. If it's not Changba, who was beaten up last time, then which one is it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The kid's at it again, dragged like a goose. Didn't get it bad enough last time, did you? That's obviously not convincing. Ha, his face isn't right. Yes. Isn't he bruised and swollen? How come he's as good as new now? The students all whispered and sighed at the sight. Baikuro observed Changba and smiled slightly. It was the first time she had met someone like that. Interesting. At the same time, I find it exciting to play with such people. Wouldn't it be more fun and exciting to hold him captive and keep him as a pet? Waiting for him to get closer, he asked with a smile. Changing gardener. Right. Which gust of wind brought you here again? Changba raised his head to observe the colorful flags fluttering in the wind in the distance, and walked in a half circle to Baikuro. The northeast wind brought me here. Yo, this gust of wind is fierce. What can I do for you? No other ideas. Changba pointed to her delicate face. No other ideas? I came all this way to punch you in the face. Baikalo laughed, smiling with red lips and white teeth, bright and lovely. Little cutie. All could see that it was revenge coming, and she gave a graceful shrug of her shoulders. Yeah, go ahead. I'll be happy to play along as long as you can hit it. Changba approached in stride. Baikuru's eyes flinched as she stared into his eyes and began to perform hypnosis. Changba asked in a low voice without making eye contact with her. Hypnotize me? Baikuro was alarmed and hurried around. She shuddered to think that her opponent already knew she could hypnotize, and the only way she could hypnotize Changba fast enough for him was to let him smell her aroma first. Her aroma, which smelled like a high-end perfume, was actually an ecstasy. Go around and stand upwind so I can smell your perfume? Changba asked. Baikuro's heart skipped a beat, her feet picked up speed, and her eyes suddenly erupted with a murderous aura. Changba, I won't let you off this time. Changba smiled coldly, and without waiting for her to walk upwind, he had already begun to hypnotize her. Go to sleep. Before Baikuro could figure out what was going on, her eyes narrowed and she crooked toward one side. Instructor bye. Changba wrapped his arms around her small waist and placed a hard slap on her face. Wake up! Wake up! The little face was red and swollen from the slap. Snap! Another hard slap. The other half of his face was red and swollen. Instructor bye. Wake up! Wake up! But Baikalu was sleeping soundly. How could she wake up? Just a look of surprise was still on his face. Changba picked her up and walked quickly toward the sycamore tree by the playground. 1 meter 78 head, 140 pounds, holding in the arms heavy. That is called a material. While walking briskly, he asked softly, where are the 2 missing girls? At my rental property, building 6 in the Whittier neighborhood. Changba took note of the address. asked a few more questions about the door and combination lock, came under the tree, and threw her to the ground with a thud. Crouching down, he gave her a pinch and slapped her face again. Heavy tapping, left and right, crackling and unrelenting. Instructor Bai really fainted. Find out what's going on. It's not going to be anything, is it? When the students saw this, they immediately followed them to the tree to check out the situation. For a while, there were 3 circles around. Instructor Bai suddenly had a heat stroke. Look at her. She fainted. Changba slapped by Kuro's already red and swollen face once again. It looks like she's still more serious. Call an ambulance. A girl found her cell phone and called emergency services. There were also girls who poured out mineral water and washed Baikuru's face to cool it down. The instructors of the other classes sensed the abnormality and ran towards this side to check the situation. Handsome. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to say I'm sorry too. We thought you were trying to get back at our instructor Bai. Yeah, I thought so too. Who knew you were trying to rescue our instructor Bai? Handsome. There aren't many people as helpful as you. Thank you very much. Students have apologized to Changba, and have expressed their gratitude, and some people stuffed mineral water into his hands. You guys wait for the doctor to get here. I have things to do. Changba peeled away from the crowd and strutted toward the Bentley seat. There was no time to lose. He had to save the 2 girls at the first opportunity. Boom! Miss Bentley started it up and drove to the curb, and the back door opened automatically. As Changba bent down into the car, the seat whizzed away. Asterisk. So cool. This limo can't just be on autopilot? Changba, I remember his name. Genius kindergarten director. Right. Pay a visit sometime. The students all watched Changba leave, sighing with envy and admiration. They were still gushing about Bentley when he disappeared. Boom boom boom. The Bentley roared all the way to the Hueda neighborhood, flying like the wind. Chapter 97, Missing Girls Too Frightened to Talk. Magic City University. The entire campus was filled with a golden haze as the sun set. It's just the air, rolling around. Suyu Evening pulled a large suitcase, walked over to the Land Rover seat, opened the trunk, and then lifted the suitcase into the trunk and closed the trunk. Evening, are you sure you want to leave? Xiaifu grabbed her hand and looked at her reluctantly. I've already submitted my resignation to the head of the school, and besides, military training is winding down and it's time for me to leave. Suyu Evening stretched out her hand and stroked Xiaifu's face. Sister Fu, thank you for taking care of me over this period of time. Goodbye. Xiaifu wrapped her arms around her at once, tears filling her eyes. Evening, once you leave, I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Su Yuehong's nose was sore. I'll be working at the gifted kindergarten. I am not going far. I'll come see you at the end of the day. Xiaifu cannot know that as long as Changba attends this university, Su Yueho will not come here. Wouldn't even look at this university. Fumi, I should go. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu separated and got inside the driver's seat. Xiaifu picks at the car door, not letting her close it. Evening, I know you're disappointed and angry with Changba right now, but I still have something to say. Changba must have been framed, choked up at the words. Evening, my little brother loves you, and you love my little brother, so reconsider your future, okay? Evening, I think it's a shame that you guys just broke up. Please give him a chance, even give him a chance to explain, okay? Suyu Evening's face was cold, pushed her hand away, heavily closed the car door, and without fastening the seatbelt, drove away. Boom! The Land Rover whizzed away. Instructor Su, please give my little brother a chance, please. Xiaifu chased after the departing car, crying out. Seeing that the car was gone, she stopped panting, pulled out her cell phone, and called Changba. Teardrops dripped and splashed hotly on the floor. Changba had arrived at the 6th floor of the Hueda cell, took out his cell phone, and answered the call. Sister Fu. Xiaifu cried and scolded. Changba, you bastard. It's not good to sleep with anyone. You sleep with Instructor Su's sister's secretary. Are you a spermatozoa? Or is your head missing a muscle? Changba's head was big. Sister Fu, it's not that I slept with someone, it's that they slept with me. Bah! Xiaifu raised her voice. Does anyone believe you when you say that? That's just the way it is. Changba explains. I was lying in the hospital and couldn't even think about the sleeping process. So when I left the hospital I realized it was foaming. Then why are you lying in the hospital? With your ability, who else could have put you in the hospital? Xiaifu asked drily. At the mention of this, Changba shook his head. He didn't want to mention the matter of carelessness, but with Xiaifu's character, it wouldn't do to not make it clear, so he described what happened in the Magic City Business School. Hearing this, Xiaifu understood and let out a long sigh. Then why don't you explain it to your girlfriend? Does it help to explain? And besides, is there a chance? She's already messaged me about the breakup, and she's blackballed me since. Changba walked to a room door, Sister Fu, I have something to take care of. Wait until I get back. What else do you have to deal with? What's more important than salvaging your relationship with Instructor Su? Come back soon. I'll accompany you to find Instructor Su and beg her to give you another chance. Okay, you wait for me. Changba was in a hurry, hung up the phone, observed the combination lock above the room door, and entered 6 digits. It's the very same code that we got from Maikoro. With a ding, the door to the room opened. Changba glanced at the empty hallway, held his breath, and opened a crack in the door. A blue smoke billowed out of the room, flailing and shifting into various shapes. Changba observes the smoke twice, then observes the living room. The living room is very simply furnished with only a sofa and a coffee table, and the floor is littered with instant noodles, mineral water bottles and beer bottles. But, on the north wall, an offering table with a small incense burner has been placed. There is a lit sandalwood incense in the small incense burner, and the blue smoke is what emanates from the sandalwood. Changba concluded that this sandalwood incense must be a mesmerizing incense. When someone walks into a room, they smell this mesmerizing scent and pass out. He stepped in quickly, crushed out the sandalwood's flame, and opened the front window to ventilate the room. Tick-tock, tick-tock. An alarm suddenly sounded in the corner of the living room. Changba looked up and saw that there was a monitor fitted in the corner of the ceiling that was blinking a red light. Observing it twice, he judged it to be an intelligent surveillance. Strangers enter the living room, and it does not sound an alarm if the poisoning lies. And once the stranger stays standing, it keeps sounding the alarm. That female pervert was cunning enough. Changba grabbed an alabaster pot on the coffee table and threw it hard at the monitor. Boo! The teapot and the monitor blew up at the same time, and there were no more beeping alarms. In the meantime, Baikuro was dragged into a hospital, lying on a bed within 4, when the cell phone by the bedside suddenly beeped with an alarm. She rose with a start. Seeing a hospital room around him, he was even more shocked. Why am I lying here? Feeling a fiery pain on her face, she reached up to stroke it, grimacing in pain. Hearing the cell phone still sounding an alarm, he picked it up and turned it on. Instead of doing that, I just clicked on the surveillance of the living room of the rented house. Now it's a black screen. Tap to playback. A glance at the contents caused a scurry of surprise. Someone has already entered the rental. The very same Changba who would have met on the playground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She then called someone. Quickly take someone to the Whittier neighborhood. Someone has entered my room. Take care of him quickly. Hurry. At the same time, Changba came to the door of a room and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. He twisted the handle and pushed hard on the door and couldn't get it to budge. The door to the room was locked. He stepped back and kicked the door to the room with a thud. Yikes! A scream came from inside. He whipped his head around to see that it was a young girl, curled up on the carpet, looking at him warily. It was a round-faced girl, wearing pink pajamas and bare feet, in her late teens, and very cute looking. It's just a pale face, frightened eyes, and a sickly look. Changba's spirit lifted and he clenched his fists. Finally found one. This must be one of the 2 missing girls. He walked up and asked, "What's your name, little sister?" The girl burrowed into a corner, shivering, eyes full of tears, not daring to say a word. Apparently, she didn't dare to talk to strangers at all under Baikuru's perverted discipline. "Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." Changba opened his cell phone and tapped on a webpage, and tapped on a few more photos. "Look, this is the genius kindergarten you once stayed at, and I'm now the director of the genius kindergarten. Director Chang." The little girl grinned and cried at the familiar sight, but covered her mouth to keep from making a sound. There was still panic and worry in the eyes that looked at Changba. "Little sister, are you Pang still?" One of the 2 missing girls is named Mangru Ro and the other is named Pang still, and Shangba asks about Pang still first. Pang remains the youngest sister of her roommate. Pang Guan, the little girl, still trembling, did not speak, but looked on with wide eyes, without even a nod or a shake of the head. Chapter 98, Little Sister. "Is that you? Is it really you?" Changba observed clearly as yellow liquid oozed out from under the little girl's body. She freaked out and was so scared she couldn't pee. Whether she was facing Baikuru, or other strangers, even if she was facing the person who saved her, she was filled with fear. Baikuru was really hateful, scaring girls like that. Changba then hypnotized the girl into dreamland, then picked her up and walked out of the bedroom, placing her gently on the living room couch. "Mom! Mom!" The little girl called out in her sleep, tears welling up in her eyes, her body shivering every now and then. Changba gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder and walked quickly to the other bedroom door, knocking on it once more, knocking on the door in quick succession. In order not to scare the girls inside, he thought about not kicking in the door until he had to, and this time, a voice actually came from inside. It was the weak timid voice of a girl. Who? Changba thought that this was most likely Pang Guan's little sister. Pang still, and responded loudly. I'm here to rescue you. What's your name? There was no response from inside. Can you hear me? I'm here to save you. Changba knocked up the door of the room and spoke loudly once again. There was still no sound of response from inside. Changba twisted the doorknob and pushed the door hard, but he couldn't push it either. You stay away. I'm going to kick the door in. Fly up and kick the door to the room. It was also a small bedroom, which was also very messy, with no bed and a carpet on the floor. And in one corner of the carpet sat a girl, and the same girl just now, is also 10 or so years old, wearing pink pajamas, with baby fat face, looks handsome, very cute. She was a little healthier looking than the girl from earlier, slightly fatter, and appeared to be very calm. What's your name? Little sister? Who are you? The girl watched Changba warily. Changba opened his cell phone and flashed the photo associated with the Genius Kindergarten. I'm the director of the Genius Kindergarten, Director Chang, and I've come to rescue you. The girl looked Changba up and down and shook her head. You look about 20, about the same age as my brother. How could you possibly be a kindergarten director? Changba laughed. This girl is quite smart and calm. What's your brother's name? Don't remember. The little girl shook her head, a sly glint in her large, soulful eyes. Changba blinked. Why don't I take a guess? Your brother is a chubby little white guy, isn't he? You're blinded. I'll believe you if you can say his name. His name is Pangquan, isn't it? How did you know? The little girl rose to her knees at once, her eyes full of surprise. Oh, it's really Pangquan's little sister. Finally found it. Changba smiled as he opened his cell phone and flashed a picture of Pangquan. Isn't it him? Brother! The little girl took one look and cried. Brother! That's my brother. Why do you have a picture of my brother? Changba flashed another picture of him and Pangquan together. Two men were sitting on their dorm beds, both naked, drinking beer. See, little sister, your brother and I went to college together, and he calls me brother too. Brother! The girl burst into tears and threw herself into Changba's arms, bawling. 5 years. 5 whole years. She thought that her mom, dad and brother would save her, that her police uncle would save her, but 5 years had passed and nothing had happened. She waited her heart out. She thought she'd never get out, that she was destined to be someone's plaything and slave for the rest of her life. I didn't realize that my brother's classmates had come over to help. For a while, she cried so much that she wet Changba's chest. Changba tapped on Pangquan's WeChat and sent out a video request. Within moments, a gaunt, disheveled, fat face appeared on the cell phone screen. Listlessly, he asked, something wrong, Buster? Fatty, do you want to see your little sister? Changba asked. Pangquan cried out, Brother Ba, don't be like this, okay? Turning sideways, to turn off the video. I'm going to bed. Hang up. I found your little sister. Buster, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. Okay, that's it. Take it easy. Look who it is. Changba took his cell phone and pointed the camera at Pan's still wet face. Brother, brother, brother. As soon as Pang remained in sight of Pangquan, he jumped up and down and cried and wailed at the top of his voice, like crazy, finally flopped down on the floor. Brother, it's me. It's Ran Ran Ah. It's your little sister Ran Ran Ah. Pangquan sat up with a rumble at the sound of a familiar shout and stared wide-eyed at his cell phone screen. Seeing that it was his little sister, who had grown to be 10 years old, he couldn't help but burst into tears and cry out as well. Little sister, is that you? Little sister, is it really you? Did I see wrong? Is it really you? Ran Ran, is it really you? Brother, it's me. I'm Ran Ran. It's this big brother who saved me. He said he's your college classmate. Brother, I miss you so much. Yes, he's bully. Pangquan cried out. Brother Ba, I can't believe that you really managed to save my little sister. From now on you'll be the regenerative parent of my little sister and I. Get up on your knees and flop and kowtow. Changba's nose turned sour as he listened. Alright, let's talk about it when we meet. I'm taking my little sister back. Where are you now? Pangquan angled his head. Still with the traffickers. It's going back. What? Pangquan was alarmed and jumped down from his bed. Then hurry up and bring your little sister out. Don't let the traffickers bump into you. Okay, let's go. Changba hung up the phone, put away his cell phone, and pulled up Pang still. Little sister, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's hurry up and go. Since Pang was still weak, he had to walk with one of her arms up. On this side, Pangquan quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the dormitory building to find Xiaifu. He couldn't figure out where Changba was right now and was going to ask her. If that doesn't work, ask Instructor Su, Brother Ba, and Meng Ruyue. She's my good friend. Save her from going too. Coming into the living room, Pan still looked to the bedroom next to him. She fell asleep on the couch. Changba walked over to the couch, picked up Meng Ruyue, and squatted down again. Still, I'll carry you. So, With one in his arms and one on his back, he walked quickly out of the room and rushed for the stairs. That's when the cell phone rang and he couldn't be bothered to answer it. Arriving at the underground parking lot as fast as I could, I was surprised that I couldn't see Miss Binbin anymore. The Bentley seat was clearly parked next to the stairway when he arrived, and now it was gone. Without a car, walking out is not an option. In case you meet Baikaru's people, it will be a big trouble, Changba shouted as he broke out in a sweat. Binbin, Miss Binbin, Miss Binbin? Pang still wrapped his arms around Changba's neck and looked around. What kind of young lady is it? It's not Missy, it's my ride. A limited edition Bentley. Changba shouted once again. Binbin, Miss Binbin, come out to me quickly. Chapter 99. Like a demon, like an immortal, overbearing. Boom! There was a sudden roar of a car engine from the side. Changba followed the sound and there was a white Rolls-Royce Phantom parked right next to him, with the back door slowly opening. Master, please get in. The Rolls-Royce made a noise. Changba observed it in surprise, not daring to approach for a while. It's obviously a Bentley. Why did you change it to a Rolls-Royce? Master, I can change colors and decals, Rolls-Royce explained, the color of the car slowly darkening from the head, Rolls-Royce's badge deepening and Bentley's highlighting, exactly as it came. My seat can still change like this. Changba walked up and first put Mangruashi in the back seat, and then assisted Pang still so that she could sit next to Mangruashi. Buster, your car is so awesome. Pang still looked at Changba with eyes full of admiration. Does it still make transformers? Later, let Miss Bim Bim tell you. Changba pulled open the front door and sat in the driver's seat. Seat belts are automatically fastened. Still, little sister. Right now Miss Binbin can't be a transformer. Miss Binbin explained, changing body colors and emblems once again, even the color of the interior. The roof of the car, which had been full of stars a moment ago, was now a deep blue sea with a single seagull flying and chirping above it. Immersive. Whoa! Pang still took a look and clasped his palms together. It's so pretty and beautiful. Not only was she rescued, but she was able to see such a beautiful car that she was once again in tears. Changba drove off and headed for the exit. Glancing up at the ocean and the seagulls, he smiled. Miss Binbin, you're so good at coaxing children so that still won't be nervous. Pang still nodded repeatedly, his face full of smiles. Sitting next to Bully and in a seat like this, she felt like she held a full sense of security around her. Master, Miss Binbin changing the body color is not just to make still little sister happy. Miss Binbin made an explanation. Now Baikalo's people have driven into the neighborhood and are looking for a black Bentley. As he spoke, a roar had come from outside. Changba was about to pull out of the exit when a Wrangler SUV brutally blocked the way. There were 5 Wranglers, blocking all the exits. Master, there are 5 big men inside each SUV, and they all carry various types of murder weapons, so please be careful, Miss Bentley reminded gently. With a flick of the wrist, Changba pulled into a parking space, turned off the engine, and quietly watched the exit. It's a black Bentley. It's a Bentley Vader. It's the latest model and a limited edition. Brothers check one by one. A dozen or so big men jumped out of the Wrangler and yelled as they observed each vehicle. At this point, Changba's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he didn't answer. Not long after, the phone beeped twice. He clicked on it and it was a text message from someone. It's the text message from the strange number from earlier. Changba, you're in the Hueda neighborhood now. Can't walk away from you. Changba replied to the text message, you are? Unfamiliar number, Baikaru. Changba didn't expect her to wake up so quickly, and he had to admit that this female pervert really did have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. Instructor Bai, does your face hurt? Baikaru was now riding in a Maserati sports car and was speeding to the Hueda neighborhood. Just now, through the indoor surveillance, she saw Changba take away 2 girls, and she couldn't wait to immediately fly to the Hueda neighborhood to finish him off alive. Once the 2 girls were rescued, then she would not be able to explain to Chung Hui, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Changba mentioning whether his face hurt or not, she once again felt a burning pain in her face, while her hatred for him increased just a few points. She had tried to hypnotize him, and he had counter-hypnotized her. What's even more infuriating is that he's also using the name of saving people's lives to punch her in the face like crazy. You know, she cares most about her little face. Now her nose was bruised and swollen, big on one side and small on the other, and she was in so much pain that she was murderous. She texted him once again. Changba, put down the 2 girls and get out of Mordor, and I won't bother you again. Changba picked up a toothpick and flossed his teeth while replying, Baikuro, if you turn yourself in and reform, I won't teach you to behave. Baikalo, we'll see. No Bentley, no black Bentley in sight. Not on this side either. It must have driven out. Let's search the neighborhood. One by one, the big men yelled and screamed and searched a few times, not finding the black Bentley, and walked successively toward the Wrangler. Before long, several Wranglers backed up, turned around, and drove away. Changba started the car and drove out the exit to the neighborhood gate. Master, the gate is closed. I can't get out. Another reminder from Miss Bentley. Can't you open the electric gate? Yes, as long as it's motorized. Miss Binbin can access its control system. But now that the outside of the gate has been blocked by a crash pier, there's nothing I can do. Speaking, Changba drove to the avenue, and saw from afar that 3 rows of crash piers had been placed on the outside of the gate, 30 in number. Not to mention the Bentley. Even a beefed-up Hummer couldn't punch through. And that's when a red Maserati pulled up to the gate. As the door of the car opened, a beautiful woman who was like a demon yet immortal stepped out of the car. It was as if all the red light of the setting sun was attracted to her and focused on her, making her the highlight of her surroundings all of a sudden. She wore a straw hat and mask so that those around her couldn't see her face, but exclaimed at just the sight of her body. Holy, that body is coming on strong. More model than even a model. The legs are 2 meters long. 1 night's sleep and I'd lose 10 years of my life. An hour's sleep and I'm willing to die. Many men drooled inside. Changba took a look and saw that it was Baikaro who had come back, and with a single swipe, pulled into a parking space to the side. He wanted to use a restoration technique to restore the front of the gate to its original unobstructed appearance, while driving away in a whirring car. But Baikaro can hypnotize. He was carrying 2 children after all, and if he was hypnotized by Baikaro like last time, the consequences would be unpredictable. He had to do everything right, so now he could only wait and see what happened. And Peng still saw Baikaro and screamed, flopping down onto the seat and starting to shiver non-stop. The person she was most afraid of was Baikaro. Still, Ba promised you that you would not fall into her hands again. Changba held out a hand to the back. With me, you'll be reunited with your brother, Mom, Dad, and the others. Pan still sobbed and nodded, shivering and reaching out a small hand to shake his. Mr. Bai, all the cars have been checked. No Bentley. When Baikaro led the people into the neighborhood courtyard, a big man reported to her. Changba and the 2 girls must still be in the neighborhood. 1 car at a time. Baikaro took a domineering goddess stride, her eyes murderous. Today is digging up the ground, but also to find them. The big man bent his head to obey and immediately passed the order on. Within moments, a group of large men began searching 1 car at a time, even 3-wheeled motorized vehicles. What should we do? Bah, what should we do? They're almost here. Peng still shivered in fear once again as he saw 4 large men searching a nearby car through the window glass. No need to panic. There are snacks and mineral water in the back of the car. So eat something. Changba watched the 2 big men approach, and suddenly started up the car with a catapult start, turned the car around, and flew into a small lane. It's a Rolls-Royce. After them, a couple of big men ran up, in hot pursuit. The roads inside the neighborhood were curvy and not driven fast enough for them to believe they could catch up. Meanwhile, another big man calls his accomplice and yells, "Intercept in front!" A Rolls-Royce. Quickly intercept in front. Chapter 100, Ambush on 10 fronts. Little sister's emergency. What should we do? Bah! Peng still wailed and cried in fear and trembled as he asked questions. Still, don't panic. Changba made a sharp turn and pulled into a parking area. With another sharp turn, it settled into a parking space. It's also the moment the engine goes out that the body color changes to red and the badge changes to Volkswagen. Drive through. Just drive through here. It's a white Rolls-Royce. Several large men ran past on one side of the road, oblivious to the Volkswagen next to them. Brother Ba, this is no way to go on. How can we escape? Still afraid of being taken again. Pan whimpered. Don't worry still. Ba is merely playing with them. Changba observed the movement around him. Wait for a moment and we will leave. The phone rang just as the words left his mouth. Picking up his cell phone, he saw that it was a call from Xia Fu. He figured Fu must have heard something. Fu, go ahead. I'm listening. Changba, have you found those 2 girls? Pang Guan told you? Tell me. Yes, I'm taking them to college now. By the way, you'd better talk to Sister Evening. Changba paused as he spoke. When he first thought of saving the 2 girls, it was both for the genius kindergarten and for Su Yuewan. Now that the 2 girls were almost rescued, of course they had to talk to Su Yuewan. Su Yu Evening had already decided to break up with him and swore that she wouldn't give him a chance, and now the thought of her made him apprehensive. He called her phone. She must not answer. Then the only way is through Xia Fu. Little brother, I know what's on your mind. I'm already at the genius kindergarten. Wait for my call. The phone hung up. Changba's brows were locked in a golden frown as he looked out the window, and for the first time, there was worry in his eyes. He had the confidence to save the 2 girls, but not the confidence to restore his relationship with Su Yueho. After all, he slept with another woman. After all, Su Yu Evening was ice clear and clean, and not a grain of sand could enter her eyes. Gifted and talented kindergarten. Su Evening came here and was assigned a small bedroom set with a living room under Su Huizi's arrangement. Not big by any means, but clean and tidy. After a brief cleanup, she moved in with her bags. After making a pot of tea, she sat by the window, fuming in the air conditioning, her eyes glistening with tears. Until now, she hadn't dared to think in detail that Changba would be sharing a bed with her sister's secretary. White Foam. You know, Foamy is a killer. A cold-blooded, ruthless killing machine. How could she do that? What can she get out of it? It's mostly Changba. Now that he could easily deal with very strong and powerful experts, how did he fall into the hands of White Foam? Was it intentional? Or is it for some kind of thrill? Besides, did he consider her feelings when he slept with other women? Thinking of this, Su Yuehong's heart felt another stabbing pain and pressed her chest, asking herself not to think about him anymore. Now that it's broken. It's cleanly broken, and a promiscuous man like that wasn't worth wasting her time and energy over. It's over. It's over for good. When it's over, it's painfully over. Evening. There was a knock at the door of the room. Su Yueho raised her head, saw Xia Yifu standing by the door, twisted her head, and didn't say anything. At all times, Xia Yifu would be on Changba's side, and this neighboring sister had come to act as a lobbyist for him again. Evening. This is a nice room. Xia Yifu walked into the living room and looked around, pretending to admire the room. Mr. Xia, if you're speaking for someone else, you're not welcome here. Su Evening had a frosty face and still didn't look at Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu guffawed and walked over to sit down next to her. Evening, you know right from wrong. Am I still a confused person? Su Evening grunted and didn't say anything. Evening, about Changba. I'll just ask you for the last time. You're not going to see him again, are you? What do you say? Su Yeye snapped her head around and glared at Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu looked at her with big eyes that could condense into ice and was a little scared. Evening, if you say so, I support you, but I'll tell you one piece of news. You must still see him. Su Evening's almond eyes glared roundly as she stood up and shouted, Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu was startled and held out her hands, signaling her not to get excited. Evening, take it easy. Changba found the two missing girls and brought them out. What are you babbling about? Su Evening glared at her. Xia Yifu, you had to force me to be angry, didn't you? Xia Yifu also came with wide eyes. I came to you to ask you to scold. I'd be a puppy if I lied to you. How is it possible? Su Yueho still didn't believe it. Do you think it's possible? How long has it been since Changba was able to find those two girls and bring them with him? Even a sleuth can't be that fast. What's more, Changba is sleeping with a bad woman, so he can have the heart to look for the missing girl? Is he concentrating on finding some secret in that bad woman? I didn't believe it at first, but there were witnesses. Xia Yifu pointed to the doorway. Pangguan is standing right outside the doorway. Ask him. Knowing that Pangguan is the older brother of the missing girl Pangstill, Su Evening quickly walked towards the door of the room. Pangguan, who had been guarding the outside, promised and walked into the living room, nodding at Su Evening and calling out to Instructor Su. Pangguan, Changba rescued your sister? Su Evening asked anxiously. Pangguan opened his cell phone. Instructor Su, I videoed with Bully and witnessed my little sister and another girl right there in his car. When he said this, he was already in tears and choked on his words. My little sister could tell it was me right away, and I could tell it was her right away. 5 years on, she's a bit older, a bit taller, and her baby face is still so cute. Su Evening believed it this time and couldn't help but be energized. Changba, you asshole didn't disappoint this time. Sleeping with a bad woman. You slept your way to competence? Pangguan, you're still videoing with him now. I want to see your little sister and that girl with my own eyes. Yes. Pangguan took his cell phone and sent a video request to Changba. Take it easy. Xia Yifu wrapped her arms around Su Yuehong's shoulders too. Evening, aren't you not going to meet him again? Su Yuehong pushed her away. The matter of personal feelings is nothing compared to the search for a missing girl. Xia Yifu laughed. So, you forgive my little brother? Don't mention this now. Su Yueho pushed her away. Don't you mess up. And at that moment, Changba's voice came from Pangguan's cell phone. Fatty, missing your little sister again? Pangguan observes his little sister on her cell phone. Su Evening quickly stepped forward and stretched her neck, also observing the person in the cell phone. Seeing his little sister pale, shivering, and crying into tears, Pangguan asked in a loud voice. Bah, little sister, what happened? Pan still grabbed the phone and wailed. Brother, there are a lot of bad guys out there, surrounding us, and that bad woman who's been holding us captive is out there, too. Brother, Bah, and I can't get out. Come and save us. Chapter 101, if we don't find Changba, I'll die for the crime. Pangguan was horrified and turned his eyes for help to Su Yuehong. Su Yeyang was also taken aback. Xia Yifu, needless to say, screamed in shock. They all thought Changba was safe with the two missing girls. Who knew they hadn't gotten away? And dangerous. Within half a second, Su Yeye reacted. Little sister, where are you? Tell me quickly, where are you? Pan still didn't realize where they were and replied by grabbing his hair and crying. We're in a neighborhood. I don't know what it is. Lots and lots of phallic trees inside the yard. Lots and lots of crash piers at the front door. And across the street is a hotel with lots and lots of red banners on the glass walls of the hotel. Still, no need to tell them. We'll be out in a minute. Changba took the cell phone from Pang Still and hung up the video. He was sure they'd be out of the neighborhood in no time and there was no need to cause a panic. It's really not necessary. Once Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu came here, it would lead to more trouble. But, at this moment, Suyu Evening, Xia Yifu and Pang Wan they panicked. For a while, each one of them panicked like ants on a hot pan. In a neighborhood. So many phallic trees in the neighborhood. There are 3 rows of crash piers at the gate. Across the street from the neighborhood is a hotel. There are a lot of red banners hanging on the glass walls of the hotel. Just follow this few to investigate. Hurry! A few people took their cell phones and started messaging to their friends, asking for help in investigating which neighborhood it was. Right. Suyu Evening was in a hurry. I'll find someone to investigate. She remembered Xiao Tong, the security captain of Mordor University, the man nicknamed Little Smart, who investigated information quickly and accurately. Find this person's cell phone number, call him and explain the situation. 3 minutes later, Shotan responded bluntly. The Whittier neighborhood. It's 100% that neighborhood. Upon hearing this, Suyu Evening immediately rushed towards the door of the room with Xiaifu and Pangwan. 2 minutes later, she was driving the Land Rover, taking them, flying towards the Whittier neighborhood. Xiaifu sat in the passenger seat and looked up information about the Hueda neighborhood. Looked up one and exclaimed in shock. Evening, this time it's a big deal. The security of the Hueda neighborhood is the responsibility of Power Panther Security. Changba beat up that security company at the kindergarten, and now that they've learned he was there, they're going to leave him alone? Suyu Evening's heart rumbled and her foot slammed on the gas. No matter what, nothing could happen to Changba, and even less to the 2 girls. The night had fallen, the avenue was full of cars, and she kept honking and overtaking. A high school friend of mine works near the Whittier neighborhood, and I told him to check the gate. Pangwan explained the situation to that classmate and asked him for a favor. 12 minutes later, he received several photos. One look at the photo made his scalp tingle and he yelled, "Things are worse than we thought." You see, Xiaifu took the phone and looked at the photos with Suyuaho. Just see a full 15 SUVs parked in the parking spaces next to the crash piers. Fully 50 big men from the security company rushed into the neighborhood. Immediately afterward, a video was received on the phone. Xiaifu clicked on it. The video shows a white Mercedes parked on the side of the road and a handsome man with dreadlocks getting out of the car with an arrogant expression, pointing at the neighborhood. Cheng Hui. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu shouted out this person's name together. It turned out that Cheng Hui also got the news and was the first to arrive at the Hueda neighborhood. We must find Changba. I want to see the body alive and dead. Cheng Hui left such a sentence and led people into the small area. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu both subconsciously clenched their silver teeth and looked at each other. The one who hated Changba the most was Cheng Hui, who wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the fire. It seemed that this time Changba and the 2 girls were in dire straits. Immediately after that, another video was received. Clicking on it, a black A8 appeared in the video, and a cold-faced, alluring beauty came down from the car. As soon as she saw her, Suyueho glared with almond eyes. It was no one else but her sister, Suyuchi. I can't imagine that Suyueji is also here. Evening, what's your sister doing here? When Xiaifu saw Suyuichi, she couldn't figure out what she was doing here. She's already gotten her way by stirring up trouble and making you and Changba break up. Suyeye shook her head. She didn't know what her sister was going to do, but knew she would target Changba. Sister, like Cheng Hui, hated Changba with a passion. The camera of the video slowly drew closer, and Suyueji's voice could still be heard. She reached for her cell phone to call someone. Chang Xiao. Changba abducted and sold children and had the murder weapon on him. Killing him was self-defense. After saying this, she led a few bodyguards into the small area as well. Hearing such a sentence, Suyu Evening fiercely punched the steering wheel. The back of my hand is bleeding, but she felt no pain. Just a short time ago, Changba drilled into the fire and rescued his sister. Without Changba, she would have died long ago, and now she's beneficent enough to think about getting Changba killed. Evening, Xiaifu fiercely grabbed Su Yueho's wrist and cried out anxiously. Right now inside the Hueda neighborhood there's Bai Kuro, Shang Hui, your sister, and dozens of big men from Power Leopard Security. They're all together against Changba. Can Changba leave the neighborhood alive with his belly full of enemies? Choking back sobs in a hurry. Crying about what? Suyu Evening shook off Xiaifu's hand and shouted. If Changba can't walk out of Hueda neighborhood, he's not Changba. Search one car at a time. Search one building at a time. I don't believe they can grow wings and fly away. Baikuro stood on the avenue, gesturing and shouting in a voice that could be heard in half the neighborhood. The many security guards immediately dispersed. Mr. Bai, Chang Xiao is here. A big man walked over to Baikuro and reported softly. Baikuro raised a thin eyebrow and turned around with a thump in her heart. Seeing Chang Hui walk over, his face blue and his eyes glowing fiercely, her heart thumped again and she lowered her head. Chang Xiao, you're here. I've arranged for my men to investigate. Please don't worry. If I can't uncover Changba, I'll thank you with my life. Chang Hui glanced at her demonic face and figure and quietly swallowed his saliva. I'm relieved that you're thanking me with your death. Those two girls were asked by a leader to train us, and if anything happens to them, both of our lives combined won't be enough to pay for it. Yes. Baikuro was sweating profusely. Did you call the police? Chang Hui asked. Baikuro was shocked. This how to call the police? Call the police as you should and let them assist us in our investigation. Chang Hui looked at one of the bodyguards. Go arrange it. The bouncer promised and walked away quickly. Noticing Su Yuqi walking over, Chang Hui smiled. Mr. Su, didn't I tell you, this matter doesn't need you to labor. Changba is very cunning. I came over to remind you. Su Yuqi nodded at him, and nodded at Baikuro. He couldn't help but take one more look at Baikuro and sighed in his heart. This beauty is so beautiful and sexy. No woman can look this good and sexy anymore. Chang Hui laughed again. Mr. Su, I heard that your little sister and Changba have broken up? At the mention of his little sister, Su Yuqi's eyes plummeted cold. Don't mention it. Changba was so spermatic that he slept with my secretary and pissed my little sister off. Ha 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 ha. Chang Hui laughed. Debaucherous laughter drifted throughout the neighborhood. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 102, calling a member of the opposite sex into the car and sharing love with her. Chang Hui suddenly remembered someone. A woman he's always been obsessed with. And the woman of his dreams. Eminence Long Yimin, the eldest miss of the Long clan. If Changba hadn't messed up, he would have chased this rich white goddess to his hand long ago. And now that Changba was trapped and the next step was to be roasted on the fire rack by Baikuro, why not use this opportunity to take care of Long Yimin? He smiled grimly and waved his hand at Baikuro, telling her to bring someone to arrest Changba, and pulled out his cell phone to call Long Yimin. Emin, have you had dinner? Does it matter to you if you eat or not? Long Yimin's voice was cold. Chang Hui's temples stung, and a nameless karmic fire burned in his heart. All along, he had been treating Long Yimin with respect, but she was not the least bit impressed with him and had a cold attitude. Holding back his fire, he said, Emin, why don't I send someone to fetch you to have dinner with me? I don't have time. It's my birthday and I'm spending it with my little brother. Ouch. Chang Hui then remembered that today was Long Yimin's birthday and blamed himself. Sorry. Yimin, these 2 days were too busy. I forgot your birthday. I'm so sorry. He slapped himself for forgetting something so important. There's nothing else. I'm hanging up. Long Yimin was still very cold. Not yet. Chang Hui changed the subject. Something happened to Changba. Did you know, bully? Long Yimin snapped her head up. What happened to Ba? Chang Hui sneered and clenched his teeth. Talking to him was a bit of a turn-off, but at the mention of Changba, she perked up and was incredibly concerned about him. Chang Xiao, what exactly happened to Ba? Long Yimin asked again. Chang Hui coldly smiled again and pretended to be mysterious. I just got the news too, and I'm telling you, you mustn't tell anyone. Long Yimin was anxious when she heard this. Don't worry, I only have myself to know. So tell me. Chang Hui purposely paused for a moment to tell her to get anxious and say, Changba stole 2 girls and hid them in the Hueda neighborhood, and now many people are looking for him in the neighborhood, saying they want to kill him. Stealing 2 girls, it's simply impossible. Ba is not that kind of person. Long Yimin didn't believe it. That's all I can say, believe it or not. Well, I've got things to do. Bye. Chang Hui hung up the phone and smiled hideously. He believed that Emin Long would definitely come to the Hueda neighborhood. At that time, we can kill Changba and still hold a beautiful woman. Wouldn't it be nice to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Inside the Bentley seat, specifically, inside the Volkswagen seat, it was quiet. Changba had already hypnotized Pang Still, causing her to fall into dreamland just like Mangruashi. That would save her from crying and screaming in terror, and would leave him in peace to figure out how to get out of it. Now that the outside was heavily guarded and by Kuro, Chang Hui and the others were personally commanding outside. It was a bit difficult to get out. It's mostly just by Kahlo. Once he hypnotized her, he could take the 2 girls out unimpeded. Search one car at a time. 4 big men yelled and screamed and searched every car in the parking space with flashlights. They held flashlights against the glass toward the inside of the car, and when they came across one with privacy glass, They directly shattered the window glass with a stick. Changba noticed a couple of big men getting closer and murmured and whispered, "Hypnotizing." Puff, puff. The 4 big men fell asleep and collapsed during the search. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly pass out?" 2 big men ran up to them and observed the situation. Changba glanced at the display in the cockpit, tapped the steering wheel once, and made his request. "Miss Binbin, scan the entire neighborhood for me and determine Baikaru's exact location." Miss Binbin responded, "Master, I can't scan her for now." "Why?" "Because my ability is limited." Now they've brought in a large number of detection instruments to try and determine your location through your cell phone signal. I've been intercepting their current waves and electromagnetic fields so that they can't check your location and no longer have the ability to scan the outside. So it is. Changba nodded, thinking that the only way to lure Baikuro away was to make a sound. Observing the outside for a glance, picking up his cell phone and texting her. "Instructor Bai, what are you doing? Does your face still hurt?" Baikuru led 4 big men and searched inside a residential building. "Hear your cell phone make a noise and turn it on." Seeing that it was a text message from Changba, he once again felt a burning pain on his face and became even more furious. Reply to 3 messages in a row. "Changba, you can't get away. You're dead this time. Just wait. I'll put you in a small dark room and make you one of my dogs forever." Changba added, "In the middle of the neighborhood is a small lake. Let's meet in the small square on the south side of the small lake." Baikalo walked quickly to the front window and looked down toward the center lake of the neighborhood. Under the lights, the center lake shimmers with a stunning view. In the small square on the south side of the center's lake, many people were relaxing and appearing lively. She ordered to the 2 men at her side, "Quickly take the men to the small square. There's a chance that Changba is there." Thinking of something, he added, "I'll take my men to guard the cell gate. Don't tell Changba to sound off and confuse us." With that, he led the charge down the stairs. 3 minutes later, she was on the avenue with a group of big men, killing the gate with great vigor. Changba had been observing the movements on the avenue and noticed Baikuro rushing toward the gate with a group of people. Giving a cry, "This woman is cunning and not so easy to deceive." Now that she had brought people to guard the gate, it would never be easy for him to get out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Changba was racking his brain for a solution when a familiar mezzo-soprano voice suddenly came to his ears. He wanted to curse. "Congratulations, dog head. Dog system, don't you dare find nothing to do and release any new quests for me. The host is smart. That is, he has a new mission. Make sure it's done in half an hour. Please call a member of the opposite sex in the car and make love to her. And take photos and send them to Ching Fai." What? Changba's scalp was about to explode and he was about to hit the steering wheel head on. Now at this point in time, you're telling me to share my love with a member of the opposite sex? And take pictures and send them out? It's hard to get out of it. And you're sharing love with a woman in a car? Thanks to your dog system for thinking of it. Besides, we don't know each other well here. Who do we call now? Bicolo? Let alone love. She could grab a knife and stab someone. Suyukchi? That's most likely the sister-in-law. Calling other women? No way. This mission is too daunting. It's just an impossible mission. I can't finish it. Dog system, you're not following the rules, but you're so bad that you're falling apart. There's a reward for completing the mission. If the mission fails, the girl will fall into Baikoro's hands again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A million grass mud horses swarmed through Changba's heart, but he had no choice but to watch the passers-by to see if he could run into any acquaintances so that he could share his love in the car. No matter what, we can't involve the 2 girls. Let's finish the mission first. Chapter 103, Give me your little sister. I guarantee you'll become a brother-in-law within a year. Whittier neighborhood. Outside the gate, 20 security company personnel stood at attention. Inside the gate, another 20 security personnel heavily guarded it. For a time, the gate was airtight inside and out. Cheng-Hui sat in the car and observed the area around the gate, waiting for Long Yi-min to come over, light a cigar, cross your legs, and enjoy the time in a leisurely manner. He was humming a little tune when he thought of Changba being abused and Long Yi-min throwing herself at him. Thinking of Changba, he picked up his cell phone, asked Suyuichi for Changba's cell phone number, and took the initiative to apply to add a friend. He still had to see Changba laugh and see how he was going to have bloody bad luck, and it was necessary to communicate with him. At this point, Changba watched the passers-by, still looking for a target. If that doesn't work, drive somewhere else. The phone vibrates a little. He opened it and saw that it was a request to add a friend from Cheng-Hui. He wanted to see what kind of trick this person was playing, and immediately passed, sending out a question mark. Cheng Fai, Chang Park Master, trapped in the neighborhood, have not been able to get out, is not very anxious? Changba, yes. Cheng-Hui smiled smugly, give me the stuff and I'll keep you safe. Changba twisted his head to look at the 2 sleeping girls behind him. Give your little sister to me, and I will guarantee that you will become a great uncle within a year. Cheng Hui slammed his cigar on the floor. Changba, I have good news for you. Long Yimin will be here soon. She's coming over to see you. Emin Lung? What is she doing here? Changba's sword brows tightened. This matter has nothing to do with her. Cheng Hui, it's nothing to do with her. But she cares about you. Cheng Hui, you are despicable. Changba then sent a message to Long Yimin. Yimin, where are you? Long Yimin, brother Ba, I'm rushing to Hueda neighborhood. I'll be there soon. How are you now? Changba, I'm fine. You don't have to come over. Long Yimin, I'm relieved to see with my own eyes that you're okay. Changba fainted. He would be even more passive once Long Yimin came here. Master, today is Long Yimin's birthday. The bimbo lady gently reminded. Did you wish her a happy birthday? Changba sent another message to Long Yimin. Yimin, today is your birthday. I'll pick a place to congratulate you on your birthday. You can go directly to that place. Long Yimin, I'm in the Hueda neighborhood. Wait until I see you first. Changba shook his head. It seemed like it was useless to say anything now. Long Yimin was worried about his safety and wanted to see him first. Master, another group is coming. Miss Bimbin reminded once again. Changba looked up, and it was true. A large group of security personnel were walking quickly. Miss Bimbin, I thought you couldn't scan. Master, I have 12 cameras on me, so I can see what's going on in the neighborhood. Changba made a request. We need to get out of here and pick a relatively safe place. Yes, I'll start the car. Won't the engine startle them when it goes off? Master, I can start the motor. The oil and electric hybrid. Changba hypnotizes the group of big men walking by so as not to draw attention to himself, as they fell to the ground one by one, and as a crowd of people gathered around them yelling and screaming, Miss Bim Bim drove away quietly. Whichever lane is empty, drive there. When you find someone, you quietly pull over to the side of the road. 6 minutes later, parked in a parking space by a large garden. Next to it, the laurel was in full bloom, emitting a refreshing fragrance, and at that moment, Changba's cell phone once again received a message. It was Long Yimin who sent it over. Brother Ba, I've entered the neighborhood. Where are you? Changba's sword brows tightened. How did you get in? Cheng Hui would let you in? Eminence Long, he's the one who let me in, and I said I had to pee, so I went into the neighborhood alone. Changba believed that Cheng Hui would send someone to follow her. Where are you walking now? Longjiman, starting at the gate and going south. The third intersection. Going east. I went 2 more intersections south. Changba has been around the neighborhood twice and remembers every intersection. You continue on and walk west to an electric carport. Eminence Long, roger that. Changba observes the outside and waits patiently. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw an enchanting figure in a red dress. If it's not Eminence Long, which one is it? But not far behind. Followed by 2 sneaky big men. Changba then hypnotized them, telling them to lie down on the floor and enter into dreamland, and messaged Long Yimin again. Continue on for about 10 meters. Turn right and there is a black Volkswagen by the garden. Longjiman saw the message and quickened his pace. She was also wary, glancing back every now and then. Seeing that the back was empty, he muttered in his heart, strange, just now there was someone following me. Now how come there is no more? When I came to the edge of the garden, I saw a black Volkswagen parked in one of the parking spaces and trotting up. As he ran, he reached out a hand to protect his jumping chest. Emin, get in the car. Changba opened the passenger door. Long Yimin bent down. See is Changba. Delighted. A bend. A twist of the buttocks. Advanced body back into the head. Into the car. Perfectly fiery lines blossomed like flowers before Changba's eyes. When Changba took a look, he couldn't help but remember the experience of falling in love with Bayamo, and his heart beat wildly. It really wasn't true to say that Long Yimin's body was several times better than Baymo's. If it had been Eminence Long that night. Hold it. Stop. Changba collected his rambling thoughts and asked Miss Binbin to close the car door. Long Yimin twisted her small waist and peered towards the back. Seeing that it was 2 cute girls, they all of a sudden widened their eyes. Brother Ba, are these the 2 girls? That's them. I took them out right away. I didn't want you to come. Why did you come anyway? Changba unbuckled the seatbelt on his body. I wasn't worried about you. Long Yimin smiled faintly and looked into his eyes with affection. She had already heard the news that Changba and Su Yueye broke up, and her heart was incomparably happy. She also knew that she didn't have much of a chance with Changba, but her heart was just happy. Ding! Host, you have 5 minutes left. Changba remembered the task of sharing love again. Lowering the window of the car, he reached out and picked a blooming Danwei flower and handed it to Long Yimin with both hands. Emin, happy birthday. Long Yimin's 2 eyes glowed and she smiled brightly. Bully, you know it's my birthday? Changba nodded and sent the flowers toward her again. Thanks. Long Yimin stretched out her hands to take it, closed her eyes and put it under her nose. Wow, it smells so good. Brother Ba, I'm so touched and moved. Putting down the flowers, she wanted to wrap her arms around him, and even more, she wanted to snuggle into his arms. What's wrong with throwing yourself at him when you worship him, love him, and are single anyway? But, thinking of Su Yuayet, she lowered her head again, not daring to cross the line. That instructor Su had a bad temper and she was afraid of her from the first day of military training. One has to be on guard against this beautiful instructor. What if she fakes breaking up with him? Ding. Host, you have the last 3 minutes left. Please take a picture of the two of them in love and send it to Ching Fai. A video would be nice. Changba broke out into a sweat in a hurry. At this moment, Long Yimin did not move. There is no indication, not even a wink. One cannot take the initiative to embrace her to make out with her. In case, Chapter 104, get some fake videos of men and women and you can still cheat me? As the saying goes, in a hurry, Changba thought of Chang Hui, smiled evilly, picked up his cell phone, and sent out a video invitation. To Dalu. Chang Hui's cell phone made a ringing sound. Instead of caring about his cell phone, he was asking his men about the whereabouts of Em and Long at the moment. The two minions sent out just now to follow Long Yimin can't be seen or contacted now. He was very much in denial. Mr. Chang. A big man quickly ran to the side of the car and reported. The two of them are lying asleep under a sycamore tree. They can't even wake up when called. Rice bucket. Chang Hui roared. He purposely called Long Yimin over to use it against Changba. Now it was good that they had lost her. Not to mention that they were lying asleep under a big tree. One person wastes one of their hands. Let's see if they still dare to sleep in the future. Yes. The big man led the order and left. The other big men were silenced. They couldn't figure out who else would be afraid to sell their lives for Chang Xiao at this point in time. Chang Xiao. A video call from Changba. Another big man pointed at Chang Hui's cell phone and reminded him. Chang Hui glanced at his cell phone before picking it up. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as his face changed. As you can see, Changba is finally afraid and now thinks of begging for mercy. Several of the big men smiled bashfully and nodded their heads. That's right, Changba is nothing. If he fights with Chang Xiao, it's just eggs against stones. We'll see. Tonight Changba will only be begging on his knees, knowing that now there is no need to be in the beginning. Tonight I'll make him regret it. Chang Hui laughed, shook the pigtails on the back of his head, tapped his cell phone, and connected the video call. Changba's smiling face then appeared in the cell phone screen. Chang Hui asked a few of his men to take a look. You see, this is the smile that begs for forgiveness. Once again, several big men nodded frequently, pointing at Changba in the cell phone, eager to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Chang Xiao. I want to talk to you. Changba wore a smile on his face. Chang Hui nodded. I understand what you mean. Bring those two girls here. I can give you a chance. No. Changba shook his head. I want to talk to you about someone else. I'm not talking to you about anyone but those two girls. This man is more important to you than those two girls. Oh. Chang Hui raised his head. Who? Changba smiled teasingly. Your most beloved. Emin? What do you say? Changba glanced at Long Yimin beside him. At this point, he hadn't let her appear in the video. Emin. Chang Hui froze, then smiled smugly. Tell you what, she's in my car. She has decided to be my girlfriend. Oh, surprised? A few of the big men next to him laughed along. Yeah, I'm surprised. Changba asked, can you ask me to meet her now? She's my woman. Who are you to see her? Chang Xiao. I'm relieved when you say that. Changba extended his hand, signaling Long Yimin to come closer and put his arm around her shoulders, which allowed her to appear in the video. Long Yimin, on the other hand, was good and obedient, snuggling up to his chest, looking at him with affection, and stretching out a small hand to gently caress his faceplate. It was incumbent upon her to cooperate with Changba in acting. In order to convince Chang Hui that it was her, she even called out to Ba with a sweet cry. Holy, Chang Hui, as if he had been suddenly struck by electricity, jerked upward and hit his head on the roof of the car. He could see clearly that the woman nestled in Changba's arms was Long Yimin. It was the woman of his most beloved dreams. This woman had disappeared. He thought she had gone to look for an acquaintance. Who knew that she had gone to look for Changba? And cheating. Emin, you're so beautiful today. Who wouldn't love a goddess as soft and affectionate as you? Changba lowered his head and gazed into Long Yimin's eyes, gently stroking her hair and kissing her forehead. Long Yimin's face was delicately red and she nodded shyly, closing her eyes and raising her head. Buster, I told you to kiss me. Hard. No problem. I'm single. Who am I afraid of? Changba hugged Long Yimin tightly. Chang Hui looked at this scene, dumbfounded. Silly. Forget to breathe. The whole thing almost went rigid. The rolling air around them almost froze. At the same time, a roaring fire burned in Chang Hui's chest. He shuddered to think that this scene would happen before his eyes. What he wanted was for him to get Long Yimin, to show Changba, to make Changba envious and jealous. And now, he acts as a spectator to a so-called love drama. At the same time, one could hear a sort of snapping, snapping sound in the face. A few of the big men standing off to the side were also dead in the water. Not a single person dared to speak. Not a single person dared to move or even breathe to make a sound. Even farting, held back. What to do? What about the fact that Changba is now madly punching Cheng Xiao in the face? They had ideas, but they didn't dare to say anything, so they quietly observed Cheng Hui to see what he was going to do next. It's pretty stifling anyway. Pretty angry anyway. It's just anyway. It was up to Cheng Hui to give the next instruction. And Cheng Hui reacted quickly, with a flip of his pigtail, pointing at the cell phone screen, and said loudly, "Fake. This must be fake. Make some fake video of a man and a woman and you can still cheat me?" A few big men looked at each other, and then they all reacted. "It's definitely fake. I knew it was a fake at first glance. Really Long Emin will appear beside Changba? Really Miss Long dares to be so affectionate with Changba? To make a fake one to deceive yourself and others. Only Changba is such a wimp. Holy, this Changba kid has once again refreshed my 3 views." Long Emin heard their voices and quietly fumbled for her ID card, placing it under the camera while being intimate with Changba. For a moment, the ID card stung in the light of the compartment. Cheng Hui and the others could see clearly that this was Long Emin's ID card. Fake. It's just fake. 3 minutes is also a lie. Get a fake ID to fool anyone. Cheng Hui immediately turned off the video, itching to smash his cell phone. At the same time, he felt a big green hat slowly floating down on his head. "I can't stand it," so I bellowed and punched my fist on the window pane. Wow! A hole appeared in the window pane. The back of his hand was dripping with blood, but he felt no pain and let out a hysterical roar. "Search! Dig up the ground and search for me. Catch Changba and give me a straight shot." It was then that a group of big men all broke into song and rushed around like a torrent, and Changba and Long Emin were still hugging each other deeply. The atmosphere in the carriage became heated. At this point, Miss Binbin wasn't idle either, releasing an exhilarating rose scent so they could speed things up. At the same time turn down the air conditioning again so they can cool down. At one time, humanized service was at its peak. Chapter 105. The steel is admittedly dirty, but we both win. Chang Xiao, are you okay? Get the anti-inflammatories. Get the gauze. The few big men guarding the side took a look at the back of Cheng Hui's bloody hand and cried out in shock. Cheng Hui called Long Emin over because he was preparing to soak her to show Changba. Now it was good that Changba had soaked Long Emin while showing him. What was even more annoying was that Long Emin was in Changba's arms and was very cooperative with him. Look at the situation. 2 people, even this can forget everything. This car inside the big fight, 300 rounds. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, elbowing at the window pane again and again. Chang Xiao, what's going on? Baikuro heard that there was a situation here and walked over quickly. Look at the blood dripping from the backs of his hands and watch in amazement as he goes crazy and beats on the window panes. Bitch! Cheng Hui stopped, glared at Baikuro, and cursed. Changba is lawless here. Do you know that? I'm just asking you, do you know that? Baikuro's face heated up. She smiled bitterly and lowered her head. Being scolded like this in front of so many people, she couldn't get her face right. But what can you do if you don't listen honestly? Regarding the reason for Cheng Hui's anger, she had already heard that Changba had actually picked up his beloved woman, and it was still given to soak under his watchful eye. Bubble, not just bubble, but also bubble so arrogant, soaking so recklessly. Any other man would not be able to accept it, let alone the famous Cheng Xiao. Her eyes flared with anger and she stomped down to give her orders. Come on man, now Changba is in the car. Keep searching me one car at a time. Just search and castrate him first. Yes. The group of people who followed him over shouted together and quickly dispersed. Baikuro bent down to comfort Cheng Hui and swore to him that he would catch Changba tonight and make him pay the most painful price. At this point, a big man walked over to Cheng Hui and reported, Chang Xiao, Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu are here, just watching in front of the gate. Who? Cheng Hui's spirit lifted. Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu, both are Changba's best girlfriends. Cheng Hui's face changed again, boned his eyes and smiled lewdly. Who didn't know that Changba's 2 most beloved women were Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu? Changba dared to pick up his beloved woman in the car, but he couldn't pick up Changba's beloved woman in the car? If that happened, wouldn't it be a crazy slap in the face to Changba? Wouldn't that be face-saving? Wouldn't that be awesome? Thinking of this, he ordered to Baikuro, go and call Suyuichi here. Baikuro didn't dare to slack off and led the way. Only then did Cheng Hui feel the unbearable pain in the back of his hand and told his men to bandage him with gauze. The pain drilled through his heart, and he had the heart to lynch Changba. In less than 5 minutes, Baikuro brought Suyuchi over. You guys stand down. Cheng Hui waved his hand at Baikuro and the others. Watching Baikuro take catwalks and slower speeds, he once again broke into a fit of rage. Can you get numb? They say you're a pervert. Show me your perverted skills. Baikuro was ashamed and annoyed. Her face was red and she could not wait to burrow into the flowers next to her. Who's a pervert? Your Changhui family are all perverts. She knew very well that Cheng Xiao was so furious because of Changba. If she couldn't find Changba and the two girls tonight, she herself could be skinned by him. Biting her lip, she trotted away. In his heart, he even swore viciously, Changba, either you die or I live tonight. Surname Bai. You're just a. If I can't find Changba again, I'll settle the score with you, and then I'll tell you to be so cheap that you won't have any skin. Aren't you a pervert? Then I'll show you what a real pervert is. After Bai Ku Ro disappeared, Chang Hui was still cursing in the direction she disappeared. While cursing, he quietly looked twice at Su Yuqi. While he was teaching Bai Ku Ro a lesson, he was also giving Su Yuqi a hard time, telling her to know that she would be scolded to death for failing to complete the task he had given her. As for Su Yueji, he stood to the side with a bitter smile on his face, very embarrassed. For a moment, it was impossible to stand or walk. Mr. Su, sit inside the car. Cheng Hui looked at Su Yuqi and immediately changed his face, smiling at her and pointing at the passenger side door. Su Yuqi was worried about getting into the car and being mooched by him, and stood outside with her arms wrapped around her. Mr. Chang, no, I'll just stand outside while you talk. Cheng Hui gestured once again and asked her to sit in the car. Su Yuqi smiled and shook his head, insisting on standing outside. Cheng Hui smiled grimly and stopped talking nonsense. Mr. Su, your little sister is here, right outside. You know? Su Yueji froze. It can't be. She doesn't know about this. Turning his head, he observes the area around the gate. Also her little sister and Changba have broken up and will come over to pay attention to Changba? She's right outside with Shay Eve. Cheng Hui sneered. Didn't you say that your little sister and Changba broke up? Now why is she still so concerned about him? Su Yueqi shook her head. Impossible. I don't believe she will come. Cheng Hui grunted and opened his cell phone, lighting up a video for her to see for herself. Su Yuqi took a look. It was really, and smiled bitterly. Chang Xiao, I'm sorry. That what? My little sister is young and doesn't understand things. Cut the crap. I'll make a deal with you. Cheng Hui pulled out a cigar, lit it, and took a hard drag. Su Yuqi sniffed something. You said, last time, even though you changed the Long family's land purchase contract, that piece of Long Lake land doesn't yet belong to you. Su Yuqi. Cheng Hui exhaled a mouthful of smoke. You know better than me how you can get it smoothly, don't you? Su Yueqi's petite body shook as she took a step forward. Of course it's clear. Without your Mr. Chang's cooperation, I can't get that piece of land. Cheng Hui nodded. You don't know it yet, right? Just now Changba and I were videoing, getting a woman who looks a lot like Long Yimin to irritate me. Su Yueji wanted to laugh. Where can I get a woman who looks like Emin? That's clearly Emin. But she said with a serious face, Changba is the scumbag who is trying to get back at you. Chang Xiao, you are too kind. Ask me to say that you should have been rude to him a long time ago. Hearing such a sentence, Cheng Hui felt much better in his heart. So, you see what I mean? Could Su Yueqi not understand Cheng Hui's meaning? Cheng Hui was trying to do the same thing to his people. However, she pretended to be confused. Please ask Cheng Xiao to enlighten me. It's simple. Cheng Hui stretched his head and poked out the car window. Changba dared to disrespect my woman and video me, so I will target his beloved woman in the car and video him. This process doesn't need me to go into detail, right? No problem. Su Yuqi agreed without hesitation. My little sister broke my heart a long time ago. Now I don't have half a bit of sympathy for her. I'll go out and call her over. As for whether or not you can drive her after sitting in the car, that's your business. Cool. Cheng Hui was overjoyed. Mr. Su, I admit that this deal is dirty, but we have a win-win situation. Ha 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 ha. Then what are you waiting for? Please. Su Yueqi stood still and sneered. I got the contract first. As long as I get the Dragon Lake territory, whether my little sister dies or lives is none of my business. Snap. Cheng Hui excitedly slapped the steering wheel and bellowed. Cool. I'll sign the contract with you right now. Chapter 106 Sister Trading with Sister. Inside the Bentley seat. Buster, I can't breathe. Long Yimin suddenly pushed Changba away and turned around, stretching out her hands to cover her hot face. Panting, Changba was about to take a step closer when he was instantly interrupted and froze. Emin, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Now he and Su Yu Evening had broken up, and Long Yimin was single. They can't be faulted for doing fitness exercises, not to mention being lovey-dovey in the car. Brother Ba, put it this way, just now I was only cooperating with you to deal with Cheng Xiao. Long Yimin took a deep breath so as to calm his heart that was so fast that he was dying. In fact, for both of us, there is no future, not to mention other people, Instructor Su won't even agree to. In fact, she loved Changba, but she believed that her being with Changba was just a dream. Su Moon Knight. At the mention of this person, Changba frowned with some impatience. Emin, Don't mention her, that's all in the past. As he spoke, he once again wrapped his arms around Long Yimin and kissed her cheeks. Meanwhile, Miss Bentley is very good at what she does. Play soothing music and slowly unfold the seat beside them so they can recline on it. He also blew on Long Yimin, and made her so mesmerized that she gave everything for Changba in the car. But, Long Yimin pushed Changba away once again and turned on her side, her back to him. She took as deep a breath as she could so she wouldn't choke on it. Emin, what's wrong with you? Once again, Changba was interrupted, all on fire. Long Yimin sat still and said in a resolute tone, Bah, don't be like this. How can I say this? My mind is full of Instructor Su's figure. You mention her again. Changba raised his voice. She and I have broken up. Yeah, you dare to say you didn't think of her in your mind? You dare say she's completely given up on you? Long Yimin looked at him with a bitter face and tears in her eyes. Who doesn't know about Instructor Su's temper? When it comes to ruthlessness, she is 3 times more ruthless than her sister. That big sister. Not to mention the men she looks at. Even the men who broke up with her. The other women have to think about whether they can touch them or not. Taking his hand, he placed it on his chest. Tell me honestly, who was in your mind when you were hugging me just now? Hearing such words, Changba's sword brows furrowed and he lowered his head, falling silent. What did Emin Long say? When he was intimate with Long Yimin just now, all that surfaced in his mind was surprisingly Suyu Evening's figure. In addition, could it be that he and Su Yeyenite could be broken just by saying so? He had to admit that Emin Long was sensible. Again, he had to admit that Long Yimin had seen through it all long ago. Then forget it. It's better not to have what you shouldn't have. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. The host has exceeded his quest. May I ask if he will receive his reward? What do you say? It was hard to complete this mission, so of course Changba collected it. 3 rewards. 1. The host is also a gifted kindergarten director. 2. The host can hypnotize anyone, and no one can hypnotize the host. 3. Miss Binbin's whole body is upgraded. Her body strength is 10 times that of a tank car, and she can scan a 10-kilometer radius at any time. Take it all as it is. Changba accepted all of it without ceremony. Become a gardener and continue to fulfill the gardener's tasks in the future. In terms of hypnosis, he didn't need to worry in the slightest in the future. As for the Bentley seat upgrade, it's more than desperately needed. Only a high-tech and powerful seat can help him take the 2 girls without any problem. As he communicated with the system, the blue stars and dots on the roof ceiling of the car suddenly turned into a large screen. Immediately afterward, an audible firework exploded on the big screen. The light shone brightly and the sound was deafening. Yikes! Long Yimin really thought that there were fireworks blooming above her head and cradled her head in fear. Changba explained. Emin, these are the fireworks that were set off in the car's screen. They're celebrating our victory. Don't be alarmed. He could see clearly that every object in the body was glowing, and the body was shaking even more gently. It's clear that the Bentley seat is completing a quick upgrade of the entire body. Yikes! Long Yimin realized that the light inside the car was blindingly bright, and once again let out a scream. Brother Ba, the light inside the car is so strong. People outside will see it. Changba gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, the people outside can't see anything. Really? Long Yimin's almond eyes rounded and looked outside. To her dismay, she realized that the body was surrounded by glass, while the scenery and silhouettes outside could be seen clearly, and see like it's daytime. And when she first got in the car, what she saw through the glass was a not-so-clear view of the night. Buster, this car is too strong, isn't it? That's right. I'm a limited edition seat, and I just finished upgrading it again, so it's naturally very strong. Changba observed the bodywork around him and grew fond of his ride. He tapped the steering wheel once and inquired softly, Miss Binbin, has the upgrade been completed yet? Back to master. It's all done. Scan the entire neighborhood for me. Copy that. Miss Binbin began scanning the entire Whittier neighborhood. Half a minute later, reported, Master, a new situation has been discovered. Reported as it is. Suyuchi brought Suyu Evening and Xiaifu into the neighborhood, while sending them to Jean Huey's car. What? Changba couldn't believe it. Scan it again. Suyuchi is a sister-favoring fiend. She would personally send her little sister into the tiger's mouth? Miss Bentley scans again. A minute later, repeating, it's true that Suyuchi sent Suyu Evening and Xiaifu to the process of Huey's car. Suyuchi is really shameless. Changba didn't expect a sister who was a sister to have no bottom line at all. It turns out that she's a heck of a sister favorite in disguise. In her mind, profit comes first. Anyone can be used to trade. Changba had the heart to kill her. Who doesn't understand that Chung Hui wanted Suyu Evening and Xiaifu to sit in the car, either to come up with a way to return the favor, or to get back at him Chang Ba. Once you send Suyu Hong to Cheng Hui, little cutie, all could think of what the consequences would be. Master, Suyuichi left with the contract for the Longhu land. Miss Bing Bing reported once again. Right now Suyu Evening and Xie Yifu are both in the backseat of Chung Hui's car, and the one who's driving is by Kuro. Changba's fists clenched, and his eyes suddenly erupted with a murderous aura. Now Suyu Chi was the most hateful, betraying his own little sister for the coveted Dragon Lake territory. And she's gone. Packing her up will have to wait until tomorrow. And Suyu Evening and Xie Yifu fall into Cheng Hui and by Kuro's trap. It must not wait. Now we can only save them first. Bah! Don't be angry. You must be calm. Long Yimin sat on the side and observed clearly. For the sake of Suyu Evening, Chang Ba's eyes unusually burst out with a sharp light. For the first time she realized that he had suddenly become a very scary person. Also, as she had just mentioned, he was still harboring Suyu Evening in his heart. She had done exactly the right thing by not falling in love with him and not being with him. Thinking of this, she relieved herself and patted his hand once and said, "The most important thing now is to save Instructor Su and Teacher Xie first." Changba nodded. "Use your cell phone to call Instructor Su." Long Yimin picked up her cell phone and called Su Yuehong. "When you get through, hand your cell phone to Changba." Changba took the cell phone and shouted, "Sister Evening, get out of the car. You're in danger. I don't know you." The phone hung up cold. Changba punched the steering wheel. "Miss Binbin, go to Chung Hui's car. Hurry." Roger that. Chapter 107, Talking About Life with Two Goddesses. Instructor Su, Teacher Xie, we meet again. Chung Hui sat in the backseat and looked at Su Yueho and Xie Yifu with a smile as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Already the luscious image of them serving him together was floating in his mind. Being able to get these two goddesses at the same time, he believed that he would be able to float like an immortal by then. How honored I am to be able to talk about life with two goddesses. The heart is beautiful and the smile is even more beautiful. Chang Xiao, let us go. Suyu Evening looked angrily at the other party. Our coming to this neighborhood has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Chung Hui took out a contract and placed it on Suyu Evening's lap. Look for yourself. Now the Longhu land belongs to your sister. Suyu Evening picked up the contract, didn't even look at it, and threw it to him again. The eyes were not only cold, but also disgusted. I told you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Chun Hui laughed. You can call your sister right now and ask her. She's the one who made the exchange with you. Maybe? Suyu Evening laughed coldly. My sister would take me in exchange? Oh. Chun Hui knew she didn't believe it and opened his cell phone, playing a recording. It was really the sound made by Suyu Chi. I can trade me in, as long as I get the Dragon Lake territory. I'll do anything else. Ha 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 ha. Chun Hui laughed. Instructor Su, what do you think now? Su Yuehong froze, her body stiffening. If she hadn't heard her sister's voice, she would have been beaten to death, and she wouldn't have believed her sister would do that. Instructor Su, why don't you say anything? Cheng Hui elegantly shrugged his shoulders. Actually, shouldn't you have thought of that when your sister sent you to my car? Bai Kuro, who was sitting in the driver's seat, squinted at Suyu Evening and grunted and sneered. Instructor Su, just submit, becoming young Chang's lover. Are you still ashamed? Get out. Suyu Evening told Bai Kuro to shut up and glared at Cheng Hui once again, shouting, Cheng Hui, warning you, you've already committed a crime by illegally detaining two girls, and now you're adding to it by controlling and coercing the two of us. Cheng Hui laughed once again. Baikalo laughed along with her and spat out two words. Shabby. Guilty as charged? Cheng Hui stretched out a hand and placed it on Su Yueho's shoulder. Ms. Evening, if crime was mentioned, I would have been shot dozens of times, don't you think? Ha 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 ha. Bai Kuro also laughed, signaling Cheng Hui with her eyes to hurry up and do it. Snap. Su Yuehong reached out to open Cheng Hui's salty hands. Get out of the way. Cheng Hui, don't force my hand. Just as he said that, he felt a wave of dizziness and had to hold his head with both hands. What's going on? Xie Yifu also suddenly felt dizzy and subconsciously rubbed her temples. Noticing Cheng Hui's lecherous smile, she understood at once and grabbed the door handle and pushed the door hard. But no matter how hard I pushed, I couldn't. I tell you what, Baikaru is hypnotizing you, and you won't be able to escape me tonight. Cheng Hui stretched out his hands and picked up the white dress on Su Yueho's shoulders. Instructor Su, since Changba loves you the most, let's start with you. TSK. This skin is so white and tender. Speaking of this, he smiled smugly, picked up his cell phone and wrapped his arm around Su Yueho's shoulders to take their picture. Let go. Su Yueho wanted to push him away with force, but her body was so weak that she was no longer able to exert any strength. Cheng Hui pinches her cheeks, takes two shots from two angles, and sends both to Changba, leaving him a message. Changba, Long Yimin is by your side. You're cool. Then Su Yuehong is by my side. Am I cool too? After sending the message, Cheng Hui put down his phone, wrapped his arms around Su Yueho, and pounced on her. Asterisk 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 off. Suyu Evening struggled with all her strength, letting out a hysterical shout. Get out of here. Changba knows and will never let you go. Changba? Chang Hui was even more excited when he heard this name and wrapped his arms around Su Yueho to increase his strength. Don't you be lawless. Xie Yifu was shocked and angry, reaching out her finger to poke Chang Hui in the eye. Now she didn't have much strength, so she could only attack towards the weak spots on Chang Hui's face. Ah! Chang Hui screamed miserably and covered his eyes. And you did it to me. Rubbing my eyes. My left eye hurts to open. With a loud roar, across Su Yueho, he slapped 2 slaps on Xie Yifu's face. Su Yueho also stretched out her fingers and followed Xie Yifu's example, attacking towards Chang Hui's eyes. Asterisk. Bitch! Chang Hui once again ate the pain, and turned to Su Yueho's face left and right, pressing her down on the seat, showing his teeth. After playing with you, I can still trade you with Changba for those 2 girls. Seeing that Xie Yifu was still going to make a move, he punched her in the face, causing her to scream miserably and cover her face as she curled up in a corner. Chang Xiao, I'll give you a boost. Bai Ku-ro turned on the lights behind her, took out her cell phone, and began to record a video. Let's begin. I'm going to edit a love blockbuster. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Hui laughed out loud, laughing so hard that his entire face became hideous. Instructor Bai, I find that I like you more and more. You wait, I'm going to have fun playing with them, and then I'm going to have fun with you. Just as he said that, the door of the car next to him was suddenly forced open. Who? Cheng Hui twisted his head around and looked out angrily. One look at the face was extremely familiar. Frequent fighter. It's you? Cheng Hui didn't dare to imagine that Changba would suddenly appear here and dare to appear here. Roared and stretched out his arm to close the door. Changba wouldn't give him a chance and placed a fist on his face. Boo! Nosebleeds were splattered and incisors were flying. Get out! Changba grabbed Cheng Hui's shoulder and threw it towards the outside with force. Whoosh! Before Suyu Evening and Xiaifu could see what was going on, Cheng Hui had already flown out and into a garden and disappeared. Instructor Bai, we meet again. Changba looked at the shocked Bai Kuro. Bai Kuro also didn't expect Shanba to suddenly appear and show up here, so she panicked and took out the medicine capsule on her body, preparing to hypnotize Changba. Rush it! I'll be waiting. Changba gave her the opportunity to close the back door and pull open the door next to the driver's seat. Bai Kalo, alarmed, took the hypnotic drug and pestled it under his nose. Changba sniffed and sniffed again and asked, is it enough? Bai Kalo froze. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted on the ground after a single sniff. But Changba sniffed and sniffed again and again, and surprisingly, there was no reaction. Snap! Changba stretched out his hand to hit her on the faceplate. Why don't you hurry up and hurry? Bai Kuro also wanted to rush, but her strength didn't allow it. Snap! Changba slapped again. Harder! Ah! Bai Kuro screamed miserably and slumped heavily into the passenger seat, passing out. Get out! Changba grabbed her arm and threw it outward with force. Like Chang Hui, it whooshed past and flew into a garden and disappeared. Follow me! Changba pulled open the door of the car at the back, roughly picked up Suyu Knight, quickly turned around, and threw it towards the Bentley seat with force. Chapter 108, The Forced Changba. The instructor Su in a hurry. Changba tried to throw Su Yuehong into the carriage, but, not thrown away. Su Yueho tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't let go, and one leg was still hooked around one of his legs. It's like welding, that's what it's called. The moment. She snuggled into his chest and looked up at him, her eyes moist. If Changba hadn't made a move just now, then she would have been bullied and humiliated by Chang Hui, and it would have ended badly and miserably. With her character that she would rather die than be broken, she would definitely die to make her point, and before that, she had announced her breakup with Changba and vowed never to give him a chance. Just now, he called her on Long Yimin's cell phone and she said she didn't know him, and he had no choice but to save her. Touched, guilty, regretful, all sorts of emotions rushed to her heart, bringing her to tears. Do you know me? Hugging me so tight? Changba frowned, seeing the beauty in his arms. Su Yuehong held back her tears to prevent herself from choking. I'm so scared I lost my memory. I can't remember who you are. Do you remember who I am? If you want to apologize, you can apologize properly and go around with me. Changba replied, you are Instructor Su. Any more? You're a colleague of MS. Xia Yifu. And, I asked about my relationship with you? I didn't have sex with you. Put. Sitting in the car. Xia Yifu was going to throw up. Where is it with you, old brother? Just because we haven't had sex doesn't mean we don't have a relationship? Suyu Evening was already in tears and kept staring at Changba's eyes, listening to how he answered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Please ask the host to talk about life with Su Yuein in 5 minutes. Once again, the familiar voice came through the ears. Talking about life? Changba froze. That is, having some kind of relationship. What? Let me have sex with Su Moon Knight in 5 minutes? Changba was so shocked that his hands snapped and straddled Su Yueho, causing Su Yueho to let out a scream. Dog system, if you play your cards like this, I can't play. 5 minutes. Didn't you mean to kill me? It takes at least 10 minutes to talk to your girlfriend about your life, and you're asking me for 5 minutes? What an international joke. Quickly, the host will think for himself. Complete the mission and get a big reward. The mission failed to save the 2 girls. Countdown begins at Nima. Millions of grass mud horses surged through Changba's mind and he had to carry Su Yuehong towards the nearby garden. No way. Broke on today. Brother Changba, what are you carrying her for? Xia Yifu was still sitting in Chung Hui's car, anxious and afraid, reaching out to grab Changba. You don't even look at your surroundings. It's only proper to escape from here quickly. Seeing that he couldn't catch him, he stumbled out of the car. Mr. Xia, are you okay? Lan Yimin hurriedly assisted Xia Yifu. I'm fine. It's mostly Changba. Xia Yifu pointed to Changba who walked into the garden. This asshole carried instructor Su into the garden. What does he want to do this? Lan Jimin pulled her in and assisted her toward the Bentley. They can do whatever they want. It's none of our business. Xia Yifu glared her eyes out. Do not look at what the situation is now. There are pursuers in the rear. In front of the roadblocker, one color do not want to die off. Emin Long pushed her hard toward the car. Brother Ba has his own plans. Let's just wait. At this point, Changba had already walked into the depths of the garden while carrying Su Yuehong. The scent of the flowers is intoxicating. Changba, what do you want? Su Yeye looked at him in horror. Changba put her down. You recognize me now? Alright, Changba, it's just the 2 of us now. Sis apologizes to you. Sis misunderstood you. Sis was wrong. What Sis said before was in anger. Sis loves you all the time, and Sis will love you even better in the future. Su Yuevening cupped his face and kissed his forehead. The problem is that it's now for us to hurry up and take those 2 girls out of here. Changba, sister begs you. Begging for a voice of tenderness and compassion. The softness is heart-thumping, but Changba wouldn't leave and grabbed her hand. Sister Evening, to me, this is not important. Then what's important? Su Yuevening couldn't think of anything more important than this right now. Changba wrapped his arms around the back of her neck and pulled her into a hug, speaking eagerly. I want to talk to you about life. Talking about life? Su Yuehong cried and laughed. Can't we do it in the car? This talk of life is us having some kind of relationship? You understand. Ah. Su Yuevening's petite body shook. You crazy? He loves her and wants her. Normal. The problem is, this environment doesn't allow it. There are a lot of bad guys out there targeting them. It's impossible to stand or lie down here. And besides, Chang Hui is still sleeping. How can he talk about life? What about playing? She grabbed his hand with a death grip and pointed to Chung Hui, who was lying on the side. You just talked to me about life beside Chung Hui? Boo! Changba kicked Chung Hui. It's okay now. Wait. Su Yuevening stretched out her hands to push Changba away. Brother Changba, tell me, at this moment why do you want to do this? Did you take the wrong medicine? Who's off their meds? I just had to talk to you about life. Changba couldn't explain it for a while, and was so anxious that he wrapped his arms around her once again. No matter what the reason is, we must talk about life. Freely now. Ding. The last 3 minutes of the host's time remain. It has to be over in 3 minutes. Countdown begins. Time is life. Changba didn't care. He clenched his teeth together and wrapped his arms around Su Yueho. Wait. Have some kind of relationship, huh? I'm coming with you. Su Yuehong felt into her skirt pocket. Wait for me to pull something out. There's something else? Changba froze and lowered his head. What are you pulling out? Being a woman and pulling out something? It's this. Su Yeyang pulled it out. Changba looks at it. It's a cell phone. And swoons. But on second thought, yes, this thing can be illuminated. Su Yuevening tapped her cell phone to come and quickly operate it. Don't you want to have some kind of relationship? Now we can. Changba's head exploded. Through a cell phone? I've blackballed you before, and now I'm pulling you over. So isn't establishing a connection between us some kind of relationship happening? Ah, this one works too? Changba secretly called out to the system. Ding. Host, your girlfriend is very smart. She's been exploited. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. May I ask if I'll receive my reward now? This also works? Dog system, you really don't follow the rules. Changbo was in a false alarm and felt funny no matter how he thought about it. He was in trouble just now. 3 minutes was too short a time for him. It's a good thing that Instructor Su came up with this idea in a hurry. Host, do you want to receive your reward? Pick up. He wanted to see what the reward was. Rewarded with an amnesia elixir. Amnesia Dan? Changba heard about it for the first time. This stuff can make people lose their memory? Right. Put it under a man's nose and smell it, and he'll lose his memory forever. Good. Changba gladly accepted it. With this, You will have a new weapon to deal with lawbreakers in the future. Ouch. Ouch. Su Yeye suddenly let out a pained gasp. Chapter 109, Instructor Su. You're jealous again and again. Changba stopped communicating with the system and looked at Su Yueho. She was seen covering her face in great pain. I don't know what's going on, but her cheeks are even redder and swollen now. Let me see. Changba cupped her face heartily. Seeing that her face was swollen into a peach, he hated Chang Hui even more. What a lack of compassion. He whispered softly and comfortingly, administering the recovery spell to her. In the twinkling of an eye, her face was restored to its original state, and her face was rosy and bouncy, crystalline and watery, and fresh once again. It doesn't hurt anymore either. She reached out and touched it, very smooth and bouncy. I couldn't believe it. I picked up my phone to take a picture and couldn't help but do a double take. Changba, what did you do to tell my face to get better so quickly? It seems to have become even more beautiful. Aha! It's great. What women care most about is their own face, and seeing that her face is not only not red and swollen, but also more beautiful, Suyu evening is like a mouthful. That's a good one to ask. I'll touch it. Changba laughed evilly and pinched her little face. Have you forgotten? During military training, I was the one who touched your face and you fell in love with me. Su Yeye snorted and laughed, giving him a pink punch. It's true to say that without that touch during military training, they wouldn't be where they are now. Come on evening sister, walk inside and I'll touch you again. Changba took her small hand and walked deeper. Alright my Changba brother, hurry back. Sister Fu must be waiting impatiently. Suyu evening didn't dare to walk into the depths of the dense forest with him. Her heart was fluttering. It was thanks to Wit just now, or he would have clicked. At the same time, he was curious in his heart, how could Changba have that kind of bad idea just now? To think of having sex with her. It was really called quite that. Where have you been? Xie Yifu stood by the side of the car and broke out into a sweat in a hurry, glaring at the late arriving Changba and Su Yue Wang. Changba smiled bashfully. Just now, the two of us went to talk about life freely. Talking about life? Xie Yifu glared at him. You're really horny. Long Yiming couldn't believe the image of Changba and Su Yueho talking about life together. Her face was hot and she covered her mouth to laugh. In this environment and with such a short time frame, two people are that sexualized? Don't care about anything anymore for the thrill of it? Don't even look at the occasion. Xia Yifu grabbed Changba's ear. This is not the way to be greedy. Eyes slanted at Su Yeye evening. Changba doesn't know what he's doing. And you, instructor so, don't know what you're doing? Sister Fu, let go. Su Yuehong grabbed Xia Yifu's hand. Xia Yifu blared at her. Are you heartbroken? I'm just hurting. Let go. Su Yu evening forcibly peeled off her hand and rubbed Changba's ear, also observing it twice to see if the skin was broken. Ha! Xia Yifu suddenly realized that Su Yueho's face was not red or swollen and became radiant. Grabbing her shoulders, Instructor Su, what happened to your face? We both have faces. How did yours heal so quickly? Su Yue smiled mysteriously. My face is different from yours. Come on. Xia Yifu tightened his arm around her shoulders. You have to tell me today. Su Yu evening guffawed. Before she laughed, did you forget that your brother is a divine doctor? Ouchie ouchie. Xia Yifu slapped her own brain. Yeah, my Changba brother can be wonderful. As soon as he turned around and wrapped his arm around Changba's shoulders to come. Little brother, hurry up and show your sister. Changba stepped back. You just grabbed me by the ear and cursed me. Xia Yifu laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck too. Sister got carried away for a moment, so I'll make you a nice meal when we get back to housing. Changba was also very distressed to see her bruised and swollen nose and face, and reached out to cup his hands and implement the recovery technique. It was also under the watchful eyes of Suyu Evening and Long Yimin that Xie Yifu's face miraculously turned into its original playful appearance. She doesn't feel the pain anymore either. Changba, how the hell did you do that? Su Yueho and Long Yimin were both incredulous. Despite being helped, Su Yuehong still couldn't figure out how the usual bully actually did it. Xia Yifu took out her cell phone to look in the mirror, and at first glance she was so happy that she fluttered, wrapped her arms around Changba, and kissed him. Another kiss on the face and forehead, not letting go. Suyu Evening took a look and refused, hurriedly pulling Xia Yifu away. Don't kiss. We have to hurry. Instructor Su, you're jealous again and again. Xia Yifu glares at Su Yueho and laughs incessantly. Check on the baby. We should go. Suyu Evening pulled Changba towards the Bentley seat, while walking and observing the road on both sides. He was puzzled. Chang Hui did not call a lot of people to come here. Why is there no one now? Coming to the car and opening the back door, she observed the two still sleeping girls. Now what about these two kids? They are all fine. Thanks to Brother Ba. Long Yimin smiled at Chang Ba and cast an adoring look. Then they got into the car and sat down. Long Yimin was supposed to sit on the passenger side, but she pushed Su Yuehuan and made her sit on the passenger side. She was, after all, Changba's girlfriend. the most qualified to sit next to him. Let's go. Changba got in his car and drove off. The Bentley now starts the motor and drives without any sound. Brother Ba, how are we going to get out now that the gate is heavily guarded? Long Yimin looked at the gate with incomparable worry. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu were also on tenterhooks and both looked towards the gate as well. Repelling Cheng Huiyan by Kuro just now was just passing the first hurdle. The gate was an even worse hurdle. Simple. Just ram it out. Changba switched engines, and a lion-like roar suddenly emanated from Miss Binbin. The sound was deafening. It startled both of them. Su Yaya Evening. At the same time, the dozens of security personnel guarding the main gate were so startled that they turned their heads and looked at the Bentley seat. Noticing the Bentley seat thundering by, they all yelled and jumped away to one side. At the same time, the motorized gate opens automatically. The Bentley seat immediately braked and slowed down as it rushed to the edge of the crash piers, and then pushed forward like a bulldozer through several of the piers. It was also just a matter of moving forward, with one bumper pier being pushed aside. Holy, no way? Why does this car have so much horsepower? Is this car an armored car? Numerous security personnel were either dumbfounded or let out gasps of surprise. Suyu Evening and Xiaifu couldn't help but have their jaws dropped as they took a look, looking at Changba with surprise in their eyes. They had known Changba for some time, but it was the first time they knew he had such a seat. An extremely difficult task is nothing in front of his ride. And right in the midst of the crowd's gasps of surprise, Changba driving his Bentley seat had already pushed through one of the crash piers and arrived on the street. The steering wheel hit, turned the car around, and drove down the street. After them. Go after them. It's a black Volkswagen. Numerous security personnel froze and then jumped into their vehicles and drove out the gate as fast as they could. But, when they got to the street, the black VW was gone. It had changed to its original white Bentley and was steadily making its way to the gifted kindergarten. Safe at last. Let's get the kids home. Changba, you're really something today. Brother Ba, thank you so much. Suyu Evening, Xiaifu and Long Yamin, they cheered and could not wait to sing and dance. Thinking about the thrilling process just now, they had another bout of fear and could not help but burst into tears. And Changba was calm enough to pick up his cell phone and call someone. Chapter 110. Parents kneel. The vice president kneels. The chairman kneels, kneeling a whole lot. When he drove out of the cell gate just now, Changba didn't see Pangwan, so he picked up his cell phone and made a video call to him. I don't know where he's gone, and I don't need to think that he must be the one who's most anxious right now. The video goes through and an anxious faceplate appears inside. Pa, my parents called me. I went to pick them up. How's my little sister doing now? Right now she's perfectly safe. Changba glanced back. Go straight to the genius kindergarten after you get your parents. No way. Ba, you've already rescued my little sister? Pangwan couldn't believe it. Rescued? It's in my car. Changba, this is not a small matter. Don't joke with me. Pangwan yelled anxiously. Asterisk. Changba pointed his cell phone at Pang Still, who was lying in the back seat. See if this is your little sister. Pangwan observes the little girl in the video, taking only one look at her and calling out at the top of his voice. Little sister, I am your brother ah. Little sister, open your eyes and look at me ah. The little girl was still asleep and unresponsive. Changba murmured and whispered, ending his hypnosis on Pang Still. Not long after, Pang Still woke up in a daze, wiping his eyes and looking around curiously. Seeing Suyu Evening, Xiaifu and Long Yimin all looking at her with smiles on their faces, she was even more curious. Where am I? Suddenly, he heard Pangwan's cries and looked at the cell phone in Changba's hand. Once he saw that it was Pangwan, he jumped up and cried, Brother, where are you? Tell me, where are you? I'll pick up Mom and Dad and you and Pa will wait at the genius kindergarten and we'll go find you. Pangwan cried, Ooh brother, I miss our Mom and Dad, I miss you. Ooh-hoo, little sister, our Mom and Dad miss you too, and my brother misses you too. They all miss you. Ooh-hoo. The siblings cried through the screen of their cell phone, and Pang Still ended up holding the phone tightly in his arms. It's been 5 years since I finally met my loved ones. It's been 5 years since I was finally reunited with my favorite person. She was crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath and was about to faint. Oh, little sister, wait for me. I'll bring my parents right back. Pangwan cried on the phone. Brother Ba, thank you so much. From now on you are my big brother for the rest of my life. Woo. Changba laughed a tearful laugh. You fat ass. If I don't save your little sister, I'm not your brother. Hearing the cries of their siblings, Suyu Evening, Xiaifu and Long Yimin were also in tears. They had seen the scene of missing children meeting their loved ones on TV before. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they could not control their feelings. Xiaifu even took Pang Still in her arms and kept wiping her tears. When the siblings' cries subsided, They both looked at Changba with tears in their eyes. I really want to thank Changba today. Really need to thank him for that. Without him, the two girls would still be behind bars and would still be struggling in a dark hell. Without him, Pangguan and his mom and dad would still be living in dire straits and unable to extricate themselves. Changba, thanks. Suyueho murmured and looked at Changba with adoring eyes, clasping her palms together at him. For her, without him tonight, then their relationship would be irretrievable. Then she too will live in darkness all the time. She couldn't help but take a seat toward him and snuggle into his side. An indescribable sense of security instantly surrounded his entire body. An indescribable warmth stirred in his heart. Under the comfort of the crowd, Pang still stopped crying. Then Changba woke up another girl and contacted her family. All at once, the cell phone was once again filled with sobs. There is nothing like the reunion of loved ones. Of course, there's never been a happier reunion of loved ones. The Bentley seat drove faster, heading towards the gifted kindergarten at top speed. Do. The cell phone rang abruptly. Long Yimin heard it was her cell phone and pulled it out in a panic. Take a look and curse under your breath. It was Cheng Hui who called and immediately pressed the reject button. Through today's events, she despised Cheng Hui even more. Not long after, Cheng Hui called once again. She still won't answer. Who? Changba asked. It's Cheng Xiao. Ignore him. If you don't answer, he'll keep calling and he'll call your dad. Long Yimin thought of Cheng Hui. This person is a dog skin plaster. So he had to answer the phone and did not have a good mood. What the hell do you want? Mean, I'm awake. Cheng Hui was panting, gasping in pain. What does it have to do with me if you wake up or not? Long Yimin was even more nonchalant. Suyueho and Xieifu both smiled coldly. When Changba threw him into the garden just now, they thought he would fall half dead. Mean, are you still with Changba? Cheng Hui asked. Long Yimin sneered. Does it have anything to do with you? Min, you don't be fooled by him. Just now you were beside him. Being embraced by him, being kissed by him, being touched by him. Those he was all acting for me, do you understand? Longjaman doesn't say a word. Cut. As for Suyu Evening, after hearing this, she wrapped her arms around Changba even more tightly. Min, you must keep your eyes peeled. Don't be slept with by Changba and count the money for him. Cheng Hui continued. Ha! Long Yimin laughed back in anger. You're not dealing with him. You can take that evidence and send it to Instructor Su. Don't you say it. Of course I'll do that. I'll make Instructor Su hate Changba to the bone. Cheng Hui perked up as he spoke. The more he wants Instructor Su, the more I won't let him have his way. Yes? Suyu Evening spoke up. I'm by Changba's side right now, with my arm around him. You can send him the evidence right now. Who? Cheng Hui was startled. Who are you? I'm Instructor Su. I'm in Changba's arms. Suyu Evening replied loudly. Chang Xiao, do you want me to take a video and send it to you? Holy. You wait. Your sister won't let you go. The phone hung up. Ha. Changba, Su Yeye Evening, Long Yimin and Xieifu, they all laughed out loud. The atmosphere in the carriage became cheerful. 1 hour and 32 minutes later, the Bentley seat was parked steadily in front of the gate of the genius kindergarten. Changba and the others saw that Pang Guan and his parents had already arrived, and the family of the other little girl, Meng Ruyue, had also arrived. Vice President Xiao Haijia arrived as well. Also Chairman Jin Genius arrived. One and all crossed their fingers. They came up like a tidal wave when the car door opened. As Changba and the others helped Pang Still and Meng Ru row out of the compartment, their family members swarmed around them, wrapping their arms around them and bawling their eyes out. For a time, the cries were loud. Director Chang, thank you. It's been 5 years and we had no hope for our daughter, but you helped us find her. Thank you. Both Pang Still and Meng Ruoxi's parents suddenly flopped around and gave Changba both knees. Brother Changba, I have to thank you too. I'm so moved right now I can't even describe my feelings. Vice President Su Huizi suddenly knelt down for Changba as well. Director Chang, I'm sorry. As soon as the leaders above called, I wouldn't let you serve as the director. And not only did you not get angry, but you also helped the kindergarten find the 2 missing girls. I'm ashamed of myself for your high moral character. You helped the kindergarten restore its reputation. You did me a great favor. From now on, you are still the director. Chairman Jin Genius suddenly gave Changba both knees as well, regretting it immensely. Oops. Get up. Changba panicked at once and rushed to assist everyone, assisting Su Huizi and Jin Genius. Look at each and every one of you kneeling down for me, so that when others see, they will think that I have done something to you. Quickly get up. If you guys do that, you might as well beat me up. Get up. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Chapter 111, Perverted Female Instructor Refuses Perverted Requests. Dog system, you do not see what I am doing. Laying out tasks again. Changba was on fire. The host completes tasks one after another today. The system rewards extra 600 kindergarten uniforms, 600 teacups for toddlers. Reward 30 kindergarten school buses, 10,000 sets of kindergarten books awarded. Reward 100 kindergarten pianos. Good. Changba laughed again. This dog system is so off the wall. Take it as it is. With this, it will be much easier to carry out kindergarten work in the future. Only now he couldn't be bothered to count the prizes and continued to persuade the crowd to stand up and speak. With the help of Suyu Evening, Xia Yifu and Long Yimin and the girls, one by one, they all stood up, but they were still very emotional, especially Pang Guan's parents, who kept pulling Changba's hand and kept crying. It took a full half hour before they calmed down. Brother Changba, where did you find them? Did the traffickers catch them? Su Huizi asked as she took Changba's hand. Yes, Chang Park Director. Have the traffickers been caught yet? After holding our daughter in custody for 5 years, they must be called to account. Call me crazy. All these traffickers should be pulled out and shot. The surrounding crowd was outraged at the mention of human traffickers. Of course Changba wouldn't forget this, and directly titled his name. The one who imprisoned and controlled the 2 missing girls is called Cheng Hui, and now he's still in the Hueda neighborhood. Cheng Hui? Isn't that Cheng Xiao? It's the human Cheng clan's Cheng Xiao. He's got pigtails. He's a cultured man. Yeah, it doesn't look like a criminal in any way. You can't judge a man by his appearance. You can't measure the sea, and you can't know a man by his face. Once again, the people around them were talking. I believe in the head gardener Chang. If he says it's Cheng Xiao, it's Cheng Xiao. Pang Guan exclaimed, pulling out his cell phone. I'm calling the police. No need to report it. Suyu Evening raised the cell phone in her hand. I called the police a long time ago. I think the police must have already arrived at Hueda cell. Changba nodded. Everyone, please wait for the good news. There's nothing else going on now, so everyone can go back. The people were reluctant to leave, taking his hand and remaining grateful. It was only at 11 o'clock at night that Changba, Su Yue, Xia Yifu and the girls got on the car and returned to their residence at Magic City University. How hateful. When she got off the bus, Su Yuehong suddenly said, Cheng Hui was actually released. Changba had expected this. Cheng Xiao is experienced in his work and has been prepared to deal with it for a long time. Even if something goes wrong, he can find a scapegoat. Sister Evening, there's no need to get angry. Let's wait and see what happens. You're all tired. Go up and sleep first. Yes. Go up to bed first. Xia Yifu chimed in, pulling up Su Yueho's hand and smiling. Instructor Su, tonight you'll sleep with Changba. Su Yueho's face heated up and glared at her. It's the middle of the night. What nonsense. Changba is tired too. I'm not tired. Not at all. Changba said with a serious face. Su Yuehong gave him a pink punch. Blindly uproarious, isn't it? Grow the kindergarten to over 1,000 students and I'll move in with you. That's what you said. Changba's spirit lifted and he rubbed his fists. Growing to 1,000 students. Aim to grow to 1,000 students in the shortest possible time. Chang Xiao, please calm down. Hueda neighborhood. Inside a villa. Bai Kuro offered Cheng Hui tea and carefully comforted. Although those 2 girls were saved by Chang Ba, we can still steal those 2 girls if we want to. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Hui laughed heartily. I love watching the new 3 Kingdoms TV series. And didn't Cao Cao say in it that victory and defeat are commonplace in military affairs? So what if you miss once? It doesn't matter. It's a piece of cake for me. Chang Xiao is wise. Young master is mighty. Young master is indeed generous. As long as young master gets serious, Changba won't even have a chance to kneel. Bai Kuro and the others kissed Cheng Hui's ass. Cheng Hui once again laughed out loud, suddenly felt a fiery pain on his face, reached out to touch it, and stopped laughing. Laughs so much, your face hurts. He pointed to Bai Kuro and asked. Changba left with 2 girls. What's the situation now? At the mention of Changba, Bai Kuro's eyes flashed with anger. The 2 girls have already been picked up by their families, and Changba has taken Su Yeyang and Xia Yifu back to the university dormitory. Thinking of something, he added, Changba is still the director of the Genius Kindergarten, and Suyu Evening will work at the Genius Kindergarten after her military training is over. Cheng Hui frowned, grabbing his pigtails and staring thoughtfully at Bai Kuro. Bai Kuro was made to look at him and said again, Suyu late to work at Genius Kindergarten is to fulfill her grandmother's last wish. On the one hand, it's to find the girl who disappeared 5 years ago, and on the other hand, it's to develop the Genius Kindergarten. Cheng Hui understood and smiled grimly. Taking a sip of his tea, he asked, Instructor B, what would you do if you were given this matter? An eye for an eye. Of course, Bai Kuro replied. Chang Xiao, the manpower from Power Leopard Security that we invited over this time was too poor, and none of the experts came. If you ask me, you can spend a lot of money to invite over a few real experts. The others nodded at Cheng Hui. requesting him to spend a lot of money to invite over the real experts. No. Chung Hui smiled grimly and shook his head. Sun Tzu's Art of War says that the upper armies attack the strategy, the lower armies attack the traffic, the lower armies attack the city, so why don't we utilize the stratagem? He laughed once more at the thought of his scheme. Chang Xiao, what scheme are you so set on? Bai Kuro asked. Chang Hui waved his hand at the others, signaling them to stand down. When only Bai Kuro was left alone in front of him, he admired her gorgeous face and fiery body with greedy eyes and gave her a wink. Instructor Bai, kneel down and serve me well, and I will naturally tell you about this scheme. Today, he was abused by Changba and lost his face. He needed to play a trick from a woman and let off some steam. But, Bai Kuro took a step back, her eyes cold. Chang Xiao, I'm your partner, not your plaything. I feel a bit perverted with this request of yours. Chang Hui sneered, fished out a bank card and threw it towards her feet. There's more money in this card than you'll ever spend in your life. Articulate it to me with your mouth and it's yours. Chang Xiao, it's not true that I'm working with you for money, but I won't take your money in this way. Bai Kuro turned around and walked away. Respect me, and we'll work together to deal with Changba. Otherwise, you hire someone else. Stand still. Chang Hui stood up. Don't pretend to be noble in front of me. Tell me the real reason why you rejected me. Bai Kuro stopped and said coldly, want me to tell the truth? Tell the truth. Chang Hui's eyes widened. Bai Kuro nodded. Which spilled the beans? Chang Xiao, you also know that I'm a perverted instructor. I have extremely harsh requirements for men. You, sorry, are not up to par. What kind of man reaches the standard? Chang Hui asked sharply. Bai Kuro slows down a bit and once again makes a reply. Let me put it to you this way, Chung Xiao. Although I hate Changba, I admire him again. I'm afraid he's the only one who can do it with me once. Who can get my body? I'm sorry, Chang Xiao. Please don't mind if I speak straight. Stride away. Instantly gone. Chang Hui grabbed the teapot and slammed it toward the floor, shattering it and cracking it. You dead pervert. What kind of hair is that? One day I'll show you whether I'm good or Changba is good. Suddenly he felt a pain in his abdomen, grinned, and panicked, pressing a band around his abdomen. Grass. It seems like it's really not working today. Chapter 112 Bullying Parents Meet Bullying Female Instructors. Day 2. Autumn High. After Changba and Su Yuehong finished their military training, they went to the Genius Kindergarten to have a look around. They made a pact to visit every day from now on while they were on break. They walked shoulder to shoulder down the campus path with a parasol. One is a kindergarten director and the other is a beautiful instructor. A talented man and a beautiful woman with a deep and enviable love. Now that the two people's relationship as lovers was basically public, the entire university knew that a college freshman had picked up the beautiful instructor. Suyu evening, before the military training was over. It is said that even the president of the university knew about it. He lectured his son, who is a graduate student, to learn from Changba and to pursue his favorite goddess boldly when he meets her. Headmaster Chang, you're here. Inside please. Inside please. The young security guard at the kindergarten gate saw Changba and greeted him from afar. Changba nodded and led Su Yuehong inside, towards the office building, towards the office of Su Huizi, the deputy head of the garden. How to organize the kindergarten's next work. Changba needed to discuss it with Su Huizi. Before he could reach the office door, he heard a heated argument coming from inside. One of them was none other than Seo Haija's voice. What's wrong, Director Seo? Changba quickly walked to the office door and saw Su Huizi's face was red with tears in both eyes, and she was very emotional. And next to her stood a young woman, big and thick-looking, like a witch glaring at Su Huizi. As soon as Su Huizi saw Changba had arrived, tears sprang out of her eyes and she pushed her wheelchair to his side. Headmaster Chang, this parent is unreasonable. Not only did he want to leave the kindergarten with his child, but he also persuaded other parents to take their children away. While talking, he even made a move on me, who was so powerful. Changba sized up the young woman. I've seen a lot of bear children, but this is the first time I've seen a bear parent. You're the kindergarten director, aren't you? I was looking for you. The young woman crossed her arms with one hand and pointed one finger at Changba. My son doesn't want to go to kindergarten here anymore and is going to transfer to another kindergarten. There are several other children in our neighborhood that don't want to go here either. We all want to transfer away, and this paralyzed woman won't let us. Tell me what to do about this. Who are you calling a paralyzed woman? Su Huizi glared at the young woman. The young women rushed up to her, pointing at her and poking their fingers in her face. What are you if not a paralyzed woman? Am I wrong about you? Stand up if you dare. You're still staring at me, and you don't even know who I am. Let me tell you, I'm Bianchuan, the cousin of the former deputy director, Bian Long. Ha! Changba smiled when he heard the name Flat Dragon. Bian Long is a pervert, and his cousin is no better. This parent, no matter who you are, you can't speak in an insulting manner, right? Su Huizi was furious and once again, she theorized with her. Bianchuan grunted and sneered, extending his index finger and poking it towards her face. I'm just insulting you. So what? Paralyzed woman. You dead paralyzed woman. You dead then paralyzed woman. One curse after another, one higher than the other. Su Huizi cried out in anger, but she couldn't reason with her, so she only stepped back and turned her eyes for help to Changba. Changba stepped forward and raised his hand, ready to send her a mouthful. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. The host has a new mission. Please don't do it, host. Respect Bianchuan and let her experience the feeling of an honorable parent. There are prizes for completing the mission. Failure to complete the mission will be heavily penalized. Nima dog system. Not following the rules again. It's a call to be expelled. And there's no end in sight. Changba's stomach was so full of fire that he wanted to drag the dog system out and beat it up with Bianchuan. But he knew the lesser of the two, so he had to withdraw his palm and give Bianchuan an affectionate smile. This dear big sister, please calm your anger. My men don't know what they're doing. It's all my fault. If there are any problems, you can reflect them to me. Both Su Huizi and Su Yuehuan froze. Is this Changba? You're telling him to take it out, and this is how you behave? That's how you behave? Changba. Su Yuening saw that Changba was about to give Bianchun a nod and a bow, and yanked him away. Let me talk to her. Changba laughed. Evening, sister. It's better for me to say that the parents of the students are our god. We have to respect and love them. We can't be half disrespectful. You get on the side. Su Yuening wanted to give him a punch, push him aside, walk up and punch the young woman coldly. This parent, take it easy. It's all about the kids. Let's have a conversation. Bah! Bianchuan didn't eat this and spat on Su Yuehuan's face. The head of the garden even treats me with respect. Who the hell are you to treat me with such an attitude? Well said. Changba stood towards Bianchuan's side and apologized once again. This dear big sister, don't be angry. If you have any requests, just ask. Changba. Su Yuening glanced angrily at Changba and told him to stand aside, took out a hand towel, wiped the saliva on her face, still very calm. This big sister, just now you were emotionally agitated. I can understand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yuening. I'm a military training instructor from Magic City University, and I'm also a staff member of this genius kindergarten. Now let's all sit down and have a good talk. Is that okay? Yo, Su Yuening is you. I've heard of you. A domineering and unreasonable female instructor. Now I'm telling you, you're nothing in front of me. Bianchuan waved his hand impatiently at Su Yueho. Get lost. Stay to the side. Big sister. You're the student's parent. I'll call you big sister for the last time. Don't say call me big sister. You even call me big aunt. I won't gripe you. Get lost. Bianchuan walked forward and pushed Su Yuehong up with force. Su Yuevening's eyes were furious and she placed a foot on her stomach. You asked for it. Bianchuan screamed and sat on her ass on the floor. How dare you hit someone even though you're a. Glaring at Changba. Changba, your men dare to hit someone? Changba rushed forward and rushed her with both palms together. I'm sorry, big sister. It's all because of my lax discipline. Please forgive me and bear with me. Cool it on the side. Su Yunite took 2 steps forward, pushed Changba away, grabbed Bianchuan's hair, and started firing left and right at her face. Snap, snap. The beating made Bianchuan scream. At first he was stiff-lipped, but eventually he cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Don't fight. Big sister, please don't fight. We have something to talk about. Su Yuening grabbed Bianchuan's hair, still not stopping, cracking and hitting. Since she had made a move to teach her a lesson, she was told to beat her into submission and honesty once and for all. A bully instructor has to act like a bully instructor. What kind of instructor is it to beat people up and not be honest? This dear big sister, please don't be angry. It's all because of my lax discipline. I will definitely learn my lesson and strengthen my management. Changba walked to the front and once again apologized to Bianchuan. Are you okay? Should I pour you a glass of water now? My mouth is bleeding. Should I find you a sanitary napkin? No. Should I not find you toilet paper? Chapter 113, Female Perverts Playing Ghosts. Female instructors angry. Get out of here. Bianchuan cried out at Changba, tearing his voice and crying, if it wasn't for you, the dead head gardener, apologizing to me one after another, Instructor Su wouldn't have hit me so hard. Roll. I've never seen anything like it. I'm really impressed. It was only now that she saw that this head gardener appeared to be apologizing, but was actually looking at her for a joke, and Changba, still looking pious, stretched out his hands, placed them in front of his chest, and said with extreme sincerity, this dear big, lovely, honorable sister, please take it easy. I am sincerely apologizing to you, and I sincerely want to help you. Pa. Su Yuehong reached out her hand and gave Bianchuan a few more mouths. Dianchuan was beaten so badly that he bled from the mouth and nose, and was so dizzy that he flopped to his knees. Kneeled directly to Changba. Headmaster Chang. I'm sorry, please don't apologize. I'm not stupid. I can see that this kindergarten is in deep water. I can't afford to mess with it. Please stop. Facing Suyu Evening again, he kowtowed to her. Big sister. My dear big sister. Don't fight. My child won't transfer to another school, okay? Lying on the floor, he cried so hard that the floor was wet from crying. Ho ho ho. Su Huizi felt extraordinarily happy and didn't get angry, covering her mouth and laughing. It was only now that she felt that Changba was playing a trick on her and irritating her by apologizing to Bianchuan. Well, brother Changba has a way about him. Count your blessings. Only then did Suyu Evening stop, picking up the wet wipes on top of her desk to wipe her hands. Changba looked at Bianchuan's mouth full of blood, picked up the wet wipes and offered them with both hands. My dear big, honored sister, please wipe your mouth and go to the restroom to wash your face. Put. Bianchuan spat out a mouthful of blood and water. Standing gardener, don't scream. I'm afraid you'll die if you call me dear big sister again. Okay, I'll wipe my mouth. I'll go to the restroom to wash my face. Staggering to his feet, he warily made his way to the restroom, regretting it to the core. Knowing that I'd be beaten up like this, and knowing that Changba was so bad, I said I wouldn't come. After washing her face in the restroom, she felt her face burning with pain, and the more she thought about it, she pulled out her cell phone, ready to call someone. This festering anger can't be taken in vain. My dear big, honored sister. Standing in the doorway, Changba put his palms together to give Bianchuan a bow. What else do you need? Please be sure to say it. I will certainly exhaust my efforts to serve you. Bianchuan shuddered as his cell phone fell out of his hand and onto the floor. Now the sky is not afraid of the earth, but afraid to call big sister Changba. My dear big, honored sister. Changba walked up, picked up the cell phone, and handed it to Bianchuan with both hands. Bianchuan flopped to his knees once more. My dear Chang Park Director. Honorable Chang Park Director. Please don't call me big sister, okay? Please call me Bianchuan. Even calling me is better than big sister. Well, big sister. No, get up. Let's go outside and talk. Changba carefully helped Bianchuan up and headed outside. Ha 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 ha. Suyu Evening and Su Huizi were outside, laughing their asses off. For the first time, I've heard it said that calling is better than even calling big sister. Bianchuan is such a. This parent. Sit down. Changba assisted Bianchuan over to the couch and sat her down. Bianchuan looked at Suyu Evening sitting on the side with an icy face, not daring to move in the slightest, and gave her a curt smile. Instructor Su, in fact, we're both doing this for the sake of the children. It's perfectly fine to have a conversation. Su Yaya agreed with this statement and nodded, asking, why did you suddenly come here today to cause trouble? Bianchuan smiled bitterly, shivered his thick lips, and hung his head down. My dear big, honored sister. Changba once again clasped his palms together towards Bianchuan. Don't scream. Don't scream. I'll talk. Can't I just say it? Bianchuan is now most afraid if Changba called her big sister. Swallowed and said, In fact, I in the kindergarten is not a problem. My son here in kindergarten is not a problem. It is. Just, glancing at Suyu Evening with frightened eyes, he lowered his head and added, it was my cousin by Kuro who contacted me and told me to do this. She said that as long as I bring my son to transfer to another school, as long as I persuade the other parents to transfer their children away, she will send me a sea view house, and she will also send me a luxury car. Changba and the others understood. So it's that pervert by Kuro. By Kuro's backstage is Chun Hui, which means that the mastermind behind the scene is Chun Hui. They have one goal in mind, to get all the parents to turn their children away and to put the genius kindergarten out of business. This was unacceptable to both Changba and Su Yuan. Changba is on a mission, and there can be no shortage of teachers and students in a month. And even more importantly for Su Unite, she has to fulfill her grandmother's dying wish to grow the gifted kindergarten. And with all the students gone, how can she do that later? What else did Bai Kuro say? Su Yueho stared intently into Bianchuan's eyes. Bianchuan didn't dare to meet her increasingly cold eyes, feeling bone-chilling cold around her, and lowered his head, stuttering a reply. Bai Kuro also said that her main target this time is you, Instructor Su. Bai Kuro still remembers me? Su Yueho was surprised. Last time Cheng Hui wanted her, Cheng Hui was the mastermind and Bai Kuro was just an accomplice. As of now, she and Bai Kuro were considered to have no grievances. Bianchuan stammered and added, Instructor Su, I'll say it, you mustn't be angry. You say. Su Yeye nodded her head. Bianchuan wiped his nose with a wet wipe and continued. Bai Kuro said, that you are cheap. What kind of boyfriend can't you find? And you choose to find Changba to be your boyfriend. And you don't know how to be ashamed to be his licking dog. She also said that your sister doesn't even treat you as a human being, as a tool that can be used. And when she kicks you out of the genius kindergarten in disgrace, she'll make you a complete lickspittle for Changshao. What a baikaru! Su Yuehong turned around and rushed outside. Changba's eyes and hands were quick, stepping forward and grabbing her wrist. Sister Evening, where are you going to look for Baikuro? Where are you going to look for her? She's in business school as an instructor. So I'm going to business school. And she's not? Changba put his arm around her shoulders and whispered something into her ear. Su Evening then calmed down and glared at Bian Chun. Get lost. If you dare to think of transferring away students again, I'll skin you. Bian Chun shivered in fear and fled in a panic of dust. Changba, you were right earlier. Personal grudges are not as important as kindergarten work. Su Evening looked at Changba. Next, other parents will also ask for their children to be transferred. What do you think about this issue? Changba, how about a parent-teacher conference to publicize it? Hi, Su Huizi sighed. Director Chang, what about holding a parent-teacher conference? Chang Shao has a lot of money. Bully them? Who can stand it? It's not easy to earn money now. Everyone wants to get money. Not to mention giving away a sweet. Even if you give $100,000, there are many parents who will have their children transferred away. Changba pulled out his black card. I'll give as much as Chang Shao gives. This won't work. Su Yuehuan disagreed. Parents from other kindergartens have heard about it and are switching to our kindergarten. Our kindergarten won't be able to fit. It's also a big problem. Changba thought about it, and now it is really impossible to fight with Cheng Hui to fight for wealth. Suddenly thinking of something, he smiled confidently. There. Chapter 114. The female instructor once again felt mercilessly abandoned. What's the best way? Su Yaya moved a little closer to Changba. Changba put his arm around her shoulders and whispered something into her ear. Su Yueyin thought about it, clenched her silver teeth, and nodded her head. Okay, that's it. Su Huizi saw that Changba didn't say it, so she didn't ask much, smiled when they finished their conversation. Standing gardener, if there's anything I can do to help, just say so. Just as she said that, her cell phone rang. Excuse me while I take a call. She saw that it was her dad calling and couldn't help but answer the phone with a furrowed brow and a bitter look on her face. Keiko, are your legs better now? No, it's worse. Su Huizi's voice was cold. Keiko, we all know already. Your legs are fine. You're faking it all. Keiko, don't hide away until kindergarten anymore. We've already talked about your life's work, and it's set in stone. You guys discussed it. Did you discuss it with me? Dad, what era is it now that you still arrange your children's marriages? Huizi, your subject is an official third generation. With the right roots, we'll benefit but not harm by marrying him. As you know, these 2 years, my business is very bad. Stop it. I don't agree. Su Huizi became more and more agitated as she stood up at one stop. If you guys keep pushing me, you'll be waiting to collect my corpse. The caller sighed. In that case, we'll just have to sacrifice your little sister. What? Su Huizi shouted out a shrill voice. My little sister is only 18 years old and just got into college. And you let her marry that asshole? Let him toy and slaughter her? The phone sighed again. The problem is that you don't want to. They said that either of you sisters can marry him. He doesn't pick. Seo Hijaw burst into tears all of a sudden and fell onto her desk, crying bitterly. 3 minutes later, she cried, don't push your little sister. Let her study in college without fear. I'll think about it and give you an answer tomorrow morning. Not tomorrow morning. You need to meet with him now. Got it. Su Huizi hung up the phone and slumped onto her desk and cried in pain once again, crying in despair. Keiko-san, how big a deal is it? Don't cry. I'll help you think of something. Seeing Su Huizi crying, Changba's heart sank sourly as he walked over to her and gave her a pat on the shoulder. Who is that man? Go, I'll take you to him now. Su Huizi knew Changba's strength, but thinking of that person's powerful background, she raised her head and choked. Standing gardener, it's okay, this is my family matter. My family and I will discuss it. Discuss a hammer. Changba gently patted her shoulder. Don't keep thinking how great others are. It's like a pony crossing a river. How deep or shallow the river is, only by traveling through it can you know. Don't cry. I'll take you there now. I disagree. An icy voice came from the side of the doorway. Changba turned around and looked at Su Yayang. Seeing that her eyes were cold and she didn't have the slightest sympathy for Su Huizi, she asked, Sister Evening, what do you mean? We just agreed that we would find a way to deal with Bai Kuro and Cheng Hui to prevent the loss of students. You're good. This side hasn't acted yet. And your side has already started doing other things. Su Yaya said. You only know about ponies crossing the river. Do you know about kittens fishing? The fairy tale of the kitten fishing Changba of course knows. All 4 years old know. You cannot do things 3 times, or else you get half the result. The problem is that it would be heartless to leave Su Huizi alone. He walked towards Su Yu Evening. Sister Evening. Huizi is the deputy director of our kindergarten. If she is in trouble, should I, the director, help? Besides, she and her little sister have deep emotions. She sacrificed herself in order to protect her little sister. Does this practice make people not admire her? Just because she helps her sisters. I'm not asking you to help her. Suyu Evening interrupted him. What happened between my sister and I? You forgot about it so quickly? With a belly full of anger at the mention of sisterly love, she turned her back to Changba. Changba's head was big. Evening sister. Your sisters don't represent other people's sisters. No. Suyu Evening turned violently again and looked at Changba. There is no sisterly love in this world. There is no such thing as sisterly love. The so-called sisterly love is all an illusion. When faced with great benefits, sisters will tear their faces apart and even turn against each other. Changba sighed darkly. Isn't this a generalization? Seeing her eyes spitting fire while tears glistened in her eyes, knowing that she was hurt by her sisterly feelings, he said no more. Instructor Su, that's your sister, not mine. Su Huizi looked at Su Yuehwan with dissatisfaction. Whether or not the head gardener is helping me, I will definitely do everything I can to protect my little sister. And without a wheelchair, he turned and walked out of the room. A cold voice came out of the room. Director Su, remember, there is a most unreliable feeling in this world, and that is sisterhood. Seo Haija refused to respond and quickened her pace. Keiko, where are you going? Changba chased him out of the office. You can't promise your parents now. Su Huizi's eyes were hot and she wanted to cry, but held back. The footsteps slowed involuntarily. Changba. Su Yeye looked at Changba's back. Changba stood still. With Su Huizi in front of him and Su Yuehan behind him, he certainly did not hesitate to choose the latter. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Hershey's host. There's a new mission. The completion of the task just now. The dog system you have not yet rewarded. And now there is a task. Old rules, reward together. Please ask the host to follow Su Huizi and help her solve the problem. Complete the mission and get a big reward. Get lost. Dog system, don't sow discord. I don't care about Suyu Evening now. She's not angry? Failed mission. Host's kidney function declined and he pees his pants every day. Dog system, you're such a dog. How can I have kidney failure when I'm so young? He shook his head, only to follow Su Huizi with a stiff upper lip. As for Suyu Evening, she would only find a way to solve it after she finished solving Su Huizi's problem. Changba. Su Yuehwan didn't dare to imagine that after she called out Changba, he even walked towards Su Huizi. Changba stood still, twisted his head, and waved a hand at her. Sister Evening, you go back to the university first. I'll go back and find you after I've finished helping Huizi. Ah! Su Yeyang's petite body shook, stunned. Is that what Changba said? What does this Changba say to his beloved girlfriend? At this moment, he left his girlfriend to help another woman? Su Huizi's almond eyes rounded up as she looked at Changba, also feeling incredulous. What was her relationship with Changba? And now how could he leave Suyu Evening behind to help her? Seeing Changba stride over, he panicked and waved at her. Standing gardener, go back. You have to help Instructor Su. It's fine. I'll solve your problem first. Changba put his arm around her shoulders and left. The two hitchhiked along. Standing out by the side of the scenic gardens, Suyu Evening was mortared in place, her eyes suddenly bursting with a hateful generalized light. She had once been viciously abandoned by her sister, and at this moment she was feeling mercilessly abandoned once again. The hot wind whistled around her, but she felt cold all over. She laughed. She nodded at Changba and turned to walk away. Chapter 115, this asshole, picking up a sesame seed and dropping a watermelon. Instructor Su, back so soon? Where's Changba? Xia Yifu was taking a lunch break in her living room, watching Su Yuehwan walk back and sidling over to ask. With an icy face and tears in both eyes, Suyu Evening walked over to the closet and quickly packed her things. Sensing something, Xia Yifu quickly got up and walked over to her, barefoot, and grabbed her arm. Instructor Su, what's going on? Not much. I'm still going back to my room to stay. Su Yueho peeled away Xia Yifu's hand. Xia Yifu realized that the big deal was not good, laughed and reached out his hands to put his arms around her shoulders too. My Instructor Su, my late sister, my little brother's beloved girlfriend. What are you babbling about? Suyu Evening's face changed drastically. Who is your little brother's beloved girlfriend? Thinking that he shouldn't have lost his temper with Xia Yifu, he turned around and continued to pack his things. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, I'm a bit unwell. Xia Yifu knew that Changba must have made her angry again and smiled, wrapping his arms around her once more. Instructor Su, don't be angry, just talk to Mr. Xia. Did that bastard Changba piss you off again? Tell me, I'll take it out on you. No matter how much Su Yueho picks her hand, no matter how much she struggles, she just won't let go. No, Changba is smart and good. How could he piss me off? Suyu Evening held back her tears. Teacher Xie, there's something I shouldn't say to you, but if I don't say it, I just can't stand it. So tell me. Xia Yifu wrapped his arms around her and walked towards the bed. Sit down and talk slowly. Listen. Since it's important words, sit down and talk slowly. Su Yeye didn't move, so she carried her towards the bed. Su Yuehong had to sit on the edge of the bed. Xia Yifu also sat down, looking at her face full of tears, knowing that the next words must be non-trivial. Her heart was in her throat. Teacher Xie, you don't know that I'm actually not important in Changba's heart. I've given it a lot of thought, and I think we're still not right together, and I'm going to break up with him. Su Yu Evening said this and twisted her head to hold back her tears. Ah, what are you babbling about? Xia Yifu jumped up. How long have you guys been reconciled? And you're breaking up again? Why are you guys acting like kids? Call it not worrying? Su Yeye snapped her head up. Don't you say me, asked Changba. That asshole. Xia Yifu picked up her cell phone and called Changba. The number you have dialed is in progress. Please dial again later. Called several times in a row and was on the line. Thinking that Changba was busy right now, he sat down and once again wrapped his arm around Su Yueho's shoulders and coaxed. Instructor Su, don't be in a hurry, and don't be even more angry. I will definitely give you a statement. You tell me first, what exactly happened? Only then did Su Yu Evening say the original story one by one. The more she said, the more emotional she became. Teacher Xie, at this urgent moment, Changba chose Su Huizi over me. What do you think I should do? It's really outrageous. This asshole, picking up a sesame seed and dropping a watermelon. Xia Yifu jumped up once again. Changba would rather help another woman than his own girlfriend. It really pisses me off. I'll call and tell him to come back immediately to apologize to you. Grabbing his cell phone, he called Changba once again. No need, Mr. Shay. Su Yu Evening stood up. I respect his choice. Now that I've figured it out, it's rather a kind of protection for me when he does this. Think about it. One day in the future when he and I have a wedding, and he suddenly leaves me behind to be with another woman. Wouldn't that hurt me even more? Instructor Su, you're overthinking it. Xia Yifu laughed again and grabbed her hand once. Anger is anger. You have to do things calmly. Think about it. You left him and swore off him like you did last time. But don't forget his status. He's the kindergarten director. You want to work for the kindergarten. You have to deal with him. Su Yu Evening's eyes became even colder. Without him, Changba, it's hard for me, Su Yueho, to move an inch? Mr. Xia, stop it. My mind is made up. Xia Yifu was full of bitter smiles and wanted to cry. She really couldn't understand. Su Yu Evening and Changba were just like children playing house. Saying that they were separated. Saying that they were good again. And not too long after that they were separated again. Now that Su Yu Evening had a strong attitude and had to leave this place, she couldn't forcefully persuade her. Okay then Instructor Su, wait for my call. Headmaster Chang, you can't leave Instructor Su behind. She's your girlfriend. What will she think? Su Huizi pushed Changba's shoulder and pushed him towards the gate. Go, I don't want to be a sinner. Crying in a hurry. Unmoved, Changba pointed to the Bentley seat that was slowly driving by. The car is already here. Let's go. Seo Haija stood still and sobbed. Standing head gardener, please, you want to help me. I know, but no matter what, I can't affect your relationship with Instructor Su. Please, Headmaster Chang. Without explaining too much, Changba took her and pulled her towards the car. She struggled on, determined not to get in the car. Let me ask you, do you want you and your little sister to get hurt? No, don't want to. Get in the car if you don't want to. I'll solve the problem as soon as I see the guy. It'll be quick. Only then did Su Huizi not refuse, pulling out her cell phone to make arrangements for the kindergarten and wiping her tears to get into the car. But the heart is still worried. When Changba helped her, how would he go back and face Instructor Su? Who doesn't know Instructor Su's temper, and that she'll be able to stand it? 5 minutes later, the Bentley seat drove out of the nursery and into the street. Keiko, who's that guy? His name is Mi Jianjun, and he's from the Mi clan. The Mi clan is an old family in Magic City, once a political family with a huge power. Changba nodded. Miss Bentley, search for Mi Jianjun's location for me. Roger that, Master. Bentley seat responded. 2 minutes later, the endowment reported. Reporting to Master, Mi Jianjun is walking along Honeydew Avenue, preparing to pick up someone to go to the Dodo Comedy Club to listen to comedy. This Mi Jianjun still has a hobby of listening to comedy, then go to the Dodo Comedy Club. Seo Haija sneered a little. He doesn't like comedy. He must be picking up his little nephew to listen to it. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked at Changba. Oh yeah, Director Chang, his little nephew goes to our kindergarten. He's on vacation today. I don't know what he's doing. Changba frowned. Mi Jianjun is in his 40s, a formidable figure who would pick up a small child to listen to comedy. He's afraid of his sister. A few of his sister's university classmates are high-ranking officials. He can't afford to mess with them. Su Huizi replied. Changba nodded. Know anything about that little kid? Su Huizi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. He's a bear child. He's not afraid of anything. He's always bullying the other kids. He kicked a girl's arm off when he first started school. Sometimes he dares to lift the skirt of a female teacher and make a move with her. Hey, what's going to happen when he grows up? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I specialize in bears. Changba arranged for a Bentley seat. Miss Bimbine, go find that bear child. Isn't it going to look for me, Jianjun? Chang Park Director? Chapter 116, Treating Bear Children, Even Their Parents. Changba replied, if we find that bear boy, won't we find me, Jianjun? Thinking about it, Su Huizi took out her cell phone and contacted one of the kindergarten's homeroom teachers to ask about that bear child. The homeroom teacher sent a message saying that the bear child had been picked up by his parents and had gone to visit the graves at the cemetery in Reunion. Standing gardener, the bears accompanied their parents to the cemetery in the Garden of Retention. We're going to stay Garden Cemetery. Miss Bing Bing has searched for the location of the bear and immediately drove to the Reunion Cemetery. Also feed the information on the Staying Garden Cemetery back to Changba for a final endowment. Reporting to the master. Grandma Su Yueyin is buried in the Reunion Cemetery. Oh, Changba's spirits lifted. Regarding Su Yu Evening's grandmother, he didn't know much information. Now that he was going to the Liyuan Cemetery, it was the right time to visit and pay tribute to her old man. Halfway down the road, he purchased items such as paper money, flowers and melons. Seo Haijai is with it, and has been watching silently. She could see that Changba was very attentive to Su Yuewang's grandmother and that he truly loved Su Yuewang. She admired Changba very much and thought about being with him. Now by these details, she knew she was out of luck. In her loss, she silently blessed them. Since you can't get it, it's a blessing. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Reunion Cemetery. Liyuan Cemetery is situated on a low hillock, covering an area of more than 300 acres, with evergreens all over the place, so green that you can't see the edge at a glance. In the center were rows of snow-white headstones, flush and glistening in the sun. Changba got out of the car, carrying his belongings, and led Su Huizi towards the pathway in the middle of the tombstone. Miss Bentley had already told Changba the exact location of Instructor Su's grandmother's grave, and Changba was thinking of mourning the old man before going to look for the bear and his parents. Walking up a goat path, I heard a burst of joking and laughter before I reached the headstone. Turns out someone came by to sweep the graves. As we approached, a 4 or 5-year-old boy was peeing towards a headstone, causing a loud laugh. Looking again at the side of the headstone, it's an assortment of fruit peels, cans, and food waste. Headmaster Chang, the one who peed is that bear child. Xiong Jin, Su Huizi pointed over. Look at his skin, peeing on people's tombstones. The parents don't care and they're laughing. Changba glanced coldly at Xiong Jin and observed the tombstones around him. Ignore him for now and look for Instructor Su's grandmother's grave. Su Yu Evening's grandmother's name was Jiang Zhenglan, and they checked them one by one, only to find that the name on the tombstone that was urinated on was Jiang Zhenglan's name. Head Gardener Chang, this is Instructor Su's grandmother's tombstone. Su Huizi let out a shocked cry. If Instructor Su sees this, she won't be mad. Not to mention Su Yu Evening. Chang Ba couldn't stand it. All of a sudden he was on fire. Rushed up, grabbed Xiong Jin's ear and lifted him up, and slapped him hard on his buttocks. Snap, played very loudly. This kind of kid doesn't get beaten up. His parents don't educate. He does. Whoa, who are you? Who are you? Mud horse. Xiong Jin struggled and cursed at the same time. Snap. Changba slapped Xiong Jin 2 more times so hard that he wailed. My mom's name is Mi Feng. I'll tell my mom to kill you. If you dare to hit me, I'll tell my mom to kill you. It doesn't matter if your dad's name is Li Gang or your mom's name is Mi Feng. I'm just going to beat you up. Changba wasn't afraid of his stiff upper lip, snapping and slapping him a few more times. Press on the leg and hit it. Specialize in one place to hit and tell him to know it hurts. Ah, pain ouch Xiong Jin fine skin tender flesh. Pain howled. 2 legs stirred, and Changba couldn't stop himself from slapping him hard a few more times. Wow, it hurts. Uncle, don't hit me. I don't dare. Xiong Jin was scared of the pain and was honest, twisting his head and looking at Changba with tears in his eyes. Snap, snap. Changba slapped him twice more. Keep cursing. Don't dare. I'll never curse again. Oh. Snap, snap. You know it's wrong? Got it. Snap, snap. Dare to wreak havoc? Don't dare. Snap, snap. Dare you still curse? Don't dare. Snap, snap. Still dare to hit someone? Don't dare. Oh. Xiong Jin gasped in pain and cried out with his mouth wide open, sobbing so hard that tears squirted out like urine. What kind of person hadn't seen before? But this was the first time he had seen such an uncle. With a slap, he felt his whole body burning with pain. What are you doing? Let go of my son. A pair of middle-aged men and women dressed in expensive clothes rushed towards Changba and pointed their fingers at him. Who are you, kid? You dare to make a move on our son? Changba barked. Can't you see when you urinate toward another family's tombstone and vandalize it? What's wrong with peeing? What's wrong with vandalism? The middle-aged woman named Mifong was even more thunderous, loudly scolding. I tell you, I'm the one who told my son to do this. This tomb of yours is obstructing my mom's tomb and destroying our feng shui. It must be moved. Otherwise, we'll dig it up. Changba then realized why a child would humiliate another family's tombstone, and his eyes went cold. So, you guys are being unreasonable? There's no reasoning with people like you. Put down my son. Mifong rushed up, ready to snatch the child. Changba sneered, grabbed Xiong Jin, and slapped him twice more on the buttocks. Hit harder. Ah! Xiong Jin let out a scream. It sounded like a little kid screaming, let go of my son. Both the middle-aged man and woman rushed up and forcefully grabbed their son, wrapping their arms around him in heartbreaking pain. Seeing that the legs were swollen, the two families fell into tears and gnashed their teeth in anger. The few people who were with the middle-aged man and woman all glared at Changba with angry eyes, and one of them, a red-haired young man, shouted and pounced on Changba. Changba didn't move, picked up a fist-sized stone, held it with both hands, and gripped it to pieces with a click. The crumbs flow out like fine sand. The red-haired youth clenched his fists and was about to pounce on Changba, but once he saw that the stone was broken, he panicked and stood still, not daring to come any closer. This handsome man, aren't you doing it? Changba walked up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. The red-haired youth felt a fiery pain in his shoulder and panicked, nodding his head at him. Big brother, you just fought well. The son is unfilial and the father's fault. His dad has to be responsible for this. Only then did Changba let go and gave him a pat on the shoulder. The children are teachable. The red-haired youth smiled sarcastically, took out a box of soft china, honored Changba with one, and took out a lighter to light it for him. Get out! The middle-aged couple both roared at the red-haired youth. It's better to raise a driver like you than a dog. The red-haired youth smiled again and turned to walk away. He also wanted to teach Changba a lesson. The problem was that his strength did not allow it. Hearing his master keep cursing, he couldn't help but stop and say, Mr. Bear, the child really can't be so indulgent. If you guys don't teach him a lesson, society will teach him a lesson in the future. Lesson Nima. Roll. The middle-aged man cursed. Mifong picked up a brick and smashed it hard against the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth scurried away with his head in his hands. You wait. After the middle-aged couple consoled their son, they both looked at Changba angrily. We'll call our brother here, and when he arrives, he'll be able to scare you to death even if he's scared. Changba waited for these words and took a drag on his cigarette. Your brother's name is Mi Jianjun, right? How dare you disrespect his nephew when you kid knows? The middle-aged man stood up and straightened his back. Mifong cursed and grimaced, showing her teeth at Changba with a hateful face. My little brother can skin you and eat your flesh. Just you wait. Chapter 117 Changba's Good Intentions. Xiong Jin's Mysterious Expert. Suyu Evening took an afternoon off and drove to the Magic City Business School. Baikaru was here as a military training instructor, and she wanted to meet her and talk to her. After parking, she headed straight for the playground. Under the scorching sun, tens of thousands of new students in the playground military training. One is sweating. She turned around, tired and sweaty, and couldn't even find Baikaru. Asked a few people and they said they hadn't seen it. When she was ready to leave, she met a female instructor and casually asked, and the other party told her that Baikuro was not coming on leave in the afternoon. Asked where he went, said he didn't know. She had to drive back home and ask Xiaotong, the little smart Xiaotong of Mordor University, to help her find out Baikuro's location. At this moment, she wanted to contact Changba, but when she thought of what he had done, she dismissed the idea. If Changba accompanied her now, she could quickly find Baikuro and solve the problem, but he had gone to help Su Huizi and left her out in the cold. The more I thought about it, the more angry I got. I opened my cell phone and blacked out his cell phone number and microsignal. Returning to Mordor University, she anxiously waited for news from Xiaotong, waiting until 3 in the afternoon. Her cell phone beeped twice. When I clicked on it, it was from Co Haija. She put her cell phone away, not looking at it, and got even more bored. She just couldn't figure out what was so bad about her compared to Co Haija. Why did Changba help Co Haija and leave her out in the cold? Compared to her face, she's more beautiful than Co Haija. Compared to her body, she's hotter than Co Haija. Compared to her status, she was no worse than Su Huizi. More than experiences, she and Changba had experienced much more than Su Huizi. Then why did Changba choose Co Haija? Just because Co Haija is better tempered and gentler than her? The more Suyu Evening thought about it, the more angry she became. The more she thought about it, Her heartbeat accelerated and she was sweating profusely. Immediately after that, the phone beeped again. With a clench of her silver teeth, she tapped on her cell phone to see that it was still from Seo Haija, ready to pull the plug on her. But, another thought, she and Su Huizi will be colleagues in the future. Low head, no head. Suddenly pulling Haija Seo Black is too awkward and unattractive when we meet later. Su Yuehuan persuaded herself, still holding back her anger, and clicked on the message sent by Su Huizi. A glance at the contents took her by surprise. Seo Haija sends a picture of her grandmother's grave. Why did Seo Haija go to my grandmother's grave? Su Yeye continued to look down. The second photo shows Changba holding a mineral water and rinsing the tombstone. Why did Changba go too? What was he doing there? Why did you rinse the tombstone with mineral water? Su Yuehuan couldn't figure it out and looked at the third photo. In the third photo Changba is on one knee, placing offerings for his grandmother's effigy. Who's doing this for? Su Yu Evening coldly smiled, sent a message to Su Huizi. You tell Changba, do these useless, cannot undo anything. He's not helping you, so isn't doing this a waste of your precious time? Su Huizi, Instructor Su, I have now come to understand the good intentions of Director Chang. I believe that you will also understand his good intentions in the future. Su Yu Evening, good intentions? Changba still has good intentions? Oh, Garden Manager Su, you guys are very busy. I don't dare to take up your time. Su Huizi, Bai Kuro will come to the cemetery in Liu Yuan. Are you coming or not? Su Yeyang was startled. No wonder I couldn't find Bai Kuro. She went to the Liu Yuan cemetery? How did Huizi Su get the news? Not being able to think about it, she quickly gathered her things and rushed out of the room. Standing gardener, you've kowtowed several times. Stop it. Su Huizi sat on the lawn to one side and persuaded. Instructor Su isn't here. She won't be able to see you even if you kowtow more. Changba dropped to both knees and continued to kowtow. Instructor Su can't see it. Grandma will see it in heaven. Seo Haija shook her head inside. How could it be? Shaking his head again, he looked out over the avenue below the hillock. How is that impossible? Changba pointed to the middle-aged couple not far away. If they keep spoiling their children and indulging them, Grandma will punish them with. The middle-aged couple was applying painkillers to their son when Mifan glared at Changba. I'm just spoiling. I'm just indulging. You call the dead to punish me. Come on, come and punish me. The middle-aged man also gestured at Changba. You kid even told the dead to punish my wife. How powerful you think you are. I'll serve you if you can punish her. Changba asked, not convinced? Bah! Mifang took 2 steps towards Changba's side and poo-pooed it. Nor did she inquire about who my mother is. Who would serve you? Changba nodded and swept a glance at Mifang, then hypnotized and secretly bellowed sleep. Mifang felt dizzy, both eyes closed, leaned back, and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Fall on your back, wife. The middle-aged man was startled and scrambled forward to assist his wife. What happened to you? Why did you suddenly pass out? Su Huizi laughed. This time you've got retribution, right? Twisting his head to observe Su Yu Evening's grandmother's tombstone, he muttered in his heart, can Instructor Su's grandmother really manifest spirits? Wife. The middle-aged man looked at his wife's unconsciousness, frightened and panicked, and pinched and slapped his face and shouted. Shom Jin also stopped crying and put his arm around Mifang's shoulders, shouting out as well. A long moment passed before Mifyun woke up with squinting eyes, but disoriented and very unconscious. It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. The middle-aged man was relieved, took out his cell phone and called his brother-in-law again, telling him to hurry over. I can't go. Call a friend of mine over. That friend you saw last time, 8 or 10 of them wouldn't be enough to beat her up. On the phone. That friend you were talking about. It's a woman. Her last name is Bai, right? That's her. Tell her to bring the men here and dig their graves directly. I'll arrange it. The middle-aged man put away his cell phone and once again looked angrily at Changba. Once my brother's friends come and cripple you kid and dig up your family's grave, you kid won't even have time to cry. Shom Jin raised his middle finger towards Changba, his face bearing a hatred that he shouldn't have at his age. I know that aunt too. My uncle said she is a mysterious expert. Humph, you're just waiting to die. Changba nodded. I await her arrival. Seo Haija was worried and looked towards the avenue below for a few moments. Ni Jianjun was stronger than even Cheng Hui. The person he found must be extraordinary. The more she thought about it, the more mysterious she felt, and she walked over to Changba and whispered in his ear. Chang Park Director, that Bai is a mysterious expert. How are you going to deal with it? Wait until you see the person. Changba was unimpressed, wanting to see what kind of god that Bai was. After waiting for half an hour, a blue Lamborghini drove up the avenue below, followed by 3 Wranglers. The engines all roared to life and could shake half the mausoleum. Coming! The middle-aged man was in high spirits. My aunt has finally arrived. Shom Jin was all of a sudden beaming with joy as he ran towards the bottom. walking on tiptoes and slanting due to a hip injury. At this time Mi Fong also came to her senses, and her husband helped each other. Also went down to meet. Changba watched toward the bottom. One look at the beautiful woman who got out of the car. Enjoy. It turns out that this beautiful woman surnamed Bai is not someone else, but a former friend. How is she? Su Huizi let out a gasp. Chapter 118, Instructor vs. Instructor. Instructor Su is unbeatable. It turns out that the beautiful woman who got out of the Lamborghini was Baikaru. Instructor B. She didn't know that Ni Jianjun's sister and brother-in-law had clashed with Changba and greeted the family of three walking towards them. Big sister. Big brother. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing that Xiong Jin was walking in an awkward position, he squatted down and asked again. Jin, what's wrong with you? Xiong Jin skimmed and cried. Outrageous. Bai Kuro became furious. Which one of these ungrateful people even dared to hit Jin? Looking up to view one of the headstones on the hillock, the two silhouettes of Changba and Su Huizi were noticed, but they were too far away to see their faces clearly. Instructor Bai, it's the two people up there. Their family's tomb is next to my mom's tomb, affecting our feng shui. We must dig them up. We have to dig them up, Mi Fong said indignantly. As for that kid who hit Jin, beat him half to death and throw him into a grave pit and bury him. Bai Kuro viewed above and smiled coldly. Burying him alive is light. Go! I'll go up and take a look first. She asked a group of her men to wait and led the family towards the tombstone above. Instructor Bai, wait! A black Land Rover roared up and came to a sharp stop at the side of the road. Baikaru jerked around and looked at the Land Rover. She wanted to see who it was that dared to yell at her. Seeing a dumpy beauty walking out of the car, his eyes went cold. It's you, Instructor Su. The one who came down was none other than Suyu Evening. She sped all the way over here just in time to catch up with Baikaru. Instructor Su, aren't you usually with your sister? What? Did she sell you out again? Baikuro smiled smugly and coldly. Last time, in Chang Xiao's car, you almost gave him a knee. Ha. Suyu Evening was so angry that her liver hurt when she remembered that night, but at that moment, she was calm and disliked her. Instructor Bai, what's the point of mentioning him when it's in the past? If you hadn't mentioned that night, I would have forgotten about you being slapped by Changba and thrown into the garden. Baikuro's silver teeth clenched, holding a few more points of hatred towards Changba. Say, what's the point of coming here? About the genius kindergarten. Suyu Evening replied. I hope you can cooperate with the kindergarten and not let some of the parents transfer their children to another school. If there are any requests, you can mention them. Good. I want you to kneel now. Do you agree? Baikaru, don't overdo things. So what if I'm excessive? I just want genius kindergarten to close down. I just want you and Changba to have no place to stand. Instructor Bai, cut the crap with him. Mi Fong, who was standing to the side, couldn't wait any longer. Quickly go up there and dig up the tombstone, and clean up that person who hit Jin. Baikuro slanted a glance at Suyu Evening and sneered again, leading the family towards the goat path. Digging whose tombstone? Su Yeye asked a mouthful. As Mi Fong walked, she answered, that dead man's name is Jiang Zhanglan. Jiang Zhanglan. It was none other than Su Yeye's grandmother. When she heard the name, she realized that Baikuro had brought a group of people over to dig her grandmother's grave. Baikalo. Suyu Evening became furious. That's my grandmother. If you dare to touch the tombstone, I will not share the same fate with you. Baikuro stopped in her tracks, and both eyes shot out swords. Jiang Zhanglan is your grandmother? Oh, what a coincidence. Pull out your cell phone. Tell you what, I'll call your sister and you can hear what she has to say. With that, he called Su Yueji's phone and pressed the speakerphone. Mr. Su, hello, I'm Baikuro. Instructor Bai, hello, what can I do for you? It's like this, Mr. Mi Jianjun Mi's sister, MS, Mi Fong, you recognize her, right? Recognized, met a few times. Su Yueji replied, MS, Mi Fong came to the cemetery today to visit her mother's grave, and found that the terrain of one of the graves next to it was so bad that it had a big impact on her mother's grave, and she wanted to have that grave dug up. What do you think? Of course dig out. Su Yueji replied without hesitation. The problem is that the owner of that tomb is called Jiang Zhanglan. Baikuro purposely glanced at Suyu Evening. Suyu Evening held her breath and stepped forward to hear what Suyuchi had to say. I don't know Jiang Zhanglan, just dig if you should. Su Yueji said. Baikuro smiled and looked at Suyu Evening. Su Yuehong was dizzy for a while, and gold stars flew in front of her eyes. She knew her sister was desperate, but she didn't expect her to be so desperate. Even his own grandmother's grave is at the mercy of the people who care nothing about it. Is that all it takes for the Long Lake land? Besides, Su Yueji has already gotten the Longhu land. What else do you fear? Instructor Su, your sister agrees. Do you have anything else to say? Baikalo used a mouthful of sarcasm. Suyu took a step forward in the evening and spoke decisively. I'll fight anyone who dares to move the grandmother's tomb. Fighting for your life? What do you rely on to fight for your life? Baikuro pointed behind Suyu Evening. Do you rely on him? Suyeye twisted her head and looked back. Boom! Baikuro smiled grimly and suddenly flew up with a kick, placing it heavily on Suyu Evening's abdomen. Ah! Suyu Evening was not expected. Screamed and flew up more than 2 meters away. Flopped and crooked on the grass. Baikuro, you sneak attack. You're so despicable. In terms of kung fu, she wasn't much better than Baikuro. And with Baikuro's sneak attack, coupled with her ruthlessness, she had trouble dealing with it. She tried to get up, but her abdomen stung and she couldn't move at all. Get up! Baikuro walked to the front and kicked Suyu Evening on the shoulder. I'm telling you, Suyu Evening, without your sister, you're nothing but dog. Ha 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 ha. Suyu Evening held back her tears. She could only watch Baikuro arrogantly laughing. She could only watch her strutting towards her grandmother's tombstone. Done. It's all over today. The thought that her grandmother's grave would be dug up, that her grandmother's ashes would be vandalized, brought tears to her eyes. Grandma, I'm sorry, Grandma, not only was I unable to fulfill your last wish, I was also unable to protect your tombstone. Late Night has failed in her duty. Late Night is not worthy of being your granddaughter. Instructor Bai, he's standing right by the tombstone. Cocky as hell. Mifong led Baikaru to a tombstone and pointed to another. He's standing right behind it. Baikalo sneered. No matter who he is today, I'll make his life worse than death. Get out yet. Mifong shouted angrily at the tombstone. Changba led Su Wheezy to pull weeds behind the tombstone and get rid of a few patches of weeds. Hearing voices, they stepped out of the tombstone. At first glance, it turned out to be Baikaru, giving her a teasing smile. Instructor Bai, we meet again. Is it you? Baikuro took a look at the fact that it was Changba, and was so shocked that she took a few steps back. The sweaty hairs on his face branched out. In the Hueda neighborhood, she had been played by Changba and finally thrown into the garden. And to this day, the pain along her crotch bone was still raw and unbearable. There's also the scene where he violently beats up Chun Hui, which is still fresh in my mind. I can't believe I met him here today. Instructor Bai, that's him, do it. Mifong prodded up. Just now he grabbed Jin and beat him up. Now tell him to double back. Chapter 119. Bears want to see a man buried alive. Bury him alive. Mifong's husband waved his arms and screamed. Instructor Bai, not to mention my little brother. With your strength, you can bury him alive. Bury him alive. Bury him alive. Bury him alive. Xiong Jin was jumping and jumping again, pointing at Chang Ba. Auntie, it's this bad guy. Bury him alive. Baikuro smiled bitterly. Her face was covered in beads of sweat, and her legs were starting to get sore and weak. Bury Changba alive? Now she can't bury him alive even if she knows 3 heads, 6 arms and 72 transformations. It could be said that Changba could straighten out a group of them with the flick of his little thumb. But, Mifong is, after all, Mi Jianjun's own sister, and now that she is aggrieved, it is not okay for her to keep standing. She came here under orders, and if she doesn't pay for the action, she can't go back and explain to Mi Jianjun. Thinking of this, she jerked her head around and bellowed at the group of big men standing below. What are you waiting for? A group of 20 large men, all with shovels in their hands, swarmed the room. Look at the formation. It looks like soldiers attacking a city with great vigor. Mifyun laughed. Brat, you're just waiting to be buried alive. Xiong Jin was so happy that he danced around. Buried alive. Buried alive. I want to see people buried alive. Changba was motionless and expressionless as he watched a group of big men surge in below. Brother Changba, how had Su Huizi ever seen this situation before? Her legs shivered in fear and she wrapped her arms around Changba's arm. Run! Let's run! Changba gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Keiko, didn't I just say that grandma will manifest? Seo Haija fainted. Brother hey, now you still believe in that? Manifestation? Ha 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 ha. Mifong laughed out loud. Brat, you're calling for the dead to manifest themselves now. That's right, show yourself. Mifong's husband chimed in. Brat, I'll be really convinced if you can tell the dead to manifest once again. Manifestation my ass. You're just blowing smoke. Xiong Jin raised his middle finger at Changba. I despise you. Without uttering a word, Changba looked at the group of big men who had surged up and began the hypnotizing technique. Whoever runs fast is hypnotized first. Flutter, the first big man who rushed up, plunged headlong into the green belt, shovel still clutched in his hand. Flutter, the second big man fell headlong onto the goat path, shovel tossed aside. Flutter, another large man crooked on a tombstone, shovel rolling down the goat path. In less than 2 minutes, 20 or so big men had passed out and falling sideways and ugly. One by one, they were all out of breath in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way? Xiong-jin rounded his small eyes at once. The two Mi-fangs were stunned. Bai Ku-ro was even more delicate, her mouth wide open. The dead really manifested themselves? Are there really ghosts in this world? My god, hey! Su Huizi could have sat down paralyzed if she hadn't wrapped her arms around Changba. Brother Changba, Grandma really manifested? Changba shrugged his shoulders and smiled bashfully. That's true. Who can't have superpowers? Su Huizi was still wide-eyed, looking at Su Yu Evening's grandmother's tombstone, and then at the large group of people who had passed out below. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. What's going on? I've never even met one before, but why is it that when Changba is around, this unbelievable thing happens? Phew! A gust of wind came suddenly, a sudden change in the weather. Yikes! Xiong-jin suddenly screamed in fear. Mom, is there a ghost? Is there a ghost? I'm scared. Is there a ghost? Mifyun didn't know either, and wrapped an arm around her son. Don't be afraid. If there's a ghost, it won't dare mess with us. Speaking of which, her husband suddenly closed both eyes and lurched to the ground with a crooked thud. Yikes! Mi-fang and Xiong-jin both screamed in fear and looked at him with wide eyes, neither daring to move. Xiong-jin wailed. The ghost manifested itself. The ghost told Dad to get dead. Don't cry. Mi-fang scrambled to reach out and cover her son's mouth. For a moment, the entire cemetery died in silence. The sky was dark and cloudy, and the temperature plummeted in the area of the cemetery. Instructor Bai, why don't you do it? Changba walked to Bai Kuro, reached out his hand and gently patted the back of her head. This and her bare child next to her told you to do it. With a bitter look on her face, Bai Kuro stepped back a bit, her body once again sweating profusely. She also wanted to do it. The problem was that the strength did not allow it, and whoever did it was out of luck. The ghost manifests itself in whoever does it. Instructor Bai, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Changba reached out and grabbed her ear. Bai Kuro grinned in pain, but still didn't say a word and still stepped back. At the moment, she felt as physically afraid as if she had met a natural enemy. That said, as a perverted instructor, she hadn't been afraid of anyone, but now she felt that Changba was even more perverted than her. She continued to back away, backing up to Mifyun's family of three and giving Mifyun a wink. Mi-fang reacted quite quickly and said with a dry smile, Instructor Bai, I see this handsome guy looks quite familiar. Can you introduce me to one? Bai Kuro needed this step, pointing her hands respectfully at Changba with a slight smile. My grand introduction. This is our genius kindergarten director, Director Changba Chang. Egu. Mi-fang slapped her thigh. So this is the head gardener. Egu. We don't know each other anymore after the water has washed over the Dragon King temple. Oh, Mr. Chang, you're even more handsome than my brother. No wonder I thought you were different from the first time I saw you. Mifyun's old male laughed. I said why my eyelids were fluttering just now, but it turns out that I've met one of my own. Park Director Chang, I've long heard of your wonderful hands and excellent medical skills. Oh, there was some misunderstanding just now. Don't mind if I do. Lifting a briefcase, he opened it, took out a cigar, and respectfully handed it to Changba. Please, 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 standing gardener, please. Changba didn't even look at the cigar. Don't want to see buried alive? What burying alive? That's a joke. Mi-fang laughed. Chang Park Director, not afraid of your joke. This person loves to joke. The atmosphere of the cemetery is more that. You have to be active, an active atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Yeah. What kind of society is it nowadays where there are still live burials? Mi-fang's husband pulled out his lighter and once again offered Changba a cigarette. Gardener, there are no more live burials now. Xiong-jin stared wide-eyed and also said, our teacher said that we should be kind and be good children. That burying alive is something only ghosts do. How can we do it? And then with a beat of his chest, he held his head high and said, good people start with me. Changba nodded and looked at Su Huizi. Director Su, look at this kid. Is he progressing fast? Co Haija poofed. It's really fast. This family of three, just a moment ago, was screaming and unrelenting, while now they are better behaved than grandchildren. Especially Xiong-jin, this bare child, just now was lawless, while now he had a knowing face, like a third-grade student. How it looks, how it's funny. She smiled appreciatively at Changba. Standing gardener, it seems that in the future, whenever you encounter a bare child, it must be handed over to you. Suddenly thinking of something, she leaned close to him and whispered something in his ear. Brother Changba, don't forget about me. Chapter 120, The Liquor of Licking Dogs, Licking God. How could Changba forget? They came here mainly to solve Su Huizi's problem. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Mi-fang had already come up with a smile and said with caution, Director Chang, you also know my identity. I'm not afraid to laugh at you when I say it. Our Mi family stomped their feet. The entire Magic City must tremble 3 times. There's also my younger brother, Ni Jianjun. That's even more of a rising superstar in the business world. And you're so famous that we've heard a lot about saving lives. Not to mention other things. I mean, it's definitely a fate that our family of 3 and you met today. Oh, I have an unfavorable request for your consideration. Changba didn't know what she had in her gourd, and asked her to tell him straight. It's like this. My son Jin has been weak and sickly since he was a child, and has often been bullied. As for me, I've always wanted to find him a godfather, but there's never been a suitable candidate. Mifang nodded her head and smiled. Headmaster Chang, this time you understand what I mean, don't you? Oh, you see, how is it? Upon hearing this, Su Huizi quietly touched Changba's hand, imploring him to agree. If you can be Xiong Jin's godfather, that means you can get involved with the Mi family, and in the future, there will still be things you can't handle in the Magic City. As the saying goes, there's not just fighting and killing in the jungle, there's also the human condition. Headmaster Chang, as long as you agree, the kindergarten's work in the future will be good too, right? Ikuro also softly reminded. She wasn't stupid. If she could become friends with Changba, then she could never become a mortal enemy. Having been screwed over and over again by Changba, that was really being screwed over. Changba looked at Mifang, then at her husband and son, and shook her head. We'll have to work together in the future. As for the matter of recognizing the godfather, forget it. How can that be? Mifang smiled curtly. Headmaster Chang, please give us a chance. Of course Changba wouldn't go to be a bare child's godfather. That would definitely be adding to his own problems. And once again refused. Don't say anything about that. I have no thoughts of having children as godchildren right now. Mifang smiled awkwardly and threw a look of help to his husband, signaling him to think of something. Mifang's husband would understand and nodded his head. Standing gardener, ha, I see what you mean. You don't want children as godchildren. Do you want adults as godchildren? How about this? From now on, or should I call you godfather? Oh, godfather, what do you say? Once again, he was nodding and groveling, just about on his knees. Ah, Mifyun was dumbfounded. She wanted to ask her son to recognize Changba as his godfather and asked her husband to help her think of a way to do it, but he was good enough to get there first. She knows that her husband is a licking dog, as long as the rich and powerful he licked, has been honorable licking for decades, but now you cannot be so licking. She wanted to bust a gut. Paralyzed. Wimp, you don't have a father? Don't you have a father? You're competing with your son for a father? You call Changba godfather, so do I have to call him godfather too? We're in our 40s. And Changba's only 18 or 19. Aren't you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? Su Huizi and Bai Kuro looked on and were also taken aback, both looking at Mifang's husband in disbelief. Isn't this man's eating too ugly? Even if you are afraid of Changba and want to flatter Changba, you can't just recognize your father. Is your dad dead? Or does Changba look like your dad? It's too much, isn't it? Isn't this one too soon? Changba was also surprised. I've seen dog licking. I've never seen dog licking like this. He looked at Mifang's husband with a loving look. So who? We just met and I don't know your name yet. You call me godfather, isn't it? Godfather. My name is Bear Unrepentant. Mifang's husband, that is, Xiangbu Xie, laughed and introduced himself. Godfather. Truth be told, you look like my own father when he was young. That's why I called you godfather. Godfather, if I call you like this, don't you think it's a bit abrupt? Then, why don't I just call you Dad? Put. Xiao Haijo was about to throw up. It's so true that if you're not embarrassed yourself, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Bai Kuro couldn't stop shaking her head, her modesty shattered. As a perverted instructor, she had never seen what kind of people, but today, Xiongbu Xia had taught her a lesson. The name of this lesson is one word, lick. It's no longer possible to describe him as a licking dog. If we were to give him another nickname, it would be Licking God. Mifang, on the other hand, rolled up her white eyes and was about to faint. I've seen dog licking. I've never seen dog licking like this. Xiangbu Shui, you call him father directly. Are you still thinking of taking him home to live directly with your mother? Father, Daddy won't kill you. She really didn't dare to think that she had gotten herself into such a dog-licking husband. Godfather, if you don't say yes, I'll kneel down. Bear Unrepentant fainted trying to get to his knees. Good. Changba could only accept it. When someone else calls a father, you can't just not agree to it, and smiled gratefully at Xiongbu Xie. Since you're so sincere, then I'll fulfill you. Thank you, Godfather. Thank you, Father. Xiongbu Xue looked like he had won the lottery and loved it so much that he pushed Mifang's shoulder. Wife, quickly call father. Our relatives are here. Call out. Call Nima. What the hell? Mifang's eyes went black and she wanted to headbutt him. Now it's not called Godfather, is it? Xiongbu Xia has recognized Changba as his godfather, but if she called her godfather, she couldn't do it. She couldn't afford to lose face. A moment of dilemma. No need to scream. Changba gently patted Mifang's shoulder. Daughter-in-law, let me ask you something. Daughter-in-law? Mifang was extremely awkward when she heard this title, but she had to smile bitterly without nodding her head. Her husband is his godson. There's no problem with him calling it that. This whole thing, daughter-in-law, Mi Jianjun is your own brother, right? Right. As in fake. Does your brother listen to you? That's for sure. My brother didn't get where he is today because I advised him and I pulled strings for him. Mifang said here, patting up her ribs like chest. You can say this. Without me, without my connections, there would not be my brother today. Although our Mi family is a big family, its influence is not as strong as it used to be, and without me, then our Mi family would be in shambles. Bear Unrepentant added with a grin. Godfather, you don't know. Your daughter-in-law is capable of a lot. When I think about it, when I was young, it was definitely a flower of socialization. Get out. Mifang opened him with a punch. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Now she didn't even want to see this lickspill, and after pushing him away, she gave Changba a curt smile. You tell me, what do you want me to do? That's right. Changba patted Su Huizi's shoulder once. This is our kindergarten's assistant director and my friend, called Su Huizi. Your brother likes her and her little sister and wants one of them, and they don't want to be with him, and I for one don't agree. Lift your foot, step on a rock, and put a little pressure on your foot. Boom! The stone exploded like a firecracker, splattering a cloud of dusty mist. The dusty mist splattered Changba's loafers dirty. Mifang and Xiong Bushua were both startled, as if they were afraid of firecrackers blowing up their feet. Baikaru took an involuntary step back. No one else could see it, but she could. Changba just stepped on it so lightly and the stone exploded. That means he has extremely strong internal strength, and she was far from being able to match it. Unlikely. Xiong Bushua rebuked up in dissatisfaction. Godfather's woman. Mi Jianjun also dares to covet. Call him. Well. Mifang scrambled to pull out her cell phone. Su Huizi's eyes went cold. Let me remind you all that I am not the woman of the Evergardeners. Xiong Buxia laughed, squeezing his eyebrows and nodding his head. Understood. Everyone. Co Haijao swooned. The shameless lickspill is better off talking than not talking at all. Little brother, I'm going to ask you something, and you're going to answer honestly. Mifyun called through with a serious look on her face. What's up, sis? The caller asked. Are you in love with Co Haijao, the assistant director of the genius kindergarten, and her little sister? Yeah. What's up? Stop. There are no fragrant grasses under the sky. Why do you have to love a single flower? From now on, you can't harass the Su Huizi sisters. There was silence on the phone. Do you hear me? Mifang scolded. No. The caller responded without hesitation. I can't do this thing. Chapter 121. I've never seen such a young and beautiful godmother. Mifang raised her eyebrows, glanced at Changba with awe, and shouted angrily into her cell phone. Why not? Because I love them, and I have no regrets in this life if I can marry the sisters. The phone answered. Regret your ass. Do you want to die? Mifang yelled. Do you know who they belong to? We can't afford to be offended. I'm warning you. If you listen, I'll help you develop with all my heart. If you don't listen, I won't care about you from now on. You can't use any of my connections. The phone was silent again. After 2 minutes, the caller asked, Sis, who is that person? In Magic City, there are still people we can't afford to offend? Who do you think you are? There are plenty of people we can't afford to mess with. Mifang roared at the top of her voice. If you don't listen, I'll cut ties with you. I'll ask my brothers and sisters to disown you. The phone was silent once again. It took a full 3 minutes before he spoke. Sis, I can promise you that, but you have to promise me something too. You say, I wanted to get that piece of land in Longhu, but that piece of land has already been gotten by the Su family. No problem. I'll take care of this. Okay, sis, I promise. Mifang was relieved to get these words and covered her cell phone, giving Changba a curt smile and nodding her head to hear what he had to say. Changba was uneasy and made a request. You tell him to send a message to Keiko and her family and make a pledge. Yes. Mifang nodded and immediately made another request to Mi Jianjun to do it immediately. Co Haijao pulled out her cell phone and turned it on, keeping her eyes on the screen. 3 minutes later, the message was received. It was a message from Mi Jianjun. Huizi, a twisted melon is not sweet. I won't force my beloved girl anymore. From now on, I won't bother you and your little sister. Su Huizi burst into hot tears at once and replied with 3 words, I know. Putting his cell phone away, he wrapped an arm around Chang Qiba and sobbed. Brother Changba, now my little sister and I are free. Thank you, really thank you. Sobbing, Changba smiled bashfully and gently patted her shoulder once. Alright, work in peace from now on. Mifang and Xiong Bushua both laughed as well, taking 2 bottles of mineral water and handing one to Changba and one to Su Huizi. Baiku Ro stood to the side. her heart souring, watching with a smile. I can't help but be convinced that people's Changba just have a way of doing things. Beat you up and you're on your knees. Godfather, look down there. A beautiful woman is walking up. Shong Bushua watched as a beautiful woman walked up below and reported to Changba. Changba took a look and his sword brows furrowed. It's Su Yuein. Walking up was instructor Su Evening Su. She covered her stomach and moved with difficulty as she walked up. Grass. Baikuro took a look and secretly screamed. This beauty was Changba's girlfriend, and she had just been sneak attacked and insulted by her, and now that she was coming up, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her next. Godfather, just now it was this beautiful girl, very arrogant. Xiong Bushua pointed at Su Yue Huang. Instructor Bai can't stand it and has already taught her a hard lesson. Look at her. She even dares to come up here. Changba gazed at Su Yeyang, his eyes filled with heartache, but did not move or speak. Su Huizi grunted and glared at Xiong Buxia. Do you know who the beautiful woman who walked up was? Who? Bear Unrepentant asked. Su Huizi replied loudly. She's Instructor Su, the girlfriend of the head of Chang Garden. Ah, Xiong Bushue was shocked. My godfather's girlfriend? So she's my future godmother? Scrambling his ass off to meet them. Godmother, we didn't know it was you just now. Don't mind if it's you. Mi Fang also panicked and greeted Su Yuehong in a panic. I just beat up my godfather's girlfriend. I'm not asking for trouble. This is ed up. Godmother, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry just now. Oops, we're guilty. The two families were so sorry that they were about to burst into tears. Su Yu Evening walked over with great effort because she wanted to see her grandmother's grave. Seeing Mi Fang and Xiong Bushua running over, with a cry of a godmother, and not being able to stop apologizing, froze. Call me godmother? These two are over 40 years old. Calling me godmother? Just now they were bullying people. Now they're calling me godmother? Are you out of your mind? Or are you having a fever? She was too dazed to imagine that this was real. Agu, I mild godmother alas. Just now is a misunderstanding the family does not recognize the family. Agu, I mild godmother alas. Mi Fang took Su Yu Evening's hand, rare as it was. Xiong Buxi even nodded his head and observed Su Yueho's face, ready to kneel down and apologize at any time. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen such a young and beautiful godmother. Kneeling to her is not only not shameful, it's one of life's great honors. Su Yu Evening was confused by the whole thing, and the more they called their godmother, the more confused their heads became. Finally reprimanded. Stop screaming and tell us what's going on with you. Mi Fang didn't dare to scream anymore, so she told the original story. That's right. We came here today to sweep the graves and clean up that Jiang Jinglan's grave on the way. My son was naughty, peed on the headstone and littered. As a result, our godfather, the head gardener, came over. He said that it was the tomb of his loved ones, and that it couldn't be destroyed, so he taught us to behave. Oh, so to say, we didn't dare to move in the end. Hearing this, Su Yu Evening understood something. Turns out it was Changba who was protecting her grandmother's grave. He had clashed with the couple, beat them to the punch, and made them have to call him godfather. At this moment, she instantly woke up. No wonder Changba went to help Su Huizi. It turns out that he was using the opportunity to help Xiao Haijia to protect her grandmother's grave. Because of the humiliation of Tombstone, he was worried that she would be sad if she saw it, which is why he refused her and didn't bring her here. For a moment, her heart surged. Hot tears welled up in his eyes all at once. Misunderstanding. Big misunderstanding. Once again, she misunderstands Changba and offers to break up with him. The more she thought about it, the more touched she was, the more sad she felt, and the more regretful she felt. She looked at Changba with tears in her eyes. Changba stood on a high place and also quietly looked at Su Yuehong. In this moment, he understood the system. The system was prescient in allowing him to help Su Huizi and not Su Yuehong. Godmother, come on, let's go up. Mi Fang smilingly assisted Su Yuein and walked towards the tombstone above. Noticing that Baikaru was still standing dumbfounded, she snarled, "You dead pervert. You dared to sneak up on Godmother just now. Roll over and apologize to Godmother." Xiong Bushue glared even more angrily at Baikuro and bellowed, "Being a military instructor, you think you're great? To put it nicely, you're an instructor. To put it badly, you're a dog for my little brother. My godmother is a golden branch, and one that can be touched by goods like you. Come here, kneel for my godmother." Chapter 122, Licking Dog of Licking Dogs. Bear child of bear children. Father and son join forces. Unbeatable under heaven. Baikuro was eclipsed and had no place to go. Run away? There's no chance of that. Kneeling to Su Yu Evening? She didn't think she could do it. But Bear Unrepentant's insults continued. "You dead pervert. You can be perverted in front of other people. How dare you in front of my beloved godmother? If you don't get down on your knees, I'll call my little brother. I'll call Power Leopard Security. You'll have no place in Magic City. You perverted female. Don't think you're so great just because you're an instructor. You're not even worthy of a shoe compared to my godmother. Why don't you kneel down? Baikaru's eyes were tightly closed, sweating profusely, and her breath was suffocating. I came here today to take it out on my two families, who watched when she made a move on Suyu Knight. Now it's a good thing that it's backwards. But, who called Bear Unrepentant a dog? He's not only a dog licker, he's a vicious dog. Baikuro could only bite her silver teeth and swallow in her stomach, shivering her legs and slowly kneeling down. Kneel down for Suyue Hong. How do you kneel? Xiong Buxi yelled again. What do you want to do with your body pouting so high? Do you want to pout on my godfather's face? The bear boy, Xiong Jin, yelled after him. You pervert. Just trying to seduce my god-grandfather. You don't think I'm too young to understand, do you? When Baikuro heard this, she was even more ashamed and wanted to burrow into the grass next to her. Changbo wanted to laugh. Really don't say. This godson and godgrandson really have a knack for it. Just by relying on one mouth, they were able to scold Baikuro to death. Suyu Evening didn't want to see Baikuro even for a second now and coldly said, "Get lost and don't let me see you again." Baikuro sneered and laughed, a face deformed to the point of frightening. Letting out a deep breath, he shook his legs and slowly climbed to his feet. Snap! Bear Unrepentant rushed forward and gave her a heavy smack in the mouth. Still not convinced, are you? Baikalo stumbled at the blow and gave him an angry glance. Don't be a bully. Snap! Bear Unrepentant waved his hand and slapped another big mouth. You're paralyzed. Who's bullying people? You brought people here to dig up people's ancestral graves, and you sneak up on people. Now you're saying I'm a bully? Snap! Another mouthful. Shoot her. Beat her to death. Xiong Jin, the bear child, suddenly pointed at Baikuro and once again followed, yelling, "Bullying my father's godmother is bullying my godmother. Beat her to death. Charge up and throw a jab to Baikalo's calf." Baikaru was absent. It's impossible to run into this father and son. The father is an evil dog, and with a dog's son, who beckons, bowed to Su Yeye Evening, bowed to Changba, and bowed to Xiong Busie's family. There's no way out. Today, I ran into Xiong Busie's father and son, and I really couldn't do anything about it. One is the liquor of liquors, the other is the bear of bears, and father and son are unbeatable together. Baikaru bowed and then apologized and then bowed again before finally waddling down the path. Look at her expression and movements, like a drunken walking corpse. She'd been through too many storms, but the one she'd just been through was the one that really hit home for her. If I were to describe it in 4 words, it would be a bloodbath. Once in the car, she caught her breath and craned her head, purposely looking at someone with cannibalistic eyes. It wasn't Xiong Bushue who was watching, but another person, Changba. Just now, even though Changba hadn't said anything to her, much less done anything to her, he was the biggest boss. Without Changba today, she wouldn't have been humiliated, wouldn't have been in such a sorry state, and wouldn't have been so disgraced. Changba, you wait. You gave me such a great gift. I will definitely return the favor. Just drive away. The phone suddenly vibrated. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from Mi Jianjun. A headache. She knew what he was going to ask and turned 2 corners before clicking away. Mi Jianjun, what's going on? Why did my sister force me not to disturb Haijasio? Baikaru didn't know how to answer, but she had to make a reply, thinking about the wording for a moment before pulling over to the side and making a reply. Mr. Me, I'll be straightforward. Don't be angry. Your sister and brother-in-law did that under Changba's coercion, and they have already recognized Changba as their godfather. Mi Jianjun, impossible. I just investigated that kid Changba, but he's just a freshman at Mordor University. Baikalo, he's also the director of the gifted kindergarten. Mi Jianjun, so what? My sister and brother-in-law would recognize someone less than 20 years old as their godfather? Slip of the tongue. Baikuro sneered. You still don't know your brother-in-law's behavior? Your sister wanted Xiong to recognize Changba as her godfather, but your brother-in-law did well and grabbed Changba as his godfather. Mi JJ, it's not true that Bear Unrepentant is a dog licker, but this whole thing is unbelievable. Baikuro's face was full of bitterness. Boss, you don't know how powerful this person is until you come into contact with him. Once again, she left a message. The anti-normal bully is so arrogant that your sister and brother-in-law have basically been taken over by him. Mi Jianjun, you contact Cheng Hui and ask him to take care of him, or else the Cheng family won't want to hang around in Mordor. Baikuro's spirit was greatly energized, and she replied with 2 words, received. She also thought about it, letting Cheng Hui and Changba fight to the death, and Cheng Hui would never stop until his evil vengeance was unavenged, and would definitely fight Changba to the death. She then messaged Cheng Hui to explain the situation. Cheng Hui only sent 8 short words, if Changba doesn't die, the Magic City will not be peaceful. The gale has stopped. Once again the cemetery became quiet. Changba. Suyu Evening jumped headlong into Changba's arms and cried bitterly. thanks to you today, or Grandma's grave. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you again. I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, I trust you. Woo woo, Changba shook his head. Evening sister, you're still mistaken. Actually, I brought garden director Su out to do some work, and I didn't think that Grandma's tomb would be vandalized. Changba, please don't say anything. Su Yuahuan cried once again. I understand now that you do everything for my sake. Ooh-hoo. Burrowing into Changba's arms, he cried fiercely. Changba, do you forgive me? Changba laughed. Silly big sister, what do I have to forgive or not? You're my beloved woman. You're capricious in front of me. What can I do? Besides, the dog system bound us both. Can I not forgive you? He gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Alright, don't talk about forgiveness or not. I bought some paper money. Burn some for Grandma. Aha. Suyueho sobbed and nodded her head, wiping her tears with the back of her hand and pulling his hand. Changba, I want you to kneel down for Grandma as well. Changba then knelt down. Great Grandma, we kowtow to you too. Show us your spirit and protect us. Bear Unrepentant pulled Nifong and knelt down as well. Xiong Jin followed suit, kneeling down and pretending to kowtow. Su Huizi followed suit and knelt down. If you don't look at Suyu Evening's face, you have to look at Changba's face. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. Chapter 123 Increased Kidney Function and Harnessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. The host has completed another mission. Please accept the reward together. The host's eyesight of 1.5 is now improved to 3.0. The host's height has increased again, reaching 1 meter 86. The host's hearing has improved to 0.5 decibels. Host's kidney function increases. Guaranteed 7 times a night. The host has gained another new skill, the art of harnessing. After the host is hypnotized, you can use the harnessing technique. Changba's heart blossomed, and he accepted it as it was. Dog system, there are times when it makes me happy. The vision is farther away and clearer. Sure enough, the vision improved. Look at the legs. The pants have become 7/4 length pants with all the ankles showing. Sure enough, the height gained. Feel the abdomen. A hot current swirling around, as if another mysterious force was leaping to life. Oh, I'm looking forward to 7 times a night. As for the harnessing technique, Changba is even more excited to see who will be the first person I harness. When he thought that on top of possessing kung fu and medical skills, he possessed 100 poisons, hypnotism, recovery, and now driving arts, he was even more pleased with himself. Invincible, invincible, invincible from now on. Godfather, what do you think the people down there should do? Is it to ask the great-grandmother to manifest her spirit? After everyone stood up, Bear Unrepentant pointed down to the group of still sleeping hulks below. Changba then remembered them and thought to himself, don't I know how to harness magic now? Why don't I give it a try? Loudly, he said. Grandma quickly manifests her spirit and tells you all to get off one by one. Before the voice fell, a group of big men all started to roll down. It's just rolling. Solid roll. One by one, they all scrambled and rolled toward the bottom, looking like they were doing some kind of training. Changba watched them all roll down to the avenue below and gave the order once more. Grandma continues to show her spirit, telling them to get up and return the way they came. The command was given, and once again the group below moved. One by one, they climbed up and all walked on like puppeteers, their faces expressionless and their movements stiff. Upon walking to an SUV, they rode in the car and drove in the car, disappearing cleanly in no time. Changba nodded his head. This driving technique was good. Grandma can really manifest? Suyu Evening's almond eyes were rounded, looking at Changba and then at her grandmother's tombstone, not daring to imagine. If it's not Grandma manifesting, what could it be? Su Huizi also stared wide-eyed. It seems like Grandma is just protecting us. Mom, why do I feel like they were like ghosts just now? Xiong Jin looked at Mifong with trepidation. Mifong was so scared that she trembled and covered his mouth in a panic. Don't talk nonsense. The dark clouds thickened. A light rain fell from the sky. Rain and fog flooded the area of the cemetery. Xiong Jin looked around even more alarmed and clung to his mom's arm. Changba swept a glance at Bear Unrepentant and quietly used the harnessing technique once again. Lick dog. Kick your son. Xiong Buxia immediately raised his foot and kicked Xiong Jin in the ass. Ghosts. Xiong Jin scurried up in fear. Mifong was also startled and scrambled to put her arms around her son again, glaring fiercely at Xiong Buxia. What are you kicking your son for? You lickspittle? Bear Unrepentant also don't know what's going on. The heart is weak. Snappy smile. Suddenly feeling chilled, and feeling that this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, he stood towards Changba's side and smiled curtly. Godfather, why do I feel so cold? Why don't we go down for a meal? Changba was just about to do that and put his arm around Su Yueho and Su Huizi's shoulders as he walked towards the side path. Come on, two sisters, it's time for us to go down the mountain. Shelley's acupuncture. an all-women's acupuncturist's acupuncture clinic. Inside a VIP room, Cheng Hui lay on his back on the bed, squinting as he received physical therapy from the acupuncturist. The acupuncturist who gave him acupuncture was a young woman in a white lab coat with a coiled braid, unadorned and clean, with a slightly bulging belly. She kept a suitable distance from the bed. She put Cheng Hui's pigtails aside and applied the disinfectant to his back. Shelly, how long have you been doing this? It's been 20 years. The acupuncturist named Shweli replied softly. Cheng Hui laughed. How old are you? 20 years? I grew up learning acupuncture from my father and have been able to needle people since I was 8 years old. Shweli picked up the needle set and prepared to enter the needle, quietly observing a glance at Cheng Hui. She and Cheng Hui were just acquaintances, having never crossed paths before, and Cheng Hui had never been here for acupuncture. In the evening, Suyuchi called her and asked her to receive Cheng Hui before she prepared a VIP room for him. Speaking of which, it was usually her disciples who received clients. It was only when she encountered guests of honorable status that she personally manipulated them. Tonight Cheng Hui was here, and she knew he was up to no good. Shweli, you know Changba, right? Cheng Hui suddenly asked. Shweli pinched the silver needle, ready to execute the needle. Heard the name Changba, the silver needle immediately fixed in the air. Frequent fighter. Of course she knew this man. On that day, at the entrance of the genius kindergarten, Changba pulled out 3 banners, causing a sensation and making the entrance to the kindergarten waterlogged. She also took that opportunity to secretly give Changba a hard shot with a poison needle. With that shot, she used so much force that it felt like it hit his femur. But, Changba's skin was so thick that he didn't even react. I don't know how long it took before he felt the pain and reacted. She was sure he would die from the poison and die an extremely painful death. Who knew that in the end nothing would happen? He even had his arms around 2 beautiful sisters he was heckling. It shocked her, more than anything else. Why? Why didn't Changba die? Now that Cheng Hui suddenly mentioned this person, she knew that Su Yueqi had already told him the relevant situation. She grimaced and clenched her teeth. Good Su Yueqi, how dare you not know how to keep a secret? The secret of her assassination of someone else. Su Yueqi surprisingly revealed it to someone else as well. Damn, Shweli, you don't need to think too much. Su Yueqi is my friend. We share interests. Cheng Hui stretched out his hand, picked up a briefcase next to him, opened it and took out a bank card, placing it on the tea table next to him. Help me to take care of Changba again. After the matter is accomplished, you with this card and your family can immigrate to foreign countries to retire in peace. Zeri froze for a moment, glancing at the bank card. She didn't know how much money was in this bank card, but she had a hunch that there was much more money in it than Su Yueji had given her, and that she and her family wouldn't be able to spend it all in her lifetime. She knows how many people she has assassinated, and has thought about her future and that of her family, and how only by emigrating abroad can they have true safety and peace of mind. But, at the moment, her mind was racing. Against Changba, she didn't have that confidence. She used to be able to keep her mind still no matter what target she was aiming at. To Changba, she was inexplicably panicked, even frightened. The reward Cheng Hui offered was tempting, but what about failure? I'm not afraid of anything. At the thought, she just squinted at the bank card, didn't say a word, and continued to roll the needle. Zeri, I'll give you time. A week, a month will do. Cheng Hui got down and closed his eyes confidently. You can investigate and wait until the conditions are ripe. Shweli frowned, a bitter smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth as she gently shook her head. Mr. Chang, I'm pregnant and can't move easily, so you should hire someone else. Cheng Hui laughed. The laugh was grim. Shweli, do you think you can evade it? Chapter 124, Should I meddle in my brother's family affairs? Shweli's eyes changed as she subconsciously stretched out a hand, ready to grab Cheng Hui's neck. As soon as she used her inner strength, she could pinch him off with a click. It just jerked to a stop when it reached the top of his neck. This man, the eldest young man of the Chang clan, was not to be harmed casually. What's more, if he's here, there must be bodyguards outside, and she should never act rashly. And, come as you are. Contemplating for a moment, he said, Mr. Chang, aren't you familiar with Power Leopard Security? At the mention of Power Leopard Security Company, Cheng Hui gritted his teeth and his face turned ugly. Truth be told, I have the ability to reach out to the best of the best in there, but the time isn't right yet. Isn't Baikalo a friend of yours? That Baya. Cheng Hui laughed coldly. Nominally, she's the head instructor of Power Leopard Security or something, but in reality, she's just a small coach. She's nothing compared to you. Shweli was silent. I know you're pregnant, and the more you are, the less you can draw suspicion. Cheng Hui added. Make your plan. Shweli knew she couldn't shrug it off, so she only nodded her head. Success. I can do it again. But let's start with the other one first. That way only we can do it all. By Saturday, after breakfast, Changba drove his Bentley with his two roommates, Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigo, to the Longqing neighborhood to visit Pang Guan and his little sister. Pang Still, a girl who had been abducted, had been rescued for a few days, and they decided to pay a visit. Long Yamin and Pang Guan were also on good terms, following Changba on the same trip and sitting in the co-pilot. Just after driving out of the university gate, Xia Yifu called, "Little brother, I got breakfast, where are you?" "I just came out to eat a little bit while taking a few classmates to Pang Guan's house to visit his little sister." "You guys eat," Changba replied. Xia Yifu urged, "Drive slowly on the road and come back early." Changba replied with an acknowledgement and hung up the phone. In less than 2 minutes, the cell phone rang once again, and it was Suyu Evening calling. "Sister Fu bought back breakfast. Why don't you hurry back and eat?" "I just came out to eat a little bit while taking a few classmates to Pang Guan's house to visit his little sister." "So you guys eat," Changba repeated his reply. Suyu Evening grunted. "You went out. Why didn't you ask me for leave? It's not like it's military training. It's Saturday, hey big sis." Changba shook his head. "It's not military training, so you can go out without saying hello to me?" Suyu Evening droned. "You come back here now. I have an arrangement in the morning." A command was given, startling Long Yamin and her two classmates to look at each other in disbelief. Changba's head was big. "I've already made an appointment with Pang Guan and the others, and they're on their way now, so they'll go back after the visit. I'll send you a message and you message me back." The phone hung up. Changba glanced at WeChat and waited for Suyu Evening to send a message. "Bully, is your girlfriend too strict with you?" Du Jiawi spoke sourly. "Yes brother Ba, you're not even allowed to come out on Saturdays. If it were me, I'd just dump a girlfriend like that." Wu Zhigo chimed in. Changba didn't say anything, scanning his cell phone screen every now and then. "Don't eat grapes and say they're sour. You too." Long Yimin glanced at them. "Don't you understand what Instructor Su means? Telling her to accompany her on Saturday. Look at this and that and say, look at Ba going out and both goddesses calling him, and then look at you guys." Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigo smiled awkwardly, both casting envious and jealous glances towards Changba, saying what is not true. When others Ba went out, two goddesses cared about him, while they, or poor single dog. Changba's cell phone vibrated. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Suyu Evening. "Changba, you should not go to Pang Guan's house." He replies with a question mark. "Suyu Evening, some of my classmates told me privately that Pang Guan's mom and dad have an emotional rift, and the atmosphere in his house is tense right now. That's why I won't let you go over there. You can't control it. Besides, we don't have time to meddle in their family affairs. Changba, I won't care about the others, but I have to care about Pang Guan. He's my roommate and my brother." Suyu Evening sent out a sneering emoji. "You've only known each other for a few days, and he's become your brother? Changba, you've only known me for a few days. How come you're my girlfriend?" Suyu Evening sent an angry emoji. "Changba, not listening to the words of the old man is not enough. I still have something very important to do today. You have to accompany me there." Changba's head was big. "It's halfway there now, and besides, he's already told Pang Guan, and Pang Guan has told his little sister, so if he doesn't go, what's the point?" He made a reply. "Evening sister, I've already made a deal with them. How can you not keep your word? I'll take a look and go back. Wait for me." Suyu Evening sent a helpless expression. "Next time, pay attention to safety on the road. I will wait for you." Changba smiled and replied with a heart. "Thanks wife. I love you." Suyu-won, get lost. Changba put down his cell phone and shook his head once more. It's a lot of pressure to have an instructor's girlfriend who's so delicate. Almost at Chang'an Avenue, the cell phone vibrated again. Changba took a look, and it was a message from Miss Binbin. "Master, I have scanned the entire Dragon City neighborhood, as well as Pang Guan's home, and advised Master not to go over there." Originally, they were all communicating by voice, but now Miss Binbin sent a message stating that there were some words that couldn't be heard by Long Yamin and her two roommates. Changba replied by asking, "Why?" "Miss Binbin, Instructor Su reminded you that Pang Guan's family just has problems. It's hard for a clean officer to solve a family matter, so it's better for you not to go." "Changba, I didn't ask you to tell me what to do. I just wanted you to give me information." "Miss Binbin, roger that, Master, and I'm all things considered. For the Master's sake." Miss Binbin sent another one. "Pang Guan's dad is called Pang Feng, a beautiful man who already has a girlfriend after breaking up with Pang Guan's mom, Lu Miling." Miss Binbin then sent another one. "The girlfriend's name is Shueli, the owner of Shueli Acupuncture Center, and she is pregnant." Miss Binbin followed up with another one. "The Pang Guan siblings want mom and dad to remarry, and are on their knees begging mom and dad, especially dad, and dad's girlfriend is pregnant." Miss Binbin continued to send a message. "After you go, Pang Guan will definitely beg you bitterly to help them." Then the question arises, "Master, how do you help in this matter? How do you manage it?" Changba thought about it and drove at a plummeting speed. "If you want to help Pang Guan, You have to force Pangwan's dad to break up with his pregnant girlfriend. Let's not help Pangwan. He's a roommate and a brother. Miss Binbin sent a message again, Master. You've already done them a huge favor by helping them save Pang still. Please think twice. Master. Changba thought about it. Although Pangwan was a roommate and a brother, it was better for him to stay out of his own domestic affairs. Every family has a difficult scripture, and it's better to let them read it as a family. He drove into the left lane and hit his left turn signal for a U-turn. How do we turn around? Buster? Go back? Long Yimin asked. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao both looked at Changba as well. Go back. When they reached the intersection, Changba turned the steering wheel to make a U-turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. Has the host been waiting for a new mission for a long time? Now the system will satisfy the host. Please, host, help Pangwan's parents remarry within a day. Chapter 125. Long Yimin complained. Instructor Su was furious. What? Changba slammed his foot on the brake, startling Long Yimin and the others. Dog system, you're not following the rules again, are you? Pangwan's family affairs are not good. Ing asked me to help his parents remarry. Are you crazy? Prizes for completing the mission. Failed mission to get White Foam pregnant with your child. Several million grass mud horses in Changba's heart galloped toward the system. That six-fingered girl, White Foam, had left too deep an impression on him. She had bullied him once in a hospital bed. He shuddered to think that the system hadn't forgotten about her and was thinking about getting her pregnant with his child. Once she was pregnant with his child. Once she came to the door with a big belly. What the hell? He had no choice but to accept the mission and once again hit the turn signal to make a U-turn. Still driving towards the Dragon City neighborhood. What's going on, bully? Why did you turn around again? Long Yimin frowned her eyebrows, her face full of doubts. Both Takai Fei and Wu Zhigao also asked what's going on. Forgot one thing and wanted to go back for it, so I thought I'd wait until I'd been to Pankyuan's house. Changba explained, mentally cursing the dog system a few more times. As he was driving, his cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Pangwan calling. He put on his headphones and answered the phone. Bah, are you here? Pangwan asked. Coming. Changba glanced at Long Yimin and the others. I'll take Yimin, as well as Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao. Long Yimin, Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao all greeted Pangwan on the phone. Yes, Pangwan's spirit lifted. Bah, when you come, talk to my father. He has never agreed to remarry my mom. You tell your dad he has to remarry. Changba spoke in a decisive tone. These are my Changba's words. No matter what, he must remarry unconditionally. The mission has been next. Don't say it's Pangwan's dad. It's the King of Heaven. He has to take him down. Hearing this, Long Yimin's almond eyes rounded up at once. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao also stared at Changba, shaking their heads uncontrollably. That's too crazy, isn't it? Everyone knows that Pangwan's dad already has a girlfriend. Now you can force him to remarry? Will he say yes? If he doesn't say yes, you kill him? Seeing Changba hang up the phone, Long Yimin got anxious. Brother Ba, it's not good to interfere with Pangwan's mom and dad's relationship like this, is it? Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao both asked the same. Changba smiled bashfully. Don't worry, I have my reasons for doing this. Eminence Long disagreed. Whatever the reason, she didn't agree with it. Emotional things can't be forced or it's not good for anyone. She shook her head, observing the intersection ahead of her. When it came to the edge of the intersection on Culture Road, she unbuckled her seatbelt. Brother Ba, I still have things to do. I can't accompany you over there. I'll go down first. Going there would be self-defeating, and she didn't want to see that situation, and gestured to a parking spot in front of her, signaling him to pull over. Changba didn't force it, and secretly asked Miss Binbin to open the door for her. Miss Binbin reminded gently, Master, the people sent by Changhui have been following Long Yimin. Once she gets off the bus, she might be in danger. Changba took a glance through the rearview mirror towards the back and didn't find any suspicious vehicles, but he trusted Miss Binbin. At this moment, Long Yimin's safety was most important, and she must not give Changhui any chance. Emin, we agreed to go together, and I told Pangwan that you're going too. How could you get off the bus in the middle of the day? I have something urgent. Sorry, I can't accompany you there. Long Yimin pushed up the car door with force, but no matter how much force was put into it, it wouldn't push. Pa, please stop the car and open the door. Changba repeated, we'll go together. I just said that I'm in a hurry. Long Yimin droned. Bah, Emin wants to get off, so let her down. Yeah, let's not hold her up. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao both persuaded Changba one by one not to force himself. Changba was still a dime a dozen and insisted on bringing Long Yimin over. Long Yimin got angry. Bah, you're not stopping, are you? I'll call Instructor Su. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao take a look and once again persuade Changba. It doesn't look good when people get upset because of this, and Changba still refused. I'm not going to stop the car. If you want to call Instructor Sue, go ahead. That's what you said. Long Yamin took out her cell phone and opened it up, looking for Su Yu Evening's phone number. Emin, don't. Do Jiawei and Wu Zhigao both waved their hands at Long Yamin? We can't let Instructor Sue know about this. When she came here just now, Instructor Sue had already called Changba and told him not to mind his own business. Now if she heard that Changba was forcing Pangwan's parents to remarry, wouldn't she be furious? Long Yamin grabbed her cell phone and looked at Changba. Brother Ba, you also know that I am good-tempered, and I never want to get upset with others. I don't want to fall out with you because of this. Please stop the car. I'll go down. Changba gripped the steering wheel and stared ahead. I told you, I don't know how to park, so if you want to call, you can call. Long Yamin bit her lower lip, nodded, and called Su Yu Evening's phone. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao looked and panicked, both shaking their heads at her. Emin, don't call, or listen to Ba. As you know, Bully always does things with no surprises. Humph. Long Yamin glared at them. You two are just licking dogs. I have to make this call. As he spoke, the phone was already on, and Su Yu Evening's voice came out from inside. Min, aren't you accompanying Changba to a classmate's house? Calling for something? Well, this. Long Yamin hesitated for a moment. She also knew the consequences of making this call, and not wanting to see the image of Changba and Su Yaya Evening having a conflict. She looked at Changba again. As long as Changba was willing to stop now, then she still wouldn't say anything. But Changba's tone was still light. Just be truthful. That's what you said. Long Yamin glanced at him and said into her cell phone, Instructor Sue, I want to tell you off. Sue Yu Evening froze. Sue who? Long Yamin glanced at Changba. Sue brother Ba. Don't you worship Changba? Why are you suing him? Su Yu Evening laughed. Long Yamin's face was hot. Instructor Sue, I don't want to sue him either. But I was forced to do so. Su Yuehong asked her to speak boldly. Long Yamin told the original story. Instructor Sue, it's like this. Didn't Ba take us to Pangwan's house? Halfway there, Pangwan called and wanted Ba to help his parents remarry. And his dad already has a girlfriend. And his dad doesn't want to remarry and wants to live with his girlfriend. But Ba disagreed, and asked Pangwan to relay a message to his dad, demanding that they must remarry, saying that he was in charge of this matter. I advised him not to interfere in other people's relationships and was so angry that I had to get off the bus in the middle of the day, but he wouldn't tell me to get off. Finish in one breath and listen to what Su Yaya said. Du Jiawei and Wu Zhigao's hearts thumped up, and they both looked at Changba with trepidation. This is now a big deal. Sure enough, a chirpy voice from Su Yu Evening was heard on the phone. Put that asshole Changba on the phone. Chapter 126, It's all my fault for being incompetent and recognizing such a person as my godson. Ba, Instructor Sue wants you to answer the phone. Lonjaman pressed the speakerphone and held out her cell phone, placing it toward Changba's ear. Changba, what are you doing? Just now you said you were going to visit your classmates and I agreed. Now you go and interfere in other people's parents' marriage and love life. What can I say about you? Come back. You get back here now. Su Yu Evening's voice was a bellow, and it was also tinged with anger. Changba was still staring ahead, his tone bland. Instructor Sue, this matter has nothing to do with you. Take a good rest at school. You talk nonsense. Su Yu Evening's voice was higher. You interfered in other people's love life. What about other people interfering in your and my love life? You say this matter has nothing to do with me? Finally a river roar. Come back. Get back here now. Changba shook his head and cursed the dog system again. Now he didn't want to go to Pangwan's house either. The problem was that the dog system was so bad that now the arrow had to be sent. Instructor Sue, don't get excited. I have my own opinion on this matter. Okay, that's it. Giving Long Emin a look, she signaled her to hang up the phone. Can I not be excited? For your information, my aunt came over today and wanted to meet you. I was about to tell you about this, and you even left without saying hello. Su Yu Evening asked. You say, is it your classmates' parents' feelings that are important now, or our feelings? Changba knew deep down that of course it was his and Su Yaya's relationship that mattered. The problem is that he only has one day. Failure to complete the task has serious consequences. Instructor Sue, I'll definitely go over there when I'm done with this side of things. That's it. He grabbed the cell phone from Emin Long's hand, thinking about hanging up. Long Emin reacted quickly, wrapping her arms around him and glaring at him. You don't listen to Instructor Sue either, do you? Changba didn't say anything and was focused on driving. Min, tell me where your classmate lives. Su Yu Evening droned. Long Min replied. Longcheng neighborhood. We'll be there soon. Got it. I'm on my way. The phone hung up. Changba had a black line. It was already difficult to deal with Pangwan's mom and dad's emotional problems. Wouldn't it be even more difficult when Su Yu Evening came? Brother Ba, once Instructor Sue arrives, you can imagine the consequences. Long Emin gently issued a warning. Changba didn't respond and continued to drive. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. The host has a new mission. Rolling. Dog system. Changba wanted to yell at the dog system. That mission hadn't even been completed, and it came out of nowhere with a new one. Is this out of order, out of madness? Host, please tell Su Yuehong to propose to you in January, before the Chungyang festival. What? What did you say? Changba is going to blow up. I have a very difficult task ahead of me and I'm trying to figure out how to accomplish it. You're good. You're setting up a new task. Or an even more daunting one. Are you sick in the head? Are you crazy? Complete the mission and get a big reward. Mission failed. Host transsexualized. How dare you think of giving your master a sex change? Dog system. Changba had no choice but to take on the new mission. Think about completing this task while completing the last one. There was a lot of pressure, but with pressure comes motivation. He secretly gave himself a pep talk. The Dragon City neighborhood is here. 1 hour and 35 minutes later, Long Yimin pointed to an upscale residential community in front of her. Brother Ba, when we reach the entrance of the community, I can get off and leave, right? Changba shook his head. You can't get out of the car. Come in with me. Why? Long Yimin got angry, her almond eyes glaring. Brother Ba, have you ever felt that you are going overboard? Du Jiaowei and Wu Zhigao also felt that Changba had gone too far, and together they chimed in. Brother Ba, Emin wants to leave, so just let her go. Changba responded with a sentence. How I brought her here, and how I'm going to bring her back. Humph. Long Yimin was so angry that she turned sideways, her eyes glistening with tears. Speaking of which, she liked Changba very much and admired him very much. But what he was doing now made her unable to figure it out, and she was also very angry. The atmosphere in the car became somber. Miss Binbin drove to the front gate of the Longqing district. The security guards took a look at the luxury car and immediately released it. The car traveled more than 200 meters away when Changba slowed down and pointed to the right rearview mirror. Emin, look at the gate. Someone's getting out of a car. Longjimin glanced at the rearview mirror and turned again, looking toward the back of the car. Du Jiaowei and Wu Zhigao also turned around and looked towards the back of the car, only to see a few big men coming down from an SUV. Looking towards the inside of the Dragon City neighborhood, the arms of several big men were all left blue dragon and right white tiger. At a glance, it was clear that it was not a good person. Brother Ba, who are they? Long Yimin asked. Changba accelerated. They're all Chang Hui's men, following you. Do you think that you can get off alone? Long Yimin then understood the reason why he didn't let her get off the bus, and an apologetic smile blossomed all of a sudden on her face that was still angry just a moment ago. Ba, I'm sorry, I was a little capricious just now. Du Jiaowei and Wu Zhigao also smiled apologetically at Changba. They all had to admit that compared to Changba, they still lacked some fire. No matter what, if you doubt him, then you are absolutely wrong. Once again there was talk and laughter in the carriage. Pangwan's family lives in building 6, and Changba drove to the downstairs parking space and took them out of the car. Godfather. A call of affection came very suddenly from the side. Changba twisted his head and saw a middle-aged man with a balding head walking over quickly. It was the godson he had met in the cemetery of the Garden of Retention. That super-licking dog, Xiong Buriai, with a pocket of fruit in his hand. Changba didn't expect to meet this godson here. Godfather, how did you know I live in this neighborhood? Oh, come and visit me. Xiong Buxi nodded and smiled at Changba. Godfather, you didn't even greet me when you came to see me, so your daughter-in-law and I could greet you. Oh, come on, I'll take you to the house. Gesture respectfully. Godfather? Long Yimin, Du Jiaowei, and Wu Zhigao looked at Xiong Bushue and were all confused. A middle-aged man calling Changba godfather? And called it so smoothly? My classmate lives here. I came over to check it out. Changba pointed to building 6. Bear unrepentant then realized that it was not looking at him, and not embarrassed, laughed. I knew godfather came here for something. How could it be to visit me? I should be visiting your old man, shouldn't I? Oh, godfather, who is your classmate? I'll accompany you. No need. You get busy. Changba waved his hand and led Long Yimin and the others towards building 6. Long Yimin quietly glanced at Xiong Bushue, widened her eyes, and whispered, I know this person. He's Mi Jianjun's brother-in-law, and he's also a pretty bullish lord. Brother Ba, why is he calling you godfather? Du Jiaowei and Wu Zhigao were also incredulous and looked at Changba. Changba shook his head extremely helplessly and sighed. It's all my fault for being incompetent, accepting such a person as my godson, and telling them to laugh. Chapter 127, A Classmate's House. Depressing to the point of being devastating. Pangwan's family rented a 3-room, 2-bedroom house. To say the least, this is Pangwan's mom Lu Miling rented. Before it is their mother and son live here. Since his little sister Pang remained found, Pangwan's dad, Pang Feng, is temporarily living here as well. But, Pang Fong and Lu Miling don't live together. The 3 bedrooms were one for Pang Wan, one for Pang Fong, and one for Lu Miling and Pang Still. With Pang Still slowly getting better physically and mentally, Pang Fong thought about leaving this place and going back to his girlfriend. But Pang Wan and Pang Still were adamant that they would not agree, especially Pang Still, who cried and cried so much that she even threatened to die. The siblings have always held to the idea that mom and dad will remarry as soon as their little sister is found. Pang Fong had once promised Pang Wan, and for the time being, he had no choice but to hold on to his head. When the siblings were away, Pang Fong and Lu Miling quarreled. Slowly, the atmosphere in the house became either dull or tense. All in all, the atmosphere in the house was so depressing that it was crushing. This was the reason why Pang Wan asked Changba for help. When he learned that Changba had brought his classmates over, he walked up and down the hallway in front of the door, waiting anxiously for them. The only thing he could rely on now was Changba. Bully. As soon as he saw Changba walk out of the elevator, he rushed forward and gripped his hand tightly with hot tears. You're finally here. Another nod at Long Emin and the others. Changba patted his shoulder once and smiled bashfully. It's okay. I'll take care of this. Pang Wan now appreciated Changba's calm, confident demeanor and couldn't help but put his arm around his shoulders. Not to mention, with Changba around, he felt like he had a backbone and a backbone. For a moment, he wanted to cry, but held back. Now is not the time to cry. Bah! Pa! A flamboyant girl in a white dress ran out of the room, crying, and threw herself headlong into Changba's arms. Changba took a look. If it wasn't Pang Still, which one was it? I can't tell you. This little sister is getting cuter and cuter. It's just a lot of crying, a lot of tears, a lot of moving. Alright little sister, don't be sad. Ba is not here. Changba squatted down and stretched out his hands to wipe her face full of tears, wiping both hands with tears. It was good that Long Emin handed over tissues, otherwise this little sister would have been in tears. Seeing how sad she was, he all but secretly demanded that he must help this little sister. As the saying goes, help someone to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Bah! My parents won't remarry. Please help us, okay? Pang was still angling her little face, eyes full of pleading, her lips trembling as she cried. Changba wiped her tears once more, smiling and nodding. No problem. I'll take care of that. Pang still trusted Changba beyond measure. He had been able to save her from the demons, and she was sure he could help them this time as well. She looked at him with adoring eyes and nodded heavily, a smile appearing on her face for the first time. Brother Ba, if you can get my parents to remarry this time, I'll marry you when I grow up. Changba laughed out loud. This little girl has a sweet mouth. Little sister. Bully has a girlfriend. Long Yamin smiled at Pang Still. Pan Still said with a serious face. I don't care who his girlfriend is. I'll marry him then. Long Yamin and Changba looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. This little girl, too, was a naturally stubborn breed. Godfather. Just as Changba and Pang remained, they were about to walk into the living room. There was a sudden shout from behind. Changba turned around. Bear unrepentant. How come it's you again? Godfather, please come here for a moment while I say something. Xiong Buxi was still nodding his head with a look on his face. Changba told them to wait at the door and walked towards Bear unrepentant. Long Yamin, Pang Wan, and they glanced at Xiong Bushue and all smiled at each other. Why is this person such a... Calling Pa a godfather mustn't feel awkward either. It must be that bully's got him by the scruff of the neck. Yeah, well, otherwise he wouldn't have stooped so low. As a few people murmured softly, Changba and Bear unrepentant walked to the other end of the corridor. Godfather, I asked around and it turns out that your classmate Pang Guan's dad is Pang Fong. Xiong Bushue laughed. Truth be told, Pang Fong and I have known each other for a long time. We were fishing buddies a long time ago and later became sworn brothers. Changba realized that they still had this kind of relationship and watched him continue. Godfather, you are very busy. You must not have come over to visit them. If you believe your godson, tell me what the purpose of coming here is. Xiong Buxi smiled curtly. Godfather, I have no other intention. I just want to help you and relieve your worries. How can I say this? I am your godson. I have to fulfill my filial piety, right? Changba didn't trust this godson. Don't look at him with a sincere face, but in fact his heart was very bad. This guy called him godfather from the very beginning. He knew that this guy must have a request in his heart, and it's still a big deal. Up to now, though, the guy hadn't said anything yet. Bear unrepentant. I've already made the arrangements. No need to trouble you any further. Go about your business. Bear unrepentant stood still, clasped his palms together and gave him a bow. Godfather, I have not done anything for you, so give my son a chance. Please Godfather, give my son a chance. What? Are you still asking your son to kneel down for you? When Changba saw this, he thought that this guy couldn't harm himself, so he agreed. Okay, let me tell you about it. My classmate wanted to ask his parents to remarry, but Pang Fong wouldn't agree. I see. Xiong Bushue stood up with his head held high. Godfather, leave this matter to me. I'll go over and talk to Pang Feng. I don't believe that he dares not give me this face. Changba thought that this would be fine. Let Xiong Bushue play the vanguard. See how the result is, and then improvise. He called Pang Wan and the others over and told Xiong Buxie to go in first and talk to Pang Feng. But, Bear Unrepentant hadn't made it to the door when his cell phone rang. He pulled it out and answered the phone in a panic. Okay, I'm going now. Hanging up the phone, he returned at a brisk pace and headed for the elevator. While walking, he gave Changba an apologetic smile. Godfather, I have an urgent matter that I need to attend to immediately now. You wait for me. I'll be right back. Changba didn't force him to do anything and let him go on his errand. Just wondering in his heart, what kind of person, more cow than this godfather of his, scared Xiong Bushue and not dare to slack off in the slightest. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiong Buxie suddenly returned and quickly walked to Changba's side, wrapped his arm around his shoulder, and whispered into his ear. Godfather, truth be told, Pang Feng isn't a thing to us, but his girlfriend we have to be extra careful. Changba had already asked someone to investigate Pang Feng's little girlfriend, not realizing that even Xiong Bushue was afraid of her. Looks like that little girlfriend is not to be trifled with. Pang Feng's little girlfriend is called Shueli, the boss's wife of Shueli's acupuncture parlor, looking gentle and watery on the outside, but in reality, she's ruthless. Godfather, when you meet that woman, you must be careful. Xiong Buxie gave 2 more explanations and walked quickly towards the elevator. My son is not talented. I'll go first. Changba thought to himself that when he had time, he would go to Shueli acupuncture parlor and pay a visit to that boss lady. Buster, hurry up. My mom's waiting. Pang still took Changba's hand once again and walked towards the living room. Chapter 128, Big Brother Calls Godfather. What should he call himself? Pangguan home living room clean and tidy. Although the house is rented, but Pangguan mom also here as their own home. You can tell she's taken care of it through items like sofa cushions, shoe storage, and bonsai. It was just that the atmosphere at home was dull, and as soon as Changbo walked in, he felt that there had been no laughter here for a long time. By all accounts, the missing daughter has returned and the family should be happy and cherish this hard-won life. However, it's clear that some people don't appreciate it. Mommy, bully's coming. Pawn still bounces and runs into one of the bedrooms. Shortly afterward, a plainly dressed, dignified-looking middle-aged woman came out with a gracious smile on her face. Director Chang, you're here, please sit down. I'll pour you some tea. Changba thought that this was Pang's mother, Lu Miling, and smiled. Auntie, don't be polite with me. From now on don't call me Chang Garden Master. Call me Chang Ba. Lu Miling laughed and poured a cup of iced tea, handing it to Changba with both hands. Changba took it and sat down. Lu Miling pulled Long Yimin to sit down again and poured tea for them. Everyone drank tea and chatted, and for the first time, the house swelled with joyful laughter. Brother Ba, I want you to come to my house every day from now on. Pang still took Changba's hand and looked at him with a smile. Changba reached out and gently scratched her little nose. Why? Because when you come, me, my mom and my brother become very happy. Pang still said here, choked up. You don't know. You're not here. My parents are always quarreling, so people are scared in their hearts. Hearing this, Lu Miling's eyes got hot and she twisted her head away. Pangguan also had tears in both eyes, and his expression became very complicated all of a sudden. Seeing this, Changba agreed with alacrity. No problem, little sister. Whenever I have some free time in the future, I'll come over to take a look. Pan still laughed again and tightened his arm around Changba. For a while, she looked closer to Changba than she did to Pangguan. Auntie, where's uncle? Changba looked around the living room, didn't spot Pangguan dad, and asked a question. Before Lu Miling could answer, Pang still stood up and ran towards a bedroom. I'll get daddy. Run to the door and rap heavily on it. Papa, Ba is here. The benefactor who saved me. Ba is here. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, the door to the room opened and a middle-aged man in black pajamas appeared in the doorway, like he'd just woken up. With a lazy look on his face, Changba swept a glance and saw that Pangfeng was very handsome, and although he was close to 50 years old, he looked young enough to be comparable to fresh meat. Just a very arrogant expression, like who owes him dog meat money. Dad, bully's here. Pang still took Pangfeng's hand and pointed at Changba. Only then did Pangfeng look at Changba and nodded at him, squeezing out a small smile. Hello, changing gardener, and welcome to the house. As for Long Yimin, Du Jiawei, and Wu Zhigao, he didn't even take a glance at them, as if none of them existed. Still, they all stood up and gave him a polite nod. Changba couldn't stand Pangfeng's very tuggy attitude and didn't stand up. Uncle, come and sit. Pangfeng walked over to Changba and sat down, picked up the huazi and lighter on the coffee table, pulled one out, snapped it on fire. and took a puff as if no one else was around. Then with a clatter, he threw his cigarettes and lighter on the coffee table. Uncle, this time we've come over, and I think you already know why. Changba didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Pangwan and still want you to remarry your aunt. What do you think? Pangfeng took another drag on his cigarette and puffed out the clouds. Park Director Chang, you saved my daughter. I am grateful, and I will do my best to help if you seek me out. But regarding my family matters, I ask you to stay out of it. Speaking of which, stand up, Dad. Pang still stood up in a panic and tugged on Pangfeng's arm. Brother Boss saved me. He came to the house as a guest. How can you not accompany him? Pangfeng squatted down and wiped the tear tracks on his daughter's face. Honey, it's not that Daddy won't stay with your bully brother. It's that his demands are very excessive. Pon still had his arms around his neck. Dad, that wasn't Ba's request. It was mine and my brother's. You and Mom grew up together and were college classmates, so you had a deep bond. Please Dad, love Mom one more time and live with us. Talking and crying, Pangfeng coaxed his daughter, but the more he coaxed her, the more she cried, and eventually stood up at one stop and caught fire. What are you always crying for? Do I promise you if you cry? Pushing past his daughter, he walked toward his bedroom. Daddy, Daddy! Pon still went after him, wrapped his arms around one of his legs, and fell to his knees on the floor, crying and begging. Still, Pangfeng glared at his daughter and bellowed. Seeing this, Lu Miling rushed forward and pulled her daughter away, cradling her in her arms. Standing gardener, did you see? My house was quiet, but after you came, my house became a kind of what? Pangfeng pointed at Changba. You saved my daughter. I'm grateful to you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. There's nothing going on now. You can leave. Dad. Pangwan was so angry that he stood up. How do you talk to my ba? Pangfeng glared at Pangwan. You know my temper. I'm being polite enough as it is. If I tell my sworn brother about this, he won't even be able to walk out of this neighborhood. Turning, he walked toward the bedroom. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden heavy knock on the door outside. Coming. Lu Miling quickly walked to the door of the room and opened the door. At the sight of Xiong Bushue, she politely smiled. Big brother, it's you. Please come in. Pangfeng is about to walk into the bedroom. See that it is Xiong Bushue, laughed, to a 180-degree turn. Quickly stepped to meet the front. Big brother, what brings you here? Please come in. Please come in. His face was full of smiles and bowed as if he was greeting a great leader. A far cry from his cold and arrogant expression just now. Xiong Bushue ignored him and walked over to Changba, nodding his head and smiling. Godfather, why are you standing? Have a seat. Godfather, I just went out to run some errands and I'm back now. Ha, you're not mad at me, are you? Ah, Pangfeng was shocked. Godfather? Xiong Bushue called Changba his godfather? He just called Xiong Bushue big brother. So according to seniority, does he have to call Changba a junior uncle? He stared at Changba with wide eyes, dumbfounded for a moment. Lu Miling looked at Changba and Xiong Bushue and was also stunned. What's going on? How come Xiong Bushue called Changba his godfather? How did he call Changba his godfather? Isn't that too much? Pangfeng, what's wrong with you? Xiong Bushue turned around and glared at Pangfeng. My godfather is here and you were just going to go rest in the bedroom? Pangfeng didn't dare to offend Xiong Bushue, and when he saw him blowing his beard and eyes, he couldn't help but sweat profusely and apologize in a panic. Changba, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your relationship with my big brother. I was rude just now. Please sit down. What? What's your name? Xiong Bushue glared at Pangfeng once again. I even called him godfather. What did you call him? Pangfeng smiled sarcastically, confused. What should I call myself if my brother calls me godfather? Chapter 129, Trash Brothers, Sending Cuckolds, one after another. Pangfeng looked at Changba and smiled bitterly. Now, let alone calling Changba godfather, even call a big brother, cannot call out ah. This Changba is his son's classmate, and he called him uncle just now. By all accounts, he should be called a nephew. Pangfeng, let me just ask you, I call Chang Gardner's godfather. What's your name? Seeing that Pangfeng didn't respond, Xiong Bushue stretched out his hand and pointed up. Now I'll ask you, what's your name? Looking at his stance, he was ready to violently beat up Pangfeng. Pangfeng was immediately terrified and stuttered in his speech. I'm called Godfather. He had already felt strange about the title, and now that he was suddenly calling his son's classmate his godfather, he felt more pain than killing him. What a scream! He wasn't going to be a lickspittle like Bear Unrepentant. He had no choice but to turn his eyes for help to his son. Pangwan was also confused. Who dares to believe that Xiong Bushue will be the godson of Changba? Not Xiong Bushue called out. And he dares to say that none of the people here dare to believe it. Even if Bear Unrepentant is a dog licker, he can't lick like this. Seeing the look in his dad's eyes made him bitter. 2. If his dad called Changba his godfather, then what did he call Changba? That godfather. No matter what, can't be called. His mind whirled rapidly as he stepped forward and smiled at Changba. Brother Ba, you know best what my father should call you. As it is now, he will call you whatever you tell him to call you. Now he couldn't make any demands and kicked the ball to Changba for him to make a decision. He just couldn't believe that his best buddy would call his dad his godfather. Good point. Changba nodded and wrapped his arm around Pang Feng's shoulders to give a teasing smile. As for what we should both be called, it's up to you to choose next. If you agree to remarry your aunt, then you are my uncle. If you don't agree to remarry your aunt, then you are the nephew. Pang Feng sweated. Is the generation so wrong because of one thing? Knowing full well that a direct refusal like the one he had just given would not work now, he sighed and said, Standing gardener, I also want to remarry. The problem is that reality doesn't allow it. How is it not allowed? Changba asked. Pompey wraps his arm around his shoulders and walks towards a corner. Changba pulled him back. There's no need to hide anything now. Just say it. Pang Feng smiled bitterly and glanced at Changba, at Xiong Buxue, and at his son and daughter before telling the truth. My girlfriend is pregnant. She's dead set against breaking up with. Humph. Xiong Buxue sneered. Older brother. It's not that I'm pouring cold water on you. It's not true that your girlfriend is pregnant, but that doesn't prove that the child inside her belly is yours. Pang Feng glared at Xiong Buxue and wanted to curse, but held back. That was quite a slap in the face. If it were anyone else, he would have gone over with a mouthful and hit the person full of teeth. Isn't this a straight-up cuckold delivery? Bear Unrepentant. Don't talk nonsense. Changba glanced at Bear Unrepentant. Do you know anything about his girlfriend? I understand. Xiong Buxue justified. His girlfriend is called Shueli, and she is the owner of the Shueli Acupuncture Center. 2 months ago, I went to her for acupuncture. To be honest, I have a brother who is a beautiful man. The backstage is very hard. He looked for Shueli Acupuncture, did not receive money, but also backward, and also provide special services. When this was said, Pang Feng became furious and glanced angrily at Xiong Buxue. He treats Xiong Buxue as a brother. As a big brother? This asshole is good. In front of the crowd, looking at his jokes, and continues to send green hats. It wasn't enough to send one top. The asshole sent them one after the other. They all showed him the green prairie. Garbage bro. Snap. Changba placed a slap on Bear Unrepentant's bald head. Don't talk nonsense. Bear Unrepentant flinched his head in pain and reached out with both hands to scratch the top of his head. Worried that Changba would fight back, he stepped back a bit. Godfather. I can call that brother of mine right now. Changba looked toward Pang Feng. Pang Feng also got serious and glared. Fight. You fight. I want to see who it is that humiliates my girlfriend's innocence. You're still not convinced. Bear Unrepentant pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Well, old 6. Right. Let me ask you something. Big brother. At your command. The phone call was polite. The lady who owns Shueli Acupuncture. Are you familiar with her? Big brother. What do you mean? Speak. Bear Unrepentant bellowed. Yes. Big brother. Speaking of which, there's no more. I know her well. I know how many hairs on her body. Xiong Buxue was satisfied with this answer and gave a teasing smile, purposely glancing at Pang Feng. Pang Feng was on fire, rushed up, grabbed the cell phone, and angrily rebuked. What makes you say that? Do you have proof? Of course I did. I left a photo and video. I'm sending it right now. The phone hung up. Give me my cell phone. The bear snatched the phone and stared at the screen. In less than 3 minutes, photos and videos were sent. Xiong Buxue took a look. His eyes were glowing, and he put his cell phone in front of Changba for him to see. Changba takes a hot look and tells Pang Wan to lead Pang Still to the next bedroom. This image is inappropriate for children and should never be seen by children. Long Yimin was smart enough to know that this place wasn't suitable for her either, so she stood up and followed Pang Still to the bedroom. See for yourself. Xiong Buxue placed the photos and videos in front of Pang Feng again for him to enjoy. When Pang Feng looked at it, it was his girlfriend Shueli, so he couldn't help but blush and lower his head. In your face. Another facepalm. He couldn't dare to imagine that his beloved girlfriend was a pet for other men to play with at will. But, he suddenly raised his head again. It's just my girlfriend's past. It has nothing to do with her present. There was some truth in that statement. And Changba once again looked at Xiong Buxue. Bear Unrepentant laughed out loud. Pretending with me, are you? How about I call Huoshao over and have a live broadcast? Pang Feng was furious. Xiong Buxue, I called you big brother, and you actually didn't give me FaceTime and time again. If you keep this up, I'll turn my back on you. Bear Unrepentant was also on fire. Pang Feng, if Huoshao can't go live with your girlfriend, I'll call you big brother. If it can be live, what do you say? Good. Pang Feng fought for a breath in this face. What's more, he didn't believe his girlfriend could be that low. If it's live, I apologize and immediately break up with my girlfriend and remarry my ex-wife. Their unrepentant nodded heavily and reached for his cell phone, once again calling his brother to make arrangements. Hang up and say, Pang Fong, don't blame me for giving you a green hat. I for one am trying to help you out and stay away from scummy women. Jagged Nima's head. Pang Fong was already contemptuous of Xiong Buxie and waited for the final result. Lick the dog. Super dog licker. You kneel to Changba and have the nerve to give your own brother a green hat. Where's the face? Where's the self-respect? I'm going to see how it ends up. And when you get down on your knees, I'm going to punch you in the face. Chapter 130. Is someone else's family business important? Or is it your own love? Shelley's acupuncture. After needling 6 important guests in a row, Shweli was a little tired and walked into a restroom and laid down to rest. I had just closed my eyes when there was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Shweli turned around impatiently and bellowed softly. Outside, she replied, Sisterly, Hua Xiao is here. Hua Xiao. Shweli closed her eyes as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Sighing, he climbed to his feet. This Hua Xiao is a dude with a big background who is good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. She didn't want to receive this person, but she had to receive him, even at his mercy. There's no way around it. She needs people to cover her Shweli acupuncture parlor. Although she was secretly in the business of being an assassin, she still couldn't afford to offend a character like Hua Xiao. 10 minutes later, she follows Hua Xiao with a spring in her step and takes him into a VIP room. It didn't take long for the room to warm up. Hua Xiao had a good time and took a video on his cell phone. A few minutes later, he sends it to Xiong Buren. Roger that. Xiong Buxue receives Hua Xiao's video and lets Changba and Pang Fong go through it. When Pang Fong took a look, his eyes went black and he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. All this time, he thought his girlfriend was loyal to him and thought of marrying her explicitly. Now it seems to be wishful thinking. This is a liar. A woman who played with his emotions. A dirty, shameless, Pang Fong, what do you think now? Xiong Buxue was smug and scowled at Pang Fong. Pang Feng's face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. Speechless. Noticing Lu Miling sneering at him, he lost even more face. His children proposed to ask him to remarry Lu Miling, but he insists that he has true love and refuses to remarry. In hindsight, it was all a joke and everything he said was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Godfather, I'm not wrong about people, am I? Their unrepentant smiled curtly at Changba. Changba nodded, mentally catching his breath. If Pang Feng's girlfriend is someone who is loyal to love and is deeply in love with Pang Fong, it must be very difficult for him to break them up. Emotionally, he's guilty of it all. In hindsight, that was all too much. He gave Pang Fong a pat on the shoulder. You've seen the truth. Take a stand. Pang Fong gave another awkward smile and nodded. With things as they were, he had no choice but to do what he had just promised. He looked at Lu Miling with apologetic eyes and whimpered. Meiling, I'm going to go find her, break up with her, sever all ties with her, and after that I'll come back and remarry you. Hearing such a promise, Lu Miling's eyes moistened, glancing at Pang Fong and then at her son Pangguan. Pangguan was even more excited and in tears as he suddenly walked forward and gave Changba a big hug. Brother Ba, thank you so much. I can't repay your favor for the rest of my life. Last time Changba saved his little sister. This time Changba saved his parents' marriage. He didn't even know how to express his gratitude in words. At this time, Pang still ran out and once again jumped into Changba's arms whimpering and crying, moved to tears. Not to mention their siblings, even Long Yimin, who was standing on the side, was teary-eyed. At this moment, she worshipped Changba even more. What others can't do, Ba can. What others can't solve, Bully can. When dealing with him, you just have to believe in one thing, the result will be perfect. Alright, let's go see that Zari. Changba consoled Pang still and then led Pang Fong towards the door of the room. Next, all that's needed is for Pang Fong and his girlfriend to meet. If time permits, this afternoon Pangguan's parents will be able to remarry, and their family will once again be able to have the joy of heaven. Godfather, I'll accompany you there. Xiong Buxie followed him out of the room and volunteered. That woman is not ordinary. I'll help you deal with her. Changba nodded and allowed it. If it wasn't Xiong Buxie just now, he wouldn't have been able to handle Pang Fong so smoothly. It's true. This godson has his ways. They were talking and laughing as they were about to walk out of the elevator when a cold black beauty suddenly stepped out of the elevator. Tall, with compelling eyes, beautiful and unparalleled. Changba took a look and jerked to a halt. The beautiful woman walking towards us. If it wasn't Suyu Evening, which one was it? Godmother. Xiong Buxie yelped and scrambled to cover his mouth. Standing one stop behind Changba, he knew this godmother too well. This was not someone he could offend at all. Sister Evening, what brings you here? Changba's scalp tingled as he greeted him. He didn't dare to think that Instructor Su would come to his door, and he already had a feeling that something bad would happen. Su Yueho coldly asked, "What are you doing to go?" Changba scratched his short hair, thinking about how to give an apt answer. Pang Wan, on the other hand, stepped forward to help him make his reply. "Instructor Su, Bully took my dad to break up with his girlfriend while remarrying my mom." Su Yueho coldly smiled and looked at Long Yimin. Most half an hour ago, Long Yimin had called her to Su Changba, and she had rushed over specially because she was worried that Changba couldn't solve Pang Wan's family matter. When she stepped out of the elevator, she was surprised to find Long Yimin talking and laughing with Changba. That's too much of a back and forth, isn't it? Isn't that two-faced? Long Yimin's face heated up and lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Yueho's eyes. It was impossible not to explain, so she gathered the courage to lift her head and squeeze out a smile at her. "Instructor Su, there's nothing more going on over here. It was too abrupt of me to call you just now. Don't mind." Su Yueho coldly smiled and looked at Changba again. "Changba, come here, I'll talk to you alone." Changba agreed and walked with her to the other end of the corridor. "Changba, things seem to be pretty much taken care of over here, so I'm going to ask you to come home with me now and see my aunt for once." Su Yu Evening said softly, "My parents left early. It was my aunt who brought me up. She wants to meet you. If she's okay with it, then the two of us can get engaged." Changba grinned. Great. The next mission was that Su Yu Evening proposed to him, so he could take the opportunity to complete the mission. Just thinking of Pang Guan's siblings, he twisted his head to look at Pang Guan and Pang Still and added, "Sister Evening, but it'll have to wait until I'm done with this side of things. It won't take long." Hearing this, Su Yueho's eyes went cold. "Changba, what's going on between the two of us isn't as important as what's going on with the others, is it?" Changba hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not. The problem is that I've already helped Pang Guan. I have to help to the end, don't I? Don't worry, it really won't take long." Su Yu Evening turned around and coldly said, "I've heard about this side of things. Pang Guan's dad's girlfriend is pregnant and you go and force a man to break up with his pregnant girlfriend? Changba, from the very beginning, I didn't want you to meddle in his family affairs. The truth is not like this." Changba wanted to explain, and just as he said this, he was interrupted by Su Yue Huang extending a hand. "Changba, don't say anything, now my aunt is waiting for you. I'm just asking you, do you want to go back with me now?" Chapter 131, Instructor Su formally breaks up. Beauty School Flower unhesitatingly offers true love. Before Changba could answer, Pang Still's call had already come from the other side. "Ba, brother Ba, how much longer do we have to wait?" Changba looked at her in Pang Wan's expectant eyes, and the soft spot in his heart was touched again, waving at them. "You guys go on down. I'll be right there." He couldn't say no to their siblings. 1. The feelings were there, and 2. He had to finish the job. As for the next mission, only after completing this one. "Okay, brother Ba, we'll wait for you downstairs." Pang Still smiled brightly and gave Changba a flying kiss, taking Pang Guan's hand and bouncing into the elevator. Xiong Bushua called out to his godfather, waved his hand, and followed Pang Feng into the elevator. "In that case, you'll stay with them." Su Yu Evening was incomparably disappointed, dropping a cold sentence, turning around and leaving. In Changba's mind, other people's family matters were more important than any of their emotional affairs, more important than her aunt. It made her heart go cold. "Sister Evening," Changba grabbed her hand. "Wait for me for a while, after this side is taken care of. I'll accompany you there." Su Yueho peeled off his hand and walked towards the elevator once again. "Go faster, Sister Evening." Changba followed up and grabbed her hand once again. "I have promised the Pang Guan siblings that if I don't help them, their home will be fragmented. What about us?" Su Yu Evening glared at him, tears flashing in her icy eyes. "Let me say it straight. My aunt has already heard my big sister talk about us, and isn't much of an approver of you. Now that I personally came over to call you and you didn't even go over to see him, then she will definitely tell me to break up with you." When he said this, he twisted his head away, and his speech was already a touch hoarse. "I don't want to break up with you like before, but what can I do if my aunt asks me to break up with you? It's not too late for you to go with me to see your aunt." Changba's head was big. A tingle ran through his head. It's a scream to meet such an aunt. Before he could say anything, Su Yu Evening's cell phone rang. She opened her handbag and pulled out her cell phone. "It's your aunt calling. She'll tell you to pick up the phone." Changba scanned his cell phone and waited to see what would happen. "Well, Auntie, I've seen Changba and am persuading him to return to see you." "Still need to persuade?" The woman on the phone was furious. "You're his girlfriend. Don't say you're looking for him in person. Even if you give him a call, he'll have to be there the first time." Su Yeye explained in a soft voice. "Auntie, don't worry, Changba, he's very busy." "Busy?" The phone sneered. "A freshman, or a Saturday. What's so busy about it?" "Evening, are you afraid of him?" When this was said, Suyu Evening laughed. Auntie, from what you said, your niece would still be afraid of her boyfriend? Then you tell you to come back here now. Right now. Right now. The phone heckled. Fine. Fine. I'll talk to him. Suyu Evening looked at Changba. Changba, you've heard what Auntie said. Let's go. Changba stood still. Now he can't leave. Once he leaves, Pangwan's home is finished, not to mention that he won't be able to finish the mission. Sister Evening, talk to Auntie and give me 2 more hours. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll rush over as fast as I can. 2 hours? That's enough for him. But, once again, Suyu Evening's eyes went cold. Changba, you don't listen to your elders, do you? Before Changba could answer, a reprimand came from the phone. Put him on the phone. Put that boy on the phone. Suyu Evening handed her cell phone to Changba and stared at him coldly. Changba took it and politely called out to his aunt. Worried that the other party couldn't hear him, he raised his voice again and repeated his call for an aunt. Don't you call me aunt, the caller said. You're in no position to call me aunt, and I don't have time to talk so much crap to people like you. When Changba heard this, fire sprang out. Where did such an aunt come from? Comparing here. I'm sorry. No time for nonsense. You told me to answer the phone? For your information, it's not my late sister. I know who you are. Against you. From now on, you and Evening have no relationship whatsoever. I won't agree to you being together even until I die. The phone hung up. Changba, in that case, let's part ways. Suyu Evening snatched the phone. You have already disappointed me to the core. This time I am officially breaking up with you. I'm warning you, this time unlike before, I won't get back together with you. That's it. He pulled his leg and left, leaving Changba with a cold back. Changba's sword brows furrowed as he watched her figure disappear into the elevator. Breakup. Breakup. Another breakup. He'd lost track of how many times that had happened. I don't know what happened, but now instead of feeling lost and sad, he felt angry. What a temper. Don't want a girlfriend like that. Bully. There was a sudden, gentle call from the side. Changba twisted his head to see that it was Long Yimin. Yimin, you didn't go down? I was just standing behind a flower pot. Long Yimin walked to Changba's side and graciously took his hand. Brother Ba, let's go. I'll accompany you down. Pulling him up, he walked away, taking his arm in his arms in the process. All along, she had been secretly in love with Changba, but didn't dare to be with him, just because of the existence of Su Yeye Evening. And just now, Suyu Evening had already proposed to break up and swore that she wouldn't bond with Changba again. For once, she was relieved to have no more worries. She told herself, this one chance must be seized, and she must be with the one she loved so much. Of course, now that Changba had just broken up and was still in a bad mood, she needed to wait. Of course, as long as Changba was willing, she could give her all for him anytime, anywhere. 6 minutes later, they walked out of the elevator hand in hand. Specifically, it was Long Yimin who grabbed Changba's hand and wouldn't let go. Godfather, let's take 2 cars over there. Xiong Bushui arranged. Me, Pang Feng, and Pang Wan and still are in one car, and you and MS Long are in one car. He wasn't stupid. As a licking dog, he had to lick just right. Now that Godfather is surrounded by beautiful women, of course he is helping Godfather to get girls. Changba didn't think too much about it and agreed, and Long Yimin got into the Bentley and drove to the gate of the neighborhood. Inside the car, the scent of flowers filled the air and soothing music flowed like a stream. Bah, you're a little tired. Why don't you lie down in the back and I'll massage your shoulders. Long Yimin smiled delicately and took a pull on Changba's arm. Changba was still a bit tired and took a trip backwards. Miss Bentley immediately flattened her seat and asked her host to lie down in the back seat. Changba climbed over and flopped down on the back seat, closing his eyes and letting Long Yimin massage him. Long Yimin knew her chance had come and sat beside him, reaching out with her 2 small hands and gently massaging his shoulders. Before long, the heart was pounding so hard that breathing was suspended. She got down slowly and gathered her courage, asking softly and sheepishly, Bah, can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 132, 1 second you fall out of love. The next you have a new girlfriend. She is beautiful and gentle like water. Changba looked at Long Yimin's face. It was close enough to see. It's a face that's as beautiful as it is beautiful, and as gentle as it is watery. For a man, the sight of such a face is enough to forget everything around him. Bah, Emin promises you that she'll always be with you. She won't get mad at you. She won't pick on you. And she won't break up with you. She'll only love you. She'll only hurt you. She'll only be a little lickspittle for you alone. Of course, you don't like her anymore. She'll go away quietly, as long as you're doing well. She sends her blessings to you no matter what happens. Long Yimin gazed into Changba's eyes and said with tears in her eyes, Brother Ba, I really want to be your girlfriend. Are you willing? Changba smiled in relief and took her in his arms. Of course I do. One is lucky to meet such a girl. Since Su Yueho proposed to break up, then let's break up. As for future assignments, we'll talk about that when the time comes. For him, it's all about owning the moment. What's more, for a man, one relationship passes and he must have a new one. Otherwise, how boring and uninteresting. Bah! Say something. Long Yimin was still gazing at him, so anxious that she was about to cry. Changba laughed again, reaching out his hands to cup her little pink face and nodded heavily. Willing. Of course I do. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't want such a nice girl to do this to me? Emin, now that I don't have a girlfriend, I can love you without fear. Thank you. Long Yimin burst into hot tears, shivering and crying on her shoulders. She can't believe it's true. She felt like it was a dream. In Mordor University, who didn't know Changba's great name? And which girl didn't worship him? For such a period of time in military training, he did many things that shocked and made people worship him. He had also saved her life. More than that, she worshipped him. Even instructor Su loved him, let alone other girls. She fell deeply in love with Changba from the first moment she saw him, but she was afraid to love, and now that she's in love, she can't believe it's true. Will Ba belong to himself? Will Ba stay by his side? Will Ba leave himself? Emin, why are you crying? Changba used the face of his hand and wiped her tear-filled face with the back of his hand. Long Yimin choked. Ba, do you really want me to be your girlfriend? Do you really like me? I don't expect you to love me. I just ask you, do you really like me? Even a little bit would be good. A pang of heartache went through Changba. I wonder what this goddess has encountered that makes her so unsure of herself, so skeptical of herself. He grabbed a towel and wiped her tear-filled face as he said, word for word, Emin, I like you and I love you. Before, I couldn't love you because Instructor Su was there. Now, I can love you without reservation. Can't I? Long Yimin laughed, and the tears were like a breaking sea. She clung to his arms and reached out to grasp his hand, like she was worried he'd leave. She clasped her fingers to his. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she angled her head, grinning. Bah, do you think I'm stupid? Now that I'm your girlfriend, I still don't know how to kiss you. Changba laughed, cupping her face and gazing at her. He said heartily, I'm sorry, my little Minnie, it's Bully who's stupid. Long Yimin shook her head in panic. Ba is not stupid. Ba is sober on earth. Changba laughed again, laughing so hard that his eyes were wet, and finally, unable to control himself, and not needing to control himself any longer, he kissed her forehead and face. Long Yimin laughed happily and emotionally, gazing at him the whole time. After a moment, glancing at the seat beside her, she murmured softly, Pa, how nice it would be if we had a bed next to us right now. As soon as the words left their mouths, the seat beneath them had slowly stretched out into a crib, a cozy little bed. It was covered with white sheets and held paper towels, wipes, towels and other items. Aroma was emanating from the side, a rose-like aroma that was intoxicating and mesmerizing. The glass around the perimeter has been converted to privacy glass, and Miss Bim Bim offers not only a comfortable crib, but also a cozy space that is completely enclosed. To Miss Bin Bin, as long as Changba and Long Yimin needed duo items, it would be the first to provide them. If you can't even satisfy your owner's needs on this point, what's the point of being a bimbo lady or a special customized super luxury car? It all has to be shouted out. Master, make the air a little warmer. I don't know. Right behind the Bentley seat, followed by a black Raptor. Inside sat 4 large men, all watching every move in the Bentley closely. As the glass turned into privacy glass, one of the big men sitting on top of the passenger side pulled out binoculars and peered towards the inside of the Bentley. Chang Xiao, a big man wearing glasses sitting in the back seat, holding a cell phone, reported to Chang Hui, I just got the news. Changba and Instructor Su broke up. Breaking up is better. I'll have a chance to pick up Instructor Su. Phone mileage FAI smiled smugly. But, the big man with glasses changed the subject. Emin Long is in Changba's car. Emin? Cheng Hui was shocked. Emin got into Changba's car? Was there anyone else in his car? No, it was just the two of them in the car and the glass was pulled up inside with a pull-down curtain. So now I can't see anything. The big man with the glasses looked to the big man sitting in the passenger seat and asked, Old Six, can you see? Old Six replied, I vaguely saw a little bit. Changba and Long Yimin hugged each other, and there was a movement of undressing. The big man with glasses nodded and reported to Cheng Hui once again. Chang Xiao, Changba and Long Yimin are hugging and have undressed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Cheng Hui yelled. Emin isn't that kind of casual woman. The big man with the glasses was startled and nodded his head. Chang Xiao, you're right. Miss Long isn't the type to take things lightly. The big man in the passenger seat, still watching through binoculars, skimmed and shook his head, muttering under his breath. Chang Xiao, will you only believe it if you see it with your own eyes? The big man with the glasses heard him and gave him a hard, angry look, signaling him to shut up. Crash the car! Crash the car! Cheng Hui roared up, do you hear me? Crash towards Changba's car for me. He would never allow Changba and Long Yimin to be together, much less allow them to get into any unmanageable situation in their private space. The big man driving the car heard the roar and peered toward the front, yelling, Chang Shao. In front of the Bentley is a police car. It'll be a problem if we hit a police car. The other big men tensed up and observed the police car in front of the Bentley. Each one of them had committed crimes and now needed to keep a low profile. Crashing into a police car would have unpredictable consequences. Hit me. Cheng Hui let out a hysterical roar. Don't talk about police cars, or even money carriers. Give me a bump. I'll be responsible for all the consequences. Hearing this, the big man driving the car clenched his teeth, pressed the gas pedal hard, and crashed hard towards the Bentley seat. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded like the roar of a monster, startling the whole street at once. Chapter 133, now that it's over, there must be an end. The Raptor SUV was like an arrow off a string, slamming into the Bentley at top speed. The big man driving the car looked ahead with both eyes rounded. Several of the other big men were gripping the handrails around them tightly and gritting their teeth. Images of the Bentley being knocked off its feet and smashed into a piece of scrap metal were already floating in their minds. They all understood Chung Hui's meaning, which was to run Long Yimin to death, but not to have her obtained by Changba. But, just between the lightning and thunder, the Bentley seat seems to be able to Chenkuan Denua E General. Suddenly to the side of a flash, directly flashed out a parking space. Changba embraced Long Yimin, still immersed in the sweet world of the two of them. With Bentley's movement, both men hit a roll in their bodies, startled at the same time. Miss Binbin, can you stop playing like that? Changba was a bit disgruntled at being disturbed. Miss Binbin makes an explanation. Master, Chung Hui's men are going to crash. I must react. I'm disturbing Master. Please continue. Once again, she released her charming perfume, while increasing the volume of her voice, giving shouts of support to Changba and Long Yimin. Between the exchanges, there had been a loud bang outside the car. Bang! The Raptor slammed head-on into the rear of the police car in front of it, knocking a hole right through it, causing the police car to slam head-on into a commercial vehicle in front of it again, knocking it several meters away. The Raptor stalled, the hood collapsing at one corner and billowing white smoke. The cars next to it stopped and many passers-by came over to watch. Asterisk. How come it didn't hit? What the hell is going on? Several of the big men in the Raptor yelled and screamed, all looking at the Bentley. The Bentley was seen traveling steadily, making a dashing right turn and heading for the Northern Avenue. Several big men could only watch as the Bentley disappeared down the street. Did you hit it? Did you run Changba out of the car? Did you run Changba over yet? Cheng Hui's roar came from the cell phone in the hands of the big man wearing glasses. The sound was higher than the others, and it shook the cell phone. The big man with glasses sighed bitterly. Chang Shao, it didn't hit Changba's car, it hit the police car. A few other big men hung their heads and waited for a shouting match from Chung Hui. Waste. Imbeciles, look at what each and every one of you has produced. You're not as good as the dog I raised. Chung Hui cracked his mouth. A few big men were coy and didn't dare to say a word. They all thought it was a sure thing to hit Changba's car. Who would have thought that his ride moved that fast? Where did Changba take Long Yimin? Cheng Hui droned once again. The big man with glasses replied, Going to Sycamore Road on the north side. Has Changba done anything to Long Yimin yet? Cheng Hui asked once again in a chorus. The big man with glasses smiled bitterly. Asterisk. Ed, done what? Chung Hui asked again. Done, stammered the big man with the glasses. I asked you what did you do? I didn't do anything. It was Changba who did something. I'll ask you what Changba did. Why don't you tell me? Chang Shao, a man and a woman together. What do you think can be done? Pust. Cheng Hui deflated like a leather ball. In his mind, Long Yimin was the purest, cleanest, and most perfect goddess, and now she had been defiled by Changba, and it's still something that happens in a car. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He took his cell phone and called Shueli. Don't wait, quickly take on Changba. We must tell him not to see tomorrow's sun. Shueli is taking a break from acupuncture. Serving Huashao just now made her so tired that she was falling apart and feeling nauseous at the same time. A kind of nausea that's all about vomiting. She'd had enough of this kind of life for a long time, and when the last business deal was done, she'd go far away. Just as she was about to go to sleep, Cheng Hui called her and asked her to hurry up and make a move on Changba. Originally, she and Cheng Hui had planned to follow the plan step by step, but Cheng Hui was obviously angered by something and wanted her to do it right here. There was no other way. She could only get up and strengthen her spirit, preparing to follow Changba while looking for an opportunity to strike and launch a fatal blow against him. This is the moment of truth. I was just about to leave the house when my cell phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he looked at the number and it was Pang phone calling. She froze and didn't answer the phone. Speaking of which, She had known Pang Fong for 3 years. They've known each other since Pang Fong came here for acupuncture. And it was love at first sight, so to speak. Pang Fong is gorgeous and looks like her first boyfriend. Her heart thumped at the first sight. That night, they moved in together. She treated him as the most special of her many boyfriends. In April this year, her mother died after a long illness. Pang Fong accompanied her back to her hometown, and she wore mourning together to send the old man to his last journey. It touched her. It was from this day on that she officially became his girlfriend. However, she still remains close to other men for work reasons. By August, she was suddenly pregnant. This was discovered during a medical checkup and with Pan Fan accompanying her. She didn't expect to get pregnant either, so she went along with it and told Pang Fong it was his child. Pang Fong is ecstatic and plans to buy a house and plan their little life ahead. She didn't think about it that way, just about raking in the cash and getting far away. Now that Pang Fong suddenly called, she thought it must be about looking at houses again. She didn't have time to look at houses. Besides, she wouldn't be living in his new house in the future. Walking out of the acupuncture parlor, the call came once again. It's still Pang Feng's phone. She was impatient and answered the phone. Why are you making one call after another? I'll call you back when I'm done. Shueli, let's break up, Pang Fong said directly. Shueli froze. What do you mean? We don't fit. We don't fit? You're dismissing it with such a sentence? Don't you forget, whose child is in my belly? Pang Fong sneered and laughed with contempt. Shueli felt something and her heart sank. What exactly do you mean? Shueli, you yourself know whose child is inside your belly. Pang Fong said. I'll bring Changba over to talk to you now, and you can just agree to break up in front of him. Who? When Shueli heard the name Changba, her pupils turned violently large. Who are you talking about? Changba, a student at Mordor University and the director of the Genius Kindergarten. Frequent fighter. Shueli didn't dare to think that she was about to go to him, and he dared to come to her door to die. Then she needed to prepare carefully for his arrival. She turned back to the acupuncture clinic and spoke into her cell phone. Fine. You let Changba come. I sincerely welcome him. When she hung up, she called Cheng Hui to explain the matter. This matter must be told to Cheng Hui. Changba is preparing to go to your acupuncture store? Cheng Hui was still not convinced. Yes, accompanying Pang Fong. He wanted me to break up with Pang Fong. I analyzed that Changba was helping Pang Feng's son. Shueli said. Chang Xiao, bring your people here. We'll proceed as planned. I'm on my way. Cheng Hui said. It's come to this. There must be an end between Changba and me. Chapter 134, What's wrong with me calling Changba my godfather? If you call him godfather, he still won't recognize you. Godfather isn't here yet. Let's wait for him. Xiong Bushue took Pang Wan, Pang Still and Pang Fong and they arrived at Shueli Acupuncture and got off the bus and waited. The fall sun was still very hot, and as soon as they got off the bus, they were hot and sweaty. Pang Wan, Pang Still and Pang Fong went into the reception hall to blow the air conditioning while Xiong Buxie stood guard outside the doorway, crossing his fingers towards the street. Big brother, go inside and cool off for a while. Pang Fong called up to Xiong Buxie. Bear Unrepentant wiped the beads of sweat from his head and waved his hand. You guys cool it, I'll wait for my godfather. I won't go in until my godfather comes. Hearing this, Pang Fong gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Big brother, you really have filial piety. There are thousands of godchildren, but Big Brother Xiong is the most uncomplicated. Bear Unrepentant smiled modestly. Pang Fong turned around and walked into the reception hall with a cold smile. Grass, how shameless, Pang remained. On the other hand, observing Xiong Buxie with a smile on his face, pulling on Pang Guan's arm and asking softly, Brother, how come this elder brother calls Pa's godfather? Pang Guan laughed and replied softly, Little sister, this elder brother is a very shrewd person. He naturally has his reasons for calling Ba's godfather. He analyzed that Xiong Buxue must have asked for Changba. After waiting for 10 minutes and not seeing any movement, he looked at Pang Fong and asked, Dad, didn't you say hello to that woman? Why didn't she ever show up? Pang Fong pulled out his cell phone and prepared to make another call to Shueli. Just after dialing the phone, a voluptuous woman came swinging down the stairs, her belly slightly bulging, and smiled. Brother Peak, I've kept you waiting. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go up to the second floor. Pang Fong sneered, swept her abdomen with a contemptuous look, stood up, and walked towards the stairs. Originally he wanted to talk to her on the first floor, say a few parting words and leave, but there were some things the child couldn't hear, so he had to go up to the second floor first. Pang Wan and Pang remain on their feet, hand in hand, and follow. They're worried that Dad's going to get the short end of the stick. What if this woman asks for a huge breakup fee and their dad can't handle it? Pongkuan, you're downstairs with your little sister. Pan Fan stood still and pointed to Pan Crown. I'll be down soon. Pang Wan said, Dad, let's go up and not talk. You're not allowed up there. Pang Fong understood Shueli as a woman. This was a dangerous woman. and he couldn't let a pair of children near her. Speaking of which, he wouldn't let them come when they came, but they had to come. Now that it had come, of course he wouldn't allow them to go upstairs. Peek, we're going to talk about the breakup, and I think it's important for your children to be in attendance. That way your ex-wife will believe otherwise. Shweli said, it's in the tea room on the second floor, that room you often go to. There is no danger. If you don't agree, then you guys return it. Pang Fong naturally came. No result of course will not go back. Look at his son and daughter. Or hesitation. Dad, what are you worried about when uncle is at the door and pa will be here soon? Pang Wan reminded. Pang Fong thought about it, but for safety's sake, he called up Xiong Bushue. Big brother, come in here for a second. Bear Unrepentant pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, feeling cooler. First, he sneered and sized up Shweli and asked Pang Fong what was the matter. Pang Fong said, I'll take the two children upstairs to talk to Shweli, and you'll go up with the head gardener later. Is that okay? Yes. Xiong Bushue looked at Shweli and issued a direct warning. Shweli, I'm telling you, Pang Wan is my godfather's classmate. Show me some respect. If there's any problem, I'll take you to task. Xylee smiled and nodded. There's no need for Chief Xiong to dictate. Shweli knows what to do. Pang Fong was then relieved and took his pair of children upstairs. As for Bear Unrepentant, he turned and walked back out the glass door again, continuing to wait for Changba. Second floor. Inside the tea room, the aroma of tea filled the room. Shweli sat against the window, picked up the teapot, and poured tea for Pang Fong, Pang Wan, and Pang Still, always with a smile, not as if they were talking about a breakup, but as if they were receiving a guest. More or less surprised, Pang Fong explained, Shweli, my missing daughter has been found and our family is reunited. I had promised my son that I would remarry his mother as soon as I found my daughter. There's no way around it. I have to keep my word. Of course, it caused you some damage, and I'm willing to pay for it. Shweli smiled and nodded, picking up her teacup to take a sip of tea. As if satisfied with the tea's aroma, he gently pursed his lips, putting down his teacup. He said, Peek, I understand how you feel. How can I say it? I've been grateful to have you with me for some time. There's a saying, good riddance. Let's break up peacefully, and whoever doesn't compensate for it, will do. When Changba arrives, in his presence, we'll each make a statement. Do you see? Pang Fong was greatly surprised and stared at the other party with wide eyes. According to his judgment, Shweli will not stop, not only want huge compensation, but also crazy revenge. And now she's not only being reasonable, but she's not taking any money. Is this Shweli? Does she really think so? Pang Fong couldn't believe it. In that case, we don't need to wait for the changing gardener. No, Shweli flatly refused. Changba must come today. Just as I said that, there was a thumping noise from downstairs. Shweli twisted her head to observe the downstairs, only to see two black SUVs parked in front of the gate, and a few burly men stepped out of the car. They protect a youth as he walks toward the glass door. This youth had a beautiful pigtail and was none other than Chang Hui. Young Chang, what brings you here? Xiong Bushue, who was guarding the doorway, smiled at Chang Hui. Chang Hui froze. Brother-in-law, it's pretty hot out there. Why are you standing here? He called Xiong Bushue brother-in-law because of Mi Jianjun. It's not Mi Jianjun. Xiong Buxie is in his eyes. Bear Unrepentant laughed and pointed towards the street. I'll wait for my godfather. At the mention of his godfather, Chang Hui wanted to slap Xiong Bushue to death. What the heck? It's just as well to recognize Changba as his godfather, but he also called him so close and acted so attentive. What a stinker! Chang Hui sneered. Brother-in-law, do you know how much Jianjun hates Changba? And you call him your godfather? Sensing his disdain, Bear Unrepentant was offended and glared his eyes out. What's wrong with me calling Changba my godfather? If you call him godfather, he still won't recognize you. Maybe, you're not even a grandson in his eyes. Chang Hui pulled his face away, clenched his teeth, and took a big step into the glass door. When he got the chance, he was going to get rid of the lickspittle skillfully. It's disgusting. Walk into the reception hall and head straight for the stairs. Chang Xiao, inside please. Shweli was already standing in front of the door of the tea room waiting, smiling and gesturing at Chang Hui. Chang Hui walked into the tea room and swept a glance at Pang Fong, then looked at Pang Wan and Pang Still, noticing that Pang was still here as well. Like a hungry wolf spotting a little lamb, he couldn't help but look at him with both eyes. And when Pang Still saw Chang Hui, he screamed in fear and jumped into his brother's arms. Chapter 135, Big Show of Love, Big Spread of Dog Food. Pang Still sees Process FAI. It wasn't long ago that she was under Baikaru's control, and she was brought into Process FAI's villa by Baikaru. There, she meets Chang Hui. Although she was young, she could see at that time that Chang Hui was the boss behind the scenes. She was abducted and sold and lived a string of dark times. And the real culprit behind it all was this Chung Hui. The first feeling she got was that this person was more terrifying than the underground king of hell. She shuddered to think that she would meet him here today. For a moment, she was so scared that her legs went weak and her whole body trembled. "What's wrong with you, little sister?" Pangwan scrambled to put his arms around her. Pang still closed his eyes as tears welled up and his whole body shivered even more. Little sister. Little sister. Ever since my little sister was rescued, she's been waking up in the middle of the night. But in the daytime, she'd never been in this situation before. Pangwan turned to Pangfeng for help. Dad, come see what's wrong with little sister. Ran. Pangfeng ran to Pang's still side and crouched down to check on her. I saw my daughter's eyes full of terror and her body shaking violently as if she was suffering from lamb's fury. He was so frightened that he rushed to pick up his daughter. Next to the hospital. Let's go to the hospital. Pangwan didn't dare to slack off, and while walking, he took out his cell phone and prepared to contact the hospital. They had just taken 2 steps when they both jerked to a halt, only to see Cheng Hui and 2 big men already blocking the door of the room. They all had grim faces and looked at their daughters with greedy eyes. Chang Xiao, my daughter needs to go to the hospital. Please make way. Please. Pang Feng pleaded. Cheng Hui pulled a chair down and leisurely crossed his legs. I don't know you, but I know this girl. Give her to me and I'll let you father and son out. What did you say? Pang Feng's eyes rounded. Pangwan was even more furious. This is a society of law and order. How dare you rob someone in broad daylight? Cheng Hui just slanted a glance at Pangwan and threw a look at an eagle-nosed Hulk at his side. The big man with the eagle's nose would understand and walked forward, kicking Pangwan directly in the chest. A clean kick. Pangwan tried to dodge, but couldn't, and was kicked more than 2 meters away, falling on his back with a rumble. The pain in his chest was excruciating, and he wrapped his arms around it, unable to get up for a moment. Pang Feng was shocked, looking at his daughter, who was still shivering in his arms, and then at his son, who was askew on the ground, and angrily stared up at Cheng Hui. Chang Xiao, what exactly do you want? Cheng Hui didn't bother to look at him, pulled out a cigar, lit it, and took a slow drag. I've just said, put this little girl down and I'll let you father and son go. What? Can't you understand human language? Pang Feng hugged his daughter tightly. Don't even think about hurting my daughter unless I die. Cheng Hui laughed, laughing with utter contempt. Who do you think you are? What's the difference between you dying here and dying a dog? After you die, I will call the police for you and will also ask the coroner to give you an autopsy. By then, you must have died of a heart attack. Do you understand? Pang Feng stepped back with his arms around his daughter and looked toward Shueli, who had walked to the door, and yelled, Shueli! Shueli coldly smiled, a twist of the waist to sit on Cheng Hui's lap, took the cigar from his mouth and put it in her cherry mouth to take a puff. Ah! Pang Feng couldn't believe that Shueli and Cheng Hui still had a very ambiguous relationship. He understood at once that not only would Shueli not save them, but she would also help Cheng Hui against them. A damned pang of remorse flooded through him. When he was deeply in love with Shueli, he still thought of marrying her as his wife. Now think about how ridiculous and pathetic. Looking at his daughter, who was in pain in his arms, and then at his son, who was still lying on the ground, he clenched his teeth and had the heart to die. The most painful thing in the world is when a son or daughter is hurt and you can only watch helplessly. I'm calling the police. He could only put his hope in calling the police, pulling out his cell phone and about to make a call. But before he could make the call, the cell phone had already been snatched away by the hawk-nosed man. Snap! The big man with the eagle nose placed a slap on his face and knocked him to the ground along with his daughter. Dad! Little sister! Pangwan fought to creep forward and straddle them, preventing the large eagle-nosed man from hurting them any further. Seeing his little sister close her eyes in fear, all about to faint, his heart was like a knife, calling out to his little sister again and again, telling her not to be afraid. Lock them up. Cheng Hui waved his hand. With them in hand, I'll see how Changba can fight me this time. Yes, the eagle-nosed big man and 2 other big men grabbed Pangwan in their arms, then dragged them out. All 3 members of the family grabbed each other's hands. Pang Feng and Pangwan's father and son exchanged glances, telling each other that the family would die together even if they died. Chang Xiao, it's better to be careful. Don't leave any after effects. Shelley walked over to the front window and peered down towards the bottom. That's for sure. It's to let Changba die in a sensible and reasonable way. Cheng Hui smiled grimly. Don't worry, Miss Shueli. I'm good at this. Changba is here. Shueli noticed a white Bentley driving by and looked at Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui ejected and rushed to the front window to observe. Sure enough, a Bentley seat pulled up in front of the door. A nifty poor kid who rides around in a limited edition Bentley all day, pretending to be a bear. Not Long Jidong that gives you a black card. He will take a Bentley? Noticing Changba getting out of the car, and noticing Long Emin leading him down to the car, he let out an angry cry and punched the glass. Prepare to punch a hole in the glass. Whoosh! Shueli was quick on her feet and probed to grab his fist. Don't spook the snake. Cheng Hui shook off her hand, both eyes spitting fire as he observed Long Yimin once again. She was seen with her hair coiled up in a bun. Her face was delicately red and fragrant. Her eyes were deep in love and rain, and her figure was enchanting and flirtatious, like a bride who had just passed away. And she was beautiful. Cheng Hui knew women too well. Only a woman who was thoroughly moved, only a woman who had just been moisturized by a man, would be so beautiful and flavorful. Add to that the fact that she was shy and clingy and snuggled up to Changba, and it was infuriating. He had to admit that Long Emin had changed from an innocent, pretty school girl to a flirtatious Tai. And this process was accomplished under the tutelage of Changba. All along, Cheng Hui had wanted to chase Long Yimin into his hands, had wanted her to be his woman for the rest of her life, and could be said to have dreamed of it. But, just now, Long Yimin had actually been tempered by Changba. Still tuned in the car. You know, Changba just broke up with Su Yueho. We broke up in the front, and then we held hands in the back. The instructor goddess in the front and the school goddess in the back. Why is he Changba so crazy? Why is he Changba so cool? How could he, Changba, be so wantonly flamboyant? A kiss. Changba watched towards the second floor and wrapped his arm around Long Yimin's small waist, smiling faintly at her. Aha! Long Yimin obediently and tenderly delivered a fragrant kiss. One more kiss. Aha! And a big show of love and dog food. Cheng Hui couldn't watch it anymore. He really couldn't watch it anymore. It was clearly an act for him. It was clearly a slap in his face. It was clearly a gift of a cuckold and a slap in the face at the same time. Cheng Hui was finally unable to endure the anger within him and bellowed, punching the glass again. Chang Xiao. Shueli once again reached out and grabbed his fist. Do you still want to follow the plan? Do you still want Changba to pay the price? Cheng Hui's face was pale and sweaty. A deep breath was let out, and another, before he calmed down and laughed a hideous grin. Okay, he's just going to live another hour or two. I can wait. Okay, I can wait. Chapter 136. Pang Wan siblings disappeared. The fourth floor was eerie. Godfather. Xiong Bushue greeted Changba and Long Yimin with his butt, carrying ice cream in his hand. It's too hot. It's not a lie to say that it's an autumn tiger. Come on, let's have an ice cream first to cool down, called Godfather, and then smilingly called Godmother. When he saw that it was Long Yimin, he couldn't help but stare. He thought it was Suyu Evening. Who knew it was another beautiful woman? However, it was more watery, gentle, and feminine than Suyu Evening. Godfather, who is this? Didn't you just call your godmother already? Changba closed the car door. In that instant, the car lights up red. Changba realized something was up and approached the car window. Miss Binbin reported softly. Master, Pang Wan, Pang Still and Pang Foam have already been controlled by Cheng Hui's people. They have already set up traps waiting for you to go upstairs. Changba opened the car door again. It's too hot outside. You sit inside the car and wait for me. Buster, I want to go in with you. Long Yimin wrapped her bird-like arms around him. For her part, she wanted to prove to everyone that she and Changba were related. Obey! Changba pushed up on her shoulders and pushed her into the car. It must be very dangerous to go up to the second floor. He had to make sure she was safe. Godmother, please. Godmother, please. Bear Unrepentant smiled curtly and gestured respectfully. Long Yimin was embarrassed by the call and covered her mouth to laugh. She had already heard that Changba had collected a godson licking dog. So it was this licking dog. Closing the car door, Changba strides toward the glass door. Godfather. Bear Unrepentant followed closely. Where's my oldest mother? Changba froze. Your eldest mother? It's Instructor Su. This beauty is my second mother. Instructor Su is my first mother. Changba Halo. Not bothering to explain to him, he asked. What all went in just now? That kid Cheng Hui has brought someone here and went up to the second floor. But don't worry, Godfather. With me here, he wouldn't dare do anything. Xiong Bushue walked to the front to lead the way. Godfather, if you want to see Shueli, we'll see Shueli. It has nothing to do with Cheng Hui. Changba stood still. It must be dangerous to go up there. And even though he didn't have any feelings for this godson, he didn't want to hurt the innocent. Bear Unrepentant. Go out and wait for me. Godfather, you treat me as an outsider? Xiong Bushua smiled. You are a father for one day and a father for life. No matter when or where, I will do my filial duty for you. A face of sincerity, spoken in no uncertain terms. Changba cried and laughed. What has happened to this lickspittle to make him so humble to his godfather? There was little time for nonsense now, so he said no more and walked quickly to the stairs. Go to the second floor. It's empty. Bear Unrepentant searched and saw no one. Whether it was the reception room, the tea room, or the lounge, there was not a soul in sight. He called Shueli, impatient. Where are you? My godfather is here. I'm on the fourth floor. You guys come to the fourth floor. they continued up the stairs. Godfather, this isn't right. How come the further up I go, the more eerie I feel? Bear Unrepentant subconsciously wrapped an arm around him. Changba quickened his pace. It's not too late if you want to go down. That being said, Godfather, your old man still treats me as an outsider. Xiong Buxi also quickened his pace. When they reached the 4th floor, the entire corridor was silent and there was no one to be seen. Xueli! Xueli! Xiong Bushue shouted. Where did you go? Come out. The sound echoed down the hallway, and he sounded creepy to himself, muttering under his breath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 4th floor wouldn't have been dead, would it? How does it feel to be near a haunted house again? Changba gave him a pat on the shoulder, signaling him to be quiet, and pointed ahead. A room 10 meters ahead opened its door and a figure walked out. It was Xueli. You guys come over here. Xueli gave Changba a cold look and turned around to walk into the room again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How old are you, TM? You don't even say hello when you see my godfather. Get the hell out of here. Xiong Bushue cursed. You do not just open an acupuncture hall, hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat. What business you do? You think I do not know? Changba held out his hand, signaling him to be quiet, and followed Xueli into the room. It's a conference room, one that can hold 20 people for a meeting. In the center is an oval conference table with chairs arranged around the perimeter. At one end of the room stood a mahogany tea table, with 2 men seated left and right. One was Xueli and the other was Cheng Hui, who was smoking a cigar. The moment they walked through the door of the room, Changba and Cheng Hui's eyes collided, sizing each other up. Changba saw that Cheng Hui's eyes were filled with hostility, anger, and murderous aura. What Cheng Hui saw, on the other hand, was not. When observing Changba up close, he realized that this young man had a steadiness and transcendence that did not match his age. A daunting light burst from his eyes. Cheng Hui had to admit that this was a young master, an incredibly young master. From the time he had known this youth, it seemed that he had never won against him. He had used almost every power and means he could muster and had not won against him. But, today is different. He wanted to see how arrogant this youth would still be this time, how he would still fight him. Not only was he going to crush him, but he was going to get the woman he wanted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiong Buxi rushed at Xueli and shouted, Where are the Pangwan siblings? Where are they? Nima, I'm telling you, if anything happens to them, I won't let you go. My godfather will not let you go. Pulling up a chair, he wiped the seat surface with his sleeve and gestured for Changba to sit down. Changba sat down. Since they want to talk, let's talk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you ing deaf? Xiong Bushue looked at Xueli's silence and rebuked even more angrily. Xueli still didn't answer and smiled coldly as she looked at Cheng Hui. Mr. Bear. Cheng Hui pinched his cigar and pressed it hard into the ashtray. You're already a man in your 40s. Calling a youngster godfather is something you can call out? Aren't you afraid that your family's ancestors' graves are smoking? Bear Unrepentant laughed. Chang Shao, I know you're jealous. Now you can say this. If you call my godfather godfather, he won't even bring a yes. In his old man's eyes, you're not even as good as a grandson. Bear Unrepentant. See for yourself. Cheng Hui slapped the tea table heavily, causing the tea set to buzz. With an angry glance at Bear Unrepentant, he opened one of the laptops on the tea table and flashed a picture, grinding the laptop screen for Bear Unrepentant to see. Xiong Bushue took a look and froze like a wooden statue. Changba scanned the laptop screen and saw that it was a mixed-race beauty, 18 or 19 years old, tall and beautiful. Needless to think, this mixed-race beauty was related to Bear Unrepentant. Xiong Buren, this hybrid was shipped from northern Burma for your brother-in-law, Ni Jianjun. He's not comfortable with the others, so he's given it to you to take in, and wait until the end of the year to give it to him. Cheng Hui grunted and sneered. You're good, you're close to the water. You slept with this half-breed and got her pregnant. It's been 3 or 4 months now, right? Bear Unrepentant smiled bitterly and dropped his head, sweating profusely. He was cautious in his work, but he didn't expect that he was still messed up by Chan Hui. This matter is not to mention by the Mi Jianju no, even by his wife Mi Fong no, are enough to drink a big pot of him. Bear Unrepentant, what do you say? Do I call your wife or your brother-in-law? Cheng Hui raised his voice and asked. Xiong Buse's face rose in tears and his body began to shake. On your knees. Cheng Hui suddenly gave the tea table another heavy tap. Bear Unrepentant's legs went limp, but he didn't kneel down. Looking towards Changba, his eyes were full of pleading. Godfather. Chapter 137 Godson's Helplessness. Giving Godfather a coarse needle set. And call Godfather? Cheng Hui pointed at Changba. He can't even save himself now. How can he save you? Xueli stood to the side and laughed out coldly, looking at Changba with eyes that ate him up. Today, not to mention Changba, even God can't save them. Well, it's something I was told to say. Changba spoke up. It has nothing to do with what happened to Bear Unrepentant. Who says it's irrelevant? Cheng Hui grabbed a teacup and heavily slammed it down in front of Xiong Bushue's yellow shoes, angrily shouting, "Kneel down!" Pouncing, Bear Unrepentant directly dropped to both knees. Both knees stung, but knelt steadily, drooping his head. He didn't dare to look at Changba, much less Cheng Hui. Bear Unrepentant. What I despise most is licking dogs like you. Cheng Hui grabbed the ashtray and threw it towards Xiong Bushue's head. If you want money, you have money. If you want people, you have people. And Mi Jianjun is still your brother-in-law. In Magic City, who wouldn't give you face? You are good. Even recognize Changba as godfather. What's in your head? After cursing, he stood up at one stop and kicked at Xiong Bushue's head and chest. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. I told Nima to be a lickspittle. My name is Nima and I call myself a godlicker. Bear Unrepentant was kicked to the ground, cradling his head and wailing. Feeling that Cheng Hui was beating him to death, he turned towards Changba for help. Godfather, save me. Godfather, help me. Changba swept him away and walked over to the front window, peering down toward the Bentley seat below. Don't let Pang Guan's siblings be rescued here and Long Yimin's accident happen over there. Save you? Cheng Hui got tired of fighting and sat down at the tea table again, picking up the drawing paper to wipe the blood on top of his leather shoes. I told you he can't even protect himself. Seeing this, Shueli brought over a wet towel, squatted down, and wiped his shoes. Changba, I'll show you something. Cheng Hui taps the laptop keyboard twice to play a video. Wide your doggy eyes and watch it. The video shows Pangfeng and Pangguan, father and son, being beaten in turn by 4 big men with belts and whips, straight to the ground, paralyzed and covered in blood, and Pan remained on his knees, breaking down and wailing. Changba was furious and secretly used hypnosis. He would put all the people who had assaulted them into a state of sleep for the rest of their lives. Host, they're in a sealed space. Your hypnosis can't work yet. The system sends out alerts. Changba thought that he could only continue to improve his abilities, and now, he could only use hypnosis on Cheng Hui and Shueli. Changba, Baikaru told me that you know how to hypnotize. Cheng Hui lit another cigar. But I'm warning you, the few people controlling Pangguan and his little sister are masters of anti-hypnosis. Shelly adds, even if you hypnotize us, you can't save the Pangguan siblings. Changba's heart sank. This was unexpected. It seemed that Cheng Hui and Shueli's were indeed prepared. He looked at Cheng Hui and asked, Cheng Xiao, what do you want? Cheng Hui didn't answer and gave a hideous smile, looking at Shueli. Shueli understood and pulled open a drawer under the coffee table and took out a syringe with a needle. The syringe is thick and the needle is long. Obviously the same type of needle used to give a pig a shot. She pushed up the syringe, letting some crystal droplets emerge from the needle. Standing gardener, does that ring a bell about the shot? Changba swept a glance at the syringe, believing the contents to be highly poisonous. You're such an expensive man. You got a shot in the arm last time in front of the genius kindergarten gates. Forgotten yet? Shueli asked with a smile. Changba then remembered. It turns out that the last time someone took advantage of the chaos to sneak him a shot, the culprit was this Shueli. At the same time, he also understood that this Shueli had long been instructed by Cheng Hui. Thinking of getting rid of him, kneel, Shueli ordered to Changba. Changba sat steadily, staring intently into her eyes. Zeri pointed to the laptop screen. If you don't kneel down, I'll have someone give Pan Still a shot. As soon as the words were spoken, a man in a white lab coat and blue mask appeared on the laptop screen, holding a thick syringe in his hand. Kneeling beside him was Pang Still. Godfather. Xiong Bushue wiped the blood from his face and sat up with support. Don't you kneel. If you want to kneel, I'll kneel for you. What a godson. You make a great impression. Cheng Hui handed Shueli a look. Shueli understood and walked over to Xiong Bushue with the syringe and took his hand, placing the syringe in his hand. This one's for your godfather, and since you're taking the fall for him, give yourself a shot. Bear's hands shook, and the syringe nearly fell to the floor. One look at the thick syringe made his heart flutter. A needle of this size, not to mention hitting a person, or even hitting a pig, the pig will howl in pain. Are you hitting it or not? Cheng Hui looked at Xiong Bushue standing and fuming, and shouted angrily, if you don't fight, you can fight for your godfather. He doesn't dare to move now, pointing to the laptop screen. If he dares to move, it will be Pang Still, it will be Pangguan, it will be their family of 3 who will die. Xiong Bushue glared at Cheng Hui. You think my godfather is stupid? Put it on anyone. The first thing that comes to mind is to protect yourself. Cheng Hui gave a hideous smile. Your godfather isn't stupid, and when he dies, so many people get to live well, and if he lives, many people have to die. Shueli chimed in. Do I need to add anything to this? Chang Xiao has already sent people close to people who are closely related to Changba, like instructor Su Yu Evening, like counselor Xia Yifu, like Vice Dean Su Huizi, and a few of his roommates. Xiong Bushua was horrified and looked at Changba with eyes full of terror. The hand gripping the syringe shook even more. He knew Cheng Hui was sinister, but he had never thought he was so sinister. Next, he stared at Changba with wide eyes as he wondered what he would do. Bear unrepentant, come here. Changba's face was calm, his tone bland. Since this needle tool was prepared for me, it's good to target me. Xiong Bushua had a bitter look on his face, looking at Cheng Hui and then Xueli, so he could only take one small step at a time towards Changba. He had no choice now but to follow Cheng Hui's request in order to protect himself. A distance of 5 meters took him 5 minutes to walk. To came to Changba's side, he lowered his head, bent down, stretched out his hands, and shiveringly offered the syringe. Look at his pious appearance, like an ancient courtier handing in a sermon. He whimpered, Godfather, I'm sorry, you'd better do it yourself. Changba took it and, following Xueli's example just now, pushed a little bit of the syringe with interest, causing a little bit of clear liquid to emerge from the needle. Also put the needle in front of your nose and sniff it. Bear Unrepentant took a look and secretly screamed, Godfather, this stuff must be poisonous. Why are you still sniffing it? Cheng Hui and Xueli took a look at each other and both sneered in triumph. Not to mention anything else, if Changba took a close sniff of this liquid, half of his life would already be gone. So is one shot enough? Changba pushed the syringe again, and flicked it with his middle finger. Sweeping a glance at Xueli, Shelley replied, one shot, just one. One shot is enough for you to enjoy. Chapter 138, It's my fault for being too young to know that godfathers are good. Changba nodded and looked at Cheng Hui again. Chang Xiao, are you ready? Cheng Hui sneered, drew a mouthful of cigar, moved elegantly to light a bit of cigar, and lit the ashes into the teacup. I've been ready for this since the day I met you. Taking another puff on his cigar, he slumped back into a comfortable position. There was a good show coming up, and he was very much looking forward to it. Suddenly thinking of something, he gave Xueli a hand signal. Xueli understood, picked up her cell phone and turned on the video. After Changba gave himself the injection, he would be poisoned, and his body would undergo a poisoning reaction, and his entire body would display the tragic symptoms of extreme pain after poisoning. Record the tragedy, not only to enjoy it, but also to do research. Really ready? Changba stared closely at Cheng Hui and asked again, deliberately stalling? Cheng Hui was a bit impatient and picked up his cell phone. You want me to make a call and tell my men to brutally beat up Pang Feng's father and son again before you'll do anything? Before the words fell, Changba moved, pinching the syringe. He suddenly stepped forward and threw it at Cheng Hui with force. Whoosh! The syringe was like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Cheng Hui. Watch out! Xueli shouted as she saw a bolt of lightning. Nima! Cheng Hui also noticed Changba's movements and let out a yell as he scurried up, subconsciously dodging towards one side. But he's moving too slow. Before he could stand up, the syringe had arrived and was deep inside his thigh. Ah! Cheng Hui screamed in pain. It felt like a steel needle went right through the entire leg. Looking down, he was even more horrified. The syringe was dead as a nail in his leg. Ah! 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 He trembled violently in pain and howled like a pig being killed. Xueli was stunned. She thought Changba would inject himself, but who would have thought that he would turn the spearhead on Cheng Hui? A look at the syringe sent chills down her back. Not to mention the needle. A third of the syringe went into the leg. Upon further inspection, the other side of the leg showed the needle. The pillow still had a striking drop of blood on it. It also means that the syringe actually pierced Cheng Hui's thigh. How much inner strength does that have to be? What a burst of energy that has to be. Only the best of the best would have such a blow to the enemy. Xueli's legs weakened at once. Observing a glance at Changba with terrified eyes, she could not help but take 2 steps back. ********. Xiong Bushua was so shocked that he scurried up. Godfather, you're really my godfather. Awesome. Oh, awesome. Glaring at Cheng Hui. Quickly detoxify yourself, or else you'll be the one to die. Cheng Hui wasn't enamored. Time was life for him now. With a hideous face in pain, he roared at Xueli. Come and save me. This is poisonous. Quickly help me detoxify. Xueli was alarmed. Chang Xiao, I don't have an antidote for this. Ah! Cheng Hui flopped into a chair. You messed with this and didn't dispense the antidote? Xueli replied sharply. This is for Changba. The purpose is to make him die. You. Cheng Hui had a devastated look on his face and felt the pain in his legs get worse. At the same time a wave of dizziness was felt. He knew it was a poisoning reaction. In a few minutes he would be spitting in foaming blood, rolling around on the floor, incontinent, and dying in excruciating pain. And after death, even if the coroner came, he couldn't find out what caused his death. I knew it was a skin wound, but I just couldn't find out if it was from poisoning. Chang Xiao, you're so stupid. Xiong Bushua suddenly clapped his hands and walked towards Cheng Hui. My godfather is a miracle doctor. The antidote to poison is a snap. Cheng Hui then remembered that Chang Ba's medical skills were superb, and turned his begging eyes to him. Standing gardener, quickly, save me, please, save me. Chang Ba opened his cell phone, clicked on the tomato novel, and once again read marrying an old widow as a daughter-in-law. I'm happy and cool. He wanted to take this time to relax and enjoy himself. The dog author updates 10 chapters a day. No advance notice either. Bad review. Chang Park Master, I am sorry. My dog's eyes don't know to tie. As long as you save me, I'll be the little brother. From now on. Nima fart. Xiong Bushue glared at Cheng Hui. I'm his godson. You're his little brother. Why do you think so beautiful? Cheng Hui's face was waxy, shivering and sweating all over. Bah! Xiong Bushue was extremely contemptuous. I called Changba godfather. You didn't look down on it. Now how come you call me godfather too? Cheng Hui was about to cry. It's all my fault for being so young and not knowing that godfather is good. Godfather, please, save my son's life. Changba didn't say anything, still keeping his head down and reading the novel. I can't tell you. These 10 chapters look over the top. It was as over the top as zapping Cheng Hui just now. Are you stupid? If you want to ask your godfather to save you, you have to show your attitude. Xiong Bushue glared at Cheng Hui. My godfather's classmate's family is still controlled by your people. If they don't come out, my godfather will save you? Cheng Hui then remembered. Exerting all his strength and shivering, he picked up his cell phone and called his men, telling them to treat Pang Wan's family well immediately and to bring the family of 3 to the 4th floor to be handled by Changba. Shueli stood dumbfounded. Originally, everything was under her and Cheng Hui's control. Who would have dared to think that the situation on the field would instantly undergo a 180-degree turnaround? Right now, Cheng Hui actually called Chang Ba godfather, and his eyes were full of pleading. What about her? Should I run, or should I call my godfather? But, if you run, can you get away? Do you think he'd recognize Chang Ba as his godfather? After only 3 minutes, 4 big men brought in the Pang Wan family. They were stunned to see the scene in the room. The 4 big men were stunned, and so was Pang Wan's family. They thought that Changba would be very bad, and Cheng Hui would be very good. But the scene in front of me was the opposite. Little sister, it's okay. Changba smiled at Pang Still. I'll take you home later. Bully. Pang Still jumped into Changba's arms and bawled. It really freaked her out just now. She thought she had been captured by them and would be taken and controlled by them again like the last time. Those days of darkness and misery will continue. But, once again, Changba stepped in and once again saved her and her family. Pang Wan stood off to the side, also crying in pain. It was all like a dream. He couldn't even imagine how Changbas did all this. Okay, down to business. Changba comforted Pang Still, handed her over to Pang Wan, and looked at Pang Fong. Uncle, you and Shueli are both here, so you can sign the breakup contract. Pang Fong agreed repeatedly and looked at Shueli. How dare Shueli refuse? Scrambling to find a pen and paper, he wrote down the breakup note. They don't have financial problems and it's easier to break up. 3 minutes later, Pang Fong got the breakup contract. Changba was satisfied and instructed Pang Wan. You guys get out first, my car is down there. Alright brother Ba, we'll go down first. With a tearful and grateful smile, Pang Wan took his little sister's hand and led Pang Fong out of the room. Bully, no, godfather, my own father. Cheng Hui was already lying on the floor, first foaming at the mouth, and then bleeding from the 7 orifices, already dying. Quickly, save me. Chapter 139, Successfully Completing the Mission. The system is deeply ashamed of its previous abusive master. Changba smiled evilly, stood up, and walked towards the door of the room. Unring the bell. You find Shueli. Put. Cheng Hui spat out a mouthful of old blood and cried out in pain. Godfather. No. Surnamed Chang. You are despicable and shameless. He had done what Changba had asked him to do, just to get his life back. But Changba saw death. He'd always thought he was bad, and only now did he think Changba was the number 1 bad. What are you guys standing around for? Cheng Hui glanced angrily at the 4 big men and gave orders for them to get rid of Changba. But, before the 4 big men could move, they flopped and lolled to the ground together and passed out. I don't know what's going on. It's like a collective poisoning. Oh, Cheng Hui's eyelids rolled over and he wanted to whip over. Bear unrepentant. You take care of the aftermath. Changba gave an explanation and walked out of the room with his head held high. For a hypocrite like Cheng Hui, this kind of shameless villain, of course he wouldn't save it. Saving this man is killing good people. Save this man, and the wrongs of those who were once victimized cannot be avenged. As for Shueli, she'll be given a proper arrangement after she's done with Chong. Inside the room, Xiong Bushua coldly looked at Shueli. Shueli, you heard what my godfather said, didn't you? Shueli walked quickly toward Cheng Hui. I hear you. leave this place to me. I'll handle Chang Xiao. Chang Hui was still bleeding from his 7 orifices, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't come up for air, like he still had his last breath. Shueli, we are together. You not deal with Changba, deal with me? Shueli sneered, looking down at him. Who has been with you? A villain like you? I'm too disgusted to be with you. Put. Chang Hui sprayed out another mouthful of old blood. He spent a lot of money to ask Shueli to work for him, and in the end, his own little life fell into her hands. Knowing that, he wouldn't have spent a dime for her and would have ended her first. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He sprayed out another mouthful of blood. Shueli, as long as I live, I will exterminate your entire family. Shueli's face was expressionless as she pulled open the drawer of the coffee table and took out another syringe, spraying potion at Cheng Hui's wound. What are you doing? Cheng Hui didn't want to give up yet, staring at the syringe in Shueli's hand with wide eyes. Shueli, what I said just now was just gas. As long as you save me, my hundreds of millions of property all belong to you. Shelley replied, I'm fighting fire with fire, so that instead of dying of poisoning, you end up dying of tetanus. Even if the police investigate, we'll get out safely. Put. Cheng Hui sprayed a mouthful of old blood towards the ceiling. Is relentless. Shueli, this matter has nothing to do with my godfather. Xiong Buxi explained. I wouldn't have met or known your godfather, Shueli said, grabbing the syringe on Cheng Hui's leg and pulling it out with force through gritted teeth, bringing out a stream of blood. Ah! Cheng Hui felt another tearing pain and fiercely rounded his eyes. Like a return to the light, the whole person was instantly energized, and looked to Xiong Buxie, panting for help. Brother-in-law, please save me once for the sake of Mi Jianjun. As long as you save me this time, you are my lifelong benefactor, and I will receive the kindness of a drop of water from a man and return it with a spring of water. Bear Unrepentant clasped his palms together. Amit Ba, goodness gracious, Chang Xiao, don't worry, after you die, I'll ask the best mage to transcend your soul. I'll give you 3 bows to say my final goodbyes and give you one last ride. Bow once, bow again, bow 3 times, bend and bow 1, 2, 3, poof, poof. Cheng Hui spat out several buckets of blood and died of gas. Brother Ba, we're all waiting for you. As Changba walked out of the acupuncture center, Pang still smiled and jumped into his arms. Now that the family has turned the corner, she is no longer afraid. This brave little girl has had many experiences and has developed her guts. At this time, Pang Feng and Pang Guan, father and son, could not help but put their arms around Changba and embrace him. It wasn't Changba today, and their family failed miserably. Little sister. Changba laughed and lovingly patted Pang Still's little head. Come on, let's go back. Pang Still held out his arms. Bah, I told you to pick me up. Changba laughed again and bent down to pick her up. I love you, Buster. Pang Still wrapped his arms around Changba's neck and kissed him hard on the cheek. Changba smiled from ear to ear. Let's go, little sister. We should go back. Don't worry. Look, my mom is here. Pang Still pointed to a middle-aged beauty next to him. Changba took a look, then noticed that Lu Miling had arrived and smiled and nodded at her. Auntie, you're here too. Lu Miling smiled gratefully and walked forward, holding out her hands to shake his. Then a contract was taken out. Changba, look, this is the contract of remarriage between your uncle and I. We've already signed it, and tomorrow we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. Good. Changba was even more delighted. Now that Pang Feng and Lu Miling are back together, he is completing his mission successfully. Bully. Pang Guan wrapped his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, it's almost noon. My dad is treating us and has already booked a private room. Let's go. Let's have a reunion dinner. Good. Ha 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 ha. No drunkenness today. Changba had no problem with that and agreed readily. If we don't get together today, when will we? And everyone laughed out loud. So, Pang Guan's family took a car, and Changba and Long Yimin took a Bentley and drove to the hotel. As Changba sat in the car, Long Yimin immediately threw her arms around him, warm and affectionate. Brother Ba, people have been waiting for you for a long time. Just now still talking about the situation at that time. I was scared. Changba laughed and asked her to rest assured. Brother Ba, now that you're a returning hero, don't you want to hug a beauty and enjoy the peak of your life? Well, the Bentley drove slowly, and the atmosphere inside the car was once again warm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Hershey's host. The host has successfully completed his mission. The host completes the mission with full marks. Not only will you help your classmates' family and rid the world of evil, but you'll also be able to hold a beautiful woman. Host is tough. The host is a flirt. The host is dashing. The host is superb. The system is proud of the host. I wish to be proud of the host. The system is kicking itself for not following the rules in the past. The system is deeply ashamed of some of its previous abusive owners. the system awards the host with a reward. The host can naturally add these rewards. The host's hypnosis will not be restricted by space in the future. The host's restoration technique will not be restricted by space in the future. The host's kung fu has gone to the next level. The host's medical skills are extraordinary. The host's image carries its own light. The host's kidney function is #1 in the country. Ha 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 ha. Changba began to genuinely like the system, embracing the beauty in his arms and laughing indulgently. Laughing beauty springs to life. Laughing as Miss Bimbo sped off to her heart's content. Laughing as if the whole street was in full bloom. Chapter 140, Cheng Hui is dead. The sky is falling. Magic City University. Teacher's dormitory building. Xia Yifu was half lying on the bed, lazily looking at the book. Usually on double days, she doesn't want to go out. It's too hot and sunny outside. She just wanted to be left alone to read quietly for a while. By noon, she would go out for a lunch with Changba. This morning Changba took a few of his classmates to visit Pang Wan's little sister, and she waited for him to return. Tired of watching, she stretched and picked up her cell phone, seeing that the time was 12:30. Why isn't this guy back by now? Did Pang Wan invite for dinner? Or did he accompany Instructor Su to dinner? She was going to give him a call. I had just pressed the number when my cell phone suddenly vibrated. At first glance, it was the university's security brigade, also nicknamed Showdown, calling. It had always been Showdown who provided her with important information. As soon as the call was made, Showdown's anxious voice came out from inside. Mr. Xia, something's wrong. Something big has happened. Xia Yifu, hearing that the tone was wrong, dropped her book and sat up. This morning, Ba accompanied Pang Wan's family to Shueli's acupuncture parlor to look for Shueli, and ended up meeting Cheng Hui there. After Ba took Pang Wan's family out of the acupuncture center, Cheng Hui died. Inside the acupuncture center, Cheng Hui is dead. The sky is falling. Cheng Hui is dead? Xia Yifu was shocked and stood up at one stop. Cheng Hui was the Cheng clan's eldest young man, the successor of the Cheng clan. And when he died, the sky fell in half for the Cheng clan. The sky is falling for those who hurt him. If Cheng Hui's death was related to Changba, the consequences would be hard to predict. Team Xiao, Cheng Hui is really dead? Are you sure? Sure. There was no heartbeat after the ambulance pulled him to the hospital, and now he's in a crystal coffin. My goodness, an extremely bad feeling arose in Xia Yifu's heart. This matter might really have something to do with Changba. All along, who didn't know that Cheng Hui and Changba had conflicts? Not to mention that Cheng Hui died after Changba left. Even if it had nothing to do with Changba, would the Cheng clan let him go? The coroner has determined the cause. Cheng Hui died of tetanus from a leg injury. Xiao Tong continued. The police have also found out the results. Cheng Hui was mistakenly injured by his men. Mistakenly injured? Xia Yifu shook her head. Not to mention the Cheng clan. Even she didn't believe that Cheng Hui died by mistake. What do the Cheng say now? The representative of the Cheng clan has already spoken, determining that this is definitely related to Chang Ba, and that he will never be spared. Sure enough, Xia Yifu's heart sank. Now no matter what, for Changba, hurry up and run for your life. The Cheng clan screwed together to deal with Changba, and Changba absolutely couldn't deal with it. Mr. Xia, the Cheng clan has already taken the crystal coffin to the genius kindergarten. They said that if Changba doesn't give a statement, they'll put Cheng Hui's body in the genius kindergarten's conference room. The sky is really going to collapse. Xia Yifu was even more shocked, quickly changing into a pair of jeans, not caring to change shoes, wearing a pair of flip-flops, rushing to the door of the room. Changba must be found at the first opportunity. He must be taken away from Mordor at the first opportunity. Regardless, safety comes first now. As she rushed to the elevator, she called Changba. The number you have dialed is in progress. Please dial again later. Called twice in a row and was on the line. Walking into the elevator, she called Su Yuehong. This Instructor Su. Now that Changba has such a big deal going on, she doesn't know? As soon as the call was made, he asked urgently, Instructor Su, where are you? I'm at my villa. What's the matter? Something has happened to Changba. Something big has happened. You know? Xia Yifu was about to shout out. Su Yu Evening, who was at home with her aunt drinking tea and chatting, walked outside to the living room to answer the phone. Her tone cold. I have nothing to do with him being in trouble. We've broken up. Instructor Su. Xia Yifu was so angry that she shouted. This is not the time to play with your temper. Su Yu Evening's tone was still cold. I'm not being a jerk. We really did break up. Anything he does now has nothing to do with me. Xia Yifu fainted and wanted to cry. This pair of people, how to split up and split up and split up. There is no end to it. Now she didn't have time to ask over the exact reason for the breakup. Out loud, Changba took Pang Wan's family to Shueli Acupuncture Center and met Cheng Hui. After Changba left, Cheng Hui died. What the police investigated. Chang Hui died of tetanus, but the Chang family doesn't see it that way and believes that Chang Hui's death was caused by Changba. Now the Chang clan won't let go of Changba, and carrying a crystal coffin, they're going to the genius kindergarten to look for Changba. That's the way it is, and I'm just asking you, do you care now? Chang Hui is dead? Suyu Evening's scalp went numb and her back went cold. Chang Hui's death is a big deal. The Ching family has decided that Changba is the murderer, so Changba must have died 9 deaths. She rushed quickly into the tea room, greeted her aunt, and flew out of the parlor. Sister Fu, I'm on my way to kindergarten. She and Changba are broken up. She and Changba are no longer related. But she couldn't watch Changba get screwed over, much less watch the doors of a gifted kindergarten being barricaded. Since applying for a job at Genius Kindergarten, she has made Genius Kindergarten her home. That's where Grandma's last wish was fulfilled. She would never allow someone to carry a dead body and block the door to the nursery. Once it continues, how will kindergartners still go to school? Will kindergarten still be open? Boom! Getting into the Land Rover, she drove off and stormed out. She wanted to call Changba, but thinking that the two had broken up, she called Co Haija. Director Su, where are you? I'm at the Constituent Grove Mall picking out a bracelet. Can I help you, Instructor Su? Constituent Forest Mall is more than 60 kilometers away from the Genius Kindergarten, and by the time Su Huizi arrives, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold, replied Suyu Evening. It's okay, that's it. Hanging up the phone, he called Jin Genius, the chairman of the Genius Kindergarten. Again, now that we're in such a big situation, the only way to report it is to the higher-ups. Director Zhen, you don't know that the Chang clan brought Chung Hui's corpse to the Genius Kindergarten to cause trouble, do you? I've heard about it and am on my way to the kindergarten. In the meantime, I'm contacting the relevant leaders to deal with the matter. That's fine. Su Yaya more or less caught her breath. I just called the standing gardener and I couldn't get through, so you called him and told him to hurry back. He'll come back when I'm done with my side. Okay, bye. Su Yueho hung up the phone and then called Changba, but when it came time to press the dial-out button, her fingers froze in the air. She and Changba had broken up, and she didn't want to contact him again. After thinking about it, she found Bear Unrepentant's cell phone number and called it. Xiong Buxi was Changba's godson, and she had to inform Changba through this godson. What are your orders, godmother? Don't you call me godmother. Suyu Evening was enraged when she heard this title. Lickspittles like this one made her sick just looking at them. She would never have contacted him today if it wasn't for the Genius Kindergarten. Something happened to Changba. Did you know? I know. I was there when my godfather came to Shueli Acupuncture. You were there too? Su Yang was taken aback. I'm always there. The Ching family took Ching Fai's body to the Genius Kindergarten. You know? I know. I just contacted my godfather and he's already on his way to the Genius Kindergarten. Suyu Evening was anxious all of a sudden. She called one after another. The purpose is to tell Changba to avoid the wind. He is good, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain. Preferring to go to the Tiger Mountain, she's all about to let out a river roar. Call him and tell him not to go to kindergarten. Chapter 141, Offend Heaven and Earth. Never offend Godfather's little tease. The Bentley seat drove steadily down the street. The air was still warm in the compartment, which was completely within privacy. Changba and Long Yimin were still entwined against each other in the back seat. It can't be helped that one is talented and the other is beautiful. One has the #1 kidney function in the country and the other is gentle and affectionate and romantic. The world is already too lonely for me to live like this. Let me love it all at once. Give you all I have. Let me love you all at once. The bingo girl was very good at her job, playing moving music and swaying appropriately to cheer up the lovers and arrange the general atmosphere of the cave. Let the owner thoroughly experience that supreme general enjoyment. The cell phone suddenly rang. It rang for a full minute before Changba stretched and sat up, reaching out to grab the phone. The call came from Bear Unrepentant. Godfather, are you going to the gifted kindergarten now? Yes. Don't go. Auntie called me just now and told you not to go. Dame. The title froze Changba in his tracks. When did this lickspittle Xiong Bushue get a new wife? When did I get a new sister-in-law? My eldest mother is Instructor Su. You're not with Long Yimin right now. Instructor Su is the first mother, and Long Yimin is the second mother. I'm going. Changba swooned. So that's what happened to the older woman. That's a bad lick. This licking dog. For once. Humph. Long Yimin was disgruntled. Her face flushed as she snuggled into Changba's chest and took the cell phone. Xiong Buxi, how do you lickspittle talk? Who is Young? The words startled Bear Unrepentant. Offend heaven and earth. Never offend your godfather's little tease. Now schoolgirl Long Emin is a little tease for her godfather. I'm sorry, godmother. You'll always be my godmother. You're the only godmother I have. I'm sorry, son made you angry. Godmother, son will give you a good day. Long Emin laughed. No wonder Ba wanted this dog-licking son. Licking up his master was such a pleasant mood. That's just it, just talk to your godfather. For a moment she had the feeling of being a pussy and smiled as she put her cell phone to Changba's ear. The Book of Bear Unrepentant is back to business. Godfather. Instructor Su said that the Chang clan took Chung Hui's body to the genius kindergarten. They're just looking for a statement from you. Yikes. Long Yimin was terrified and subconsciously wrapped her arms tightly around Changba's neck. Brother Ba, what should we do? We can't go to kindergarten now. Once Cheng Hui died, Chang's would be unsettled, and the entire magic city would be unsettled as well. Changba smiled bashfully and gently pinched her cheeks. Don't be alarmed, Minnie. I have my own ideas. Long Yimin smiled sweetly and snuggled into his chest once again. She admired Ba beyond measure, and since Ba said so, then he must have a good plan in his chest and would definitely succeed. When the time comes, Ba will surely have another heroic hug to sleep with. No, it's the hero who holds the beauty. Godfather. Xiong Bushue was anxious, calling me to say, you can't go. You mustn't go. The Cheng clan is united. Their strength definitely exceeds yours. If you go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ha 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 ha. Changba smiled cheerfully. Xiong Bushue, your godfather as the director of the genius kindergarten. The kindergarten is out of order. Do not dare to go over. Then your godfather is not Changba. Ha 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 ha. Hanging up the phone, he hugged the beauty once again and swam indulgently in the sea of love. As soon as Xiong Buxia hung up the phone, he called Suyu Evening. In fact, this call could be made or not, but he felt compelled to make it. This was the best opportunity to impress Suyu Evening. He had a premonition that before long, Suyu Evening would still be Changba's girlfriend. In terms of face value, Suyu Evening and Long Yimin tied. In terms of body shape, they could be a tie. But in terms of character, in terms of toughness, in terms of staying power, Su Yeyai was far away from Long Yimin. He knows women too well, and it is her character that ultimately determines a woman's fate. Instructor Su, I just called my godfather. What did he say? He's still going to gifted kindergarten. This, Suyu Evening cursed, he just knows how to act like a bully. He's not afraid of being struck by lightning. For a moment, the heart was anxious again. Instructor Su, I have an important matter to report to you. Suyu Evening's heart sank as she listened to him continue. My godfather has a new girlfriend. It's his college friend Long Yimin. They were making out in the car. I don't dare to describe the scene. Long Yimin. When Suyu Evening heard this name, her heart rumbled and she was dizzy for a moment. She knew that Long Yimin had been secretly in love with Changba, but didn't dare to be with him. With her, Suyu Evening, it was a breakup with Changba, and other women wouldn't dare to approach Changba easily. But, not daring to think, this time I don't know what happened. Just after she broke up on her side, Long Yimin went to Changba's side to be as close to him as she could be. A deep sense of frustration welled up, a deep stabbing pain traveled throughout his body. At the same time, a kind of hatred was also born. She didn't hate Changba, she hated herself. She had broken up with Changba, and it was Changba's freedom to date other women when and where he wanted, and she used to be too willful, because of an aunt who broke up with Changba because he didn't listen to her. Is she really right? Is Changba really wrong? She was doing it for herself, while Changba was doing it for his brother. For his brother's family. Think about how much Changba had helped her in the past, and how much he had helped her sister, and how much Changba loved her, but she had forgotten all about it, and only thought that Changba couldn't leave her alone, and only knew about big womanism, and in the end, she did not get anything, and Long Yimin, so a gentle and somewhat cowardly girl, actually had love. Her eyes moistened at the thought. She had the urge to cry. Instructor Su, in my mind, you will always be my godfather's official girlfriend, so don't be sad, and don't give up even more. In my mind, only you are a good match for my godfather. Your status, your beauty, and your heroic demeanor are a perfect match for my godfather. And Long Yimin, what does she have? The Long clan has already declined, and Long Yimin is timid and afraid of things. She approached my godfather. All she wanted to do was to hug her thigh. That is, to find someone to rely on. For her to do so is a cowardly act in itself. But you won't. Instructor Su, you love my godfather for who he is. Look now how worried you are for him. And look at Long Yimin. Even she just knows how to play. Just knows how to have fun for a while. Just knows how to have fun for a while when she can. And doesn't care about my godfather's death or life at all. Xiong Bushue said here, are going to cry out. Su instructor, now whether you are angry or not, I have to call you a godmother. Godmother, you will always be my godmother. You must not be sad, and even more cannot give up. Please, godmother, pull yourself together, take back the love that belongs to you, take back the man that belongs to you. As this paragraph was said, Su Yueho was in hot tears. This godson, take it. Needless to say, this passage spoke to her heart. She just demanded that she would never give up, that she would never be defeated by Long Yimin. Yesterday she was military training Long Yimin, telling Long Yimin to do as she was told. And today Long Yimin took away her boyfriend. No one can swallow this. They're unrepentant. Thank you. Go to the kindergarten and check the situation. Report to me if there is any movement. Yes, godmother. Suyu Evening hung up the phone, her foot slammed on the gas, and she drove to the Genius Kindergarten at a fast speed. Chapter 142, Genius Kindergarten blew up, blowing up the entire internet. Gifted and talented kindergarten. It was already crowded in front of the gates. A crystal-clear crystal coffin was placed in the open space in front of the gate, and inside it lay a body that had been frozen into an ice stick. A circle of men in black stood around the crystal coffin. The men in black were all dressed in suits and headphones, and it was obvious to the watching public that they were all full-time bodyguards. Just south of the group of black-clad men stood a woman, height of about 1.75 meters, age of 22 years old or so, a snow-white mourning clothes, forehead tied a white damask. Appearing the whole person is extremely clear, and extremely cold. The midday sun was very hot, but she wasn't the least bit afraid of it and just stood straight up against it. According to the watching crowd around, the woman is Chung Hui's half-sister, Chung Chang. She goes to school in Kyoto and is also a minor internet sensation. Taking advantage of the double holiday, she returned to Mordor to reunite with her family, but did not expect to encounter her brother's murder, so she brought her brother's body here. That is, to look for the Genius Kindergarten director, to look for Changba, to ask for a statement. She had a cell phone holder by her side and the phone on it was broadcasting live. There were already over 3,000 fans inside the live stream, leaving messages in support of her actions. Baby, we got your back. Chang, the sun is so poisonous. Take a parasol. Honey, heart me to death. Beauty, we support you to the end and watch you avenge your brother's death. Chang was in hot tears, biting her lower lip and nodding her head uncontrollably. It was important to realize that she usually had up to 1,000 people on her live broadcasts, and now, not long after she had started, her fans had already broken 2,000. Her Netflix dream is to break 100,000 followers on air, which she hopes to reach today. Big Brother List 1. Big Brother List 2. All of you, and all of your loved ones, those of you who may not know the story among you. Now Ching tells you what happened. Changba, the director of the Genius Kindergarten, went to Shueli Acupuncture for acupuncture and stumbled upon my brother. In case you guys don't know, Changba has always hated my brother just because the girl he was pursuing was my brother's girlfriend. There's a saying that when enemies see each other, they see each other. Changba clashed with my brother after seeing him. After knocking my brother to the ground, Changba took off and my brother died in the acupuncture center. Speaking of this, Chang hit his face and cried bitterly. The cries were delicate and tender. Chang, don't cry. Chang, we all support you. Baby, evil is not good. Your brother will get his revenge. Baby, I'll get you a lawyer and bring the criminals to justice. Who the hell is Changba? Is he a gangster or a punk bully? Why is he that arrogant? Numerous fans have left comments. Flowers, yachts, airplanes, gift tubes, and all sorts of other gifts are flying around. The live streaming fans quickly surpassed 4,000. Thank you for the support of your loved ones. You don't need to send gifts or just silently watch Chung Chang avenge his brother's death. Chung cried bitterly while bowing to everyone. As she bowed, she didn't forget to put one hand on her chest, wanting to show off her hot, perfect body. The inside of the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, and the entrance to the Genius Kindergarten was even more crowded. More and more people rushed to the area and gathered in circle after circle to watch the action. Long Yimin's dad, Long Ji-dome, is here. Suyulate's sister Suyulate came. Dianlong and Baikaru's families are here. Some of the staff from Power Panther Security came in. Some of the staff from the gifted kindergarten came. Some netizens are even sniffing around, setting up tall cell phone stands and starting to broadcast live, starting to rub off on the traffic. There were many opinions. Some sympathized with Changba. Some waited to see what would happen. Some watched to see what would happen. And some waited to see Changba's joke. Of course, there are still plenty of people waiting to see the joke. After all, Changba hadn't offended many people before. Without realizing it, the time came to 1:30 p.m. The sun was even hotter. Suyu Evening arrived, and so did Xiaifu. They had a date, and when they met, they rushed into the crowd, hand in hand, and fought their way forward. It took them 7 minutes and a lot of sweating to get to the kindergarten door. They saw Chang up close and saw Cheng Hui inside the crystal coffin. Only Cheng Hui was lying quietly. His face was already frozen and he looked like an iceman. They looked at each other and let out an exclamation at the same time. Cool. It's really cool this time. Now there was no need to doubt at all that Cheng Hui was dead through and through, and even the gods on earth could not save his life. Then once Changba comes here, it's just as bad as it gets. Judging from Chung Chang and the Chang clan's posse, They just wanted Changba to take a life for a life. Quickly call Changba. Sister Fu. It'll be too late if we don't stop it. Suyu Evening was so anxious that she was drenched in fragrant sweat and grabbed onto Xiaifu's hand. Xiaifu was also anxious and pulled out her cell phone to call Changba. It's through this time. Not daring to speak up, she covered her cell phone and asked, Changba, where have you been? I'm almost at the kindergarten, and there are a lot of people and cars in front of me, so I'm going to stop here. Don't! Cheng Hui's sister has brought people and corpses over to seek revenge on you. Can you come over? Hurry up! Fu, I've parked. The phone hung up. Nymphet. Xiaifu stormed out foul-mouthed. This doesn't listen to me. Instructor Su, and you have to call him. Su Yueye twisted her head. We've already broken up. Big sister. Xiaifu wrapped his arm around her shoulders. At this moment you are still remembering personal feelings? Right now. For us, it's most important for Changba to survive. Pulls out her cell phone and puts it in her hand. Instructor Su, if you still have him in your heart, fight. Without him, pull back. Suyu Evening hesitated for a moment, but still took her cell phone and called Changba's number. It couldn't be helped that the only man she carried in her heart was Changba. The call went through. She coldly asked, Changba, did you get off? Instructor Su, it's me. Long Yimin's voice came from the phone. Suyu Evening's eyes went cold and her silver teeth clenched. Tell Changba to pick up the phone. If you have something to say to me, I'm his girlfriend now. When this was said, Suyu Evening was on fire. I don't care who you are. Tell Changba that pick up the phone. Long Jimin was startled. Scared the phone out of my hand. All she could do was take a seat to the side and grab the hand of Changba, who was already off the bus. Bah! Instructor Su wants you to answer the phone. Changba froze for a moment, but took the phone anyway. Hello? I'm out of position. In front of the main gate of the genius kindergarten. Su Yeye replied. Something wrong? A little something. Go ahead. You drive and take Long Yimin away now, and I'll give you my blessing. If you dare to come to the front door of the genius kindergarten, I'll headbutt Chung Hui's crystal coffin. Suyu Evening hung up the phone and stared dead at the crystal coffin. To the death. She had to press Changba to death in order to make him realize the seriousness of the matter. Instructor Su, don't! Xiaifu was startled and scrambled to wrap her arms around her. This instructor has a strong character and does what he says he will do. If Changba came here, then she would definitely headbutt the crystal coffin. And Suyueho swore so much for only one purpose, to ensure Changba's safety. But, I wonder if Changba will still come. Chapter 143, Before the Crystal Coffin. Instructor Su came without fear. Bully. Long Yimin saw Changba about to close the car door and poked out to grab his hand. Death grip. Buster, don't get out of the car. Minnie, wait for me in the car. I'll be right back. Changba gently patted her small hand once. Long Yimin quickly got out of the car and wrapped her arms around him. Brother Ba, I'm sure you can solve the kindergarten problem, but Instructor Su is threatening to die. Brother Ba, if you go, the problem is solved. But Instructor Su sacrificed a life. Why bother? Changba smiled appreciatively and gently patted her face once. Even though the two were love rivals, Long Yimin didn't want to see anything happen to Suyu Evening, and this kind of kindness still called out to people. He made assurances. Don't worry Minnie, I'll be right back. Long Jimin was now uneasy. Who doesn't know Instructor Su's temperament? If she says she'll crash and die on the crystal coffin, she'll definitely crash and die on the crystal coffin. I'm relieved about you, but I'm not relieved about her. Wrap your arms around his waist and beg him not to go. Min, think about it. She's my girlfriend. I'll watch her die. When Changba said this, he felt that it was inappropriate and immediately changed his words. She's my ex-girlfriend, and I can't watch her kill herself. Long Yimin froze, a bitter smile surfacing at the corner of her mouth. She's Changba's girlfriend, and the two have been privy to an unknown number of other fixes in the car. But just now, he blurted out that Su Yueho was his girlfriend. Isn't it obvious that he still has her in his heart? Tears came to his eyes. Long Yimin thought that she was beautiful and gentle, pure and unadulterated, and offered herself to him. She would surely be able to get his true love. But now it seems that things are not as simple as they seem. Min, don't think too much. Instructor Su and I already belong to the past. Changba assisted Long Yimin and helped her toward the carriage. Wait for me in the car. Be good and obedient. No. Long Yimin once again tightly wrapped her arms around him and looked at him with tears in her eyes. I'll go too. I want to watch how you solve the problem. And I also want to watch that nothing happens to Instructor Su. She was about to stay with Changba. She was about to see with her own eyes that Instructor Su was okay. At the same time, by being Changba's girlfriend now, she proved to outsiders, especially to Su Yuein, that she was Changba's girlfriend and that she would be with him forever. Okay. Changba closed the car door and put his arm around her shoulders as he walked toward the crowd not far away. Hello families. I'm here in front of the gifted and talented kindergarten gates to give you a live feed. Look everyone, it's packed with people. Dear all, do you know why so many people are gathered here? Well, kids don't have mothers, so it's a long story. It's a great urban drama about children's love and grudges. The protagonist's name is Changba and he is the man of the hour at Mordor University. The main female character is called Chung Chang. She is the Chang clan's eldest young lady and is the school flower of the capital university. A male network anchor stands on the roof of an SUV and regales his fans with the legend of the genius kindergarten director. Babies, I'm on the mall across the street from the genius kindergarten. Did you see that? Everyone, a crystal coffin was placed in front of the gate of the genius kindergarten. Does everyone know who's in there? Right, the famous Chang clan's great young man, Chang Hui. He's dead at Shueli acupuncture, but dragged to the front door of the genius kindergarten by his little sister. Look everyone, the plainclothed goddess standing in front of the crystal coffin is his little sister Chung Chang, pretty and sexy looking. She and the Chang clan have only one purpose, to come to the genius kindergarten director, Changba. Why are you looking for him? Because they thought Changba was the real culprit and came to find him, to make him lose his reputation and make him pay. A female webcaster stood by one of the back windows of a shopping mall and gave a live broadcast to her many fans, narrating about the feud between Changba and Chang Hui. Other webcasts have been picking positions to get the most traffic. In front of the crystal coffin, Chang Chang's 2 eyes were filled with tears, and she was still crying to her many fans in her cell phone. Some fans have asked why the police weren't allowed to address the issue. I'll be honest, the police have given their results and said my brother died of tetanus. Dying of tetanus? Oh, think we're cuties. People say, is that possible? My brother is so handsome and healthy that he would die of tetanus? I brought my brother's remains here today to confront Changba face to face. I want the many fans to watch with their own eyes how Changba admits to having killed my brother in the end. The net of justice is wide open, and my family and I will work together to bring the real murderers to justice. At that, she raised her arms high and cried a dainty cry. Avenge your brother's death. As long as I avenge my brother's death, I, Chang Chang, have no regrets in dying. Looking at her grief-inducing and heartbreakingly pretty appearance, the many fans in the live broadcast room were heartbroken, causing the entire live broadcast room to instantly explode. Message support for message support. Crazy kudos for the crazy kudos. Crazy bounties for crazy bounties. For a while, the live broadcast fans exceeded 10,000. What are you babbling about? A petulant rebuke suddenly came from beside the crystal coffin. Who are you to say that Changba killed your brother? Chang jerked his head. The crowd standing around her all turned their heads as well. As soon as the fans inside the cell phone heard it, they all followed the sound as well. It was only a tall, cold beauty with deep eyes, whose entire body exuded a valiant yet righteous aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that Instructor Sue? That's her, the military training instructor of Mordor University. A veritable goddess instructor. Grass. What's she doing here? She's Changba's girlfriend. This is coming over to back Changba up. I'll go. Instructor Sue is so fierce, daring to come over and tough it out with Chang Chang and the Chang clan. Awesome, goddess of my mile. The bosom is too great. I adore it. I love it. Whether it was the live audience, or the many netizens inside their cell phones, there was a lot of talk, or a lot of messages. You're Instructor Sue, right? Chang Chang's eyes plummeted cold, looking Sue Unite up and down. I won't target the innocent. You go. Sue Unite took a step forward, her eyes even more forced. You take the body and I'll go. As soon as the words fell, the 2 black-clothed big men standing next to them walked towards Sue Yueho. They reached out with big bushy hands to grab her neck. Stop. Chang Chang waved his hand at the 2 big men, telling them to back off, and looked into Sue Yueho's eyes. Instructor Sue, may I ask if you are related to Changba? There's no connection. I'll come? Sue Yueho raised her head and looked down at the other party with condescending eyes. As far as I know, you're Changba's ex-girlfriend, okay? Chang Chang laughed coldly, glanced at Sue Yu Evening, and then looked at the cell phone screen. Changba has a new love now and can't look at you anymore. Don't you know? Sue Yu Evening thought of Long Yimin and a stabbing pain ran through her heart. Yes, Changba's new love now is Long Yimin. She has nothing to do with him now. But, she still held her head high and her eyes were even colder to the bone. I have nothing to do with Changba. Do you have anything to do with the person lying in the crystal coffin? Nominally you are his half-sister, but in reality you are not his father's flesh and blood. You're taking revenge in the name of avenging your brother's death, but you actually have other plans, don't you? Chang Chang became furious. Sue Yu Evening, you bully people too much. Chapter 144, Genius Kindergarten. Another sensation. With Chung Chang's angry shout, the black-clothed big men guarding the side once again pounced on Sue Yueho. Phew, like a tiger descending from a mountain. It is aggressive. Sue Yu Evening did not show any weakness and clenched her hands into fists as she watched them pounce. She knew she was no match for them, but for Changba's sake, it was time to strike. As long as nothing happened to Changba, she felt it was worth it no matter what consequences she would have. Stop! Ching raised his hand. A big man who took the brunt of the attack had already rushed to Suyu Evening's side and was about to blow his head off with a punch. Hearing Chang's voice, he withdrew his fist and took 2 steps back. The other big men also stopped and looked at Chang. Suyu Evening, I'm not going to fall for your tricks. Chang sneered. You fought me to the death to give Changba a chance, didn't you? Suyu Evening's eyebrows tightened, and she had to re-examine this woman in white. She saw right through her thoughts. Changba is here. The head gardener is here. 2 loud shouts suddenly came from the crowd. The crowd looked for the sound. Suyu Evening couldn't help but look over as well with rounded almond eyes. Ching's spirits were high as he searched the crowd for that ultimate goal. Sure enough, Changba is here. He came up to me with a big, petite beauty in his arms. He was 5'6", and with the soles of his 3-kilogram thick leather shoes, he was close to 5'9". Walking through the crowd it stood out and was very eye-catching, coupled with a pair of beady eyes and the general aura of the exterminator. The whole person was majestic and imposing. Asterisk. This aura, cradling a goddess. So flirty. So this is the changing gardener. The name is true. Last time it was also in front of this kindergarten gate. He saved a lot of people's lives by hanging banners. He saved so many lives, not a medical professional, but a miracle healer. I've heard of it. Ba is Ba, the first brother of Magic City University. The crowd murmured and gave way, squeezing a hard goat path out of the way for him. There were many beautiful girls who even looked at him with adoring, worshipful eyes. At the same time they looked at the beauty in his arms with envious and jealous eyes. Who is this beautiful woman and what are her virtues to be honored by Ba? Changba. When Suyu Evening saw Changba, she was angry and annoyed, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she rushed towards the crystal coffin. Specifically, slamming his head into a crystal coffin. She had sworn a poisonous oath to Changba that as long as Changba dared to come, she would die headfirst on the crystal coffin. But the black-clothed big man guarding the side of the crystal coffin would not allow anyone to approach. Not waiting for Suyu Evening to approach, he had already grabbed her arm and controlled her. Changba, hurry up and go. Do you hear me? Move. Suyu Evening was so anxious that she was about to jump up, rushing at Changba and shouting, Instructor Su, calm down. Xiaifu quickly walked to Suyu Ewan's side, angrily pushed the big man away and wrapped his arm around her. Changba is already here. Let's wait and see what happens first. Suyu Evening glared at Changba, so angry that both her eyes were red. And now wait and see what happens. What's changed? Changba won't be able to fly this time. At this point, the crowd quieted down, all staring wide-eyed at Changba to see what he would do next, to see how he would escape today. Especially the crowd waiting to see the joke was pointing at Changba, and pretending, oh, die later without knowing how. Yes, it's a fact that Chang Xiao is dead, and he, Changba, must pay the price. I really can't figure out what else he has to capitalize on to be so awesome right now. Look, he's still got his arm around the schoolgirl, and he's so dejected. As Changba brought Long Yining close to the crystal coffin, a group of black-clothed men quietly surrounded him, just waiting for Chang to give the order. Chang had already seen that the tall young man walking towards him was Changba. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, her eyes could spit out fire as she coldly asked, You're the one who killed my brother. It was the first time Changba had seen Chang and did not recognize this person. You are? I'm Chang Hui's sister. Chang. Chang replied in a loud voice. Changba gave a teasing smile. Oh, I heard that Process FAI has a half-sister. So it's you. Bah! Chang hated him even more. Now I'll ask you, did you kill my brother? Changba swept a glance at Chang Hui inside the crystal coffin and asked rhetorically, Where's your evidence? I see that you don't see the coffin. Chang blared at a big man in black. Someone come. With a command, the big man in black walked over to a black Rolls-Royce car nearby, opened the door, and yanked out a woman. The woman was cloaked, bruised and swollen, her clothes in tatters, and she looked like she had been brutally beaten. Changba took a look and recognized it. It was Shueli, the owner of Shueli Acupuncture. It was just as he had expected. After Chang Hui's death, there were 2 people who did the aftermath. One was Xiong Buren, and the other was this Shueli. The Chang clan's people didn't dare to move Xiong Bu Shui, but they would move this Shueli. Now Shueli was no longer a killer, but a lamb to be slaughtered. On your knees. The big man in black yanked the cloaked woman and dragged her to Chang's side, pressing her to her knees on the hot concrete floor. Say, Chang blared at Shueli, how did my brother die? The man in black brought a stereo and a microphone and put the microphone to Shueli's mouth. There was only one purpose, so that everyone would hear Shueli's words, so that everyone would know the truth. Shueli shivered in fear and replied with a sob. It was Changba who killed him. He used a syringe filled with venom to sneak up on Chang Xiao, who was poisoned and died. In order to prevent the police from discovering anything, Changba put down another kind of poison on Chang Xiao's wound to fight poison with poison, and finally created the illusion that Chang Xiao died of tetanus. After Chang Xiao died and before the police arrived, I destroyed the surveillance, but I have backups to prove that everything I said is true. There was an uproar. The crowd exploded at once. It's really Changba, so he's the one who killed Chang Xiao. Now that there's human and material evidence, let's see how he can still argue. Is sophistry useful? This is willful murder. It's punishable by death. This is the end of Changba. The Heavenly King can't save him. The inside of Chung Chang's live broadcast room was even more boisterous. Whether it's a message, a gift, blowing up the screen, the live broadcast fans instantly exceeded 20,000. Su Yeye heard it clearly, a wave of dizziness and blackness in front of her eyes. The more you fear something, the more it comes. This time Changba will surely die. Xia Yifu wrapped her arms around Su Yuewang's arm and looked at Changba, crying bitterly. Silly brother, you had to come if I didn't ask you to. This is a big game now. What's going to happen now? Changba, what else do you say now? Cheng Chang was a bit smug while angry. Will you turn yourself in, or will I send you to the police station? The Cheng clan stared at him with eyes that ate him up. Changba smiled bashfully. There's no rush. Open the crystal coffin and I'll take a look at your brother. I'll take his pulse. Pust. Cheng Chang and the Cheng clan were furious all of a sudden. Nima, the man is frozen to ice. Take his pulse. Put a on the head. You don't beat around the bush when you're bragging about being awesome. Say that like we're all retards? I think this kid just thinks he's dying slowly. What's the need for nonsense? Just kill them. The group of black-clothed dudes surrounding Changba were even more furious with their fists clenched, ready to attack and kill Changba at any time. Ho ho ho. Chung Cheng gasped and laughed. Changba, are you taking my brother's pulse, or do you want to lie with him? Chapter 145 Ice Cube Zombie appears. Shocking everyone, Changba observed a glance at Cheng Hui in the crystal coffin and walked towards it. If you say take a pulse, you have to take Cheng Xiao's pulse. Treat this dead man right. The big man guarding the side of the crystal coffin could no longer stand it and stepped forward, stretching out a hand to grab his neck. Move again and I'll take your life. Changba looked at him. I told you to look. The big man reached out his other hand and struck Changba's faceplate. Changba shook his head and used hypnosis. He was too lazy to do anything about such a minor character. In the twinkling of an eye, the big man's hand was fixed in the air. Both eyes closed and he entered into dreamland. Kneel. Changba used his driving technique again. Puff. The big man gave Changba both knees. Kneel cleanly and squarely. The other big men were shocked and pounced on Changba together. Just like the big man just now, he first closed his eyes, and then gave Changba a fluttering double knee. A group of big men knelt in 4 rows, kneeling in a fan shape. Ah! Cheng Chang was horrified and couldn't help but back up. Suyu Evening and Xia Yifu were also very shocked when they took a look. The surrounding melon-watching crowd was even more shocked when they took a look. Grass! What's going on here? Why are they all kneeling for Changba? 1 second he's going to make a move. The next he's on his knees. What the hell is going on? Asterisk. God knows. What the hell is going on? The many fans inside the live broadcast room were even more shocked, analyzing the reason why this group of big men kneeled down. Must have been bribed by Changba. Right. Being heavily bribed by Changba to cooperate with him in a play. Oh, money talks these days. One and all are really working hard, kneeling there with their heads hanging down pretending to be asleep. One of them is still a professional bodyguard. Shame on you. It can't be helped. Money is the master. After Chung Cheng calmed down, she also saw the problem and was so angry that she stomped her foot, pointing at a group of big men and chastising them. You assholes. My father and my brother have been so kind to you, and you're good, being bribed by Changba and kneeling to him in full view of everyone. You traitors wait. My father and I will never let you go. A group of big men still knelt with their heads hanging down, not moving a muscle. At this point, Changba had walked over to the crystal coffin and grabbed the lid on top. The lid was cold and icy to the touch. Changba, what do you want? Chung Chang looked at Changba angrily. Do you still want to destroy my brother's remains? Numerous family members also stared angrily, but none of them dared to take a step forward. They couldn't tell what was going on, but they felt that the aura on Changba's body was intimidating and made people retreat. I said take your brother's pulse. Changba lifted the lid and set it aside. All of a sudden, a cold mist emanated from the crystal coffin. That's what a crystal coffin looks like when it's energized, and the lowest temperature inside can reach -28 degrees. Inside, it emits chilly air so cold that it turns into mist when it encounters hot air, discouraging people. The onlookers took one look and backed away in fear. It's not a living person inside the crystal coffin. It's a dead body. A dead body frozen into ice. Changba approached the dead body and really wanted to take his pulse? What if the corpse is fraudulent? Changba wouldn't be afraid. Brother Ba, you're not really taking his pulse, are you? Long Yimin followed behind Changba, grasping the corner of his coat and lowering her head, not even daring to look inside the crystal coffin. It's fine. Changba really grabbed Cheng Hui's hand and took his pulse. Everyone around them looked dumbfounded. Is this for fun? Or is it really taking a pulse? You can take my brother's pulse? Shang didn't believe it, but subconsciously thought that his brother could be resurrected. Can. Changba closed his eyes and took his pulse, looking really old Chinese doctor that way. How's my brother's pulse? After Chang asked, he regretted very much asking if this was useful. Changba was acting and pretending, and he was cooperating with him to pretend? It's stupid. Your brother is still saved. Changba grabbed Cheng Hui's left arm and pulled it hard with a click, directly pulling it off, tugged off along with his clothes. Ah! Chang was shocked. Aren't you taking my brother's pulse? Why are you destroying his remains? Cheng Hui's family members were even blowing their beards and eyes, and they had the heart to eat Changba. Sorry, used a little too much force. Changba put his arm back in place again. Pa, please don't act like a pussy. Long Yimin pulled Changba's clothes and persuaded him in a soft voice. If you can save him, then save him. If you can't, then let's go. Why are you playing with this dirty thing? Stay in the car with the air conditioning and talk about life. Doesn't that smell good? Good. Changba no longer wasted any more time and secretly used his recovery technique. Return me to the moment before I was stabbed by the syringe. In an instant, Chang Hui returned to the way he was before the stabbing. Snapping his eyes open, he blinked and surveyed his side. He sat up with a yelp as he felt the coldness around him and saw that he was actually surrounded by a crystal coffin. Crap! Where am I? Yikes! Chang jumped 3 feet in fear. Su Yiming and Xie Yifu took a look and backed away in shock. Some of the cowardly ones in the surrounding watching crowd were so scared that they held their heads in their hands to see who could run fast. Ghosts! Fraud! The corpse frozen in ice has come back to life. Run! The ice zombies are coming out. Ah! One man also jumped up and escaped. It was Shueli, the acupuncturist who had been kneeling on the floor. Right now she didn't care if Changba was a fraud or not. It was still important to run for her life. At this point, the fans inside the live room were shocked to their core. It's incredible. How the hell did that happen? That's no way to act. I saw very clearly just now that inside the crystal coffin was the corpse frozen into ice. Asterisk. How did the body sit up in a flash? How did it come back to life? Is this a scam? It's a zombie? Or is it an ice cube zombie? Asterisk. I wonder if I'm dreaming right now. Many of the bold fans watched with wide eyes, while some of the worried ones simply didn't dare to look any further for a moment. But more new fans poured in, causing the live broadcast to surpass 50,000 fans within an instant. It was also in the midst of the crowd's collective horror that Cheng Hui gritted his teeth and climbed out of the crystal coffin inside Fei, poking his head out and observing the surroundings with wide eyes. Eyes a little misty in the harsh sunlight. For a moment he couldn't figure out who he was, where he had come from, and where this was going. Even he didn't know that he had once died, had slept in a crystal coffin, had become a corpse of ice, but now he had come back to life. Suddenly, he realized something and both eyes lit up. Eminence Long. He saw Long Yimin who was snuggled up next to Changba. This was his favorite woman, and she was the only one who could pull him out of his muddled world. Emin, where am I? Come over here and give me a hand. Long Yimin didn't answer, didn't even look at him, burrowed into Changba's arms and wrapped her arms around Changba's neck. As far as she was concerned, she had never looked at him squarely while alive, and she would never look at him even more when he was dead. Changba. Only then did Cheng Hui notice Changba and let out a furious cry. Standing up violently, the woman he loved was nestled in Changba's arms, and in full view of everyone, so of course he couldn't accept it. Seeing that many of the family were there, and seeing the family bodyguards kneeling in rows, he bellowed angrily once again. What are you guys waiting for? Kill him. Chapter 146. Chang Ba, successfully promoted from Brother Ba to Master Ba. No one moved. Not a single person moved around. Instead, the people of the Chang clan all took a step back. They're not stupid. On the one hand, Changba was superbly strong. On the one hand, Changba had saved Cheng Hui's life. How could they possibly make a move with the surrounding audience and many fans watching? Cheng Hui looked at the people of the Chang clan, looked at the many bodyguards, and then looked at his little sister Cheng Chang, and froze. Once again, a series of questions popped into his head. What's going on? Why is that? Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I going? Take a break. Changba grabbed Cheng Hui's arm and helped him lie down in the crystal coffin again. With another hypnosis technique and a driving technique, Cheng Hui honestly cooperated and obediently lay down. Goose KO. No way? Why is Cheng Xiao lying in there again? Lay in there and don't be afraid of freezing into a zombie again? What's this for? Is it a segment shoot? I'm all confused. What the hell is this game? Whether it was the watching crowd or the many fans inside the live broadcast, they all gasped in shock. Even Chang, who was broadcasting live, couldn't understand it. Her almond eyes were rounded and she looked at Changba in shock. Hey, why don't you say something? Changba walked towards Chang. Didn't you say your brother was dead? Didn't you ask that acupuncturist to prove that I killed your brother? Chang smiled bitterly, smiled sarcastically, smiled in shame, and finally smiled curtly. For a moment, the face was very complex and vivid. Now that she had seen with her own eyes that her brother had come back to life, what else was there to say? What else is there to falsely accuse Changba of? Why don't you say something? Changba walked over to Chang and reached out to pinch her little face. I'm asking you now, silly then. Chang was in pain and in tears, but he didn't dare to resist. Chang park director. I'm sorry, I didn't know that my brother could survive. Changba looked to his cell phone, which was still live, and said, you're all fans of this douchebag. You were just helping her crusade against me, weren't you? What do you say now? When this was said, the live streaming fans instantly dropped to over 8,000. The anchor is stupid. So is their group of fans not fans? Some of the fans just disengaged and ran away. There were also some fans who left messages one by one. I'm sorry, Standing Gardener. There's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I thought you really killed Chung Xiao. Who knows? Standing Gardeners, you have taught me a lesson. I am impressed. Brother Ba, from now on, I'm your fan. Brother Ba, I adore you. I love you. Buster, Master Ba, please accept my grandson's obeisance. Changba noted the messages and nodded in satisfaction. I can't tell you how cute it is that this group of fans still possesses a sense of right and wrong. Once again, he gave Chang's little face a squeeze. For the sake of your fans, I'll give you a chance. Say, what's next? Chang gave another curt smile and nodded. Brother Ba, of course I'm taking my brother to the hospital to check his health. Excuse me. Rushing to greet the people of the Chang clan, they unplugged the power of the crystal coffin and carried it away. As for the 10 or so bodyguards who were still kneeling on the floor, they were also carried to the car and pulled away. As soon as they withdrew, the spectators also left one after another. On the way out, everyone was taking pictures of Changba, giving thumbs up and praising him. Goodbye, Headmaster Chang. I'll admire you. Changing Gardener. Ba is mighty. Bully is awesome. Master Bully is awesome class. There was also a share of people who felt lost, namely Su Yuichi, Dianlong's relatives and others. They all wanted to see Changba's jokes. They all wanted to see Changba's bad luck. They all wanted to see him get killed by the Chang clan's people. But it turned out that Changba actually came back to win. Do you think it's infuriating? Do you think it's depressing? At this point, the kindergarten security personnel and some of the staff even looked at Changba with adoring eyes. Look at the beginning of the aggressive momentum. Changba to finish. Kindergarten to finish. Who knows, he instantly will turn the tide. To an extremely exciting have a thrill. Sure, the happiest and most excited ones were Suyu Evening and Xiaifu. They were so happy that they were trembling and jumping around. And when they rushed to Changba's side, they hugged him again. Especially Suyu Evening. Standing on her tiptoes, she cupped his face and kissed him. Hey. Long Yimin pulled up Suyu Evening's arm. Other people are watching. Pay attention to the image, Instructor Su. Besides, you broke up with my boyfriend. Can you be more reserved? Suyu Evening seems to have forgotten the breakup. Forgotten everything. Embracing Changba is the more tightly embraced, but also the more kisses on the mouth. Long Yimin just couldn't look away and scurried upwards, also wrapping her arms around Changba and kissing him fiercely as well. Not long afterward, Xia Yifu suddenly chortled in dissatisfaction. So who? Emin Long, you kissed me with a mouthful of saliva. Oh, sorry, it's all mouth. Can't tell the difference. Long Yimin hurriedly opened her eyes and searched for her target. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. Successfully dissuaded Chung Chang Netflix. Successful resolution of the kindergarten crisis. Successful advertisement for a gifted kindergarten. Successfully promoted from brother bully to master bully. Successful hugging left and right. The ex-girlfriend is in love with the ex-girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend is in love with the ex-girlfriend. Congratulations to Master Bully. Congratulations, Master Bully. Master Bully's height increases by another 3 centimeters, breaking through 5 feet 9 inches. Master Bully's eyesight is more open to 3.5. Master Bully's kidney function improves again, the first in all of Asia. Master Ba, you tell me what you want, the system will satisfy you now. Changba laughed, satisfied. Enough is enough. Dog system, it's still you who licks it up and gives me the most pleasure. Ha 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 ha. The dog system tells the host to be a licking dog, not realizing that it is the real licking dog. The old man likes it. Host, warm reminder, please don't forget the new mission. In January, get instructor so to propose to you. Roll. Right now. I'm having fun. We'll talk about this mission tonight. Changba didn't care about any new missions right now, but rather enjoyed the moment. The blazing sun is in the sky. Fast horses. Cheng Cheng and the Cheng clan pulled Cheng Hui and rushed to the city's first people's hospital as fast as they could. An emergency doctor had long since followed. Checking Cheng Hui's body. The temperature is still 17.5 degrees. Blood pressure is 60 and 30. Heavy coma. Doctors did not dare to delay. Pushing up Cheng Hui to the emergency room. Let's bring up the temperature and blood pressure first. Loved ones, thank you for not leaving. Cheng Cheng has already changed her clothes. It's a low-cut pink short dress. Lustful and pure. Holding a cell phone in her hand and still broadcasting live. Now I've already sent my brother to the emergency room and asked the doctor to give him first aid. Bodhisattva blessing. Bodhisattva blessing. Numerous fans are keeping a close eye on her good looks and are sending their best wishes. Good luck with Cheng's boobs. Good luck with Cheng's boobs. Good luck with Cheng's boobs. Chung Cheng took a look and stomped his feet anxiously. How can you black fans be like this? My brother was rushed to the emergency room and I was still on air. In the face of this kind of dedication, you guys talk like this? Fans took a look at the message and realized they had typed the word wrong and corrected it. May Ching's brother get better and better. May Ching's brother get better and better. May Ching's brother get better and better. Chapter 147. 3 women make a drama. Changba is out of trouble. Chung Cheng took a look at it, which satisfied him. Turns out the fans got it wrong. MS. Chang, can you answer a few questions for me? A tall, skinny doctor looked over at Chung Cheng and frowned at her for having a live broadcast on such an occasion. Well, doctor, you say. Only then did Chung Cheng move his eyes from the phone to the doctor's face with difficulty. How did this happen to your brother? Oh, it's like this. I'll make it short. My brother was originally lying in a crystal coffin and had frozen into a popsicle. I went to the genius kindergarten to look for the director of Changba, and it turned out that he actually saved and woke up my brother. Ha. Listening, the tall, thin doctor laughed. Looking at Chung Cheng, it was like looking at a little cutie. Like, a corpse in a crystal coffin that's frozen to a popsicle can still come back to life? Isn't that a fool's errand? Only nerds, cuties, 205. Psychopaths can say such things. And for such words to come out of Chung Cheng's mouth, the tall, thin doctor looked her up and down and smiled from ear to ear. And you still don't believe it? Cheng Cheng pulled out another cell phone and opened it. Someone recorded the video and sent it to me. I told you to take a look. The tall, skinny doctor was still grinning and laughing as he watched the video. It was only when Cheng Hui suddenly sat up and climbed out from inside the crystal coffin that his jaw dropped violently. Really? A man named Changba actually helped resurrect Cheng Hui. Looking at the time in the video and the crowd around him, he was sure it was real. It's not staged. It's not spliced. There's no technology or hard work, just real characters and scenes. He immediately asked for the video and sent it to the head of the brain unit. The head of the brain department took one look at it, shot up, and sent the video to the hospital president. The hospital president took one look, jumped up and down, exclaimed that he was so impressed that he immediately sent the video to the president of the city's Brain Research Society. The president took a look at it and was amazed. And I examined it twice and sent the video to President Juga, the president of the National Brain Research Society and the most authoritative expert in brain science. President Juga took a look and burst into tears, and immediately asked for Changba's information, preparing to pay a personal visit to see the real face. The conversation returned to Ching and the tall, skinny doctor. Doctor's reminder. MS. Chang, since this Changba Chang Park director is so powerful, how come you didn't ask him to give your brother first aid? Chung Cheng thought about it. If the doctors here can't do it, you really need to turn to Changba. But, the thought of how he had treated him made a mistake. Through whom? If you look for him? After 1,000 thoughts, she had to turn to her fans, facing her cell phone with tears in her eyes. Kinsman, I've thought about it, and if the doctors here can't do it, I'll have to beg Changba. Everyone help me think of a way. How do I beg him? How do I get him to say yes? This is a good thing. Big Brother Punwan sends a carnival with the message. This has to go through Genius Kindergarten. Private message me and I'll tell you what to do. Gifted and talented kindergarten. Changba brought Long Imin, Suyu evening in Siaifu, and walked into the kindergarten. It's the weekend, but since I'm here, I'll go in. Long Imin kept a tight grip on her hand in order to prove her relationship with Changba. Siaifu noticed this and took a tug on Long Imin's shirt. Imin mister. Xia has 2 words to say to you. Good. Long Imin nodded. Siaifu led her under a sycamore tree, stroked her hair, and said in a serious tone, Emin, I'll be blunt. Long Emin nodded once more, washing her ears. Emin, If you and my little brother have loved, you've loved. I won't say anything. From now on, you and he are good and good, okay? What? Long Yimin was shocked, not wanting to think about how a mess Shay would speak to her. She took a step back and glared at her. Mr. Shay, this matter is put on you. Do you agree? Xia Yifu sneered. Emin, you're not going to get anywhere with my little brother. Trust me, I'm doing this for your own good. Long Yimin didn't want to hear any more and turned around. She knew that Xia Yifu and Su Yaya Evening were close, but you can't persuade someone to break up even if you are close. Excessive. At this point, Changba and Su Yaya Evening stood under another sycamore tree, also chatting softly. All they talked about was kindergarten work and not a word about their relationship. Ouch. Su Yaya suddenly felt dizzy and her body shook a little. Changba reached out to assist her. Sister Evening, is everything okay? Su Yu Evening just felt weak and couldn't help but rely on him. Instructor Su, are you okay? Long Yimin walked quickly to their side and pulled Su Yueho's arm. Are you decent? With your character of Instructor Su, you should pull out your legs and leave. How can you rely on Ba? Only then did Su Yueho release Changba and look at her. Oh, Emin-san, I'm fine. Long Yimin was afraid of Instructor Su before. However, she was now Changba's girlfriend, so she still summoned up the courage to put her arm around him and said, Instructor Su, Ba is my boyfriend. Please keep a distance from him in the future, okay? Su Yu Evening froze, her heart stung fiercely for a moment, and she lowered her head to walk away. Excuse me. Turning on his heel, he walked away, towards the kindergarten gate. The faster we go, the faster we go. Rolling tears surged out of her eyes. Just a few hours ago, Changba was her boyfriend, but now, everything is all over the place. An indescribable feeling of remorse welled up, an indescribable self-loathing surrounded his entire body. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, because of the sounds of arguing coming from behind them. Long Emin, how could you? Xia Yifu angrily pointed at Long Yimin. My little brother just broke up with Instructor Su, and on your side you're throwing yourself at him and talking about Instructor Su. Who do you think you are? Long Emin was not willing to show weakness. I'm me. I'm Bully's girlfriend. I love him. I'm going to throw myself at him. What's wrong? Am I not entitled to pursue the man I love? Am I not entitled to my love? The problem is that you're taking advantage of a loophole. Xia Yifu raised her voice. Why didn't you dare to chase after Instructor Su when he was with Changba? I dare to chase now. Long Yimin glistened with tears, but didn't let herself cry. You know very well that Changba and Instructor Su are splitting up and splitting up. Why do you still want to stick your nose in? I'm warning you, Long Yimin. You and my little brother won't last long. I don't care if it lasts forever. I care that I was in love with Bully. Listen to what Changba says. Xia Yifu pointed to Changba's nose. Little brother, do you think it's Instructor Su that you really love in your heart? Or is it her, Long Yimin? Hearing such a question, Su Yu Evening turned around and looked at Changba with tears in her eyes. More than anything, she wanted to know whether Changba loved her or Long Yimin in his heart. Changba didn't answer. He just stretched out his hands and gently wiped Long Yimin's tear-filled face before embracing her in his arms. He had already broken up with Su Yu Evening and was now in love with Long Yimin, so of course he had to take responsibility for his actions. Long Yimin smiled and was relieved, and couldn't help but embrace him in his arms. At this moment, she felt that Ba was her strongest reliance. With his protection, she was the happiest woman in the world, and Su Yuein eclipsed it. Tears welled up in his eyes again. Snap! An explosive slap sounded very suddenly. Long Jimin was startled and looked up sharply. Su Yueho heard the sound and also turned her head to look. Chapter 148, Believe in Love. Seize the moment. It's Xia Yifu. Unceremoniously, he slapped Changba. Changba, you disappoint me so much. Xia Yifu glared angrily at Changba and pointed at his nose. You just broke up and you're looking for a new love. You're a scum. Snap. Long Yimin couldn't help herself and raised her hand to open Xia Yifu's hand. What gives you the right to hit my Ba? Who are you to scold him? Ba treats you as his sister because he is mindful of his childhood feelings, not because of how good you are. Let me tell you, Xia Yifu, the person I hate the most is you. You don't always point your finger at brother Ba, and don't mind your own business. Xia Yifu was hit on the back of her hand. It was hot and painful. Her silver teeth clenched and she pushed hard at Long Yimin's shoulder. You really take yourself seriously. Believe it or not, I'll clean you up. You think I'm afraid of you? Long Yimin wouldn't let her and pushed up her shoulders as well. What are you guys doing? Changba didn't expect the two of them to make a move, so he couldn't help but get a big headache. One hand pulled Long Yimin and one hand pulled Xia Yifu to keep them apart, but they both stared angrily at each other. Still you pushing me and I pushing you, one with more energy than the other. Xia Yifu. Changba was furious and shielded Long Yimin behind him. What do you want? I'm talking about my girlfriend. What are you pointing at blindly? Xia Yifu exploded at once, grabbed Changba's collar, and started hitting him on the head. Long Yimin protected Changba, preferring to take a beating herself rather than letting him take a beating. Fu-san. Su Yueho ran over and pulled up Xiaifu. It took a lot of effort to pull her away. From start to finish, Su Yuehong did not touch a single finger of Long Yimin. If it was anyone else, whoever made a move with Xiaifu, she told him to pay the price, but to Long Yimin, she only had restraint. There is nothing wrong with people pursuing Changba and pursuing love. Besides, people protected Changba and didn't fight with Xiaifu, so how could they go and bully her? Fu-san. Su Yuevening saw that Xiaifu still refused to give up. One hand tugged on her arm, one hand wrapped around her small waist, and forcefully hugged her outside. Xiaifu stomped her legs anxiously, glaring at Long Yimin, still refusing to give up. Long Yimin, you drilled a hole. You're shameless. You don't deserve my little brother. Instructor Su will end up with him. Listen to me. If they can't get together, I, Xiaifu, will kneel down and apologize to you. Hearing these words, Su Yueho burst into hot tears. Xiaifu recognized her so much, trusted her so much, and showed her what it meant to be a sister. Her sister, Su Yuqi, had hurt her deeply, and she had long ago stopped recognizing sisterly love. But now, Xiaifu made her realize that the sisterhood was still there. It's a truer and deeper sisterhood. She was about to cry and fought to hold her away. Sister Fu, go! Xiaifu was still pointing and shouting angrily at Long Yimin. When it came to the Land Rover, Xiaifu calmed down, tired and out of breath. Putting his arm around Su Yeye's shoulders, he panted and comforted. Evening, don't be sad. My little brother will be your man sooner or later. I swear to you, if I can't do that, I'll be struck by heaven. Su Yuehong didn't let her speak further and wrapped her arms around her and cried bitterly. For a moment, she couldn't describe her feelings. She just wanted to cry to her death. Changba assisted Long Yimin and walked towards the Bentley seat. He kept his arm around her shoulders all the time to soothe. Min, don't be sad. Long Yimin was also crying. She never thought in a million years how she could make such a mess of a relationship. Xiaifu's curses were hard to hear, and still sounded like thunder. She, Long Yimin, was shameless. She, Long Yimin, was not worthy of Changba. In the end, Instructor Su will get together with Changba. Brother Ba, you broke up with Instructor Su. Is it wrong for me to be with you? Xiaifu scolded me for taking advantage of the situation. I'm seizing the opportunity, okay? I want my love. Am I wrong? Long Yimin sobbed uncontrollably as she spoke. Hi, Changba sighed. Min, why would you be sad? In my place I would be happy. Why? Long Yimin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Changba reached out to wipe her tear-filled face. Think about it. Not only did you defeat your love rival this time, you also defeated Xiaifu. You are on the winning side. More importantly, I'm by your side, aren't I? And that is, now that you have love, you shouldn't still be as timid as you were, but you should become confident and strong. Long Yimin snuggled into his chest and once again, tears fell like rain, crying so hard that her body was shivering uncontrollably. She also wanted to become confident and strong, but in front of Xiaifu and Su Yuevening, she felt as if she could never be confident or strong. I don't know why, but Changba was obviously around, and she was doubting herself, doubting that her love couldn't last, doubting that she would eventually lose Changba. Thinking and thinking, she uttered a sentence. Bah, why don't we still break up? Changba cried and laughed. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and wiped her tears once again. Don't cry, silly girl, just think of it this way. I have Changba now. I have the present. I cherish the present. This man I own for a day is a day, and I own for a night is a night. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to sleep with him. Ha 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 ha. Xiaifu cried and was amused, laughed and gave him a punch. Bah, you're so bad. But think about it, instead of thinking about the future, it is better to grasp the present. No one can have a rakish male god like Ba for the rest of his life. Isn't it happiness to have one day? Isn't it a success? Thinking of this, Long Yimin fought away and pulled Changba into the car, nodding heavily and once again gazing at him fondly. Well, thank you bully, I figured it out. Now that I'm victorious, I'm going to celebrate a hard-won victory. Buster, then I'm going to start celebrating the victory. I'm going to own you now. Changba was also drunk. I am drunk today, so don't let the golden bottle be empty to the moon. Well, the old man is #1 in the country for kidney function, and he'll answer any request. A Land Rover was traveling slowly. Su Yuevening and Xiaifu were sitting in the car. Evening, if I make such a fuss with Long Yimin, she will definitely give up. Xiaifu was confident. She's naturally timid and can't stand such accusations and attacks. Su Yeye sighed. Let's hope so. You drive ahead. Xiaifu pointed to the front. I saw Changba's car, close to him. I dare say so. Long Yimin must still be crying and must be thinking about breaking up with Changba. As the Land Rover seats slowly approached, they saw the Bentley. The Bentley was seen parked in a secluded corner of the park, rocking gently. Suyu evening and Xiaifu's jaws dropped. Contrary to what Xiaifu thought, not only did Long Yimin not leave Changba, but she was also celebrating her victory. I'll get them, Xiaifu bellowed, grabbing the car door handle and preparing to open the door. Su Yuehong grabbed her arm and drove off again. They're boyfriend and girlfriend and there's no excuse for what they're doing now, but I'm sure it's their last hurrah. Right. Xiaifu nodded repeatedly. This is their last hurrah. Chapter 149. Xiaifu's attitude changes. Long Yimin's doubts. With a fall rain on Monday morning, the weather cooled off. In the Magic City University, no matter the avenue or path, no matter the wooded garden or the playground, it was all crowded. The girls are dressed up in colorful skirts or various styles of jeans to welcome the fall season when the golden chrysanthemums are in full bloom. Sure, the most beautiful also counted a beautiful woman walking in a style, with curly waves of hair, wearing a long orange dress, elegant and charming, purely compassionate. It was so charming that it called for another crime. If it's not the school goddess, Emin, which one is it? Last night she and Changba had gotten a room at a hotel and hadn't gotten much sleep all night. A night of romance that I can't stop thinking about now. She didn't know what was going on, but she woke up this morning in very good spirits. According to the saying, if you love each other all night, you should be tired to death and should not be able to get up in the morning. But on the contrary, she is now full of energy and has an orchid-like temperament. In one word, it's beautiful. It's cool. It's high. Couldn't falling in love with Bob be a cure for fatigue? Can it beautify your face? After getting up, she and Changba ate breakfast and came to school together. However, Changba had gone to the public restroom for convenience, so she walked slowly down the path alone, looking at her cell phone while she waited for him. This slow walk was not appropriate, and she instantly became the center of attention. Wow, schoolgirl is getting mature. That's right, the body is getting kavya, like a gorgeous little young woman. Thai as hell. Ba develops her, and she still doesn't develop flowers? I have no regrets in dying to have such a woman in my life. Don't dream of your springtime. A goddess like this. It's our good fortune that we can see it. Numerous boys gulped at the sight of Long Yimin, and some secretly took pictures for the occasion. Long Yimin vaguely heard these murmurs, and her heart was happy. It's true to say that when you're with Bully, not only is your little life beautiful, but your whole body gets more beautiful the more you look at it. She giggled inwardly, though, when a figure passed by, it was no one else but Xiaifu, who had fought with her, riding a bicycle. She went out to buy breakfast. In the old days, she would have smiled and said hello, but now, she was a stranger to her. Needless to say, the two of them have been a dead ringer for each other. Hi, she sighed. Xiaifu is Changba's sister, not his girlfriend, so why make a big deal with her? Really, Emin? Xiaifu braked suddenly, one foot nudging the ground, twisting her head back with a smile on her face. Have you had breakfast? Long Emin froze and glanced back. There's no one around. Emin, I'm talking to you. Xiaifu laughed. Don't recognize me? Long Yimin's willow brows tightened, wondering. Teacher Xia is talking to me? Yesterday the two of them were bickering and arguing. Now how come Ms. Xia has become so nice? Emin, look at you. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Xiaifu laughed again, came to a turnaround, rode to Long Yimin's side, one foot on the ground. Yesterday's matter has been turned over. In the future we are still teachers and students, aren't we? Long Yimin subconsciously took a step back and stared at her blankly. Until now, she couldn't figure out how Mr. Xia's attitude could have made a 180-degree turn. Xiaifu looked to the side and lowered her voice to laugh. Emin, tell me the truth. Did you and my little brother toss and turn all night in the hotel last night? Aren't you afraid of tiring out my little brother's waist? Ha. Long Yimin's cheeks reddened and she covered her mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. At the same time, the heart is even more puzzled. What kind of drug is this Mr. Xia selling in his gourd? Xiaifu got off the bike with a stretch of her long legs, pivoted on one side, and walked over to Long Yimin's side with an even more gracious smile. Yimin, not that sis is talking about you. You can't just do it for the sake of having a good time and not cherish my little brother's body. Long Yimin smiled shyly, covered her rolling face, and said daintily, Mr. Xia, it's not the one I have. It's your little brother. He says he has the best kidney function in the world. Ha. This, Xiaifu laughed. When he played house games with Changba when he was young, he used to boast about how he wanted to be the best in the world. So it turned out that he wanted to do this. Seeing that Xiaifu kept laughing, Long Yimin stepped forward and put her arm around her shoulders, gently reminding her, Mr. Xia, don't laugh. You're looking for me now. Is there something wrong? Xiaifu stopped laughing and shook her head repeatedly. It's okay, It's okay, I just saw you and had a word with you. As he spoke, he glanced up toward the southern avenue, noticing a black BMW A8 driving by. He pretended to be shocked. Oops, whose car is this? Xiaifu looked towards the BMW, and before she could speak, screams came from inside. Emin, Emin. Long Yimin stepped forward and through the car window. She saw that the one sitting on the back seat was actually her dad, Long Jicheong. It was the first time her dad had visited her at school since college. She was puzzled, but walked over quickly. Dad, what are you doing here? I came to see you. Get in the car. Long Jidom's face was grim. Long Yimin glanced back in the direction of the restroom to see that Changba hadn't come out yet. Glancing at Xiaifu again, he nodded at her and leaned closer to the car window, giving Long Jicheong a small smile. Dad, I have good news for you. Long Jidom sneered, quietly glancing at Xiaifu who was not far away, and did not say anything. Dad, didn't you used to want me to be with Changba? I'm in love with him now. Long Yimin would have been embarrassed to tell her parents this in the past, but now that she was Changba's girlfriend, she already had this backbone, and at the same time, she was also letting Xiaifu take a look. Who knows? Long Jidom's face was even more ugly. That's why I'm here. Get in the car first. Long Yimin looked back again, walked to the other side, opened the car door and sat in the car. Little brother. Seeing her little brother sitting in the car as well, she smiled broadly and put her arm around his shoulders, kissing him on the cheek. Her little brother was now close to recovering since he had been healed by Changba, and his whole person was lively, which made him a favorite. The little guy asked with a serious look on his face. Sister, are you and Bully in love? Yeah, don't you really admire him? Long Yimin smiled crookedly. The little guy shook his head. Sister, I don't want to see you with him. Long Yimin was shocked and opened her mouth wide. She shuddered to think that it could come from a small child. Frozen for a moment, she asked, why, little brother? The little guy didn't answer and twisted his head to look at Long Jidom, who was sitting in front of him. Long Jidom coldly said, Changba saved your little brother, and can be considered our savior. You are not thinking of repaying, but of owning him. Are you not giving us a bad conscience? Which is the same as where? Long Yimin laughed bitterly. She felt like dad was just being forceful. Suddenly noticing her dad watching Xiaifu through the rearview mirror, she understood something at once. Wasn't it before this that dad talked to Xiaifu? Just now, Xiaifu's attitude towards her had changed drastically. Could it be that they had reached some kind of agreement? Chapter 150, to choose family or love? Emin, promise daddy. Long Jidom turned to his daughter. Break up with Changba and do what you need to do. Long Yimin's eyes were hot and she lowered her head. For a moment her lips trembled and she didn't know what to say. Being a good girl, she didn't want to say no to her dad, but in the face of her love, she felt she couldn't say yes to him again. Emin, I'm not going to force you. You're on your own. Long Jidom added. Also, little brother and I came here to solemnly tell you that we are preparing to move to the capital. Ah! Long Yimin's heart rumbled and she looked up sharply. In the Long family, her dad is the leader of the pack, but her second uncle has always been in the shadows. A lot of the bad things that happened against her dad in the past, as well as the family engaging in internal divisions, were all behind the scenes by Uncle too. Her dad had once mentioned moving when he was upset, and she shuddered to think that it would actually happen, and that it would come so soon. Emin, here's the contract. Long Jidom took out a contract. Your second uncle and I have already signed a contract. I will take 70% of the family's assets, leave Magic City, and everything remaining belongs to him. Speaking of which, look in the direction of the north and let out an exclamation. It's fine to leave, or to settle in the capital, as long as you and little brother are safe and sound. I accept it openly. Long Yimin looked at the contract, only to see black letters on white paper. Very harsh. She froze, bit her lip, and nodded. Indeed, not fighting with Uncle 2 anymore, staying away from grudges and rights and wrongs, and in return, of course, there would be peace and happiness. That's good. It's good for Dad, for her little brother, and for herself. After all, none of them are good at fighting. Emin, I respect your choice. Long Jidom twisted his head and looked at his daughter with tears in both eyes. If you want to continue with Changba, open the car door and get out. If you want to go with us, don't go down and follow us. Long Yimin slowly dropped her head and hot tears came to her eyes. Within moments, the tears were like a breaking sea. The dress was wet. But, after only a minute, she wiped her tears and held her head high. Dad! She wrapped her arm around her little brother's shoulders and choked out a sob to Long Jidom. I'll go with you guys. Before love and family, she chooses family. No matter what, she couldn't let her dad and little brother feel pressured, alone, and miserable. Even if it means sacrificing your love. Dad can live without her, but little brother can't imagine his future without her. Okay, I'll find a way for you to do the transfer procedures to a university in the capital. Long Ji-dong smiled in relief and nodded in satisfaction, pointing towards Xia Yifu outside the car window. Your teacher Xia is right outside. Go say goodbye to her. Saying goodbye to Xia Yifu? Long Yimin sat still, not even glancing out the window. She didn't want to say goodbye to Xia Yifu right now. She only wanted to say goodbye to Changba. When leaving this place, there was only one person she was attached to, and that was Changba. Go on, Emin. Say goodbye to MS. Shay. She's your counselor, no matter what. Long Ji-dong added. We still need her help with the transfer paperwork. Long Yimin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded with tears in her eyes, pushed open the car door and got out, walking towards Xia Yifu with her head lowered. It was also in this brief moment that she burst into tears once again. Emin. Xia Yifu had already anticipated this outcome and reached out his arms to wrap around her, holding her tightly in his embrace. Long Yimin cried out, uncontrollably, crying her heart out. She didn't know what method Mr. Xia had used to persuade Dad to leave Mordor, but Mr. Xia had succeeded. Her love was stifled by this mess. Shay, but now she had to cry in her arms and had to accept her comfort. As for the future without Changba, it's going to be very, very hard, but for the sake of my family, all I can do is ask myself to be strong and to hang in there. Hi. Xia Yifu sighed softly and raised her head, looking towards the cloudy sky, her eyes also moist. Hi, Emin, I'm sorry. I also know that it was very desperate of me to do so, but for the sake of instructor this is all I can do. Emin, good luck. Xia Yifu wanted to apologize to Long Yimin, but she couldn't open her mouth, so she only accompanied her as she cried. Mr. Xia, please tell Ba that I'm leaving, and to tell him to take care of himself. Long Yimin wanted to hug Changba, wanted to say goodbye to him in person, but she was too afraid to face the chopped liver moment. She only had to ask MS. Shay to pass it on. Tell Bully to love himself. Tell Bully that I'll always be his woman. Long Yimin finished her explanation and turned towards the BMW car. It was also at this moment that she saw Changba and came to a violent stop. He had walked out of the public restroom, but, moments after walking out, he was surrounded by a group of students asking for autographs. Looking at the formation, it was like a big star being surrounded by many fans. Perhaps this was also Mr. Xia's arrangement. Long Yimin glanced back at Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu twisted her head, not meeting her eyes. Long Yimin understood at once, glanced again at Changba's direction, bent down and got into the car, closed the door heavily, and covered her face and cried. She wanted so badly to hug Changba and kiss him goodbye, but she was so distraught that she couldn't help but lose her voice. Her little brother put his arms around her and cried with her. For a time, the carriage was filled with cries. Long Ji-dong's face was expressionless as he waved his hand at the driver. The BMW sedan drove slowly towards the gates of the university. Unbeknownst to them, a Bentley seat was quietly following behind, followed out of the university gates and down the street. Mr. Long, there's a Bentley behind us that keeps following us. I can't shake it off. The driver noticed the situation and reported it to Long Ji-dong. Long Ji-dong twisted his head and peered towards the back. Upon hearing this, Long Yimin turned around violently and flopped onto the back seat, watching through the back window with tears in her eyes. It's a Bentley. It's Changba's ride. Miss Bim Bim. Long Yimin saw that the car was empty and knew that Miss Bin Bin had actually caught up on her own. She loves the car very, very much and has communicated with it many times. She knew that she was the first woman who had ever fallen in love with Changba in this car. She also knew that Miss Bim Bim was very, very fond of her. Dodo! Dodo! Miss Bin Bin rang her horn and greeted Long Yimin. Immediately afterward a line of red letters lit up on the windshield. Emin, Miss Bin Bin has no right to interfere with her master's feelings. Emin, Miss Bin Bin can only give you one last ride. Emin, I hope you grow more and more beautiful. Emin, I wish you more and more happiness. Emin, good luck. Emin, love you. Emin, goodbye. Emin, take care. Miss Bin Bin, I love you too. Take care of yourself too. Long Yimin couldn't wait to fall onto the back window and cry, waving her hand towards the back uncontrollably. Goodbye Miss Bin Bin. Goodbye brother Ba. Goodbye my favorite you guys. Chapter 151. Trust me, you'll be back. Buster, give me an autograph. Master Bully, take a picture with me. Master Bully, I'm going live at night. Can you come to my live room? A group of girls surrounded Changba, pulling arms, hugging shoulders, and chattering non-stop. Changba had no choice but to respond one by one. Upon dismissing the group of people, he looked around and Long Yimin's figure was missing. Didn't you tell me to wait here for me and go to the dormitory? He pulled out his cell phone, ready to call her. Master, Miss Bin Bin traveled over and stopped beside him. Emin Long is gone. Where did it go? Leaving Mordor University. Leaving Mordor. ready to accompany her dad and little brother to live in the capital. Miss Binbin recounted what happened when Long Yimin proposed to break up, and described what happened when Xia Yifu looked for Long Yimin to talk to her. Changba observed the surroundings, looking for Xia Yifu's figure. Xia Yifu, you're going too far. When we find her, we'll be sure to bear her hard. Master, please don't be angry or sad. Miss Bimbine whispered softly in reassurance. I'm sad my ass. You think Long Emin won't come back if she's gone? Changba called up Long Emin's phone. Emin Long sat in the car, still crying and sobbing. Seeing that it's Changba calling, she doesn't answer. Needless to think, Ba called this number to tell her to go back. But how could she go back now? Not long after, the call came once again. She thought that Changba must be very anxious and couldn't help it, but answered the phone. The moment the call was answered, hot tears came down in a single gush once again. Min, preparing to go to the capital, right? Changba asked. Long Jimin sobbed and replied, well, then go. Think of it as a trip and come back for a few days. Can't come back, brother Ba. I won't come back, brother Ba. You have to take care of yourself. Long Yimin couldn't say any more and hid her face and sobbed. Changba laughed. Min, trust me. You'll be back. Don't be so serious, and don't be so sad. Oh, it's not a big deal. Long Yimin couldn't stop shaking her head and said in a firm tone, brother Ba, we were going to settle in the capital. I really won't be coming back. Want to make a bet? Changba asked. Long Emin froze. Brother, how can I bet with you now, given the situation? Again she shook her head. Buster, don't say anything. I really won't be coming back. Long Ji-dome, who was sitting in front of him, had a gloomy face and nodded heavily. He believed that even if Changba was talking nonsense now, Emin would not come back. In order to make Changba die, he turned sideways and said loudly and very seriously, Director Chang, please don't waste any more words. My daughter has broken up with you and won't be coming back. Roll. You. Changba directly cursed. Without me, your son would have recovered? Without me, would you be here today? Shut the hell up. Long Ji-dome was gloomy and lowered his head with a bitter look on his face. There was no way. Changba was telling the truth. Without the other Changba, he and his son really didn't have today. And his daughter didn't have today either. Now he has to listen to whatever people are cursing. But thinking about it, he felt that it was still himself and his daughter who were still quite sorry for Changba. He wimped out in the face of pressure from others. When confronted with benefits gifted by others, he moved. And all the good that Changba had done for him and his children, he had left behind. Min, as soon as we get to the capital, your little brother will not be able to get used to the water. Combined with the dry weather, he won't last more than a few days. Changba added, when the time comes, you'll not only come back, but you'll also turn to me. We'll see. Well, don't cry. Just go. Think of it as traveling. Long Yimin glanced at Long Ji-dome upon hearing this. Long Ji-dome sneered, picked up his cell phone, then sent a message to his friend in the capital city, telling to contact the best internal medicine doctor, with the best doctors, the best treatment conditions, and the best medications. He wanted to see how his son could be watered down. Minnie, that's it. I'll wait for your call. Changba hung up the phone, opened the car door and got in. Miss Binbin let out an exclamation. Master, when people fall out of love, the men will be heartbroken to death, while you are confident and optimistic, not taking it seriously. Awesome. Binbin admires you. Changba observes the outside of the car. Stop licking and take me to Xia Yifu. Xia Yifu had rudely interfered with his feelings, and he had to talk to her. Magic Mirror Lake. A small lake with rippling waves and beautiful scenery in the northwest corner of Magic City University. This is a great place for many college students to relax. Under a gazebo by the lake sat two beautiful women, exchanging softly. One was Xia Yifu, and the other was Cheng Chung, who had come to find her. Teacher Xie, in order to persuade Long Yimin's father and daughter to leave Magic City, I have put in my blood. Now that they're gone, is it possible for you to help me? Cheng asked with a smile on his face. Xia Yifu smiled confidently. Leave it to me. It's just a cure for your brother. Did you bring it? Bring it on. Cheng pointed to a corner. There was a parking space where a Mercedes RV was parked. I know. Go wait in the car. I'll call Changba over. Xia Yifu opened her bag and took out her cell phone. Thanks. Cheng stood up. Mr. Xia, I'd like to ask, is it possible for me to broadcast live when Master Bully is treating my brother? Xia Yifu smiled confidently again. No problem. Cheng was overjoyed and gave Xia Yifu a bow, walking gracefully towards the caravan. The high heels made a da-da-da-da-da sound, and the red dress swayed to her heart's content, matched with her agile body and enchanting catwalk, not to mention how sexy it was. Xia Yifu took a look and couldn't help but tsk. This face and this body, even I'm in love. The cell phone rings. She laughed when she saw it was Changba calling. What a heart-to-heart. Casually press the answer button. Xia Yifu, you've gone too far. My love life, you trample on it at will. Who do you think you are? Changba was loud. Xia Yifu sighed and said in a serious tone, little brother, you think sister is confused? I did that to test Long Yimin. Right off the bat. You know that Emin Long could sacrifice herself for her dad and little brother. Have you forgotten? How did she promise Chang Xiao when she was treating her little brother? Take right now. Her dad came over to her with his little brother and asked her to choose between them and you. And she chose them without hesitation. Little brother. I can say this. When you guys get married in the future, one word from her dad and she'll leave you too. The matter is clear. She is a Fu Di demon and a Fu Pa demon. For their sake, what do you, Chang Ba, count 4? If you were married, if you had a child, who do you think would be hurt if she suddenly tapped her ass and left then? Little brother, I'm a sister for a rainy day. Changba sighed, unable to say a word. It's not true that Long Yimin is indeed the devil of helping her younger brother and her dad. For the sake of her father and little brother, she can be reckless and can give up everything. Little brother, I'm at the magic mirror lake. Come over, Xia Yifu said softly. Well, I'm on my way. Changba hung up the phone. Master, aren't you planning to bear Xia Yifu a beating? Miss Bim Bim asked. Hi, Changba sighed. That's no way to be a bear when you come across a sister like that. Chapter 152, Caravan Driver Slapped Student. Instructor Su is vindictive. Dear all, Master Bully will be here soon. We are full of anticipation. Cheng Cheng's face looked like a peach blossom as she smiled confidently into her cell phone. I believe that everyone thinks the same as I do. As long as he comes, my brother will be able to turn the corner. Right, we'll see another miracle happen. It has to be. Miracles must happen. Chang, awesome. Chang, I love you. Cheng himself will not give face to Changba? Chang, it's lucky that Changba is treating your brother. In my place, I would willingly be Chang's licking dog. Numerous fans have responded with likes, messages, and gifts. Chang's heart was so full of joy that he couldn't wait to sing and dance. Hello, this beautiful woman. Is this RV yours? 3 girls in college uniforms walked up next to her, and one of them, a tall girl, asked. Cheng looked at them all as freshmen and nodded. Yes, you guys wouldn't be my fans, would you? We don't know you. It's like this. Instructor Su arranged it. Please take the RV. The tall girl gestured to the RV next to her. Cheng froze and coldly asked, why? Because Instructor Su is going to lead my class to train for the aerobics performance here and needs this field. The taller girl explained. Military training will be over in a few days. We have to hurry up and rehearse. And as there is standing water on the playground, Instructor Su decided to bring the students here for a bit of training. Oh, Cheng raised her thin eyebrows and smiled arrogantly. I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone here. You guys should go somewhere else. After that, he continued to interact with his fans, ignoring the 3 girls. That Instructor Su is so domineering. Looks like bullying to me. The square is her house, and she uses it when she says so. Chang, don't let her. Let's see what she can do. Chang, we will always support you. Numerous fans have rushed to support Cheng. Cheng smiled cheekily and was even more full of arrogance. Dear all, what you say is not true. Isn't that Instructor Su just a small head who leads the students in training? What's so great about that? Even if the principal comes today, I won't take the RV away. The tall girl heard this and said no. Hey, this is a school site for the students, not the community. Please take the RV this way. Cheng stopped laughing, twisted his head, pointed at the caravan, and coldly said, there's my brother in the car, dying, and I'm waiting for a doctor to come and give me first aid. Is that clear? The tall girl glanced at the RV. Your brother's life is in danger. Take him to the hospital. What are you waiting for a doctor for here? The 2 girls standing behind her said the same. I'm waiting for Master Bully. Stop it. I'm on the air. Please stop interrupting. Okay? Cheng spoke with round eyes. Why aren't you leaving yet? What is that, Instructor Su? Tell her to come and see me. The taller girl shot back. What are you? Not just a little internet star? Cheng coldly smiled and closed the live broadcast. Raising her hand, she pointed at the taller girl. Go get Instructor Su over here. I'll talk to her face to face. As the words were spoken, the driver of the RV stepped down. He was tall, 1.90 meters, and his shoulders were broad. The whole man was like a tower of iron. Walking straight up to the taller girl, he lifted his bushel-sized palm and slapped her across the face. Get out! The taller girl was knocked back and sat on her but on the floor, covering her face and staring. You guys really dared to hit someone? The 2 girls in the back also glared angrily at the RV driver. Hands on you? The RV driver reached out with another big hand. believe it or not I'm going to rip and eat you right here. Taking a big step forward, he went to grab the girl's chest. Forget it. Chang quickly stepped forward and pulled the driver. Let them go. We're not here to cause trouble. The driver smiled lecherously and stared at the taller girl. Roho, let's go. The other two girls took this opportunity to scramble to assist the girl named Ruho to leave quickly. Chang told the driver to go back, opened his cell phone, and once again began to broadcast live. Not long after, she had another intimate interaction with her many fans. In just the past 5 minutes, she had reaped hundreds of rewards. Instructor Su, it's the driver of this RV that just hit Ruho. The two girls walked over with Su Yuehong and pointed to the RV. Boo! Su Yuehong rushed to the door of the RV and kicked it in. The real estate driver was playing a cell phone game and got a big fright. Seeing someone kicking in the car door, furious, he pushed the door open and got out of the car with his head sticking out. Just this instant, Su Yuevening clenched her teeth and gave a hard kick to the car door. Boo! The door hit the driver's ear door hard, and the driver's head hit the door frame hard again. Howl! The RV driver let out a killer howl. Boo! 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 Su Yuevening kicked at the car door several times, causing it to hit the driver's head again and again. The force was so great that it made a dent in the door of the car. As she pulled open the door, the driver flopped onto the floor with a heavy thud, face down, head bleeding, and passed out. The two girls standing nearby were stunned. Chang, who was standing on the side of the live broadcast, was also scared to death. Even the fans who were still in the live space on their cell phones couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Asterisk. Who is this woman? What's so mean? If it's not Instructor Su, who is it? Instructor Su? Instructor Su Yuehong? That's her. As in fake. Only she, Instructor Su, would be so murderous. Asterisk. I've heard about it, but today I'm able to see it, and I'm shocked. Boo! Su Yueho added a kick to the caravan driver's stomach and walked towards Chang. This RV is yours? Chang was still in shock, looking up and down at Su Yuevening, and marveling in her heart. This Instructor Su was so cold-looking, so temperamental, and so domineering. It was only when he watched her approach that he froze. Oh, you're Instructor Su, aren't you? Let me tell you. Say your ass. Su Yuevening directly punched Chang in the face. There was not the slightest hint of pity, only resentment and anger. You dare to make a move on me? Chang ducked with a tilt of her head. You think I'm a vegetarian with a red belt in judo? It turns out that she knows judo, and is a red belt in judo. Grabbed Su Yue's hand, jumped up and wrapped his arms around her neck, and then soft together with her. I don't care if you have a red belt or a white belt. I'll give you gazpacho today. The two people were indistinguishable. One moment you pressed down on me, the other moment I pressed down on you. The clothes and skirts on their bodies were ripped and torn, like snowflakes floating. A couple of the girls next to her looked stunned. The many fans inside the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. The girls looked dumbfounded that it was Instructor Su and Chang who were ing to death. Numerous fans looked dumbfounded. It was the two goddesses whose bodies and skin were really good and rare. Well played. Go Chang. Go baby. Chang. Her up. Chang. Don't just use your hands. Use your long legs. Chang. Use more force in your hands and tear all her clothes. Asterisk. I can remember this live excitement for the rest of my life. In less than 5 minutes, the fans of the live broadcast had already exceeded 50,000. Chapter 153, Little Brother. The two beauties are half dead. Can you make them laugh together? Su Yuevening and Chang tore and fought like two great masters of the bright top duel. Hot and exciting, attracting many students to run to watch. The photo ops took pictures, and the hooters hollered. For a while, the area around the small square exploded. At this point, a girl reacted quickly and rushed to call Xiaifu. Teacher Xie, come over here. Instructor Su and Chang are fighting. Xiaifu was sitting in Changba's Bentley and was on her way to the small square of Mordor University, when she heard that she couldn't believe it. How did Instructor Su and Chang get into a fight? Because there's a fight in the little square. Come over here quickly. They're both trying to turn each other to death. Xiaifu was shocked and had a headache. Because of what happened to Chang Hui, the Chang clan was already harboring a grudge. Now that Instructor Su had made a move against Chang, wouldn't the Chang clan add even more fuel to the fire? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she twisted her head to look at Changba. Little brother, your girlfriend and Chang got into a fight. This is big trouble. What do you think we should do? Changba drove the car and looked ahead, with a calm face, without speaking. Changba, I'm talking to you. Xiaifu was so anxious that she shouted, your girlfriend and Chang Hui are fighting. Someone will get killed. Su Yuevening is decisive in killing and Chang has a grudge. If their two goddesses fight, won't it be a Mars to Earth? Changba still had a bland look on his face. Is Instructor Su my girlfriend now? She's not your girlfriend, she's your ex-girlfriend too, right? Let me ask you, do you care about this? Xia Yifu's almond eyes rounded. Let's see. Changba scratched his short hair. Can't we just leave it alone? When it comes to this matter, not to mention Instructor Su, even her sister Su Yueji cannot control, only he Changba intervene. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hershey's host. The host has a new mission. Changba's head was big. You dog system, don't come out. I don't know, the last mission hasn't been completed yet? Before the Chungyang festival, tell Instructor Su to propose to him. This mission hadn't even gotten off the ground yet, and now suddenly there was a new mission. Real dogs, host, there is no conflict between the two. Please ask the host to coax Su Yuanan and Cheng Cheng together. The happier they laugh, the more generous the host's reward. Time 20 minutes. Clock starts. Once again, millions of grass mud horses flew through Changba's mind. How do you make two beautiful women laugh at the same time when they're fighting now? Also, Su Unite broke up with him and is angry. How to make her laugh? As for Cheng Cheng, fighting with Instructor Su, she must not have earned much of a bargain, and she was even more furious. So how could she be coaxed into laughing, and have to make them both laugh together? Is that possible? The dog system, Nyet, is getting more and more doggy. Figured it out yet? Xia Yifu anxiously drenched in fragrant sweat, pulling a hand on his arm and asking again. Changba drove onto campus with a confident smile. Don't worry, I can handle this and not only solve the problem, but make them both laugh. What? Xia Yifu's eyes rounded up for a moment. Little brother, both of their beauties are half dead with anger right now. It's not bad if you pull them away, but you can still coax them to laugh together? Changba nodded and flew his brain cells around, thinking of a solution. It sped along and came to the edge of the small square. Boom boom boom. The lion-like roar of the engine startled many students into dodging out of the way. Don't be a pussy little brother. Think of something to do, and be thankful if you can keep them from getting mad. Xia Yifu pointed ahead. Holy, they're still rolling around on the floor. Changba observes a glance. It's still true. Su Yu Evening and Chang Chang were tearing and fighting on the floor. You in me, I in you. Rolling and fighting. The hair of the two beauties was in disarray, and their dresses were even torn and tattered, so their good bodies were visible. It's bright in the sun. With a burst of headache, he shook his head and, with a jerk of the steering wheel, pulled over and opened the door to get out of the car. Ba is here. It's Master Bully. Master Ba is here. Once Master Bully arrives, things will be tidy. Numerous students turned their expectant eyes toward Changba. The many fans inside the live broadcast room also noticed Changba's arrival and left messages. Changba, Instructor Su is your girlfriend. Don't be biased. Be warned. Changba, I won't let you off the hook if you dare to pull any punches. How dare you pull the plug? I'll find you at Mordor University. Have the balls to level the playing field. Instructor Su, Changba is here. Ba is here. A few girls yelled at Su Yueho. Su Yuehong twisted her head to look at Changba. Her heart thumped, and her hands became even more forceful. She and Changba broke up yesterday and met again this morning while she was fighting with someone else, and she didn't know how to meet this face for a while. Hate him? You say? She was the one who initiated the breakup yesterday. No blame on the family bully. You say you love him, right? Last night he had a night of fun with his arms around Eminence Long, and it was heavenly. Ignore him if you will. She was now staring at him again, looking more or less a mess, and Ching screamed, and her hands pushed harder. The man she'd waited for was finally here, and of course she wanted him to see what she was made of. No matter what woman she faced, she was going to run her down. Alright. Changba walked up, squatted down beside them, and broke their arms. Let go. All of you. Both beauties had a death grip on each other, gritting their teeth and not letting go. Instructor Su, we are the instructor. Let's let go first. Changba persuaded Su Yue Huang first. Su Yeye Evening bellowed. She's still a white belt. You're the white belt. I'm the red belt in judo. Ching doesn't let go of the needle in the slightest. Changba shook his head. How deep of a grudge could this be to fight like this? Instructor Su, Chang, we're both big girls, and one of us is an instructor, and one of us is an internet star. Fighting here, aren't you afraid of people laughing? Changba asked in a serious tone. Su Yu Evening gritted her teeth and said, whoever wants to laugh at it can do so. I'm not afraid of other people's jokes. The harder I make a scene and the worse I fight, the more powder I gain. Chang also gritted her teeth. Changba's head was big. It seems that reasoning doesn't work against two goddesses who have already killed their eyes. Here's the deal. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, and you all let go together. 1, 2, 3. When they shouted 3, not only did they not let go, but they clenched their teeth and pushed harder. You grabbed my short hair and I grabbed your long hair, yanking quite a bit out of each other's hair. Changba was heartbroken and shook his head again as he began to hypnotize them. The only way to get them to stop now is to hypnotize them. As he murmured and whispered, within 3 seconds they were in dreamland. But the man was asleep, still with a death grip on his hand. No matter how hard Changba tried to break it, he couldn't. Can break their fingers if you push too hard. How much deep hatred do you have? Changba had no choice but to end the hypnosis and let them wake up again. When they woke up, they screamed and once again, their hands fired, ready for another 300 rounds of fighting. Look, there's nothing Pa can do about it. It's still Master Bully. Where is Bully now? Master Bully can't help it. Will he call the police? At the end of the day it really won't work and he'll have to call the police. The students looked very disappointed and couldn't stop sighing. At this point, the fans inside the live broadcast room were even looking down on Changba. What a bully. Just a grandson. From the beginning, I knew he couldn't. Isn't this guy good at pretending? Why can't he pretend this time? When he encounters a goddess of this level, he's just looking over his shoulder. Chapter 154, Master Pa's Killer App. A killer move that will make people's jaws drop. Changba, hurry up. Xiaofu looked on and was anxious, especially when she saw that Suyu Evening hadn't earned much of a bargain. She hated to help her. Walking up to Changba, he blurted out again, if you can't do anything about it, I'll call the police. Before Changba could reply, she stepped forward and delivered a hard kick to Cheng Cheng's ass. Cheng jerked her head a little and glared at her. Mr. Xia, you kicked me? You forgot our agreement to wait here for Master Bully. It was only then that Yvonne realized that they were also in on it. If it wasn't for her promise, Cheng Cheng's family wouldn't have come over. She couldn't help but blush and hurried to explain. Sorry, didn't see it coming. Wrong kick. Teacher Xie, stand aside. I don't want your help. Cheng Cheng shouted. 2 against 1 is not a skill. I'll clean her up by myself this time. When this was said, Suyu Evening also came to her senses. We'll see who gets the better of who. When Xiaofu took a look, she was even more anxious and couldn't help but be drenched in fragrant sweat. She had wanted to keep them apart, and now she was adding fuel to the fire. Looks like I'm just going to have to use my killer weapon. Changba nodded at Xiaofu. Killer? Xiaofu's spirit was greatly energized. Little brother, you still have a killer weapon? When Suyueho and Cheng Cheng heard this, they simultaneously glanced at Changba. They were also curious. At this moment Changba still had a killer weapon that could separate them? Shoo, shoo. Changba reached out with both hands, shushed them around his mouth, and tickled at their armpits and loins. It's like scratching an itch. One on the left, one on the right. Scratch and scratch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing? Suyu Evening was the most afraid of itching, and cursed. Her hands became powerless all of a sudden. She couldn't even scratch if she wanted to. Master Bully, you hate. Cheng Chang was also ticklish and wanted to laugh at being tickled, so he couldn't help but let go of his hand. For a moment, the two beauties were so weak that they could only lie on the floor, panting and staring angrily at each other. Is this your killer, little brother? Xiaofu snorted and laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't imagine Master Bully using this move. This is a killer? Poorly. I know that trick too. Know that I go up and tickle them. That's right, an instructor and an Edison. It must be too much fun to scratch. Whether it was the onlookers of the students or the many fans inside the live broadcast room, they all sighed in awe. Get up! Get up! Changba assisted Suyuein up and heartily combed her messy short hair with his fingers. Not to mention, a lot of hair fell out. Suyu Evening was furious when she saw so much hair falling down, and once again pounced on Cheng Chang. Instructor Su. Changba put his arm around her shoulders. Why are you still doing it? Su Yeye glared at him. She yanked my hair out and I'm about to become bald. What's the big deal? Changba placed the hair on her head again and used the recovery technique. In the blink of an eye, her short, beautiful hair was as good as new. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiaofu took a look and couldn't help but exclaim. Instructor Su, once Changba touches it, your hair is even more beautiful. Pulling out her cell phone, she turned on the mirror function and told her to look in the mirror. Suyu Evening didn't believe it and looked in the mirror. At first glance, it's true. The hair is much darker and shinier, and it also looks like a much pinker and cuter face. She felt like she was getting less hair. Though, Changba, what's wrong with you? Why is my hair getting shorter? What's gotten less? It's gotten more. Xiaofu fainted. She really couldn't figure out how Instructor Su just didn't trust Changba. She reminded her. Roho is standing off to the side crying. Go see her. Only then did Suyueho not mention the hair thing, glaring at Cheng Chang who had already climbed up, pulling up Changba towards the girl called Lu He. Changba, quickly show Roho. Her face is swollen. Seeing this, the two girls assisted Roho to walk in front of them. A girl complained to Changba. Bah, Roho now has a toothache and a headache. I don't know what kind of aftereffects will be left behind. When Ruoho heard this, she was even more aggrieved and her tears flowed. Changba observed Rojo with a glance. It was still true. Half of her face was swollen and the freckles on her cheeks appeared to be separate. The girl was not bad looking, but it was the freckles that ruined everything. The slap down made even this one look ugly. It creates a feeling of slapping her again. He smiled confidently. Rojo, it's okay. I have a way to reduce your swelling and a way to get rid of your full face of freckles. Really? Rojo stopped crying and his eyes rounded. She had heard that Changba's medical skills were amazing, but she still couldn't believe it. Changba sighed. If you don't believe it, forget it. Believe. Brother Ba, what method are you going to use then? Rojo grabbed his arm in a panic and looked at him expectantly. A few of the girls next to him were in high spirits and instantly surrounded Changba. If Changba could make Rojo beautiful, then couldn't a few of them take this opportunity to be beautiful as well? 4 girls, when the face becomes beautiful, the rest can follow. Changba, don't be a pussy. You just made my hair less. Now don't make her freckles more. Suyu Evening stood to the side, a little impatient. Hurry up. Let's see what method you use. Turning her hairless can be done with a blindfold, but getting rid of freckles won't work with a blindfold. This time she wanted to see how Changba played and pretended. She wanted to see how he was going to act this time. My approach is simple. Changba pointed towards Suyueho and smiled bashfully. If I touch Instructor Su's cheeks, the swelling on Lu He's face will go down. If I pinch Instructor Su's cheeks again, the freckles on Lu He's face will all disappear. When several girls heard this, they all wrapped their arms around Suyueho and begged with a cry from you and a plea from me, begging her to allow Changba to touch her cheeks and then allow him to pinch them. Suyu Evening was headstrong. He's farting. And you guys believe him? Rojo said. I believe in bullies' farts. All his farts smell good. I smelled it once and it really smelled good. Several girls chimed in. Suyuehong fainted. Why are these girls being Changba's lickspittles too? Who does not know that Changba has a godson named Xiongbushue, the liquor of liquors, and this group of girls are now also doing liquors? Is it because they learned from Xiongbushue? Instructor Su, my face hurts, my teeth hurt, and my head hurts right now, so help me out. He wrapped his arms around Suyu Evening's arm and begged. Just now, in order to take the heat out of me, you were willing to put in force. Now for me, this sacrifice you are still not willing? The other girls begged up, all wanting to see Changba's magical maneuvers. Suyu Evening couldn't argue with them, so she sighed and agreed. Well, for the sake of my students, I can go along with it for once. Twisting his head, he glared at Changba with almond eyes. I'm warning you, Changba, if you dare to make fun of me, I'll never let you go. Chapter 155, this asshole is just pinching my face. Why am I so happy? Changba nodded and reached out both hands to cup her face. Just hold her face and look into her eyes like you used to when you were in love. Su Yeye froze for a moment. In this moment of staring at each other, she suddenly remembered the past that the two had experienced together. Before military training, they didn't know each other, as if they would never cross paths in their lives. According to normal story logic, it's after military training and nothing happens between them. But as Changba touched her face, a huge change occurred between the two of them as if there was a chemical reaction. It's amazing how the seeds of love are planted between them after only a few days. But after a few more days, they split up again. But after another short time, they were together again. By now, Changba had actually cupped her face once again. Suyu Evening felt like a dream when she thought back to the past now. Instructor Su, think of something? Changba smiled slightly and inquired softly. Only then did Su Yeyang freeze over. Suddenly thinking of something, she raised her hand and heaved it away from him. Just now, a gust of wind blew, and she smelled the scent of Changba's body and reflexively rejected him. The scent was that of Long Yimin's perfume. When Suyu Evening smelled this perfume, she remembered the scene of Changba and her being together in love, and anger suddenly grew in her heart, touching other women and then coming back to her. No way. Oops, my face isn't swollen anymore and it doesn't hurt anymore. Rojo touched his cheeks and exclaimed. A couple of the girls took a look, and it was true. It was exactly the same as it was before the beating, also smoother and more hydrated. Looks like this one's gotten prettier. Can like people. It's true. When Ba touched Instructor Su's cheeks, the swelling on Rojo's face went down. Look at that. It's even more beautiful. It was amazing. Instructor Su, quickly ask Ba to pinch your cheeks. Then the freckles on Rojo's face will be gone. Rojo and a few girls once again wrapped their arms around Suyueho and begged. Suyuehong did what she said she would do. Changba, go ahead and pinch. If you can't pinch the effect, you'll suffer the consequences. Changba reached out and pinched Suyueho's face. A light pinch. As for Suyueho, she closed her eyes and let him pinch, with an expression of surrender and righteousness. The moment she pinched it, though, she felt a warmth spread from her face and travel throughout her body like an electric current. Warm, comfort, enchantment. It's even touching. It makes one forget all one's cares. More than that, It makes you forget all your worries. Su Evening's heart was beating wildly. How could this be? This asshole is just pinching my face. Why am I so happy? Does he still have some kind of technique in his hand? Or is this asshole the only one who can give me this beautiful feeling in my life? The current continues. She closed her eyes and smiled with a look of enjoyment. Look at her expression. Like she's saying, pinch. Pinch harder. Brother Ba, just play hard to pinch. I'll let you pinch enough. Roho and a few of the girls were watching and couldn't help but freeze. Xiaifu also froze. Even Chang Chang, who had climbed up to stroke his face, stared at Su Yuehong. Instructor, so, just pinching your face. Are you enjoying it so much? You've never been touched by a man in your entire life, have you? And that's it? So if Ba kissed you, wouldn't you go crazy on the spot? As for that, is it that much of a stretch? When Changba lowered his hand, Su Yeye was still closing her eyes, reveling in that indescribable beauty. Instructor Su, it's ready. Rui saw Su Evening intoxicated up without enough, pulling her arm a little. Only then did Su Yueho open her eyes and glared at Changba. Why don't you pinch? I've been waiting for you for ages. Ha ha ha. Xia Ifu, Ruho and the girls all laughed. A pinch isn't enough. You call it a pinch. Good one. Instructor, so, pinched? Su Evening drifted off like a dream, and glared at Changba again. What a heavy hand. I was in pain just now. When this was said, Xia Ifu and the girls even laughed. It still hurts like hell. I enjoyed it so much just now. If Ba pinches a little harder, won't you still want to die? It was only then that Su Evening realized that she was more or less out of line and couldn't help but laugh as well. Ultimately embarrassed, he covered his mouth and laughed. Ba! Cheng Cheng rushed at Su Evening and poo-pooed her. One moment she said she didn't touch it. The next moment it hurt like hell. And now she's laughing. Do you have a long face or not? As the crowd laughed, Roho fumbled for his cell phone, turned on the mirror, and took a look at his face. Ouch! One look and she screamed. My God! At the second glance, she let out a gasp. Buster, I love you. At the third look, she was beaming with joy and jumping up and down. Xiaifu and Su Yeanite they looked over and screamed at first glance as well. Holy! Cheng Cheng took a look and leapt up even more. All the freckles on Ruho's face were gone. The whole face is fine and smooth, white and red again, like the face of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Unbeknownst to her, Changba had used the restoration technique and had restored the skin of her face to its best. Plus Roho has a good base and is now naturally beautiful. Buster, thank you. You're my favorite. Roho was so excited that he danced around and rushed up and wrapped his arms around Changba, once again jumping and dancing. The other girls also put their arms around Changba and asked him to help them get rid of the little freckles and moles on their faces, as well as the fuzz around their mouths. One girl even yelled for Bully to get rid of her leg hair. Make way! Make way! Make way! Please! At this time, Cheng Cheng couldn't wait any longer and pushed aside Lu He and the girls, walking over to Chang Ba. Master Ba, I was waiting for you. This instructor Su is your girl, right? Just now, she hit me with her hands and swollen my cheeks. What do you say? Su Yuehong disagreed and glared at her. Who are you calling his horse? Chung Cheng Gang was not the least bit afraid. Take a step towards her and dislike her. You just hit someone and now you're being mean to me, aren't you? As soon as the words left his mouth, 10 black Cadillac SUVs came roaring up and parked off to the side, lined up in a row. It was spectacular. As the door of the car opened, more than 30 black-clothed big men got out and stood neatly by the side of the car, ready to go. They looked at Chung Cheng in unison, waiting for her order. Seeing this, Su Evening was shocked and subconsciously stood one stop towards Changba's side. It was at this moment that she realized the seriousness of fighting with Cheng Cheng. She had always been fearless, but it was unrealistic to say she wasn't at this moment. And Changba had a calm face, observing a glance at the dozens of big men without batting an eyelid. What to do, little brother? Xiaifu was so scared that a cold sweat broke out on her back and she pulled Changba's hand in a panic, her voice trembling as she spoke. Changba said faintly, it doesn't matter, they're all heir to me. Xiaifu smiled bitterly. My big brother, alas. Don't pretend. I can see that these people are definitely the best of the best. At the same time, the more than 50,000 fans inside Cheng Cheng's livestream were watching and leaving messages. Instructor Su has enough to drink this time. The Su family is now in decline, while the Cheng family is flourishing. That's right, Miss Chung Cheng is the real Miss Magic City. Dare to make a move on her. Unless you don't want to live, just wait and see. Someone's blood will be spilled today.